Chapter 01. Simply reclining to gather combat power. Congratulations, host, you have gained 10 combat power attribute. Congratulations, host, you have gained 10 combat power attribute. Congratulations, host, you have gained 10 combat power attribute. The mechanical resonance of the system's notifications incessantly echoed within Yi's mind. At that moment, within the mechanized chamber before Yi, an intensely fierce battle was unfolding. Dozens of verdant vegetable beings were relentlessly assaulting a young human boy. Though the human boy was merely 4 or 5 years of age, his combat prowess was formidable. Regardless of whether the vegetable beings executed surprise attacks or coordinated strikes, the young boy adeptly countered their every move. It is worth noting that the combat power of these vegetable beings reached an impressive 1,200 points in the realm of Earth. Such power could easily obliterate even the gods, aside from the Z-Warriors. As the fierce battle raged on, the floor of the mechanized chamber became inundated with fallen combat power attributes, akin to a truck spilling out a cascade of 1 yuan coinsa. Truly magnificent sight. Once the young boy had vanquished all the vegetable beings, the expansive floor of the mechanized chamber was blanketed with layer upon layer of combat power attributes. Of course, both the vegetable beings and the young boy remained oblivious to these attributes. Only Yu possessed the ability to perceive them. Before long, these combat power attributes began to gather towards Yi's body, resembling golden tadpoles forming a continuous line. This process persisted for several breaths. Yi was not a native of this world. He had traversed dimensions. 24 years prior, in the year Frieza annihilated planet Vegeta, Yi arrived in the Dragon Ball world, reincarnating as a freshly born Saiyan infant. Initially, upon learning of his identity as a Saiyan, Yi felt little joy, for he was acutely aware that Frieza would soon obliterate planet Vegeta. Fortunately, Yi was born with a mere combat power of 5, and alongside Kakarot, who possessed a combat power of only 2, they were sent to planet Red Rock and subsequently to Earth. Thus, Yi narrowly escaped disaster. Though the newly born Yi was merely an infant, he retained the memories and consciousness of his past life. He did not adopt the Saiyan's aggressive tendencies. Instead, he coexisted peacefully with the indigenous inhabitants of planet Red Rock. At the age of 4, his extraordinary ability, or system, was activated. This system was known as the Attribute Collection System. Whenever combat occurred, combat power attributes would fall at the site of battle. Once the system absorbed these attributes, Yi could augment his own combat power. The drop value of combat attributes is intricately linked to the combatant's power. The higher one's combat prowess, the more substantial the drop value. The indigenous inhabitants of Red Mountain Star generally possess relatively low combat strength, with the most formidable among them boasting only 1 or 200. Consequently, the combat attribute drops during their skirmishes amount to a mere 0.1 or 0.2. Nonetheless, while the individual drops may be modest, they are still preferable to none. At the very least, Yi need not toil excessively to enhance his combat power. Furthermore, the accumulation of small gains can yield significant results. 10,000 drops of 0.1 ultimately contribute to 1,000. Thus, wherever fierce battles raged on Red Mountain Star, Yi's silhouette would appear primarily to gather attributes. Years later, through the systematic collection of these attributes, Yi's combat power surged from a mere handful to over 5,000. Although this figure pales in comparison to formidable foes like Frieza, it nonetheless affords him a measure of self-preservation. At this juncture, Yi gazed skyward, setting his sights on the vast cosmos. The skirmishes on Red Mountain Star no longer satiated his ambitions, as the incremental gains of 0.1 were far too sluggish for his liking. Engaging in battles of Frieza's caliber would likely allow him to amass thousands of combat points with each encounter. Of course, Yi would not be foolish enough to confront Frieza with his meager power of over 5,000, fully aware that Frieza harbored intentions to eradicate all Saiyans. Should he appear before Frieza, it would be but a fleeting moment before he was mercilessly crushed. After departing from Red Mountain Star, Yi diligently collected combat attributes. Over nearly a decade of relentless accumulation, his power escalated from the initial 5,000 to several million. After all, the combat strength of cosmic beings often reached thousands upon thousands, with every battle yielding attribute drops ranging from 10 to several dozen. This prospect thrilled Yi immensely. In due course, to circumvent the need to perpetually seek out battle locations, Yi summoned a cadre of cosmic beings to engage in combat before him, allowing him to recline and reap the benefits of their skirmishes. The vegetable beings and the human youth currently battling in the training chamber were all under Yi's command, engaging in combat at his behest. The results were undeniably pronounced. Yi's combat power surged at an astonishing rate, increasing moment by moment. Within a few short years, his strength escalated from several million to over 40 million. Logically, a Saiyan with over 40 million in combat power would be more than qualified to undergo the transformation into a Super Saiyan. However, regrettably, despite numerous attempts, Yi was unable to successfully achieve this transformation. In order for a Saiyan to transform into a Super Saiyan, it is essential to possess a sufficient quantity of S cells, coupled with emotional stimuli, such as rage, to rapidly increase the S cells. Once the number of S cells reaches an adequate level, the transformation can be successfully achieved. Yi speculated that perhaps he did not have enough S cells within him. However, he remained unperturbed, planning to wait until Goku and Vegeta transformed into Super Saiyans before he would claim their SL attributes for himself. As the attributes of combat power flowed into Yi's body, he observed that his combat power had surged from 41,330,000 to 41,350,000. Is that all? Just an increase of over 20,000 in combat power? Yi clenched his fist, expressing dissatisfaction upon realizing that his internal strength had scarcely improved. If Piccolo had overheard Yi's remark, he would surely be incensed, exclaiming, "I've trained for years and barely increased by over 1,000, while you, without lifting a finger, casually gained more than 20,000 combat power, and you are still not satisfied? Host, you are truly cunning, using such methods to augment your combat power." At that moment, the electronic voice of the system echoed in Yi's mind. It seemed even the system disapproved of Yi's underhanded tactics to enhance his strength. After all, the system's original intention was to encourage Yi to collect combat power attributes from the battles of others. Now, Yi had taken to inviting actors to perform combat before him, while he simply reclined and reaped the benefits. I am merely making full use of the system's advantages. Chapter 2. The Cosmic Emperor Frieza. Master Yi. As Yi was engaged in dialogue with the system in his mind, a human boy who had just fought the vegetable creature stepped forward, standing before Yi with an expression of utmost respect. This boy was neither an earthling nor a Saiyan. By a stroke of fortune, after witnessing Yi's formidable combat power, he had chosen to follow him, hoping to become his disciple. Yi, however, was not inclined to accept. He had no intention of becoming a second Piccolo. How many times must I tell you not to call me master? Yi gazed down at the young lad, his tone quite stern. Yes, master. The boy, undeterred, continued to persist, causing Yi some annoyance. Hey, Tosi, since Yi does not wish to take you as a disciple, you may consider me as your teacher instead. At that moment, the mechanical door of the room opened automatically, and a sweat-drenched man emerged. This man was tall and robust, his body adorned with bulging muscles that could rival those of Jinyu Force's Riku. His name was Lap, a warrior whom Yi had summoned from across the cosmos, possessing over 12,000 in combat power. Warriors akin to Lap reside aboard Nightwing's spacecraft in abundance. Their primary duty is to engage in combat with one another, thereby augmenting Nightwing's combat power attributes. The astonishing combat force of over 40 million that Nightwing possesses is a product of their relentless efforts. You possess insufficient combat power. I shall not take you as my master. Upon hearing Lap's words, a boy named Toth retorted with disdain. Insufficient combat power? The color drained from Lap's face as he absorbed Toth's proclamation. How audacious this young imp is. Is my combat power of 12,000 deemed inadequate? Yet in Toth's eyes, such a figure indeed paled in comparison to Nightwing. Lord Nightwing. Just as Lap was about to chastise this presumptuous youth, a hurried canine alien rushed in. Lord Nightwing, we have located Frieza's spacecraft. They are en route to Namek. The mere mention of Frieza stirred a palpable shift in the expressions of both Nightwing and Lap. A flicker of latent fear glimmered in Lap's eyes. After all, in the 7th universe, none who had heard of Frieza's name were free from trepidation that he was, after all, a figure hailed as the Emperor of the universe. Conversely, upon hearing Frieza, Nightwing's gaze sparkled with excitement. Has he finally set forth? Recalling the memories nestled within his mind, Nightwing understood that Frieza's journey to Namek was intended to seize the Dragon Balls residing there. Moreover, Son Goku would transform into a Super Saiyan on Namek. For the past year, Nightwing had covertly monitored Frieza's movements, driven by the desire to accompany him to Namek and gather the combat power attributes shed during the battle. Between Son Goku and Frieza, it was known that the combat powers of Super Saiyan Son Goku and Frieza both exceeded 100 million. Thus, the attributes they would release during their clash could reach an astonishing magnitude. Additionally, Nightwing aimed to collect Son Goku's Super Saiyan Cell attributes, allowing him to achieve the transformation into a Super Saiyan himself. However, beyond these two objectives, there existed a more significant purpose for Nightwing: good of the Ginyu Force. Though Good's combat power may be lacking, he possessed an ability that piqued Nightwing's interest: the power to pause time. This ability was indeed formidable. In the high-stakes encounters of the skilled, a mere second could determine life or death. In the later Dragon Ball saga, Hit from the 6th universe effortlessly defeated Super Blue Vegeta using his time stop technique, which allowed him to halt time for a mere 0.1 seconds. The abilities of Goku are exceedingly exaggerated. He possesses the power to pause time for several seconds. If its fleeting technique, which lasts a mere 0.1 seconds, is so formidable, what might the effects be if time were suspended for several seconds? Nightwing's heart ignites with fervor at the thought. However, it is not to say that the possession of time-stopping abilities renders one invincible. Despite Goku's ability to freeze time, he was still swiftly defeated by Vegeta. The crux of the matter lies in Goku's inherent weakness. Nonetheless, Nightwing firmly believes that once he acquires this power and his combat prowess reaches a certain threshold, combined with the ability to pause time, he would likely stand a fighting chance even against the god of destruction, Beerus. Relay the command to head to Namek. Upon hearing this, both Lap and the dog-headed creature's expressions shifted dramatically. To Namek. Frieza resides on Namek. What if we encounter him during our journey? In the eyes of Lap and the dog-headed creature, although Nightwing is undeniably powerful, he is certainly no match for Frieza. If a confrontation were to arise with Frieza, it would spell certain doom. In truth, Lap and the dog-headed creature are not mistaken. Nightwing is indeed not a match for Frieza at full power at this moment. However, that is only the case presently. Once they arrive on Namek, it would be difficult to ascertain who is stronger or weaker. Nightwing did not allow them the opportunity to argue, calling out to them before departing. In the end, only the dog-headed creature and Lap remained, bewildered and standing in place. Are we really going to Namek? The dog-headed creature inquired. Since it is Nightwing's command, we have no choice but to comply. However, there must be a reason for Nightwing's decision. Lap replied with a wry smile. Is Frieza truly that terrifying? At that moment, Toph, who had been observing Lap and the dog-headed creature's expressions, asked in confusion. Terrifying is an understatement. It is exceedingly so. Frieza is renowned as the Emperor of the universe, unmatched by anyone. Lap bent down, earnestly instructing Toph. Is Nightwing a match for Frieza? Toph asked. At this question, Lap found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Though his instinct was to assert that Nightwing would certainly be unable to prevail, he hesitated, as he was now a subordinate of Nightwing, and a young admirer of his was posing such a query, leaving him uncertain how to respond. Chapter 03: Arrival at Namek. A radiant beam of white light, akin to a comet trailing a long tail, raced through the vast, dark expanse of the universe. As the view zooms in, one can discern a colossal spacecraft nestled within the luminous orb of light. The spacecraft, though as vast as Frieza's vessel, boasts a form reminiscent of a tank. This remarkable spacecraft belongs entirely to Yu. Over the years, Yu has not only enhanced his combat prowess through the attribute collection system, but has also surreptitiously established his own influence across the cosmos. This faction possesses an intelligence department dedicated to monitoring Frieza's movements, while its combat division focuses on augmenting Yi's combat attributes through engagement in battles. Presently, the power structure under Yu bears some resemblance to that of Dorius from the Dragon Ball movies. However, while Dorius enhances his strength by cultivating neural fruit trees on other planets, Yu elevates his capabilities through the attribute collection system. As we shift our focus to the interior of the spacecraft, we find ourselves within a vast control room. At this moment, Yu sat gracefully upon the throne, surrounded by a multitude of warriors, each bearing a distinct and varied form. These warriors, akin to Lap, are all intended to augment the combat prowess of Nightwing. Furthermore, each of their auras is remarkably potent. Should one employ a detector for observation, it would reveal that the battle capabilities of these numerous warriors exceed 10,000. My Lord Nightwing, we shall reach Namek in 15 minutes. At that moment, the canine-headed alien approached, expressing profound respect towards Yu, who sat upon the throne. As he spoke, beads of cold sweat trickled down his forehead. His trepidation, however, was not directed at Yu, but rather at Frieza. The closer he was to Frieza, the more anxiety gripped his heart. Yet, he dared not defy Yu's words. There is no need for such fear. The spaceship may remain near Namek. Your information department need not accompany me. Upon hearing Yu's words, the canine-headed alien was instantly filled with joy. If we do not need to descend, then what about us? At this moment, Lap spoke to Yu, stating, "Only one person needs to accompany me below." As Yu uttered these words, his gaze swept across the crowd, seemingly in search of a suitable candidate. Those warriors who met Yu's searching eyes were filled with trepidation, fearing they might be chosen by him. After all, they were acutely aware that this occasion was unlike any other. This time, Yu intends to confront Frieza. Who is Frieza? The Cosmic Emperor, a formidable villain. With a battle power exceeding 10,000, they may dominate lower-tier planets. Yet in the presence of Frieza, they all cower. It is you, Lap. Ultimately, Yu's gaze settled upon Lap. Huh? Why? Upon hearing Yu's words, Lap's heart filled with discontent. Meanwhile, the other warriors collectively exhaled in relief. Lap, don't you always complain about not being able to accompany Lord Yu on missions? We're giving you this splendid opportunity. As the warriors mocked him, Lap gritted his teeth in frustration. Teacher Yu, I want to go too. At that moment, the little one, Tosi, approached and eagerly volunteered. You cannot. Yu promptly dismissed Tosi's request. This time, we are heading to confront Frieza. It is highly likely that we will engage in battle with Frieza and his minions. Tos, with his combat power exceeding 3,000, is utterly inadequate. Should he descend, not only would he fail to assist Yu, but he would also become a burden. Yu has no desire to carry such a liability. Teacher Yu, I will not be a hindrance to you. If I am slain, it is solely due to my own weakness. Upon hearing this declaration, Yu raised an eyebrow, while the other warriors regarded the young lad with newfound respect. Despite his tender age, he exhibited remarkable fortitude. Very well, but I must make it clear. If you find yourself in peril, I shall not extend my hand to rescue you. In Yu's perspective, this was a splendid opportunity to rid himself of this clingy companion. Upon hearing Yu's callous words, his small face, instead of betraying fear, lit up with joy. Thank you, Teacher Yu, for your support. The young boy's eloquence was impressive for his age. Yu, with a resigned gesture, waved his hand. As time passed, they drew nearer to planet Namek. Soon, a colossal sphere came into view, and it was indeed planet Namek. Lord Yu, we have arrived at planet Namek, the dog-headed man announced, gazing at the vast green planet ahead. At this proclamation, Yu promptly rose from his throne and called to Lap. Lap, come with me. The rest of you, remain here on standby. Do not leave without my command. The journey to Namek is not merely a matter of numbers. In Yu's perspective, all that is needed is one Lap to assist him in battle, allowing him to acquire the attributes of combat prowess. Upon hearing Yu's words, Lap promptly seized the detector handed to him by a warrior. Thank you, he exclaimed, hastily donning the device before racing after Yu and Tosi. Don't die, a warrior called out, watching Lap's retreating figure. Once the silhouettes of Yu, Lap, and Tosi vanished completely from sight, a profound silence enveloped the control room. After a lengthy pause, the dog-headed man broke the stillness, murmuring, I wonder if Lord Yu will return alive this time. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the other warriors varied greatly. In their hearts, they acknowledged Yu's strength. However, they also recognized Frieza's ferocity. The prospect of Yu encountering Frieza filled them with foreboding. After departing from the spaceship's control room, Yu and the two others made their way to the ship's cargo bay. Here lies a landing craft. My lord Yu, are we truly descending without any preparations? Rap inquired of Yu upon entering the craft. No need. Yu replied curtly before being the first to step into the vessel. Hearing Yu's words, Rap wore a bewildered expression. If we proceed without caution, we shall surely be detected by Frieza and his cohorts. No, it is certain that Frieza will discover us. At this moment, a sense of apprehension regarding his life and future began to stir within Rap. Is there truly a promising path to follow under such a leader? Chapter 4. The Ambitions of Jinyu. Unlike Earth, Namek is graced with a sky illuminated by the cyclical ascent and descent of 3 stars, resulting in an absence of night. The focus shifts to a towering mountain upon the landscape of Namek. This mountain is extraordinarily unique. From a distance, it resembles a towering and sharp-edged Corinta on Earth. Atop this mountain stands a remarkable edifice. This edifice is the dwelling of the Grand Elder of Namek. As Yu and his entourage approached the vicinity of Namek, the Grand Elder, endowed with formidable sensory abilities, immediately discerned the presence of these potent energies. Grand Elder, what troubles you? Inquired an Namekian resembling Piccolo. Upon noticing the Grand Elder's unusual response, this individual was none other than Nailu, the Grand Elder's guardian. A multitude of formidable energies is converging upon Namek, and one of them is exceptionally immense. The Grand Elder, with his eyes closed, spoke in a voice laden with the weight of ages. Exceptionally immense? Nyla's heart sank upon hearing this descriptor. Typically, the Grand Elder would not employ the term exceptionally immense lightly. Just recently, when the Grand Elder sensed the approach of the Jinyu force, he merely characterized them as large and malevolent. Yet now, he chose to describe the current presence as exceptionally immense. Based on Nyla's assessment, it was likely that these approaching entities surpassed even the strength of the Jinyu force. Grand Elder, is their presence malevolent? After a moment of internal conflict, Nylu raised his gaze to the Grand Elder once more. Previously, the Grand Elder had instructed him to assist Gohan, Krillin, and the others in confronting the Jinyu force. However, remaining true to his duty, protecting the Grand Elder, he ultimately chose not to accompany them. Now, with powerful energies manifesting near Namek, Nyla's resolve wavered, both righteous and malevolent. The Grand Elder replied. Upon hearing this, Nylu exhaled slightly, his heart hopeful that these newcomers would refrain from attacking the Namekians. The extraordinarily immense energy detected by the Grand Elder was, in fact, that of Yiyu. At present, Yiyu was not adept at modulating his energy as freely as the Z-Warriors. Thus, his formidable power level of 43,150,000 cast an ominous shadow over the skies of Namek. In the Grand Elder's perception, Yiyu's energy now eclipsed even that of Frieza. After all, Frieza had yet to transform, his power level merely standing at 530,000. Beep, beep, beep. Shortly after the Grand Elder sensed Yiyu's immense energy, Jinyu, who was playfully handling the 7 Dragon Balls while moving at high speed, suddenly received a response from his scouter, a high combat power reading. Jinyu cast a fleeting glance at the detector, then prodded it with his finger. Beep, 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 as Jinyu calibrated the device to its detection mode. The readings surged at an astonishing pace. 10,000, 100,000, 180,000. When the figure reached 180,000, the latest model of the detector that Jinyu possessed exceeded its limits and erupted in a spectacular explosion. At that moment, the rapidly moving Jinyu came to an abrupt halt, hovering in midair. At this time, his heart surged with tumultuous waves of astonishment. A battle power exceeding 180,000. This cannot be possible. In this world, apart from Lord Frieza, how could anyone possibly possess a battle power exceeding 180,000? What a ridiculous notion. For a moment, Jinyu found it difficult to accept this reality, even suspecting that his scouter had malfunctioned. However, Jinyu was aware that his scouter was functioning correctly, for it had recently aided him in locating Vegeta, from whom he had seized 7 Dragon Balls. Suddenly, Jinyu's emotions underwent a dramatic transformation. He transitioned from shock to uncontrollable laughter. Were there anyone present at that moment, they would certainly have deemed Jinyu deranged. One second his visage was contorted in disbelief, and the next he was laughing maniacally. Was this not madness? Yet, Jinyu was not losing his sanity. He was simply exhilarated. Jinyu possessed a rather unique ability, the power to swap bodies. At that moment, he envisioned the prospect of exchanging bodies with this individual boasting a battle power surpassing 180,000. In doing so, Jinyu would be able to accomplish even greater feats for Lord Frieza. Wait, your body shall soon be mine, he declared, pointing skyward before hurtling forward at great speed. With his scouter destroyed, Jinyu could not sense ki like the Z fighters. He was left with no choice but to rely on the scanning apparatus aboard Frieza's spaceship to pinpoint the location of this formidable power. Just as Jinyu sought to claim Nightwing's body, Nightwing and Rap's landing pods had crashed resoundingly onto the surface of Namek. Lord Nightwing, what shall we do next? Rap inquired as he exited the pod. Nightwing did not respond immediately. Instead, he began calibrating the scouter. Soon, the screen displayed numerous high battle power readings. Could it be that Jinyu Force had already arrived on Namek? Initially, Nightwing was uncertain whether Jinyu Force had reached the planet, considering that Frieza had only contacted headquarters to summon them after all the scouters belonging to Frieza and his cohorts had been destroyed by the Namekians. However, upon detecting several battle power readings exceeding tens of thousands, Nightwing realized that Jinyu Force had indeed made their presence known on Namek. At this moment, Yiyu's heart tightened slightly. He hastily began to discern the location of the Jinyu Force. After all, Good was the first to perish among the Jinyu Force. Yiyu's primary purpose for coming to Namek was indeed to seek Good's time-stopping ability. If Good had already been annihilated by Vegeta, it would truly be disastrous. Chapter 5, Super Saiyan. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion resonated through a hilly region of Namek. Following the sound, one could see thick smoke billowing and dust swirling on the land ahead. As the view focused, 7 figures were discernible in the sky and on the ground. The 7 individuals in question are none other than 4 members of the Ginyu Force, along with Vegeta, Gohan, and Krillin. After Ginyu seized the 7 Dragon Balls from Vegeta, the remaining 4 members of the Ginyu Force resorted to a game of rock, paper, scissors to determine their opponents. Ultimately, the weakest among them, Guldo, emerged victorious and chose Gohan and Krillin as his adversaries. The resounding explosion that was recently heard was the result of Gohan and Krillin unleashing their respective techniques, the special beam cannon and the Kamehameha, to confront Guldo. It is truly astonishing that he could flee so far. Suspended in the sky, Gohan gazed down at the distant figure of Guldo, his face etched with surprise. That fellow must have employed the time-stop technique that Vegeta spoke of. Not far away, Krillin, upon hearing Gohan's words, also directed his gaze toward Guldo, speaking in a low voice. Just as Gohan and Krillin unleashed a surge of powerful energy, preparing to pursue Guldo once more, a formidable flash of insight suddenly coursed through their minds. In truth, it was not a flash of lightning, but rather a heightened awareness that Gohan and Krillin had sensed through their energy perception. At that moment, the aura emanating from Krillin and Gohan vanished without a trace. They simultaneously gazed towards a certain point ahead. Uncle Krillin, with a stiffened body and a quivering voice, uttered a single phrase to Krillin beside him. Although Gohan said little, Krillin understood, and subsequently exclaimed in a tone filled with terror, "Ah, what a dreadful presence! It is even more terrifying than that being known as Frieza." As he spoke, a chill ran down Krillin's spine. His limbs felt as though they were ensnared by the grasp of a malevolent entity, making it difficult for him to breathe. When he first arrived on Namek and sensed Frieza's immense power, he was left utterly astonished. Yet now, the aura he detected was, astonishingly, even greater than Frieza's. And it was not just marginally more powerful. If Frieza's energy could be likened to an endless ocean, then the energy Krillin now sensed resembled the vastness of the cosmos, overwhelming and terrifying. "Hey, you two." At that moment, upon witnessing Krillin and Gohan suddenly suspended motionless in the sky, Vegeta's brow furrowed in concern, prompting him to utter a reprimand. However, before he could finish his words, his expression shifted dramatically. Although Vegeta had previously lacked the ability to sense energy, his experiences during the battle on Earth had bestowed upon him the remarkable skill of energy perception. In that moment, Vegeta too sensed the immense and astonishing energy. How could it be? This aura belonged to a Saiyan. Following the gaze of Gohan and Krillin, Vegeta's expression shifted dramatically, his dark eyes flickering with intensity. A tempest of emotion surged within him. As the prince of the Saiyans, Vegeta instantly discerned that this incredible energy was indeed that of a Saiyan. Could it possibly be Kakarot? This was inconceivable. Kakarot's power could not be so vast. Yet, aside from Kakarot and myself, there could be no other Saiyans in this world. But could this energy belong to the legendary Super Saiyan? Clenching his fists tightly, Vegeta fixed his gaze upon the source of that overwhelming power. His expression a tumultuous blend of shock, fear, and unwillingness. He, Vegeta, was the prince of the Saiyans. How could he accept that there were other Saiyans stronger than himself? And not just by a slight margin? At this moment, high above in the sky, the members of the Ginyu Force, Raikum, Guys, and Buddha, were utterly bewildered by the unusual reactions of Vegeta and his companions, completely at a loss as to what was transpiring. However, in the next instant, the detectors worn by Raikum, Guys, and Buddha began to react. Beep, beep, beep. A high-energy reaction detected ahead. Following a series of alerts from the detector, Buddha casually remarked, "Let me see just how much power we are dealing with." As he spoke, Raikum was the first to poke at his detector. 10,000, 100,000, 180,000. Just like before with Ginyu, Raikum's detector swiftly exceeded its limit and erupted in a violent explosion. "Hey, what's wrong, Raikum? What's the enemy's power level?" Upon noticing this anomaly, Buddha and Guys turned their gazes towards Raikum. "This is impossible." Raikum, who usually wore a confident smile, now bore a look of shock as he exclaimed, "The power level exceeds 180,000. Hearing this, Buddha and Guys were momentarily taken aback, instinctively stepping back, a bead of cold sweat forming on their foreheads. Buddha stammered, 180,000? How can that be? Aside from Lord Frieza, how could anyone possess such power? Indeed, even Captain Ginyu doesn't he have a power level of 180,000. Your detector must be malfunctioning. Let me give it a try," Guys declared before proceeding to recalibrate his own detector. Bang! Yet the outcome remained unchanged, as the device exploded within mere seconds. Once could be a coincidence. But twice at this moment, like guys, and Bart seemed to be ensnared in a quagmire. What does a figure exceeding 180,000 signify? It implies that even if the three of them were to join forces, they would still be no match. This matter must be immediately reported to Captain Ginyu. At that moment, not far away, Vegeta, upon overhearing the conversation among the three members of the Ginyu Force, would have typically scoffed at their words. However, confronted by this overwhelming energy, he found no amusement in the situation. Seeking Ginyu? What good would it do to search for Frieza? This energy was evidently far more potent than Frieza himself. At this juncture, Vegeta, along with Gohan and the others, discerned that this formidable presence, surpassing even Frieza, was indeed that of Yeiyu. Indeed, Yeiyu's battle power of 43,150,000 emanated a force significantly greater than that of Frieza's first form. Yet, Vegeta remained unaware of the true strength possessed by Frieza, who was capable of 3 transformations. As Vegeta and the others pondered how to confront this formidable adversary, a fierce wind swept through, and in the blink of an eye, a figure materialized before them, dominating their line of sight. The shadow before them was none other than Yeiyu himself. Chapter 06, I Am a Saiyan. Although Yeiyu was situated at a considerable distance from Sun Wukong, Son Gohan, and the Ginyu Force engaged in battle, his combat power, unleashed to a staggering 15 million, allowed him to attain a terrifying velocity. In an instant, a flicker of light appeared in the distance, and before long, Yeiyu's figure materialized within Son Gohan's line of sight. Due to the sheer rapidity of Yeiyu's flight, as he halted, a formidable shockwave emanated from his position, expanding violently forward as a result of inertia. Here he comes. Suspended in the sky, Son Gohan, Krillin, and the others felt as if they were vessels bravely navigating against a tumultuous sea, at risk of being swept away at any moment by the overwhelming force of the shockwave. In that fleeting moment, to withstand the impact of this powerful gust, Son Gohan and Krillin shielded themselves with their arms, striving to maintain their stability against the onslaught. The surge of energy arrived swiftly and dissipated just as quickly. Once the energy wave subsided, Vegeta and the others clearly beheld the figure of Yeiyu suspended in the sky. Is it not Kakarot? Vegeta fixed his gaze upon Yeiyu in the heavens, his pupils narrowing in astonishment. A Saiyan. At that moment, Krillin and Gohan simultaneously recognized the identity of the figure before them as a Saiyan. As they spoke, both glanced instinctively towards the not-so-distant Vegeta. There he stood, fists clenched, teeth gritted, his expression a tumult of envy and resentment. Found you, Ginyu Force. Just as Vegeta and Gohan remained on high alert, fixated on the Saiyan, Nightwing hovered in the air, casting a sweeping gaze over the assembly. Upon noticing that Goku had yet to eliminate Berta, a quiet sigh of relief escaped Nightwing's heart. At this moment, the atmosphere above the sky appeared exceptionally grave. Beneath this oppressive ambience, cold sweat trickled down the brows of the onlookers, their hearts raced violently, and even their breaths became labored. None could discern the identity of Yeiyu or the purpose behind his presence. Yet, under the weight of Yeiyu's terrifying aura, Sun Wukong, Vegeta, Krillin, and the others could only stare rigidly at him, too fearful to make any move. They understood that if this Saiyan wished to take their lives, it would merely be a matter of indifference. Who, pray tell, are you? At this moment, the long-repressed Vegeta finally erupted. His fists clenched tightly as he shouted vehemently at Yeiyu. Hey, Vegeta. Upon hearing Vegeta's words, Krillin felt a sudden pang of anxiety. He feared that if Vegeta provoked this powerful being, it would spell doom for them all. Above in the sky, Yeiyu did not respond immediately. Instead, he fixed his gaze upon Vegeta. Having resided in the Dragon Ball world for over 20 years, this was his first genuine encounter with the Saiyan Prince. After scrutinizing the Saiyan Royal, a subtle smile formed at the corners of Yeiyu's mouth, and he spoke. As you can see, I am a Saiyan. A Saiyan. The moment Yeiyu uttered these words, the members of the Ginyu Force, Gi's, Bart, Riku, and Goldo were taken aback. Could a Saiyan possess such strength? Was this indeed the legendary Super Saiyan? They had heard about Super Saiyans from Frieza, who insisted that such beings were mere myths. Just as Vegeta was about to say more, 2 beams of white light streaked across the sky, and finally, the brilliance faded to reveal 2 figures. The 2 individuals are none other than Lap and Toph, who descended alongside Yeiyu. Indeed, Master Yeiyu's speed is remarkable. It is utterly impossible to keep up. Lap steadied himself, casting a sweeping glance over the gathered crowd before offering his admiration to Yeiyu. Although Lap's voice was not particularly loud, It resonated perfectly within the ears of everyone present. Upon hearing the name Yiyu, the expressions of Vegeta and the others subtly shifted. After a moment of contemplation, they indicated that they were unfamiliar with him. Despite Yiyu's combat prowess exceeding 40 million, he lacked the ostentation exhibited by Frieza. Over the years, he has been quietly cultivating his own power, gathering formidable warriors to enhance his combat prowess. It is hardly surprising that Vegeta and the others are unfamiliar with the name Yiyu, just as Vegeta, Gohan, Krillin, and the Ginyu Force remained vigilant. The detector worn by Rap began to pulsate with activity. Momentarily, a plethora of data appeared on his device. Upon realizing that the combat power of everyone present vastly exceeded his own, Rap's expression fell dramatically. Your combat power is too low. At that moment, Lap's mind was instantly recalled to Toth's words. It seemed evident that his combat power of 12,000 was indeed insufficient. My lord Yiyu, do you wish for me to engage them in battle? Lap cautiously inquired. Yiyu cast a sidelong glance at Lap and replied, if you desire to confront them, I shall not hinder you. Perhaps it would be best to refrain. Lap awkwardly responded. Subsequently, under the watchful gaze of Vegeta, Son Gohan, and others, Yiyu's figure gradually descended towards the ground, eventually settling atop a massive boulder. Witnessing this, Son Gohan and Krillin exchanged puzzled glances, utterly bewildered by Yiyu's intentions. What is he doing? I am here merely to collect attributes. Rest assured, you may continue your battle as though I were not present. I shall not interfere. Yiyu discerned the confusion among the group and promptly offered clarification. There was one thought Yiyu withheld. If you do not engage in combat, how shall I gather attributes? Upon hearing Yiyu's words, the others remained somewhat perplexed, yet Gudo was elated. He had given little thought to anything beyond his desire to eliminate Son Gohan and Krillin. The fact that this formidable Saiyan had no intention of intervening in their conflict was nothing short of fortuitous. Yes, Gudo's round face broke into a cruel smile as he noticed Son Gohan and Krillin's attention still fixated on Yiyu. In the next instant, a beam of azure light erupted from the single eye upon Gudo's forehead, akin to a laser, aimed directly at Son Gohan. Danger! Krillin, sensing the peril, turned pale and immediately rushed to push Son Gohan aside. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have gained combat power attribute 100. Just as Gudo launched his attack, an attribute of combat power fell from beneath his feet. Simultaneously, the mechanical notification tone of the system echoed in Yiyu's mind. It has finally begun. Gudo, hasten to employ your time-stopping ability. Upon hearing the system's alert in his mind, Yiyu's gaze fixated on Gudo, his eyes revealing a glimmer of urgency. Chapter 07. Acquiring the Time Pause Attribute. Chapter 07. Host. Yiyu Combat Power 43, 150, 000 Abilities. Shockwave, Energy Sphere, Flight. At this moment, a virtual screen appeared before Yiyu, displaying his system attributes. This screen was visible solely to Yiyu. His attribute collection system primarily allows him to acquire two types of attributes. The first pertains to combat power. When the system absorbs the combat power attributes dropped by others during battle, Yiyu's own combat power increases perceptibly. The second type encompasses ability attributes, which are also dropped by combatants during confrontations, in addition to combat power attributes. This ability encompasses techniques such as the Turtle School's Kamehameha, time manipulation, and instant teleportation. Thus far, Yiyu has acquired numerous abilities through the system. However, many of these attributes are ones he has never utilized, as they remain unnecessary for him. For instance, the large destructive energy sphere. This skill possesses the capability to effortlessly obliterate a planet akin to Namek. Nightwing, however, does not share Frieza's penchant for flamboyant displays. Naturally, it is not to suggest that Nightwing can merely acquire any ability at will. The combat power attributes are guaranteed to drop. However, the ability attributes are contingent upon probability, akin to the random treasure drops encountered in gaming when vanquishing foes. According to the system's description, the probability of obtaining ability attributes is 1 in 5. For instance, when Goku manifested the Rai earlier, he did not drop the Rai attribute. Although the drop is not guaranteed with sufficient attempts, the likelihood of acquiring the desired ability attributes increases significantly. For example, at this moment, Nightwing seeks to obtain Goku's time-stopping ability. While a single manifestation by Goku may not yield the time-stopping attribute, repeated attempts would enhance the chances of acquiring this skill. Of course, there are instances of extraordinary luck, where one may obtain the time-stopping skill attribute in a single attempt. Nevertheless, Nightwing does not harbor extravagant hopes regarding such outcomes. If all else fails, Nightwing plans to personally capture Goku, compelling him to continuously demonstrate the time-stopping skill until the system finally drops it. This, however, would be Nightwing's last resort. Should it come to that, the system might once again deride him, exclaiming, "Pa, shameless." Just as Nightwing eagerly anticipated Goku's demonstration of the time-stopping ability above in the sky, JIS and Bart expressed their grievances. Did Goku truly comprehend the gravity of the situation? Even at this juncture, he remained preoccupied with these Earthlings. Regardless, as long as this Saiyan refrained from intervening, Goku could indulge in his whims. Once Krillin rescued Son Gohan, the latter sighed in relief, exclaiming, "We're saved. Gohan, let's go." Krillin first cast a glance at Nightwing, and upon realizing that Nightwing indeed had no intention of intervening, he called out to Son Gohan beside him. "Oh." In the next moment, a powerful aura erupted around Krillin and Son Gohan, enveloping their forms, after which they surged forward to attack Goku, who was engaged in combat. How swift. At this moment, TOS, who stood behind Yu, displayed a look of astonishment upon witnessing the remarkable speed of Sun Wukong and Krillin. The little rascal seemed to be around the same age as you, didn't he? Lap, noticing the change in T's expression, remarked teasingly. Indeed, Sun Wukong is merely about 5 years old, yet his combat prowess far surpasses that of TOS. Naturally, TOS felt a twinge of dissatisfaction upon realizing that a peer could outshine him so effortlessly. Clenching his fists, he retorted, "His combat strength appears to be greater than yours." Originally, Lap intended to jest at T's expense, but he was taken aback by T's counter. Yu, however, paid no heed to their banter. His focus entirely on the battle unfolding before him involving Goku, Sun Wukong, and Krillin. After the Elder had unlocked their potential, the combat abilities of Sun Wukong and Krillin surged dramatically, resulting in a significant enhancement in their speed. How swift. Goku's expression shifted drastically as he observed Sun Wukong and Krillin approaching with astonishing velocity. Time paused. In the midst of his sprint, Goku suddenly held his breath. With the activation of his time-stopping ability, the figures of Sun Wukong and Krillin, who were rushing towards him, froze in place. Reminiscent of a scene where one presses the pause button while watching a film. They're already this close. After pausing time, Goku was startled to discover that Krillin and Sun Wukong had closed in on him. In the next moment, he instinctively dashed away, seemingly intent on distancing himself from them. However, as he ran, it dawned on him that time had indeed been paused, and this was his domain. Why am I running? I don't need to run at all. Calming down, Goku ceased his flight and opted for a counterattack. He spread his arms wide and immediately unleashed a skill. Following this, he released the time-stopping ability. As time resumed, the world returned to its normal state. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired the time pause attribute. At that very instant, a mechanical notification echoed in Yu's mind. Upon hearing this announcement, Yu was left utterly bewildered. Astonished and elated. What? Did he truly acquire the ability to pause time? He was astonished, completely unaware of how he had obtained this skill. Perhaps, from a divine perspective. Goku performed the time pause ability, which then manifested as a time pause attribute, prompting the system to notify Yu. All of this unfolded so effortlessly and naturally. However, from the perspective of Yu, it was an entirely different matter. When Goku invoked the power of time stasis, Yu's own time was also suspended, leaving him unaware of whether Goku had initiated this phenomenon. It is akin to traveling on a train. One determines their forward motion by observing the retreating scenery. In this instance, during the fleeting moment of time suspension, Yu could only assess the positions before and after Goku's time halt to conclude that time had indeed been frozen by Goku. Moreover, Yu was undeniably elated, for he had fortuitously acquired the attribute of time stasis. May I inquire if the host wishes to accept the time pause attribute? Accepted. Yu responded without the slightest hesitation. Chapter 08. The proud Vegeta. As soon as Yu's words were uttered, the time pause attribute beneath Goku's feet converged towards him. Accompanied by the battle power attribute, resembling golden tadpoles inscribed with ancient texts. Ultimately, it merged into Yu's very being. In the next moment, the virtual screen before Yu illuminated, displaying the 4 characters, time pause. In that moment, a wave of elation surged through Yu's heart. Unbeknownst to him, he had acquired the coveted ability, a sensation akin to having casually purchased a lottery ticket only to discover that it bore a grand prize. With the newfound power of time suspension, Yu paid no further heed to the battle unfolding between Sun Wukong, Krillin, and Goku. Even if Vegeta were to obliterate Goku, he would not intervene. After all, the attribute of time suspension was now firmly within his grasp. Without a moment's hesitation, Yu, eager to experiment with this newfound skill, felt an excitement reminiscent of trying out a new smartphone. Time suspension, akin to Goku's own manifestation of this ability, enveloped the world in a stillness as Yu held his breath. Is this the world after time has been suspended? Rising to his feet, he cast a glance around. Sun Wukong was frozen in place. The magical flash emanating from his hands also halted mid-motion. Vegeta, Krillin, and the 4 members of the Ginyu Force were all immobilized. Not merely living beings, but the flowing water and the very air around them were likewise suspended. Only Yu remained free to move. After a few seconds, however, an unsettling sensation began to manifest within Yu's body. This reaction caused Yu immense discomfort, compelling him to release the pause on time. Upon Yu resuming his breath after sitting back down, the flow of time in the entire world was instantly restored. The air stirred, the water flowed, and Sun Wukong moved, along with the magical flash he had unleashed. Since Yu was seated before the time halt and remained seated after its conclusion, no one noticed that time had been suspended by him. With a thunderous roar as time resumed its course, Sun Wukong's magical flash struck the ground with force. In an instant, a powerful shockwave accompanied by the sound of an explosion engulfed the scene. Did it last for about 5 seconds? Yu paid no heed to the explosion caused by Sun Wukong's magical flash. Instead, he murmured something in a voice only he could hear. Yu had not merely paused time for the sake of experiencing his ability. He had also calculated the duration of the suspension. 5 seconds, though seemingly brief, was ample time for Yu. After all, in a clash of experts, a mere second could determine life or death. Moreover, 5 seconds afforded him 50 times more duration than Hit's 0. 1 second, a span that could wield great power in Hit's hands. Therefore, the possibilities within those 5 seconds for Yu were boundless. Of course, the duration of Yu's time pause was not fixed. Currently, he could maintain it for a maximum of 5 seconds, but he could also choose to release it at 4 or 3 seconds. Applying the time pause in combat and utilizing it flexibly to maximize his capabilities required Yu's continuous exploration. Much like Hit's time skip, it was evident that he had invested considerable effort into mastering it. With my current combat power, combined with the time pause, I wonder if I could defeat Frieza at full power? Yu clenched his fists, a surge of formidable confidence radiating from his eyes. Although Yu's combat power stood at a mere 15 million, once he employed the time pause, it was as if Frieza was merely standing there, allowing him to strike. However, should Yu fail to vanquish Frieza while executing his strongest move, it would be his own demise. As Yu pondered matters concerning Frieza, the ancient entity Goku utilized a binding technique to ensnare both Sun Wukong and Krillin. They found themselves immobilized in midair, akin to being nailed to wooden stakes, unable to budge despite their desperate struggles. Don't waste your energy. As Sun Wukong and Krillin appeared ensnared like prey caught in a spider's web, a playful smirk emerged upon the round visage of Goku. In the next moment, with a mere gesture of his hand, the surrounding trees abruptly rose from the ground, transforming into 4 sharp stakes that resembled spears. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have acquired the superpower of object manipulation. At that instant, the mechanical notification of the system echoed once more in Yu's mind, while beneath Goku's feet, an attribute had fallen. Would the host like to collect the superpower of object manipulation? To be candid, telekinesis holds little significance in combat. Nevertheless, it is better than nothing. In the end, Yu uttered a single phrase, retrieve. As soon as Yu's words fell, the supernatural ability of object control beneath Goku's feet soared over and penetrated into Yu's body. While Yu was conversing with the system, Goku's murderous intent had already surged dramatically. Die. Just as Goku was poised to manipulate the 4 sharp wooden stakes to deliver a fatal blow to Sun Wukong and Krillin, a figure surged past him with astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, before Goku could even launch his lethal projectiles, his plump head was severed from his neck, soaring into the sky amidst a spray of crimson blood. The onlookers then beheld the unexpected appearance of Vegeta, standing behind Goku. Upon witnessing Vegeta's lethal strike, Barda and JIS exchanged startled glances. Though they did not mourn Goku's demise, it was evident that Vegeta had disregarded the established rules of their contest. They had previously agreed that Goku would confront Sun Wukong and Vegeta. I never claimed I would abide by your rules. After Vegeta landed, he let out a cold snort and said, "Thank you, Vegeta-san." At this moment, Following the demise of Gudo, the constraints binding Sun Wukong and Krillin were automatically lifted. Upon realizing that it was Vegeta who had intervened to save him, Sun Wukong expressed his gratitude with a sincere remark. Do not misunderstand. I did not act to rescue you. I merely intended to diminish their combat capabilities. Upon hearing Vegeta's haughty words, Sun Wukong and Krillin exchanged knowing smiles. Meanwhile, Yi raised an eyebrow slightly in response. Chapter 09. The Fastest in the Universe? Chapter 09. Darn it, that detestable Vegeta. After Vegeta had slain Gudo, both JIS and Bart displayed expressions of intense frustration. If not for Yi Yu's presence, Gudo's death would have been inconsequential. After all, in the eyes of Bart and JIS, eliminating Vegeta, Sun Wukong, and Krillin was merely a matter of moments. However, with Yi Yu's existence, everything had changed. Previously, while attempting to gauge Yi Yu's combat power using their detectors, all three of their devices had exploded due to overload. The only remaining device belonged to Gudo. Their original plan had been to have Gudo contact Jinyu, summoning him to confront Yi Yu together. Yet now, with Gudo dispatched by Vegeta and his detector destroyed, the carefully laid plans had been thwarted by Vegeta, inciting great ire in JIS and Bart. What should we do now? Bart inquired, anxiously glancing at Yi Yu perched upon the massive rock. With their strategy in disarray due to Vegeta's interference, they were left to devise an alternative approach. Bart, is your speed not the fastest in the universe? JIS remarked, stealing a glance at Bart before shifting his focus back to Yi Yu. Under normal circumstances, Bart would have confidently asserted, of course, my speed is unrivaled in the cosmos. Yet, he could not overlook the astonishing velocity displayed by Yi Yu moments earlier. This time, Bart found himself lacking in confidence. Yet, to maintain his fade, he uttered, I'm first, so what? Excellent. You must rush out with utmost speed and inform Captain Jinyu of the situation here, so he can deal with this fellow. JIS whispered into Bart's ear. Teacher Yi Yu, they intend to summon reinforcements. In the midst of Jesus' conversation, Toph, standing behind Yi Yu, slightly twitched his ear, seemingly having overheard their exchange, and promptly reported the matter to Yi Yu. Upon hearing Toph's words, Yi Yu's brow arched, for he harbored no doubts about Toph's information. Yi Yu was aware that Toph's ear structure bore some resemblance to that of the Namekians, enabling him to hear sounds from great distances. Much like Piccolo could eavesdrop on conversations between Trunks and Goku from kilometers away. Buzz, as anticipated, shortly after Toph conveyed this information to Yi Yu, a powerful surge of energy erupted from Bart's body. In the next instant, his figure streaked across the sky, drawing a white line as he soared towards the horizon. You shall not escape. Vegeta discerned Bart's intention to seek assistance. In Vegeta's view, should Bart manage to summon Frieza or Jinyu, their demise would be inevitable. However, just as Vegeta prepared to pursue Bart, the pineapple-headed Raikou flashed into position before him, blocking his path. Little Vegeta, your opponent is me. Raikou's massive form loomed like a wall, sealing off Vegeta's route completely. Damn it. Watching Bart depart helplessly, Vegeta clenched his fists in frustration. At that moment, Yi Yu, who had been seated upon the rock, had inexplicably vanished from his spot. When Yi Yu reappeared, he was already hovering hundreds of meters above the ground. Although Yi Yu held no fear of Bart summoning Frieza or Jinyu, he could not tolerate anyone slipping away unnoticed before his eyes. Buzz, Yi Yu did not immediately pursue Bart, seemingly allowing him a head start of 50 meters. After a few breaths, an intense and ferocious aura erupted around Yi Yu. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, Yi Yu's figure shot forth like a beam of light, pursuing Bart's fleeing direction with astonishing speed. Simultaneously, a powerful wave of energy erupted from the space below Yi Yu, creating a scene reminiscent of a rocket launch. Soon, the energy wave swept across the surroundings, affecting Vegeta, Gohan, Raikou, and others below. Cough! What is happening? Amidst the haze of smoke, Klin coughed several times, wearing an expression of discontent as he spoke. Klin, that Saiyan seems to have gone after the extraterrestrial who just departed, remarked Son Gohan from the side. Attempting to pursue Bart? Bart's speed is unparalleled in the universe. At that moment, Raikou lifted his gaze to the heavens, observing the departing Night Feather, and a smirk immediately graced his countenance. In Raikou's estimation, although Night Feather possessed formidable combat prowess, he could never hope to catch up with Bart. Just as Raikou entertained this thought, the jubilant voice of Lapin reached his ears. Following the sound, he beheld Night Feather soaring swiftly towards them, a lifeless body in his grasp. The owner of this lifeless body is none other than Bart. the one renowned for being the fastest in the universe. At that moment, Lycum found himself utterly stunned, as if struck by a jolt of electricity. His face etched with terror. The fastest speed in the universe, and yet it had been overtaken and extinguished so swiftly? Beside him, Jis wore a similarly complex expression. A mix of shock and dread. He was astonished that even Bart's speed had been so easily surpassed. His fear stemmed from the realization that if the Scion wished to eliminate them, they would scarcely have a chance to flee. Death itself is not frightening, rather. It is the prospect of waiting for it that instills true terror. The threat of an unknown death tormented the mind. At this moment, Jis was engulfed by such a feeling. He remained oblivious to when Yeyu would decide to end their lives. What an extraordinary Scion. He managed to catch up to that alien so swiftly. As Jis and Rikumu were gripped by fear, nearby, Sun Wukong and Krillin also exhibited flickering gazes and shifting expressions. They had witnessed Bart's speed firsthand. In an effort to prevent Frieza from acquiring the 7 Dragon Balls, Vegeta had, in full view of Jinyu and others, hurled one of the Dragon Balls with all his might. Yet, before anyone could react, Bart had already flown off to retrieve the Dragon Ball Vegeta had discarded. At that moment, Bart's speed had left Vegeta and the others utterly astounded. However, now, the Scion effortlessly caught up with Bart. Chapter 10. The Method of Controlling Power. Chapter 10. Indeed, Lord Yeyu, your speed is truly remarkable. As Yeyu paused and hovered in midair, Rap's face glowed with flattery. His eyes sparkled with admiration. He had followed Yeyu all along, captivated by his formidable strength. In his heart, he had already regarded Yeyu as the goal of his aspirations. With a thud, Yeyu disregarded Rap's praise, casually discarding Bart's lifeless body before gradually descending. Jis, Rikumu, and Vegeta watched Yeyu, their gazes flickering. Jis and Rikumu were enveloped in trepidation, while Vegeta was filled with resentment. Was this truly the extent of that fellow's power? How infuriating. I am the prince of the Scions, yet I have been left far behind by an obscure Scion. Vegeta glared at Yeyu's retreating figure, his fist clenched tightly. His face etched with frustration. Though he had not witnessed the battle between Yeyu and Bart, he was aware that Bart's strength was on par with his own, and that Bart's speed surpassed his considerably. Now, in less than half a minute, Yeyu had caught up to the fleeing Bart and dispatched him. What formidable power is this? Vegeta finds it hard to fathom. How infuriating. In a moment of frustration, Vegeta finally erupts, unleashing a tremendous surge of energy that radiates from his being, creating a powerful wave that sweeps outward in all directions. The force of this energy causes Krillin and Gohan, positioned nearby, to involuntarily take a step back. This guy Vegeta has grown even stronger. As Krillin senses the astonishing energy emanating from Vegeta, a whirlwind of emotion stirs within him. In the face of the Jinyu force and the potential threats posed by his adversaries, the thought of Vegeta's increasing strength brings him a semblance of joy. Yet, considering the long-term implications, if Vegeta were to turn his sights on Earth again, the planet would be in grave peril. Is this truly my full strength? Vegeta seems to be demonstrating his formidable power to Nightwing, continuously releasing energy from within. While Vegeta's energy appears overwhelmingly potent to Krillin and Gohan, it pales in comparison to Nightwing's battle power of 43,150,000. Initially, Nightwing betrays no expression, but as Vegeta's energy escalates, a flicker of intrigue crosses his face. However, it is not Vegeta's might that captivates him. Rather, it is the mechanical sound of the system.S prompt echoing in his mind as Vegeta amplifies his energy. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have acquired the Control Power attribute. Upon hearing this notification, Nightwing's face lights up with excitement. Although the Control Power does not enhance his combat prowess directly, its flexible application can yield remarkable effects, particularly for the art of deception. For instance, Goku, with a power level exceeding 100,000, often suppresses it to a mere 5,000, feigning weakness to catch his opponents off guard before unleashing his true strength in a shocking display. Additionally, it serves as a means of escape. For example, when Krillin and Gohan cannot contend with Vegeta, they suppress their energy entirely to evade his relentless pursuit. Does the host wish to acquire the Control Power attribute? Upon hearing the system's inquiry, Nightwing promptly responds, acquire. As soon as the words leave his lips, the Control Power attribute manifests as a golden tadpole, soaring towards him and merging into his being. At that moment, his system attributes reflect the addition of Control Power. With this newfound ability, Nightwing swiftly puts it to use, retracting the vast energy within him. Beep, beep, beep. At this moment, the detectors worn by Toss and Lap behind Yu began to pulsate. Ultimately, Toss and Lap observed that the data displayed on the detector read 12,000. Upon seeing this, they exchanged puzzled glances, unable to comprehend its significance. Simultaneously, Sun Wukong and Krillin also sensed the abnormal fluctuations within Yiyu's body. In one fleeting moment, a vast aura, reminiscent of the cosmos, emanated from Yiyu. In the next instant, that immense energy vanished. Although Toss and Lap were unaware of what transpired with Yiyu, the adept control of energy by Sun Wukong and Krillin made them acutely aware that Yiyu had suppressed his energy. Could it be? At this moment, Krillin and Gohan gazed at Yiyu as if he were a monstrous being. Could it be that this Saiyan has mastered the art of energy control merely by observing Vegeta unleash his power? It appears that this indeed may be the case, Krillin. Did he truly learn it after just a single glance? This has transcended the realm of mere genius. It can only be described as monstrous. It is worth noting that Krillin dedicated several years to mastering the art of controlling energy. Even someone as prodigious as Vegeta only learned to harness energy after extensive battles with Son Goku on Earth. However, Yiyu was able to grasp it after merely a single observation. Learn? I need not learn. I merely acquire attributes at my whim. Of course, apart from Yiyu. There are indeed others in this universe who can learn instantly from just a single glance. Majin Buu serves as a prime example. He merely observed Vegeta's attack wave once and subsequently adapted it as his own. After watching Son Goku's Kamehameha, he was able to use it immediately. In those days, beings like Majin Buu and Yiyu were akin to entities with extraordinary advantages. No, Yiyu truly possesses an extraordinary advantage. Lord Yiyu, why has your battle power suddenly diminished so drastically? Lap, perplexed, cautiously inquired of Yiyu. Want to know? Engage in combat with that individual, and I shall reveal it to you. Yiyu gestured toward Jisoo in the distance. What? Upon hearing Yiyu's words, Lap's expression was one of dismay. It is important to note that in his scouter, Jisoo's battle power far surpassed his own. With a battle power of 12,000, confronting Jisoo would be tantamount to courting death. Chapter 11. The continual rise of battle power. Perhaps it is due to the Saiyan blood coursing through his veins. But Yiyu has harbored an insatiable thirst for combat since childhood. This insatiable desire is akin to that of a chain smoker, who is perpetually drawn to the allure of a cigarette. Nightwing, upon witnessing the might of formidable opponents, finds his Saiyan blood stirring within him, as if possessed by a devilish temptation to engage in battle. However, at this moment, neither Vegeta nor Riku can be deemed as true adversaries in Nightwing's eyes. Lacking the thrill that comes from confronting a worthy opponent, he harbors little inclination to battle against Vegeta or Riku. Instead, he prefers to await their confrontation, intending to simply collect the battle power attributes that will inevitably emerge from their clash. Both Vegeta and Riku possess considerable combat strength, suggesting that the fallen battle power attributes will be substantial. As Nightwing converses with Lap, Vegeta continues to roar, relentlessly amplifying his energy. The ground beneath him seems to tremble under an invisible force, erupting in various locations. Tiny grains of sand slowly rise into the air. Once Vegeta's energy reaches its zenith, he stands tall, fist clenched, gazing confidently at Riku, who stands before him. Without so much as a greeting, Vegeta makes his move, launching himself toward Riku with lightning speed. He delivers a powerful punch that strikes Riku squarely on the chin. As Riku's body is sent soaring into the sky, Vegeta pursues him relentlessly, unleashing a barrage of strikes that resemble the rapid fire of a machine gun, leaving only fleeting afterimages in their wake. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired Battle Power Attribute 350. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired Battle Power Attribute 370. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired Battle Power Attribute 410. With each of Vegeta's ferocious assaults, the mechanical notifications of the system echo continuously in Nightwing's mind. Each strike results in a battle power attribute dropping to the ground, each exceeding 300 and gradually increasing over time. Boom. When Vegeta's attacks on Riku reach a certain intensity, he suddenly leaps above Riku, clasping his hands together, raising them high before delivering a crushing blow, as if treating Riku like a volleyball. In the next instant, Riku's body plummets like a meteor, causing the ground to quake and dust to billow into the air. At that moment, observing Vegeta's fierce assault, Sun Wukong below was momentarily rendered speechless, his eyes wide with astonishment. Beside him, Krillin exclaimed in awe, "Incredible, Vegeta!" Amidst the admiration shared by Sun Wukong and Krillin, a familiar notification echoed in Yiyu's mind. Would the host like to collect battle power attributes? Yes. As Yiyu's response resonated, The battle power attributes from the battlefield of Vegeta and Raikum swiftly converged toward his body like a flowing stream. Once all the battle power attributes had coalesced within Yu, he noticed that the battle power displayed on the virtual screen had surged from 15 million to 16 million. This indicated that Vegeta's recent ferocious combat had elevated Yu's battle power by over 10,000. While this increase may seem modest, it is noteworthy that Vegeta had engaged Raikum for less than 10 seconds. The pace of escalation is already quite impressive. Moreover, this is merely the beginning. The battle between Vegeta and Raikum has yet to conclude. Boom. Shortly after Vegeta sent Raikum crashing into the ground, a blinding radiance erupted from the impact site. In an instant, the rocks that had buried Raikum's body were blasted away, revealing him once more in full view of the onlookers. However, Raikum now bore countless wounds. His clothing tattered and torn. After spitting out shattered teeth and blood with a contemptuous scoff, Raikum flashed Vegeta a defiant grin and declared, "Vegeta, those hits of yours actually had some weight to them. It's been a long time since I've felt this exhilarated." As he spoke, Raikum twisted his neck and stretched his legs. At that moment, the expressions of Vegeta, Gohan, and Krillin underwent a dramatic transformation. Surely, this was a jest. How could this individual withstand so many of Vegeta's attacks as if nothing had transpired? Krillin knew that Raikum was not merely boasting. Although it appeared that Raikum was covered in wounds, these injuries were superficial. For Raikum, they posed no significant threat. "Damn it, monster," Vegeta muttered bitterly, and with that, a surge of energy erupted around him. In the blink of an eye, he descended from the sky, aiming directly for Raikum on the ground. Just as Vegeta was about to strike Raikum, the latter chose not to endure the blow this time, but instead initiated a counterattack. With a swift motion, Raikum firmly grasped Vegeta's fist. A flurry of exchanges ensued, with both Raikum and Vegeta launching a series of attacks against each other. While Krillin and Gohan perceived the two as evenly matched, Night Feather discerned that Raikum's strength surpassed that of Vegeta. However, Night Feather was unconcerned with such details. He was more interested in the combat power attributes that this clash would yield. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have gained 410 combat power attributes. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have gained 520 combat power attributes. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have gained 430 combat power attributes. As Raikum and Vegeta continued their fierce battle, the system notifications echoed incessantly in Night Feather's mind. Perhaps these notifications resembled mere noise, yet Night Feather felt no aversion. Instead, they fueled his excitement. His exhilaration stemmed not from the notifications themselves, but from the continuous influx of combat power attributes. Observing his own combat strength on the rise, Night Feather could hardly contain his enthusiasm. Chapter 12. The arrival of Jinyu. After a period of intense combat between Raikum and Vegeta, Raikum suddenly unleashed a powerful punch, delivering a devastating blow to Vegeta's abdomen. The impact caused Vegeta to spit a mouthful of blood, doubling over in pain as he clutched his stomach, staggering backward in a bowing motion. Vegeta, Gohan, and Krillin's faces instantly paled upon witnessing Vegeta's grievous injury. Meanwhile, Raikum slowly approached the doubled-over, pained Vegeta. "Little Vegeta, not too shabby. You managed to withstand one of my heavy punches and still remain standing," Raikum remarked, rubbing his nose as he stood before Vegeta. "Now, can you endure the next punch?" As the conversation unfolded, Rikumu raised his fist, as large as a clay pot, preparing to deliver a devastating blow to Vegeta. Meanwhile, Krillin had already concentrated a disc-shaped energy in the palm of his hand. Nightwing, observing the energy disc on Krillin's palm, felt a subtle shift in his demeanor. "Energy disc!" Krillin exclaimed, launching the energy disc towards Rikumu with remarkable force. In that very instant, a mechanical notification echoed in Nightwing's mind. "Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired the energy disc attribute." As the system's voice resonated, the energy disc, propelled by Krillin, surged towards Rikumu with astonishing momentum. However, just as Rikumu was about to be struck, he bent his body at an angle of 270 degrees, evading the energy disc with remarkable agility. "What a pity," Krillin silently lamented as he witnessed the disc miss its target. Yet, in the next moment, the energy disc cleaved through a distant mountain, severing it cleanly in two with a surface as smooth as a mirror. Upon witnessing the terrifying power of the energy disc, both Lap and Toph, who stood behind Nightwing, were instantly taken aback, while a glimmer of excitement flickered in Nightwing's eyes. "I wonder what might unfold if the ability to pause time were combined with the energy disc?" The energy disk possesses formidable strength, capable of slicing through objects, yet it can be easily dodged. However, if one were to first utilize the time pause to halt the enemy's motion and subsequently unleash the energy disk, the adversary would essentially become a fish on the chopping block, awaiting its fate. Of course, Nightwing remained uncertain about the feasibility of using energy after invoking the time pause. One must await the outcome of the Night Feather experiment to ascertain the truth. After all, Goku, upon utilizing his time pause ability, refrained from employing the key wave to assault Sun Wukong and Krillin. May I inquire whether the host has acquired the attributes of the Chi Circular Slash? As Night Feather pondered this, a notification sound resonated in his mind from the system. Acquire. Simultaneously, as Night Feather accepted the Chi Circular Slash attributes. The beleaguered Vegeta had already been rescued by Krillin. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong unleashed a barrage of small energy blasts upon the ground, attacking the formidable Raikou like a relentless machine gun. Boom, boom, boom. With each of Sun Wukong's strikes, the air reverberated with explosive sounds. Concurrently, Night Feather's mind was inundated with notifications of acquired battle power attributes. Beep, beep, beep. Just then, the detector on this device behind Night Feather suddenly reacted. TOS. Momentarily taken aback, prodded the detector. In the next instant, a terrifying data reading materialized on his device. Upon witnessing this data, a grave expression enveloped his youthful visage. Without hesitation, he promptly informed Night Feather of his discovery. Master Night Feather, there is a high battle power reading approaching our location. Before Night Feather could respond, Lap, standing nearby, remarked with a hint of mockery, to be this anxious, it appears you have never encountered such situations before. As he spoke, Lap began calibrating his own detector. Upon observing the data displayed on his device, his expression transformed into one of astonishment. However, noticing the scornful gaze directed at him, he quickly masked his surprise. Adopting an air of nonchalance and stating, it's merely 120,000, hardly a match for Master Night Feather. 120,000? Upon hearing Lap's declaration, a glimmer of intrigue appeared on Night Feather's face. He had already discerned the identity of the individual with this battle power. At the very moment Night Feather detected the high battle power response, Krillin, engaged in combat with Raikou, also sensed an ominous and formidable energy rapidly approaching. Gohan. Krillin called out to Sun Wukong, and upon comprehension, Gohan swiftly flew over, lifting his gaze towards the horizon ahead. At that moment, both Krillin and Sun Wukong bore expressions of grave concern. It is the energy of that individual from before. As Sun Wukong spoke, 5 figures materialized in his mind's eye. The 5 individuals present are indeed the members of the Jinyu Force. The person whom Gohan previously referred to is none other than their captain, Jinyu. Meanwhile, the severely injured Vegeta also sensed the immense energy. How infuriating. Jinyu has arrived. Although Gohan and Krillin were unaware of Jinyu's name, Vegeta certainly was. What? Lickin' guys, who lacked the ability to sense energy and did not possess a scouter, were puzzled when they noticed Vegeta and Yeuyu's gazes fixated in the same direction. However, the moment they glimpsed a figure rapidly approaching from the horizon, joy illuminated their faces. It is Captain Jinyu. Indeed, Jinyu was making his way toward them. He had previously detected Yeuyu's extraordinary combat prowess and, while returning to Frieza's spaceship with the Dragon Balls, utilized a new scouter to pinpoint Yeuyu's location. Although that device ultimately overloaded and exploded, Jinyu had memorized the direction in which Yeuyu was located. Now, Jinyu was rushing over with another scouter in hand. Chapter 13. Confronting Jinyu suddenly, a powerful white aura erupted around Jinyu, resembling a streak of light as he soared through the sky, eventually coming to a halt above Vegeta, Lick, and the others. As they beheld Jinyu hovering in the air, Vegeta, Krillin, and Gohan were filled with trepidation, their faces etched with fear. Conversely, Lick and Guys, the members of the Jinyu Force, rejoiced at Jinyu's arrival. Captain Jinyu, your presence is truly fortuitous. This is the one who killed Berta, Guys exclaimed, pointing angrily at Yeuyu. Jinyu had not initially come to assist Guys. He had merely detected that an individual with a combat power exceeding 180,000 was in this direction, prompting his arrival. However, upon reaching the vicinity, he found Yeuyu's overwhelming energy suppressed, registering only at 12,000. Thus, he had dismissed Yeuyu entirely. Now, upon hearing Guy's words, Jinyu's gaze returned to Yeuyu. Oh? Jinyu stared at Yeuyu, astonished. Could someone with a combat power of 12,000 possibly have slain Berta? Clearly, that was implausible. Guys could not be lying. and Berta's lifeless body lay before them. Therefore, there could only be one explanation. This individual possesses a transformation ability to enhance their combat power, much like King Frisia. Jinyu fixed his gaze upon the corner of Yiyu's mouth, which had curled into a slight arc, contemplating inwardly. Captain Jinyu, be cautious. This fellow possesses a combat power exceeding 180,000. Upon hearing this pronouncement from Jisoo, Jinyu was initially taken aback, but soon elation washed over him. At that moment, Jisoo and Raikum exchanged bewildered glances, their expressions reflecting mutual confusion. What was happening? Had Captain Jinyu lost his mind? The opponent's combat power surpassed 180,000. Should he not be anxious? Shouldn't he be strategizing on how to confront this adversary? Unbeknownst to Jisoo and Raikum, Jinyu was fixated on Yiyu. Initially, Jinyu had feared he had lost track of the individual with the 180,000 battle power, but upon Jisoo's revelation, he instantly recognized that Yiyu was indeed the one he sought. With the quarry successfully identified, Jinyu could not contain his joy. Your body will be mine. Yet before that, I must first ascertain whether your combat prowess is genuine. Suddenly, Jinyu's raucous laughter ceased, and his intense gaze bored down upon Yiyu. An intriguing demeanor, he exhibited no sign of trepidation in the face of my power. After exchanging a few breaths of mutual scrutiny with Yiyu, Jinyu abruptly surged forth, unleashing a formidable energy sphere that expanded around him. With a sweeping gesture of his hand, a ki blast, roughly the size of a basketball, hurtled towards Yiyu and his companions below like a cannonball. Danger! The moment Jinyu initiated his offensive, Rap's expression shifted dramatically. In the next heartbeat, both Rap and Tors retreated in opposite directions, attempting to evade the impending threat. Yet, Yiyu remained squatted on the ground, motionless, directly impacted by the energy sphere. Boom! Upon contact, the ki blast detonated with a force reminiscent of an explosion, engulfing the hillside where Yiyu stood in a fiery half-sphere. Simultaneously, a powerful shockwave radiated outward in ripples, sending debris and stones soaring into the air. Son Gohan, Krillin, and the others felt their garments whip about as they were buffeted by the force. Teacher Yiyu. As the shockwave dissipated, Tors, suspended in midair, gazed down at the blazing half-sphere below, his countenance shifting to one of deep concern. Do not fret. Such an assault is utterly incapable of inflicting harm upon Lord Yiyu. Lap flew to Tors' side, gazing down at the inferno below, his tone nonchalant, as if he had witnessed such scenes countless times before. A low hum resonated, and moments later, the echoes of the explosion gradually faded. As the white smoke dissipated, Yiyu's figure was once again unveiled to the spectators. The hill where Yiyu once stood had been reduced to mere rubble, while he himself floated a meter above the ground, unscathed. See? I told you it was nothing, Lap remarked with a knowing smile directed at Tors, his expression reflecting an undeniable confidence in the outcome. Tors, initially releasing a sigh of relief, soon found his eyes sparkling with admiration for Yiyu. Meanwhile, Vegeta, Son Gohan, and Jinyu observed the unfolding spectacle, each wearing a distinct expression. Vegeta bore a look of reluctant acceptance, Son Gohan appeared utterly astonished, while Jinyu wore a satisfied grin. Truly impressive for someone with a combat power of 180,000. Jinyu exclaimed, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth as he praised Yiyu, his eyes glinting with a covetous gleam, as if the figure before him were not merely human, but a treasure of immeasurable worth. Heh. Do you wish to exchange bodies with me? Yiyu was well aware of Jinyu's ulterior motives. In truth, he could effortlessly eliminate Jinyu if he so desired. In this way, everything can be resolved, preventing Jinyu from causing further turmoil. However, the purpose of Yiyu's arrival on Namek, aside from seizing Goku's time-stopping ability, is to acquire the S-cells attributed to Son Goku after his transformation into a Super Saiyan. Overall, Jinyu has played a role in Goku's journey toward becoming a Super Saiyan, which is why Yiyu is not yet inclined to eliminate him. Of course, it is not entirely impossible to dispose of Jinyu. If necessary, after defeating him, Yiyu could personally injure Goku, and then have Vegeta take him for treatment. Considering the time, Goku should be arriving soon, so before his arrival, I may as well entertain myself a bit. Yiyu gazed at the sky and murmured to himself in a voice only he could hear. In Dragon Ball, Goku arrives just in time to save Vegeta, Gohan, and Krillin when they are on the brink of defeat against Jinyu Force member Rikuum. However, Yiyu's appearance has slightly altered the dynamics of the battle involving Vegeta and Rikuum. Nevertheless, this does not affect the timing of Goku's descent onto Namek. Based on Yiyu's speculation, Goku's spaceship has nearly reached Namek, merely awaiting landing. Chapter 14. Body Exchange? As EU stood with his arms crossed, levitating in midair, his suppressed energy began to be gradually released. At that moment, the data on Jinyu's scouter was slowly climbing. 15, 000, 20, 000, 30, 000, 60, 000. Aware that Yu could manipulate his battle power, Jinyu removed his scouter when Yu's power reached 60, 000, discarding it carelessly. He understood that the scouter held no practical value against an opponent like Yu. Simultaneously, Yu's form ascended to a level parallel to Jinyu's. Jinyu scrutinized Yu from top to bottom, a smirk forming on his lips as he let out a chilling laugh. Could it be that Captain Jinyu is about to employ that technique? At this moment, on the ground below, Lycum and JIS exhibited expressions of schadenfreude upon hearing Jinyu's burst of laughter. To them, as soon as Jinyu unleashed that particular technique, the farce would be over. Your body is mine. Just as JIS and Lycum were conversing, Jinyu, seemingly driven mad, let out a sinister laugh directed at Yu before abruptly spreading his arms wide. As a bizarre light emanated from Jinyu's form, he attempted to utter the word exchange. However, before Jinyu could articulate it, Yu transformed into a shadow and vanished from his position. The next moment, he reappeared behind Jinyu. Without allowing Jinyu a moment to react, Yu delivered a powerful punch directly to Jinyu's body. Exchange? I shall make you exchange. With a resounding thud, although Yu did not exert his full strength, his battle power of 43.16 million meant that even a restrained punch would overwhelm Jinyu's mere 120,000 battle power. With a dull crash, Jinyu let out a cry and spewed forth a torrent of blood, his body hurtling downwards like a projectile, ultimately plunging into a nearby lake. What was this? At that moment, below, Raccoon and Jisoo exchanged bewildered glances as they witnessed Nightwing abruptly interrupting Jinyu's body-swapping technique. While Vegeta and Gohan might have been oblivious to Jinyu's intentions, Raccoon and Jisoo were acutely aware. As members of the Jinyu force, they rarely witnessed Jinyu fail in executing the body swap. Yet, it appeared as though Nightwing had anticipated Jinyu's move. Before Jinyu could even activate his ability, Nightwing launched an offensive, unbeknownst to Jisoo and Raccoon. It was not that Nightwing had discerned Jinyu's skill. Rather, he had long been prepared for Jinyu's body-swapping maneuver. How impressive it was that even such a formidable opponent was sent flying with a single blow. At that moment, seeing Yu effortlessly dispatch the formidable Jinyu, Krillin's face broke into a broad smile. Hearing Krillin's exuberant praise, Vegeta couldn't help but let out a discontented grunt. After all, he was the prince of the Saiyans. And here was another Saiyan stealing the limelight in front of him, while he appeared utterly disheveled. Naturally, he felt a deep sense of resentment. But, just as Krillin's words faded, a radiant light suddenly illuminated the surface of the lake. Almost immediately, the water began to swell into a curved shape. And then Jinyu's figure burst forth from the undulating waves, transforming into a streak of white light as he launched himself toward Yu. Bang, 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 whoosh. Such incredible speed, it's utterly invisible. What astonishing velocity. At that moment, Krillin and Gohan gazed upward, captivated by the fierce battle unfolding in the heavens above. Their hearts filled with astonishment. The swiftness of Nightwing and Jinyu was utterly astonishing. They could only perceive the sounds of their intense clash, while the visual spectacle eluded them entirely. It was not only Krillin and Gohan who were deprived of sight. Even Rap and Tors, positioned nearby, were unable to witness the action. Even Vegeta, with his keen senses, could merely catch fleeting glimpses of shadowy figures darting across the sky. Suddenly, in the midst of their rapid combat, Jinyu appeared to suffer a heavy blow, his form hurtling backward once more. This time, his fortune was not as favorable as before, and he plummeted directly to the ground below. With a thunderous roar, a tremendous explosion erupted the moment Jinyu made contact with the earth. A powerful shockwave swept across the area instantaneously. Under the impact of this force, the lifeless bodies of Bart and Gudu were sent flying. The weakest among them, Tors, seemed unable to withstand the onslaught of the shockwave, his figure showing signs of being hurled backward. Just as Tors began to retreat, Rap appeared in a flash behind him, extending his hand to press firmly against Tors' back, halting his backward motion. What a terrifying battle. If we linger here any longer, we may also be caught in the fray. Krillin shielded himself with his arms, striving to maintain his balance. Gohan, we must retreat. Once the shockwave subsided, Krillin took to the air first, calling out to Son Gohan. Subsequently, Krillin and Gohan soared together towards a location far removed from the battlefield. Though Vegeta felt a twinge of reluctance, he understood that there was no room for him to intervene here. Little Vegeta, attempting to flee? Our battle is far from over. Just as Vegeta, Gohan, and Krillin departed, Rikum sprang into action, pursuing them relentlessly. In the blink of an eye, Rikum appeared before Gohan and Krillin, blocking their path. Damn it, we have no choice but to fight. After creating some distance from Rikum, Krillin and Gohan resolved to engage him in battle. Soon, Vegeta also joined the fray, resulting in a 3-on-1 confrontation. As the smoke dissipated, a vast chasm emerged on the ground, resembling the aftermath of a spacecraft crashing down from the heavens. Captain Jinyu. Jeez called out anxiously to Jinyu, who was nestled within the depths of the pit. No sooner had Jee's voice faded than Jinyu's figure erupted from the abyss. However, the once imposing Jinyu now appeared utterly disheveled, his body marred with countless injuries. Chapter 15. Time Suspension in Combat Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a combat power attribute of 260. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a combat power attribute of 470. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a combat power attribute of 310. Amidst the chaotic melee involving Vegeta, Gohan, Krillin, and Rikum, Nightwing's mind was incessantly bombarded by the mechanical notifications of the system. Meanwhile, on the battlefield where Vegeta and Gohan fought, the combat power attributes were continuously diminishing. Although the rate of decline was not as rapid as during Tor's battle with the Vegetable Man, the quality of the attributes far surpassed that encounter, with each attribute exceeding 250. After all, the combat powers of the Vegetable Man and Tor's were significantly inferior to those of Vegeta and Rikum. Despite the persistent notifications echoing in his mind, Nightwing's focus remained steadfastly on Jinyu before him. The combat power attributes could wait, but should he inadvertently fall victim to Jinyu's body-swapping technique, the consequences would be dire. Jinyu, emerging from the pit, fixed his gaze upon Nightwing, who hovered effortlessly in the sky. Veins bulged on Jinyu's forehead, and his expression was rife with frustration. He was acutely aware, even before confronting Nightwing, that he was no match for him. His combat power was a mere 120,000, while Nightwing's surpassed 180,000. Jinyu's bravado stemmed from his body-swapping skill. He had envisioned that once he exchanged bodies with Nightwing, he would possess that formidable combat power. However, Jinyu was taken aback as Nightwing did not afford him a moment to execute his plan. Now, faced with the prospect of defeat and the futility of his body-swapping ability, Jinyu's heart brimmed with resentment. After observing Nightwing for a considerable time, Jinyu's gaze inadvertently shifted to Tors and Rap, who floated in the sky. These two seemed to have come along with this fellow. A flicker of recognition sparked in Jinyu's mind as he recalled the moment they arrived, with Rap and Tors standing behind Nightwing. Suddenly, an idea ignited in Jinyu's mind, and a faint smirk danced at the corners of his mouth. In the next moment, with a sweeping motion of his hand, Jinyu launched an energy sphere the size of a basketball towards the sky, aimed directly at Yiyu. It was futile. Standing in midair, Yiyu remained unperturbed as he observed Jinyu's energy ball hurtling towards him. When the sphere drew near, Yiyu casually swatted it away as one might shoo away a fly. The energy attack aimed at him was effortlessly deflected back. Now, the instant Yiyu sent the energy ball flying, a scheming smile crept upon Jinyu's lips, signaling the success of his ploy. Without a moment's hesitation, a powerful aura erupted from his body, transforming him into a streak of light as he dashed towards Tors. Danger! As Jinyu raced towards Tors, Lapu urgently warned. However, the disparity in power between Jinyu and Tors was insurmountable. Before Tors could even react, Jinyu had already materialized behind him, seizing him firmly. "Let me go?" Tors cried out, struggling against Jinyu's grip. Yet, in the face of Jinyu's formidable battle power of 120,000, Tors's mere 3,000 was akin to that of an infant. No matter how fiercely he fought, he could not escape Jinyu's clutches. Master Yiyu. At that moment, Lap, witnessing Tors being seized by Jinyu, felt a surge of urgency wash over him. Though he yearned to rush forward and rescue Tors, the terrifying might of Jinyu rendered him hesitant. Left with no choice, Lap cast a pleading glance towards Yiyu, who was nearby. "Do not move. Otherwise, I shall crush this boy immediately." Before Yiyu could utter a word, Jinyu tightened his grip on Tors and menaced Yiyu with a fierce countenance. "Is this truly your last resort, Jinyu?" Yu remained unfazed by Jinyu's intimidation, responding with an expression devoid of emotion. Indeed, if you wish for this boy to survive, you would do well to heed my commands. Upon hearing Jinyu's words, a smirk of derision played upon Yeuyu's lips. Do you believe that capturing a mere child grants you the power to threaten me? As he spoke, Yeu provocatively glided towards Jinyu. Did you not instruct me to remain still? Allow me to demonstrate my defiance. Jinyu's face paled as he realized that his threats were ineffectual against Yeyu. Just then, a brilliant radiance erupted from Tor's, who was still in Jinyu's clutches. What is this? Yeuyu's previously impassive visage shifted in surprise upon witnessing the light emanating from Tor's. Self-detonation. Indeed, Tor's intended to explode. Master Yeyu, I promised you that I would not be a burden, Tor's declared stubbornly, the luminescence around him intensifying dramatically. Sir Yeyu, please save Tor's quickly. He has always admired you and wanted to become your disciple. Lap shouted urgently upon realizing Tor's intention to self-destruct. This boy still possesses some spirit. It appears I must personally eliminate you, Jinyu declared, steeling himself as he prepared to deliver a lethal strike to Tor's back. However, just as Jinyu's hand was about to pierce Tor's body, time itself seemed to stand still. The light surrounding Tor ceased its flickering, and Jinyu's outstretched hand remained frozen in place, unmoving. Meanwhile, the fierce battle between Vegeta, Riku, and others also came to a halt in midair. As the world around them was momentarily suspended in time, Yeyu gradually descended before Jinyu. This boy would rather self-destruct than bring me down with him? Nightwing cast a glance at the obstinate Toss, sighed inwardly, and swiftly extricated Toss from the grasp of the time-stopped Jinyu. Upon rescuing Toss from Jinyu's clutches, Nightwing lifted the temporal suspension. The moment time resumed, Jinyu's hand strike did not cease, but rather plunged downward. However, to Jinyu's astonishment, he discovered that Toss had vanished from his grasp. Toss, there's no need for you to self-destruct. Nightwing, holding Toss firmly, ignored Jinyu's bewildered expression and addressed Toss. Although he had saved Toss, the self-detonation had not been averted. Upon hearing Nightwing's words, Toss realized he was no longer in Jinyu's hold, but rather safe in Nightwing's hands. What exactly is going on? In this moment, not only Jinyu, Tors, and Rap, but also Guys, were all left in a state of utter bewilderment. Just moments ago, Tors was firmly in Jinyu's grasp, yet by the time he regained his senses, he found himself in the hands of Yeyu. Chapter 16. The Annihilation of Jinyu. Chapter 16. Thank you, Teacher Yeyu, for your timely rescue. Although Tors was perplexed by the sudden turn of events, the mere fact that Yeyu was willing to intervene filled his heart with immense joy. He promptly levitated into the sky, distancing himself from Yeyu, and with a respectful bow, he expressed his gratitude. It is worth noting that Yeyu had previously resisted his advances, no matter how hard he tried. Yeyu had steadfastly refused to accept him as a disciple. Yet today, Yeyu's willingness to come to his aid signified a monumental first step. All right, retreat to the side. Upon hearing Tors' words, Yeyu coldly commanded. Yes. Complying with Yeyu's order, Tors swiftly moved behind him. Meanwhile, Rap observed the scene with a smile creeping onto his face. He had not anticipated that Lord Yeyu would show such concern for Tors. Rap vividly recalled Yeyu's words before their arrival on Namek, declaring that he would not intervene should Tors find himself in peril. Yet, at this critical juncture, Yeyu had acted to save Tors' life. As Yeyu and Tors conversed, Jinyu suddenly had a revelation. He lifted his gaze to fixate on Yeyu. Astonishment etched on his face. Could it be that this individual possesses capabilities akin to those of Goku? While Jinyu initially struggled to comprehend how Yeyu had managed to snatch Tors from his clutches in an instant, clarity soon dawned upon him. Perhaps when a person's speed reaches an extraordinary level, it becomes plausible to rescue someone before Jinyu even registers the event. However, the crux of the matter was that Jinyu had a firm grip on Tors. This situation is akin to gripping your mobile phone tightly with both hands, only to have a thief stealthily snatch it away without your awareness. While it may seem implausible, Jinyu understood that if it were the time-stopping ability of Gudo, he could rescue Toth without being detected. What Jinyu was unaware of, however, was that the power possessed by Yeyu was not merely similar to Gudo's. It was, in fact, the very same ability to halt time. Regrettably, it was too late for such realizations, as Yeyu had already resolved to eliminate Jinyu. Jinyu, I had initially intended to spare your life, but since you have chosen to court death, I shall send you on your way. I detest being threatened. As he spoke, Yeyu showed no mercy, fully unleashing his formidable combat power of 16 million. With the release of Yeyu's energy, the earth trembled, and the rocks upon the ground began to ascend towards the heavens, as if drawn by some invisible force. Furthermore, the waters of the distant lake surged, creating towering waves several meters high. At this moment, over there, the fierce battle involving Vegeta and Gohan's group was abruptly interrupted as they sensed an unusual reaction. In unison, they ceased their actions, suspended in the sky, their gazes drawn towards this unfolding spectacle. Upon feeling the overwhelming and terrifying aura radiating from Yeuyu's body, Gohan and Krillin found themselves momentarily speechless, their eyes wide with shock. Meanwhile, Vegeta clenched his fists, his expression one of deep frustration. Then, beneath the collective gaze of all, Yeiyu suddenly spread his palm, aiming it directly at Jinyu. With a hum, the immense energy within Yeuyu's body swiftly coalesced into his hand. The onlookers then witnessed a spine-chilling energy wave erupting from Yeuyu's palm, hurtling towards Jinyu. Flee. Jinyu, sensing the destructive essence contained within the energy wave, was struck with terror. Without a moment's hesitation, a powerful aura erupted around him, transforming him into a streak of light as he desperately sought to escape into the distance. Yet, before he could cover much ground, the energy wave unleashed by Yeiyu struck him directly. In an instant, Jinyu's form was consumed by the devastating force of the energy wave. At this moment, the world was enveloped in a profound silence akin to death. Yet, all were acutely aware that behind this stillness lay the imminent arrival of destruction. Indeed, scarcely had a breath passed when the wave of energy erupted, creating a vast hemispherical shockwave in an instant. Subsequently, a thunderous roar, accompanied by a formidable blast of air, radiated outward from the side of the explosion. Here, Son Gohan, Vegeta, and others were all affected by the terrifying wave of energy. What a fearsome energy blast! Just how powerful is this Saiyan? Son Gohan and Krillin exchanged grave expressions amidst the energy turbulence. Once the wave subsided, the trio immediately sensed that Jinyu's presence had completely vanished. That person has disappeared. Son Gohan stared blankly at the sight of the explosion. That person is dead, Gohan. How wonderful, he has been eliminated. Upon realizing Jinyu's demise, Son Gohan and Krillin began to celebrate joyously. However, in that moment, Vegeta, with a serious demeanor, reprimanded them. What are you so happy about? Although Jinyu has been defeated, can you ensure that this Saiyan will not use such a technique against us? Upon hearing Vegeta's words, Krillin immediately tempered his enthusiasm, but he did not take Vegeta's warning to heart and awkwardly retorted, Vegeta, you are being overly cautious. This Saiyan clearly stands with us. Indeed, he helped us eliminate 2 enemies. Son Gohan chimed in agreement. Humph. Seeing that he could not persuade Son Gohan and Krillin, Vegeta let out a frustrated snort and added, do as you please. Just know that if he turns against you later, I will not intervene. Rest assured, such a thing will never happen. Krillin waved his hand, confidently assuring them. Nightwing, completely unaware of Krillin's thoughts, was focused on the remnants of Jinyu, who had been obliterated. Originally, Nightwing intended to keep Jinyu alive for Goku to train against, hoping that Goku could successfully break through to Super Saiyan when facing Frieza. However, to prevent Jinyu from threatening him again with toss or rap, he had no choice but to eliminate Jinyu. Consequently, the responsibility of training Goku now likely fell upon Nightwing himself. This meant that Nightwing would need to confront Goku and inflict injuries upon him to enhance his combat prowess. After all, Saiyans possess the innate ability to increase their power after recovering from injuries. The more severe the injury, the greater the boost in strength. Of course, Nightwing could also utilize this method to rapidly enhance his own combat capabilities. However, according to Nightwing's sentiment, why should I inflict injuries upon myself when I am already so powerful? Chapter 17. The appearance of Goku. Chapter 17. May I inquire if the host wishes to acquire combat power attributes? As soon as he vanquished Jinyu, the sound of the system's prompt echoed in his mind. Upon hearing this, Yeiyu swiftly turned to observe the battlefield where Vegeta and Raikam were engaged in combat. There, on the battleground, a multitude of power attributes had converged, resembling shimmering golden coins suspended in the sky. These combat attributes were naturally derived from the recent battle between Vegeta, Gohan, and Krillin against Raikam. Gather. As soon as Yeiyu's command resonated, the combat attributes beneath Vegeta and Raikam coalesced like golden tadpoles, forming a continuous river of scripture that incessantly flowed towards Yeiyu's being. Subsequently, Yeiyu observed that on the virtual screen before him, his combat power fluctuated almost every 3 seconds. It is noteworthy that on this virtual display, Yeiyu's combat power was measured in units of 10,000. In other words, with each fluctuation on the screen, Yeiyu's combat power increased by 10,000. 43, 160, 000. 43, 170, 000. 43, 180,000. Once the last combat attribute assimilated into Yiyu's body, the display of his combat power finally stabilized. Ultimately, Yiyu's combat power surged to 43,260,000. This means that, through the intense battle involving Vegeta, Krillin, Gohan, and Raikou, Yiyu's combat power had increased by over 100,000. While the increase from 43,160,000 to 43,260,000 may not seem exceedingly substantial at first glance, a rise of 100,000 is indeed a formidable figure. It is essential to recognize that even Vegeta, after years of training, does not possess a combat power of 100,000. Yet, Yiyu effortlessly acquired this attribute merely by collecting the combat power dropped during the skirmish involving Vegeta and Raikou. Naturally, the process of Yiyu gathering these combat attributes went unnoticed by Vegeta and the others. They were merely aware that Yiyu's gaze was directed towards them. Under the scrutiny of such a powerful individual, even without any intention of action from Yiyu, Vegeta and Raikou felt an overwhelming sense of tension. It was as if a deer was being targeted by a fierce tiger. In that moment, the surrounding air grew increasingly heated due to the palpable tension. What is happening? At this moment, Krillin's gaze flitted back and forth between Vegeta and Yiyu, a perplexed expression adorning his face as he sensed the oppressive atmosphere lingering in the air. After all, to Krillin, Yiyu was aiding them in their confrontation with the Ginyu Force, just as Vegeta, with an air of apprehension, fixed his stare upon Yiyu. A brilliant sphere of white light surged towards them at an astonishing velocity. Mere seconds later, the luminescent orb reached the battlefield. As it came to a halt, the immense inertia unleashed a powerful shockwave, emanating from the orb and sweeping ferociously ahead. The scene resembled Yiyu's recent arrival on the battlefield, albeit this shockwave was considerably weaker. Nevertheless, it still sent a flurry of sand and debris flying, causing the battle attire of Krillin and Gohan to rustle violently under its force. The speed of the orb was so remarkable that, among all present, only Yiyu had the presence of mind to react in time. By the moment the others comprehended the situation, they beheld a man clad in an orange battle suit hovering above them. It was Kakarot, Father, Goku. Upon catching sight of the figure in the orange attire, both Gohan and Krillin erupted with joy, while Vegeta wore a look of astonishment. Indeed, the individual who had suddenly materialized on the battlefield was none other than Son Goku. Has he finally arrived? Yiyu, with his back turned to Goku, cast a fleeting glance over his shoulder, a subtle smile curving his lips as he murmured to himself in a voice only he could hear. So swift. I barely caught a glimpse. Meanwhile, both Rap and Toss were equally taken aback by Goku's recent display of speed. Only the remaining members of the Ginyu Force, Rikuum and Guys, gazed at Goku in bewilderment. Ah, Vegeta, so that energy was emanating from you. After Goku surveyed the crowd, his eyes settled on Vegeta. Damn it, Kakarot has significantly boosted his power. Vegeta did not reciprocate Goku's greeting. Instead, he clenched his fists tightly, a sense of unwillingness etched across his face as he glared at both Goku and Yiyu. Although Goku's power was currently suppressed, and a scouter would indicate a mere 5,000 battle points, Vegeta could ascertain from Goku's flight speed that his strength now far surpassed what it had been during their previous battle on Earth. After all, he was Vegeta, the Prince of the Saiyans. Among the remaining Saiyans, apart from Gohan, he found himself at the bottom of the hierarchy. In this moment, how could the proud Prince Vegeta possibly accept this? Father, this person is. Just as Gohan was about to elucidate the situation to Goku, the latter interrupted him. His gaze fixed intently upon Yiyu. You need not speak. I have already heard about the events transpiring here from Lord Kai. Upon uttering the name of Lord Kai, Yiyu's heart stirred, and an image immediately materialized in his mind. Although Yiyu had traversed into the Dragon Ball realm without ever encountering Lord Kai, he was nonetheless aware of his existence. Lord Kai possessed a pair of antennas that allowed him to observe matters throughout the universe from his realm. It was likely that Lord Kai had witnessed Yiyu's recent battle with Ginyu. So it is, Lord Kai has indeed taken notice of my presence? Yiyu turned, gazing down upon Goku from his elevated position, pondering this revelation. In that moment, he perceived an overwhelming battle intent emanating from Goku. Undoubtedly, Goku had gleaned some information about Yiyu from Lord Kai. Presently, Goku regarded Yiyu as an opponent worthy of confrontation. Goku truly is Goku. Even with knowledge of my power, he still wishes to engage in battle. Yiyu fixed his eyes on Goku, a hint of intrigue dancing at the corners of his mouth. Chapter 18. inducing Goku to use the Kaioken Chapter 18. I am Goku. It is a pleasure to meet you. Goku's figure gradually ascended into the sky, ultimately halting at the same altitude as Yu. Gazing at Goku, whose face was etched with battle fervor, Yu chose silence. He understood that during Goku's journey from Earth to Namek, he had undergone rigorous training under gravity in the spaceship, significantly enhancing his combat prowess. Considering the Kaioken multiplier, Goku's battle power had soared to 180,000. Yet, even with such formidable power, standing before Frieza, Goku would find himself utterly inadequate. At this moment, sending Sun Wukong to confront Frieza would not only thwart his transformation into a Super Saiyan, but also result in his swift demise at Frieza's hands. Should Sun Wukong fall, Night Feather's plan to harness the SL attribute would be utterly ruined. It seems I must personally intervene to assist Sun Wukong. Contemplating this, Night Feather calmly responded to Sun Wukong, "Night Feather, is that what you call yourself?" Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong silently repeated the name in his mind, committing it to memory. Subsequently, a confident smile graced his lips as he said to Night Feather, "By the way, your strength is truly remarkable. The blood within me is boiling with excitement to challenge you." Night Feather was not particularly surprised by Sun Wukong's declaration. After all, Sun Wukong was also a Saiyan. Saiyans are inherently combative, and upon encountering Night Feather, a formidable powerhouse, Sun Wukong's Saiyan blood compelled him to seek battle. However, Krillin and Gohan were greatly alarmed by Sun Wukong's words. "Challenge Night Feather? Wukong, do you understand the situation? This Saiyan has effortlessly dispatched even the terrifyingly powerful Goldo. Engaging him would be tantamount to courting death. Humph, Kakarot, do not overestimate your abilities. This individual is beyond your reach. He may very well have ascended to the legendary Super Saiyan." Before Krillin could further admonish Sun Wukong, Vegeta cast a resentful glance at Night Feather and remarked, "I am aware of that, but before dealing with the one known as Frieza, I wish to test my own strength." Sun Wukong declared confidently, clenching his fist. "Heh, do you intend to use me as a tool for testing your combat prowess?" Night Feather's words prompted Sun Wukong to hurriedly clarify, "No. While there is some truth to that, my primary intention is, yet." Before he could finish, Night Feather interrupted him. "Very well, I accept your challenge." "Really? That is fantastic," Sun Wukong exclaimed, elated by Night Feather's response. Meanwhile, on King Kai's planet, the king was fuming, stomping his feet in frustration. "Wukong, what on earth are you thinking? I warned you not to challenge either Night Feather or Frieza. You only need to bring Gohan and Krillin back to Earth quickly." However, Sun Wukong appeared oblivious to King Kai's warnings, exuding the exuberance of a youthful 20-something. "Before we engage in battle, I have one condition." Night Feather suddenly interjected, while Sun Wukong was still brimming with excitement. "A condition? What condition?" Sun Wukong inquired, perplexed. "Use all your strength to battle those two members of the Jinyu Force." Upon hearing Nightwing's words, Sun Wukong, Son Gohan, and Krillin blinked in bewilderment, their expressions reflecting utter confusion. Meanwhile, Lycum and Jis felt a sudden tightening in their hearts. What kind of conditions are these? Why must we engage in combat with them? Sun Wukong cast a glance at the remaining Lycum and Jis, perplexed. Naturally, you would not divulge to Sun Wukong. "I am here to collect combat attributes. I wish to ascertain the extent of your power." Yu uttered a solemn fabrication. Sun Wukong, however, took him at his word, his expression brimming with determination as he declared, "Allow me to demonstrate my true strength." Upon Sun Wukong's agreement, Yu's heart swelled with joy. Given Sun Wukong's current combat prowess, should he battle Lycum and Jis, my own power would significantly increase. Moreover, the prospect of acquiring the attribute of Sun Wukong's Kaioken ignited a fervent excitement within Yu. The Kaioken could potentially double one's combat strength. Presently, Yu's power stood at 43.26 million. If he were to unleash the Kaioken at 10 or even 20 times, it would likely render even Frieza incapable of contending with him, even without transforming into a Super Saiyan. With the Kaioken in his arsenal, Yu felt emboldened to stand openly on the battlefield alongside Frieza and Sun Wukong, collecting the combat attributes that would fall from their clash. "You too. If you manage to defeat him, I shall allow you to depart." After securing Sun Wukong's cooperation, Yu addressed Lycum and Jis. "Really? Do you mean it?" Lycum and Jis were immediately filled with elation upon hearing Yu's words. Although they lacked confidence in overcoming Yu, they regarded Sun Wukong as a mere obstacle. "Do you think I would lie?" Yu gazed down at Jis with a serious demeanor. "Yes, you would lie. You just deceived Sun Wukong." The voice of the system resonated in Yi Yu's mind. Unfortunately, Lycum and JIS were oblivious to the system's pronouncement. After exchanging glances, Lycum descended from the sky, landing beside JIS. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong also touched down on the ground. In that moment, Sun Wukong, Lycum, and JIS stood at a distance from one another. What on earth is happening? Why has the situation unfolded in this manner? Up in the sky, Krillin observed Sun Wukong, Lycum, and Yi Yu, utterly bewildered. He had no inkling as to why Yi Yu was inciting a battle between Sun Wukong and Lycum, while Krillin and Gohan were unaware of Yi Yu's motives. Tos and Lap, not far behind Yi Yu, exchanged peculiar glances. It seems that Lord Yi Yu truly delights in watching others fight. Indeed, when Yi Yu was aboard the spaceship, he frequently summoned individuals to battle before him. What Tos and Lap were unaware of was that Yi Yu did not derive pleasure from watching others engage in combat. Rather, he simply relished the collection of the combat power attributes that others dropped during their battles. Chapter 19. A single strike of 1,000 combat power attributes. Chapter 19. Hey, Goku. Are you truly intent on battling these two individuals? That pineapple-headed fellow possesses formidable strength. Neither Vegeta, Gohan, nor I stand a chance against him. Although Yi Yu was cognizant that Goku currently wielded a combat power surpassing that of Jinyu, Krillin, and Gohan remained oblivious to this fact. After the battle on Earth concluded between Goku and Vegeta, he had been recuperating in the hospital. Thus, from Krillin's perspective, Goku likely could not even contend with Vegeta, let alone defeat the likes of Raikum and Jeez, whom even Vegeta struggled against. Krillin, you need not worry. These two are no match for me. Upon hearing Krillin's concerns, Goku, devoid of hesitation, clenched his fists, fixed his gaze upon Raikum and Jeez, and with a confident smirk, declared, Hey, Jeez, did you hear that? He claims we are not his adversaries. Soon enough, he will realize our might. As Goku's words echoed, Raikum and Jeez erupted in laughter. Unable to best you. And you think you can defeat Goku? A combat power of 5,000? While Raikum and Jeez exchanged words, Lap utilized his scouter to gauge Goku's combat power. Upon discovering that the readings indicated a mere 5,000, a peculiar expression crossed Lap's face. With a combat power of 5,000, he dares to assert that we are not his opponents? Isn't this utterly astounding? Lap, I believe I have informed you numerous times that the detector's data is inaccurate. It seems that Yi Yu has discerned Lap's thoughts and subsequently admonished him with a reproachful tone. Upon hearing Yi Yu's words, Lap immediately responded with utmost respect, saying, I apologize, it slipped my mind. Meanwhile, Toth silently committed Yi Yu's statement to memory. Soon after, the battlefield was enveloped in a profound silence. Apart from the howling wind, not a sound could be heard. Sun Wukong, Rikumu, and JIS stood at a distance from each other, the atmosphere thick with tension. Come on, Kakarot. Let me witness the extent of your power. Vegeta, unlike Krillin, was acutely aware that Sun Wukong's strength had not diminished since his arrival on the battlefield. He vividly recalled Wukong's terrifying speed upon his entrance. There exists a direct correlation between combat power and velocity. The greater the combat power, the swifter the individual. In Vegeta's estimation, to unleash the formidable speed exhibited by Sun Wukong earlier, his combat power must be no less than 30,000, and that is a conservative estimate. While Vegeta scrutinized Sun Wukong, lost in thought, Krillin and Son Gohan wore expressions of deep concern. After this intense atmosphere lingered for a while, Rikumu was the first to break the stalemate with an offensive move. Rikumu lunged forward. With a sudden burst of speed, he charged at Sun Wukong, who stood not far ahead. So fast, Krillin's face paled upon witnessing Rikumu's rapid movement. Just as Krillin was about to caution Sun Wukong, the latter's figure inexplicably vanished from sight, only to reappear beneath Rikumu in the next instant. A powerful elbow strike landed squarely on Rikumu's chest, halting his movements abruptly. In the astonished gazes of Vegeta, Son Gohan, Krillin, and others, Rikumu collapsed to the ground, motionless. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have gained 1,000 combat power attributes. At the moment Rikumu fell, Yi Yu heard the mechanical notification sound of the system in his mind. Oh, a mere elbow strike yields 1,000 points of combat power attributes. Observing Sun Wukong's silhouette, Yi Yu propped his chin on one hand, a look of intrigue crossing his face. Although 1,000 points of combat power attributes were insignificant compared to Yi Yu's own 40 million, it was the first time he encountered such a phenomenon. It's worth noting that during the previous battle between Vegeta and Rikumu, the maximum combat power attribute dropped was only a little over 500. At that moment, Krillin and Gohan found themselves utterly astonished by the scene before them, rendered speechless and uncertain of what to articulate. Krillin had first-hand experience of the terrifying might of Raikou. Just recently, Krillin, Gohan, and Vegeta had united their efforts to confront Raikou, only to be effortlessly defeated by him. Yet now, Goku had so easily brought Raikou to his knees. How could Krillin not be astonished? What had caused Kakarot to exhibit such extraordinary prowess? Meanwhile, as Krillin and Gohan were engulfed in their shock at Goku's formidable strength, Vegeta's expression grew increasingly grim. Perhaps Krillin and Gohan did not fully grasp the significance of Goku's recent strike, merely recognizing that he had felled Raikou with a single blow. However, Vegeta understood that Goku's attack had transcended the capabilities of an ordinary Saiyan. Had not only Nightwing but also Kakarot transformed into a Super Saiyan? Vegeta clenched his fists tightly, filled with resentment, his visage twisted in a grimace of fury and frustration. He, Vegeta, was the prince of the Saiyans. Yet here were two ordinary Saiyans before him, both possessing strength that surpassed his own. This incited an intense fury within Vegeta. If at that moment, Nightwing were to inform him that his battle power was merely 5, one could only speculate whether he would be enraged to the point of spitting blood. Two lower-class Saiyan warriors surpassed him, the prince of all Saiyans. Hey, Riku. Amidst Vegeta's seething anger, JIS noted Riku's incapacitated form and his expression shifted dramatically as he shouted towards Riku. However, the fallen Riku seemed oblivious, remaining prostrate on the ground, utterly motionless. What have you done to Riku? JIS exclaimed, his face contorted with fury as he directed his ire towards Goku. Nothing much. I simply couldn't restrain myself. Now it's your turn. Goku retracted his arm and addressed JIS. Wait. Just as Goku was poised to strike, Nightwing intervened, raising his voice in protest. What now? Goku turned his head towards Nightwing, a hint of annoyance evident in his tone. I told you to fight with all your strength. Nightwing withheld an additional thought. How could I absorb the traits of the Kaioken if you do not utilize it? Almost forgetting, Goku nodded in acquiescence. All right. If that's the case. Following Nightwing's admonition, Goku assumed a fighting stance, his fist clenched tightly. Kaioken. Chapter 20. Acquiring the Kaioken attributes in response to Nightwing's reminder. Goku immediately adopted a combat position, his fists tightly bound. With a resonating hum, a ferocious aura erupted from his being. Under the pressure of this overwhelming force, the ground beneath him seemed to yield, instantly sinking under the immense weight. Concurrently, a formidable wave of energy radiated from Goku, spreading outward like ripples in water. Initially, this wave was not particularly powerful, merely displacing a few small stones. However, as Goku's inner energy continued to be unleashed, the force of the wave intensified, causing even the mighty form of Riku beneath him to gradually retreat in response to the onslaught. Beep, beep, beep. Meanwhile, the readings on the scouter were rapidly ascending. 60, 000. 70, 000. In the span of mere breaths, his battle power surged from 5, 000 to an astonishing 110, 000. At this moment, all present, except for Yu, were in a state of astonishment as they gazed at Sun Wukong. What an overwhelming aura! Is this truly Wukong? Moreover, the energy continued to swell. Krillin and Son Gohan, utilizing their ability to sense ki, were simultaneously struck with both shock and exhilaration upon perceiving the formidable energy emanating from Sun Wukong. They were astonished that Sun Wukong had managed to reach such heights in such a brief period. Their joy stemmed from the fact that the greater Wukong's strength, the more delighted they felt. Although Krillin and Son Gohan were elated by Wukong's immense power, Vegeta's expression fluctuated between shades of green and blue, ultimately settling into a grim scowl. How infuriating! What method has Kakarot employed to cultivate such strength? Vegeta clenched his teeth, filled with resentment. Kaioken. As Sun Wukong unleashed all the energy within him, he bellowed. In the next instant, the white aura enveloping his body transformed into a deep crimson. At that moment, Wukong's battle power surged dramatically. A powerful shockwave erupted, sweeping across the entire arena, sending the prostrate Riku hurtling through the air. The fighter closest to Sun Wukong found his footing compromised, as the force of the energy wave caused him to visibly stagger backwards. Simultaneously, the device monitoring Wukong's battle power, operated by Lapu, exploded due to overload at the instant Wukong activated the Kaioken. The Kaioken had finally made its appearance. Yu, observing Sun Wukong, now radiating a dazzling crimson light, felt a surge of fervor. However, Yi was not enamored with Sun Wukong himself. Rather, he was captivated by the Kaioken technique. As Yi awaited the system's notification of the Kaioken's acquisition, time ticked by, yet the system remained eerily silent. In this moment, Yi's heart was anything but calm. Would he falter at such a critical juncture? As he gazed at Sun Wukong, whose entire being radiated a vivid crimson energy, Yi felt an urgent anxiety that only he could perceive. It is worth noting that the probability of the system dropping a capability attribute is merely 1 in 5. This implies that after Sun Wukong executed the Kaioken, Yi had a 1 in 5 chance of acquiring the attributes of the Kaioken. Previously, when Goku employed the Time Pause skill, the system promptly granted him the Time Pause attribute, which was purely a stroke of luck for Yi. However, this time, it seemed fortune was not on his side. The 1 in 5 chance did not favor him, and after Sun Wukong unleashed the Kaioken, the attributes of the Kaioken did not manifest. Alas, it appeared that he would have to wait a while longer for Sun Wukong to perform the Kaioken once more. Yi shrugged his shoulders and internally expressed his resignation. Meanwhile, as Yi lamented, Sun Wukong turned to him and shouted, "Is this sufficient? If not, I can utilize the triple Kaioken, though it will impose a considerable strain on my body." All right, that will suffice." With the Kaioken attributes not dropping, Yi found little interest in watching the ensuing battle between Sun Wukong and Jis. Hearing the exchange between Sun Wukong and Yi, Vegeta's heart surged with astonishment. Could Kakarot possibly still have reserves of strength? For within Vegeta's perception, Sun Wukong's energy was undoubtedly surpassing his own at this moment. Yet, Sun Wukong claimed he could still elevate his energy further. At this moment, Vegeta felt as though an arrow had pierced his heart. All right then, if that is the case, I shall unleash my attack. Upon receiving Nightwing's acknowledgement, a gleam of joy flickered across Sun Wukong's face as he swiftly shifted his gaze from Nightwing to Jis before him. It seems that Sun Wukong was indeed striving earnestly to engage in battle with Nightwing. In a sudden burst of motion, Sun Wukong's foot propelled him forward, causing the already sunken ground beneath him to collapse dramatically under the immense force of his leap. Harnessing the recoil from the ground, Sun Wukong launched himself like a cannonball, transforming into a crimson streak of light that hurtled directly toward Jis. His speed was already remarkable, but after invoking the Kaioken, it reached an astonishing level. Among all present, only Nightwing could perceive Sun Wukong's trajectory clearly. Even Vegeta was utterly unable to follow his movement. The sheer velocity of Sun Wukong was so overwhelming that the onlookers barely had time to react. By the time they did, Sun Wukong had closed the distance to Jis, his fist poised against Jesus' nose, yet he refrained from delivering the blow. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired the Kaioken attribute. As Nightwing pondered how to further entice Sun Wukong into using the Kaioken, a mechanical voice echoed in his mind, delivering the system's prompt. Huh? Nightwing was momentarily bewildered by the announcement. System, what is happening? Why did I suddenly receive the Kaioken attribute? In response to Nightwing's inquiry, the system promptly clarified. According to this system's assessment, the Kaioken is a continuous process. Upon invoking the Kaioken, the user has a certain probability of acquiring the Kaioken attribute at any given moment. Before Nightwing could fully contemplate the implications of this revelation, the system continued. Would the host like to accept the Kaioken attribute? Yes. Although he did not fully grasp the situation, it certainly seemed impressive, so he agreed without hesitation. As soon as Nightwing's words left his lips, the Kaioken attribute emanating from Sun Wukong converged toward Nightwing's body, ultimately merging within him. Soon, Nightwing observed the system interface displaying the newly acquired ability, the Kaioken. Chapter 21, Battle against Sun Wukong. Chapter 21, the Kaioken has finally been acquired. As Yi gazed upon the 3 characters Kaioken on the system panel, an overwhelming excitement surged within him. It is well known that Kaioken is a technique capable of multiplying one's combat power several times, even by dozens of times. Within a brief span, the double Kaioken directly enhances combat power by 2-fold, the triple Kaioken by 3-fold, and the 10-fold Kaioken by 10-fold. In the Dragon Ball Saga, Son Goku once managed to activate a 20-fold Kaioken during his battle with Frieza, resulting in a dramatic surge in his combat strength. Moreover, after transforming into a Super Saiyan, Son Goku even demonstrated a 100-fold Kaioken. However, it is crucial to note that one cannot simply activate any desired multiplier of Kaioken at will. While Kaioken amplifies combat power, it also imposes significant strain on the body. Forcing oneself to exceed one's physical limits is tantamount to courting disaster. Based on Yu's estimations, with his current physical strength, activating a 10-fold Kaioken should pose little challenge. A 20-fold Kaioken, however, would place him on the brink of desperation, and a 100-fold would be akin to seeking his own demise. It is worth mentioning that those who assume Yu has never trained and cannot endure the burdens of a 10-fold Kaioken are gravely mistaken. Combat power, also referred to as comprehensive battle capability, encompasses attributes such as speed, strength, stamina, and endurance. The combat power attributes Yu has accumulated naturally include a spectrum of qualities such as speed, endurance, strength, and vitality. In essence, as Yu's combat power attributes increase, so too do the various aspects of his physical strength. Currently, Yu's combat power stands at 43.26 million, which indicates that his physical strength has attained a level commensurate with that figure. Son Goku was able to execute a 10-fold Kaioken with a combat power of 3 million. Thus, for Yu, with his 43.26 million combat power, activating a 10-fold Kaioken presents no significant issue. With my combat power exceeding 40 million, if I were to unleash a 10-fold Kaioken, wouldn't that amount to over 400 million? Upon realizing this, Yu's heart raced with exhilaration. Setting aside the full-powered Frieza, even Son Goku, upon his initial transformation into a Super Saiyan, possessed only 150 million. Yet, Yu, in his base form, already boasts a staggering 400 million. In this comparison, one can easily fathom the sheer terror of over 400 million in combat power. Of course, it pales in comparison to the second transformation of a Super Saiyan. However, such a formidable strength is sufficient for Yu to navigate the 7th universe with confidence for a considerable period. It seems that this journey to Namek has proven to be fortuitous. Yu gazed contentedly at the system interface before him, showcasing the abilities of Time Pause and King Kai Fist. Shifting his focus, he turned his attention to the battlefield where Son Goku and Jis clashed. At that moment, Son Goku, radiating a vibrant crimson aura, thrust his enormous fist menacingly toward Jis' nose. With a mere flick of his wrist, he could obliterate Jis if he so desired. Yet, Son Goku refrained from delivering the final blow. Jis, confronted with the imminent threat of Goku's fist, felt as though his heart were ensnared by the grip of a malevolent force, his anxiety reaching an unbearable peak, rendering his breath labored and causing cold sweat to beat upon his forehead. Just moments ago, he had been utterly unprepared for Goku's strike. Fortunately, Goku had chosen to hold back. Otherwise, Js would have met his demise. You have already lost, Son Goku declared, a confident smile gracing his lips as he fixed his gaze upon Jis. With that, he withdrew his fist. Jis exhaled deeply, relief washing over him as if he had narrowly escaped the clutches of death. How impressive! Is this truly Goku's strength? I failed to perceive my father's movements at all. At that moment, Klin and Son Gohan, witnessing the formidable power of Son Goku, were filled with excitement, their eyes sparkling with wonder. Only Vegeta, standing nearby, let out a reluctant sigh. Hey, Night Feather, this guy is already lost. Can we not conclude this battle? After retracting his fist, Son Goku turned to Night Feather and inquired aloud. Originally, Night Feather had intended for Son Goku to fight against Jis and Rickon to compel him to unleash the Kaioken technique, the essence of which Night Feather had already comprehended. Whether or not Son Goku would go so far as to defeat Jis was of no concern to him. Certainly, upon hearing Night Feather's words, Son Goku's spirits soared, and the crimson aura enveloping him dissipated instantaneously. Hey, Kakarot, what are you doing? Hurry up and defeat that guy. He is a member of Frieza's Ginyu Force. At that moment, upon witnessing Goku's unexpected mercy towards Jis, Vegeta scolded him vehemently, expressing his frustration. Goku, this fellow has already been defeated. Is it truly necessary to eliminate him as well? Goku cast a glance at Jis before responding. Be on your way. Refrain from engaging in wrongdoing in the future. Vegeta, upon hearing Goku's words, was instantly filled with rage. Was this man once again succumbing to that ridiculous sense of pity? At that moment, memories surged in Vegeta's mind, bringing forth scenes from his time on Earth. Back then, Krillin nearly succeeded in eliminating him. It was only through Goku's timely intervention that Vegeta managed to escape with his life. Witnessing Goku extend such empathy towards Jis now felt like a painful reminder of old wounds for Vegeta. Meanwhile, Jis, who had been spared by Goku, cast a wary glance at both Goku and Yu. Upon observing their lack of reaction, he hesitated not a moment longer. A formidable aura erupted around him, and he transformed into a streak of light, intent on fleeing the scene. That fool Kakarot is far too naive. Although Goku had shown mercy to Jis, it was evident that Vegeta had no intention of letting him go. No sooner had Jis departed than Vegeta pursued him relentlessly. It seemed that he could once again enhance his battle prowess. As Vegeta soared through the skies in pursuit of Jis, Yu silently mused to himself. In the realm of Dragon Ball, Vegeta's victory over Jis was attributed to his severe injuries inflicted by Raikum, followed by the miraculous recovery granted by his Senzu Bean, resulting in a dramatic surge in his combat strength. This time, Vegeta refrained from consuming the sacred beans, which may pose some challenges in his quest to vanquish Jis. However, Yu relishes the thrill of a balanced confrontation, for if one side were to annihilate the other in an instant, Yu would scarcely glean any combat prowess from the encounter. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have acquired a combat power attribute of 420. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have acquired a combat power attribute of 460. As the system's notification echoed within Yu's mind, the indomitable Goku gazed at him with fierce determination. Well, since I have promised to engage you in battle, I shall take the opportunity to refine your skills. With that, Yu gradually rose from the ground, facing Goku. Chapter 22. Goku's fourfold Kaioken. As Vegeta and Jis were embroiled in a fierce struggle, Yu and Goku stood opposite each other on the ground. Goku, who had previously worn a confident smile, now bore a grave expression in the presence of Yu. Although Yu's formidable energy was currently suppressed, Goku could still sense an intangible pressure emanating from him. As time ticked away, Goku scrutinized Yu, searching for an opportunity to strike. Yet, Yu stood still, devoid of any discernible weaknesses. At that moment, Goku's gaze shifted toward Gohan and Krillin. Though Goku said little, Krillin comprehended the unspoken message. Without hesitation, he soared into the sky and called out to the motionless Gohan. Gohan. Upon hearing Krillin's voice, Gohan snapped back to reality. We need to leave quickly. This place is not safe for us. But Dad, rest assured, Goku is merely sparring with that Saiyan. Nothing catastrophic will occur. Moreover, Goku is incredibly strong. He may not necessarily be defeated by that Saiyan. As Gohan spoke, he followed Krillin as they flew towards the distant battlefield. Krillin understood that, given the combat prowess of Goku and Yu, even the residual force from their clash would be beyond his capacity to withstand. Dad Gohan glanced back at Goku with lingering apprehension as they soared through the air. Meanwhile, upon seeing Krillin and Gohan depart, Lapu and Tors exchanged glances before also taking flight towards the horizon. Once Gohan and Lapu had vanished from sight, Goku's focus returned to Yu before him. You would do well to unleash your full power from the outset. Otherwise, you shall find yourself with no chance to retaliate. Yu regarded Goku with a knowing smile. That is precisely my intention. Upon hearing Yu's words, Goku immediately assumed his stance. Kaioken. A sudden, fierce roar erupted from Sun Wukong, unleashing a tempestuous aura that swept through the surroundings, stirring up sand and stones, while a howling wind filled the air. In an instant, the originally white energy transformed into the distinctive crimson hue of the Kaioken technique. Watch out, Sun Wukong warned Yu before vanishing from sight, reappearing in the sky as a fleeting shadow, swiftly closing the distance between them. With a powerful punch aimed directly at Yu, Sun Wukong's speed was almost imperceptible to Gohan and Krillin, yet it was of little consequence to Yu. As the punch hurtled towards him, Yu deftly sidestepped, effortlessly evading the attack. Undeterred by the missed strike, Sun Wukong unleashed a relentless barrage upon Yu, his fists moving with a rapidity surpassing that of a machine gun's fire. The sky was filled with the phantoms of his punches. Yet despite the astonishing velocity of Sun Wukong's onslaught, each blow was deftly sidestepped by Yu. Then, in a moment of unexpected initiative, Yu countered. While evading a punch from Sun Wukong, he swiftly retaliated with a strike of his own. What? Sun Wukong gasped, momentarily taken aback by Yu's sudden counterattack. Although he sensed the impending strike, the speed of Yu's punch was simply too swift for him to react in time. Consequently, Yu's fist connected squarely with Sun Wukong's cheek, sending him hurtling backward like a cannonball, ultimately crashing at that moment from a distance. Krillin's expression darkened upon witnessing Nightwing send Sun Wukong flying. Initially, Krillin believed that even if Sun Wukong could not defeat Nightwing, he would at least be able to hold his ground for several exchanges. However, shortly after the battle commenced, Sun Wukong was decisively hurled away by Nightwing. Truly, Master Nightwing is formidable. Meanwhile, as Rap observed Nightwing's overwhelming advantage, his eyes sparkled with excitement. Suddenly, as Rap spoke, a brilliant crimson light erupted from the pile of rubble where Sun Wukong had fallen. In the next instant, a powerful shockwave surged forth, obliterating the debris in an instant. And Sun Wukong was once again exposed to the gaze of the onlookers. It seems the King of the Worlds was indeed correct. His strength is astounding. Even with my double King of Worlds technique, I remain utterly outmatched. Wiping a trickle of blood from the corner of his mouth, Sun Wukong fixed his gaze upon Nightwing, his eyes brimming with determination. Sun Wukong, is this all you can muster? If this is the extent of your power, then I am sorely disappointed. After uttering these words, Nightwing couldn't help but internally scoff. Isn't this the typical villain's line? Nevertheless, in order to facilitate Sun Wukong's transformation into a Super Saiyan, Nightwing decided not to dwell on such trivialities. It was unavoidable. Perhaps spurred by Nightwing's taunt, Sun Wukong let out a wry smile. Then, under Nightwing's watchful eyes, he slightly spread his legs and clenched his fists tightly. In the next moment, the veins on his forehead bulged prominently. "For time's the King of Worlds," Sun Wukong shouted, and a more ferocious surge of power erupted from within him. Simultaneously, the crimson aura enveloping his body expanded dramatically. If someone were to employ a high-powered detector to assess Sun Wukong's battle prowess at that moment, they would undoubtedly find that his combat strength had reached an astounding 360,000. Does that guy still possess such immense power? At this moment, upon sensing that the energy emanating from Sun Wukong had doubled in strength, Krillin's heart was filled with a mix of astonishment and elation. Simultaneously, Vegeta, engaged in combat with Jisoo, suddenly felt Sun Wukong's energy surge once again. He quickly distanced himself from Jisoo and fixed his gaze upon the formidable figure of Sun Wukong, who radiated a powerful crimson aura not far below. His expression shifted with disbelief and shock. Kakarot, what a remarkable fellow! Vegeta was unaware that Sun Wukong had achieved such formidable combat prowess by employing the Kaioken at 4 times its usual strength. Back on Earth, Sun Wukong had reluctantly unleashed the fourfold Kaioken to counter Vegeta's threat of annihilating the planet. However, at that time, his physical strength was insufficient to sustain such power, nearly leading to his demise. Yet now, with a combat power soaring to 90,000, he was well within the limits of the fourfold Kaioken. Fourfold Kaioken? Nightwing remarked with intrigue before launching an immediate assault on Sun Wukong. Chapter 23. Turtle School Kamehameha Wave. In this chapter, Sun Wukong possessed a combat strength of 180,000 while utilizing the double Kaioken. Enduring the fourfold Kaioken, his power escalated to an astounding 360,000. Regrettably, this formidable strength still paled in comparison to Nightwing. With a sudden movement, Nightwing transformed into a dark blur, vanishing from sight, only to reappear before Sun Wukong in an instant, delivering a powerful punch. So swift. Witnessing Nightwing's terrifying speed, Sun Wukong's expression shifted dramatically. Without hesitation, he contorted his body into an unusual arc, narrowly evading Nightwing's strike. Bang! 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 The clash between Nightwing and Sun Wukong employing the fourfold Kaioken erupted in a symphony of colliding fists resonating through the sky. Meanwhile, during Nightwing's battle with Jinyu, Gohan, Krillin, and the others were completely unable to perceive the struggle between Nightwing and Jinyu. Now, with Sun Wukong, whose combat prowess surpassed that of his opponent, Gohan and Krillin could still only hear the sounds of battle. This is impossible. Their speed is far too great. Krillin's eyes darted about, desperately attempting to catch a glimpse of the conflict between Nightwing and Sun Wukong. Yet, no matter how wide he opened his eyes, he remained oblivious to the action. The reason behind this was simple. Krillin's combat power was vastly inferior to that of Sun Wukong and Nightwing. I can see a little now. At that moment, Sun Wukong and Yiyu's fists collided fiercely in the sky, producing a resounding impact accompanied by a powerful shockwave that radiated outward from their epicenter. Fortunately, their battle unfolded in the heavens. Had it occurred on the ground, the earth would undoubtedly have crumbled beneath the force of the shockwave. You can actually keep up with my current speed. That's quite impressive, Yiyu remarked with a smile, gazing at the fierce expression on Sun Wukong's face. The ferocity etched on Sun Wukong's features did not stem from anger, but rather from the immense strain that the Kaioken times for placed on his body, manifesting in a flushed visage. Thus, he appeared to be exceedingly wrathful. "Thank you for the compliment, but you aren't using your full strength, are you?" Sun Wukong replied, a slight smile gracing his lips as he addressed Yi Yu. Of course, Yi Yu refrained from voicing an additional thought. He feared that unleashing his full power might inadvertently result in Sun Wukong's demise, thus jeopardizing his Super Saiyan SL project. Indeed, it seemed Sun Wukong still had strength to spare. "It appears I must strive even harder to compel you to unleash your full potential." As he spoke, Sun Wukong suddenly retreated, creating distance between them as he soared higher into the sky, striking a peculiar pose. What could it be? At this moment, both Krillin and Gohan, observing Goku assume a certain stance, were taken aback. In the next instant, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, a scarlet energy sphere began to coalesce between Goku's palms. Is this the Kamehameha wave? As he gazed at the energy sphere forming, his eyes narrowed slightly. Indeed, Goku was currently unleashing his signature technique, the Kamehameha wave. Upon uttering the word "came," the energy sphere between his palms began to swell at a visibly rapid pace. With each passing moment, as Goku infused more energy into the sphere, it transformed from the size of a fist into a colossal orb. This sphere radiated an intense brilliance, momentarily overshadowing even the sun in the sky. "Hey, Goku." Despite witnessing Goku's Kamehameha wave, Nightwing displayed no change in expression, while Krillin, on the other hand, appeared utterly horrified, as if he had seen a ghost. "Goku, with your current strength, if you unleash the Kamehameha wave and it strikes us," at that moment, Goku had already activated a fourfold Kaioken, elevating his battle power to an astonishing 360,000. There was no doubt that at this power level, the full-force Kamehameha wave would exceed 360,000 in sheer might. To Krillin, the potential consequences of Goku's Kamehameha wave, should it miss Nightwing and instead strike planet Namek, were simply unimaginable. However, Goku remained oblivious to Krillin's concerns. His Kamehameha wave had now reached its zenith. The ground beneath him trembled violently under the tremendous energy, and the debris around them seemed to be drawn upward by an immense gravitational force, slowly ascending into the sky. The surrounding waters were agitated, swirling tumultuously. Kamehameha. Mere seconds later, Goku unleashed the Kamehameha wave, thrusting his palms forward with great force. The enormous energy sphere transformed into a powerful shockwave, manifesting as a robust beam of light that surged directly towards Nightwing below. Master Nightwing, Teacher Nightwing. At that moment, not far away, Rap and Toth witnessed the colossal shockwave surging forth, aimed directly at the descending Yi Yu. The two of them immediately shouted a warning. Of course, Yi Yu had the option to evade the Kamehameha wave, yet he chose not to retreat. Instead, he resolved to confront it head-on. Just as the immense Kamehameha wave was about to strike Yi Yu, a powerful aura erupted around him. Yi Yu spread his palms toward the heavens, and when the tremendous wave approached, he grasped the energy mass of the Kamehameha with his hands. In that fleeting instant of impact, Yi Yu's form slightly sank. However, he quickly regained his footing and began to ascend. Was this a jest? To block Goku's Kamehameha wave with bare hands? At that moment, both Krillin and Gohan, witnessing Yi Yu effortlessly catch Goku's Kamehameha with his bare hands, were rendered speechless, their expressions frozen in disbelief, as if they had encountered a ghost. They were acutely aware of the sheer power of the Kamehameha wave. After all, Goku unleashed it with the might of a quadrupled Kaioken, capable of obliterating an entire planet. Yet, astonishingly, Yi Yu had managed to block Goku's Kamehameha wave with nothing but his hands. What prowess is this? Chapter 24. The Emergence of King Frieza. Chapter 24. Has it truly been thwarted? As Krillin and Son Gohan felt a profound fear in the face of Yi Yu's power, Son Goku, having sensed the Kamehameha wave being countered by Yi Yu, wore an expression filled with astonishment. It is essential to note that he had already unleashed the Kaioken at 4 times its normal strength. Yet, even so, he remained unable to surpass Yi Yu. Who is this individual, and what accounts for his formidable prowess? It seems that even Vegeta is unfamiliar with him. While Goku ponders the origins of Yi Yu in his mind, Yi Yu, positioned beneath the Kamehameha wave, has already commenced his counterattack. A sudden surge of energy envelopes him, and in the next moment, a powerful energy wave erupts from his palms. Upon its emergence, this energy wave directly suppresses the Kamehameha, which resembles a towering column of water. Initially, Yi Yu's energy wave and Goku's Kamehameha are at an impasse. However, As energy continues to converge in Yu's hands, the stalemate is abruptly shattered. Goku's Kamehameha, akin to a mere paper construct, is swiftly overwhelmed and forced back by Yu's energy wave. What? At that moment, upon sensing the Kamehameha being rebounded, Sun Wukong's expression changed dramatically. Although he exerted all his might to suppress Nightwing's energy wave, the sheer power of Nightwing's attack was overwhelming. No matter how fervently Sun Wukong struggled, he could not withstand it. Ultimately, in a state of resignation, he relinquished his hold. The instant Sun Wukong let go, Nightwing's energy wave surged forth, propelling Sun Wukong's Kamehameha like a magnificent rainbow piercing the sky, soaring into the heavens. The robust energy wave, from a distance, resembled a beam of light, shooting directly into the cosmos. After a few breaths, the brilliance faded. The battlefield of Namek fell into an eerie silence. Yet beneath this calm lay the harbinger of cataclysmic explosions. Indeed, mere seconds later, in the distant reaches of the universe, the energy waves of Nightwing and Sun Wukong detonated simultaneously. Although the explosion occurred some distance from Namek, everyone on the planet could distinctly hear the terrifying roar of the blast. Over a certain expanse of ocean on Namek, a brilliant white orb was hurtling away at a remarkable speed. Wherever this luminous orb of white light traversed, it stirred up two colossal waves that rolled outward. Shortly after the terrifying sound of the explosion echoed, the swiftly flying light sphere came to an abrupt halt. As the perspective drew closer, one could discern an extraterrestrial being seated in a specially designed chair, gazing skyward. This being possessed a long tail and bore two horns upon its forehead. At that moment, had Yu been present, he would undoubtedly recognize this extraterrestrial entity. The being from the cosmos is none other than the formidable Emperor Frieza. At this moment, Frieza remains in his first form, his transformation yet to occur. What was that explosion just now? He gazes upward at the sky. Yet it is an expanse of clear blue, devoid of any clouds. After a prolonged moment, a sly smile curves upon his lips as he muses. Perhaps the Jinyu Force has orchestrated yet another entertaining spectacle for me. With the 7 Dragon Balls now in my possession, once I uncover the secret to summoning the Eternal Dragon, I, Frieza the Great, shall attain immortality. After a bout of hearty laughter, a powerful aura suddenly erupts from his being, propelling him swiftly into the distance. He heads toward the location of the epic battle. Beep, beep, beep. There is a surge of battle power. Not long after he takes flight, his scouter reacts. Based on the readings displayed, Frieza swiftly arrives atop a mountain peak, where a Namekian stands awaiting him. The Namekian is none other than the guardian of the Grand Elder, Naru. Upon discovering Naru, Frieza's face revealed a glimmer of delight as he gradually descended towards the peak where Naru resided. You shall not advance another step, alien, Naru declared sternly, his expression unwavering as he fixed his gaze upon Frieza. Oh, a battle power of 42,000? I never anticipated that a Namekian could possess such formidable strength. Frieza disregarded Naru's warning, instead probing his scouter. Upon discovering Naru's battle power, Frieza's surprise was palpable. After all, during his previous massacre of the villages, the highest battle power among the Namekians had barely reached the thousands. Such a level exceeding 40,000 was indeed a rarity. Namekian, I am in an exceptionally good mood today. If you divulge the method to utilize the Dragon Balls, I might spare your life, Frieza said with a grin, his eyes fixed on Naru from his seated position. Dream on. The Dragon Balls shall never fall into the hands of a malevolent being such as yourself, Naru retorted fiercely. Hearing this, Frieza's smile faltered slightly, and he replied, refusing to cooperate? Very well, I shall resort to forceful persuasion. After all, I consider myself rather merciful. If he were present, he would undoubtedly scoff at Frieza's statement. Is mercy merely treating other planets as fireworks? With that, Frieza pointed a finger at Naru, and in an instant, a purple beam of energy coalesced and shot towards him at blinding speed, resembling a true ray of light. However, just as the beam was about to strike Naru, he deftly evaded it. Although the beam missed its target, it continued onward, striking a towering mountain not far behind Naru. With a resounding explosion, the immense mountain vanished from Naru's sight in the blink of an eye. Witnessing this, Naru's expression darkened considerably. Oh, how delightful your expression is. I take great pleasure in such faces. Now, quickly reveal the method to use the Dragon Balls. I am not a patient individual, Frieza remarked with a smile directed at Naru. Chapter 25. Severely injured Son Goku. As Frieza located Naru, the battle between Yu and Son Goku was also nearing its conclusion. You managed to deflect it? Impressive. Son Gohan and Krillin hovered in the heavens. Gazing upward at the once vanished Kamehameha, their expressions filled with astonishment. After a prolonged moment of staring at the sky, Krillin gradually regained his composure and, with great effort, shifted his gaze towards the silhouette of Nightwing in the distance. Who exactly is Yiyu? While Krillin and Son Gohan were filled with trepidation at Yiyu's formidable power, TOS and Lap were overwhelmed with excitement. Truly, Yiyu is remarkable. He effortlessly repelled such a formidable wave of energy with his bare hands. TOS clenched his fists, his gaze fixed upon the silhouette of Yiyu in the sky, his eyes shimmering with admiration. Ah, that was truly frightening. I never anticipated that Lord Yiyu would catch that Kamehameha with his hands. After Lap responded to TOS with a broad smile, he too felt an immense relief. Lap had previously utilized a scouter to gauge Son Goku's battle power, which exceeded 110,000. Furthermore, the scouter exploded the moment it registered that figure. This indicated that Son Goku's battle power was indeed above 110,000. The sheer magnitude of a Kamehameha unleashed by someone with such power was beyond Lap's imagination. However, he never expected that Yiyu would be able to withstand Son Goku's energy wave. It appears that Lord Yiyu is far more formidable than we had presumed. As Lap pondered this, Yiyu suddenly vanished from his position in the sky, reappearing right before Son Goku in an instant. At this moment, Son Goku was still reeling from the shock of Yiyu's counter of his Kamehameha, completely unprepared for Yiyu's sudden aggression. The sudden appearance of Yiyu before him startled Son Goku. Yet, Yiyu had no intention of granting Son Goku a moment to react. He delivered a powerful punch directly to Son Goku's chest. Bang! After enduring Yiyu's strike, Son Goku was sent reeling, a mouthful of blood erupting from him as his body arched backward, soaring toward the heavens. At that moment, Son Gohan, witnessing the sight of Son Goku spitting blood in the sky, turned pale with fear. Gohan. Just as he was about to rush forward, Krillin intervened, restraining him. Gohan, even Goku is no match for that individual. What good would it do for you to go? Krillin spoke gravely to Son Gohan, then shifted his gaze to the fierce confrontation between Yiyu and Son Goku, adding, moreover, they are merely sparring. That person will not harm Goku. With Krillin's words, Yiyu transformed into a shadow and swiftly soared above Son Goku. One more strike. Yiyu clasped his hands together as if preparing for a volleyball serve, and then unleashed a powerful blow downward. Another heavy impact struck Son Goku's back. Ah! Goku shrieked in agony from the brutal hit, his body rocketing downward like a cannonball. Boom! In the blink of an eye, Son Goku crashed to the ground. A deafening roar echoed through the sky as he sustained a second injury. Blood gushing from his mouth. The earth beneath him erupted as if struck by a meteor, fissures spreading like spider webs in all directions. Soon, the cracked ground began to collapse. Dad! Not long after Son Goku fell, a formidable energy surged from Son Gohan's body. He transformed into a streak of light, racing towards the spot where Goku had plummeted. Gohan. Although Krillin attempted to prevent him from going, before he could finish his warning, Gohan had already soared dozens of meters away. Krillin cast a heavy glance at Yiyu in the sky, hesitated briefly, and then unleashed his own energy, pursuing Gohan. Dad! Upon reaching the location where Son Goku had fallen and seeing his father covered in wounds, Son Gohan was consumed by fury. The next instant, a tempestuous aura erupted from his being. Buzz! As this potent energy burst forth, a powerful shockwave radiated outward in all directions. Krillin, who had just arrived, was taken aback, stunned in place as he sensed the tremendous power emanating from Son Gohan, far surpassing what he had felt before. Oh! At this moment, Yiyu, standing amidst the heavens, detected the rising battle power of Son Wukong, his face revealing a trace of astonishment. However, Yiyu was not overly surprised, for he understood the immense potential that Son Wukong possessed. Witnessing Son Wukong gravely injured, it was not uncommon for Son Wukong to suddenly unleash his latent abilities, a phenomenon frequently observed in the Dragon Ball saga. With a formidable aura radiating from him, Son Wukong glared at Yiyu with a countenance filled with rage. In the next instant, he unleashed a frenzy of strikes with both hands, sending waves of energy orbs cascading towards Yiyu in the sky, akin to a hailstorm of bullets. The plethora of energy spheres erupted violently in the air above Yiyu, producing a series of intense explosions. As another energy orb was hurled forth by the furious Son Wukong, the mass of energy spheres that had coalesced in the sky detonated once more, resulting in a cacophony of explosive sound. Simultaneously, a powerful shockwave swept through the arena, causing towering waves to surge several meters high on the surrounding waters. The already fragmented mountains crumbled with a thunderous crash. How incredible! Is this truly Wukong? Krillin gazed in shock at the enraged Sun Wukong. Meanwhile, Tors and Lap, witnessing Sun Wukong's fierce assault on Yu, clenched their fists tightly. That little brat! If it weren't for the fact that Sun Wukong's battle power surpassed his own, Lap would have charged in. After a brief span of seconds, the fiery inferno resulting from the explosions dissipated, and Yu re-emerged within the sight of the onlookers. The once furious Sun Wukong, having vented his wrath, regained a semblance of composure. However, upon seeing Yu unscathed in the sky, he shuddered in terror, instinctively retreating half a step backward. Then, under Krillin's fearful gaze, Yu began to descend towards Sun Wukong's position. "Wukong, hurry and flee," Krillin urged urgently. Chapter 26. The heavenly being. As Yu descended from the sky, Sun Wukong leaned back slightly, his face fraught with dread. The courage he had exhibited during his assault on Yu was merely a fleeting impulse driven by rage. Now, having vented his frustrations, the now composed Sun Wukong regarded Yu with a chilling sense of foreboding. "Wukong." At this moment, Krillin, hastening towards Sun Gohan, became acutely aware of Yu having already descended before Sun Gohan, his expression gravely tense. What to do? This individual is nothing short of a monster. Even Goku is no match for him. Should he turn his attention to Gohan, Gohan would undoubtedly meet his demise. As Krillin pondered strategies in his mind, Gohan stood paralyzed with terror. Upon landing, Yu simply walked past Gohan, as if he were invisible, without making any move against him. What? Observing this astonishing spectacle, several question marks materialized above Krillin's bald head, leaving him utterly bewildered. What is happening? Did he not see Gohan, or is it something else entirely? Amidst Krillin's confusion, Gohan, feeling an icy dread, was equally too frightened to move. It was only when Yu approached the severely injured and semi-conscious Goku that Gohan summoned the courage to exclaim, "What do you intend to do? My father is gravely injured. Do you plan to kill him?" As Gohan spoke, he charged towards Yu. However, at that moment, Yu opened his palm and seized a gray cloth pouch attached to Goku's waist. "If you wish to prevent your father from dying, then remain right where you are," Yu stated, gazing intently at the pouch, disregarding Gohan entirely. Hearing this, Gohan was filled with confusion, yet at that instant, his movements came to an abrupt halt. What is Teacher Yu planning? He did not know. Simultaneously, Tos and Lap, who were flying towards them, noticed Yu shaking the ordinary pouch in his hand, seemingly spilling 3 objects from within, leaving them perplexed. While Lap and Tos did not recognize the 3 dark items Yu had revealed, Gohan and Krillin immediately identified them. Senzu beans. What could that guy be after? Krillin's face was a mask of confusion upon seeing the senzu beans that Goku had brought forth. Indeed, in Yu's palm lay 3 objects the size of soybeans, senzu beans. Their effects are incredibly diverse. They not only satisfy hunger, but can also heal any injury, revitalizing an individual as long as there is a breath of life left. Only 3 remain. Nightwing gazed at the 3 mystical beans resting in the palm of his hand, murmuring softly in a voice only he could hear. When Goku embarked from Earth to Namek, he had brought along 5 of these beans. However, during his training in the spaceship under intense gravity, he consumed 2 of them. By the time he arrived on Namek, only 3 remained. Nightwing glanced at the 3 beans, then at the severely injured Goku. He pondered how much Goku's battle prowess might increase after consuming one of these beans. In the astonished gazes of Krillin and Gohan, Nightwing swiftly took out a bean and offered it to Goku. With a soft chime, upon consuming the bean, Goku's injuries healed instantaneously, and he awoke from his semi-conscious state. Witnessing the seemingly lifeless Goku rise again was akin to witnessing a miracle for both Rap and Tors, who were taken aback. Krillin and Gohan exchanged bewildered looks, first displaying confusion, then erupting in joy. Regardless of the circumstances, Nightwing had spared Goku's life, which was the most favorable outcome for Krillin and Gohan. "Ah, I nearly perished," Goku exclaimed, stretching his limbs after regaining his strength and addressing Nightwing with a heartfelt, "Thank you. Is it not I who should be thanking you for healing my wounds?" Nightwing replied with a slight smile, rising to his feet. "No, I thank you for not harming Gohan." Goku chuckled. After a brief moment of light laughter, Nightwing ascended into the air. Noticing Nightwing's intention to depart, Goku called out, "What is the matter?" "The beans," Goku said, sheepishly scratching his cheek as he observed the empty gray pouch on the ground. "Confiscated." Nightwing replied nonchalantly, soaring towards Rap and Torse. Thus, only Goku and Gohan remained, exchanging wide-eyed glances, bewildered by the turn of events. Confiscated? Shortly after Nightwing's departure, Krillin hurried after him. Goku, are you all right? He asked, landing before Goku with a concerned expression. Absolutely fine. Nightwing has completely healed my injuries with the mystical being. I never expected that Saiyan to be a good person, Goku declared, raising his fist in triumph. A good person? He took 2 of your beans as well. Krillin retorted, pondering aloud. By the way, how did he know the beans had healing properties? I have no idea. Goku replied, still basking in his recovery. Sun Wukong replied without a hint of hesitation. Indeed. The Senzu beans are a product of Earth, and logically speaking, extraterrestrials should be unaware of their existence. Even Vegeta was oblivious to them at first. However, Yi was well aware. Nevertheless, Krillin and Sun Wukong did not dwell on the matter for long, quickly dismissing the question from their minds. 2 Senzu beans? Yi, hovering gracefully in the sky, gazed at the 2 beans in his palm, a satisfied expression gracing his features. These are merely compensation for assisting you, Sun Wukong, and enhancing your combat prowess. Although Yi was momentarily unaware of the exact extent to which Sun Wukong's fighting power had increased, he speculated it should be above 3 million. After all, Sun Wukong's injuries this time were far more severe than those he sustained during his battle against Jinyu in Dragon Ball. The Saiyan physiology dictates that the more grievous the injuries, the greater the enhancement in combat power upon recovery. Given that his power had already reached 3 million in Dragon Ball, it stands to reason that this time it exceeds that figure. However, Yi was not concerned with the precise number. As long as the transformation into Super Saiyan could be completed smoothly, that was sufficient. After departing from Sun Wukong and his son, Yi paused not far from the battlefield, where Vegeta and Jas were engaged in fierce combat. Meanwhile, the battle between JIS and Vegeta raged on with fervor. Concurrently, the mechanical notification from the system in Yi's mind had not ceased. On the battlefield of Vegeta and JIS, a significant number of combat power attributes had already fallen, all exceeding 300. Once the duel between Vegeta and JIS concluded, Yi would be able to collect all the dropped combat power attributes without delay. Chapter 27. Combat Power Enhancement of 250,000. Chapter 27. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a combat power attribute of 350. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a combat power attribute of 370. As the fierce battle between Vegeta and JIS continued, the mechanical notifications from the system echoed incessantly in Yi's mind. Damn it, why is that insufferable Vegeta growing stronger by the moment? Initially, JIS found himself in a state of suppression, but as the battle wore on, his apprehension grew with each passing moment. It was akin to Vegeta's relentless growth amidst combat. Just as JIS pondered these thoughts, he unleashed a powerful punch upon Vegeta's chest, only for Vegeta to retaliate with an equally fierce blow. The impact of Vegeta's punch sent JIS reeling, causing a torrent of blood to erupt from his mouth. Already battered and bruised, JIS felt his injuries exacerbated by Vegeta's assault. Fuming with rage, JIS wiped the blood from his lips, and upon seeing the crimson stain on his palm, his fury surged uncontrollably. Crushing sphere, he bellowed, raising his hand as an energy sphere materialized within his grasp. In mere moments, the sphere expanded at a visible rate, quickly growing to the size of a basketball. Vegeta, prepare yourself. Just as JIS prepared to unleash his crushing sphere upon Vegeta, the latter preemptively launched a powerful energy wave. Power Boost Cannon. Vegeta concentrated his energy, gathering it in his palms. The immense force coalesced into a colossal beam of light, slicing through the air like a radiant rainbow aimed directly at JIS. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the Power Boost Cannon attribute. Night Feather murmured softly upon hearing the system's announcement. Under the watchful eyes of Night Feather, Lap, and Toph, Vegeta's Power Boost Cannon struck JIS squarely. Unlike Night Feather, JIS lacked the strength to withstand such an energy wave. Upon impact, his form was instantaneously engulfed by the blinding brilliance. Through the luminescence, Jesus' body appeared to dissolve like smoke caught in the wind, morphing into elongated red shadows. Damn it, he screamed, just before the Power Boost Cannon ignited a cataclysmic explosion high in the sky. Breathlessly, Vegeta gazed upward, sensing the complete disappearance of Jesus' energy, and he exhaled deeply, relieved. At last, it's over. Simultaneously, as the clash between Vegeta and JIS concluded, Night Feather heard the system's notification in his mind. Would the host like to collect the combat power attribute? Collect. Night Feather replied. Almost immediately, the system chimed again. Would the host like to collect the Power Boost Cannon attribute? After a brief moment of hesitation, he affirmed, collect. Although Vegeta's energy cannon may lack practical utility, one cannot overlook the fact that its attributes have manifested, thus, it is prudent to collect them. Subsequently, within Nightwing's field of vision, an astonishing sight unfolded before him. By Vegeta's side, a multitude of combat power attributes coalesced into a flowing river of golden tadpole-like inscriptions, continuously and unceasingly converging towards Nightwing's being. 43, 260, 000, 43, 270, 000, 43, 280, 000. As this torrent of combat power attributes relentlessly surged into Nightwing's form, the combat power displayed on the virtual screen before him pulsated with vibrant energy. The moment lingered for nearly a dozen seconds. As the final combat power attribute converged into Yu's being, the virtual screen before him revealed that his combat power had reached an astonishing 43.51 million. This indicated that the recent battle between JIS and Vegeta had resulted in an instantaneous increase of 250,000 in Yu's combat power. While 250,000 may seem negligible when compared to over 40 million, it is, in its own right, an extraordinarily formidable figure. Even Jinyu possessed only 120,000 combat power. Moreover, Yu had now acquired the Kaioken attribute, which could directly double his combat power. Thus, with the enhancement of 250,000 combat power magnified by the tenfold Kaioken, the total soared to an impressive 2.5 million. An increase of 250,000 combat power? Quite commendable. Observing the figures on the screen, Yu wore a satisfied expression. His gaze then shifted to Vegeta, who, under Yu's intense scrutiny, felt as if he were being hunted by a predator. His heart raced, and instinctively, he distanced himself from Yu, eyeing him warily. No need to be so tense. As a token of gratitude for your contribution, allow me to share some good news. Yu spoke, referring, of course, to the combat power attributes. With the battles against Vegeta and Riku, Vegeta had nearly bestowed upon Yu an impressive 300,000 combat power attributes throughout the day. This is equivalent to the achievements of the warriors aboard the Nightwing spacecraft, accumulated over the course of 10 days or half a month. Grateful for my gifts. Vegeta was entirely unaware of what Nightwing was alluding to. However, Nightwing had no desire to elucidate anything to Vegeta and simply smiled, stating, Frieza has already acquired 7 Dragon Balls. I presume you are more aware than I of his subsequent intentions. Upon hearing this, Vegeta's expression shifted dramatically, as if struck by a profound realization. Oh no, I almost forgot about this matter. Just recently, Jinyu had come to seize the 7 Dragon Balls. This meant that Frieza had indeed obtained them. To Vegeta, should Frieza summon the Eternal Dragon and attain immortality, he would forever remain beneath Frieza's heel, subjected to relentless torment. Hey, Kakarot. Reflecting on Frieza, Vegeta lost interest in Nightwing and immediately propelled his injured form toward the location of Goku and his companions. Vegeta. Upon seeing Vegeta approach, Krillin wore a wary expression. After all, his previous agreement with Vegeta had been solely concerning the Jinyu Force. Now that the Jinyu Force had been eradicated, whether the alliance between Krillin and Vegeta could endure remained uncertain. At that moment, Goku stepped forward to halt Krillin. Rest assured, Vegeta harbors no ill toward us. In the sky, Nightwing observed the confrontation between Vegeta and Goku with a slight smile playing upon his lips. Very well, let me see how you intend to confront Frieza. Chapter 28. Journey to Frieza's spaceship. Though the Saiyan blood coursing through Nightwing urged him to confront Frieza, he secretly yearned to position himself on the battlefield between Frieza and Goku, gathering the combat attributes shed during their clash. Master Nightwing, what shall we do next? Do we truly seek out Frieza? After Vegeta's departure, Rap inquired, his voice trembling at the mere mention of Frieza's name. If you are afraid, you may return. Upon hearing Nightwing's comment, Rap instinctively recoiled, falling silent. He understood that any further words would only provoke Nightwing's ire, a folly he would not entertain. As Nightwing and Rap conversed, Goku, along with Vegeta, Gohan, and Krillin, flew toward them. Nightwing, we are heading to confront Frieza. Will you join us? It is said that Frieza is a great villain, and if left unchecked, he will annihilate this planet. Sun Wukong halted at a distance of 10 feet from Yu and addressed him. His demeanor suggested an intention to collaborate with Yu. However, upon hearing Sun Wukong's words, Yu raised an eyebrow and replied, "It seems you simply wish to engage in battle with Frieza, do you not?" The moment Yu uttered these words, both Krillin and Vegeta were taken aback. Sun Wukong, realizing the gravity of the situation, muttered, "This is bad. I've revealed too much." "Wukong, do you truly only seek to confront Frieza?" questioned Krillin. "Kakarot, do not act so foolishly. Frieza's power is unfathomable, and to entertain such thoughts of battling him is tantamount to courting death." Upon hearing Krillin and Vegeta's admonitions, Sun Wukong awkwardly scratched his head and, with a smile, replied, "There is indeed some truth to that. Vegeta, Yu, as fellow Saiyans, do you not yearn for a confrontation with Frieza?" Krillin's expression shifted upon hearing Sun Wukong's explanation, while Vegeta, in a fit of rage, pointed at Yu and chastised Sun Wukong. "Kakarot, do not be so naive. Frieza might well be even stronger than this Saiyan. Mind your tone when addressing our Lord Yu. You refer to him as that Saiyan, but he is Lord Yu," protested Lap, who stood behind Yu, immediately defending him against Vegeta's remarks. Infuriated by Lap's retort, Vegeta seethed with anger, but, daunted by Yu's formidable strength, refrained from retaliating, clenching his fists and gritting his teeth. After calming Lap, Yu spoke again to Sun Wukong and the others. "Vegeta speaks the truth. Frieza's combat prowess indeed surpasses my own. Currently, Yu's combat power stood at 43.51 million, while Frieza's full power reached a staggering 120 million. Upon comparison, it is evident that Frieza's combat prowess surpasses that of Nightwing, provided that Nightwing does not employ the Kaioken technique. Should Nightwing unleash a tenfold Kaioken, however, his power would soar to over 400 million, thereby eclipsing Frieza's capabilities. At this moment, Goku, Krillin, and Gohan, upon hearing Nightwing's words, collectively inhaled sharply. Is Frieza's combat strength truly that formidable? The extent of Nightwing's power was not lost on Krillin and Gohan, while Goku had experienced it firsthand. Even when Goku utilized the fourfold Kaioken, he was effortlessly vanquished by Nightwing. To Krillin and Gohan, Nightwing's strength already seemed terrifying. Yet, the fact that Frieza's power still surpassed Nightwing's raises questions about Frieza's true might. "Dad," Gohan seemed to implore Goku, his eyes reflecting a hint of apprehension as he spoke. "Gohan, rest assured," Goku replied, "after consuming that magical bean, my strength has significantly increased. If I were to battle Nightwing again, I might not necessarily be defeated." Goku affectionately ruffled Gohan's hair, his other hand clenched into a fist, exuding confidence as he addressed Nightwing. Nightwing recognized that Goku was not merely boasting. At this moment, having fully recovered from his injuries thanks to the magical bean, Goku's combat strength had surged to over 3 million. When combined with the tenfold or 20-fold Kaioken, Goku's power could reach 30 million or even 60 million, while Nightwing's base combat strength stood at 43.51 million. Upon such comparison, it becomes evident that Sun Wukong did not boast. However, unbeknownst to him, Yi was also adept at utilizing the Kaioken technique. After a brief pause, Sun Wukong addressed Krillin and Gohan, reminding them, "Let us not forget, our mission on Namek is to resurrect Piccolo and the others. Without defeating Frieza, we shall be unable to reclaim the Dragon Balls." The moment Sun Wukong uttered Piccolo's name, a shadow of despair distinctly flickered in Gohan's eyes. Initially, Gohan had contemplated dissuading Sun Wukong from confronting Frieza, but the thought dissipated as he remembered Piccolo. To resurrect Piccolo, they must indeed recover the Dragon Balls. This is the thought that resides within Son Gohan's mind, Goku. At this moment, Krillin's tone softened considerably. "Very well. Let us join forces to reclaim the Dragon Balls from Frieza." After a brief hesitation, a resolute expression emerged on Krillin's face. "It's up to you all, after all. Our collaboration is solely to defeat Frieza." Noticing Goku's gaze upon him, Vegeta crossed his arms, turned his head away, and said with a hint of arrogance, "So, Nightwing, what about you? Do you wish to collaborate with us?" Goku then turned his attention to Nightwing. Goku had personally experienced Nightwing's formidable strength and believed that with Nightwing's assistance, their chances of vanquishing Frieza would increase significantly. "I have no interest in Frieza, but I am intrigued by your endeavor to confront him. Is there any distinction?" Upon hearing Yiyu's words, Klin and Son Gohan exchanged glances. "All right, let us seek out Frieza, but prior to that, we must attend to Vegeta's injuries." In speaking, Son Goku turned his gaze towards Yiyu. Undoubtedly, Son Goku hoped that Yu would provide a Senzu bean for Vegeta. A Senzu bean? I have none. Yu tilted his head, feigning ignorance. Do not worry. Frisia's spaceship is equipped with medical facilities. I can recover wherever I may be. Subsequently, Son Goku and the others flew directly towards the location of Frisia's spacecraft. After Son Goku's group had departed, Yu then followed closely behind with Tors and Lap. Chapter 29. The Seven Dragon Balls. Chapter 29. Namek Whoosh. In the sky above, four pearlescent orbs of light soared by with astonishing speed, resembling beams of radiance. Not far behind these four luminous orbs, three more orbs followed closely. The three luminous white orbs in the distance were, of course, Yu, Lap, and Tuasi. They descended. Lap, standing beside Yu, observed the four light orbs suddenly decelerating and descending towards a specific area of land below. He promptly exclaimed. As Yu and his companions drew closer, they beheld a disc-shaped spacecraft resting upon the ground beneath them. The spacecraft before them was undoubtedly the one piloted by Frisia. Here it comes, Frisia's spaceship. Nightwing halted, hovering in midair, gazing down at the vessel while calmly addressing Lap and Tors. Tors, being younger and familiar with Frisia, remained oblivious to the terror surrounding the infamous figure. However, Lap was different. Prior to joining Nightwing, he had roamed the cosmos and was well aware of Frisia's notorious reputation. This is indeed Frisia's spaceship. Lap stared in horror at the disc-shaped craft below, his throat tightening as he spoke, involuntarily swallowing hard. Rest assured, Frisia is not present here. Nightwing reassured Lap, observing his frightened demeanor. His gaze then shifted toward the powerful energy signature detected by the scanner. Without a doubt, the formidable energy response indicated Frisia's presence. Nightwing was also aware that Frisia was currently engaged in battle with the Elder's guardian, Neru, in pursuit of the Dragon Ball secrets. Intruder detected. Intruder detected. Just as Nightwing surveyed the horizon, a red alert blared from within Frisia's spaceship. Immediately, a battalion of armored aliens emerged, forming ranks as they descended from the craft. Their target was none other than the recently arrived Goku and Vegeta. Attack. The leading alien, upon recognizing Vegeta, issued commands without hesitation, ordering his subordinates to assault Goku and his companions. With a series of rapid-fire sounds, whoosh, bang, these extraterrestrials unleashed energy projectiles from their weapons, akin to handguns, continuously firing at Goku and Vegeta. Yet, instead of bullets, they launched spheres and beams of energy. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have acquired a combat power attribute of 20. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have acquired a combat power attribute of 24. As Frisia's minions initiated their assault on Vegeta and Goku, the mechanical voice of the system echoed in Nightwing's mind, accompanied by a steady stream of combat power attributes dropping. Unfortunately, Frisia's subordinates possessed relatively low combat power, the highest being around 3,000, resulting in correspondingly meager drops in combat power attributes during their attacks. Hey, I'm here to find Frisia. I bear no grudge against you. If you continue to attack, I shall retaliate. Despite the relentless onslaught from Frisia's minions, Goku deftly dodged and evaded their strikes. Kakarot, even at this moment, still chooses to talk. In stark contrast to Sun Wukong, Vegeta was far less amiable. With a swift motion, he darted through the throngs, each movement resulting in the immediate demise of an alien foe. Congratulations, host, you have acquired a combat power attribute of 340. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a combat power attribute of 350. Following Vegeta's onslaught, Krillin and Gohan also sprang into action. Within a mere 10 seconds, the multitude of Frisia's subordinates that had encircled Sun Wukong and Vegeta lay motionless on the ground, their fates unknown. Shall the host collect the combat power attributes? As Sun Wukong and Vegeta vanquished Frisia's minions, the system notification echoed once more in Yu's mind. Collect. Although this skirmish paled in comparison to the battles involving Vegeta and the Ginyu Force, it was nonetheless a welcome gain. Free combat power should not be overlooked. As soon as Yu's words fell, the combat power attributes from the battlefield began to converge towards him like a flowing river of scripture. Once all the attributes had coalesced within him, Yu's combat power surged from 51 million to 55 million. This indicated that the brief encounter had bestowed upon him an increase of over 40,000 in combat power attributes. My lord Yu, shall we descend? At that moment, upon witnessing Sun Wukong and his companions eliminate all obstacles, Lap turned to Yu and inquired, "There is no need. We have merely come to observe the spectacle." As Yu and Lap conversed, Vegeta and Sun Wukong exchanged a few words before dragging their severely injured bodies into Frisia's spaceship. Their demeanor suggested an intention to utilize the medical equipment aboard the vessel for treatment. Gohan. Shortly after Vegeta entered Frisia's spaceship, Krillin cast a wary glance at him and then addressed Son Gohan, saying, "Bring out the radar." In this context, when Krillin mentions radar, he's undoubtedly referring to the Dragon Ball radar. Upon hearing Krillin's words, Gohan produced a small device, roughly the size of a palm and akin to a wristwatch. This device was none other than the Dragon Ball radar crafted by Bulma. After Goku gently pressed the button on the radar, the screen illuminated with a radiant glow. Upon observing 7 beams of light converging on the radar, both Krillin and Gohan were instantly filled with joy. "It is near," sharing a glance of excitement. Krillin and Gohan commenced their search for the Dragon Balls, guided by the location indicated on the radar. Before long, Gohan discovered the spot the radar had indicated, situated on a patch of ground beneath Frisia's spaceship. "Right here," Goku exclaimed, pointing at the freshly disturbed soil, his face alight with enthusiasm as he spoke to Krillin. What were they doing? Uncertain. At this moment, Toph and Lap, hovering in the heavens, gazed perplexedly at the actions of Son Wukong and Krillin below. Although they were unaware of the nature of the duo's endeavors, Yu was fully cognizant. "The Dragon Balls?" he murmured softly to himself. Just then, as Krillin and Son Wukong unearthed the ground, several basketball-sized orbs, each adorned with a myriad of stars and a vibrant orange hue, emerged from beneath the surface. This glass sphere is none other than the Dragon Ball from planet Namek. Chapter 30. The Transaction with Son Goku. Chapter 30. Why are the Dragon Balls buried here? After Son Gohan and Krillin unearthed all 7 Dragon Balls from the ground, Son Gohan, with a puzzled expression, inquired, "Who knows? Now we can summon the Eternal Dragon and resurrect Piccolo and Tien." Krillin exclaimed, clapping his hands, standing with his hands on his hips, gazing excitedly at the 7 Dragon Balls before him. The Dragon Balls were, in fact, buried here at the behest of Captain Ginyu before he departed from Frisia's spaceship. Ginyu initially believed that these Dragon Balls would remain undiscovered. However, he failed to anticipate that Bulma had invented a Dragon Ball radar on Earth. With this radar in hand, Gohan and Krillin effortlessly located the Dragon Balls buried by Ginyu. What are those glass orbs? Rap pondered, having never encountered or heard of Dragon Balls before. As he watched Gohan and Krillin excavate the 7 glass spheres, each roughly the size of a basketball, his curiosity intensified. In response to Rap's inquiry, Yu offered no reply but merely observed as Gohan and Krillin transported the 7 Dragon Balls to an open area. "Hey, we're about to summon the Eternal Dragon, so please step aside," Gohan called out to Yu and Rap, gesturing with his hands. "The Eternal Dragon? What is that?" Rap's curiosity deepened upon hearing Gohan's exclamation. "A dragon that can grant any wish?" After listening to Gohan, Yu gazed at the 7 Dragon Balls and murmured to himself in a voice only he could hear. Wishing for wealth? Over the past 2 decades, Yu had amassed considerable wealth in the universe, rendering the Eternal Dragon unnecessary for such desires. Wishing for eternal life? Those like King Cold and Zamasu, who sought everlasting life from the Eternal Dragon, ultimately faced dire fates. Wishing for greater combat power, Yu possessed a unique attribute system allowing him to enhance himself. After much contemplation, Yu realized he had no wishes that required the Eternal Dragon's assistance. As he pondered, his form gradually descended toward Frisia's spaceship below. "Arise, Eternal Dragon." Upon seeing Yu and Rap step aside, Krillin rushed to the 7 Dragon Balls and shouted loudly. However, contrary to his expectations, the anticipated scene of dark clouds gathering and the Eternal Dragon's emergence did not materialize. Krillin expressed confusion upon witnessing the lack of reaction from the 7 Dragon Balls. "I'll give it another try." Feeling somewhat embarrassed, he turned to Gohan and exclaimed once more, "Come forth, Eternal Dragon." At this moment, behind Night Feather, both Lap and Toss observed Klin below, fervently shouting his melodramatic lines. They exchanged glances, and though no words passed between them, their expressions seemed to convey, "What is this person doing? Could he possibly be a fool? How strange. What on earth is happening? Why has the Eternal Dragon not appeared?" Krillin rubbed his head, striving to comprehend the situation. Just then, Son Wukong emerged from the spaceship. "Ah, the Dragon Balls." Although the 7 Dragon Balls before him were not the same size as those on Earth, Son Wukong recognized them at once. "Wukong, these Dragon Balls cannot summon the Eternal Dragon. What is the reason behind this? Is something amiss?" Krillin remarked, feeling a headache as he watched Son Wukong approach. "I shall enlighten you." Before Krillin could finish, Yu flew over and interjected. Upon hearing Yu's words, the gazes of Krillin, Sun Wukong, and Gohan all fixed intently on him. Is that true? That would be splendid. Thank you for your willingness to assist us. Sun Wukong expressed gratefully to Yu without a moment's hesitation. However, before he could finish speaking, Krillin interrupted him, eyeing Yu with suspicion. Wukong. Though Krillin did not elaborate, Yu could clearly see the wariness etched on Krillin's face, understanding that Krillin feared he might seize the Dragon Balls for himself. After all, the power of the Dragon Balls is immensely potent, capable of granting any wish. Few who are aware of their existence do not covet them. On the other hand, for Krillin, Yu was merely a transient acquaintance, and he naturally would not easily place his trust in him. I see. You doubt me? If that is the case, let us strike a bargain. I will reveal why the Eternal Dragon cannot be summoned, provided that you, Sun Wukong, agree to fulfill one request of mine. Upon hearing Yu's proposition, the tension on Krillin's face began to dissipate slightly. When someone you are not well acquainted with extends a hand, you may be wary of their intentions, remaining on guard. Yet, when that individual presents a clear condition, your wariness tends to lessen significantly. You may proceed, so long as it does not contradict my original intentions. Without waiting for Krillin to object, Sun Wukong readily accepted Yu's terms. Very well, accompany me to confront Frieza. As soon as those words left Yu's lips, the expressions on Gohan and Krillin's faces shifted dramatically. To them, having obtained the Dragon Balls, there was no need to provoke Frieza any further. Thus, Krillin and Gohan were reluctant to acquiesce to Yu's condition. However, Sun Wukong, filled with fighting spirit, clashed his fists together and declared, "All right, I agree. Wukong, father." Upon hearing the words of Sun Wukong, Krillin and Gohan found themselves in a state of profound uncertainty. However, Sun Wukong, brimming with confidence, reassured them, saying, "Rest assured, everything will be fine." After receiving Sun Wukong's promise, Yu's lips curled into a subtle smile as he continued. It is quite simple. The Dragon Balls of Namek can only be summoned with the specific incantation unique to that planet. Upon hearing this, Krillin and Gohan felt a surge of joy and eagerly inquired, "What is the incantation?" "I do not know." At this moment, it felt as though a million alpacas were galloping within the hearts of Krillin and Sun Wukong. What kind of response is this? This response seems rather unproductive. Does it not? In fact, there is no need for Yu to inform Sun Wukong, Gohan, and Krillin. Within the narrative of Dragon Ball, Krillin and Gohan, upon being unable to summon the Eternal Dragon, had already surmised that invoking the Namekian Dragon may require a special incantation. Yu merely offered a subtle reminder to Krillin and Gohan. Moreover, even if Yu had not engaged in a transaction with Sun Wukong, Frieza would eventually trace them here. Yu simply wished to expedite the confrontation between Sun Wukong and Frieza, instead of waiting for Frieza to arrive. It would be more prudent to seek him out directly. Chapter 31. The acquisition of key perception attributes. Although Sun Wukong harbored a vague sense of having been led astray by Yu, he had indeed come to Frieza's spacecraft with the intent of battling Frieza. The condition presented by Yu was to have Sun Wukong confront Frieza, which, upon reflection, could hardly be deemed a deception. Sun Wukong stretched his legs and twisted his waist, loosening his muscles before addressing Yu. "Very well, since I have already agreed, I shall accompany you." Just as Krillin was about to voice his discontent on behalf of Sun Wukong, the latter had already taken to the skies in pursuit of Yu. "Krillin, Gohan, you two stay here." With that, a powerful aura erupted from both Sun Wukong and Yu, propelling them swiftly toward Frieza's location. Master Yu, Teacher Yu. After Yu and Sun Wukong departed, Lapu and Tors immediately followed suit. "Krillin, what shall we do next? The dragon cannot be summoned." Once Yu and company had left, Gohan looked at the 7 Dragon Balls with a helpless expression, directing his question toward Krillin. "Incantation, incantation." Upon hearing Gohan's inquiry, Krillin recited a couple of phrases that Yu had mentioned earlier. Just then, a spark of realization lit up Krillin's eyes as if he had conjured an idea. Since the 7 Dragon Balls were created by the Elder, if they were to inquire of the Elder, he would undoubtedly know the incantation. With a joyful expression, Krillin exclaimed to Gohan, "Indeed, the Elder must know." "That's right. The Elder will certainly have the answer." Gohan replied with delight. "Then, Gohan, remain here while I seek out the Elder. I shall return immediately after discovering the incantation." After calling to Gohan, Krillin erupted in a burst of brilliant white aura, transforming into a streak of light as he sped toward the Elder's location. "What is happening?" Why is Frisia's energy also in this direction? Clint ascended into the sky, and before long, he sensed a formidable and malevolent energy emanating from the direction of the Grand Elder, belonging to Frisia. A solemn expression graced Clint's face. However, he did not dwell on it, and swiftly darted towards the distance. Concurrently, Rap and TOS had caught up with Yi and Sun Wukong. "What are you two doing here?" Yi inquired, his brow furrowing slightly upon noticing Rap and TOS' presence. His destination was, after all, Frisia's location. Once Sun Wukong engaged in battle with Frisia, the meager combat prowess of TOS and Rap would likely be obliterated by the residual energy of their clash. Yi intended for Rap and TOS to remain aboard Frisia's spaceship. "Teacher Yi, I want to stay with you," TOS declared, prompting a look of exasperation from Yi. "If you were a girl, it would be different. The fact remains, you are a boy." Since they had already arrived, Yi chose not to further engage with Rap and TOS. As time passed, the distance between Yi, Sun Wukong, and Frisia's location diminished. "Is this Frisia's energy?" Sun Wukong pondered, his ability to sense energy allowing him to detect the immense power ahead, causing a confident smile to curve upon his lips. "Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the ability to sense energy." Just as Sun Wukong activated his energy sensing ability, a mechanical notification echoed in Yi's mind. Upon hearing the system's voice, Yi internally exclaimed, "The energy sensing ability has finally arrived." Previously, when Vegeta, Son Gohan, and Klin battled against the Jinyu force, they too had utilized the energy sensing ability. But regrettably, the system had not granted them this attribute at that time. The probability of acquiring ability attributes was merely 1 in 5. It was not as if they could consistently obtain them as effortlessly as the time-stopping ability. Nevertheless, with Sun Wukong now acquiring the energy sensing ability, it was not too late. "Would you like to collect the energy sensing attribute?" "Yes, collect it." As soon as Yi's words faded, the aura of perception emanating from Sun Wukong seamlessly merged into Yi's being. In the blink of an eye, the screen of the system illuminated with the attributes of aura perception. With the acquisition of this newfound ability, Yi eagerly harnessed the power of aura perception. As he activated this capability, an intangible vision swiftly enveloped the entirety of Namek. Within this realm of perception, Yi discerned numerous energy orbs, varying in size. The closest to him were the auras of Lap, Tor's, and Sun Wukong. In Yi's perceptual realm, Tor's aura appeared the smallest, followed by Sun Wukong, with Lap's being the largest. The dimensions of these energy orbs, to a certain extent, reflect an individual's combat prowess. However, this does not imply that Lap's strength surpasses that of Sun Wukong. Rather, Sun Wukong had repressed the energy within him, causing his aura to diminish in size. Thus, in Yi's perception, Sun Wukong's orb appeared smaller than Lap's. Is this the essence of aura perception? Indeed, it proves to be remarkably convenient. Yi murmured to himself, a look of satisfaction gracing his features. It seems that Frisia may not be as formidable as initially imagined. Just as Yi was reveling in the experience of aura perception, Sun Wukong casually remarked this observation. At this moment, Rap, upon hearing Sun Wukong's words, could not help but mentally scoff. "What? Is Frisia not formidable? Surely you are unaware of Frisia's terrifying power." Although Rap believed that Sun Wukong was merely boasting, Yi held a different opinion. Indeed, Frisia's aura was not particularly strong at that moment. "Sun Wukong, it would be wise not to underestimate Frisia, from what I know. Frisia possesses 3 transformations, each capable of significantly enhancing his combat prowess." Upon hearing Yi's statement, Sun Wukong exclaimed, You truly have a deep understanding of Frisia." As Yi contemplated how to deftly deflect Sun Wukong's remark, Rap interjected with a hint of annoyance. "Of course. For many years, our esteemed lord, Yi has been investigating Frisia's affairs." Hearing Rap's words, Yi silently commended him. "Well said, Rap." Without Rap's timely comment, Yi would have had to concoct another excuse. After all, he could not possibly divulge that his knowledge of Frisia stemmed from having traversed worlds. Chapter 32. The initial battle with Frisia in the battlefield of Namek, where Frisia and Neru were engaged. Neru lay severely injured and incapacitated on the ground, while Frisia remained unscathed. "Do you not fear death?" Frisia looked down from his elevated position at the battered Neru, a mocking smile playing on his lips. Beep, beep, beep. At that moment, several energy readings suddenly appeared on Frisia's scouter. Noticing this unexpected change, Frisia was slightly taken aback, then shifted his gaze from Neru to the scouter. 1, 2, 4 in total. Are 4 weaklings approaching? Observing the 4 energy signatures on the scouter, Frieza chuckled softly before turning to look behind him. In the distant sky, 4 white energy orbs were hurtling toward them at an astonishing speed. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Shortly thereafter, the 4 white orbs transformed into streaks of light, descending directly onto the battlefield occupied by Frieza and Naru. Then, 4 figures appeared within Frieza's line of sight. The 4 figures before us are none other than Yiyu and Sun Wukong's group. Frieza. Before Yiyu could utter a word, his companion Lap stared at Frieza, trembling in fear. Is that not an Namekian? While Yiyu and Sun Wukong assessed Frieza, the latter was equally fixated on them. Upon realizing that the newcomers were not Namekians, Frieza's expression subtly shifted. Yet, this was merely a fleeting reaction in Frieza's eyes, regardless of who they were. They bore no distinction from insignificant insects. Are you Frieza? Sun Wukong inquired, a confident smirk gracing his lips as he gazed at Frieza, his tone neither warm nor cold. Upon hearing Sun Wukong's voice, Frieza's attention immediately turned to him. As he scrutinized Sun Wukong's face, a flicker of recognition crossed Frieza's features. This visage seemed familiar. Is it him? Moments later, a face from Frieza's memory vividly merged with that of Sun Wukong. This visage belongs to none other than Bardock, the father of Son Goku. 24 years prior, before Frieza annihilated planet Vegeta, Bardock was afflicted by a curse that granted him visions of the future. In these prophetic glimpses, he foresaw the cataclysmic destruction of their homeworld. Determined to avert this tragedy, Bardock valiantly confronted Frieza's forces single-handedly. Alas, his heroic efforts proved insufficient to prevent the planet's devastation. How extraordinary that his countenance bears such striking resemblance to that Saiyan warrior. Frieza reminisced about the destruction of planet Vegeta, as if recalling a most joyous occasion. He then cast a mocking glance at the 2 Saiyans, Nightwing and Son Goku, and remarked with a sardonic smile, I never imagined that, apart from Vegeta, there would still be living Saiyans. Upon uttering these words, the expression on Frieza's face gradually faded, only to be replaced in the next moment by a glimmer of murderous intent. All Saiyans must perish. As soon as Frieza's voice fell, his figure vanished from sight, only to reappear before Yiyu in the next moment, launching a swift punch aimed at Yiyu's head. His intention seemed clear, to eliminate this Saiyan first, followed by the somewhat familiar Son Goku. However, to Frieza's astonishment, just as his fist was about to make contact with Yiyu, Yiyu suddenly spread his palm and caught Frieza's punch. The speed of both Frieza and Yiyu's movements was so rapid that Rappu and Toph had yet to register what had transpired. By the time they comprehended the situation, they could only see Frieza, having seemingly appeared out of nowhere in front of Yiyu, striking out, only for his attack to be thwarted by Yiyu. It was astonishingly swift, completely imperceptible. Is this the prowess of the Cosmic Emperor Frieza? Indeed formidable. However, it appears that Lord Yiyu has seen through Frieza's assault, as Rapp and TOS were astonished by the brief confrontation between Frieza and Yiyu. The fallen Naru on the ground was engulfed by tumultuous waves of emotion within his heart. Who is this individual? How is it possible for him to withstand Frieza's assault? Nailu was acutely aware of Frieza's formidable strength. He had just engaged in combat with Frieza, suffering a crushing defeat. Regardless of the ferocity of his attacks, they had no effect on Frieza whatsoever. Conversely, a mere casual strike from Frieza had left Nailu feeling as if his entire skeletal structure had collapsed. Yet now, this mysterious man was able to intercept Frieza's blow, leaving Nailu utterly astonished. Oh, quite impressive indeed. You managed to block my strike. In the meantime, Frieza's interest was piqued as he observed Yiyu deflect his attack. Frieza possessed unwavering confidence in his own abilities. Although he had not exerted even 1% of his power in that previous punch, it was still sufficient to annihilate anyone with a combat power below 50,000. As Frieza attempted to retract his fist from Yiyu's grasp, he was met with an overwhelming force emanating from Yiyu's hand. It felt as if an iron clamp had ensnared his fist, and no matter how hard he struggled, he could not extricate it. After 2 attempts to employ his hidden strength in vain, the mockery on Frieza's face vanished, replaced by a surge of anger. Frieza's first form boasted a combat power of 530,000, while Yiyu possessed an astonishing 43,510,000. In this initial state, Frieza was no match for Yiyu. Frieza, do not misdirect your ire. Your opponent is him, Yiyu remarked coldly, gesturing towards Son Goku, before releasing his grip. As Frieza freed himself, he quickly distanced himself from Yiyu. Indeed, your adversary is me, Son Goku declared, his fists colliding with fierce determination directed at Frieza. So, The arrogant monkey believes he possesses sufficient strength to challenge me. Frieza the Great? Frieza thought to himself, clenching his still-aching fist, and then regarded Yu and Son Goku with disdain. As soon as Frieza finished speaking, Son Goku called out, "Frieza, transform." Chapter 33. Frieza's transformation. Upon hearing Son Goku's words, Frieza's eyes narrowed slightly, and he smirked. "You seem well informed, even aware of my ability to transform." In order to master his overwhelmingly potent power, Frieza has intentionally diminished his combat abilities to a level he can easily control, thus maintaining his first form in everyday life. Among his numerous subordinates, only a scant few are aware of his ability to transform. Yet now, in this inaugural encounter, Goku is aware of Frieza's capacity for metamorphosis, which naturally takes Frieza by surprise. Initially, Goku was oblivious to Frieza's ability to change forms. It was only on the journey here that Yu informed him of Frieza's 3 transformations. After a moment of astonishment, Frieza closes his eyes and emits a series of chilling laughs. While both Yu and Goku remain relatively unfazed by this laughter, Lap, standing nearby, experiences a sensation akin to a prickling unease, as if he were hearing the laughter of a demon. What could possibly be amusing? As Frieza continued to chuckle incessantly, Goku expressed his growing impatience. No sooner had Goku's words left his lips than Frieza slowly opened his previously closed eyes, standing in a remarkably gentlemanly manner with his feet together. With a broad smile, he declared, "Very well, I shall transform as you wish." However, he paused momentarily before shifting the tone of his discourse, adding ominously, "Those who have witnessed my transformation have ultimately met their demise. Prepare yourselves, you wretched apes." With a hint of malice in his voice, Frieza uttered the words "stinking monkey," and then assumed a formidable stance, his fists clenched tightly, muscles coiled with tension. A resonant hum echoed as Frieza's roar erupted, unleashing a powerful wave of energy that surged forth from his being. In the wake of this overwhelming force, Lap, Tors, and the gravely injured Neru, who lay prostrate on the ground, were instantly swept away by the might of the energy wave. Is this the true extent of Frieza's power? As Lapu soared backward through the air, his countenance drastically altered upon sensing the overwhelming aura emanating from Frieza. Simultaneously, the very ground beneath Frieza's feet seemed to endure an immense force, causing the entire colossal mountain range to crumble instantaneously. Frieza's initial transformation did not persist for long. Within mere seconds, the tempestuous energy waves gradually subsided into tranquility. At this moment, both Lapu and Tost, having steadied themselves, were taken aback upon witnessing the transformation of Frieza in the distance. The once diminutive Frieza had significantly increased in stature, resembling a diminutive giant. Meanwhile, Son Goku lowered his arms that had been shielding him from the energy waves, his expression one of astonishment upon seeing Frieza's new form. "Ah, your size has changed drastically." Seeing the look of surprise on Son Goku's face, Frieza assumed he was frightened and let out a triumphant laugh. "It's not just the size that has changed." After uttering these words, Frieza tightened his fist and then slightly opened it. A powerful wave of energy erupted, radiating from Frieza at its epicenter, instantly sweeping across the battlefield. The surrounding mountains, already in ruins, vanished without a trace under the onslaught of this energy wave, ultimately swallowed by the sea. While Nightwing and Son Goku managed to hold their ground, Lapu and Tost, whose power was significantly inferior to Frieza's, felt as though they were but leaves on a turbulent sea, at risk of being tossed away by the fierce energy. Is this truly Frieza's real power? Indeed. It is terrifying. Lapu struggled to maintain his stance against the energy wave, his face etched with seriousness as he gazed at Frieza in his second form, speaking in a grave tone. At the same time, Son Goku, sensing the immense energy emanating from Frieza, exclaimed in awe, "Indeed, it's not merely the size. The energy has also surged exponentially." Frieza's second form boasted a battle power exceeding 1 million. Had Son Goku just arrived on Namek and attempted to employ his tenfold Kaioken, he would have stood no chance against this version of Frieza. However, after undergoing rigorous training under Nightwing, Son Goku's battle power now surpassed 3 million, more than sufficient to confront Frieza's second form. "Son Goku, I leave this to you." Though Nightwing longed to engage Frieza himself, his primary objective remained to gather the battle power attributes dropped during the clash between Frieza and Son Goku. After calling out to Son Goku, Nightwing soared off into the distance. Planning to escape? "Do you think I, Frieza, am someone you can simply come and go as you please?" Frieza could not possibly allow Nightwing to depart unchallenged. In the midst of his speech, Frisia's long tail, resembling that of a colossal serpent, transformed into a shadow and struck with astonishing speed towards Nightwing, who hovered in the sky. At that moment, Sun Wukong vanished in an instant, reappearing between Frisia and Nightwing. Just as Frisia's tail descended, Wukong crossed his fists in front of him, resolutely blocking Frisia's tail strike. What? Frisia exclaimed in astonishment upon realizing that his attack in the second form was thwarted by Sun Wukong. It was well known that after assuming his second form, his combat power exceeded 1 million. Although he had not unleashed his full strength in that blow, even his most esteemed rival, Jinyu, would have been obliterated in an instant. "You face me," Sun Wukong declared, forcefully deflecting Frisia's tail and flashing a confident smile. "Ding. Congratulations, host. You have gained a combat power attribute of 10,000. At that moment, a mechanical voice echoed in Nightwing's mind. 10,000. Nightwing's heart soared with joy upon hearing the system announce this figure. Frisia was only in his second form, yet a single attack had elevated Nightwing's combat power by 10,000. He could only imagine the astounding increase in combat power when Sun Wukong transformed into a Super Saiyan and faced Frisia at full capacity. Would the host like to collect the combat power attribute? Yes, Nightwing replied as he distanced himself from the battlefield occupied by Sun Wukong and Frisia. Chapter 34. Sun Wukong vs. Frisia. Upon collecting the 10,000 combat power attribute, Nightwing's power surged from 43,510,000 to 43,520,000. He paused approximately 1,000 meters away from the clash between Sun Wukong and Frisia. "Let us gather the combat power attributes here," Nightwing murmured, fixing his gaze on Sun Wukong and Frisia. At that moment, Frisia's expression darkened. Although he lacked the ability to sense energy, he was not a fool. After their brief confrontation, Frisia discerned that this Scion's strength was on par with his own second form. "So that's how it is. No wonder he is so arrogant, daring to approach me directly. It appears he possesses considerable strength." In a hoarse voice, Frisia addressed Goku with an indifferent remark. As he spoke, his elongated tail, resembling a mechanical appendage, rapidly retracted and, upon reaching a certain length, struck the rocky ground with great force. Instantly, the rock disintegrated into fine powder, cascading into the depths of the ocean below. Just as the debris plunged into the sea, Frisia's form vanished from the spot. Before the rock could fully submerge, Frisia had already materialized behind Goku, his massive arm lunging toward him. With a sudden pivot, the previously motionless Goku retaliated, delivering a powerful punch against Frisia's arm. In that moment, their fists collided with tremendous impact. At this moment, a resounding crash of stones echoed from the heavens. Moreover, the surface of the water beneath the two was seemingly impacted by an immense, invisible force, causing colossal waves to surge. Frisia, witnessing Son Goku once again thwarting his assault, immediately contorted his mouth in a slight grimace. Whoosh! Bang! Following that, the figures of Son Goku and Frisia danced across the sky above the sea, each movement resulting in a fierce collision. Meanwhile, within the mind of Yu, the mechanical chimes of the system's notifications incessantly resonated. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have acquired a combat power attribute of 10,000. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired a combat power attribute of 10,086. Observing the continuous drop of combat power attributes from the skirmish between Son Goku and Frisia, Yiyu's heart swelled with elation. It is noteworthy that the attribute values dropped during their battle exceeded 10,000. This implies that with every strike from either Son Goku or Frisia, Yiyu's combat power would soar by over 10,000. In the brief span of mere seconds, Son Goku and Frisia had already exchanged blows more than 10 times. Consequently, Yiyu amassed over 100,000 in combat power attributes. Splendid. If this continues, my foundational combat power may very well reach an astonishing 100 million before I transform into a Super Saiyan. As he watched the fierce battle unfold between Son Goku and Frisia, a fervent light ignited in Yiyu's eyes. What does it mean to achieve a foundational combat power of 100 million? It is essential to recognize that upon transforming into a Super Saiyan, one's power multiplies by 50. Therefore, should Yiyu's foundational combat power reach 100 million, upon becoming a Super Saiyan, his strength would escalate to a staggering 5 billion. The first phase of Super Saiyan alone boasts a combat power of 5 billion, a truly terrifying figure, especially considering that when Son Goku first transformed into a Super Saiyan, his combat power was merely 150 million. While Yi Yu's mind wandered through these fantasies, the battle between Frieza and Son Goku remained intensely fierce. Whoosh! Bang! After a vigorous warm-up, Son Goku's combat power steadily increased, and once it reached a certain threshold, his speed surged dramatically. Before Frieza could react, Son Goku delivered a powerful kick to Frieza's face. At that moment, Frieza's visage contorted, and his massive form was sent flying backward like a cannonball, ultimately plunging into the depths of the ocean below. Remarkable. This individual possesses the strength to send Frieza flying. Upon witnessing Sun Wukong's ability to subdue Frieza, Lapu was filled with astonishment. TOS, after a moment of confusion, shifted his gaze from Sun Wukong to the figure of Yi Yu. Suddenly, not long after Frieza plummeted into the ocean, a brilliant purple light flickered within the depths of the sea. In the next instant, the water's surface bulged into a hemispherical shape, as if a colossal creature lurked beneath the waves, poised to emerge. As the water swelled to its limit, Frieza's massive form burst forth from the depths, soaring into the sky before finally hovering near Sun Wukong. Frieza, rubbing his face where Sun Wukong had struck him, exclaimed, "That blow truly stung, you filthy monkey." Enraged, he unleashed a powerful energy surge, charging directly at Sun Wukong. "Is that so? My apologies. Here's another kick." In the very moment Frieza lunged forward, Sun Wukong retaliated with another swift kick aimed at Frieza. How fast? Frieza's expression shifted dramatically as he sensed Sun Wukong's astonishing speed. Yet before he could evade, Sun Wukong's attack connected, sending Frieza hurtling backward once more. This time, however, Frieza was prepared. As he descended towards the ocean, a formidable energy sphere erupted around him. Utilizing the reactive force of this energy against the water, he barely managed to retain his position above the surface. Nevertheless, the force of the impact created a hemispherical depression in the water, as if an invisible sphere had pressed down upon it. "Frieza, you had better unleash your full strength. At this moment, you are no match for me," Sun Wukong called out, observing the furious Frieza atop the water. Although Sun Wukong's intention was to offer a warning, it was lost on Frieza, the tyrannical ruler of the universe. He had always held the power to eliminate anyone he desired and had never encountered a situation like this before. Moreover, Frieza harbored an intense disdain for Saiyans. Consequently, upon hearing Sun Wukong's words, Frieza's fury ignited. "Who do you think I am? I am Frieza, the Emperor of the Universe." Frieza, in a fit of hysteria, let out a fierce roar, and a dazzling radiance erupted from his being. Chapter 35, Mini Frieza. Amidst a vast expanse of ocean, Frieza stood suspended in midair, his form suddenly engulfed by an incredibly brilliant light. As this luminescence surged forth, the ground trembled, and the surrounding waters became restless, unleashing towering waves that soared like ripples in every direction. On the mountaintop, the remnants of stone appeared to be drawn by an invisible force, gradually ascending into the sky. The atmosphere was suffused with a chilling and oppressive aura of terror. At this moment, it feels as though the apocalypse has descended upon us. What is happening? At this moment, hundreds of kilometers away, Krillin, upon witnessing the abnormal changes in the distant horizon, felt the powerful aura surrounding him abruptly vanish, causing his form to come to an immediate halt. What could this immense and terrifying energy possibly be? Suddenly, as he sensed the overwhelming presence akin to the vastness of the cosmos, Krillin's countenance transformed in terror, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. Even more alarming was the realization that this astonishing energy was continuously escalating. Goku and that Saiyan's auras were also emanating from that location. What on earth had transpired there? Krillin's gaze wavered, his expression a tumultuous blend of pallor and flush. He had never before encountered such a colossal aura, even the energy of Nightwing paled in comparison. "I must hasten to the Elder and inquire about the incantation to summon the Eternal Dragon." After a moment of shock, Krillin recalled his purpose of seeking the Elder. While his heart remained heavy with concern for Son Goku, he understood that this was not a place suited for his level of combat prowess. His only task was to summon the Eternal Dragon and resurrect Piccolo and Tien, among others. Without further hesitation, a powerful white aura erupted around Krillin, propelling him at an even swifter pace towards the Elder's location. Not long after, he spotted a radiant white light approaching him from ahead. Upon discerning the figure within the luminous sphere, Krillin's heart leapt with joy. It was 1010. Indeed, the newcomer was 1010. the newly appointed guardian of Earth from the Dragon Ball saga. However, at that moment, 1010 was not in the role of guardian. Krillin. Upon noticing Krillin, 1010 flew over with palpable excitement. 1010, what are you doing here? Krillin joyfully inquired. The Elder sent me to inform you that summoning the Dragon of Namek requires a special incantation. As soon as 1010 spoke, Krillin's spirit soared. That is precisely why I have come. Krillin cast one last glance towards the direction of Nightwing and Frieza, his expression shifting slightly. Then spoke gravely to 1010. We must not delay. Let us quickly summon the Eternal Dragon. During the brief period when Klin and Tion Tion had gathered, the dazzling radiance emanating from Frieza gradually diminished. Once the brilliance completely faded, Frieza's form was once again revealed to all. Sun Wukong, gazing at Frieza before him, displayed a slight change in expression. However, it was not fear of Frieza's new appearance that caused this reaction, but rather the astonishment brought forth by Frieza's diminutive stature. Indeed, the figure that now occupied the vision of Sun Wukong and Yi Yu was none other than Frieza's ultimate form, though his physique was petite. This small body harbored a terrifying energy that sent shivers down the spines of those present. Thank you for your patience. This is the form I assume after my third transformation, Frieza proclaimed, having regained his composure. He squinted at Sun Wukong and the distant Yi Yu, a smile gracing his features. Did he bypass the second transformation? Yi Yu interjected, unable to contain his surprise. Originally, Frieza possessed the ability to transform 3 times, with each transformation significantly enhancing his combat prowess. The massive form he previously displayed was indicative of Frieza's second transformation. Between the second and ultimate forms, Frieza had a third transformation. Perhaps due to its unsightly appearance, he opted to leap directly from the second form to the ultimate form. Remarkable. To think he could elevate his power so dramatically merely through transformation. At this moment, Sun Wukong beheld the final form of Frieza, his face alight with a fierce determination. Through his keen sense of energy, he discerned that Frieza's power surpassed his own. Yet, it was precisely this realization that ignited the Saiyan blood coursing through his veins. Originally intending to reserve Frieza for last, it now seemed prudent to eliminate him first before turning his attention to that other Saiyan. With arms crossed and hovering in midair, the diminutive Frieza cast a glance at Sun Wukong before shifting his gaze to the distant figure of Yi Yu, speaking in a tone that was remarkably calm. As Frieza spoke, a peculiar radiance began to emanate from Sun Wukong's body, a glow that resembled not mere energy, but the very essence of battle itself. When the aura of combat reached its zenith, the battlefield where Sun Wukong and Frieza stood was enveloped in a terrifying atmosphere, akin to a searing heatwave that warped the very fabric of space. Though Tors and Lap were positioned at a considerable distance from the clash between Sun Wukong and Frieza, they could still feel the spine-chilling pressure of their lethal intent. Is this the murderous aura that emanates from the strong? Even from afar, it instills a sense of suffocation. Lap's gaze remained fixed on the distant figures of Sun Wukong and Frieza, his expression grave and his heart heavy with dread. Tors, it is unsafe for us to remain here. We must depart, Lap proclaimed after a moment's contemplation. But what about Teacher Yi Yu? Tors replied, uncertainty etched across his face. Have no fear. With Master Yi Yu's strength, he should be fine. Lap reassured him, and together they soared away towards a safer distance from the battlefield. Meanwhile, the confrontation between Sun Wukong and Frieza was on the verge of erupting, and Yi Yu's heart raced with excitement. Finally, they had reached this pivotal moment. Chapter 36. That Saiyan is stronger than I am on Namek. Sun Wukong and the final form of Frieza hovered in the air, facing each other from afar. After an indeterminate amount of time, Frieza was the first to break the silence, addressing Sun Wukong with a chilling inquiry. Have you prepared yourself for certain death, Saiyan? As soon as Frieza's words fell, he raised his arm, his fingers pointing towards the hovering figure of Sun Wukong. In an instant, a violet beam of energy shot forth, slicing through the air like a true ray of light, aimed directly at Sun Wukong's position. Just as the purple beam was about to collide with him, Sun Wukong swiftly waved his hand, deflecting the energy projectile with remarkable precision. With a resounding boom, the energy beam ricocheted in another direction, and upon striking the water's surface, it conjured a colossal hemispherical barrier of light. This luminous shield expanded rapidly, and within the blink of an eye, it erupted spectacularly. At that moment, a thunderous explosion resonated throughout the heavens and the earth, accompanied by a formidable shockwave. This shockwave surged across the sea like a tempest, conjuring towering waves several meters high. Meanwhile, several kilometers away from the battleground of Sun Wukong and Frieza, Lap and Toss exchanged incredulous glances as they witnessed the colossal explosion below. Their expressions were etched with terror, realizing that merely the aftermath of a battle could unleash such terrifying power. What level of strength must the two combatants possess? Amidst Lap and Toss' astonishment, Frieza gazed upon Sun Wukong, who had managed to block his attack with bare hands. Initially, Frieza let out a disdainful snort, but soon thereafter, a knowing smile graced his exquisitely crafted features. In an instant, Frieza's fingers fired forth a barrage of purple energy beams, akin to a machine gun, relentlessly targeting Sun Wukong. These energy beams rained down like a storm of bullets, relentlessly surging towards him. Sun Wukong, in response, waved his hands with the agility of swatting flies, effortlessly deflecting each energy beam. Although he himself remained unscathed, the scenery of Namek suffered greatly. Wherever the energy beams traversed, mountains and trees were obliterated in an instant. The air was filled with the continuous roar of massive explosions encircling Frieza and Sun Wukong. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have acquired the Death Beam attribute. As Frieza incessantly unleashed those purple beams towards Sun Wukong, a notification from the system echoed in Yu's mind. Would the host like to accept the Death Beam attribute? Upon hearing this, Yu did not respond immediately, but instead urged Sun Wukong and Frieza to engage in close combat within his thoughts. After all, battles utilizing Kamehameha waves would not yield combat power attributes. They only dropped relevant Kamehameha wave attributes. Currently, EU's system possessed an array of collected Kamehameha wave attributes, rendering Frieza's Death Beam attribute a mere addition to his collection. Except, however, since it had dropped, EU instinctively chose to collect it. As soon as EU's words faded, the energy beams emanating from Frieza converged directly towards him, ultimately merging into his body. After absorbing the attributes of the Death Beam, Yu cast a glance at the virtual screen before him. At that moment, the words Death Beam materialized on the screen. Additionally, after gathering the battle power attributes dropped during the fight between Sun Wukong and Frieza's second form, his battle power surged from 43.52 million to an impressive 43.77 million. Simultaneously, as Yu collected the attributes of the Death Beam, Frieza's assault had ceased. Indeed, he was stronger than I had anticipated. With a faint smile, Frieza's figure vanished in an instant, and soon, a series of delicate ripples appeared on the surface of the water below. These ripples approached the direction where Sun Wukong was positioned. Yet, throughout this, Frieza's form remained unseen, for his speed was astonishingly swift. Of course, this swiftness was relative to the perception of ordinary individuals. Both Yu and Sun Wukong could clearly observe Frieza moving towards them at an extraordinary pace. Here he comes. As Frieza drew near, Sun Wukong's expression hardened, and he leaped into action, launching an attack towards Frieza. Before Frieza could materialize, Sun Wukong's foot struck him squarely. With a thunderous crash, Frieza was sent hurtling backward like a cannonball. Yet, during his flight, he spun through the air like a high-speed top, rotating numerous times before finally coming to a halt. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have acquired a battle power attribute of 30,000. At that moment, upon hearing the system's prompt, Yu clenched his fists, his face alight with joy. Could it be that a single strike yields 30,000? 30,000 for one blow means 300,000 for 10, and an astonishing 3 million for 100. Moreover, this is merely the beginning. Both Sun Wukong and Frieza have yet to unleash their full power. If they were to do so, the resulting combat power attributes would undoubtedly be even more monumental. It is entirely possible to achieve a strike worth 100,000 combat power attributes. While Yu reveled in this thought, Frieza, having stabilized his stance, touched his slightly reddened cheek. Undoubtedly, the scar on his face was a result of the recent kick from Sun Wukong. Truly impressive. You are the first person, aside from my father, capable of matching my speed in this form, Frieza remarked, moving closer to Sun Wukong with an air of admiration. Is that so? What an honor it is for me. However, that individual over there possesses strength even greater than mine. Sun Wukong replied with a slight smile, casting a sidelong glance at Yu, who stood not far behind. That's Saiyan? Upon hearing Sun Wukong's words, Frieza's eyes darted toward Yu. Huh, you truly jest. A Saiyan of your caliber could not possibly possess such strength. Even the Saiyan Prince, Vegeta, would fall before my single finger. Just as Frieza finished speaking, Sun Wukong, with utmost seriousness, declared, I am not joking. Yu is truly stronger than I am. Chapter 37. The surge of combat power, though Sun Wukong spoke earnestly to Frieza. Asserting that Yi Yu surpassed him, Frieza remained skeptical of such absurdity. In his view, both Sun Wukong and Yi Yu were merely Saiyans, mere monkeys. No matter how formidable a Saiyan might be, they could never rival Frieza. Your joke is far from amusing. Frieza smirked with self-assurance, adding, regardless of the Saiyans' prowess. They shall perish here today, for I harbor an intense disdain for Saiyans. After Frieza emitted a sharp sound, his form instantly vanished from sight, rushing toward the location of Son Goku. Simultaneously, Son Goku's figure also disappeared without a trace. In the next moment, the air above was filled with the sounds of intense combat. However, due to the astonishing speed of both Son Goku and Frieza, only the continuous sounds of their battle could be heard, while their figures remained completely unseen. Of course, this invisibility refers to the two observers, Rap and Tors. Nightwing was not included in this. The speed at which Son Goku and Frieza fought was indeed remarkable. Yet, in Nightwing's eyes, it was not so swift as to be invisible. Within his field of vision, he beheld Son Goku and Frieza exchanging blows in the sky, their fists, elbows, and legs engaging in fierce collisions. Each impact unleashed a tremendous and invisible shockwave. When Son Goku struck Frieza, a colossal wave erupted on the nearby sea, stirred by the force of the blow. Conversely, when Frieza struck Son Goku, the rocks behind him were reduced to dust by the sheer force. Though the battle between Son Goku and Frieza was extraordinarily intense, Nightwing's focus was not on the intricacies of their duel. Instead, his attention was entirely captivated by the battle power attributes that fell during their confrontation. Congratulations, host, you have acquired 30,000 battle power attributes. Congratulations, host. You have acquired 30,410 battle power attributes. With each attack from Son Goku and Frieza, the mechanical chime of the system echoed in Nightwing's mind. As the battle raged on, the sound of the system's notifications continued to resonate in his consciousness. Moreover, beneath Frieza and Son Goku, the battle power attributes cascaded down like a jackpot from a slot machine, each value exceeding 30,000. Collect, gather them all. This time, the excited Yi Yu did not wait for the system to emit a prompt sound. Instead, he took the initiative to command the system to absorb the combat power attributes dropped by the battle between Son Wukong and Frieza. Under Yi Yu's command, the combat power attributes from the battlefield continuously converged towards his body. If someone were to use a detector to measure Yi Yu's combat power at that moment, they would be astounded to find that it was steadily ascending. Of course, this presupposes that the detector could measure over 40 million in combat power without exploding. From 43,800,000, the combat power data surged at an astonishing rate. Almost every second, it increased by more than 60,000. In just a few breaths, Yi Yu's combat power skyrocketed from 43,800,000 to 44,440,000. And this was not the end. As Son Wukong and Frieza continued their fierce battle, the combat power attributes continued to drop, further enhancing Yi Yu's strength. What on earth is happening? While Yi Yu persistently absorbed the combat power attributes, TOS suddenly spoke to Lap. What's wrong? Can you see the battle between those two? Upon hearing this question, Lap wore a puzzled expression. No, I'm not referring to the combat power of the two. I mean Yi Yu. After hearing these words, Lap immediately focused his gaze on Yi Yu. He saw Yi Yu enveloped in a layer of white light, which blazed like a roaring flame. Additionally, the air surrounding Yi Yu felt as if it were scorched by intense fire, creating a disorienting sensation. The ground trembled, and the sea roiled. Initially, Lap thought the tremors were caused by the battle between Son Wukong and Frieza. However, when their battle paused momentarily, the surrounding anomalies did not cease. It was then that Lap realized this extraordinary phenomenon was not a result of Son Wukong and Frieza's clash, but rather the effect of Yi Yu's presence. What on earth is this? Witnessing Yi Yu's extraordinary transformation, Lap was left in shock. However, given Yi Yu's proximity to the battle between Son Wukong and Frieza, Lap hesitated to approach him for inquiries. Indeed, Lap and TOS were not the only ones to notice Yi Yu's transformation. Son Wukong, engaged in combat with Frieza, also sensed the changes in Yi Yu through his ability to perceive energy. What is happening? The energy within Yi Yu is continuously expanding. As Son Wukong contended with Frieza, his peripheral vision caught sight of Yi Yu behind him. Although he could sense the growing energy emanating from Yi Yu, he remained oblivious to the events unfolding within. How audacious to divert one's focus while engaging in battle with me. Just as Sun Wukong pondered the transformations occurring with Yu, Frieza seized the opportunity, swiftly closing the distance to Sun Wukong. A sense of dread washed over him as Frieza materialized unexpectedly before him, causing Sun Wukong's expression to shift dramatically. Before he could react, Frieza unleashed a powerful tail strike that struck Sun Wukong directly. With a resounding crash, Sun Wukong was sent hurtling like a projectile, ultimately crashing into a distant stretch of land. At this moment, Sun Wukong's body resembled a sharp blade, cleaving the very land asunder. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring a combat power attribute of 35,012. With the cessation of the battle between Sun Wukong and Frieza, Night Feather's combat power also halted its ascent. As the final combat power attribute merged into Night Feather's being, his combat power surged to an astonishing 48,360,000. Chapter 38. The appearance of the Divine Dragon. As Night Feather collected the combat power attributes dropped from the clash between Sun Wukong and Frieza, the distant horizon suddenly darkened. Noticing this phenomenon, Night Feather swiftly diverted his gaze from the duel and peered towards the far-off skyline. Unlike Earth, the skies of Namek were graced by the presence of 3 stars that rose in succession, preventing the onset of night. Yet, at this moment, the horizon appeared as if shrouded in the cloak of night. It is said that unusual occurrences often herald the presence of something sinister. Night Feather narrowed his eyes, quickly discerning the ominous clouds rolling in the distant sky. At that moment, a flash of inspiration coursed through Yiyu's mind, as if he had suddenly recalled something. So it was true, Krillin and Sun Wukong had successfully summoned the dragon from Namek. A subtle smile graced Yiyu's lips as he murmured a phrase in a voice that only he could hear. Just as Yiyu had surmised, the darkness enveloping the horizon was indeed a consequence of the dragon's emergence. At that moment, with Tion's assistance, Krillin and Son Gohan had successfully called forth the dragon from the 7 Dragon Balls. Gazing into the sky, beneath the ominous clouds that obscured the sun, a colossal dragon radiating golden light lay coiled, its size nearly touching the heavens. The great dragon before them is none other than the dragon Purunga of Namek. Oh. It turns out that summoning the dragon of Namek requires the Namekian language. No wonder we have been unable to call upon him. Gohan remarked with a smile as he gazed at the colossal dragon. Indeed, as Gohan said, Den turned to Krillin and Gohan. Quickly, articulate your wishes, regardless of their nature. I can assist you in realizing 3 of them. As Gohan and Den conversed, the majestic dragon spoke in a tone imbued with authority. 3. I thought it was just 1. Krillin blinked in surprise, holding up 3 fingers in confusion at the dragon's declaration. Perhaps the dragon of Namek differs from your Earth's dragon. Purunga can grant 3 wishes. Krillin, Gohan, please state your desires. Let us eliminate Frieza, Krillin cautiously suggested, scratching his cheek. Krillin, what are you saying? Aren't we supposed to revive Piccolo and Tien? Gohan exclaimed in alarm upon hearing Krillin's words. Krillin gestured with his hands, explaining, look, the dragon of Namek can grant 3 wishes, right? We can first use his power to defeat Frieza, and then use the remaining 2 wishes to bring back Piccolo and Tien. This reasoning seemed plausible to Gohan, who nodded in agreement. Krillin then turned to Dend, saying, let us make our first wish to kill Frieza. Dend, upon hearing Krillin's wish, broke into a light sweat and then turned to the magnificent dragon, speaking in an unintelligible tongue. That is beyond my capabilities. The dragon responded firmly as soon as Dend finished speaking. Was it truly impossible? Krillin did not exhibit excessive disappointment at the dragon's reply. After all, he had previously attempted to have the Earth's dragon eliminate Vegeta and receive the same response. Now, Frieza was exponentially stronger than Vegeta. Even if the Namekian dragon was more formidable than its Earth counterpart, it could not directly annihilate Frieza. Since direct confrontation with Frieza was not feasible, they would have to consider reviving Piccolo and the others first. But whom should they resurrect first? As Krillin contemplated, the voice of Piccolo resonated within Gohan's mind. Upon hearing Piccolo's voice, Gohan felt as if he had encountered his father, and joy surged within him. Gohan, first resurrect me. Once I am revived, the Earth's god will also return, and subsequently, the Dragon of Earth will be revived as well. While Gohan and Krillin were strategizing the revival of Piccolo and Tien, within the spaceship, Vegeta, who was undergoing treatment, finally opened his eyes. Emerging from the medical apparatus, Vegeta, his sculpted physique glistening, felt a resurgence of power stronger than before. This newfound strength could very well enable him to confront Frieza. Clenching his fist and savoring the surge of energy coursing through him, a confident smirk graced his lips. However, before Vegeta could utter a word, a bolt of realization struck him. This was not a mere flash. In that fleeting moment, he sensed three extraordinarily immense energies. Upon perceiving these formidable auras, the confident smile faded from Vegeta's face, replaced by profound shock, as tumultuous waves surged within his heart. One of these energies belonged to Kakarot. Another, even more potent than Kakarot's, belonged to that Saiyan. The visage of Yayu, with his seemingly harmless expression, immediately invaded Vegeta's thoughts. Damn it, those two. Feeling the overwhelming presence of both Yayu and Goku, far surpassing his own, Vegeta was engulfed by an intense sense of resentment and fury. He was the prince of the Saiyans, yet now overshadowed by two ordinary Saiyans. This was an unbearable indignation. And what of the third energy, greater than both Kakarot and Yayu? Could it be Frieza? Vegeta tightened his fists, and the look of discontent swiftly vanished from his face, replaced by a sinister smile. Very well, once I attain eternal life, Frieza and Yayu will be nothing but mere challengers unworthy of my title as Prince Vegeta. As he spoke, he strode into a room filled with an array of battle suits. Just as he retrieved one to don, he caught sight through the window of an enormous creature in the sky, unlike anything he had ever seen. Initially perplexed by the colossal being, he soon recalled that it was the dragon. Damn those earthlings. Upon realizing that Krillin and Gohan had summoned the eternal dragon behind his back, Vegeta was consumed by fury. Initially, he contemplated charging out immediately, but feeling the chill beneath him, he swiftly donned his battle suit and shattered the space pod, propelling himself towards the location of Gohan and Krillin. Chapter 39. The Immortal Life of Vegeta? Vegeta unleashed a powerful energy wave after donning his battle suit. With a thunderous roar, Frieza's spacecraft was instantly pierced by the energy blast, creating a gaping hole. Infuriated, Vegeta surged through the opening. Damn it! Those wretched Earthlings dared to use the Dragon Balls while I was recuperating. Upon hearing the tremendous commotion from the spacecraft behind them, Gohan and Krillin turned, only to behold the furious Vegeta hurtling towards them. It's Vegeta. In that instant, Gohan and Krillin felt as if they were caught in the act, their hair standing on end. After all, they had intended to secretly use the Dragon Balls to resurrect Piccolo while concealing it from Vegeta. Now, caught in the act, they found themselves utterly at a loss. Damn you two, how audacious. As soon as he landed, Vegeta seized Gohan by the collar, his face a mask of rage. Vegeta, the Dragon of Namek can grant 3 wishes. We've only used one, there are still 2 left. Fearing that Vegeta might eliminate Gohan, Krillin hastily attempted to placate him. Upon hearing Krillin's words, Vegeta's anger dissipated in an instant, replaced by a sense of elation. Given that I am on the verge of attaining eternal life, I shall spare you today. A smirk played upon Vegeta's lips as he released Gohan and called out to the eternal dragon Purunga in the heavens, "Grant me the gift of immortality." At these words, Gohan and Krillin's expressions changed dramatically. Although they were temporarily allied with Vegeta, should he truly acquire eternal life, Earth would face utter ruin. As Gohan and Krillin's anxiety reached a fever pitch, the dragon hovering above remained unresponsive. What is going on? Upon witnessing the dragon's lack of response, Krillin was rendered utterly bewildered. Meanwhile, Vegeta maintained his raised arms, a broad smile illuminating his face as he awaited the dragon's bestowal of eternal life. Unfamiliar with the process of summoning the Dragon Balls, and having never utilized them before, he remained in his pose, counting the seconds. As 1, 2, 3 seconds elapsed without any indication of fulfillment, Vegeta lowered his arms, assessed the power coursing through his being, and with a grin proclaimed, "Have I attained eternal life?" Had this been any other occasion, Krillin and Gohan would have erupted into laughter at Vegeta's navet. However, given the dire stakes concerning the survival of Earth, they suppressed their mirth. What is going on? Dend blinked in confusion, observing the elated Vegeta. It was evident that Purunga had yet to grant his wish. Why, then, was he so jubilant? In nothing. Krillin stifled his laughter and quickly addressed Dend. "Quickly, state your second wish." At that moment, the colossal dragon, Purunga, spoke suddenly. "Second wish? Does this mean I have not?" Vegeta's expression darkened as he fixated on Purunga, the smile evaporating from his face. Seizing Din with an air of menace, he demanded, "Namekian, what is the meaning of this? Why has my wish not been granted?" Din, gripped by Vegeta's intensity, felt a cold sweat bead on his forehead. He glanced nervously at Gohan and Krillin, who both understood the situation. The Namekian dragon requires the Namekian language to grant wishes. He cannot comprehend your request. Then make him grant me eternal life at once, or I shall eliminate you all. Vegeta threatened vehemently. Just then, the sky trembled as Purunga declared, "It appears the time has come." In an instant, the immense form of the dragon vanished, and the 7 Dragon Balls transformed into ordinary stones, plummeting from the heavens. Before long, the ominous clouds that had obscured the sky dissipated, revealing a brightness akin to day. What is happening? Where's the dragon? Vegeta observed the unfolding events with growing confusion, hurling Din aside as he grappled with the mystery. Similarly, Krillin and Gohan wore expressions of perplexity, while Din suddenly fell to his knees, tears streaming down his face. The Elder is dead. The Dragon Balls of Namek, crafted by the Grand Elder, share a fate akin to those of Earth. Once their creator perishes, the Dragon Balls shall vanish alongside them. Currently, the sudden collapse of Shenron Purunga signifies the demise of the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder is dead? What will become of my wish for immortality? Vegeta, indifferent to the death of the Grand Elder, is solely fixated on his desire for eternal life. He clutches the weeping Din, yet Din remains unmoved. Vegeta's efforts are futile. Shenron has already disappeared. Upon hearing Krillin's remark, Vegeta releases Din and advances threateningly towards Krillin and Gohan. Damn you both. If it weren't for you two, my wish would have been granted. Witnessing the ferocity etched upon Vegeta's face, Krillin and Gohan instinctively retreat. Why did you arrive so late? Gohan mutters under his breath, casting a wary glance at Vegeta. What did you say? Vegeta is about to erupt when Krillin steps in front of him, stating, "This is beyond our control. We must assist Goku in battling Frieza, or we shall all meet our doom." At the mention of Frieza, Vegeta's expression shifts dramatically. As Krillin articulated, Frieza stands as their most formidable adversary. After a moment of contemplation, Vegeta regains his composure and inquires, "So, your first wish was to resurrect that Namekian?" Observing the guilt-ridden expressions of Krillin and Gohan, Vegeta affirms his suspicion. This is fortuitous. With the Namekian revived, the Dragon Balls of Earth will also regenerate, allowing us to make wishes there again. However, we must first eliminate Frieza. With that, a powerful aura radiates from Vegeta as he propels himself towards the location of Nightwing and Frieza. Meanwhile, Krillin and Gohan exchange glances. Has he not given up yet? Chapter 40. The battle against Frieza. Chapter 40. Are they approaching this way? This is advantageous. It spares me the trouble of seeking you out, Krillin. Hovering in mid-air, Nightwing, utilizing his key sensing ability, detects the approaching auras of Vegeta, Krillin, and Gohan. A smirk forming at the corner of his mouth. In the Dragon Ball Saga, Goku transforms into a Super Saiyan after witnessing Frieza kill Krillin before his eyes, igniting his rage and unleashing the power of the Super Saiyan. Presently, although Goku has reached the threshold for transformation into a Super Saiyan, he still requires a catalyst to trigger the change. The catalyst, naturally, is Krillin. Krillin is hastening towards this direction, and all the elements for Sun Wukong to transform into a Super Saiyan are in place. What follows is merely a matter of patiently awaiting the unfolding of events. As thoughts of Sun Wukong's transformation occupy Nightfeather's mind, the fierce battle between Sun Wukong and Frieza rages on. In the initial stages, Sun Wukong and Frieza exchanged blows with vigor. However, as time progressed, Sun Wukong began to show signs of fatigue and gradually found himself at a disadvantage. After all, the ultimate form of Frieza boasts a combat power of 120 million. Even with Sun Wukong's Kaioken technique, which doubles his fighting power, he still cannot match Frieza's prowess. Of course, this is not to imply that Frieza is unscathed. A glance reveals that his body is also marred by numerous wounds. Although these injuries may be trivial to Frieza, one must remember who Frieza is. In the realm of cosmic supremacy, the Emperor of the Universe had once annihilated any who dared to defy him with a mere flick of his finger. Even the formidable King Vegeta fell victim to his overwhelming might. Yet today, an inconsequential Saiyan, whom he held in utter disdain, managed to engage him in a protracted battle, leaving the Emperor himself battered and bruised. At this moment, Frieza felt his authority being challenged, and the fury within him surged uncontrollably. "You are the first to have pushed me to this extent." Frieza gazed down from his lofty position at Son Goku, who was bent over, gasping for breath, and spoke with a countenance filled with rage. As he spoke, Frieza gestured with his finger, unleashing a purple beam of energy that struck Goku's knee directly. Instantly, Goku's leg buckled slightly, causing his entire body to kneel down. It appeared that Son Goku had reached his limit. Upon witnessing Son Wukong in such a state, Yu couldn't help but murmur softly. Had it been the initial days of Son Wukong, he would have undoubtedly evaded Frisia's beam attack. However, at this moment, due to the backlash from the Kaioken, every inch of his muscles throbbed with unbearable pain, making the mere act of standing a formidable challenge, let alone dodging Frisia's onslaught. It appeared that before Krillin and the others arrived, I must intervene. Naturally, you could not allow Frisia to eliminate Son Wukong so easily. Given the gravity of the situation, if Son Wukong were to perish now, Yu's plan to gather S-Cell attributes would be utterly thwarted. Frisia initially toyed with Son Wukong using energy beams, and upon realizing that Son Wukong could not retaliate, his murderous intent surged. I have grown weary of this. Die. With that, Frisia's finger zeroed in on Son Wukong's vital points, and, with a swift motion, unleashed a powerful purple beam directly towards him. I can't move. As the purple beam loomed larger in his vision, Son Wukong struggled in vain. Realizing he could not escape, he managed a bitter smile, concluding that this was indeed the end. Just as the purple beam was about to strike, a matching white energy beam shot from afar, deflecting Frisia's attack. Nanny? Frisia's expression shifted dramatically at the sight, and he followed the trajectory of the white beam. There, clad in battle attire and equipped with a scouter, was Yu, gradually approaching. Son Wukong, it's my turn now. Yu hovered nearby, fixing his gaze on Frisia, while casting a sidelong glance at Son Wukong. He spoke in a calm tone. I'm sorry I couldn't assist you. Son Wukong grimaced in pain, offering Yu a wry smile. That is more than enough. You should focus on your own well-being. After reassuring Son Wukong, Yu turned his attention back to the virtual screen displaying combat attributes. At that moment, the screen revealed Battle Power 51, 340, 000. Indeed, when Yu mentioned that it was sufficient, he did not refer to Son Wukong having drained Frisia's stamina. Rather, he indicated that the clash between them had provided him with ample combat attributes. The recent Saiyans have become increasingly arrogant. At this moment, Frisia, having overheard the conversation between Son Goku and Yu, let out a soft chuckle before fixing his gaze upon Yu, his expression laced with mockery. Very well, he declared, I had intended to eliminate Son Goku first, but since you have so graciously come to seek your demise, I shall deal with you first. Having spoken, Frisia's figure vanished from the spot, only to reappear a moment later directly above Nightwing's head. Without a hint of hesitation, Frisia raised his leg and struck downwards at Nightwing with a fierce diagonal kick. However, contrary to expectations, the anticipated scene of Nightwing being sent flying by Frisia's powerful blow did not materialize. Instead, Nightwing effortlessly raised his arm, successfully blocking Frisia's leg. Frisia, witnessing Nightwing's ability to withstand his assault, gritted his teeth in frustration, his mind recalling Goku's earlier words, that Saiyan truly surpasses me in strength. Previously, Frisia was skeptical of Son Wukong's words. However, in the present moment, Frisia has come to believe them. His kick, although not delivered with full force, was undeniably beyond the capacity of an ordinary individual to withstand. Even someone possessing a battle power in the millions would surely be sent reeling and coughing up blood under Frisia's assault. Yet, Yu appeared to effortlessly block the strike. As Frisia felt a stir of admiration for Yu's strength, Yu, in turn, was equally astonished by Frisia's prowess. Although it seemed that his arm had successfully intercepted Frisia's blow, Yu could not shake the sensation akin to a steel rod striking bone, threatening to shatter it. Truly, Frisia was formidable. It appeared that to hold him at bay, the use of the Kaioken technique was imperative. Chapter 41. The first use of the King S-Punch in the realm of Namek. Nightwing and Frisia stood suspended in the air, facing each other from a distance. There is no choice but for me to hold Frisia at bay until Krillin and Vegeta arrive. Nightwing's gaze flickered downwards towards the still panting Son Wukong, and he murmured a phrase in a voice audible only to himself. Subsequently, under the watchful eyes of Frisia and Son Wukong, Nightwing gradually assumed a stance. Perhaps Frisia was oblivious to Nightwing's intentions, but the moment Son Wukong beheld Nightwing's posture, his expression shifted dramatically. Could it be that, just as Son Wukong was speaking, a powerful wave of energy suddenly erupted around Nightwing? Buzz. The energy wave radiated from Nightwing's position, instantly engulfing the entire area. Under the impact of this formidable energy, the ocean beneath him surged into towering waves. The sky above roiled with dark clouds, and the earth trembled. Even Frisia, amidst the onslaught of this energy wave, exhibited subtle signs of retreat. Hiss. As Frisia sensed the overwhelming aura emanating from Nightwing, his body stiffened, and his face turned an alarming shade of green and white, revealing his distress. Meanwhile, tens of thousands of kilometers away, Vegeta, Krillin, and Gohan simultaneously felt the surge of this newfound power. The moment they sensed it, the energy surrounding them vanished, and they halted in place, their expressions filled with astonishment as they gazed towards the distant horizon. It must be that Saiyan, there's no doubt. Krillin's throat tightened as he spoke, his expression one of horror. What has happened? Dad's energy seems to have weakened significantly. While Krillin and Vegeta were stunned by Nightwing's terrifying power, Gohan's concern was solely for Sun Wukong. At this moment, Gohan sensed that Sun Wukong's energy was alarmingly frail. Damn it! This energy is even greater than Frisia's. What on earth has that Saiyan done? As Krillin and Gohan exchanged words, Vegeta clenched his fists in frustration. Suddenly, a realization struck him, and his expression shifted drastically. Could it be the Super Saiyan? That guy has transformed into the legendary Super Saiyan? Buzz. That cursed fool. The first to become a Super Saiyan should have been me, Vegeta. In a fit of rage, a powerful aura erupted around Vegeta, and without greeting Gohan or Krillin, he transformed into a streak of white light, racing towards Nightwing and Frisia with great haste. Gohan. Krillin greeted Son Gohan with a knowing nod. Subsequently, the two of them simultaneously unleashed their energy, pursuing Vegeta ahead of them. Perhaps what weighed on Vegeta's mind was the mystery surrounding the circumstances affecting Yu. Yet Krillin and Son Gohan were preoccupied with their concern for Son Goku's safety. Through their sensitivity to energy, they discerned that Son Goku's aura was currently somewhat weakened. As for the cause of this frailty, it was evident to Krillin and Son Gohan that he must have sustained serious injuries. At the same time that Vegeta, Son Gohan, and Krillin were rushing with all their might toward this direction, Yu had fully unleashed the Kaioken technique. A massive energy sphere enveloped his form, resembling a roaring flame that encased him. However, unlike ordinary energy, the aura shimmering around Yu was a deep crimson hue. Undoubtedly, it was the Kaioken. While Frisia may have been oblivious to what had transpired with Yu, Son Goku immediately recognized that what Yu was executing was indeed the Kaioken. Initially taken aback by Yu's sudden display of the Kaioken, a smile began to curve at the corners of Son Goku's mouth. Remarkable indeed. It took me nearly half a year of rigorous training under the KO to master the Kaioken, yet Yu has managed to learn it as well. Perhaps due to Son Goku's nature, he did not dwell on the implications of Yu's use of the Kaioken. However, far away on King Kai's planet, the king himself was astounded upon witnessing Yu's execution of the Kaioken. How is this possible? How could this individual utilize the Kaioken? It is essential to note that the Kaioken is a technique uniquely devised by him, and he had never encountered Yu. Thus he could not have taught him this technique. Yet, the Kaioken being displayed by Yu was undeniably the creation of King Kai. What on earth is happening? The King of Worlds is perplexed. However, he eventually considers the possibility that Night Feather may have stealthily learned the King's Fist during Sun Wukong's battle against Jinyu. The King of Worlds contemplates this scenario. In truth, the reality is quite similar to what the king speculated. With one notable distinction, Night Feather did not learn the King's Fist. Rather, he stumbled upon it. Is this truly the King's Fist? Bathed in a crimson glow, Night Feather, after feeling the relentless surge of power within him, clenched his fist, a look of satisfaction gracing his face. Although Night Feather is currently utilizing merely a twofold King's Fist, his combat power has surged from 34 million to over 100 million. A combat power exceeding 100 million is more than sufficient to hold Frisia at bay. My apologies for the wait. This is my first time employing this form, and it took a little extra time. Night Feather gazes up at Frisia, a smile adorning his face. While this smile appears harmless, to Frisia, it only serves to intensify his fury. Frisia glares at Night Feather, gritting his teeth in a menacing manner. Though he lacks the ability to sense energy, he can perceive the dangerous aura emanating from Night Feather. This implies that the individual before him possesses the means and capability to threaten Frisia's very existence. Damn it. A filthy monkey, don't get too cocky. Frisia bellows, his figure darting forward to launch an attack against Night Feather. In response, Night Feather charges directly at Frisia. Extraordinary. Is this truly the genuine strength of Master Night Feather? At this moment, in the distance, Lap was astounded to witness Yu's formidable strength. Beside him, Toes clenched his tiny fists, his eyes shimmering with admiration for Yu. which deepened profoundly. Chapter 42. The emergence of the King's Fist. The sky reverberated with the sounds of a fierce battle between Yu and Frieza. Their speed had reached a terrifying level, rendering Lap and TOS unable to perceive their forms, only hearing the violent clashes echoing above. Suddenly, Frieza materialized. His face contorted with rage and murderous intent. Earlier, he had effortlessly dealt with Sun Wukong, yet now, facing Yu, he felt an unsettling sensation of being suppressed. This was no mere illusion. Yu's base combat power was an astounding 51,340,000, which surged to over 100 million after employing the double King's Fist. Although Frieza's battle power in his 100 state reached 120 million, he was currently only at 50, translating to a mere 60 million. Consequently, Frieza, with his 60 million combat power, stood no chance against Yu's overwhelming 100 million. Are you not coming to attack? If you refuse to advance, then I shall take the initiative, Yu remarked, a smirk gracing his lips. Preposterous. A mere filthy monkey dares to underestimate me. Frieza seethed with venomous rage. Before Yu could fully engage, Frieza unleashed a powerful energy blast directed straight at him. With a swift sidestep, Yu evaded Frieza's punch with grace. Frieza, frustrated by his failure, gritted his teeth and unleashed a barrage of punches akin to a machine gun, leaving trails of afterimages in the sky as he relentlessly assaulted Yu. Yet, no matter how fervently Frieza attacked, Yu danced like a feather in the wind, effortlessly dodging every strike with elegance. Remarkable. He has evaded all of Frieza's attacks. At that moment, Sun Wukong, who was resting nearby, observed the fierce battle between Yu and Frieza in the sky, marveling to himself. He had personally experienced Frieza's incredible speed. Even when he unleashed the Kaioken at 10 times its usual strength, he was still overwhelmed by Frieza's swiftness. However, it was evident to Sun Wukong that Yu's velocity surpassed that of Frieza. Meanwhile, in the distance, Lap and Toth were equally astonished. Truly, Yu was extraordinary, able to rival even the cosmic emperor Frieza. As Lap watched the clash between Frieza and Yu, he was filled with awe. Initially, before arriving on Namek, Lap had thought that Yu's pursuit of Frieza was tantamount to courting death. Yet now, he realized that the master he followed, Yu, was a being far more formidable than Frieza. What Lap did not know was that Yu had originally been incapable of defeating Frieza. It was only after his growth on Namek that he had reached a level where he could contend with Frieza. What's the matter, Frieza? Is this all you can muster? Yu taunted while evading Frieza's attacks, a smile of provocation gracing his lips. The moment these words escaped Yu's mouth, Frieza's already furious demeanor intensified. Do not speak to me in such a tone, you filthy monkey. Frieza roared in exasperation, clapping his palms together. Energy wave. A formless shockwave erupted instantaneously from Frieza's hands. Under the impact of this wave, Yu was propelled backward but managed to stabilize himself after flying a distance of about 10 feet. Flame burst. After sending Yu flying, Frieza did not grant him a moment's respite. A fiery mass coalesced around his fist as he swung his arm, sending the flame hurtling toward Yu with the force of a ki blast. The onslaught was far from over. Frieza continued his relentless assault, his hands moving with fervor as fiery projectiles soared through the air like a torrential downpour of bullets, converging upon Nightwing. Soon, Nightwing's form was engulfed by a sea of flames. Die, foul monkey. As Frieza hurled the final fiery projectile into the inferno, the flames erupted violently. An earth-shattering explosion ensued. Powerful shockwaves intertwined with crimson flames, sweeping across the entire arena. At this moment, the surrounding air temperature, under the scorching flames, exhibited a noticeable rise. Beneath, the vast ocean was losing substantial amounts of water to evaporation. In an instant, the searing steam ascended towards the heavens like a billowing fog. Soon, the area where Yu stood became enveloped in a thick mist. After a relentless barrage, Frieza found himself somewhat overwhelmed. He paused to catch his breath, his gaze fixed intently on the fog before him. Stupid monkey, this is the fate that befalls those who oppose me, Frieza. As he regained his composure, a smirk crept across his lips, and he spoke with a mocking tone. What fate are you referring to? No sooner had Frieza's words left his mouth than a powerful wave of energy surged forth from the mist. The force of this energy scattered the previously coalesced steam, revealing Yu once more amidst the air. Observing Yu, Frieza noted that aside from some minor damage to his armor, the warrior bore no significant injuries. With a disdainful glare, Frieza's earlier amusement faded, replaced by an insatiable malice. Without hesitation, he lunged at Yu once more. However, this time, Yu did not evade Frisia's assault. Instead, he chose to confront the attack head-on. Yu understood that Frisia's fury had reached a boiling point. Further provocation might incite Frisia to a desperate act, risking mutual destruction and obliterating Namek. Is it finally here? After engaging in battle with Frisia for a time, the energies of Krillin, Vegeta, and Gohan were detected nearby. Yu's heart soared at this realization. With their arrival, my mission is nearly accomplished. Chapter 43. Frisia's nightmare. Shortly after Yu sensed the approach of Vegeta and Gohan, Tor's scouter registered an energy response. Someone is coming, Tor's exclaimed to Lap. And the two immediately turned their gaze towards the horizon. There, 3 white energy spheres raced towards them with great urgency. Among the 3 formidable beings present, it was naturally Vegeta, Gohan, and Krillin. Soon, Vegeta was the first to arrive at the battlefield. As he fixed his gaze upon the fierce clash between Yoru and Frisia, his expression suddenly altered. Is that Frisia's transformed state? Although Vegeta had never witnessed Frisia's ultimate form, his keen sense of energy allowed him to recognize Frisia instantly. After scrutinizing Frisia, Vegeta's attention shifted to Yoru, who was engaged in combat with Frisia. Upon realizing that Yoru could hold his own against Frisia, Vegeta's demeanor darkened. Shortly after Vegeta's arrival, Krillin and Gohan also made their way to the battlefield. Like Vegeta, their focus was immediately drawn to the fierce battle between Yoru and Frisia. However, Gohan soon found it difficult to divert his gaze from the intense confrontation, ultimately shifting his attention to his father, Goku. Dad. Gohan's expression changed abruptly upon seeing Goku battered and bruised. Without hesitation, he unleashed a burst of white energy and soared towards Goku's location. Wait, Gohan. Although Krillin wished to stop him, Gohan had already taken off before he could voice his concerns. Reluctantly, Krillin followed suit. Dad, Gohan landed before Goku. His face etched with worry. You made it. Goku managed a wry smile upon seeing Gohan and Krillin approach. Goku. Krillin greeted him. And upon noticing that Goku seemed to be relatively unharmed, his eyes returned to the sky where Yoru and Frisia were locked in battle. Observing the force of their exchanges, which caused tremors in the earth, Krillin exclaimed, Incredible! Is this Yoru's true power? Indeed, Frisia's attacks are utterly ineffective. Goku responded to Krillin's observation. If this momentum continues, Yoru might just defeat Frisia, and if that happens, we will be safe. With his hands on his hips and a face brimming with excitement, Krillin exclaimed. However, scarcely had his words left his lips when, from the heavens above, Frisia unleashed a powerful punch that struck Nightwing with tremendous force. The impact sent Nightwing hurtling downward like a cannonball, ultimately crashing into the depths of the ocean below in a diagonal arc. Yet, what went unnoticed by the onlookers was the subtle smirk that curled at the corner of Nightwing's mouth as he plunged into the sea. A sign of a scheme coming to fruition. Witnessing this scene, Krillin's smile faltered, his expression turning awkward as he scratched his head and said, It's all right. Nightwing is incredibly strong. He will surely withstand such an attack, right, Gohan? As Krillin chuckled nervously, Frisia, having sent Nightwing flying, showed no signs of relenting. With his palms spread wide, he relentlessly fired energy spheres toward the surface of the ocean where Nightwing had fallen. Die, 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 roared the furious Frisia, maniacally unleashing a barrage of energy spheres. In an instant, a multitude of purple energy spheres rained down like a torrential storm upon the ocean's surface. At that moment, witnessing this scene, the smile on Krillin's face vanished instantaneously, replaced by a shadow of concern. Of course, his worries did not stem from Nightwing's life or death. Rather, he feared that should Nightwing be eliminated, Frisia would turn his hostility towards them. If Frisia intended to target them, it would spell certain doom. Nightwing, you must not come to harm. As Krillin silently prayed, Frisia unleashed a barrage of energy spheres over the sea. These spheres, upon descending into the ocean, did not detonate immediately. Instead, they resembled colossal eggs, emitting a purplish glow, densely clustered upon the surface of the water. Die. At that moment, the last energy orb in Frisia's hand fell. The multitude of energy orbs triggered a chain reaction, resulting in a cacophony of intense explosions. At this moment, a colossal hemispherical inferno erupted above the vast ocean. As this fiery spectacle ascended, a formidable shockwave radiated outward like ripples in a pond. Subsequently, enormous circular waves emerged upon the surface of the sea, cascading outward into the distance. The tremendous momentum persisted for nearly a full minute. After the passage of that minute, the flames vanished, and the sea returned to its tranquil state. However, The Night Feather that had plunged into the ocean did not resurface. Had Master Night Feather's energy dissipated? At this moment, in the distance, Tors, upon noticing the disappearance of Nightwing's energy response on the detector, was struck by what seemed to be devastating news. His expression changing dramatically. How could this be? How could such a powerful attack possibly have claimed the life of Lord Nightwing? After hearing Tors's words, Lap looked incredulously at the tranquil sea below. Simultaneously, Vegeta, Goku, Krillin, and Gohan also sensed that Nightwing's aura had completely vanished. Is this some kind of jest? Nightwing's energy has disappeared? Upon realizing this, Krillin's face fell instantly. Initially, he contemplated whether Nightwing had suppressed his energy to such a minimal level that it was undetectable. After all, Krillin had previously witnessed Nightwing's mastery over energy control. However, as time ticked by, Nightwing still did not surface from the ocean. Krillin's heart grew increasingly anxious. Minutes passed, and with no sign of Nightwing, his heart sank to despair. Has Nightwing perished? With this thought, Krillin struggled to turn his gaze from the sea to the figure of Frieza looming in the sky. To Krillin, Frieza now appeared as an insurmountable demon. Damn filthy monkey. Finally dead. Now it's your turn. With the absence of Nightwing from the water, Frieza too concluded that Nightwing was dead. For no ordinary human could remain submerged for so long. Yet, unbeknownst to Frieza and the others, the vast universe is filled with wonders. The Ydratans possess abilities such as instant transmission and fusion. The Kanassan's magical fists grant them a fleeting glimpse into the future upon striking an enemy. The Dalasans can hold their breath underwater. After declaring Nightwing's demise, a smile flickered across Frieza's face, quickly shifting his attention to Goku, Gohan, Krillin, and Vegeta before him. As Frieza's gaze swept over them, the expressions of Goku and Vegeta transformed in an instant. Chapter 44, Super Saiyan Son Goku. The series of assaults launched by Frieza, of course, failed to eliminate Yu. Before Krillin and Vegeta arrived, Yu was contemplating how to discreetly withdraw from Frieza's presence. After all, if Yu did not retreat, Frieza would undoubtedly pursue him relentlessly. Thus, Yu devised a ruse of feigned death. He intentionally allowed Frieza to strike him, subsequently plunging into the ocean. Upon descending into the depths of the sea, Yu immediately suppressed his energy to the bare minimum, rendering him undetectable by both Tor's sensors and the perceptive abilities of Goku and the others. As for Yu's ability to hold his breath for an extended period underwater, it was thanks to a skill he acquired on a planet called Dallas, known as the turtle breathing technique. By employing this technique, Yu could remain submerged for quite some time. Who would have imagined that this seemingly inconsequential skill would prove invaluable in this situation? While submerged in the ocean's depths, Yu gazed at the turtle breathing attribute displayed on his system screen, silently expressing gratitude for having acquired what appeared to be a useless skill. Otherwise, he would have been at a loss for how to outsmart that Frieza character. As Yu pondered, his attention was drawn to the damage on his right shoulder armor, which had been marred by the shockwave from Frieza's energy blast when he suppressed his aura. Frieza truly is merciless. I nearly fell victim to him. Observing the breach in his armor, Yu couldn't help but smirk, internally cursing Frieza. Nevertheless, everything was proceeding quite smoothly. Yu then lifted his gaze towards the surface. Being in the depths of the ocean, all he could see were the shimmering waters and schools of fish swimming by. Although he could not directly observe the events unfolding above, Yu could surmise, through his energy sensing abilities, what was likely transpiring at the surface. Now, he awaited Goku's transformation into a Super Saiyan, hoping that Frieza would not target Goku first. As Yu gradually made his way towards the surface, Gohan, Krillin, Vegeta, and Goku were all on high alert, fixated on Frieza before them. Gohan, Krillin, hurry and escape. Goku attempted to rise and thwart Frieza, but the excruciating pain coursing through his body caused him to collapse back down. Reluctantly, Goku urged Krillin and Gohan to flee without delay. Thinking of escaping? Upon hearing the words of Son Wukong, before Son Gohan and Krillin could fully comprehend the situation, the formidable Frieza unexpectedly appeared beside Son Gohan. With a nonchalant tone, he remarked, "You may give it a try." The sudden presence of Frieza left Krillin and Son Gohan utterly astonished, their faces pale with fear and cold sweat trickling down their brows. Krillin, instinctively leaning backward at the sight of Frieza, found himself paralyzed by terror, even holding his breath in dread. He knew all too well that if Frieza desired his demise, it could be accomplished with the slightest effort. Meanwhile, Vegeta, witnessing Frieza's astonishing speed, felt his expression shift dramatically. So fast, I didn't even see when he moved there. as Vegeta stared in horror at Frieza. The latter's gaze was fixed upon him as well. Humph, Frieza, I am no longer the same as before. It will not be so simple for you to kill me. Vegeta's initial fear gradually faded, replaced by a confident smile. Oh, it seems you possess quite a bit of confidence. Allow me to see just how much you have grown. No sooner had he spoken than Frieza vanished from sight, only to reappear before Vegeta in the blink of an eye. Before Vegeta could react, Frieza's swift strike pierced through his body with a devastating blow. At this moment, time seemed to slow down. The instant Frieza pierced through Vegeta's body, an expression of utter disbelief spread across Vegeta's face as he violently coughed up a torrent of blood. In that moment, Krillin and Gohan appeared to have seen a ghost, their faces etched with horror. How could Vegeta have been so effortlessly vanquished? Both Krillin and Gohan were well aware of Vegeta's formidable strength. Yet, in the presence of Frieza, Vegeta had not even been afforded the opportunity to resist. He was dispatched in an instant. It seemed there was little growth to speak of. As Frieza withdrew his hand from Vegeta's lifeless body, he callously discarded the Prince of the Saiyans aside. Vegeta, still clinging to a flicker of life, gazed at Frieza with eyes full of indignation. He was the Prince of the Saiyans, after all. Both Nightwing and Goku had managed to battle Frieza for an extended period. Yet Vegeta had been eliminated in the blink of an eye. How could he possibly accept such a fate? Before Vegeta could voice his thoughts, his life force extinguished completely. At last, the traitor Vegeta was dead. Frieza, glancing at the fallen prince with disdain, shifted his gaze towards Goku, Krillin, and Gohan. Who would be next? Under Frieza's piercing stare, Gohan and Krillin's hearts plummeted as if plunged into an abyss of ice, though they yearned to flee. The reality that even Vegeta had been swiftly annihilated rendered escape a futile hope. You, Frieza began, pointing at Gohan, then shifting his finger to Krillin. Faced with Frieza's unwavering gaze, despair washed over Krillin, leaving him momentarily paralyzed with fear. It's settled. It shall be you. As Frieza's words echoed, a purple orb of energy materialized at the tip of his finger. The orb swelled visibly with each passing moment. In the blink of an eye, a beam of energy shot forth from Frieza's fingertip, striking Krillin's heart before he could even react. Krillin! Gohan cried out in anguish as the energy beam pierced through his friend. Meanwhile, Nightwing felt a stirring within the ocean. Krillin's energy had vanished. Soon after, the waters began to roil, and Goku's energy fluctuated. Was he finally on the verge of transforming into a Super Saiyan? Goku. Chapter 45. Two Super Saiyans. A piercing purple beam erupted from Frieza's fingertip, penetrating Krillin's heart with deadly precision. Witnessing this horrifying scene, Gohan felt as though his own heart had been struck with immense force. As he beheld Krillin's lifeless body collapsing to the ground, Gohan's face turned ashen in a moment of sheer despair. Another troublesome fool has finally met his demise. Frieza reveled in Krillin's death, while Gohan's expression was one of profound anguish. Now, it is your turn, son of a Saiyan, Frieza proclaimed, directing his finger towards Gohan. Just as a purple orb began to coalesce at the tip of Frieza's finger, an extraordinary transformation occurred in the silent figure of Goku. Noticing this anomaly, Frieza furrowed his brow and glanced towards Goku, who bore a fierce and murderous countenance. Meanwhile, the earth trembled, and the surrounding waters roiled restlessly. The sand beneath Goku's feet began to rise slowly, as if drawn by an unseen force. Above, golden lightning crackled in the sky, and a faint golden aura enveloped Goku. So, killing that earthling has caused you such torment? Frieza, oblivious to the gravity of the situation, took pleasure in witnessing the anguish and fury etched on Goku's face. This is the expression I relish the most. No sooner had Frieza's words left his lips than Goku suddenly lifted his gaze, fixing Frieza with a penetrating stare. Frieza instinctively recoiled, a wave of fear washing over him as his body involuntarily leaned back, his hands trembling uncontrollably. I will never forgive you, Frieza, Goku declared, his voice icy and laced with lethal intent, his gaze unwavering. Gohan felt a shiver run down his spine at his father's chilling declaration. Goku's demeanor had transformed, as if he were no longer the same person Gohan had always known. Dad, Gohan murmured softly, taken aback by the intensity of Goku's transformation. You think I won't forgive you? Who do you think you are? A filthy monkey daring to speak to me in such a manner? Frieza retorted derisively. Although Frieza was internally daunted by Goku's imposing aura, he maintained a facade of defiance, gritting his teeth and addressing Goku with disdain. Krillin had already met his demise once. As Goku clenched his fists, veins bulging on his forehead, a faint golden silhouette flickered in his hair and eyebrows. Moments later, under the astonished gazes of Gohan and Frieza, A brilliant golden light erupted from Goku's entire being. Simultaneously, his hair and eyebrows transformed from black to a dazzling gold. Witnessing this unfamiliar visage of Goku, Gohan was momentarily struck dumb, rendered speechless and frozen in disbelief. At that moment, Frieza gazed at the radiant Sun Wukong, whose entire being shimmered with a golden light. His eyes flickered, his expression shifted, and his face was etched with sheer terror. Could it be that this was? While Frieza was overwhelmed by the astonishing transformation of Sun Wukong, Night Feather, situated in the depths of the ocean, immediately sensed the surge of Wukong's energy, which expanded manifold in that instant. Has Sun Wukong finally transformed into a Super Saiyan? At that moment, a surge of joy filled Yu's heart. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained the SL attribute. As this thought crossed Yu's mind, the mechanical prompt from the system echoed in his consciousness. The SLs have arrived. Upon hearing this notification, Yu was overwhelmed with exhilaration. One of his principal objectives in coming to planet Namek was to collect the SL attributes that dropped when Sun Wukong transformed into a Super Saiyan. With the SL attribute, Yu would also be able to transform into a Super Saiyan. Does the host wish to acquire the SL attribute? Yes. Yu responded to the system without the slightest hesitation. In the next moment, the SL attribute beneath Sun Wukong's feet converged towards Yu like a swarm of tadpoles, ultimately merging into his body. Ordinarily, a regular Saiyan would require two essential conditions to transform into a Super Saiyan. First, their battle power must reach a certain level. Second, they must possess a sufficient quantity of S-cells and stimulate their increase through rage. With a battle power of 34 million, Yu already met the first criterion. The reason he had been unable to transform into a Super Saiyan until now is likely due to a deficiency in the essential S-cells. The conditions for acquiring S-cells are quite stringent, necessitating a heart as pure and benevolent as Sun Wukong's or as malevolent as Vegeta's. Yu, however, embodied both righteousness and wickedness. There is, of course, another method to transform into a Super Saiyan, directly inheriting the SL attribute, much like Sun Wutian and Trunks. Sun Wutian and Trunks, born after Sun Wukong and Vegeta had transformed into Super Saiyans, naturally inherited their father's cells. Thus, they could transform into Super Saiyans with ease, devoid of any convoluted conditions. Currently, Yu had collected the SL attribute from Sun Wukong, a sensation akin to that experienced by Sun Wutian and Trunks. Save for the fact that Yu acquired the SLs through the system rather than through chromosomes. It is worth noting that this discussion pertains only to the theoretical transformation of ordinary Saiyans into Super Saiyans. Legendary Super Saiyans, such as Broly, are not included in this framework. With the SL attribute from Sun Wukong now absorbed into his body, Yu clenched his hands, a look of satisfaction gracing his features. His objective had been achieved. There was no longer a need for him to conceal himself beneath the ocean. Without a moment's hesitation, Yu attempted to transform into a Super Saiyan. As he focused his mind, an unprecedented and formidable aura erupted from within him. At that moment, high above in the sky, Frieza, Son Goku, and Son Gohan were immediately drawn to the unusual disturbances occurring over the ocean. They observed that the seawater appeared to be retreating in all directions, as if struck by an invisible shockwave. Before long, a figure radiating a golden luminescence began to ascend slowly from the depths of the sea. Upon catching sight of this figure, Frieza and Son Gohan's expressions changed instantaneously. Though the figure's hair and brows had transformed into a brilliant gold, they recognized him at once as Yu. Chapter 46. A test of skill somewhere above the ocean on Namek. The radiant Yu rose gracefully from the waters. Master Yu. Lord Yu. At the moment of his appearance, TOS and Lap in the distance were filled with elation. I told you, Lord Yu could never be so easily defeated, Lap exclaimed, his previous gloom dissipating as he beamed with joy. Beside him, TOS was overwhelmed with tears of happiness that brimmed in his eyes. Don't worry, TOS. Lord Yu is safe, Lap reassured, placing his hand gently atop the small head, grinning broadly. Yes, TOS replied with a smile. While TOS and Lap reveled in the news of Yu's survival, Frieza, on the other hand, was consumed with both shock and fury. Hadn't I just vanquished this fellow? Why has he reappeared? And what could account for the transformation he has undergone, resembling that Saiyan so closely? Frieza gazed intently at Yu and Sun Wukong, his expression a tapestry of complexity. Although he sensed the abnormal changes within Yu and Sun Wukong, he remained unaware that this was the essence of a Super Saiyan. Thus, He paid little heed to Yi Yu's transformation, his sole concern being the question of why Yi Yu was still alive. Why are you still breathing? Frisia glared at Yi Yu, exuding a palpable frustration. Yet, Yi Yu paid no attention to Frisia's outburst. In truth, since emerging from the ocean, Yi Yu had not cast a single glance in Frisia's direction. Is this the might of a Super Saiyan? Yi Yu's fists tightened as he savored the relentless surge of power coursing through him, a satisfied smile gracing his lips as he uttered words only he could hear. Should someone wielding a high-capacity detector measure Yi Yu's combat power at that moment, they would undoubtedly uncover a staggering figure, 567 billion. Yi Yu's original base combat power had already reached 34 million. Upon transforming into a Super Saiyan, his power escalated 50-fold, soaring from 34 million to an astonishing 567 billion. It is worth noting that when Sun Wukong first transformed into a Super Saiyan, his power was merely 150 million. Yet, Yi Yu, upon his transformation, achieved a staggering 5 billion, exceeding Sun Wukong's power by over tenfold. Frisia, witnessing Yi Yu's disregard for his inquiries, felt his fury escalate uncontrollably. Who was Frisia? The cosmic emperor, accustomed to the obsequiousness of others, who trembled in his presence. Yet here stood Yi Yu, brazenly ignoring the mighty Frisia. How could he endure such humiliation? Damn you, filthy monkey! Frisia seethed through gritted teeth, unleashing a powerful energy sphere from his body. In the blink of an eye, Frisia transformed into a streak of light, hurtling toward Yi Yu. Let us see how you measure up against this formidable combat power. Yi Yu, suspended in midair, smirked upon witnessing Frisia's approach. Prepare to meet your end. As Frisia approached Yi Yu, he unleashed a powerful punch aimed directly at him. However, before Frisia's fist could make contact, Yi Yu swung his arm with incredible speed. With a resounding crash, Frisia's body was sent flying like a cannonball. The speed of Yi Yu's strike was so astonishing that everyone present, including Son Goku, was rendered completely unresponsive. By the time they regained their senses, all they witnessed was the sight of Frisia hurtling away through the air. Son Goku was left speechless, his eyes wide with disbelief. Even in his Super Saiyan form, he was profoundly shocked. He had personally experienced the immense strength of Frisia, and Son Gohan had seen how effortlessly Frisia had dispatched even the formidable Vegeta. Yet now, Yi Yu had sent Frisia flying as if he were playing baseball, with just a single, decisive blow. What a remarkable display of power! How could the Saiyan not only have survived but also attained such extraordinary strength? Moreover, like his father, his hair had transformed into a golden hue. Son Gohan's gaze darted back and forth between Yi Yu and Son Goku. Confusion etched across his small face. Although he could not discern the full extent of Yi Yu's power, he could sense an overwhelming energy radiating from him, as vast as the cosmos itself. Even Son Goku's immense energy paled in comparison. Suddenly, as Son Gohan pondered this, a flash of purple light erupted from the depths of the ocean below. In the next moment, towering columns of water soared into the sky. Frisia's figure burst forth from one of these columns, ascending into the air. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Frisia seethed with rage as he soared high above, glaring down at Yi Yu with an expression of bitter resentment. Though he was arrogant, he was not foolish. From their brief encounter, no, from the one-sided beating he had endured, Frisia had come to realize that Yi Yu's strength far surpassed his own. Yet, as the Emperor of the Universe, surrender or retreat was out of the question. Curse those Saiyans. I will ensure that you all meet your end here today. Frisia let out a furious roar, raising his arm with fervor. In the next moment, a purple energy sphere materialized above his palm. Initially, the sphere was no larger than a ping-pong ball. But as time progressed, it expanded at an alarming rate, visibly growing larger with each passing second. Within mere breaths, the energy sphere had become immensely colossal. Upon witnessing this formidable orb, Son Wukong, Son Gohan, and Tors were taken aback, their expressions shifting dramatically. They all understood that if Frisia unleashed this energy sphere, not only would they perish, but the entirety of planet Namek would be obliterated in an instant. While Son Wukong's demeanor was also grave, it was considerably more composed than that of Son Gohan and Lap. He cast a glance at Frisia before turning his gaze towards Yi Yu. Noticing the confident smile adorning Yi Yu's face, Son Wukong felt a flicker of hope. Die! Frisia bellowed, violently swinging his arm downwards. The enormous purple energy sphere descended towards Yi Yu like a meteorite. Chapter 47. The Mighty Power of Super Saiyan Yi Yu on Planet Namek. An immense energy sphere coalesced on Frisia's arm, seemingly intent on annihilating Yi Yu, Son Wukong, and the planet itself. Die! Frisia roared again, forcefully directing the massive energy sphere downward, which plummeted towards Namek like a fiery comet. As the colossal orb descended, the faces of Sun Wukong, Sun Gohan, Lap, and Tors paled in unison. "Tors, we must flee," Lap exclaimed, his complexion drained of color as he sensed the cataclysmic aura emanating from the energy sphere. In an instant, a powerful energy burst enveloped him, and after urgently warning Tors, he prepared to retreat with utmost urgency. However, before Lap could escape, Tors interjected. "Where can we possibly run to?" Upon hearing Tors' words, Lap was struck with a sudden clarity. This colossal sphere of energy possesses the capacity to obliterate the entire Namek planet. Where could he possibly escape? As the swirling aura surrounding Lapus dissipated, he regained his composure and, with a bitter smile filled with reluctance, remarked, "It seems this is the end." With the passage of time, the immense energy sphere descended ever closer to the ground. Simultaneously, an invisible force emanated from the sphere. Although the massive energy orb was still hundreds of meters above the surface, the ground beneath Sun Wukong and Sun Gohan began to fracture. The surrounding waters surged restlessly. In the wake of this, bolts of dark purple lightning radiated from the energy sphere in all directions. Under the onslaught of the thunder, the nearby mountains were reduced to mere dust. Krillin's lifeless body plummeted toward the ocean as the mountains collapsed. However, in that moment, Sun Wukong swiftly maneuvered to catch Krillin's corpse. "Krillin!" Sun Wukong glanced at Krillin's lifeless form, reigniting the flames of fury within him. With a soft exhalation, he then directed his gaze toward Frieza in the sky. "Gohan." After entrusting Krillin's body to Gohan, Sun Wukong prepared to unleash the Kamehameha wave in an attempt to counter Frieza's energy sphere. Yet, before he could act, Yayu, positioned beneath the energy sphere, suddenly spread his palms wide and confronted the massive orb head-on. At that moment, Sun Wukong, Sun Gohan, Rap, and Toss were taken aback by Yiyu's actions. Could it be that Master Yiyu intends to catch this energy sphere with his bare hands? Impossible, absolutely impossible. How could such a feat be accomplished? Upon witnessing Yiyu's bold move, Rap immediately shook his head in disbelief. However, Toss, with clenched fists and unwavering determination, proclaimed, "I believe in Master Yiyu." Hearing Toss's words, Rap cast a condescending glance at him. Ordinarily, Rap would have readily countered such a statement, but considering the imminent peril they faced, he thought it might be beneficial to leave Toss with a glimmer of hope. As Rap and Toss conversed, Yiyu's figure was being propelled downward, succumbing to the immense pressure of the colossal energy sphere. The planet was on the brink of explosion. Perhaps it was wise for me to retreat for now. At this moment, after Frieza had unleashed the colossal energy sphere, a sense of anger within him seemed to have found its release, the fierce scowl on his face dissipating, replaced instead by an expression of schadenfreude. In Frieza's eyes, the destruction of Namek was inevitable, and the two Saiyans, Goku and Yajirobe, were destined to perish alongside it. However, due to his race, Frieza believed he could survive in the vastness of space. With that thought, he cast one last glance at Namek before turning to ascend into the cosmic expanse above. Yet, shortly after he had taken flight, he suddenly sensed an unusual reaction beneath him. When he turned to investigate, he was astonished to see that the massive energy sphere, which had been plummeting, had abruptly ceased its descent. What? Frieza's expression froze at this sight. Then, to his astonishment, he witnessed the once falling energy sphere beginning to fly towards him. How could this be possible? Amidst Frieza's shock, the expressions of Goku, Gohan, Rap, and Tors below mirrored his astonishment. Perhaps Frieza was unaware of why the energy sphere abruptly changed its trajectory. From his vantage point, he could only perceive a colossal energy orb. However, Goku and the others understood the truth. The energy sphere ceased its descent and ascended into the sky because Yiyu had intervened, obstructing the sphere and propelling it back. At this moment, Sun Wukong stood in astonishment, his mouth agape, rendered momentarily speechless. In stark contrast, Thoth was filled with exuberance. He had done it. Master Yiyu had indeed accomplished the unimaginable. Upon hearing Thoth's elated words, Lap returned to reality from his state of shock, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. His face a canvas of disbelief as he remarked, "Truly, Master Yiyu is remarkable. He can achieve even this." There was an unspoken thought lingering in Lap's mind. What a monster! Just how formidable is Master Yeyu's strength? Since arriving on Namek, Lap's perception of Yeyu had been continually reshaped. Initially, he believed Yeyu's quest to confront Frieza was an act of folly. Yet, upon witnessing Yeyu's ability to match Frieza's power, Lap realized that Yeyu's true strength surpassed even that of Frieza. However, at this moment, Lap was even more astonished to see that Yeyu could withstand the colossal energy sphere unleashed by Frieza. As Lap gazed up at Yeyu, who shimmered with a golden radiance, he was lost in thought when the massive energy sphere hurtled towards Frieza at an alarming speed. This is impossible. How could such a thing occur? Though reality was evident before him, Frieza still struggled to accept it. Just as the energy sphere was about to strike him, Frieza swiftly sidestepped, allowing the enormous sphere to soar past him and into the depths of space, far from Namek. Chapter 48. Power Surge of 10 Million. The Titanic Energy Sphere, upon departing from Namek, collided with a nearby planet. In an instant, the planet erupted like a firework, ultimately vanishing into the cosmos. Though the planet was significantly distanced from Namek, the deafening explosion echoed clearly to Yeyu and Sun Wukong's group. Were they saved? In the seconds following the explosion, Sun Wukong and Sun Gohan remained enveloped in shock. It was ultimately Sun Gohan who broke the silence, addressing Sun Wukong. In his Super Saiyan form. Sun Wukong responded to Sun Gohan before his gaze returned to the confrontation between Yeyu and Frieza above. At that moment, Frieza fixated on the golden glimmering Yeyu. His expression twisted with rage, his teeth grinding ominously. Frieza, if you wish to flee, now is your chance. Upon hearing these words, Frieza's malevolent demeanor intensified. Do not underestimate me. I am the Cosmic Emperor, Frieza. With a furious roar, Frieza's voice echoed. His fists clenched tightly as an immense surge of energy erupted from his being. Subsequently, Goku and Gohan, utilizing their heightened senses, discerned the escalating power emanating from Frieza's body. Has that fiend yet to unleash his full strength? Gohan remarked, astonished, as he observed the ever-growing aura surrounding Frieza. However, Yeyu displayed no signs of surprise. After all, he was acutely aware that Frieza had previously only exhibited 50% of his potential. In his current state of rage, Frieza aimed to unleash 100% of his power to confront Yeyu. Yet, it appeared that Yeyu had no intention of granting Frieza the opportunity to reach that peak. Even if Frieza achieved his full state, his combat power would merely amount to 120 million, whereas Yeyu's strength had surged to an astonishing 567 billion. In contrast, Frieza appeared significantly weaker. Just as Frieza's energy surged to its maximum of 71, Nightwing's figure flickered, and he swiftly materialized before Frieza. Upon encountering Nightwing's sudden presence, Frieza's expression shifted dramatically. In the next instant, he retreated, creating distance between himself and Nightwing. If only he were a fraction closer, he could unleash his full power. With his strength having escalated to 75, Frieza glared at Nightwing with bitter resentment. Frieza, it is futile. Even with your utmost strength, you are no match for me. As Nightwing spoke, he spread his palms, channeling the potent energy within him towards his hands. Suddenly, a spherical energy wave, akin to the size of a fist, coalesced between Nightwing's palms. As the energy within him continued to concentrate into this wave, it expanded rapidly. At that moment, Frieza felt an overwhelming sense of lethal danger emanating from the energy wave in Nightwing's palm, causing his expression to change drastically. Frieza, your end is nigh. However, just as Nightwing prepared to unleash the energy wave to obliterate Frieza, Son Goku soared toward them. Wait. Hearing Goku's call, Nightwing momentarily halted the energy wave in his hands. Yet it did not dissipate. It continued to pulsate between his palms. Nightwing, I am his opponent. Without waiting for Nightwing's response, Goku charged directly at Frieza. Boom. In an instant, Goku and Frieza were embroiled in battle. Simultaneously, a mechanical notification echoed in Nightwing's mind. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have gained a combat power attribute of 1,000,000. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have gained a combat power attribute of 1,000,000. Upon hearing the system's notifications, Nightwing's mind stirred. A single strike yielding 1,000,000 in combat power attributes. Observing the battlefield between Goku and Frieza, where combat power attributes continuously fell, each around 1,000,000. The energy wave pulsating between Nightwing's palms dissipated instantly. Perhaps gathering combat power attributes is indeed a commendable choice. Nightwing mused silently and promptly relinquished his Super Saiyan state. After all, maintaining the Super Saiyan form consumed considerable energy, and since he had no immediate need for combat, it was unnecessary to sustain that transformation. As Nightwing reverted from his Super Saiyan form, His hair and eyebrows returned from gold to their natural black. You shall not escape. As Night Feather descended, regaining its normal state, Frieza immediately forsook his battle with Son Goku and pursued Night Feather instead. After all, compared to Son Goku, Frieza harbored a far greater disdain for Night Feather. He could not bear to watch Night Feather depart unchallenged. However, before Frieza could pursue for long, Son Goku swiftly appeared at Frieza's side, lifting his knee to deliver a powerful strike. Before Frieza could react, he was struck by Goku's knee, causing him to expel a torrent of unknown liquid. Frieza, I have told you, your opponent is me, Son Goku declared coldly. Subsequently, he clasped his hands together and, using all his strength, smashed Frieza, who was hunched over in agony, down onto his back as if he were a volleyball. With a resounding crash, Frieza's body hurtled downward like a cannonball, plunging into the ocean below. Having transformed into a Super Saiyan, Son Goku's strength had reached unprecedented heights. Frieza could hardly withstand this onslaught. His form showed no signs of pausing as he fell into the depths of the sea. In that moment of impact, the ocean erupted in a tremendous wave. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have gained a combat power attribute of 1.5 million. Would you like to collect this combat power attribute? As the battle between Son Goku and Frieza momentarily ceased, the system's notification echoed once more. Collect. As Night Feather's voice faded, a series of combat power attributes converged from the heavens above, directly flowing toward Night Feather's form and ultimately merging within his being. With the continuous influx of these combat attributes, Night Feather observed the combat power displayed on the system screen before him rising steadily. When the final combat attribute integrated into his body, Night Feather's combat power surged from 51,340,000 to 61,240,000. This indicated that the brief skirmish between Sun Wukong and Frieza had propelled Night Feather's combat power by over 10 million. It is worth noting that this increase solely pertained to his base combat power. Should Night Feather transform into a Super Saiyan, it would exceed 500 million. Chapter 49, Frieza. Annihilation. Chapter 49. Father hovering in the sky, Son Gohan's eyes sparkled with astonishment upon witnessing Sun Wukong effortlessly overpowering Frieza. Gohan was unaware of the transformations that had taken place within Sun Wukong or the concept of a Super Saiyan. However, he understood that in this moment, Frieza posed no threat to Sun Wukong. As Gohan shifted his gaze from Sun Wukong to the lifeless body of Krillin cradled in his arms, the brilliance in his eyes was instantly extinguished. Gohan, Krillin. Just then, a familiar voice echoed from the distant sky. Upon hearing it, both Son Gohan and Night Feather turned their attention toward the source. They beheld a white sphere of light soaring toward them, and upon closer inspection, the figure within was none other than Tien, also translated as Tien Shinhan. Tien. Upon seeing Tien approach, Son Gohan eagerly waved and called out joyfully. As Tien reached Gohan, he inquired about the fate of Krillin, who lay lifeless in Gohan's embrace. Gohan, however, remained silent, casting a somber glance at Krillin. Understanding the gravity of the situation from Gohan's expression, Tien's joyful demeanor faded instantaneously, and the once buoyant atmosphere grew heavy with sorrow. Suddenly, Tien recalled something. If we use the Dragon Balls, we can resurrect Krillin, he exclaimed, his spirits lifted. Yet, Sun Wukong shook his head, stating, it's futile. Krillin has already been revived once by the Eternal Dragon. It cannot revive the same person twice. That is not a problem. The Eternal Dragon Purunga from Namek can resurrect him as many times as needed. Tien's words sent Gohan into a frenzy of joy, nearly causing him to drop Krillin's lifeless body. Is that truly the case? Indeed, there were no issues with Purunga's words. Tien's expression, however, fell once more, and she said dejectedly, unfortunately, the elder has passed away, and Purunga has also. Gohan. At that moment, as Gohan and Tien felt disheartened, a voice echoed in Gohan's mind. It was the voice of Piccolo. Upon hearing this, Yu's heart stirred slightly. In the original tale, Piccolo was initially training on King Kai's planet, and later, after being resurrected by the Dragon of Namek, he used the power of the dragon to reach Namek. However, due to Yu's intervention this time, the Dragon Purunga did not transfer Piccolo to Namek, as the Elder's death caused the dragon to crumble. Thus, Piccolo remained on King Kai's planet, although Yu was unaware of the conversation between Piccolo and Gohan. Seeing Gohan's joyful expression suggested that Piccolo had informed him of the possibility of using the Dragon Balls on Earth to resurrect the Namekians and subsequently revive Krillin with the dragon from Namek. Just as Gohan and Piccolo communicated mentally, A powerful wave of energy suddenly erupted from the ocean below. Soon, Frisia's form shot up from the depths of the sea. However, at this moment, Frisia appeared to be considerably larger than before. Observing Frisia's altered state, Yu raised an eyebrow. Has he attained 100 power? Indeed. Frisia had taken advantage of his time submerged in the ocean to enhance his strength to its maximum potential. Frisia, at that instant, Tian, standing beside Gohan, turned pale with fear. Although Frisia's appearance differed somewhat from the first form she had previously encountered, she recognized him instantly. After all, it was Frisia who had ruthlessly slaughtered all the Namekians from her village right before her eyes. There was no mistaking Frisia's demonic silhouette. Tian, do not worry, Gohan reassured her, then turned his gaze towards Yu and Goku in the sky, smiling as he declared, Frisia is no match for my father, and that Saiyan now. As Gohan spoke, Frisia, emerging from the water, trembled with rage, casting a glance at Yu and then at Goku. The two Saiyans, once regarded as mere ants in Frisia's eyes, had now become formidable adversaries capable of overpowering him. How could Frisia endure such humiliation? His fists clenched so tightly that purple blood began to seep from his fingertips. Damn those Saiyans! Frisia ground his teeth, and after a silent roar in his heart, his gaze suddenly flickered toward the duo of Tian and Son Gohan. Although Frisia merely cast a fleeting glance in their direction, this moment did not escape the keen observation of Yu. Is he contemplating taking hostages again? Realizing Frisia's thoughts, Yu slowly lowered his arms that were crossed over his chest. Without a moment's hesitation, a powerful aura erupted from his being. In the next instant, Yu transformed into a Super Saiyan. Hey, what do you intend to do? I thought Frisia was my opponent. Son Goku, hovering in the sky, immediately shouted at Yu upon witnessing his sudden transformation. Frisia, upon seeing this, froze momentarily. Ignoring Goku's words, Yu extended his palms directly toward Frisia. A golden energy wave swiftly coalesced in his hands. As time progressed, the energy wave expanded at a visible rate. Damn it! Frisia exclaimed through gritted teeth, unleashing a powerful energy surge that surged toward Tian and Son Gohan. Upon seeing Frisia charge toward them, Tian and Son Gohan instinctively huddled together in terror, their faces etched with fear. Meanwhile, Son Goku in the sky also underwent a sudden change in expression. But this time, Yu showed no mercy. As Frisia charged towards Tian and Son Gohan, the immense energy wave in his palm transformed into a colossal beam of light, aimed directly at Frisia. Sensing the imminent danger approaching from behind, Frisia swiftly turned around, only to witness the white beam of light rapidly expanding in his vision. His expression turned to one of sheer horror. Stop! Frisia shouted in terror. Yet, the wave of light showed no sign of halting and, in an instant, struck Frisia with overwhelming force. Chapter 50. Super Saiyan vs. Super Saiyan. Even Frisia, confronted with the specter of death, could not escape the grip of fear. As he beheld the enormous energy wave magnifying before him, Frisia let out a cry of dread. However, Yi was not Goku. He lacked the benevolence to heed Frisia's pleas for salvation. Without a shred of compassion, the energy wave in Yi Yu's grasp collided mercilessly with Frisia's body. The energy wave was unleashed by Yi Yu after transforming into a Super Saiyan, possessing immense power that Frisia, despite his formidable strength, could not withstand. In the blink of an eye, Frisia's form was obliterated by the radiant energy beam. Subsequently, amidst Frisia's furious roar, his figure was drawn out like smoke caught in the wind, ultimately vanishing within the confines of the energy beam. The energy beam, having eradicated Frisia, vanished without a trace. In this moment, an ephemeral silence enveloped the expanse between heaven and earth. Over yonder, Tian and Sun Wukong appeared to be still engulfed in the dread instigated by Frisia. It was only when Sun Wukong sensed the complete disappearance of Frisia's energy that he finally spoke. Frisia's presence has vanished. Was he defeated by that last attack? Upon hearing Sun Wukong's words, Tian clenched his fists tightly, casting a vigilant glance around, fearful that Frisia might suddenly reappear before them. Meanwhile, TOS and Lap, who had been lurking at a distance, ascended into the skies. Frisia's energy has dissipated. TOS initially scanned the surroundings and then utilized his scouter to probe further. Upon confirming that Frisia's energy signature had indeed vanished, he exclaimed, "Wonderful! That rascal Frisia has been vanquished by Lord Yu." As soon as TOS words resonated, Lap erupted with excitement. TOS, now that Frisia has been dispatched by Yu, I have no reservations. After calling out to TOS, the two unleashed a surge of energy and soared towards the direction of Lord Yiyu. Lord Yiyu, Teacher Yiyu. Upon reaching Yiyu, they immediately called out to him. Whoosh whoosh. Truly, as expected of Lord Yiyu, even Frieza could not withstand your might. You are indeed the paramount being of the cosmos. Once Lap arrived beside Yiyu, he squinted his eyes and lavished praise upon him. However, before Lap could finish his sentence, he noticed Yiyu gazing at him with a benevolent expression. Recognizing the implication in Yiyu's gaze, Lap wisely fell silent. How splendid. Teacher Yiyu, Frieza has been eliminated, which means we can return. TOS, having approached, exhaled a sigh of relief and addressed Yiyu. After all, this excursion to Namek had proven exceedingly perilous. Both the Jinyu Force and Frieza were entities capable of obliterating him with ease. TOS was acutely aware that his survival thus far was entirely due to Yiyu's protection. Return? That may not be feasible yet. Upon hearing Yiyu's words, Lap and TOS exchanged puzzled glances, subsequently inquiring, why not? Wasn't Frieza defeated? Just as Lap posed his question, the Super Saiyan formed Sun Wukong flew over in their direction. Yiyu, you truly are formidable. You dispatched Frieza with such ease that it has left my body trembling. Upon hearing the words of Sun Wukong, Lap immediately closed his eyes, pondering within. Indeed, Lord Yiyu possesses such formidable strength that anyone who beholds him would tremble in fear. Yet at that moment, Sun Wukong continued, Yiyu, let us engage in battle once more. Lap assumed that Sun Wukong was quaking in fear due to Yiyu's prowess, when in truth, it was the exhilaration within Sun Wukong that caused his tremors. He was invigorated by the existence of such a powerful figure as Yiyu. The Saiyan blood coursing through him urged him to challenge Yiyu to combat. Upon hearing Sun Wukong's declaration, Lap was taken aback, while Yiyu wore an expression that suggested he had anticipated this very outcome. Were you not defeated by Lord Yiyu once before? What compels you to challenge him again? Before Yiyu could utter a word, Lap pointed at Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong felt a tinge of embarrassment at Lap's words, but he quickly responded, that was in the past. I have grown stronger now. I implore you. Before Yiyu could refuse, Sun Wukong gazed at him with earnest appeal. Observing Sun Wukong's tenacity, Yiyu exhaled a sigh inwardly. Truth be told, Yiyu was also eager to engage in battle with Sun Wukong, particularly in his current Super Saiyan state. Very well, I shall grant your request, but considering your present condition, Yiyu remarked, as he took note of Sun Wukong's battered form, which bore the scars from his prior confrontation with Frieza before transforming into a Super Saiyan. Although transforming into a Super Saiyan had augmented Sun Wukong's power by 50-fold, the transformation itself did not mend his wounds. The injured Sun Wukong, in his weakened state, would undoubtedly be at a significant disadvantage compared to his peak performance. Yiyu was not inclined to engage in battle with him under such circumstances. Do you not still possess two Senzu beans? Forget it. Before Sun Wukong could finish his sentence, Yiyu swiftly interrupted. Father, allow me to handle this. At that moment, the voice of Sun Gohan resonated nearby. Upon hearing Gohan's words, Yiyu and Sun Wukong turned to see Tian and Sun Gohan approaching rapidly. Tian? Yiyu thought, recalling that although Tian's combat skills were modest, her healing abilities were remarkably potent. In the Dragon Ball saga, she had revived a near-death Krillin in a remarkably short span of time through her healing techniques. As Yiyu contemplated this, Tian had already commenced her healing process for Sun Wukong. She opened her palms, directing them towards him, and a green luminescence enveloped his body. To the astonishment of Lap and Tors, Sun Wukong's injuries began to visibly mend at an astonishing rate. Oh, this is remarkable. Do the Namekians truly possess such extraordinary abilities? Lap's face was awash with astonishment. Mere seconds later, Sun Wukong's injuries had entirely healed, and the energy within him surged back to its zenith. Yet, Night Feather sensed that Sun Wukong's energy was even greater than before. After all, every time a Saiyan recovers from severe wounds, their combat prowess elevates. Yoshi, fully restored. Once his injuries had mended, Sun Wukong expressed his gratitude to Tian and then remarked to Night Feather, all right, now we can engage in battle. Sun Wukong appeared eager and ready for action. Chapter 51, The Battle Among Super Saiyans in the Skies Above Namek. Night Feather and the Super Saiyan Sun Wukong hovered in midair, facing one another from a distance. Meanwhile, Tian, Sun Wufan, Lap, and Tors stood upon a hill several kilometers away, observing the intense atmosphere of the battlefield. Who will prevail, Master Night Feather or the Saiyan? Tors inquired, captivated by the scene. Without a doubt, It's Master Night Feather, my father. Lap and Sun Wufan chimed in unison. Lap defended Night Feather, while Sun Wufan stood by Sun Wukong. Little brat, did you not see? Master Night Feather even defeated that Frisia. Do you truly believe your father can triumph over him? Lap spoke to Sun Wufan in a tone of admonishment. But my father can also defeat Frisia. Sun Wufan retorted, unwilling to back down. As the debate between Sun Wufan and Lap unfolded, the figures of Night Feather and Sun Wukong in the sky finally stirred. Transform, Super Saiyan. Although Night Feather exuded an immense aura, Sun Wukong could still discern that in his regular state, Night Feather was not his equal. With that thought in mind, Night Feather responded to Sun Wukong and, with a mental command, unleashed a formidable energy that erupted forth. Instantly, Sun Wukong and Sun Wufan witnessed Night Feather's hair turn golden, radiating a shimmering, flame-like golden light. As Night Feather transformed into a Super Saiyan, both Sun Wukong and Sun Wufan sensed the immense energy emanating from Night Feather multiply exponentially in that moment. Rather than feeling anxious upon sensing Night Feather's terrifying aura, Sun Wukong felt a surge of exhilaration. This is perfect. With a smirk gracing the corners of his mouth, Sun Wukong uttered a phrase to Yi. In the next instant, he unleashed a thunderous roar, his entire being radiating with shimmering golden flames, mirroring Yi's own display. Had Vegeta still been alive to witness this spectacle, the expression on his face would undoubtedly have been one of sheer astonishment. Wukong had transformed, resembling that very Saiyan. At this moment, Tian gazed in astonishment as Sun Wukong and Yi appeared strikingly identical, his little face adorned with an expression of wonder. This must be what Vegeta-san referred to as the Super Saiyan. No sooner had Tian's words left his lips than Son Gohan tightly clenched his fists, pride radiating from his countenance. It seemed as though it was not Sun Wukong who had transformed into a Super Saiyan, but rather his son, Son Gohan. Whoosh! At that moment, Sun Wukong unleashed the full extent of his energy, his form flickering as he launched an assault on the figure of Yi before him. The speed of Sun Wukong was so astonishing that Sun Wukong and Tosi, along with others, were unable to discern the sequence of his movements. They merely witnessed his figure vanish, followed by the striking collision of fists between Yi and Sun Wukong. With a thunderous roar, the moment their fists collided, a violent sound reverberated through the heavens and golden lightning flickered at the point of impact. Yet, it was not true lightning, but rather the explosive sparks generated by the clash of two ferocious energies. After his initial strike was effortlessly blocked by Yi, Sun Wukong did not relent. He executed a sweeping kick aimed directly at Yi. Although Sun Wukong's assault was rapid, it was of little concern to Yi. Observing the incoming kick, Yi merely raised his other arm slightly to intercept Sun Wukong's attack. Now it is my turn to strike. Having successfully defended against two of Sun Wukong's assaults, Yi deftly arced the arm that had blocked the kick and swiftly seized hold of Sun Wukong's leg. This is bad. Realizing Yi's intention, Sun Wukong's expression shifted. But before he could retract his leg, Yi's hand had already grasped his calf. With a powerful tug, Yi pulled Sun Wukong towards him, and his other fist was poised to strike. In a heartbeat, from the moment Yi seized Sun Wukong's leg to the moment he unleashed his punch, the entire sequence transpired in the blink of an eye. The sheer velocity left Sun Wukong and Tosi, along with the audience, utterly bewildered, as they could only witness Sun Wukong being sent hurtling backward from the impact. As he flew through the air, Sun Wukong suddenly lifted his head, a look of exhilaration crossing his face as he wiped away the crimson blood seeping from This is the battle he desires. At this moment, the blood coursing through his veins was reaching a boiling point. Suddenly, a powerful aura erupted from Sun Wukong's body, causing his figure to be propelled backward, only to come to an abrupt halt. Oh, he appears to be quite pleased. Noting the curve of Sun Wukong's smile, Yi's face also displayed a hint of intrigue. With a flash of movement, he pursued Sun Wukong directly. The intensity of their battle escalated, with fists, elbows, and knees colliding incessantly. The sky reverberated with the sounds of their fierce exchanges. Yi unleashed a punch that struck Sun Wukong directly, yet in the next moment, Sun Wukong's form transformed into a mere afterimage, vanishing into thin air. An afterimage? Ding! Congratulations, host, you have acquired the afterimage fist attribute. Will the host accept the afterimage fist attribute? Accept. Although you could not gain combat power attributes from fighting others, skill attributes were still obtainable. As soon as Yi's voice fell, the afterimage fist attribute seamlessly integrated into his being. In that instant, just as Yi accepted the afterimage fist attribute, Sun Wukong suddenly materialized behind him, launching a flying kick. However, upon striking Yi Yu, he passed right through him. An afterimage, realizing that he had attacked Yi Yu's illusion. Sun Wukong swiftly retreated, adopting a defensive stance while scanning for Yi Yu's true form. There, upon locating Yi Yu's actual presence, Sun Wukong unleashed a punch aimed at the sky. In the next moment, as Yi Yu's true form revealed itself, their fists collided with a resounding impact. Still as formidable as ever, he even managed to learn my afterimage fist. Yi Yu chuckled softly, choosing not to respond, and continued to engage in battle with Sun Wukong. Chapter 52. The Resurrection of Vegeta. The afterimage fist was not a technique Yi Yu had merely learned, it was something he had acquired. However, to Sun Wukong, it seemed as if Yi Yu had mastered it within such a brief period. Additionally, Yi Yu had previously learned Sun Wukong's King Kai fist. Now, witnessing Yi Yu adopt the afterimage fist again, Sun Wukong felt no surprise. In his eyes, Yi Yu was a prodigy who could grasp techniques at a glance. Not bad yourself, managing to keep up with my rhythm of attack. Night Feather casually deflected a punch from Sun Wukong, a slight smile gracing his lips as he spoke. Come now, I know you haven't even unleashed half of your strength. Sun Wukong, exhilarated after withstanding Night Feather's punch, retorted, half? Not even close. I haven't utilized even a tenth of my power. Of course, Night Feather would never voice such a thought. In that case, I shall take this a bit more seriously. With that, Night Feather significantly increased both the force and speed of his attacks. On the other side, Sun Wukong, who had previously been able to hold his ground against Night Feather, found himself overwhelmed as the latter accelerated his assault. Moreover, Night Feather could distinctly perceive that Sun Wukong's breathing had begun to grow erratic. Thud, thud, thud. After barely fending off a flurry of strikes from Night Feather, Sun Wukong suddenly faced an even swifter onslaught. At that moment, upon witnessing the astonishing speed of Yi Yu's fist hurtling towards him, Sun Wukong was taken aback. Although his eyes perceived the impending attack, his body could not keep pace with Yi Yu's swift movements. Before Sun Wukong could react, Yi Yu's fist struck him squarely on the cheek. The impact caused Sun Wukong's head to jerk backward, and his body sank slightly, as if yielding to the force. However, Sun Wukong was no ordinary individual. After enduring Yi Yu's blow, he retaliated with a punch of his own. Yet, the disparity in their strengths was evident, as Yi Yu effortlessly anticipated Sun Wukong's every move. As Sun Wukong's fist approached, Yi Yu deftly sidestepped, narrowly evading the strike. Following this, Yi Yu unleashed another punch, landing squarely on Sun Wukong's body. Although this blow lacked full force, it was still beyond what Sun Wukong could withstand. The impact sent Sun Wukong plummeting towards the sea below like a cannonball. Victory! Rapu exclaimed in celebration upon witnessing Yi Yu's successful strike, glancing at Son Gohan beside him. Though Rappa did not elaborate, his gaze seemed to convey to son Gohan, I told you, our master Yi Yu is superior. Meanwhile, just as Sun Wukong was about to crash into the ocean, he released a powerful wave of energy. The resulting force stabilized his descent, creating a massive hemispherical indentation in the water beneath him. Is this all your strength? Sun Wukong steadied himself and ascended a short distance into the sky, looking down at Yi Yu and inquiring, What's the matter? Do you wish to continue? Yi Yu, overseeing from his elevated position, replied, No. I'm still not entirely accustomed to this body since my first transformation into a Super Saiyan. Sun Wukong clenched his fist and gazed up at Yi Yu, continuing, Moreover, I know that if we were to fight further, I would ultimately be the one to lose. Upon hearing Sun Wukong's words, Yi Yu's hair promptly shifted from golden back to black. Then let us meet again next time. After dismissing his Super Saiyan form, Yi Yu called out and soared towards where Tors and Rapu were situated. You too, it's time to return. Upon hearing Yi Yu's words, Tosi immediately flew towards the location of Yi Yu. Meanwhile, Lap stood up and bid farewell to Sun Wukong and Tian Tian with a casual goodbye. However, reflecting on the possibility that they may never meet again, he quickly amended his farewell to no goodbyes. After all, the universe is exceedingly vast. The chance encounter on Namek today was purely incidental. With that, Lap soared into the sky, unleashing a burst of energy as he pursued Yi Yu ahead. Once Yi Yu and his companions departed, Sun Wukong stood bewildered in the sky, pondering the meaning of next time we meet. The thoughts of Yi Yu's parting words lingered in his mind. Just as Lap had surmised, they might not have another opportunity to reunite. Yet, Yi Yu had mentioned a next time to Sun Wukong. Unbeknownst to him, in the near future, Earth would give rise to even stronger artificial beings, androids 17 and 18. Surpassing Frisia, along with the formidable Perfect Cell. Yu aimed to gather more combat power, and Earth was undoubtedly the most suitable locale for such pursuits. Father, let us hasten to Frisia's spaceship. As Yu's group vanished from sight, Son Gohan urgently addressed Sun Wukong. What purpose do we have at Frisia's spaceship? Sun Wukong replied. Perplexed, Son Gohan then relayed Piccolo's words to him, suggesting that through Earth's dragon, they could resurrect all those slain by Frieza on Namek and subsequently utilize Namek's dragon to revive Krillin, Dend, and the others. The Namekian dragon can bring Krillin back to life? That is splendid news. Upon hearing Son Gohan's explanation, Sun Wukong was instantly elated. There is no time to lose. We must go at once. Without hesitation, Sun Wukong led Son Gohan and Tian Tian towards the direction of Frisia's spaceship. Minutes later, as Yu, Tosi, and Lap traversed the sky aboard their spaceship, dark clouds suddenly gathered above Namek, obscuring the sun. Observing this phenomenon, Yu smirked. It seems the Namekian dragon has been revived. In that very moment, back at the battlefield where Sun Wukong and Yu had fought, the once deceased Vegeta suddenly came back to life. I'm not dead, Vegeta exclaimed, staring at his own palm, confusion etched across his face. What Vegeta did not realize was that the wish made by Earth's guardian to the dragon encompassed all those slain by Frieza and his cohort on Namek. And he had been among them. Chapter 53, Gravity Training in the Vastness Beyond Namek. A colossal spaceship resembling a tank loomed. Suddenly, 3 brilliant white orbs, akin to shooting stars, pierced through the atmosphere of Namek, hurtling towards the vessel. Inside the control room of the immense spaceship, the canine-headed alien observed 3 red dots approaching on the screen, his expression shifting dramatically. He swiftly turned and declared, Lord Yeyu has returned. Prepare for reception at once. Lord Yeyu has returned? The other warriors in the control room were taken aback upon hearing this. Initially, they had presumed that Yeyu's journey was fraught with peril, especially considering the formidable Emperor Frieza was present on Namek. However, to their astonishment, Yeyu had returned safely. What are you all waiting for? Hurry and welcome Lord Yeyu, commanded the canine-headed alien before hastily departing the control room. Following his exit, the remaining warriors quickly adjusted their attire and followed him out. Moments later, the 3 white orbs that had emerged from Namek landed safely in the spaceship's return pod. As the hatch opened, Yeyu, TOS, and Lap stepped out. Welcome back, Lord Yeyu, exclaimed the leading canine-headed alien as he approached Yeyu. Safe. Upon hearing the term from the alien, Yeyu paused momentarily, then regarded the canine-headed alien with a condescending gaze. You didn't truly believe I would perish on Namek, did you? At this, the alien and his fellow warriors felt a chill run through them, their faces betraying their apprehension. Indeed, they had harbored such thoughts, yet they dared not voice them in Yeyu's presence. As they pondered how to respond to Yeyu's inquiry, he continued, however, it is understandable that you might think so. After all, our adversary was none other than Frieza. The mere mention of Frieza's name sent waves of terror across the faces of the aliens. Ignoring their expressions, Yeyu strode confidently into the spaceship. Once Yeyu had departed, the warriors encircled Lap and TOS, their faces alight with curiosity, akin to spectators at a zoo marveling at pandas. Lap, it's truly remarkable that you managed to survive Frieza's clutches. Lapu, your fortune is indeed remarkable, emerging unscathed. Upon hearing the praises from those cosmic warriors, Lapu lifted his head proudly, a look of complete contentment gracing his countenance. In that moment, Lap was enveloped by the feeling of a triumphant hero, celebrated by a throng of admirers upon his return. Just as he was about to regale his companions with tales of his heroic exploits, TOS unexpectedly interjected, stating, Our safe return is entirely thanks to Master Yeyu's assistance. During this mission, we played no significant role. Upon hearing TOS' words, Lap felt as though a bucket of cold water had been poured over him, causing his facial muscles to twitch involuntarily. Could you not let me bask in the glory for a moment? Following TOS' revelation, the cosmic warriors gathered around him, eager to inquire, Tess, please recount how you and Lord Yeyu managed to escape the clutches of Frieza. Escape? Hardly. Frieza has already been vanquished by Master Yeyu. As TOS spoke, the once lively cabin fell into an immediate silence. Frieza had been defeated by Yeyu? The cosmic warriors evidently harbored skepticism towards Torza's words, though they acknowledged Nightwing's formidable strength. They believed it impossible for anyone to surpass the cosmic monarch, Frieza. Tors, you jest, they remarked. Before the cosmic warrior could finish speaking, Tors interjected, I am not joking, and strode directly into the spacecraft. This impudent youth, though small in stature, possessed a rather large temperament. Rap, please enlighten us on the events transpiring on planet Namek. The warriors implored after Tors's departure. Well, the situation is largely as Tors described. Lord Frisia has indeed been vanquished by Lord Nightwing, exclaimed Rap. What? Rap? That jest is far from amusing. I assure you, I am not jesting. Have you witnessed Lord Nightwing's true power? Rap inquired earnestly. After exchanging glances, the cosmic warriors collectively shook their heads. Precisely. Lord Nightwing's genuine strength surpasses that of Frisia. Rest assured, the news of Frisia's demise will soon reverberate throughout the cosmos. Observing Rap's serious demeanor, the warriors' disbelief began to waver, transforming into cautious intrigue. Hey, Lord Nightwing beckons you to enter swiftly. At that moment, Tors returned to summon the group. Subsequently, under Tors's guidance, Rap and the other cosmic warriors ventured into a training room within the spacecraft. The training chamber, a creation of Night Feather's command modeled after the spacecraft of Sun Wukong, is currently equipped with a crimson display. Upon this screen, the gravity reads 1G, indicating that the gravitational force within the training environment is equivalent to that of Earth. Master Night Feather, have you summoned us here to engage in combat against one another? Inquired Lap and the other cosmic warriors upon entering. No, for the foreseeable future, you shall not engage in battle. I require you to train, Night Feather declared. Train? What do you mean by training? Lap questioned, bewildered by Night Feather's directive. In response, Night Feather gestured towards Toss, who exited the training room. Subsequently, Night Feather pressed a red button located beside the display. As he did so, the numbers on the screen began to escalate. 1G, 10G, 20G. With each increment, the gravitational force within the chamber surged relentlessly. Under 10G, Lap and the others felt relatively unperturbed. However, beyond that threshold, it was as if they bore the weight of a mountain upon their backs. Master Night Feather, what are you doing? Please, halt this. If it continues, we shall perish. They exclaimed as the gravity intensified to 20G, rendering all warriors prostrate and immobile on the ground. From this day forth, you shall train in this ultra-gravitational environment. Each Sunday, the gravity will increase tenfold. Should anyone fail to endure, I will expel them immediately, Night Feather proclaimed as he adjusted the gravity to 20 times that of Earth, releasing his grip. Wait, did you just say tenfold increase weekly? The warriors groaned, struggling to rise from the floor. Is this truly training? Or are you intent on extinguishing our lives? As they lamented, Night Feather's thoughts grew heavy. While these warriors provided considerable combat prowess through their daily battles, he recognized that their fighting abilities were insufficient since their return from planet Mech, not to mention the likes of Frisia or Sun Wukong. Even the members of the Jinyu Force surpassed Lap and his companions in strength. In Night Feather's view, honing their skills would yield significant benefits once their combat abilities improved. His own power would augment at an accelerated pace. Tenfold, Master Night Feather. As usual, that level of gravity training should suffice, Lap managed to assert while struggling in the oppressive 20G environment. That is unacceptable. Time is of the essence. You must intensify your training and strive to enhance your combat capabilities. Night Feather spoke with a grave tone. Time is running short. What does he mean by time is running short? Upon hearing his words, Lap and the others were left in a state of confusion. Naturally, they were unaware that the time Night Feather referred to was the impending birth of the ultimate android, Cell. Although Night Feather's current strength would suffice to confront Super Saiyan Goku, he still felt somewhat inadequate in comparison to the complete form of Cell. In his mind, Night Feather was determined to enhance his combat power before Cell's emergence. By doing so, he would be unencumbered when facing Cell on Earth in the future. Speaking of which, how many years remained until Cell's birth? Chapter 54, Super Saiyan Broly in the Southern Galaxy. On the planet Brill, chaos reigned as the planet was engulfed in flames. From a lofty vantage point, one could see a vast city below, shrouded in thick smoke and devastation. Suddenly, a deafening explosion echoed through the city, followed by a powerful shockwave emanating from the heart of the urban landscape. In an instant, the once magnificent city was reduced to mere ruins. The city has vanished. At that moment, a Brill alien clad in battle armor hovered above the ground. Upon witnessing the vast city reduced to rubble, a flicker of astonishment crossed his eyes, soon replaced by a profound sense of horror. Damnable creature. After a brief pause of shock, an overwhelming fury surged within him. He swiftly shifted his gaze from the desolation beneath to a towering figure in the sky. The man, with a robust physique, displayed well-defined muscles exposed to the air. Most striking was his shock of yellow-green hair. Had Vegeta been present at that moment, he would have been astounded to recognize that this man with yellow-green hair was indeed a Super Saiyan. This Super Saiyan is none other than Broly. With a fierce roar, Broly clenched his fists tightly and unleashed a thunderous cry towards the heavens. Instantly, a powerful wave of energy surged forth from his imposing figure. At this moment, the very earth of the entire city began to tremble. A force, a power, was on the verge of overflowing. The frenzied Broly let out another thunderous roar as the immense energy within him coalesced into swirling orbs of yellow-green power. These devastating spheres radiated outward indiscriminately in all directions. With earth-shattering detonations, the energy orbs erupted upon impact, transforming the once magnificent metropolis into a landscape of ceaseless explosions. "Stop him! We must stop him immediately!" came the desperate cries amidst the chaos. "If this continues, our Brill Star shall be utterly annihilated by him." At that moment, a Brillarian roared with clenched teeth. With this command, thousands of warriors behind him surged forth like a swarm of locusts, charging towards Broly in the sky. As he beheld the throng of figures rushing up from below, Broly's fierce countenance revealed not a hint of fear, but rather an exhilarating thrill. "Kill, kill, kill." Broly uttered the words with a roughness, and as he spread his arms wide, two energy spheres materialized in his palms. With a resounding boom, as a Brillarian warrior charged at him, Broly unleashed a swift strike. The energy sphere in his palm crashed into the chest of the Brillarian warrior. To Broly, it may have felt like a mere brush, yet the Brillarian's body shattered into fragments in an instant. With the first Brillarian warrior dispatched, Broly showed no signs of hesitation. He unleashed another energy sphere from his other hand. In that moment, Broly stood alone amidst the throngs of warriors, cutting through them with relentless ferocity. With each strike, a Brillarian warrior fell lifeless to the ground. Where he passed, the Brillarian warriors fell like stalks of straw, helpless against Broly's onslaught. "Damn it, that wretched monster." At that moment, the captain of the Brill Star warriors, witnessing his subordinates being slain one after another, immediately extended his palm and unleashed an energy wave towards Broly, who hovered in the sky above. With a swift whoosh and a resounding bang, the energy wave struck Broly directly without any hindrance. However, to the captain's dismay, Broly emerged unscathed. As the battle raged on, Broly swiftly redirected his focus towards the captain. A grin spread across his face, and in the next instant, his towering figure charged directly towards the captain's location. Meanwhile, not far away atop a mountain peak stood a middle-aged man with dark hair. "If I manage to conquer this Brill Star, a significant portion of the southern galaxy will fall under my dominion." The raven-haired man gazed upon the battling Broly, his ambition evident in his words. The dark-haired middle-aged man is none other than Broly's father, Paragus, Lord Paragus. At that moment, a somewhat frog-like alien hurriedly approached from a spaceship not far behind Paragus. "What is it?" Paragus inquired in a calm tone upon seeing the newcomer. "We just received word that Frieza has been killed." Upon hearing this, a flicker of emotion briefly crossed Paragus's expression, though it was merely a fleeting moment. While many in the universe feared Frieza, Paragus was not among them. The reason for his fearlessness lay in his possession of the formidable warrior Broly. "Oh, Frieza has been eliminated? That saves me the trouble of seeking him out," Paragus remarked indifferently. Then, with curiosity, he asked, "Who is the one responsible for Frieza's demise?" After all, Frieza's power was extraordinarily daunting. Among those known to Paragus, the only one capable of defeating Frieza was likely Broly himself, hence his inquisitive nature. "It is a Saiyan named to you." Upon hearing the name Saiyan, Paragus's expression shifted. A Saiyan capable of vanquishing Frieza? How intriguing. If he could recruit this EU, the possibility of dominating the entire universe would not be out of reach. After mulling over this thought, Paragus turned to the frog-like alien and inquired, "Do you know anything about this EU?" "Yes, he has established his own power, much like Frieza." As the frog-like alien spoke, a smirk curled upon Paragus's lips. He then commanded, "Find a way to contact this EU. I wish to meet him." "Yes." With that, the frog-like alien departed. Meanwhile, as Paragus conversed with the alien, Broly had already annihilated all the warriors of Brill Star and was flying towards them. Judging by his demeanor, it seemed he harbored intentions of attacking his own father, Paragus. "Stop, Broly." Observing Broly's bloodthirsty approach, Paragus swiftly raised his arm, activating a collar around Broly's neck to restrain him. Once Broly regained some semblance of his senses, Paragus quietly exhaled in relief. Chapter 55. Who is the master of great power? Chapter 55. The training room of the Nightwing spaceship. At this moment, the gravity within the training chamber has escalated from an initial 20 g to a staggering 25 g. Although the increase from 20 g to 25 g may seem a mere five-fold enhancement, this additional gravity imposes a significant burden on the cosmic warriors currently engaged in their rigorous training. After all, not everyone possesses the indomitable spirit of figures such as Sun Wukong and Vegeta. Curiously, the warriors today appear remarkably compliant, diligently honing their skills. Within the training room, several warriors, including Rap, are relentlessly performing push-ups, sit-ups, and a myriad of other exercises when a canine-headed extraterrestrial approaches, clearly astonished. It is noteworthy that when Nightwing initially mandated their training, each warrior sought various excuses to evade the task, having learned of Nightwing's formidable victory over Frieza. Toss approaches the canine-headed alien and offers a brief response. Upon hearing Nightwing's words, an expression of understanding washes over the alien's face. Why do they now heed Nightwing's commands so obediently? Is it out of fear? While that may be a contributing factor, it is predominantly rooted in admiration. This scenario parallels the training of Goten and Trunks as they learn to fuse their abilities. Initially, when Sun Wukong instructed Goten and Trunks in the fusion technique, they found the movements somewhat embarrassing and sought to avoid the practice. However, upon realizing that Sun Wukong could transform into a Super Saiyan at the third level, surpassing even Majin Buu, their admiration for him swelled, leading them to comply with his every request. This is the power of admiration. And the same applies to these cosmic warriors. Who is Frieza, the Emperor of the Universe? Upon learning that Nightwing had truly slain Frieza, they felt a profound respect for him. They were astounded that Lord Nightwing possessed such strength, capable of vanquishing even Frieza. If that is the case, then Lord Nightwing must be the greatest in the universe. To serve under Lord Nightwing is indeed an honor. From that moment onward, these cosmic warriors followed Nightwing's orders without question. While TOS was conversing with the dog-headed alien, Nightwing noticed this situation and immediately called out to the training group led by Lap. Continue your training. Do not listen. Yes, Lord Nightwing. After Nightwing exited the training room, the dog-headed alien promptly announced, Lord Nightwing, we have just received a commission from the Southern Galaxy. The commission mentioned here refers to tasks assigned by planets in need of assistance to the Nightwing Legion. Subsequently, the Nightwing Legion mobilizes to aid in completing these tasks and, in return, acquires substantial financial rewards from these patrons. After all, maintaining such a colossal vessel as the Nightwing Legion traversing the cosmos incurs significant expenses at every moment. Without a reliable source of income, the Nightwing Legion would have long since disbanded. The Southern Galaxy? It seems rather distant. We shall decline. After a brief contemplation while stroking his chin, Nightwing addressed the canine-headed extraterrestrial. However, the other party presented an offer we simply cannot refuse. As he spoke, the canine-headed alien extended 5 fingers. Upon witnessing this, Nightwing's eyes sparkled with intrigue, and casting a glance at Tors beside him, he cleared his throat and declared, Very well. We shall accept this task. Yes, I shall command the spacecraft to head towards the Southern Galaxy. After the canine-headed alien concluded, he promptly departed. Master Nightwing, you just declined. Why did you suddenly agree? After the alien's exit, Tors blinked, gazing up at Nightwing with a puzzled expression. Nightwing, of course, would not disclose to Tors that the motivation was financial. For various reasons. Nightwing replied to Tors before immediately stepping into the training room. Various reasons. Tors tilted his little head, his face brimming with confusion. Although the Northern Galaxy is quite a distance from the Southern Galaxy, with the speed of the Nightwing spacecraft, it only took a month to reach the planet Blue Star, where the commission was located. Beep, beep, beep. Shortly after the Nightwing spacecraft landed on Blue Star, alarms blared in the control room. Numerous red dots flickered on the screen, rapidly approaching with astonishing speed. Master Nightwing, a considerable number of formidable individuals are making their way towards us. Upon noticing this situation, the canine-headed alien promptly reported to Nightwing. Lapu, these foes are entrusted to you. Upon hearing the alien's words, Nightwing's brow furrowed slightly, a nagging sense of unease creeping in, though he could not pinpoint the source of his discomfort. Unable to arrive at a conclusion, he immediately commanded Lapu and the others, who had just exited the gravity training room. Leave it to us. After a month of training, it is time to showcase the results of our efforts. As Nightwing's words resonated, Lapu and the cadre of cosmic warriors eagerly prepared for action. Having said that, Lapu and Tors, along with the others, followed Nightwing outside the spacecraft. Let me assess the true combat capabilities of our adversaries. A being resembling Bardock from the Jinyu Force ascended into the sky, prodding a detector. Soon, a multitude of energy readings materialized above his device. Oh, a power level of 12,000, 11,546? Upon discovering that the incoming entities boasted power levels exceeding 10,000, a flicker of astonishment crossed his face. What's the matter, Carter? Are you intimidated by their power levels? Lap teased. Impossible. Perhaps it would have posed a challenge prior to our training, but now. The warrior known as Carter confidently declared, striking his fists together. They're coming. Just as Carter and Lap exchanged words, a dozen energy orbs appeared from the distant sky. Advancing towards them. Engage. Under Carter's command, the cadre of cosmic warriors, led by Yu, charged forth to confront the approaching entities. As Lap and Carter departed, a sudden flash of insight surged through Yu's mind. This was not merely a flash. In that fleeting moment, Yu sensed an immense aura, a presence of extraordinary magnitude. What a formidable energy! Upon recognizing this overwhelming force, Yu swiftly looked up towards its source. Chapter 56. The arrival of Broly. The reason Yu was so fixated on this immense energy was that it surpassed even the normal state of Son Goku. It is worth noting that Son Goku's battle power in his normal form exceeds 3 million. Thus, it was evident that the owner of this sensed energy possessed a power level exceeding 3 million. Such a power level is indeed rare, even within the vast expanse of the 7th universe. Who, indeed, is the master of this formidable energy? It appears to be that of a Saiyan. Nightwing gazed at the horizon, murmuring softly to himself in a voice only he could hear. As he pondered these thoughts, the mechanical prompt of the system resonated in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have acquired a combat power attribute of 300. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired a combat power attribute of 110. 1, 2, 3. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired a combat power attribute of 150. Upon hearing the system's notifications, Nightwing refocused his attention entirely on the battle unfolding before him. Never mind. Once this skirmish concludes, I shall revisit the matter. Though Nightwing was indeed curious about the immense energy, the collection of combat power attributes took precedence. As Lap and Carter, along with others, continued their fierce combat, the combat power attributes cascaded down in abundance. Previously, when Lap and his companions boasted a combat power of just over 10,000, the attributes they accrued during battle barely exceeded 100. However, after rigorous training, their combat power during skirmishes surged to over 300, a remarkable threefold increase. Remarkably, this was merely the result of a month's training. It seems their training bore fruit, elevating their combat power to over 30,000 in just a month. While Lap and his comrades could not achieve the astonishing feat of enhancing their combat power from over 10,000 to 90,000 in a mere 6 days like Goku, Nightwing felt a sense of satisfaction with this progress. After all, Lap and his companions were not Saiyans. Their combat power would not increase upon recovery from injuries. Transforming their combat power from just over 10,000 to over 30,000 in 1 month is indeed commendable. At that moment, as Nightwing concentrated on the battlefield before him, his gaze shifted to a location thousands of kilometers away from where he stood. There, anchored a spacecraft, with 3 figures standing outside it. Among these 3 individuals, 2 are none other than Broly and his father, Paragus. The immense energy that Yu had sensed earlier belonged to Broly, specifically in his normal state. Lord Paragus, as per our plan, Yu and his companions have arrived on planet Bulma, exclaimed the frog-like alien accompanying Broly and Paragus. Well done, Buck. Once I conquer the entire universe, I shall entrust the governance of the southern galaxy to you. Paragus praised Buck in response to his words. Upon hearing Paragus' commendation, Buck's eyes gleamed with excitement as he straightened up and respectfully declared, "It is an honor to serve Lord Paragus." Meanwhile, as Paragus conversed with the frog-like alien, Broly fixed his gaze upon Yu's direction, his body radiating a cerulean light, and an expression of fury twisted across his sharply defined features. Hold your ground, Broly. Yu is not an enemy yet. You must not act against him. Paragus sensed Broly teetering on the brink of rage and swiftly activated the control device in his hand. In the next moment, the collar on Broly's forehead emitted a bright light, instantly calming his emotions. Buck, let us meet this Yu. However, before that, I must ascertain whether he truly possesses the power to eliminate Frieza. Once Paragus spoke, The frog-like alien immediately responded, "Leave it to me." With that, Paragus, Broly, and Buck soared towards Yu's location. As the trio approached, Yu sensed their presence almost instantaneously. Beep, beep, beep. As Yu turned to look in their direction, the detector beside Toss reacted immediately. "Teacher Yu, 3 high-energy signatures are heading this way." Before long, both Yu and Toss saw 3 white orbs of light racing towards them with astonishing speed, akin to fleeting rays of light. Indeed, they are Saiyans, and 2 of them at that. As the 3 white orbs drew nearer, Yu's heart confirmed that the overwhelming energy he had sensed before emanated from the Saiyans. Swish, swish, swish. Moments later, the 3 white orbs came to a halt in the sky not far from Yu. At that moment, Yu and Tosi could clearly discern the appearances of the 3 individuals that had just emerged. Broly. The instant these 3 figures appeared, Yu's gaze was immediately drawn to Broly hovering in the sky. The presence of Paragus and the frog-like alien beside Broly was completely disregarded by Yu. While Yu's eyes were fixated on Broly, the trio also turned their attention towards him. Broly seemed to sense the immense power emanating from Yu, causing his blood to surge restlessly within him, and his energy began to circulate once more. Broly. Noticing Broly's unusual reaction, Paragus called out his name with urgency. Once Broly had steadied himself, Paragus turned his focus to Yu and spoke. "Is this the one who defeated Frieza?" Upon hearing Paragus's words, the frog-like alien immediately understood, exclaiming, "Let me test him and find out. After all, my subordinate's combat power has reached 180,000. With that, the frog-like alien unleashed a powerful energy surge, and in the blink of an eye, his form transformed into a streak of light, launching an attack towards Yu. In the face of the alien's assault, Yu remained utterly unmoved, standing still as if he had not noticed the attack at all. "You underestimate me, Bada." The frog-like alien bellowed in a fit of rage upon realizing that Yu had not even glanced in his direction, closing in at an astonishing speed. He threw a punch directly at Yu. However, before the alien's fist could make contact, Yu swung his arm with decisive force. "Do not interfere." With a single strike, the frog-like alien was instantly obliterated into a cloud of blood mist. Chapter 57. Who is stronger, the genius or the cheater? In a flash, the previously motionless Yu had unleashed a swift attack, resulting in the frog-like alien's immediate demise. The speed of Yu's action was so remarkable that Tosi and Paragus had yet to comprehend what had transpired. When they finally grasped the situation, all they could witness was the aftermath of the alien's explosion. Observing this scene, Paragus's expression shifted dramatically, ultimately revealing a hint of a smile. And 180,000 combat power being instantaneously vanquished, it appears this individual is indeed the true Yu. Having confirmed Yu's identity, Paragus and Broly swiftly soared towards his location. "Do not misunderstand. We are not here to be your foes." As Paragus observed Toth's wary demeanor, he promptly spread his palms in a gesture of reassurance. Upon hearing Paragus's words, Toth's expression softened slightly. However, Yu's countenance remained unchanged. Upon his arrival on Blue Star, Yu had sensed an underlying discord, though he could not pinpoint its source at the time. Yet, upon witnessing Paragus and Broly before him, the cause of his unease became glaringly apparent. "Are you the client?" Yu inquired, a bemused smile playing on his lips as he fixed his gaze upon Paragus. Indeed, the source of Yu's disquiet was the dubious nature of this so-called mission. In truth, it was not a mission at all, but rather a cunning trap set by Paragus. Paragus had deliberately deceived Yu into coming to Blue Star, and Yu was acutely aware of Paragus's ulterior motive, the ambition to dominate the universe, and this ruse was likely an attempt to recruit him into his scheme. "Indeed, I am the client in question, Paragus." Yu responded directly. Upon hearing this, Paragus introduced himself with an air of gentlemanly grace, continuing, "You are the esteemed Yu, the one who vanquished Frieza. It is a pleasure to finally meet you. Since you are the client, present the commission and remit the payment," Yu stated forthrightly. Harboring little fondness for Paragus, especially given the deceptive means by which he had lured him to the southern galaxy, "I sincerely apologize. The primary objective of this commission was merely to bring you to Blue Star. However, rest assured, I shall offer full compensation for your services." Upon hearing Paragus's declaration, Yu's anger somewhat subsided. Before Yu could respond, Paragus continued, "The reason for this unconventional invitation is that I have a significant matter to discuss with you." Upon these words, Yu recognized that Paragus was about to propose an invitation to join him in conquering the universe. What matter? Yu feigned ignorance, prompting further elaboration. I wish to invite you to join us on New Vegeta. As a fellow Saiyan, you surely know that 24 years ago, Frieza obliterated our home planet, Vegeta. Since that cataclysm, our race has been nearly extinguished, and I wish to enlist your aid in revitalizing our people and restoring the glory of the Saiyan race. At Paragas's proclamation, Yu could not help but mentally chide him, calling him a cunning old fox. From the very beginning, this individual never mentioned the notion of conquering the universe. Instead, he sought to persuade Yu with the revival of the Saiyan race. It is crucial to note that Yu is a Saiyan and naturally harbors a sense of national pride. At this moment, Paragas is brandishing the banner of Saiyan revival to manipulate Yu. Were it not for Yu's experiences from a different world, where he had already discerned Paragas's true intentions, he might have fallen for the ruse. After all, in the Dragon Ball saga, Vegeta was indeed deceived by Paragas. Following a lengthy discourse from Paragas, Yu simply responded with a nonchalant, "Not interested." Upon hearing this, Paragas's expression shifted noticeably. Subsequently, his tone altered as he began to introduce Broly, who stood nearby. Perhaps you are unaware, but this is my son, Broly. From a young age, his combat prowess has been remarkably formidable, and he is now capable of transforming into the legendary Super Saiyan. Originally, I intended for Broly to eliminate Frieza, but time has always eluded us. We would be immensely grateful if you could avenge our Saiyan people by dispatching Frieza. If you were to join forces with Broly, not only would the revival of the Saiyan race be achievable, but the conquest of the universe would also be within reach. Upon hearing Paragas's words, Yu's expression instantly changed. Although Paragas appeared to be introducing Broly, he was, in fact, conveying a subtle threat. Frieza is insignificant in the presence of Broly. And do not assume that eliminating Frieza makes you remarkable. The insinuation was unmistakable. Are you threatening me? Yu inquired, casting a glance at Broly before addressing Paragas in a deep tone. No, I merely wish to advise you to recognize the situation. Upon witnessing Yu's firm demeanor, Paragas's facade crumbled. In uttering this, he shed all semblance of politeness, revealing only menace. It seems you have great confidence in Broly's strength. After hearing Paragas's statement, Yu immediately fixed his gaze upon Broly, a bemused expression on his face. Of course, Broly is the legendary Super Saiyan, a being beyond the comparison of ordinary Saiyans like yourself. Yu, unable to refute this assertion, raised an eyebrow. Indeed, ordinary Saiyans cannot be compared to Broly. However, while you may be a prodigy, I, Yu, am exceptional in my own right. Let us engage, Broly. Upon noticing that Nightwing remained silent, Paragas swiftly retreated behind Broly, commanding him with a fierce shout. Broly, whose pent-up fury had been simmering within, let out a primal roar in response to Paragas's words. In the next instant, a powerful wave of energy surged forth from Broly's being. Almost immediately, TOS and Nightwing beheld the transformation as Broly's ebony locks shifted to a striking yellow-green hue, enveloped in a radiant aura of the same color. This resembles Master Nightwing. His countenance shifted dramatically upon witnessing Broly's metamorphosis, while a sly smile crept across Paragas's lips. Chapter 58, Confrontation with Broly. With Paragas's consent, the enraged Broly no longer felt the need to suppress the immense power surging within him. As he unleashed a mighty roar, an astonishing force emanated from his core. In that moment, the ground beneath his feet caved in, and a formidable wave of energy radiated outward in all directions. Dust and debris were thrown into the air as the atmosphere rippled with power. Simultaneously, Broly's hair transformed from black to a vibrant yellow-green, his form continuously shimmering with the same radiant energy. What posture could it be if not that of a Super Saiyan, much like Master Yu? As TOS was captivated by the overwhelming presence of the Super Saiyan Broly, the combatants Lap and Carter, engaged in their own fierce battle, were equally struck by Broly's formidable aura. In that fleeting moment, both sides of the conflict instinctively ceased their assaults, their gazes converging upon Broly. Upon witnessing his form, expressions of terror washed over them, their eyes flickering with fear. Hey, what is that creature? It's utterly terrifying. A monster. Although Lap and Carter lacked the ability to sense energy and were unaware of the sheer magnitude of Broly's power, they felt an intense aura of imminent death emanating from him. As a Saiyan, upon transforming into a Super Saiyan, Broly's gaze fixed intently on Yu, who stood not far away. In the next instant, a savage smile broke across Broly's face, and he surged forward, crushing the ground beneath him as he charged directly at Yu. It's begun. That monster-esque target is Master Yi. Remain calm. Master Yi is capable of defeating even Frieza. This time, we shall witness the true extent of his power. At the moment Broly made his move, Lap, Carter, and the other cosmic warriors were engulfed in apprehension. Simultaneously, as Broly lunged forward, Yi felt a surge within him, unleashing a ferocious energy. To the astonishment of Carter and the others, Yi transformed into a Super Saiyan. With a resounding imp at that moment, a fierce collision echoed through the sky. Simultaneously, a violent shockwave erupted, centered around Broly and Yi, sweeping outward in an instant. Under the tremendous force of this shockwave, Carter, Lap, and the other cosmic warriors were tossed about like a fragile leaf on the tumultuous sea. What overwhelming power! Is this truly the might of Lord Yi? The cosmic warriors, including Carter and Lap, who were propelled dozens of yards away by the force, gazed at the clash of fists between Yi and Broly with expressions that were a complex tapestry of fear and astonishment. On the other side, Paragus was momentarily moved upon witnessing Yi's transformation into a Super Saiyan. Yet, it was merely a fleeting reaction. In Paragus's eyes, even if Yi could transform into a Super Saiyan, he would still be no match for Broly. Truly, the one who defeated Frieza possesses considerable strength. It seems this place has become untenable. The rampaging Broly will be exceedingly difficult to restrain. After muttering to himself, Paragus made no further delay, transforming into a streak of light as he soared into the distant sky. That fellow, Paragus in this moment, Yi, who was locked in a stalemate with Broly, cursed under his breath upon witnessing Paragus slip away. Suddenly, as Yi muttered his expletives, a cerulean energy sphere coalesced in Broly's other hand. By the time Yi regained his composure, Broly had already swung his hand, launching the energy sphere directly at him. Yi's expression shifted instantly. With a thunderous boom, a violent explosion erupted at the point where Broly and Yi stood. "Lord Yi!" exclaimed Lap and Kader, their faces paling as they saw Yi struck by Broly's energy sphere. In the next moment, Yi was propelled from the cloud of smoke generated by the explosion. However, he had crossed his arms to shield himself, seemingly withstanding the force of Broly's attack. Truly, he was worthy of the legendary Super Saiyan, far surpassing Sun Wukong. Yet before Yi could exhale in relief, Broly surged forth from the smoke. With a resounding crash, the fists and knees of both combatants collided, causing the ground beneath them to collapse significantly. Even Yi's spacecraft in the distance began to tilt precariously. This is bad. If the spacecraft is destroyed, it will be disastrous. I must lure this brute to another location. Yi thought, his peripheral vision catching the spacecraft's tilt, prompting a slight change in his expression. In the next moment, he unleashed a punch toward Broly, showing no mercy. The might of his power, exceeding 3 billion in battle strength, was fully unleashed. Seeing Yi's fist approach, Broly's muscular arm instinctively raised in defense. Despite Yi's punch being blocked, the sheer force sent Broly hurtling backward like an arrow released from a bow. Without hesitation, Yi pursued him. As Broly soared backward, a savage expression spread across his fierce visage. Clearly, he had never encountered such a formidable adversary before facing Yi. In the past, his opponents had been swiftly dispatched, but this was the first time he had engaged in such a prolonged struggle. Initially, he managed to retain some semblance of rationality, but as time wore on, that rationality began to evaporate. In that moment, his rationality vanished entirely, and his body was overtaken by the instinct to kill. With a roar, the frenzied Broly abruptly halted. His fist clenched tightly as he bellowed skyward. A multitude of azure energy spheres erupted from his being, causing violent explosions to resonate throughout the surroundings. Broly's power was escalating. After evading a barrage of energy spheres, Yi fixed his gaze upon Broly, his expression grave as he spoke. Chapter 59. Acquiring the attributes of the legendary Super Saiyan? As Yi charged toward the rampaging Broly, he raised his right hand, summoning a golden energy sphere into existence. Drawing near to Broly, he unleashed the energy sphere directly at Broly's chest. However, at that moment, a yellowish-green spherical aura suddenly enveloped Broly, resembling an energy shield that protected him. Yi's energy sphere collided with the shield, resulting in a violent explosion that forced him several steps back. Yet, the protective barrier around Broly remained unscathed. This guy is incredibly strong. Witnessing his attack fail to breach Broly's energy shield, Yi's eyes flickered with concern. Simultaneously, Broly's eyes transformed completely to a stark white. In that instance, he resembled a merciless beast, devoid of emotion and singularly focused on destruction. In the next moment, as the energy shield dissipated, A powerful yellowish-green flame erupted around Broly, propelling him directly toward Yu. This planet is doomed. All humanity here shall perish. At this moment, even I can no longer contain Broly. At that moment, Pelagus, standing high above in the sky, felt a trickle of cold sweat on his forehead upon witnessing Broly completely lose his sanity. As he spoke, a powerful aura erupted around him, suggesting his intention to make his way to the spaceship and flee from planet Brule. However, just as Pelagus turned around, he was startled by a muffled groan emanating from behind him. Upon hearing this peculiar sound, Pelagus couldn't resist turning to look. He witnessed Yoru's fist striking Broly's chest with tremendous force. Broly immediately clutched his chest, spewing an unidentified liquid from his mouth, while contorting his face in agony. How could this be possible? Upon witnessing this scene, Pelagus was taken aback. After losing his rationality, Broly had succumbed to a frenzied state. In this state of rage, Broly was consumed by a singular desire for destruction, oblivious to pain, growing ever more formidable with each battle. However, at this moment, the onslaught from Yu elicited an expression of agony on Broly's face. This was an unprecedented occurrence for Pelagus. However, what Pelagus remained unaware of was that while the berserk Broly could indeed forget pain, this insensitivity only applied within a certain threshold. Once that limit was surpassed, Broly would inevitably feel agony. After all, even a beast driven solely by the instinct to kill would emit a cry of suffering when dealt a fatal blow. The heavy punch that Yu had just unleashed upon Broly had already exceeded what Broly could endure. Another strike. Just as Pelagus was engulfed by shock, Yu executed a swift kick that connected squarely with Broly's towering form. In an instant, Broly's formidable physique was propelled backward like a cannonball, ultimately skidding across the ground and leaving a long trail before coming to a halt. Could this individual possibly be the legendary Super Saiyan? Upon witnessing Yu's ability to subdue the raging Broly, Pelagus fixed his gaze upon him, his eyes flickering with intrigue. The legendary Super Saiyan? Yu was far from being the fabled Super Saiyan. He had merely acquired the S-Cell attributes of Sun Wukong, granting him the ability to transform into a Super Saiyan. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained the Berserk S-Cell attribute. Will you pick it up? As Yu pursued the fallen Broly, a mechanical prompt resonated in his mind. Berserk S-Cell? Upon hearing this, Yu abruptly halted his chase, a look of astonishment crossing his face. Undoubtedly, this Berserk S-Cell must be the attribute that had dropped from Broly. System, what will happen if I acquire the Berserk S-Cell attribute? Yu cast a glance at Broly, who was rising from the ground, and asked the system out of caution. After all, some things are safe to consume, while others are not. Upon merging with the Berserk S-Cell attribute, the host will gain abilities akin to Broly's, enabling transformation into the legendary Super Saiyan. But beware. Such a transformation will lead to uncontrollable rampage. As the system proclaimed the possibility of transforming into the legendary Super Saiyan, Yu's eyes ignited with fervor. Although both Broly and Sun Wukong could achieve the Super Saiyan form, the disparity in power between Broly, the fabled Super Saiyan, and Sun Wukong, the acquired Super Saiyan, was monumental. Broly was born with an astounding battle power of 10,000, requiring no training. His strength surged effortlessly with age. Furthermore, the potential of the legendary Super Saiyan far surpassed that of the ordinary Super Saiyan. The mere thought of becoming a legendary Super Saiyan filled Yu with immense joy. However, upon hearing the latter part of the system's statement, that this transformation would lead to a berserk state, his excitement was abruptly doused, akin to a cold splash of water. While the legendary Super Saiyan was indeed powerful, the loss of control during a berserk state rendered one a mindless beast, akin to Broly. System. If I absorb the Berserk S-Cells, will I still be able to transform into an ordinary Super Saiyan? After a moment of contemplation, Yu posed the question to the system once more. Indeed, the attributes of S-Cells and Berserk S-Cells can coexist. The host can activate the S-Cell attributes to transform into an ordinary Super Saiyan or the Berserk S-Cell attributes to become a legendary Super Saiyan. A gentle reminder, upon activating the Berserk S-Cell attributes, the host will enter a state of frenzy, temporarily losing rationality. Upon hearing this, Yu's heart swelled with elation. Initially, he had feared that absorbing the Berserk S-Cells would result in a transformation akin to Broly's, one devoid of reason. Such a fate was not one he desired. However, with the system's clarification, he understood that as long as he refrained from activating the Berserk S-Cell attributes, he would not succumb to frenzy. Moreover, he could still transform into an ordinary Super Saiyan, thereby amplifying his battle power by 50 times. In this light, absorbing the Berserk S cells would endow Yu with the same innate talent and potential of the legendary Super Saiyan as Broly, but with the crucial distinction that he would not lose his rationality unless he chose to invoke the S cell attributes. Absorb. This time, Yu hesitated not and promptly made his choice. As soon as he uttered these words, the Berserk S cell attributes beneath Broly's feet began to converge towards Yu, swiftly merging into his being. Subsequently, Yu observed on the system screen that the Berserk S cell attributes appeared alongside the S cell attributes. He hoped fervently that he would never encounter a circumstance that necessitated the activation of the Berserk S cell attributes. Gazing at the ferocious S cell attributes, Yu murmured to himself. After all, the ferocious S cell attributes resembled a ticking time bomb. Once activated, he would lose his sanity, similar to Broly. System. Why has my combat power not changed? Yu then directed his gaze toward the system screen displaying his combat power. Upon seeing that it still hovered above 60 million, he inquired of the system, wasn't it said that possessing the legendary Super Saiyan physique would enhance my strength? Wasn't it promised that a Super Saiyan's combat power would escalate significantly with age? Why has my combat power remained stagnant? The Super Saiyan physique is calculated from the moment of birth. The host has just acquired the ferocious S cell attributes. Hence, your combat power will begin to accumulate from today. Upon hearing the system's words, Yu finally understood. This meant that, in addition to acquiring combat power attributes through the system, his innate legendary Super Saiyan physique would continuously augment his strength. Just as Yu was immersed in the system's revelations, Broly unleashed a frenzied roar. He then spread his palms wide, aiming at the sky where Yu hovered. Noticing Broly's stance, Yu's brow furrowed slightly. In the next moment, a turquoise energy sphere began to coalesce in Broly's outstretched hands. Whoosh. Once the energy sphere had fully formed, it was hurled towards Yu. Initially, the sphere was no larger than a fist, but as it hurtled toward him, it expanded at a visible speed. By the time it reached Yu, the once fist-sized energy sphere had transformed into a colossal entity. As this massive energy sphere barreled toward him, Yu's heart sank. Chapter 60, Broly. Annihilation. Chapter 60. Broly is not to be compared with Frieza. On Namek, Yu was able to block Frieza's energy sphere with his bare hands. However, Broly was incomparably stronger than Frieza. The power of the energy sphere he launched far surpassed that of Frieza's. As Yu watched the turquoise energy sphere magnifying before his eyes, he sensed a profound threat. This meant that if Yu were struck by this energy sphere, he could potentially be obliterated. Hey, is this for real? That sphere is enormous. Does that monster intend to annihilate us all? If that energy sphere strikes this planet, we are all finished. Meanwhile, in the distance, the cosmic warriors, including Lap and Carter, beheld the ever-expanding sphere of energy in the sky. Their faces turned pale with a sudden rush of despair. Only Lap and Toph, who had previously witnessed Yu's true power, gazed at his silhouette, fervently praying in their hearts. Lord Yu, you must stop this energy sphere. Night Feather seemed to sense the prayers resonating within Lap's heart. As the colossal energy sphere surged forth, he instinctively unleashed the entirety of his inner strength. Upon the release of his formidable combat power, amounting to 3 billion, a magnificent golden energy flame erupted around him. Though he hovered over 100 feet above the ground, the shockwave emanating from his form stirred up clouds of dust below, which spread outwards like ripples on a tranquil surface. This scene evokes a striking resemblance to the moment in Dragon Ball when Gohan transforms into a Super Saiyan at the second level. However, unlike that instance, the air surrounding Yu is devoid of any lightning, and the golden aura does not erupt in a jet-like manner. With a resonating hum, Yu fully unleashes his power, instantly spreading his palms wide. The turbulent energy within him surges along his arms, coalescing in an instant at his hands. In the next moment, a dazzling radiance emanates from Yu's palms. For a fleeting instant, to the eyes of Lap and Carter below, the light that materializes from Yu's hands outshines even the sun in the sky. As the cosmic warriors shield their eyes from the blinding brilliance, Yu immediately unleashes the energy wave he has concentrated in his palms. Swiftly, the energy wave, akin to a pillar of light, collides with Broly's energy sphere. The moment the energy wave meets the energy sphere, sparks of energy scatter in all directions. The sky crackles with thunder, while the very ground of planet Bru shakes violently. This spectacle resembles the impending arrival of an apocalypse. Such formidable combat power. Is this truly the extent of Lord Yu's might? At this moment, the group of Lap and Carter, swaying unsteadily on the ground, wore grave expressions, their hearts weighed down with an indescribable heaviness. Meanwhile, the technicians aboard the Night Feather spaceship, lacking combat prowess, were reduced to cowering beneath tables, clutching their heads in terror. What on earth had transpired? Where could the esteemed Lord Night Feather be? In the heavens above, the energy wave of Night Feather and the energy sphere of Broly remained in a tense stalemate for nearly 10 seconds. At that moment, Yu exerted a sudden force, and the wave of energy, like a relentless tide, effortlessly repelled Broly's energy sphere. At that moment, the waves of energy from the sky, accompanied by an energy sphere, surged directly towards Broly below. How could this be possible? This fellow actually managed to deflect Broly's energy sphere? Paragus, witnessing this astonishing scene, exhibited a rare expression of shock across his aged visage. In the next instant, he observed Broly below, arms outstretched, seemingly attempting to embrace the rebounding waves of energy in the energy sphere. Paragus's expression shifted dramatically. Broly, quickly evade. He shouted at Broly, filled with frustration and despair. However, in his furious state, Broly was oblivious to Paragus's words. Without a moment's hesitation, Broly thrust his palms forward to meet the descending energy sphere head-on. At that moment, Broly's body seemed to be subjected to an overwhelming weight, as if he were burdened by 1,000 tons. His legs sank deep into the earth, causing the ground beneath him to instantly cave in. With a ferocious roar, Broly emitted a powerful aura of energy that enveloped him. However, regrettably, in that fleeting instant, the energy wave and energy sphere utterly obliterated his form. In that moment, the heavens and the earth fell into a fleeting silence. Yet, all were aware that behind this stillness, a cataclysmic explosion was brewing, poised to unleash devastation upon the world. Indeed, mere moments later, a colossal detonation erupted. From the vantage point of the cosmos surrounding Blue Star, it appeared as though the planet had been struck by a tremendous meteor. The surface of Blue Star was marred by intricate fissures resembling a spider's web. Across the globe, columns of molten rock erupted violently. The very foundations of Blue Star trembled, presenting the ominous visage of a world on the brink of annihilation. As the scene drew closer to Blue Star, in the instant of the explosion, a ferocious shockwave surged forth, catapulting Lap, TOS, Carter, and others into the air. The tempestuous gusts of wind arrived with great swiftness, only to vanish just as rapidly. In but a few breaths, the tumultuous air dissipated entirely. At this moment, Rap and Carter, along with their companions, rose from the ground, utterly astonished by the spectacle before them. Before their eyes lay a vast and unfathomable abyss, its depth shrouded in an impenetrable darkness. Danger! Just as the cosmic warriors were captivated by this terrifying sight, Rap suddenly swooped in, forcibly pushing one of them aside. Simultaneously, a column of crimson magma erupted from the fissures of the enormous chasm. Although the warrior was saved by Rap's timely intervention, his garments were left to disintegrate upon contact with the molten rock, turning to ash in an instant. Saved at last. Witnessing his attire reduced to cinders, the warrior's expression morphed into one of lingering trepidation. Where's Lord Nightwing? Meanwhile, Tors employed a detector to scour the vicinity for any sign of Nightwing, who had been perilously close to the explosion moments before. We must retreat swiftly. This planet is on the verge of detonation. At that moment, Nightwing appeared, soaring towards Tors and Rap, offering a brief greeting before darting towards a distant spacecraft. After Nightwing's departure, Rap and the others, akin to a swarm of locusts, hurriedly pursued him. As Nightwing's vessel ascended from the surface, the entirety of Blue Star became inundated with torrents of magma, the planet itself growing increasingly searing. Lord Nightwing, what of that one-eyed scion? Did he deceive us into coming to the southern galaxy, believing we would simply let him go? Oh, you mean Paragus? I struck him just as I departed. He should hardly be unscathed. Upon hearing Nightwing's words, the expressions of Rap and the others contorted with disbelief. Who could withstand your strike? At that moment, on Blue Star, Paragus's body had already plummeted into the magma. Chapter 61. The terrifying duo emerges? Note, a slight modification was made to Chapter 59, changing the collection of Broly's Fury S cells to a retrieval, enhancing the subsequent narrative. I apologize for any inconvenience this may have caused. On this journey through the southern galaxy, although Yu did not receive the corresponding task reward, he did acquire the ferocious S cells of the Super Saiyan from Broly's legend, which can be considered a worthwhile experience overall. Following this brief interlude involving Broly, the subsequent days passed rather smoothly. Yu simply lounged about, awaiting an increase in his battle power. Meanwhile, Lap and Carter, along with a host of cosmic warriors, engaged in relentless, hellish training within the hypergravity training chamber. Time in the universe flowed swiftly, and before long, for years had elapsed. On a certain island in the southern region of Earth, on the day of 877, Son Goku, Son Gohan, Krillin, and other Earth warriors arrived early on this island. Their purpose for coming here stemmed from a warning given 3 years prior by a boy who called himself Trunks, who informed Son Goku that a formidable duo would appear on this very island today. This duo possessed terrifying strength and had nearly annihilated all the warriors on Earth in the future. Consequently, Son Goku and Son Gohan arrived early to await the emergence of the duo Trunks had foretold. At this moment, atop the island's peak, Son Goku, Son Gohan, Krillin, and Yamcha had gathered. Although Krillin had been slain by Frieza on Namek, he was later resurrected by the Dragon of Namek. As for Son Gohan, he had undergone considerable changes over the past 4 years, notably in height. Is that rascal Vegeta still not here? Son Goku remarked with a hint of annoyance, scanning the surroundings and failing to spot Vegeta. Goku, you remain as untroubled as ever, even with a formidable foe looming near, Krillin observed, glancing up at Son Goku, who appeared utterly composed, evoking a twinge of envy in him. Ever since learning 3 years ago about the impending terrifying duo, Krillin had devoted himself to rigorous training. However, despite his earnest efforts over the past 3 years, standing there today, he still felt a flicker of fear. To be honest, I'm more excited than anything else at the prospect of confronting a powerful adversary. Son Goku, patting his head with a cheerful grin, responded to Krillin's words. At that moment, a sudden flash jolted through the minds of Son Goku, Son Gohan, Krillin, and Yamcha. This was no mere lightning. At that instant, they all sensed an overwhelming presence. What immense power! Upon sensing this energy, the expressions of Son Goku and Son Gohan shifted dramatically. The 4 of them soared into the sky, their gazes instinctively fixed on a particular spot on the island. Is it over there? A powerful aura suddenly erupted from Son Wukong, propelling him swiftly towards the location he sensed. Wukong. After a moment's hesitation, Krillin, Gohan, and Yamcha unleashed their own auras and pursued him. Soon, Son Wukong arrived at the sensed location, and as he surveyed the scene, he spotted 2 individuals seated upon a chair below. The immense energy he had sensed emanated from one of them. Are you 2 the androids? Son Wukong inquired, landing with a vigilant expression directed at the 2 seated figures. In no time, Krillin and Gohan followed closely behind. In this moment, Son Wukong, Son Gohan, Krillin, and Yamcha stood poised, their expressions fraught with tension as they gazed toward the 2 figures seated before them. Subsequently, under the watchful eyes of the gathered crowd, those 2 individuals finally turned around. At the very instant they pivoted, Son Wukong, Son Gohan, and Krillin nearly stumbled in disbelief. You, how could it be you? Indeed, the 2 individuals who appeared before Son Wukong and his companions were not androids, but rather Yeyu and Tuasi. Ah, Son Wukong, it has been quite some time. Upon noticing the arrival of Son Wukong and Son Gohan, Yeyu greeted them with enthusiasm. Upon hearing Yeyu's words, both Son Wukong and Son Gohan were momentarily taken aback. I thought you were androids, but how did you come to be on Earth? And your energy signature, I barely recognized it as you. As they spoke, Son Wukong and Son Gohan approached Yeyu. Why is Yeyu present on Earth? He is here to gather combat power attributes. Aware that formidable androids would soon emerge on Earth, he had arrived early on this island. As for why Son Wukong and the others failed to recognize his energy signature, Yeyu speculated that it was a consequence of the Broly's Berserk S-Cell attributes. Over the past 4 years, aside from the systematic acquisition of combat attributes, the legendary Super Saiyan's physique has continuously augmented Yeyu's battle power. Perhaps this is the reason behind the series of transformations in Yeyu's energy. Naturally, Yeyu would not divulge these reasons to Son Wukong. He merely remarked, I heard there was some excitement here, so I came to take a look. While Son Wukong and Yeyu were reminiscing, Yamcha looked on with a puzzled expression. Having never visited Namek, he did not recognize Yeyu. Do you know this person? Yamcha inquired, directing his question towards Krillin. Ah, he's an exceptionally powerful Saiyan. According to Wukong, he was the one who defeated Frieza on Namek. Krillin replied, his face lighting up as if he were reuniting with a long-lost friend. A Saiyan. Yamcha murmured, his gaze inadvertently drifting towards Yeyu's posterior. Not out of any particular interest, but rather to ascertain whether Yeyu possessed a tail, for all Saiyans do. Unfortunately, Yamcha found no tail. Boom. As the group conversed, a sudden explosion echoed from a distant island. Upon hearing the sound, Son Wukong, Krillin, and the others exchanged alarmed glances and swiftly ascended into the sky, where they beheld billowing clouds of smoke rising from the ground. Yu also stood up, his expression shifting as he contemplated. Has the moment finally arrived? The androids. Chapter 62. Androids number 19 and 20. Chapter 62. Strange, why can I not sense the energy of those two androids? Sun Wukong and the others hovered in the sky, gazing at the smoky sight, perplexed. It is likely due to the fact that they are androids. At that moment, Piccolo flew in from a distance, addressing Sun Wukong. Piccolo. Upon seeing Piccolo approach, Gohan's face lit up with joy, as if he were seeing his own father. Gohan. Piccolo responded with a smile. Then his gaze shifted to Yu below. Earlier, Yu had intentionally released a surge of energy to draw Sun Wukong and the others closer. But now he suppressed his energy, leading Piccolo to sense nothing unusual about him. He only noted the cosmic attire worn by Yu and Torse, which left him gazing at Yu with curiosity. Old son, who are these two? Piccolo inquired, his eyes darting towards Yu and Torse. Before Sun Wukong could respond, Gohan excitedly interjected, rest assured, Piccolo, these two are our friends from Namek. He is the one who defeated Frieza, although Sun Wukong's son, Son Gohan, merely uttered the statement casually. Upon hearing Gohan claim that Frieza was slain by him, Piccolo's countenance abruptly shifted. He gazed at Yu, his eyes flickering with trepidation, his aged face betraying a profound fear. Could this individual truly be the one who vanquished Frieza? Piccolo pondered in astonishment. Boom. Just as Piccolo was lost in contemplation regarding Yu, the distant island once again reverberated with the sound of an explosion. Simultaneously, Sun Wukong, Son Gohan, and the others noticed two figures emerging in the far-off sky. However, in a fleeting moment, those two figures descended into the city's depths, vanishing from sight. Damn it. There's no way to detect them. Piccolo, Krillin, let us split up and search. Remember, those two are exceptionally formidable. Do not attempt to engage them alone. With that, the four figures of Krillin, Yamcha, Piccolo, and Son Gohan transformed into shadows, dashing in four distinct directions. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong approached Yu with a face full of regret, stating, I apologize, Yu. At present, we are in pursuit of two androids. Once we have dealt with them, we shall ensure you are well entertained. After acknowledging Yu, Sun Wukong swiftly descended onto the street, fervently searching for the two androids that had materialized on the island. Now let us commence. Once Sun Wukong departed, Yu lazily uttered his words. TOS, remain here and do not move. Though TOS was uncertain of Yu's reasoning for his command, he complied, responding, yes, Master Yu. Thereupon, TOS stood rigidly, akin to a soldier at attention. Observing this, Yu could not help but feel a twinge of frustration. You need not be so formal, simply be a bit more at ease. To prevent TOS from being overly stiff, Yu offered a clearer instruction. Just sit upon this chair. Once Toph settled into his chair, Yu departed without hesitation, recalling the memories in his mind. He recognized that the androids present on this island were number 19 and number 20. These androids, numbers 19 and 20, derived their strength from consuming the energy of others. Presently, they were undoubtedly scouring the area for suitable targets, and Toph happened to be an excellent choice. Yu intended to use Toph as bait to lure out androids number 19 and 20. After reaching a considerable distance from Toph, Yu soared to a rooftop, from which he could observe Toph's location. However, Yu did not place all his hopes solely on Toph. Yamcha, Krillin, and Son Gohan would also become potential targets for the androids. Thus, while keeping a watchful eye on Toph, Yu also extended his sensory awareness to Yamcha, Krillin, and the others. As time elapsed, the atmosphere on the island grew increasingly tense. Son Goku, Son Gohan, and their companions tirelessly searched the streets for the whereabouts of the androids. At that moment, a weathered voice suddenly resonated from behind Yu. Are you waiting for us? Upon hearing this voice, Yu instantly turned around, only to see two figures approaching him with haste. Observing these two silhouettes, Yu's brow furrowed in intrigue. The two individuals in question are none other than androids 19 and 20. Initially, Yu was pondering which of the two androids would make the first move. However, he never anticipated that these two beings would target him as their primary objective. Yet, Yu felt no surprise. After all, his energy was currently suppressed to just over 10,000 combat power. Androids 19 and 20 must have detected the considerable energy within him, prompting them to pursue him with the intent to absorb his power. Upon realizing this, Yu could not help but reflect. Who would have thought that I, Yu, would one day be regarded as an easy target. Make your move, number 19. At that moment, as Yu turned, Dr. Gero, the mastermind behind Android 20, commanded number 19. Following Dr. Gero's order, Android 19 approached Yu with astonishing speed, extending its large hand to grasp Yu's head, seemingly aiming to subdue him before he could signal for help. Yet, just as Android 19's hand reached out, Yu swiftly raised his arm towards the sky. With a swift motion, Android 19's entire arm was severed and sent soaring into the air. Witnessing this scene, both Android 19 and Drive Gero were struck with astonishment. Before they could react, Yu pointed a finger, unleashing a golden beam that struck the descending arm of Android 19 like a laser. With a resounding explosion, Android 19's severed arm disintegrated in an instant. It was at this moment that Dr. Gero and Android 19 realized that Yu's strength was far greater than they had envisioned. Simultaneously, Son Gohan and Son Wukong, along with their companions, heard the explosive sound. There, they exclaimed, immediately taking flight towards Yu's location. Chapter 63, Dr. Gero's data. After Yu severed Android 19's arm, there was no blood. Instead, numerous wires were exposed to the air, with silver lightning flickering at the connection points. This situation resembles the mechanical arm of a robot. In fact, Android 19 is not much different from a robot. What is going on? Who is this individual? Why is there no information about such a formidable person in the computer? At this moment, the android number 19 and Drive Gero gazed in terror at Yu, resembling automatons as a plethora of data patterns flooded their vision. However, upon transmitting Yu's image to the computer, they discovered to their dismay that there were no records of him within the system. This revelation only heightened their anxiety. Swiftly, Son Wukong, Son Gohan, and Krillin, guided by the sound of the explosion, arrived at Yu's location. It was, of course, Yu's deliberate ploy to attract them with the explosive noise. After all, had he wished to eliminate android number 19 and Drive Gero, he could have dispatched them effortlessly. Yet, that was not his desired outcome. He sought the attributes of combat power. Should Son Wukong engage in battle with these two androids, he was certain it would yield considerable combat power for him. Are these two truly androids? Upon arriving at the scene, Piccolo was astonished to see the numerous exposed circuits on android number 19's severed arm. It seems so. They are practically indistinguishable from machines. Krillin responded, equally alarmed. Until now, Son Wukong and Son Gohan had never encountered android number 19 or Drive Gero, leaving them oblivious to what these so-called androids truly resembled. Yu, once again, I thank you for helping us locate the androids. As Krillin and Piccolo conversed, Son Wukong called out to Yu ahead of them. All right. The next part is up to you. With that, Yu's form began to ascend slowly, soaring into the sky and hovering aloft, adopting an expression of eager anticipation. You are truly a good person, not only finding the androids but also handing them over to us. Well then, if that is the case, I shall not hold back. I will be your opponent. Upon hearing Son Wukong's words, a black line appeared above Krillin and Yamcha's heads. Had they not known Son Wukong's character, they would have been unable to resist the urge to voice their exasperation. This pertains to the very survival of our planet. And you treat it as if it were a mere game? Yet they understand that Son Wukong possesses a character that thrives on encountering formidable foes. Hence Yamcha and Krillin refrained from further commentary, their expressions reflecting a sense of exasperation. Meanwhile, Dr. Gero and Android 19, observing that Yu appeared disinclined to engage, felt a wave of relief wash over them. This fellow's reluctance to act is fortuitous. Once we absorb the energy of Son Wukong and Piccolo, we can then deal with him. Dr. Gero mused internally, casting another glance at Son Wukong, Gohan, Krillin, and Piccolo. Before him, a myriad of data flickered within his field of vision. These data have been meticulously gathered over the years by Dr. Gero through the use of microrobots. Now, I shall commence. After a series of warm-up exercises, Son Wukong suddenly propelled himself forward, charging directly at Android 19. However, as he approached, a multitude of data regarding Son Wukong's techniques and combat patterns appeared within Android 19's line of sight. Upon reaching the vicinity of Android 19, Son Wukong unleashed a flurry of attacks, yet each strike was effortlessly evaded by the android. What was happening? Son Wukong quickly realized that his movement seemed entirely transparent to his opponent. Useless, Son Wukong. We possess all your combat data. The elderly Dr. Gero, observing Son Wukong's bewildered expression, couldn't help but display a smug grin. Undeterred, Son Wukong launched another assault against Android 19, but once again, the outcome remained unchanged. His attacks were easily dodged, and he was ultimately sent flying by a powerful punch from the android. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have gained 30,000 combat power. At the very moment Android 19 struck Sun Wukong, a mechanical notification echoed in Yu's mind. Wukong. Meanwhile, below, Yamcha and Krillin shouted out to Sun Wukong, gritting their teeth as they attacked Android 19 from either side. Unfortunately, Android 19 also effortlessly evaded their assaults, subsequently overpowering both Krillin and Yamcha. It was truly a pity. Not only did we possess Sun Wukong's combat data, but also that of Krillin, Piccolo, Yamcha, and Gohan. All of you. As Dr. Gero uttered the phrase all of you, his gaze instinctively darted towards Yu above. The thought of not having Yu's combat data in his computer caused his aged face to twitch involuntarily. Who is this individual, and why is there no data on him within the computer? It is merely that Dr. Gero remains unaware. This is Nightwing's first visit to Earth, and thus his computer naturally lacks any information on Nightwing. However, even if such data existed, it would be of little consequence. After all, in the face of an overwhelming disparity in power, many tactics become futile. Now I understand why my attacks were so effortlessly evaded. It is because of my own combat data. Yet, such data holds no value for me. As Sun Wukong approached, he softly uttered a remark. Immediately thereafter, a formidable wave of energy erupted around him, and simultaneously, golden flames danced around his form as he transformed into a Super Saiyan. In that moment, the data displayed in the visions of Dr. Gero and Android 19 fluctuated incessantly, while Nightwing, sensing the aura radiating from Sun Wukong, displayed a hint of admiration. Over these 4 years, Sun Wukong has indeed grown significantly stronger. Chapter 64, Power Level 6 billion. Android 19 gazed upon Sun Wukong, now transformed into a Super Saiyan, as his vision was flooded with data, his expression betraying a sense of insatiable greed. What immense energy! With a sharp cry, Android 19 lunged forward with his solitary arm aimed directly at Sun Wukong. I shall claim your energy. At the instant Android 19 made his move, Dr. Gero's aged visage darkened slightly. This impatient 19 was quite eager. After glancing upward at the airborne Nightwing, who stood with arms crossed, fixated solely on the confrontation between Sun Wukong and Android 19 without any intention of intervening, Dr. Gero felt a sense of relief wash over him. His gaze then shifted to Piccolo, Krillin, Gohan, and Yamcha. Although their energy levels did not match Sun Wukong's colossal power, he mused, absorbing their energy would enable even that individual in the sky to emerge victorious. A glimmer of greed sparkled in Dr. Gero's eyes as he formulated his plan. Seizing the opportunity while Piccolo and the others were preoccupied with Sun Wukong and Android 19, he swiftly advanced towards the nearest target, Krillin. Krillin, be careful. As Sun Wukong's senses sharpened, his palms were abruptly raised. In the next moment, a radiant beam of light erupted from his hands, resembling a column of light that shot forth towards Dr. Gero. Upon witnessing this, Dr. Gero's expression shifted dramatically. He halted his advance and extended his hand to confront the incoming magical flash. At that instant, an astonishing sight unfolded before Piccolo and Krillin as Dr. Gero's palm, upon contact with the magical flash, began to absorb it at a visibly discernible rate. Within mere moments, the entirety of Sun Wukong's magical flash was consumed by Dr. Gero. Could it be that he possesses the ability to devour energy blasts? Yamcha and Krillin stared at Dr. Gero, their faces awash with disbelief. Observing the shock reflected on Piccolo and Sun Wukong's faces, Dr. Gero's smirk widened, as though his invention had garnered global acclaim. Indeed, I possess the power to absorb energy. The shockwaves you unleash become my strength, enhancing my prowess. Dr. Gero taunted, his palms outstretched towards Sun Wukong and his companions. How foolish of him to divulge his abilities. Villains certainly have a penchant for their own demise. At that moment, in the sky above, Yu let out a helpless sigh upon hearing Dr. Gero's words below. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have acquired a combat power attribute of 1.5 million. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have acquired a combat power attribute of 1.4 million. Just as Yu's attention was focused on Dr. Gero, the system's notification in his mind suddenly changed. 1.5 million? Upon hearing this figure, Yu's brow furrowed, and his gaze shifted to the ongoing battle between Son Goku and Android 19. Initially, when Son Goku transformed into a Super Saiyan to combat Android 19, the system announced, Ding. Congratulations, host, you have acquired a combat power attribute of 250,000. However, Abruptly, the combat power attribute plummeted from 2.5 million to 1.5 million, thus capturing Yiyu's attention. As Yiyu focused on Son Goku, he noticed that Goku was panting heavily, beads of cold sweat streaming down his forehead, clearly displaying signs of exhaustion. This sight caused Yiyu to furrow his brow slightly. It was evident that Goku was not fatigued merely from battling Android 19. Rather, was he suffering from a heart condition? Yiyu murmured to himself in a voice only he could hear. Indeed, Son Goku was afflicted with a heart ailment. Just as this thought crossed Yiyu's mind, Android 19 seized the opportunity, delivering a powerful punch to Son Goku's body, sending the Super Saiyan flying. Hey Goku! At this moment, Piccolo and his companions became acutely aware of the unusual reactions emanating from Son Wukong. Suddenly, a memory from 3 years prior surged into Piccolo's mind, echoing Trunks' words. In the future, Mr. Wukong, you will succumb to a heart attack. Upon reflecting on this, Piccolo's expression shifted dramatically. This is bad. Old Son's heart condition has flared up. Gohan, quickly take Wukong away. I will handle this. After uttering this to Gohan, Piccolo immediately launched an attack on the approaching Android 19. Concurrently, Krillin and Yamcha joined the fray. In no time, the trio of Piccolo, Yamcha, and Krillin found themselves embroiled in battle against the artificial beings, Android 19, and Drive Jero. Meanwhile, the mechanical sounds of the system echoed continuously in Yiyu's mind. Collecting battle power attributes. Observing the plethora of battle power attributes cascading below, Yiyu addressed the system. With his command, the battle power attributes beneath Piccolo and Android 19, as well as those recently dropped during the skirmish between Son Wukong and Android 19, converged towards Yiyu's form like golden tadpoles, flowing endlessly in an intricate river of scripture. As the battle power attributes amalgamated within Yiyu, the figures on the virtual screen before him began to ascend relentlessly. 121. 200, 000. 122, 700, 000. Indeed, Yiyu's battle power had now surpassed 120 million. For years prior, Yiyu's battle power had been a mere 60 million. However, through the legendary physique of the Super Saiyan and the accumulation of battle power attributes dropped by numerous cosmic warriors like Rapp and Carter, Yiyu had elevated his strength to 121, 200, 000 over the course of 4 years. This represented an increase of over 60 million battle power, equivalent to the total growth he had achieved over the previous 24 years. The acceleration of this enhancement is indeed quite remarkable. Furthermore, the 120 million is merely the foundational combat power of Yiyu. Should he transform into a Super Saiyan, his combat prowess would then exceed a staggering 6 billion. A combat power of 6 billion is an exceptionally terrifying figure. Chapter 65. The emergence of Cell not far from the island where Yiyu resides, within a deep mountain. A closer examination reveals a machine resembling a rocket on the ground below. If Trunks were present at this moment, he would undoubtedly be astonished to discover that this machine is the time machine he once boarded. At this time, the time machine is covered in green moss, indicating that it has been stationed here for quite some time. Suddenly, a faint sound emanates from within the time machine, reminiscent of glass shattering. At that moment, a dark figure bursts through the glass of the time machine, ultimately landing on the ground beneath it. This shadow takes the form of an enormous egg, which, although referred to as an egg, resembles more of an insect's cocoon. The massive egg quivers slightly, and in the next instant, a crack appears upon its surface. This fissure spreads outward like a spider's web, radiating in all directions. Once the shell of the egg has shattered, a creature, its body drenched in a viscous liquid, emerges from within. This scene resembles the hatching of a chick from its shell, yet instead of a chick emerging, it is a humanoid creature resembling a mantis. This creature, entirely cloaked in a vibrant green hue, boasts a pair of magnificent wings. Were Yiyu present at this moment, he would undoubtedly recognize this wing being as the bioengineered entity, Cell. However, this iteration of Cell appears somewhat distinct from Yiyu's memories. He is more robust than the first form of Cell, yet not entirely akin to the second form. At last, Cell has emerged. Rising to his feet after breaking free from his shell, he clenches his fists, a look of joy crossing his face as if he has just witnessed the light of day. He ponders whether the Android 17 of this timeline has been vanquished. If so, he would have to search for him in other timelines. Cell glances back at the time machine, murmuring to himself. Indeed, this version of Cell, much like Trunks, has traversed through time from another dimension. Originally, Cell intended to absorb Android 17 and Android 18 to achieve his perfect form. However, in his timeline, Android 17 had been defeated by Trunks, leaving only Android 18. After consuming Android 18 from his own timeline, he sought out Trunks, seizing his time machine to arrive in this current timeline. Cell aspires to locate Android 17 here and subsequently transform into his perfect form. Thus, the current Cell is the second form, having absorbed Android 18 from his original timeline. While Yu's knowledge of Cell's second form is that it evolved after absorbing Android 17. This explains the slight differences in appearance between the Cell Yu encountered and the one before him now. Suddenly, a flash of lightning ignites in Cell's mind. Though it is not a true lightning bolt, rather, it is Cell's ability to sense a multitude of immense energies nearby. Are those the signatures of Piccolo, Krillin, and Goku? Swiftly, Cell identifies the sources of these energies. As he speaks, he clenches his fist again, confidently declaring, "While my current strength would allow me to easily eliminate Goku and the others, I must first locate Android 17 and evolve into my perfect form." With that, Cell's wings unfurl, and he ascends into the air. The laboratory of Dr. Gero should be nearby. After murmuring a phrase to himself, Sherilu unleashed a formidable surge of energy, propelling himself directly into the depths of the mountains. At the very moment Sherilu released this overwhelming force, Nightwing, situated afar on the battlefield of the androids, instantly sensed this powerful aura. Concurrently, Piccolo, Krillin, and Yamcha also became aware of this energy. Is this energy emanating from Goku? No, it is not solely Goku. Piccolo, Tan, Vegeta, and myself are also part of this. At this moment, Klin and Piccolo, along with their companions, gazed perplexedly towards the direction from which they sensed an unusual energy. What could this mean? Why was such an abundance of energy converging in a single location? Moreover, this energy belonged to none other than themselves. While Klin and Piccolo may have been at a loss, Yu understood the gravity of the situation. It cannot be mistaken. This energy belongs to the android cell. As Yu contemplated this realization, his gaze fell directly upon Dr. Gero beneath him. Although Yu had never encountered Cell before, he was aware that Dr. Gero's computer utilized the cells of warriors such as Son Goku, Vegeta, and Piccolo to create the android cell. Thus, it was no surprise that so many individual energies could be detected emanating from Cell. As Yu recognized the owner of this energy as Cell, Dr. Gero's aged face began to reflect a myriad of emotions. The energies of Son Goku, Vegeta, and Piccolo? What were these individuals discussing? Initially oblivious to Klin and Piccolo's conversation due to his lack of energy sensing ability, Dr. Gero's expression suddenly shifted as a realization struck him. A vivid image materialized in his mind, a scene depicting an embryo suspended in a growth medium. This embryo represented the nascent form of Cell, the Cell of this particular timeline. Could it be that these individuals had sensed Cell's presence? Impossible. Cell was merely an embryo at this stage. How could they possibly detect him? Unbeknownst to Dr. Gero, the Cell that Yu and the others sensed was not the one from this timeline, but rather a Cell that had traversed through time from the future. Furthermore, as Cell's energy had not fully manifested, Yu was unaware that this version of Cell was far removed from the one he had come to know. Chapter 66, Super Saiyan Vegeta. Chapter 66, the audacity of that rascal Cell to willingly expose his energy. How bold he truly is. As Yu gazed up at the location of Cell, a smirk played at the corners of his mouth as he uttered a phrase in a voice only he could hear. To Yu's knowledge, Cell was an exceptionally intelligent android. He understood the importance of biding his time. Within the Dragon Ball universe, Cell, aware of his own limitations, chose to conceal himself, growing stronger by absorbing the humans of Earth. Had it not been for the god of Earth discovering Cell, it is likely he would have continued to develop in secrecy. However, it was unexpected for Yu that Cell would willingly expose his energy. Unbeknownst to Yu, Cell's audacity to reveal his presence stemmed from an unwavering confidence in his own power. After all, the current Cell was the result of absorbing future Android 18. Having attained his second form, before entering the hyperbolic time chamber, neither Vegeta nor Goku could defeat Cell in his second form. Suddenly, as Yu focused on Cell's direction, a brilliant white energy sphere approached at an astonishing speed. It was Vegeta. Just as Piccolo was speaking, Vegeta had already arrived on the battlefield, coming to a halt before Yu. So that's why I sensed a Saiyan's energy. It was you. Upon his arrival, Vegeta's gaze immediately fell upon Yu. After hearing Vegeta's words, Yu turned to him and noticed a confident curve at Vegeta's lips. Seeing this expression, Yu understood that Vegeta had regained his confidence as the Prince of Saiyans after acquiring Super Saiyan power. Damn it, another nuisance has arrived. Below, Doctor Gero's expression shifted slightly upon the sudden appearance of Vegeta. After hearing Dr. Gero's remark, Vegeta swiftly redirected his attention from Yu to Dr. Gero and Android 19. Observing the numerous wires on Android 19's severed arm, he remarked with a mocking tone, "Oh, so these are the androids?" As he spoke, Vegeta, with his arms crossed, gradually descended towards Dr. Gero and Android 19, finally landing before them. "Be careful, Vegeta. These two are quite formidable." Seeing Vegeta's nonchalant demeanor, Krillin immediately called out a warning from behind. "Humph, do not dare to compare me with you lot," Vegeta scoffed, before turning his attention back to Yu in the sky. "Yu, once I deal with these two androids, you will be next." "Hey, Vegeta, Yu is not our enemy," Krillin interjected, but Vegeta coldly retorted, "Silence. Who does he think he is? The Prince of the Saiyans. Yet, this Saiyan Prince finds himself overshadowed by the likes of Nightwing and Son Goku, two seemingly ordinary Saiyans, leaving him far behind. How can Vegeta accept such a fate?" The memories of the events on planet Namek linger in his mind, with the figures of Nightwing and Son Goku haunting him like a relentless nightmare. In his quest to vanquish Son Goku and Nightwing, he yearns to prove that he, Vegeta, is indeed the mightiest of all Saiyans. For the past 4 years, he has relentlessly pursued his training. At last, he has attained the power of a Super Saiyan, akin to that of Sun Wukong. This time, his return to Earth was driven by the desire to vanquish the androids and Sun Wukong, before journeying back into the cosmos to defeat Yu. With Yu standing before him, Vegeta was determined not to let this opportunity for redemption slip away, just as Krillin and Yamcha were pondering whether Vegeta had indeed taken leave of his senses. He suddenly assumed a fighting stance, his fist clenched tightly, and let out a thunderous roar. In the next moment, a powerful wave of energy emanated from him. As this wave surged forth, golden flames flickered around Vegeta, reminiscent of Goku. He had transformed into a Super Saiyan. At the instant Vegeta achieved this transformation, Piccolo, Krillin, and the others were taken aback. How could this be? Wasn't a pure heart required to become a Super Saiyan? Krillin gazed at Vegeta in disbelief. "Regrettably, I, Prince Vegeta, possess a pure heart, albeit one of pure malevolence." Vegeta reveled in the astonishment on Krillin and Piccolo's faces, and his gaze soon turned skyward to Yu, a confident smirk gracing his lips. Though Vegeta did not speak directly to Yu, his expression seemed to convey, "See, Yu, I, Vegeta, can also transform into a Super Saiyan." However, Yu remained indifferent, betraying no emotion in response to Vegeta's boast. With a surge of energy, Vegeta extended his palm toward Android 19, condensing a golden energy sphere within it. "Hey, Vegeta, that guy can absorb energy. Don't use an energy attack against him." Krillin shouted a warning as he saw Vegeta prepare to unleash the energy blast. Yet, by that time, Vegeta had already launched the attack. The onlookers then witnessed Android 19 effortlessly absorb the entirety of Vegeta's golden energy sphere. So that's how it is, he can consume others' energy. Krillin exhaled in relief upon hearing Vegeta's earlier remark. However, his expression shifted dramatically as he processed Vegeta's subsequent declaration. "In that case, I shall let you feast to your heart's content." Subsequently, one could observe a continuous stream of energy spheres being unleashed from Vegeta's palm, directed at Android 19. However, all of these energy spheres were effortlessly absorbed by the android. "Hey, Vegeta." Upon witnessing Vegeta incessantly providing energy to the adversary, Krillin and Yamcha were immediately filled with alarm. Yet, at that moment, Vegeta seemed to grasp something profound. He abruptly ceased his assault of energy spheres and, in an instant, closed the distance to stand before Android 19. Before the android could react, Vegeta seized hold of its arm with unwavering strength. "You can only absorb energy with this hand, can't you?" As he spoke, Vegeta resolutely wrenched the entire arm from Android 19's body. At that moment, Night Feather's brow arched in astonishment. Truly, Prince Vegeta possesses remarkable combat prowess. Although it appeared that Vegeta was merely supplying energy to Android 19, he was, in fact, meticulously analyzing the android's capabilities. Ultimately, he succeeded in deciphering its strengths. Chapter 67. The Proud Vegeta. With a swift motion, Vegeta seized Android 19's soul arm, and before the android could react, he forcefully wrenched it from its socket. At that moment, Krillin, Piccolo, Yamcha, and Dr. Gero were all taken aback. "You seem quite pleased after absorbing my energy," Vegeta remarked with a mocking smirk as he seized the arm of Android 19. Although Android 19 was a cyborg, he was not devoid of fear. He too could feel trepidation in the face of death. His combat prowess and energy absorption abilities were entirely reliant on his arms, and upon losing both, the sight of Vegeta before him filled him with dread. Terror-stricken, he turned to flee. 20, help me, he cried out to Dr. Gero as he desperately sought salvation while retreating into the distance. Vegeta, witnessing Android 19's palpable fear, found immense satisfaction and erupted into laughter. Die. However, as Android 19 put distance between them, the smile on Vegeta's face vanished, replaced by a fierce intent. With a swift motion of his palm, a massive beam of energy shot forth from his hand, striking the fleeing Android 19 in the blink of an eye. Boom. The disarmed Android 19 was instantly obliterated by the force of the energy wave, his components scattered like debris, with his head landing not far from Vegeta's feet. Without hesitation, Vegeta raised his foot and crushed the severed head underfoot. After dispatching Android 19, Vegeta's gaze turned to the night sky, where Nightwing hovered, his expression brimming with self-satisfaction. Yet, Nightwing remained unfazed. Impressive. This Vegeta might even surpass Goku. Krillin and Yamcha exchanged astonished glances, both thrilled and apprehensive at the sight of Vegeta's swift victory over Android 19. Meanwhile, Dr. Gero stared in shock at Vegeta, his expression darkening as he shifted his gaze back and forth between Vegeta and Nightwing. After all, among those present, only Nightwing and Vegeta posed a genuine threat to him. Nightwing, give me 5 more seconds. Once I take care of this one, I'll come straight for you, Vegeta declared confidently, extending his fingers in a gesture of assurance. Flee. At the moment when Vegeta was conversing with Yu, Dr. Gero seized the opportunity and swiftly made his escape from Vegeta's side. Upon witnessing Dr. Gero's flight, Vegeta's expression changed abruptly. In the next instant, a formidable shockwave was unleashed. However, to his dismay, Dr. Gero spread his palm wide and effortlessly absorbed Vegeta's shockwave, then continued his retreat. Naturally, allowing him to escape was out of the question. Yet, just as Vegeta prepared to pursue Dr. Gero, Yu unexpectedly appeared before him, delivering a powerful punch that obliterated Dr. Gero. At this moment, the expressions on the faces of Piccolo, Krillin, Yamcha, and Vegeta were filled with astonishment, particularly Vegeta. How astonishingly swift. He could hardly discern the movement. That android was surprisingly eliminated in an instant. Moreover, this Saiyan, like Goku, possesses the ability to transform into a Super Saiyan? At that moment, Bick, Krillin, and Yamcha gazed in awe at the figure of Yu, whose entire being shimmered with a golden aura, their faces etched with incredulity. After a brief moment of shock, Vegeta clenched his fists tightly, his expression one of fierce determination. This fellow has grown stronger than he was 4 years ago. Vegeta's eyes were fixed on Yu, filled with a sense of unwillingness. His tightly clenched fists emitted a creaking sound. Although Yu had merely dispatched Dr. Gero moments ago, Vegeta, not being a fool, discerned that Yu's strike had surpassed the typical prowess of a Super Saiyan. Over the past 4 years, Vegeta had diligently trained with the singular aim of surpassing Yu and Son Goku, striving to reclaim the dignity befitting Prince Vegeta. Yet now, it appeared that Yu had ascended to an even loftier pinnacle beyond his reach. How could Vegeta possibly accept this? Furious, he let out a roar of indignation. And simultaneously, an immense wave of energy erupted around him. Under the force of this energy, Piccolo, Krillin, and Yamcha were instantly pushed back. This is bad. Could it be that Vegeta truly intends to confront Yu? Krillin, struggling to maintain his stance, spoke with a grave tone. Suddenly, just as the enraged Vegeta was about to launch an attack on Yu, a thunderous explosion resounded from the depths of the distant forest. At that moment, the entire island began to tremble. Following the sound, they beheld in the distance a dazzling radiance on the horizon, resembling an immense energy sphere that had just detonated. Upon hearing the explosion, Yu and Bick, along with their companions, immediately directed their gazes toward the source of the blast. There was a battle underway. This aura was the one they had sensed earlier. Soon, Bick and Krillin, along with the others, discerned an extraordinarily formidable presence emanating from the site of the explosion. This surge of energy is reminiscent of Cell's formidable power from before. What has transpired? How has Cell's energy become so immense? Could it be that he has absorbed Android 17 or 18? Nightwing soared into the sky, gazing at the distant explosion, murmuring a phrase audible only to himself. Toss. Remain here. After calling out to Toss, Nightwing propelled himself towards the source of Cell's energy. You shall not escape. Upon witnessing Nightwing's departure, Vegeta immediately pursued him. Subsequently, Piccolo, Krillin, and Yamcha exchanged glances before following suit. What is the meaning of this? Why has Cell's power escalated? And why has his appearance diverged from the timeline? Could my presence have altered the fabric of time itself? As Nightwing raced towards Cell's location, his mind was awash with contemplation. After all, within the Dragon Ball lore, Cell manifested only after the emergence of androids 17 and 18, and he had quietly developed since then. Yet now, Cell was directly seeking out Dr. Gero's lab to find androids 17 and 18. The tremendous explosion just moments ago, Nightwing surmised, must have resulted from a confrontation between Cell and either android 17 or 18. Chapter 68, The Frigid Queen. Android 18. Shortly after Nightwing and Vegeta's party departed the battleground of the androids, the sky began to ripple, and a rocket-like machine materialized out of thin air. Toss, who had been waiting nearby, noticed the machine, his expression subtly shifting. Soon, the machine descended to the ground. Driven by curiosity, Toss immediately flew towards the site of its landing. Once the machine touched down, its glass hatch opened, and a young boy emerged. The boy sported short, cherry blossom-colored hair and bore a long sword on his back, exuding an air of formidable prowess. The youth in question is none other than Trunks, who has traveled through time via a time machine to this era. Uncertain of Goku and the others' fate, he wonders if they have defeated the androids. After transforming the time machine into a capsule and stowing it away, he swiftly ascends into the sky. Soon, he arrives at the battlefield where Vegeta had previously engaged the androids. The scene before him is chaotic, with scattered remnants of Android 19's components littering the ground. The lifeless body of Dr. Gero, obliterated by Yu, lies among the debris. What transpired here? As Trunks lands, he picks up one of Android 19's severed arms, his handsome visage clouded with confusion. At that moment, Trunks notices Tor's in the sky. An extraterrestrial? Upon observing Tor's appearance and attire, which unmistakably resemble those of an alien, Trunks furrows his brow and instinctively places his hand on the hilt of his sword, just as he prepares to draw his blade and eliminate Tor's. The latter gestures forward and speaks. They have all departed just moments ago. Upon hearing Tor's words, Trunks squints slightly and follows the direction of Tor's finger. In an instant, he senses Vegeta's energy in that very direction. It is Father's energy. A wave of joy washes over Trunks upon recognizing Vegeta's presence. Meanwhile, Vegeta is exerting all his strength in relentless pursuit of Yu. Yet no matter how he accelerates, the distance between them remains unchanged. I will not allow you to escape today without determining a victor, Yu. Vegeta shouts through gritted teeth, his determination evident. Suddenly, Yu comes to a halt. Stopped? Vegeta, slightly puzzled by this unexpected pause, quickly soars to Yu's location. Just as he is about to speak, he is taken aback by the scene below. Amidst the chaotic forest lies three figures. Among them, a man and a woman catch Vegeta's eye, but he dismisses them, focusing instead on the monstrous entity facing them. The creature is enveloped in a shimmering golden aura. Gazing at this radiant energy, Vegeta's eyes flicker with disbelief, his expression one of utter astonishment. How is this possible? Is this the Super Saiyan? This creature has the ability to transform into a Super Saiyan. Moreover, its energy surpasses even my own. At this moment, Vegeta gazes at the being enveloped in a golden aura, which is none other than Cell. Vegeta is perplexed by Cell's transformation into a Super Saiyan. However, Yu understands the situation. Yet, as Yu observes Cell before him, he too is taken aback. His astonishment does not stem from Cell's ability to become a Super Saiyan, but rather from the realization that this version of Cell is the second form, evolved after devouring Android 17. Yet, directly opposite Cell stand a man and a woman. Unmistakably Android 17 and Android 18. What could possibly explain this? Android 17 and 18 are clearly present, so why has Cell assumed his second form? Yu, looking down upon the scene, is filled with confusion. At that moment, as Yu and Vegeta are both astonished by the unfolding spectacle, Piccolo, Krillin, and Yamcha swiftly arrive on the scene. A Super Saiyan? The instant the trio appears, they too are struck by the overwhelming energy radiating from Cell's Super Saiyan form. What on earth is happening? Why does this creature possess our energy and have the capability to transform into a Super Saiyan? At this moment, the atmosphere in the venue was extraordinarily eerie. The android siblings, number 17 and number 18, cast a fleeting glance at Yu and Vegeta's group before their gazes settled on the imposing figure of Cell before them. Cell, adorned with a broad smile, regarded Vegeta and Piccolo with palpable amusement. After a few breaths, Cell was the first to shatter the silence. "Ah, Vegeta, Piccolo, you've arrived. By the way, where is son Goku?" he inquired, observing the astonished expressions on Vegeta and Piccolo's faces. A smirk played at the corners of his mouth as he continued, "Vegeta? Piccolo? Why does this creature know our names?" The shock on their faces deepened at the mention of their names by Cell. "Well then, your arrival is quite fortuitous. I require spectators like you to witness the moment I, Cell, achieve my perfect form," Cell declared, unfazed by the silence from Krillin and Piccolo's group. He then shifted his attention back to the android number 17. Humph. Upon hearing Cell's arrogant tone, number 17 scoffed lightly. In the next instant, he vanished from his spot in a flash. Impressive speed. Completely invisible. What manner of being is this? As number 17 made his move, the expressions of Piccolo, Krillin, and the others shifted dramatically. They were unable to perceive number 17's actions. Even the Super Saiyan Vegeta could merely catch a glimpse of a fleeting shadow. When number 17 reappeared, it was directly before Cell, executing a swift side kick aimed at Cell's head. However, Cell effortlessly anticipated the attack. With a mere lift of his arm, he deflected number 17's strike with ease. Deflected? Krillin's face was a mask of astonishment at how effortlessly Cell had thwarted number 17's assault. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have acquired a combat power attribute of 3 million. At that moment, a mechanical notification echoed in Yu's mind. Humph. After Cell blocked his initial attack, number 17 scoffed again and launched a flurry of strikes. Yet the outcome remained unchanged. Cell saw through every one of number 17's attempts. Meanwhile, Yu's mind was bombarded with the system's notifications. While a steady stream of combat power attributes, each exceeding 3 million, rained down beneath Cell and number 17's feet. Hey, if you wish to survive, you should leave this place immediately. This is not where you belong. On the 17th, amidst the fierce battle with Cell, the typically silent android 18 gently brushed her golden hair from her forehead and spoke in a notably cold tone to Yu and his companions. Chapter 69, Trunks vs. Android 18. Upon hearing Android 18's words, Yu shifted his gaze from the clash between Cell and Android 17 to focus on her. At that moment, Android 18's delicate and fair face bore an expression of calm assurance, seemingly confident in Android 17's abilities. Although Cell in his second form was not as formidable as his complete form, it was evident that even a combined effort from Android 17 and Android 18 might not suffice to overcome Cell's current prowess. As Yu contemplated the disparity in strength between Cell and the two androids while observing Android 18's profile, she seemed to sense his scrutiny and glanced up at him. Their eyes met, creating a moment of intense connection. While Yu's thoughts were occupied with the competitive dynamics, Android 18 interpreted his gaze differently. After a brief exchange of glances, she playfully winked at him. This gesture did not imply any romantic interest. It merely reflected the playful nature of this version of Android 18. Suddenly, two energy spheres streaked through the air like shooting stars, approaching rapidly. It's them. Upon noticing these energy signatures, Piccolo and Krillin turned to see that the figures within belonged to Trunks and Goten. Hey! Trunks greeted Piccolo and Krillin before directing his gaze downward. The moment he laid eyes on Android 18, his expression shifted dramatically. Although this version of Android 18 was entirely different in personality and strength from the one in his timeline, her appearance remained unchanged. The sight of her face brought forth haunting memories of the desolate future he had witnessed, causing his anger to surge uncontrollably. Artificial human. After Trunks let out an enraged roar, he swiftly unsheathed the sword strapped to his back and leaped towards Android 18 below. Hey! Krillin attempted to halt Trunks. Yet he was entirely unaware of Trunks' name. 3 years prior, Trunks had only disclosed his identity to Goku, leaving Krillin in the dark. In the midst of Krillin's words, a surge of Super Saiyan power erupted around Trunks. Soaring above Android 18, the furious Trunks swung his sword downwards with fierce intent. However, just as the blade was about to strike 18, she elegantly lifted her delicate hand and effortlessly caught Trunks' sword between two fingers. Before Trunks could comprehend the situation, 18 swiftly raised her foot and sent him flying. Witnessing this spectacle, the expressions of Piccolo, Yamcha, Krillin, and Vegeta shifted drastically. It is important to note that Trunks possessed the strength of a Super Saiyan. The magnitude of a Super Saiyan's power was well understood by Piccolo and Krillin. Yet, Trunks, in his Super Saiyan form, could not withstand even a single exchange against this seemingly ordinary, yet strikingly beautiful woman, being decisively overpowered. This left Vegeta and Piccolo utterly astonished. However, upon witnessing the swift and decisive movements of Android 18, Yu couldn't help but smile, thinking to himself, quite capable, Indeed. Hey, you just said this woman is an android. What does that mean? Vegeta demanded loudly at the grounded Trunks. This woman and that man over there are androids 17 and 18. In the future, they will be the ones to bring devastation to Earth, Trunks replied, rising from the ground with fury etched on his face as he glared at android 18. Are they truly androids? What on earth is happening? Who were the two I killed before? Upon hearing Trunks' words, the expressions of Vegeta, Piccolo, and the others shifted dramatically. I don't know. Regardless, 18. I will never forgive you. Trunks roared in rage, unleashing a powerful golden aura as he charged at Android 18 once more. Yet, in the face of Trunks' furious assault, Android 18 effortlessly dodged and retaliated with a single punch, sending Trunks crashing to the ground, bloodied. Though Trunks loathed Android 18 with every fiber of his being, she remained oblivious to him. Casually discarding Trunks' sword to the side, she flicked her hair and regarded Trunks with a slightly furrowed brow, saying, "This is quite absurd. If you attack again, I might just take you seriously." Meanwhile, as Android 18 and Trunks were locked in combat, Cell had captured Android 17. At last, my desires are fulfilled, Cell declared, gripping 17's neck tightly, rendering him unable to escape despite his desperate struggles. In the astonished gazes of Piccolo, Krillin, and the others, Cell's tail unfurled like a trumpet flower, swiftly engulfing Android 17's entire body. 17. Upon witnessing this, Android 18's expression changed drastically. Without hesitation, she sprang into action, charging at Cell with the intent to rescue her brother. However, as Android 18 unleashed a flurry of attacks, Cell evaded each one with the grace of a willow in the wind, seemingly unperturbed by her efforts. That monster managed to dodge all of her attacks effortlessly. At this moment, upon witnessing Cell's movements, Piccolo and Krillin were filled with astonishment. It is worth noting that previously, Android 18 had effortlessly defeated the Super Saiyan Trunks. Yet now, in the face of Android 18's assault, Cell evaded her attacks with remarkable ease. In this comparison, Cell's power is truly terrifying. As he evades the attacks from Android 18, his tail continues to writhe incessantly. The body of Android 18 gradually converges toward Cell, a scene reminiscent of a python consuming its prey. Android 18, although I have already absorbed the future version of you, should you insist on courting death, I would not hesitate to annihilate you. Upon hearing these words from Cell, Yu's expression changed instantaneously. Absorbing the future Android 18? It all makes sense now. No wonder Cell has attained his second form. In that moment, Yu realized why Cell had assumed his second form while the 17th and 18th were still present. This implied that if Cell were to absorb the 17th, then before Yu could finish his thought, a blinding radiance suddenly emanated from Cell's entire being. Simultaneously, a formidable wave of energy surged forth from Cell's body. Chapter 70, The Birth of Perfect Cell as Cell absorbed the body of the 17th. An intense brilliance erupted from him, momentarily overshadowing the sunlight above. With the emergence of this dazzling light, a powerful gust of energy also swept out from Cell's form. What is happening? What is going on? The energy wave surged with a ferocity unparalleled by any previous instance. Krillin, Yamcha, and Tien, the trio of relatively weaker fighters, were propelled thousands of meters away by the sheer force of this energy surge. Furthermore, even Vegeta and Android 18 exhibited signs of retreat under this formidable onslaught. Soon, the entire massive island was besieged by this overwhelming energy wave. The sky roiled with dark clouds, accompanied by flashes of lightning and thunder. The ground trembled violently, as if the tiny grains of sand were being drawn upward by an unseen force, slowly ascending toward the heavens. In this moment, it felt as if the apocalypse were upon us. Nightwing stood poised in the air, arms crossed, allowing the powerful gusts to buffet against his form. Yet, his body remained utterly unmoved, showing no signs of retreat. Salu's aura was swelling to an alarming magnitude. Almost immediately, Nightwing, through his keen sense of energy, perceived that within the luminous source, Salu's power had surged exponentially. In that fleeting instant, this formidable energy rippled across the vast cosmos. Even on the distant planet Namek, far removed from Earth, the terrifying aura emanating from Earth was palpable. At that moment, the white cat sage perched atop Karen Tower felt the overwhelming presence of this energy. And for the first time, a rare expression of concern flickered across his typically inscrutable feline visage. It was truly astonishing. To think that a being on this planet could possess such immense power, Earth was undoubtedly on the brink of crisis. The white cat sage squinted, his eyes all but obscured by his plump feline face. Simultaneously, The temple high above Karen Tower trembled, shaken by the sheer force of this dreadful energy. "What on earth is happening?" exclaimed Bobo, with wide, white-ringed eyes, addressing the deity stationed at the temple's edge. The elder deity remained silent, his face a mask of shock, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. Clearly, this overwhelming power had struck fear even into the heart of the ancient god. 5 minutes later, the upheaval on Earth came to a halt, and the tempest surrounding Nightwing's island subsided. As the wind ceased, Krillin, who had been knocked to the ground, opened his eyes. The moment he did, he was struck with astonishment at the sight before him. The once boundless forest had vanished entirely, replaced by a desolate expanse of barren soil. The island appeared as though it had been leveled by a bulldozer, devoid of any remaining trees. Had the forest truly vanished? Krillin rose to his feet, his face reflecting sheer horror at the sight of the obliterated landscape. His gaze then shifted to the figure of Cell nearby, who was enveloped in a magnificent golden aura. Around Cell's body, the ground was adorned with rippling circular wisps of smoke, which expanded outward with the force of the emitted energy. Looking down at Cell's form, Krillin noticed an astonishing transformation. The long tail that once trailed behind him had been concealed, and the previously grotesque visage now bore an air of unexpected beauty. His physique was undeniably perfect. Faced with this striking version of Cell, Krillin was so taken aback that he collapsed to the ground. However, it was not Cell's appearance that frightened him. Rather, it was the overwhelming power emanating from within him. Not only Krillin, but also Piccolo, Yamcha, Trunks, and Vegeta were equally astounded, their hearts racing with tumultuous change at the sight of Cell. Only Wei maintained an expressionless demeanor, as if he had anticipated this moment. "So, this is the completed form?" Cell clenched his fist and, after a brief moment of savoring the overwhelming energy within him, gripped it tightly with newfound confidence. "The power of this complete form far exceeded my expectations. This is the true ultimate android." What a joke! How could a mere android possess such immense energy? Vegeta, sensing the astonishing power within Cell, felt a surge of indignation. In an instant, he transformed into a Super Saiyan. With a swift motion, he created a deep indentation in the ground beneath him before launching himself at Cell like a released arrow. As Vegeta closed in on Cell, his fists unleashed a barrage of strikes akin to a machine gun, relentlessly attacking Cell. Yet, regardless of the ferocity of Vegeta's onslaught, Cell effortlessly evaded each blow, remaining firmly planted in place throughout the entire encounter. Too slow. After deftly evading a barrage of attacks from Vegeta, Cell suddenly swung his arm with great force. Upon witnessing Cell's assault, Vegeta's expression shifted to one of alarm. Although he recognized the imminent danger, his body was unable to react in time. Cell's strike landed squarely on Vegeta, propelling him away like a cannonball. Observing Vegeta's plight, Trunks erupted with a powerful aura, vanishing from sight to launch an attack against Cell. Following him, Piccolo, Krillin, and Yamcha also charged towards Cell in succession. However, Cell effortlessly sidestepped their onslaught, moving with an air of nonchalance. "Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired a combat power attribute of 500,000. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired a combat power attribute of 2,000,000. As Krillin and Trunks continued their relentless assault, the mechanical chime of the system echoed continuously in Yu's mind. Moreover, the combat power attributes previously dropped by androids 17 and 18, along with Cell's second form, began to converge into Yu's body at his command. In a mere few breaths, Yu's combat power soared from 120 million to 150 million, indicating that the struggle against androids 17 and 18 with Cell had granted him an impressive boost of 30 million in combat power. Perfect Cell? I am eager to witness just how formidable Perfect Cell truly is. Chapter 71. Battle against Cell. Yu was fervently yearning for strength, equally desiring to engage in combat with the powerful. As he sensed the extraordinary and overwhelming aura emanating from Perfect Cell, the Saiyan blood within him surged with excitement. It was as if a demon in his mind incessantly urged him to confront Cell, an instinctive reaction inherent to Saiyans when faced with a formidable opponent. This was true for Sun Wukong, and likewise for Vegeta. Just as Yu prepared to step forward and engage Cell, a delicate voice suddenly called out from behind. "Return Android 17 to me." Upon hearing this, Yu felt a gust of fragrant wind brush past him, and in the next moment, Android 18 whizzed by, launching herself directly at Cell. "Android 18, I shall test the strength of this new body on you." After effortlessly sending Piccolo and Krillin's group flying, Cell's gaze settled directly on the approaching Android 18. In a swift confrontation, the two engaged in battle. Initially, Cell refrained from exerting his full strength, utilizing less than half of his true power. Nevertheless, Android 18 found herself overwhelmed by Cell's prowess. Suddenly, a spherical ball of energy coalesced in Android 18's right hand. With determination, she hurled the energy sphere towards Cell. "Humph, do you really think such a trivial attack can affect me?" Cell scoffed, waving his arm dismissively and effortlessly deflecting the energy sphere back towards her. With a resounding explosion, the energy sphere rebounded and struck Android 18, sending her hurtling backwards amidst a powerful shockwave. Just as she was about to crash into the ground, a shadow darted through the air, catching her before she fell. The shadow before them was none other than Yiyu. "Cheru, allow me to test your strength," Yiyu said with a smile, cradling Android 18 in his arms as he addressed the distant Cheru. Upon hearing Yiyu's words, Cheru raised an eyebrow. He had little recollection of Yiyu, as there were no records of him in Dr. Gero's computer, nor had he witnessed Yiyu in battle. Nevertheless, Cheru sensed that this Saiyan was no ordinary opponent. Earlier, when he had evolved into his perfect form, a tremendous wave of energy had erupted, forcing everyone present, even Vegeta, to stagger back. Yet Yiyu remained unfazed. From this alone, Cheru deduced that Yiyu was formidable, at least surpassing Vegeta's prowess. "Very well, I find myself with some spare time. However, do not disappoint me," Cheru confidently declared to Yiyu. Just as Yiyu was about to respond, Android 18 wriggled free from his embrace. Upon landing, she intended to launch another attack on Cheru. However, the moment she took a step forward, Yiyu grasped her hand firmly. In that instant, fury flashed across 18's lovely face. After all, her aim was to eliminate Cheru and rescue Android 17. Yiyu's intervention was tantamount to throwing herself into the line of fire. Yet, as 18 turned around to confront Yiyu, he looked at Cheru and said, "You are no match for this fellow. Allow me to entertain him." With that, Yiyu released 18's hand and strode purposefully towards Cheru's position. At this moment, number 18 astonishingly refrained from anger or charging directly at Cell. Instead, she stood dumbfounded, watching as Yiyu brushed past her. Though her heart was ablaze with fury, she was not foolish. The brief encounter with Cell had illuminated the vast disparity in their strengths. Upon hearing Yiyu's reminder, it was as though a sudden revelation dawned upon her. Just as she was about to voice her thoughts to Yiyu, a powerful energy erupted around him, enveloping him in a radiant golden aura that flickered with intensity. Witnessing this immense power emanating from Yiyu, a look of astonishment crossed number 18's fair visage, and the words she intended to speak were swallowed back. This individual was not merely posturing. Staring at Yiyu's retreating figure, she muttered softly to herself, "Such overwhelming energy." Cell, sensing the formidable aura radiating from Yiyu, initially reacted with surprise, then confidently remarked, "However, at this level, you are not my match. It is only through combat that one can ascertain their true capabilities, and I have yet to unleash my full strength." Upon hearing these words, a smirk crept onto Cell's lips as he raised his hand in a beckoning gesture towards Yiyu, saying, "Come forth." In an instant, after absorbing all the combat attributes present in the battlefield, Yiyu transformed into a shadow, vanishing from sight. The next moment, he reappeared above Cell, hovering just behind him. How swift! Number 18's expression shifted as she observed Yiyu's speed. Subsequently, as she watched, Yiyu executed a sweeping kick aimed at Cell below. However, upon impact, Cell's figure dissipated into a mere afterimage, vanishing from sight. An afterimage? Number 18 exclaimed, and soon after, Cell's true form materialized a short distance away, facing Yiyu. Indeed, his speed was remarkable, surpassing that of Vegeta. Suspended in midair, Cell gazed at Yiyu with a smile, stating, "Though I merely offered an objective assessment, those words ignited a fire of irritation in Vegeta's heart. For the past 4 years, he has tirelessly endeavored to surpass both Sun Wukong and Yiyu through relentless training. After transforming into a Super Saiyan, Vegeta once believed he had finally surpassed both Yiyu and Sun Wukong. However, upon witnessing Yiyu effortlessly dispatch Dr. Gero, Vegeta realized that Yiyu's strength was on par with his own. Now, having observed a brief skirmish between Yiyu and Cell, Vegeta, though filled with reluctance, recognized once again that Yiyu had surpassed him, the prince of all Saiyans. "You are not weak." Yiyu disregarded Vegeta's bitterness and anger. After exchanging words with Cell, he launched yet another assault. Chapter 72. Luring Cell. At the beginning of this chapter, it is noted that after the battle on Namek, official power levels ceased to exist. Various online sources suggest Cell's perfect form has power levels ranging from 5 billion to 60 billion. For the sake of narrative progression, the author tentatively establishes Cell's perfect form to be slightly superior to the protagonist. Boom, boom, boom. In the skies above, the Super Saiyan EU engaged in a fierce battle with the fully realized Cell. Their fists, knees, and elbows clashed incessantly, producing a cacophony of violent impacts that echoed through the air. Incredible. EU can actually hold his own against that monster. Struggling to maintain his composure, Krillin gazed up at the battle unfolding in the sky, his eyes shimmering with disbelief and awe. Meanwhile, not far away, Vegeta also looked up at the conflict above, his expression an intricate tapestry of shock, fear, and, predominantly, resentment. Vegeta had first-hand experience of Cell's formidable strength. With a single blow, merely a casual strike, Cell had sent the Super Saiyan Vegeta flying. To Cell, it may have seemed like a mere swat, but for Vegeta, the moment he was struck felt as if all 30 bones in his body had shattered. Even now, he was consumed by excruciating pain coursing through his bones and muscles. Damn it, Vegeta muttered, clutching his still-bleeding arm, his face a mask of frustration. Boom, boom. As the focus returned to the battle in the sky, Cell appeared to be in high spirits. After all, within Cell's very being lay the cells of a Saiyan. As their fists collided, the intensity of their attacks momentarily waned. And Cell addressed Yu, "Not bad. You can actually keep up with my current speed. But this level of power is insufficient to defeat me, Cell." The corners of Yu's mouth curled into a confident arc as he directed a remark at Shalu, followed by a swift kick aimed at him. Whoosh! Shalu's form vanished, evading Yu's strike, only to descend from the heavens in an instant, launching a kick back at Yu. "In that case, I shall gradually elevate my speed." Boom, boom, boom. As they spoke, the intensity of the battle between Yu and Shalu escalated, their velocity multiplying exponentially. "How fast? I can barely see," Krillin gasped, his expression one of astonishment as he witnessed the two combatants vanish from sight in the sky. It wasn't just Krillin who was at a loss. Even the Super Saiyan Trunks and Vegeta could only catch a fleeting glimpse of their figures. It seemed that only Android 18 was able to clearly perceive the fierce clash occurring above. With her autumn-like eyes fixed on the spectacle, a peculiar light flickered within them. Previously, she had regarded Yu as an ordinary individual, playfully winking at him when their gazes met. However, she now realized the true extent of his formidable power. Bang! Just as Android 18 pondered these thoughts, Shalu's fist collided forcefully with Yu's cheek, causing her heart to inexplicably tighten. She found herself hoping for something, yearning for Yu to triumph over Shalu and rescue her brother, number 17. Boom. After enduring Shalu's punch, Yu retaliated with a powerful kick to Shalu's chest. Following their mutual strikes, both engaged in a relentless series of assaults. In that moment, neither seemed to gain the upper hand. Each exchange sent tremors through the air. Indeed, the ultimate artificial human was truly formidable. While attacking Cell, Yu could not help but feel a sense of astonishment within. At that moment, his battle power had reached an impressive 150 million. Upon transforming into a Super Saiyan, his power skyrocketed to an astounding 7.5 billion. Yet, despite this remarkable increase, Yu sensed that Cell's power surpassed his own. Even with his full strength unleashed, Cell appeared to be effortlessly handling the confrontation. However, this did not imply that Yu was incapable of defeating Cell. After all, he possessed the Kaioken technique and the ability to pause time as his trump cards. Nevertheless, Yu's intention in this battle was merely to ascertain the true strength of Cell in his perfect form, rather than to engage in a life-or-death struggle. Midway through the fight, Yu suddenly created some distance between himself and Cell. As Cell attempted to close the gap, Yu extended his palm and gestured for him to stop. "Stop." Upon hearing this command, Cell immediately halted. "What's the matter? We were having such fun," he remarked with a grin. "I must admit, your strength is indeed formidable, perhaps even superior to mine." Upon hearing these words, a pleased expression crossed Cell's face. Yu continued, "How about we play a game?" At this, a playful glint appeared in Cell's eyes. If such a request came from an ordinary individual, he would undoubtedly refuse. However, Yu's prowess warranted consideration. "Oh? What game? Do tell." Cell inquired with keen interest, stroking his chin. Meanwhile, below, Piccolo and Trunks, upon overhearing the exchange, were expressions of exasperation. Why not just defeat Cell outright instead of playing games? Trunks gritted his teeth in frustration. Krillin glanced over at Vegeta and, recalling Goku, awkwardly chuckled. Aren't all you Saiyans like this? Goku is, and so is Vegeta. As Krillin and Trunks conversed, the voice of Yu echoed from above. The World Martial Arts Tournament. The name of the tournament was familiar to Cell, as it was documented in Dr. Gero's computer. Upon hearing Yu mention it, Cell's interest was piqued. The World Martial Arts Tournament, you say? That sounds intriguing. Are you proposing to host one? Indeed. It would be quite entertaining if both I and Goku were to participate, Yu replied. At the mention of Goku, Cell's eyes lit up, and he exclaimed, very well. Let us organize the World Martial Arts Tournament, and you shall all come to participate. Upon hearing Cell's affirmative response, Yu's heart surged with joy. Should Sun Wukong, Vegeta, and the others engage in battle with Cell, it would undoubtedly bolster my combat prowess considerably. When Cell was in his second form and faced off against Android 18, he granted Yu an impressive boost of 30 million in power. If the fully realized Cell were to clash with Sun Wukong and Vegeta, it might not be implausible for Yu to aspire for an additional 100 million in combat strength. However, Yu was acutely aware of his limitations. Vanquishing the fully realized Cell would not be an easy feat after all. Cell possessed the cells of Piccolo, enabling him to regenerate from injuries. If Yu could not deliver a decisive blow to annihilate Cell, the latter would likely recover and harness the Saiyan cells to augment his strength, rendering him even more formidable. Yet, should Yu manage to amplify his base power by 100 million, he would be capable of effortlessly dispatching Cell. Chapter 73. The Hyperbolic Time Chamber. Following the agreement reached with Cell, he promptly departed from the location. Yu then descended gently from the sky. Before he could fully alight, Trunks rushed over, his tone laced with reproach. Hey, you could have defeated Cell. Why didn't you eliminate him? Yu, not one to dismiss the gravity of the situation, pondered why Trunks was so agitated. His animosity towards the androids was palpable. In response to Trunks' admonition, Yu briefly paused before gracefully touching down, stating, with my current power, I am unable to completely eradicate Cell. At these words, Krillin and Trunks exchanged astonished glances. How could it be? Even you cannot defeat Cell? The strength of Yu was well known to Krillin and the others. If anyone on Earth stood a chance against Cell, it was undoubtedly Yu. Yet, he claimed he was no match for Cell. This revelation shattered the last glimmer of hope for Krillin, Trunks, and the others. However, Nightwing had yet to disclose a crucial piece of information. Within Cell's body resided cells of Piccolo. If they failed to deliver a fatal blow, allowing him to regenerate, and combined with the Saiyan cells, Cell's combat prowess would significantly increase. Had Nightwing uttered this truth, despair would have enveloped Trunks and Piccolo further. Fear not. For if you diligently train, it is not impossible to conquer Cell. Though Nightwing's voice was not particularly loud, it caught the attention of Vegeta. Upon hearing Nightwing's words, Vegeta erupted in fury. What nonsense are you spouting? Defeating that monster? Do you believe he will grant us ample time to train? Vegeta approached, visibly agitated and enraged. Indeed. In a short span, you cannot attain the strength necessary to overcome Cell. However, I seem to recall a place on Earth known as the Hyperbolic Time Chamber. In that realm, a year of training equates to merely a day in the outside world. As soon as Nightwing spoke these words, Vegeta interjected, how can this be possible? How could such a place exist? Before Vegeta could finish his thought, Piccolo interrupted him. It exists. With this declaration from Piccolo, the gazes of Vegeta, Trunks, Krillin, and others converged upon him. Perhaps they were skeptical of Nightwing's words, but with Piccolo affirming the same, they were compelled to consider it. Indeed, within the temple, the hyperbolic time chamber allows one to experience a year, equivalent to just one day outside. At this juncture, Piccolo turned his gaze towards Nightwing, questioning with a hint of skepticism. I never imagined you, not being from Earth, would know of the hyperbolic time chamber. Hey, is such a place truly real? Take me there at once. Upon receiving Piccolo's confirmation, Vegeta was overwhelmed with excitement, grabbing Piccolo by the collar. Yet, he was promptly pushed away by Piccolo. It exists. But the air within the hyperbolic time chamber is thin, and the gravity is immense. Most people cannot endure it for long. Moreover, each individual can only spend 2 days of their life within, which is equivalent to 2 years in the chamber. As Piccolo concluded, Vegeta clenched his fists, exuding confidence as he proclaimed, 2 years is sufficient. While speaking, his gaze flicked towards Nightwing, though he said little. Yet, the expression on his face seemed to convey to Nightwing, once I emerge from my training, I shall undoubtedly defeat you. So, such a place truly exists? That is splendid. Nightwing, is it not? As long as you train in the hyperbolic time chamber for 2 years, you shall surely be able to vanquish Cell. Trunks gazed at Yu, his expression brimming with excitement. Upon hearing Trunks' words, Yu raised an eyebrow. Cultivation? I shall never engage in such pursuits in this lifetime. Moreover, I have no need for it. I can simply acquire combat power while lying down. I possess alternative methods for cultivation. Once Yu uttered these words, Vegeta crossed his arms and scoffed. That works too. Piccolo, quickly take me to that so-called hyperbolic time chamber. Once I emerge from my training, there will be no issues left to address. At Vegeta's authoritative tone, Piccolo's expression shifted dramatically. Trunks' face flushed slightly, and he immediately apologized. I'm sorry. Upon hearing Trunks' apology, Krillin looked bewildered. Why are you apologizing? Perhaps Krillin was unaware of the reason for Trunks' apology, but Piccolo was well aware, for he had overheard the conversation between Trunks and Goku on that day. He understood that Trunks was the future son of Vegeta. The son apologizes for his father. Since that is the case, let us proceed. With that, Piccolo slowly ascended into the sky. Krillin and Vegeta promptly followed suit. Only Trunks remained behind. Casting a glance at Android 18, his fist tightening slightly. Before long, he too chased after Piccolo and Vegeta in the distance. Ultimately, on this desolate island, only Yu, Android 18, and Toph remained. Now, let us discuss the matter of combat power. After the Namek saga, the author no longer utilized combat power as a measurement unit. The subsequent official data provided for warriors indicated only two figures, Broly at 1 for billion and Cooler at 470 million. The remaining combat power figures circulating online are mere conjectures. After returning from Namek, Goku could defeat Cooler, suggesting he possesses at least 500 million in combat power. Having trained for 3 years, Goku's power, being lower than Broly's 1 for billion, indicates that at this moment, his combat power lies between 500 million and 1 for billion. Super Saiyan Vegeta and Super Saiyan Goku should be relatively comparable. Android 18 effortlessly overpowered Super Saiyan Vegeta, indicating that she likely possesses around 1 billion. In his first form, Cell could defeat Android 17, and in his second form, having absorbed Android 17, his combat power would be at least double that of 17, approximating 3 billion. After emerging from the time chamber, Vegeta could defeat Cell's second form, suggesting his combat power exceeds 3 billion. Meanwhile, young Cell's overwhelming defeat of Vegeta implies that his combat power ranges between 3 and 4 billion. Fully formed Cell would be at least twice as strong as young Cell. Thus his power would hover around 8 to 10 billion. Of course, these are merely the author's conjectures, entirely speculative. In essence, it is simply to convince you that fully formed Cell surpasses the protagonist's 5 billion combat power by a notable margin. In this manner, the subsequent narrative shall unfold seamlessly. In recent days, the author has been searching for various types of data, yet unfortunately, the information is inconsistent. The author feels quite helpless. Chapter 74. The Death Declaration of Sheru. Chapter 74. On Earth, upon a barren and desolate island, 3 figures now stand. The 3 individuals are Yu, number 18, and Tuasi. A gust of wind swept through, stirring up the dust from the ground, and simultaneously lifting the golden locks of number 18, revealing a fair and radiant profile. Yu cast a glance at number 18. Although he had casually caught her earlier, it bore no significant meaning. Tuasi. Let us depart. With that, Yu soared into the sky. Tuasi paused momentarily, glanced back at number 18, and then promptly followed suit. Shortly after Yu and Tuasi ascended into the heavens, he sensed someone trailing behind him. More precisely, it was not so much a pursuit as it was a straightforward following of Yu. The individual in question is none other than number 18. Just as Yu turned his head to glance at number 18, she too immediately averted her gaze. Toss, let us accelerate. After calling out to Toss, a powerful aura enveloped Yu, and in the next moment, both he and Toss soared away at an astonishing speed. Simultaneously, number 18 also quickened her flight. Teacher Yu, she is catching up again. After flying a short distance, Toss alerted Yu. Upon looking back, Yu confirmed that number 18 was indeed gaining on them at a rapid pace. After a moment of contemplation, Yu abruptly halted his movement. Number 18, too, came to an immediate stop. What do you intend to do by following me? Yu hovered in midair, observing number 18, who was turned slightly to the side. In response to Yu's inquiry, number 18 offered no reply. Instead, she merely shifted her eyes, stealing a glance at him. Moments later, as she noticed Yu preparing to move forward, she promptly pursued him. However, Yu's action was merely a feigned gesture, and he did not actually take off. What are you really after? Yu inquired as number 18 closed the distance between them. Nothing much, just happens to be on my way. Number 18 replied with a melodious voice. Upon hearing this, Yu raised an eyebrow. Just happens to be on your way? Even Toss can see that you are following me. Yu fixed his gaze on number 18's profile, and at that moment, a thought struck him. Do you wish for me to assist you in rescuing number 17? The mention of number 17 elicited a notable reaction from number 18, whose delicate features softened, and she turned to face Yu directly. Indeed, you are the only one capable of defeating that monster and rescuing my brother, number 17. With number 18's confirmation, Yu sighed, feeling a mix of hope and apprehension. You truly think highly of me. After saying this to number 18, Yu flew directly towards a nearby city, with number 18 promptly following suit. However, this time, Yu did not deliberately create distance between them. Upon reaching the city, Yu immediately descended. Soon, he located a restaurant and ordered an array of dishes. As a Saiyan, Yu possessed an insatiable appetite, rivaling that of Goku. Toss was somewhat accustomed to this, having known Yu for quite some time. Yet for number 18, the sight of the table piled high with plates before Yu left her with an expression of disbelief. Are you not going to eat? As Nightwing indulged in a fervent feast, TOS turned to inquire of number 18. With one hand propping her chin, she leaned against the table, casting a languid glance at TOS before responding slowly, I do not require it. Amidst Nightwing's consumption, as number 18 languished in ennui, the television in the restaurant, which had been broadcasting the news, suddenly crackled to life. In the next moment, an image materialized upon the screen. Upon recognizing the individual depicted, a surge of anger flashed across number 18's delicate features, prompting her to spring up from her chair with a swift motion. Observing her unexpected reaction, Nightwing immediately set aside his food and turned his gaze toward the television. There, on the screen, stood none other than Cell. At this moment, apart from the television in the restaurant where Yu was located, which was broadcasting images of Cell, screens across the globe were simultaneously displaying the visage of Cell. Greetings to everyone on Earth. I am Cell. He introduced himself with an air of gentlemanly charm. He then briefly elaborated on his intention to host the world's martial arts tournament. In 7 days, I shall hold the most prestigious martial arts competition on a southern island, and I extend a warm invitation to all. At this juncture, Cell raised a finger and, with a smile, added, by the way, should no one on Earth be able to defeat me, I will annihilate the planet. What? Destroy the Earth? Is this person insane? Some murmured. Ignore him. Who would participate in such a tournament? The populace worldwide, upon hearing Cell's ominous declaration, largely dismissed it. After all, they were unfamiliar with Cell and unaware of his formidable prowess. The notion of obliterating the Earth seemed utterly absurd. However, for figures like Son Gohan and Master Roshi, the gravity of Cell's proclamation struck a nerve, eliciting expressions of profound concern. Though they had yet to confront Cell directly, they could sense his overwhelming aura. They understood that Cell was not merely jesting. If no one could vanquish him, the Earth would indeed face dire consequences. At that moment, within the restaurant where Yu was seated, the furious android 18 rushed to the television and, with a single punch, shattered the screen. At that moment, within the restaurant, the waitstaff, the manager, and the others were all trembling in fear. What are you doing? It's merely a television. Nightfeather remarked with a look of exasperation directed at number 18 as she approached. This is somewhat your fault. Number 18 retorted, seated confidently in her chair. Pointing at Nightfeather. Me? What does this have to do with me? Nightfeather asked, bewildered. Is it not you who proposed the so-called world's greatest martial arts tournament? Upon hearing this, Nightfeather's facial muscles twitched involuntarily. So it's my fault, is it? Even if I hadn't suggested it. Cell would still have prepared to host the tournament, wouldn't he? Chapter 75. Number 18's new look. While Nightfeather and number 18 were dining in the restaurant, Vegeta, Trunks, and their companions, under Piccolo's guidance, had also arrived near Karen Tower. Who is that? The white cat sage atop Karen Tower squinted his eyes, observing Trunks and the others as they soared into the sky. Hey cat sage, how are you? Krillin and Yamcha paused to greet the white cat sage, who was leaning against the railing. The white cat sage did not respond to Krillin, but solemnly remarked, it seems something extraordinary has occurred on Earth again. Upon hearing this, Krillin and Yamcha exchanged awkward glances before Krillin replied, we're fine, we still need to find the Elder Kai, so we'll be on our way. With that, a powerful aura erupted around Krillin and Yamcha as they ascended straight into the sky. Once they pierced through the thick clouds, they beheld a massive disc-shaped structure high above. Indeed, It was the temple where the Elder Kai resided. As Piccolo and the others arrived at the temple, the Elder Kai, who had been waiting, immediately spoke up. You have finally arrived. You are aware of Cell's situation, correct? Yes, and just moments ago, Cell issued a death threat to the entire world, 7 days from now. If no one can defeat him, he will annihilate the Earth. Nanny. As the Elder Kai spoke, the expressions of Trunks, Vegeta, Krillin, and the others shifted dramatically. Damn Cell. Trunks clenched his fists, his face filled with frustration. Vegeta, on the other hand, immediately shouted at Piccolo. Hey, Piccolo, let me into that hyperbolic time chamber. Once I train in there, I'll be the one to defeat Night Feather and Cell. We should wait for Goku to arrive before discussing this further. After hearing Vegeta's haughty remarks, Piccolo responded somewhat irritably. As soon as Piccolo's words fell, Vegeta was instantly enraged and retorted, What did you say? Only 7 days remain until the appointed time with Cell, and who knows when that fool Kakarot will arrive. If he continues to delay, are we to wait indefinitely? Everyone, please calm down. Upon hearing the quarrel between Piccolo and Vegeta, the old Kai promptly intervened. However, Vegeta dismissed him with a sharp rebuke, Silence. At this, the old Kai's face broke into a cold sweat. Do I not have any dignity? He thought. Piccolo, have you explained the conditions of the hyperbolic time chamber to them? The old Kai inquired. I believe I have, Piccolo replied. The old Kai then turned to Vegeta and said, You may enter. But only 2 can go at a time. In this instance, the rules differ from the Buu saga, where 4 can enter simultaneously. I can manage alone. Vegeta crossed his arms, displaying his impatience. Observing Vegeta's commanding demeanor, Trunks appeared visibly troubled. Who will accompany Vegeta into the chamber? Piccolo scanned the room, glancing at Yamcha and Krillin, but both immediately averted their gazes. Are you joking? Spending 2 years with Vegeta in the hyperbolic time chamber? I'd either be beaten to death by him or berated endlessly. It's pointless. The gap in strength against Cell is simply too vast. Krillin quickly protested. Me too. Yamcha added awkwardly, eyeing Vegeta. Then I shall go. Trunks stepped forward decisively. Baba, please escort Vegeta and the others to the hyperbolic time chamber. Piccolo instructed the attendant Baba, who then led Trunks and Vegeta towards the chamber within the sacred temple. Once Vegeta and Trunks vanished from sight, the old Kai turned his attention to Piccolo. Piccolo, come here for a moment. What is it? Piccolo replied. The old Kai began to discuss the matters of their original unity. Meanwhile, as Piccolo conversed with the old Kai, Yiyu, Android 18, and Tors emerged from the restaurant, with Yiyu wearing a satisfied expression. What are your plans next? You want to just continue to follow me? Will you? Yiyu paused and looked at Android 18, inquiring. I don't know. On the 18th. She playfully brushed her hair from her forehead and shook her head in response. Before succumbing to slumber, she had been in the company of the 17th. Now, with the 17th absorbed by Shalu, the 18th found herself at a loss regarding her next course of action, unable to extract any clarity from the situation. Yiyu simply sighed and proceeded along the street ahead. As anticipated, the 18th followed closely behind. Teacher Yiyu. After walking a short distance, TOS suddenly called out. Upon hearing Tu's voice, Yiyu turned to glance back, only to discover that the 18th, who had been trailing him, had vanished without a trace. Taken aback, Yiyu observed TOS pointing towards a nearby shop. Following his gesture, he noticed that, unbeknownst to him, the 18th had entered the establishment. After a brief moment of hesitation, Yiyu instructed TOS, You should return to the spaceship. He then stepped into the shop where the 18th was located. Inside, the establishment was a clothing store. Upon entering, Yiyu saw the 18th holding a garment, repeatedly draping it over herself. This outfit is simply perfect for you. A woman in uniform beside the 18th enthusiastically praised her. After selecting a few items, the 18th made her way to the fitting room. When she emerged, she had transformed her appearance completely. Initially, the 18th wore a blue vest paired with a fitted skirt. Now, she donned a black vest and tight-fitting jeans that accentuated her curvaceous figure exquisitely. How do I look? She inquired, striking a pose with one hand on her hip, directing her question at Yiyu. Not bad, Yiyu replied, casting a fleeting glance at the 18th before shifting his gaze away, responding nonchalantly. Chapter 76, bringing the 18th home in a desolate hilly region of Earth. A colossal spaceship resembling a tank emerged from a mountain, belonging to Yiyu's legion. Suddenly, in the distance, 2 figures approached at an astonishing speed, soaring through the sky. Within mere moments, they arrived above the spaceship and came to a halt. We've arrived. Night Feather stood poised in the air, addressing the approaching number 18. At that moment, number 18 had donned the outfit she had just changed into at the clothing store. If the previous side of her in a bodycon dress exuded allure, then her current form in fitted jeans radiated youthful vibrancy. "Is this your spaceship, number 193? She remarked nonchalantly as she hovered above, casting a glance at the vessel below before descending gracefully. This fellow truly did not regard herself as an outsider. Observing number 18's bold approach towards the spaceship, Night Feather smiled lightly and followed suit. Wow, what a stunning beauty. Is this what Earth's women are like? This was the first time they had seen Night Feather return with a woman. What do you think Night Feather intends to do? Murmured Rap and Carter, along with other cosmic warriors, as they speculated upon number 18's entrance into the spaceship. At that moment, Night Feather stepped inside, his gaze warm yet penetrating. What are you discussing? And nothing. Upon hearing Night Feather's inquiry, Rap and Carter instinctively recoiled, immediately falling silent. These are the warriors I have recruited. What do you think? Night Feather gestured towards Rap and Carter as he introduced them to the newly arrived number 18. She scanned the group with a languid expression before commenting, quite ordinary. Nanny? Though Night Feather displayed no change in demeanor at number 18's assessment, Rap and Carter were indignant. While it was true that their strength was insignificant in Night Feather's eyes, they were nonetheless elite warriors from various planets. Over the past 4 years, under 100-fold gravity, they had diligently trained, their combat power exceeding 100,000. To be deemed ordinary by a woman was infuriating. Even if she was a guest of Night Feather, Rap was the first to express his discontent. Night Feather, allow me to teach this woman a lesson. Rap and the other cosmic warriors voiced their grievances to Night Feather. Upon hearing their pleas, Night Feather glanced at number 18. Noting her unperturbed expression, he replied, "Do as you wish, but do not be too harsh." Although Nightwing's words were directed at number 18, Rap and Carter and the others mistakenly believed he was addressing them. The imposing Carter was the first to step forward, his fists colliding with a resounding thud as he glared at number 18 and grinned. "Rest assured, Lord Nightwing, she is your guest, and I shall not strike too hard." Meanwhile, TOS, standing behind Carter, could no longer contain himself and interjected, "Well, this woman." Before TOS could finish his sentence, Carter turned to him with a hint of annoyance, stating, "No need for your reminders. I will indeed show mercy. After all, my current prowess surpasses that of the legendary Jinyu." With a confident declaration, Carter clenched his fists. And in the next moment, a powerful aura erupted around him. The atmosphere within the spacecraft was instantly filled with a palpable sense of menace. Before Carter could truly make his move, number 18 suddenly unleashed a punch that struck him squarely. With a thunderous crash, Carter's body was propelled backward like a cannonball, crashing into the thick mechanical wall behind him, a barrier impervious even to gunfire, crumpling under the force of his impact. Carter let out a gasp, spewing forth a mouthful of blood. In this moment, the once bustling spaceship fell into an eerie silence. Rap and his fellow cosmic warriors widened their eyes in disbelief, fixated on the unconscious Carter. It is worth noting that Carter's combat prowess surpassed even that of Jinyu. Under normal circumstances, it would be nearly impossible for anyone to incapacitate Carter, especially with such a casual blow. After gazing at Carter for a prolonged period, Rap and the others mechanically turned their heads, struggling to shift their focus from Carter to the strikingly beautiful woman before them. How terrifying. Truly, she is a formidable presence brought back by Lord Yu. So powerful. We must not provoke her. It could be lethal. The expressions on Rap and his companions grew tense as they regarded number 18, each harboring a silent apprehension. "Did I not instruct you to hold back a little?" Yu remarked with a hint of exasperation upon witnessing Carter's dire state. "It's challenging to control such power." Number 18 retorted with mild complaint, casually tossing her hair before proceeding deeper into the spaceship. "You lot, hurry and take Carter to the medical bay." Yu commanded Rap and the others before following closely behind number 18. Once Yu and number 18's figures vanished from sight, Rap and his companions exhaled deeply, relief washing over them as they were grateful they had refrained from attacking number 18. Had they done so, Carter's fate would have been theirs. The sight of Carter's condition sent a shiver down their spines. "I just warned you that woman is exceptionally strong, but you wouldn't listen," Tor stated seriously as he approached the unconscious Carter. Upon hearing Tor's words, Rap and the others were left speechless. "Hey, Tors, who exactly is that woman? Do you know her? What is her relationship with Lord Yu? Is she his girlfriend?" They inquired with curiosity. Tor shook his head, replying, "I don't know." All I am aware of is that the woman is incredibly powerful. As he spoke, Tors recalled the scene of Super Saiyan Trunks being effortlessly defeated by number 18. Chapter 77. The World Martial Arts Tournament begins. Time flies, and before long, the day of Cell's World Martial Arts Tournament has arrived. Early that morning, Sun Wukong and his son, Sun Wufan, soared towards the venue of the world's premier martial arts tournament. As they approached a desolate island, they beheld a grand arena below. Standing with arms crossed atop the platform was none other than Cell. Vegeta and Krillin had also arrived. Upon their descent, Sun Wukong and Sun Wufan spotted Vegeta and Trunks among the gathered crowd at the arena's base. Hey! Once they touched down, Wukong greeted Krillin and Piccolo warmly. Naturally, Krillin and Piccolo were equally delighted to see Sun Wukong. Cell, Kakarot has arrived. Shall we commence the match? Just as Sun Wukong and Piccolo were preparing for their grand gestures, Vegeta, already growing impatient, approached the arena and addressed Cell. Vegeta, do not rush. One individual has yet to arrive. With arms folded and eyes closed in feigned slumber, Cell opened his eyes at Vegeta's words and replied. Though Cell refrained from naming the individual, Vegeta, Sun Wukong, and the others understood that he referred to Yiyu. TCH. Vegeta, recalling Yiyu, initially showed a flicker of emotion, then halted, his expression morphing into one of dissatisfaction as he muttered under his breath. As time passed, the wind swept across the island repeatedly, yet Yiyu remained absent. Vegeta's fingers incessantly tapped against his shoulder, clearly nearing the brink of impatience. What is that guy doing? Making us wait for him? If he doesn't hurry, how much longer must we endure this? At last, Vegeta erupted. His face contorted with rage as he shouted at Kakarot. Hey, Vegeta, I'm not Yiyu. It's pointless to direct your ire at me. Reacting to Vegeta's outburst, Sun Wukong leaned slightly back, hands raised in a placating gesture as he attempted to soothe the frustrated warrior. At last, just then, Cell, who had been with his eyes closed, suddenly opened them and gazed into the distant skies. Hearing Cell's proclamation, Sun Wukong, Vegeta, Trunks, and the others also looked upward. In the far-off sky, two dark figures approached swiftly. As they drew nearer, the silhouettes grew larger, revealing Yiyu and Android 18 flying side by side. Ah! The VE finally arrived. Sun Wukong exclaimed with joy upon spotting Yiyu. TCH. Beside them, Vegeta let out a dissatisfied grunt. Soon, under the watchful eyes of Goku and Trunks, Nightwing and Android 18 descended gracefully. Oh, your energy has significantly increased, Nightwing remarked, surveying Goku and Vegeta's group upon landing. He understood that they had undoubtedly undergone rigorous training in the hyperbolic time chamber. Indeed, my power has grown immensely, sufficient enough to vanquish you, Nightwing. Just wait. After I deal with Cell, you will be next. Vegeta spat, stepping onto the arena first. Hearing Vegeta's words, Nightwing merely smiled calmly, choosing not to elaborate. It was true that Vegeta's training in the time chamber had exponentially enhanced his energy. Yet, even so, he was still no match for perfect Cell. Hey, Vegeta. You're quite cunning, jumping in first, Goku remarked with a hint of complaint as he watched Vegeta ascend the stage. Humph, I was the first to arrive, so naturally, I shall be the first to fight. Vegeta coldly retorted, his gaze fixated upon Cell. Shall we begin now? Cell glanced at Vegeta with indifference and replied. We can start at any time. His arms remained crossed, indicating that he held Vegeta in utter contempt. At that moment, Vegeta, witnessing Cell's disdainful demeanor, felt his anger surging uncontrollably. With gritted teeth, his energy surged within him, escalating rapidly. In the next instant, a powerful wave of energy erupted from Vegeta's being, causing the weaker fighters, Krillin and Yamcha, to stagger backward under the force of his aura. Simultaneously, a golden flame enveloped Vegeta, signaling his transformation into a Super Saiyan. Such formidable energy. Could this truly be Vegeta? Krillin and Yamcha were rendered speechless, their faces reflecting sheer astonishment as they sensed the immense power radiating from him. Goku's expression shifted to one of intrigue, soon followed by a smile. Beside Nightwing, Android 18's face also displayed shock. She could feel that Vegeta's strength now surpassed her own. Oh, on the arena, Cell's expression changed as he sensed the extraordinary energy emanating from Vegeta. He lowered his crossed arms and remarked, Vegeta, I am truly astonished. What kind of training have you undergone to elevate your power to such heights in just 7 days? Humph, do you think I would divulge that? Vegeta, reveling in the astonishment on the faces of Cell and Goku, felt a swell of pride. Well, I was merely asking out of curiosity. Now, let us see if you can entertain me. With that, Cell gestured toward Vegeta with an open palm. TCH. Infuriated by Cell's dismissive gesture, Vegeta's fury ignited. In an instant, he vanished from his position, reappearing directly in front of Cell, delivering a fierce punch aimed at him. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have achieved a battle power attribute of 5 million. The moment Vegeta's fist collided with Cell's arm, the mechanical prompt echoed in Nightwing's mind. Now, let us see just how much my battle power can increase. Upon hearing the system's notification sound, Yu expressed his joy. Chapter 78. Acquiring the attributes of the Turtle School's Kamehameha. Chapter 78. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a combat power attribute of 5 million. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a combat power attribute of 1 million. As the fists of Vegeta and Cell collided on the arena, the mechanical notification sounds from the system echoed continuously in Yu's mind. Meanwhile, beneath Cell and Vegeta, combat power attributes were continually being dropped, each exceeding 5 million. How impressive! Vegeta has become incredibly powerful, Yu exclaimed. How is this guy trained? Below, Krillin and Yamcha gazed in astonishment at Vegeta battling Cell in the arena. Having personally experienced Cell's strength, they recalled how a mere roar from him had sent them flying. Yet now, Vegeta was able to engage Cell for such an extended period. Vegeta is indeed a genius, but he is not Cell's match. As Krillin and Yamcha conversed, Piccolo, who had been silent, suddenly spoke up. Upon hearing Piccolo's words, Gohan, Trunks, and Krillin all turned their attention to him. Why? Vegeta seems to be holding his own against Cell. Krillin questioned, puzzled. Holding his own? Piccolo cast a sidelong glance at Krillin before returning his gaze to the arena. Upon closer inspection, it was evident that Vegeta's breathing had become erratic, while Cell remained composed. Moreover, Cell had likely not even unleashed half of his power. Once Piccolo made this statement, Krillin and Trunks were taken aback and immediately looked back at Vegeta and Cell in the arena. Sure enough, they saw that Vegeta was already drenched in sweat, while Cell appeared unfazed. Suddenly, Cell accelerated his speed and delivered a powerful kick towards Vegeta. What? Vegeta gasped in surprise. He swiftly sidestepped, narrowly evading Cell's kick. However, at that moment, Cell reappeared behind Vegeta, raising his arm to deliver a crushing blow directly to Vegeta's body. With a resounding impact, Vegeta was sent hurtling away like an arrow released from a bow. Not good. I'm going to be knocked out of bounds. As Klin witnessed Vegeta's figure hurtling swiftly towards the edge of the arena, he exclaimed with palpable anxiety. At that moment, Vegeta, in a sudden twist, struck the ground of the arena with his palm. Instantly, the arena shattered beneath him, and propelled by the force of the rebound, Vegeta soared into the sky. He was saved. At this moment, Krillin and Trunks below sighed in relief upon seeing Vegeta stabilize his form. However, on the arena, Cell gazed at the panting Vegeta in the sky and remarked, Vegeta, in truth, being eliminated just now would have been the best outcome for you. You are no match for me. Even if the contest were to continue, the victor would inevitably be me. Upon hearing Cell's words, Vegeta clenched his fists tightly. Silence. He bellowed, thrusting his palms towards Cell below. In the next instant, a radiant light emanated from Vegeta's entire being. Hey, what is that? Krillin and Piccolo, witnessing the terrifying energy pulsating around Vegeta, were instantly taken aback. Vegeta, what are you planning? If you unleash such a powerful energy blast, the Earth will be obliterated. Krillin shouted urgently to Vegeta in the sky. Yet, Vegeta paid no heed to Krillin's warning, allowing the energy in his palms to accumulate without restraint. As time passed, a colossal energy beam erupted from his hands. Moments later, the golden beam resembled a dragon diving into the sea, hurtling from the sky towards Cell on the arena below. Meanwhile, Cell, with a dismissive scoff, assumed a combat stance. Goku, upon observing Cell's movement, suddenly changed expressions. Just as Goku was taken aback, Cell gathered a massive energy wave between his palms. Kamehameha? Goku exclaimed, astonished at Cell's display of the technique. Energy wave, Cell declared, and as soon as the words left his lips, the Kamehameha was fully formed in his hands. With a powerful push upward, the enormous Kamehameha surged into the sky like a rainbow piercing the sun. Boom. In the following moment, Cell's Kamehameha collided with Vegeta's energy wave in a resounding clash. At that moment, the heavens and the earth underwent a transformation. A multitude of golden lightning bolts surged forth from the point where two waves of energy collided. However, these were not mere lightning. Rather, they were the sparks of energy generated by the violent expansion of two formidable forces. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the attribute of the Kamehameha wave. As the Kamehameha wave of Cell clashed with Vegeta's energy wave in the sky, a notification resonated within Yu's mind. Upon hearing this announcement, Yu raised an eyebrow in surprise. The Kamehameha wave? Previously, during his encounter with Sun Wukong on Namek, Wukong had utilized the Kamehameha wave against him, though Yu had successfully countered it. Nonetheless, at that time, the system had not granted him the attribute of the Kamehameha wave, as the chance of acquiring a skill attribute was merely 1 in 5. Yu had not given it much thought. Yet now, witnessing Cell's inaugural use of the Kamehameha wave, the system had bestowed upon him its attribute, which undoubtedly astonished Yu. Does the host wish to collect the Kamehameha wave attribute? Yes, collect. Yu responded to the system without hesitation. Subsequently, the Kamehameha wave attribute beneath Cell's feet, along with the combat power attribute that had dropped during the battle between Vegeta and Cell, converged into Yu's body. As Yu's combat power surged, the virtual screen of the system displayed the Kamehameha wave attribute. Chapter 79, Vegeta's Defeat, as Yu absorbed the Kamehameha wave attribute. The energy waves of Vegeta and Cell remained locked in a fierce stalemate in the sky. Beneath the clash of these two violent energies, the rocks on the ground seemed to be drawn upward by an unseen force, soaring toward the heavens. The earth trembled violently. Vegeta, along with Krillin, felt the ground shake beneath him. Krillin gazed up at Vegeta in the sky, beads of cold sweat trickling down his face. Although Krillin hoped for Vegeta's triumph over Cell, he feared that should Vegeta prevail, his energy wave would devastate the earth. Amidst Krillin's inner turmoil, a smirk appeared at the corner of Cell's mouth under the Kamehameha wave. In the next moment, Cell exerted a slight force with his hands, channeling a tremendous amount of energy into the Kamehameha wave. Simultaneously, Cell's Kamehameha wave expanded dramatically. At this moment, the stalemate between the Kamehameha wave and the energy beam in the sky was abruptly shattered. Cell's Kamehameha surged forth with unrelenting vigor, effortlessly repelling Vegeta's energy wave without pause. At that moment, high above in the sky, Vegeta was taken aback upon witnessing his energy wave being repelled. He hastily channeled energy into the wave, yet, despite his efforts, he was unable to thwart Cell's Kamehameha. In a state of urgency, Vegeta abruptly released his grip and evaded to the side. Instantly, Cell's Kamehameha surged past him like a beam of light, soaring towards the heavens. Before Vegeta could catch his breath, Cell's figure materialized as a shadow behind him. With a swift motion, he struck Vegeta with a powerful punch. Before Vegeta could even comprehend the situation, he was propelled downward like a cannonball, plummeting towards the ground. At that moment, Klin and Yamcha, who were near the arena, witnessed the figure of Vegeta descending. They were all so frightened that they hurriedly sought shelter in every direction. With a thunderous roar, Vegeta's body plummeted to the ground like a meteorite. In an instant, the earth trembled, and clouds of dust billowed into the air. Once the dust settled, a colossal crater emerged in their sight, with Vegeta's form lying within it. Vegeta attempted to rise, but due to the severity of his injuries, he could barely support himself on his hands before collapsing once more. Dad! Witnessing this, Trunks immediately leaped into the deep pit towards Vegeta. As Trunks cried out, "Father!" Yu glanced at Piccolo and Yamcha, noticing no signs of surprise on their faces. Realizing this, Yu understood that within these 7 days, Krillin and Yamcha must have already learned of Trunks' true identity. Upon reaching Vegeta's side, Trunks gazed at his grievously wounded father with a complex expression. Without hesitation, he swiftly produced a Senzu bean and handed it to Vegeta. The moment Vegeta consumed the bean, his injuries healed instantaneously. While Goku and Piccolo were well aware of the Senzu bean's miraculous effects, Android 18 was not. Stunned, she watched as the critically injured Vegeta rose to his feet effortlessly, her delicate face etched with disbelief. At the same time, Cell descended gracefully from the sky. Vegeta, seething with fury, prepared to charge at Cell once more, only to be restrained by Trunks. This is already beyond the boundaries. Upon hearing Trunks' words, Vegeta finally realized that this was a competition, not a genuine death match. The recent blow from Cell had already sent him crashing onto the arena. According to the rules of the contest, being out of bounds would result in elimination. Vegeta had, regrettably, already lost. Although he felt an overwhelming sense of resentment, he had no choice but to endure it. How infuriating! Vegeta, with his fists tightly clenched, uttered a resentful remark before instantly relinquishing his Super Saiyan form, his hair reverting from golden to black. Upon the arena, Sheru, noticing Vegeta's timely decision, let out a soft snort before directing his gaze towards the two below the stage, Yi and Sun Wukong. The question now lingered. Who would ascend next? Sun Wukong or Yi? Sheru cast a sweeping glance over the crowd, his gaze ultimately settling upon Yi. In stark contrast to his demeanor while conversing with Vegeta, Sheru's eyes brimmed with a fierce battle intent as he locked eyes with Yi. In Sheru's estimation, among those present, only Yi possessed the potential to engage him in a true contest of strength. Even Son Goku, he believed, would not prove a worthy adversary. As Sheru's words faded, Android 18, standing nearby, shot Yi a meaningful look. Though she spoke not a word, her eyes implored Yi to confront Sheru in combat. At that moment, her heart was heavy with concern for Android 17. Until he was rescued, she could not alleviate the weight upon her soul. With a battle power that had reached 200 million, she believed Yi possessed the strength necessary to overcome the perfect Sheru. Upon grasping the urgency in 18's pleading gaze, Yi's attention shifted to the virtual screen before him. There, he beheld his battle power, which had surged from a previous 150 million to an impressive 200 million. This indicated that the skirmish between Vegeta and Sheru had endowed Yi with an additional 50 million in strength. Moreover, this 200 million was merely his base power. Should Yi transform into a Super Saiyan, his battle power would skyrocket to an astounding 10 billion. Having confirmed his formidable strength, Yi prepared to step forward and ascend the platform to challenge Sheru. However, at that moment, Son Goku had already placed one foot upon the arena. Apologies, Yi. But allow me to take the stage first. Goku turned, a cheerful grin adorning his face as he addressed Yi. Hearing Goku's words, Yi shot him a disdainful glance. You've already stepped up, and yet you still seek my permission? However, this is for the best. If Sun Wukong were to engage in battle with Cell, Night Feather's combat prowess would undoubtedly experience a significant enhancement. Prior to arriving on Earth, Night Feather had already begun formulating a plan. Once he dealt with Cell, he would venture into other universes in search of formidable adversaries to further augment his strength. After all, there lies a span of 7 years until the resurrection of Majin Buu. However, to traverse other universes with ease, a battle power of 10 billion would be woefully insufficient. Thus, it is imperative to elevate his combat strength as much as possible in the present moment. Otherwise, should he encounter the likes of Jiren or Hit, he might find himself utterly incapable of putting up a fight. Chapter 80. A surge in combat power on a colossal arena on Earth. Sun Wukong and Cell stood poised against each other. At this moment, both Sun Wukong and Cell were enveloped in shimmering golden auras, unmistakably the hallmark of Super Saiyans. Below the arena, Night Feather, Android 18, Vegeta, and others were fixated on the two combatants atop the stage. As time progressed, the tension in the surrounding air grew increasingly palpable. Just then, Sun Wukong's eyes narrowed slightly before he suddenly opened them wide. In the next instant, his form vanished from sight, only to reappear directly in front of Cell, delivering a powerful punch aimed straight at him. So swift, Trunks exclaimed in astonishment upon witnessing Sun Wukong's speed. Upon hearing Trunks, Vegeta's gaze flickered momentarily. In the brief interlude of Trunks' words, Sun Wukong's fist collided fiercely with Cell's, resulting in a formidable clash. At that moment, a resounding crash echoed through the sky. Behind Sun Wukong and Cell, a dark force materialized. Under the impact of this ominous energy, the rocks and gravel upon the arena were instantaneously reduced to dust. After Sun Wukong's strike was thwarted by Cell's fist, he hesitated not for a moment. With a swift motion, his right leg transformed into a shadow, sweeping horizontally towards Cell's lower body. Just as Sun Wukong's sweeping kick was about to connect, Cell leaped effortlessly, sidestepping the attack. In rapid succession, their figures soared into the sky, engaging in a fierce contest of speed and strength. Sun Wukong and Cell darted through the air, their fists, elbows, and knees colliding in a relentless barrage. The atmosphere reverberated with the sounds of violent impacts. However, due to the remarkable speed of both combatants, the less formidable Krillin and Yamcha beneath the arena were utterly unable to perceive the trajectory of their movements. Even Piccolo could merely catch glimpses of shadowy figures. So swift, it was completely invisible. Kuririn's face was etched with terror as his eyes darted around, finding nothing but darkness. Unable to contain himself, he blurted out a startled exclamation. Meanwhile, the pupils of Vegeta, Trunks, and Yora were moving in eerie synchronization, as if they could clearly perceive the fierce battle unfolding between Cell and Goku. While the others remained oblivious, Yoru's keen eyesight allowed him to witness every movement with crystal clarity. The blinding speed that left Kuririn and Yamcha awestruck was nothing remarkable to Yoru's enhanced perception. Ding. Congratulations, host. Obtained combat power attribute. 6. 5 million ding. Congratulations, host. Obtained combat power attribute. 6. 9 million. As Yoru observed the duel, his mind resonated with the mechanical chimes of the system's notifications. Under his command, the scattered combat power attributes from the battlefield continuously flowed into his being like an invisible tide. 200 million, 210 million, 220 million. Had anyone been monitoring with advanced scouter technology, they would have witnessed Yoru's power level escalating at an astonishing rate, increasing by hundreds of millions with each passing moment. Within mere breaths, his combat strength surged from just over 200 million to a staggering 270 million. And still it continued. With every exchange between Goku and Cell, Yoru's power charted new heights. Excellent. At this rate, gaining another 100 million poses no difficulty at all. Observing the evenly matched battle prowess between Sun Wukong and Cell, Yu felt an overwhelming surge of excitement. The combat strength exhibited in the clash between Vegeta and Cell had provided Yu with limited power, primarily due to Vegeta's swift defeat. Moreover, Vegeta's fighting capability was considerably inferior to that of Sun Wukong. However, the current confrontation between Sun Wukong and Cell was markedly different. Up to this point, Sun Wukong showed no signs of impending defeat. As long as he remained unvanquished, Yu's own strength would continue to grow inexorably. As Krillin surveyed the arena, observing the movements of Sun Wukong and Cell, he inadvertently noticed the glimmering intensity in Yu's eyes. To Krillin, that brilliance signified a fierce determination for battle. However, unbeknownst to him, Yu was currently overwhelmed by a surge in combat power. Suddenly, as Krillin remained fixated on Yu, the previously vanished figures of Sun Wukong and Cell reappeared in the sky. There, the two engaged in a fierce clash, their fists colliding with tremendous force. At this very moment, a thunderous collision echoed between heaven and earth. The very air trembled violently in that instant. Truly worthy of Son Goku to have battled Cell for so long. Trunks gazed at the sky, observing the combat prowess of Goku and Cell, and casually uttered those words. However, when those words reached Vegeta's ears, they stoked the flames of fury within him. It must be noted that during Vegeta's own battle with Cell, he had been swiftly defeated. Comparing that to the current clash between Goku and Cell only served to highlight Vegeta's perceived inadequacy. I didn't mean it that way. Upon witnessing Vegeta's grimacing expression, Trunks felt a sudden chill and promptly offered an explanation. However, the more Trunks elucidated, the more Vegeta's inner resentment intensified. Nightwing Kakarot. Vegeta fixed his piercing gaze upon Goku for a moment before shifting his intense scrutiny to Yoru nearby. The current scenario bore an uncanny resemblance to the events on planet Namek. Back then, both Yoru and Goku had been capable of engaging Frieza in prolonged combat, while he, Prince Vegeta, had been effortlessly obliterated in an instant. For 4 arduous years, he had dedicated himself to relentless training, striving to reclaim the dignity befitting the Saiyan Prince. At long last, he had achieved his coveted Super Saiyan transformation. Yet ultimately, the fundamental circumstances remained unchanged. How could Vegeta possibly accept this? How infuriating. Chapter 81. For 100 million combat power. As the intense battle between Son Goku and Cell unfolded on the arena, Night Feather's combat power surged dramatically. From an initial 200 million, it soared to over 300 million. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have gained 6 million in combat power attributes. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have gained 5 million in combat power attributes. Upon hearing the diminishing combat power notifications from the system, Night Feather's expression tightened slightly. He observed Son Goku, who was engaged in combat with Cell, as his breathing began to grow erratic, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. So, Goku has begun to show signs of fatigue. At that moment, Piccolo also sensed the unusual changes in Goku. This is not good. Goku's breathing has become irregular. It is essential to note that irregular breathing is a precursor to physical exhaustion. If his stamina declines, the subsequent battles will be severely impacted. Upon hearing Piccolo's words, Krillin and Vegeta immediately shifted their focus to Goku's face. As they witnessed Goku gasping for breath, Krillin's expression changed abruptly. It's true. Cell's aura remains completely unchanged, and he still appears utterly untroubled. It seems he has yet to exert his full strength. In that moment, the hearts of Piccolo, Trunks, and the others sank profoundly. Nightwing was not a source of hope for them. After all, they were uncertain whether Nightwing would assist them in confronting Cell. At this juncture, their greatest hope rested solely on Goku. Should Goku falter, Piccolo and Krillin believed that Earth's fate would be irrevocably sealed, witnessing Goku now at a disadvantage. Their own spirits plummeted in tandem. As time progressed, the anxieties of Piccolo and Krillin were indeed realized. Once Goku began to show signs of fatigue and his strength waned, the equilibrium he had maintained in battle with Cell swiftly crumbled. At that moment, Goku, suspended in the arena sky, found himself increasingly overpowered by Cell. Bang! At that moment, high above the sky, Cell's form suddenly vanished before Goku, and before Goku could comprehend the situation, Cell reappeared directly above him. Witnessing Cell's sudden acceleration, Goku's expression shifted dramatically. In the next instant, a smirk curled at the corner of Cell's mouth as he launched a powerful punch toward Goku. However, Goku was no ordinary fighter. His body, forged through countless battles, instinctively crossed his arms in defense just as Cell's fist hurtled toward him. With a thunderous impact, Cell's fist collided with Goku's crossed arms. Although Goku managed to block Cell's formidable blow, the sheer force behind it was overwhelming. Propelled by this immense power, Goku's body plummeted from the sky like a meteor, hurtling toward the arena below at breakneck speed. The moment was fleeting. In the blink of an eye, Goku crashed onto the arena floor. A deafening sound erupted as rocks splintered in the wake of his landing, leaving the vast arena in ruins. However, just as Cell anticipated that this punch would inflict considerable damage on Goku, he was taken aback to see Goku land on his feet, more accurately, on his feet and hands. Truly, Goku exceeded expectations. Rather than feeling anger, Cell was filled with a sense of delight upon witnessing Goku's resilience. In that moment, he descended from the sky, preparing to pursue Goku once more. "Surrender!" Goku suddenly declared, raising a hand while hunched over on the arena. "What?" As Goku uttered the word surrender, Piccolo, Yamcha, Krillin, and the others looked on in bewilderment, questioning whether they had misheard. "Surrender? Goku, what are you talking about? This is not a game. The fate of the Earth is at stake. If you surrender, it will be the end for our planet." "That's right, Goku, you haven't lost yet," Krillin and Yamcha exclaimed, recovering from their shock and expressing their discontent toward Goku. "Goku has already lost," Nightwing interjected. Upon hearing Nightwing's words, Android 18, Piccolo, Krillin, and the others directed their gazes toward him in unison. Though they remained silent, their expressions conveyed a shared sentiment. Did he not stay within the arena? How could he have lost? While Goku still possessed enough stamina to continue battling Cell for several rounds, it was evident that he would ultimately face defeat. Thus, choosing to surrender was indeed a wise decision. Nightwing gazed at the number 18 and offered a brief explanation. Upon hearing his words, Piccolo and Krillin, although reluctant, could not deny the truth in Nightwing's statement. Indeed, Son Goku had begun to exhibit signs of exhaustion. Continuing to fight would yield no further results. How intriguing. Above in the sky, Cell, having absorbed Nightwing's words, promptly executed a 180-degree turn, transitioning from an inverted position to an upright stance before gently descending onto the arena below. Indeed, as Nightwing had asserted, this match was a defeat for me. Son Goku stood, extending a finger as he cast his gaze skyward, expressing a hint of remorse toward Krillin and Piccolo. As Son Goku stepped down from the arena, the eyes of Piccolo, Krillin, and the others collectively turned to Nightwing. At this moment, with even Son Goku having succumbed to Cell, they believed that only Nightwing possessed the capability to contend with him. Son Gohan was overlooked entirely, for his current fighting prowess likely fell short of even Vegeta's. Within Dragon Ball, Gohan's ascension to Super Saiyan 2 was a result of provocation. Although Nightwing harbored hopes for Gohan to unleash his Super Saiyan 2 strength, as such a transformation in combat against Cell would likely elevate his combat attributes to unprecedented heights. Achieving Gohan's Super Saiyan 2 power was fraught with challenges. Moreover, Gohan's transformation was not guaranteed. After casting a glance at Gohan, Nightwing did not wait for Son Goku to exit the arena. He directly advanced toward the stage. "For 100 million combat power," Nightwing murmured to himself, contemplating the figure displayed on the virtual screen before him. It is noteworthy that this 400 million represented only his base combat power. Should he transform into a Super Saiyan, his power would soar to 20 billion. As Nightwing approached the arena, Krillin, Yamcha, and the others behind him felt a surge of tension. Meanwhile, Cell, observing Nightwing's approach, found his fighting spirit invigorated. "At last, it is your turn, Nightwing." Chapter 82. Cell's smile gradually fades. Chapter 82. "At last, we await you, Nightwing." Cell regarded Nightwing as he ascended the arena, his expression brimming with combat fervor. Krillin, Yamcha, Trunks, and the others watched anxiously, their gazes fixed on Nightwing's silhouette. With both Vegeta and Son Goku, the primary forces, having fallen to Cell, Krillin and the others believed that if Nightwing could not vanquish Cell, then no one on Earth stood a chance against him. Nightwing, you must not falter. Krillin gazed at Yu, silently offering a prayer within his heart. Meanwhile, No. 18 observed Yu's silhouette, her eyes reflecting a flicker of concern. However, her thoughts were not occupied with Earth. Rather, they lingered on her brother, number 17. The stage is now yours. On the arena, Sun Wukong, after greeting Yu, leapt gracefully from the platform to stand before Son Gohan and Krillin. Here you go. As soon as he landed, Trunks presented 12 sins of beans to him. Although Sun Wukong had not sustained severe injuries, it was evident that his stamina had been considerably depleted. After consuming the sins of beans, his energy was completely restored. Now all eyes were on Yu. If Yu faltered, there would be no other option. Sun Wukong steadied himself, fixating his gaze on Yu in the arena. He then glanced at Son Gohan, murmuring a few words. Upon hearing Wukong's musings, Son Gohan cast a curious look towards him. Noticing Wukong's silence, he redirected his attention to the confrontation between Cell and Yu on the stage. Transform into a Super Saiyan, Cell declared confidently, arms crossed, a smirk playing on his lips as he regarded Yu. In response to Cell's words, Yu offered no reply, instead smiling warmly at him. Suddenly, he clenched his fists tightly and proclaimed, "As you wish." With that, Yu slightly spread his legs in a fighting stance. In an instant, he transformed into a Super Saiyan, golden energy radiating from his entire being. Following Yu's transformation, Cell raised an eyebrow and remarked, "Yu, why has your energy suddenly diminished? It was far greater when we battled 7 days ago." As soon as Cell's words left his lips, the golden aura enveloping Yu began to expand at a visibly rapid pace. Within mere breaths, the golden energy had doubled in size. Simultaneously, within the perceptive senses of Sun Wukong and Cell, Yu's energy continued to swell. At this moment, the fragments of stone upon the arena seemed to be drawn by an unseen force, gradually ascending towards the heavens. Sensing the aura of Yu expanding with remarkable intensity, Salu expressed his satisfaction, remarking, "This is more like it. This energy resembles that of Yu from 7 days ago." As he spoke, Salu assumed a combat stance, awaiting Yu's assault. Yet, Yu refrained from launching an attack, instead continuing to amplify the energy within his body. How impressive! Yu's aura is even stronger than it was 7 days prior. Trunks observed, awe etched upon his face as he witnessed the ever-increasing energy emanating from Yu. Salu, noticing Yu's ability to elevate his power further, wore an even broader smile. "Oh, I did not expect that not only Vegeta, but you as well have experienced growth in these past 7 days. Let me see just how much you have progressed." As Yu's energy surged to unprecedented heights, Salu's satisfaction grew. However, when Yu's aura suddenly breached a critical threshold, Salu's smile began to freeze visibly. At that moment, the energy radiating from Yu reached a terrifying magnitude. The force of this energy sent Krillin and Yamcha soaring into the sky, while Goku, Vegeta, and the others found themselves retreating involuntarily under its immense pressure. At that moment, the rocky arena beneath Night Feather seemed to be unable to withstand the pressure, as it began to manifest cracks resembling a spider's web. What kind of rigorous training had this individual undergone over the past 7 days to cause such a surge in his energy? Below the arena, Vegeta, straining to maintain his composure, gazed up at Night Feather, who continued to exude an overwhelming aura, his face a mask of astonishment. Special training? Perhaps Vegeta was unaware of Night Feather's activities during those 7 days, but Android 18 was well aware. For the past 7 days, she has consistently remained by Yu's side. She dined with Yu, roamed the cosmos alongside him, and although they did not bathe together, she was aware that Yu had not engaged in any rigorous training. Indeed, Yu had not undertaken any form of cultivation. Nevertheless, despite this, Yu's aura has inexplicably surged to an extraordinary extent. This led number 18 to briefly believe that Night Feather's power was merely this much, and that he had simply not exerted his full strength during the battle with Cell 7 days prior. At this moment, gazing at Night Feather on the arena, her eyes sparkled with astonishment and delight. She was astounded by the sheer magnitude of Night Feather's strength, realizing that with such prowess, the likelihood of defeating Cell had significantly increased, thereby enhancing the chances of saving number 17. It was hard to fathom that Night Feather's energy had already reached Cell's level. And astonishingly, it was still growing. Just how formidable was his strength? As Night Feather's energy expanded to a considerable degree, Krillin, soaring in the sky above, looked down at Night Feather on the arena, his eyes filled with shock and cold sweat trickling down his face. Impossible. This is absolutely inconceivable. How could there be a human in this world whose power surpasses mine? Cell? I am the perfect ultimate android. The moment Night Feather's energy completely surpassed Cell's, the latter could no longer maintain his previous composure. A rare expression of emotion flickered across his usually impassive and handsome face. This marks the first instance since his evolution into his complete form that he has exhibited such an expression. Previously, his face was perpetually adorned with a confident smile. Yet now, due to the presence of Yiyu, that smile, that confidence, has vanished. In the next moment, Cell's gaze abruptly fixated on Yiyu, who was still enhancing his combat power not far away. Stop right there. Chapter 83, The Speed That Terrifies Cell. Chapter 83, Stop right there. Filled with resentment and fury, Cell let out a furious roar at Yiyu before transforming into a shadow and charging towards him. Meanwhile, Yiyu continued to amplify his energy. As Cell approached, Yiyu suddenly shouted with fervor. A dazzling golden light radiated from his being. Concurrently with the emergence of this golden glow, a violent wave of energy surged forth from Yiyu, expanding outward in all directions. The force of this energy wave was formidable. The arena beneath Yiyu's feet was instantly reduced to rubble, scattering debris in every direction. Quickly, disperse, shouted Piccolo from outside the arena, prompting Goku, Gohan, and Vegeta to retreat swiftly away from Yiyu. At that moment, as Cell charged towards Yiyu, he collided with the ferocious energy wave before even nearing him. In the blink of an eye, Cell was sent flying by the force of that wave. The wave of energy surged swiftly, only to recede just as rapidly. Within a few breaths, tranquility enveloped the scene once more. One could observe the magnificent golden aura continuously flickering around Yiyu, while beneath his feet, the dust swirled in rhythmic bursts, resembling circular ripples spreading outward in all directions. Moreover, the once mighty arena had vanished entirely. Is this truly the essence of Yiyu? Suspended in the sky, Trunks gazed down at Yiyu, his expression one of sheer terror, his voice trembling with astonishment. Beside him, Vegeta wore an exceptionally grim countenance. His fists were clenched tightly, filled with a sense of profound frustration. Through his ability to sense energy, Vegeta could undoubtedly perceive that the aura emanating from Yiyu was far more formidable than that of Cell. This indicated that the disparity in power between Yiyu and himself had widened significantly. Meanwhile, Piccolo, observing Yiyu, exclaimed in shock, "Incredible! Yiyu has managed to repel Cell solely through sheer presence." Klin gazed at Yiyu in astonishment for a considerable time, and upon regaining his senses, a look of immense joy illuminated his face. What an impressive aura! He then turned to the not-so-distant figure of Sun Wukong and inquired, "If this aura is present, we shall prevail, correct, Wukong?" Upon hearing Krillin's inquiry, Sun Wukong appeared to be still in a state of shock, unable to regain his composure. He merely responded to Krillin with an awkward HM, while beads of cold sweat trickled down his face. Upon receiving confirmation from Sun Wukong, Krillin was momentarily overwhelmed with joy. Meanwhile, below him, Cell's expression was one of utter dismay. Although he had yet to engage in a true battle with Yiyu, Cell was far from foolish. The aura emanating from Yiyu had already repelled him, and no one understood the magnitude of Yiyu's power better than Cell himself. Despite Cell's profound disbelief that anyone could possess an aura surpassing his own, the undeniable truth lay before him. Though my power has not reached its zenith, the contest may now commence. As anger simmered within Shalu, the figure of Yiyu, enveloped in a magnificent golden aura, remarked with a smile, "Have you not yet reached your pinnacle?" Although Yiyu merely spoke the truth, his words sent ripples through the ears of Piccolo, Vegeta, and others, stirring profound shock within their hearts. Surely, this must be a jest? Is such immense energy not yet at its zenith? How has this individual cultivated his abilities? And what enables him to elevate his energy to such an immense level in such a brief period? Klin and Piccolo gazed at Yiyu, and one of them uttered a remark. Just as the crowd was engulfed in astonishment, the previously furious Cell suddenly erupted into laughter. Ha ha ha. Hearing Cell's laughter, Klin and Yamcha exchanged bewildered glances. What could possibly be amusing? Noticing the laughter, Yiyu raised an eyebrow and inquired, "I finally understand why your energy has suddenly surged to such an immense level. I can achieve this degree as well." As he spoke, Cell seemingly demonstrated his point, unleashing an astonishing aura that enveloped him. In that instant, his limbs expanded noticeably. The moment Klin, Vegeta, Trunks, and the others sensed the extraordinary energy emanating from Cell, their expressions shifted dramatically. Only Son Goku appeared unfazed, as if he comprehended something beyond the surface. Does this guy possess such formidable energy? Could it be that Cell has concealed his true power? While Trunks and Klin were conversing, Cell turned to Yi and remarked, "You see, I can achieve this level as well. Unfortunately, while my energy may increase, my speed decreases." After saying this, Cell's inflated limbs returned to their original size, and he continued, "Thus, merely amplifying your energy is futile." Listening to Cell's elaborate explanation, Yi merely smiled faintly and said nothing further. In the next moment, Yi vanished from his position, reappearing behind Cell. How swift! Upon witnessing Yi's terrifying speed, Cell's expression shifted dramatically as he instinctively recoiled, creating distance between himself and Yi. Meanwhile, Vegeta, Trunks, and the others were equally astonished by Yi's velocity. Such frightening speed. It's utterly invisible. It seemed even Cell struggled to perceive Yi's movements. Observing Cell's astonished countenance, Piccolo couldn't help but voice his thoughts. "What do you think, Cell? How about my speed?" Yi tilted his body slightly, gazing at the terrified Cell with a calm demeanor. How is this possible? Was he not forcibly enhancing his energy? Such an act would inevitably lead to a reduction in speed due to the expansion of his muscles. How, then, could this individual maintain such remarkable swiftness? Cell's gaze fixated on Yi, his eyes shimmering with disbelief, his face a canvas of astonishment. In the next moment, the look of horror on Cell's face transformed into a fierce, wrathful grimace. His fists clenched tightly, and a trickle of purple blood seeped from his fingertips. This is inconceivable. It is absolutely inconceivable. No individual's strength in this world can surpass mine. I am the epitome of the ultimate artificial being. Subsequently, the wings behind Cell suddenly flapped vigorously, propelling him towards Yi. Chapter 84. Acquisition of Regenerative Ability. Chapter 84. Whoosh. Cell's form transformed into a streak of black, vanishing from sight, only to re-emerge before Yi, unleashing a furious punch directed at him. Indeed, Cell's speed was astonishing, so swift that even Goku and Vegeta, who were nearby, could not perceive it. However, regrettably, in Yi's eyes, it was of little consequence. Bang! As Cell's fist approached, Yi countered with a punch of his own. This punch bore no embellishments, only an inexhaustible force. The moment Night Feather's fist collided with Cell's hand, an extraordinary sound reverberated through the sky. It was not the sound of impact, but rather the horrifying echo of flesh exploding under the might of Night Feather's strike. Cell's entire arm disintegrated into a mist of blood. From the instant Cell launched his attack to the moment Night Feather obliterated his arm, merely the blink of an eye had passed. Everything transpired with such swiftness that the onlookers could scarcely comprehend it. By the time they grasped the situation, all that remained was the sight of Cell's severed arm and blood spiraling through the air. At this moment, Vegeta, Goku, Gohan, and Trunks were all struck by an electrifying sensation in their minds, momentarily rendered speechless. To obliterate Cell's arm with a single punch? What kind of power is this? They had all witnessed the true strength of perfect Cell. Even someone as formidable as Goku had been effortlessly defeated by him. Yet now, Nightwing had managed to shatter Cell's arm with a single blow. Was this truly the extent of Nightwing's power? It was astonishing. After a brief moment of shock, Goku regained his composure and, exclaiming in wonder, gazed at Nightwing, his eyes glittering with a fierce determination. This gleam was not born of any other sentiment, but rather a thirst for battle. Witnessing Nightwing's immense strength, Goku could hardly contain his excitement and yearned for a confrontation with him. However, he was well aware that, at his current level, he was no match for Nightwing. Having obliterated Cell's arm with a mere punch, Nightwing was guaranteed victory. Trunks, equally exhilarated, expressed his admiration, his eyes filled with reverence. Meanwhile, Vegeta, observing the expression on Trunks' face, felt a pang of envy and resentment. After all, Trunks was his son, albeit from the future. The fact that his son idolized another Saiyan left him feeling quite displeased. Just then, as Goku and Trunks conversed, Cell, on the battlefield, suddenly began to regenerate the muscle at the side of his severed arm, pulsating as if it had a heartbeat. Upon witnessing this, Piccolo's expression changed dramatically. In the next moment, amidst the astonished gazes of Krillin and Trunks, Cell's severed arm, akin to a lizard's tail, regrew anew. In disbelief, Krillin exclaimed, "He possesses abilities akin to Piccolo." To which Piccolo solemnly replied, "Indeed, as he carries my cells within him." He then called out to Nightwing, "Hey, Nightwing, if you wish to defeat Cell, you must destroy his core, otherwise he will regenerate endlessly." In truth, Nightwing was already aware of this fact, for his mind was occupied with another matter. Just moments ago, as Cell regenerated his arm, the system had suddenly emitted a notification. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired the regeneration ability of Namek. Upon hearing this, Nightwing felt a mix of astonishment and joy. He was surprised that he had never anticipated the system would grant him such a power. He was elated because, with this regeneration ability, he too could regenerate limbs like Cell. Do you wish to accept the Namekian regeneration ability? Yes. Without a moment's hesitation, Yu immediately addressed the system. As soon as Yu's words fell, the regeneration attribute beneath Shera's feet surged forth like golden tadpoles, directly flowing into Yu's body. Once the attribute melded with him, Yu beheld the regeneration capability of the Namekian race materialize upon the system's virtual screen. Can the regeneration ability of Majin Buu be acquired as well? Yu, seemingly savoring the sweetness of his newfound power, eagerly inquired of the system. Indeed, upon hearing the system's response, Yu was instantly filled with exuberant joy. Although the regeneration ability of the Maikexing people was indeed formidable, allowing for the regrowth of severed limbs, the regeneration prowess of Majin Buu transcended mere strength. It was utterly monstrous. Majin Buu could restore himself in an instant as long as a single cell remained. The thought of acquiring such regenerative abilities ignited a fervent fire within Yu's heart. While Yu reveled in the delight of this newfound regenerative power, on the other side, Cell tightened his newly formed arm. Additionally, the presence of Saiyan cells within him had significantly augmented his energy after recovering from his injuries. However, this enhancement did not elevate Cell to the status of Lightning Cell. After all, in the Dragon Ball universe, such a transformation occurs only after a self-detonation and subsequent rebirth. In this instance, he had merely lost an arm. And even with the restoration of his wounds, the increase in combat strength from the Saiyan cells was not particularly substantial. Those cells' injuries had healed. The anger and resentment within him simmered, unabated, as he glared at Yu with a face full of malice. In contrast, Yu wore a smile, which, while stemming from his elation over the regeneration ability, was misconstrued by Cell as mockery. Bang! As he beheld Yu's seemingly harmless smile, Cell's fury surged uncontrollably. In the next moment, he sprang into action, creating a deep imprint in the ground beneath him before launching an assault on Yu. Whoosh! Closing the distance to Yu, Cell unleashed a relentless barrage of punches, elbows, and kicks. Yet, Yu evaded these tempestuous strikes with the grace of willow fluff, deftly sidestepping every attempt Cell made to land a hit. Bang! Just then, the evasive Yu suddenly retaliated, delivering a powerful punch to Cell's abdomen. Although it appeared that Yu had not exerted much force, the impact caused Cell to spew forth a mysterious liquid, clutching his stomach in agony as he staggered backward. His expression contorted in pain. Chapter 85. Overwhelming Cell. As Cell clutched his abdomen and retreated unsteadily, his vision blurred, and his legs buckled, causing him to kneel on the ground. Roar! Breathless and kneeling, Cell gasped for air, droplets of a transparent liquid continuously falling from his mouth. Cell, you are no match for me. Surrender. As Nightwing uttered these words, Shalu, who was supporting himself on the ground, immediately clenched his fists tightly. In the next moment, a powerful golden aura erupted from his entire being. What a joke. A mere human. After a furious roar, Shalu launched another attack at Nightwing. However, the outcome remained unchanged. Shala's assault was effortlessly dodged by Nightwing. With a casual punch, Nightwing inflicted immense pain upon Shalu. At this moment, Trunks and Krillin were acutely aware that Cell's time had come to an end. In a state of calm, they were no match for Yu. And now that he had lost his composure, Cell was even less capable of contending with Yu. What was happening? Just then, Piccolo's expression did not reflect any joy at Cell's defeat by Yu. On the contrary, he wore a heavy and perplexed look as he spoke. What is the matter? Upon hearing Piccolo's ill-timed remark, Trunks and Krillin turned their gazes toward him in unison, seemingly awaiting his explanation. Why was Yu hesitating to deliver a fatal blow to Cell? Despite having ample opportunities to do so, Piccolo observed Yu and Cell, his face filled with concern. Realizing Piccolo's implication, Trunks and Krillin suddenly grasped the situation. Since earlier, it was evident that Yu could have obliterated Cell, just as he had done with Cell's arm. Yet, Yu appeared to be deliberately provoking Cell, refraining from delivering a direct kill. Piccolo's worry was that if Cell were pushed too far, no one could predict what he might do. After all, a formidable being like Cell could annihilate the Earth in the blink of an eye. Hey, Yu, what are you doing? Finish him off quickly. After comprehending Piccolo's concerns, Goku shouted toward Yu. Yeyu did not exhibit any unusual reaction to Goku's words. However, number 18's expression shifted dramatically. She had been following Yeyu with the hope that he would rescue number 17, who had been absorbed by Cell. If they followed Goku's advice and eliminated Cell, number 17 would perish alongside him. Yeyu's reluctance to finish off Cell seemed to stem from a desire to compel Cell to transform, thereby releasing the absorbed number 17. Enraged by Yeyu's evasive maneuvers against his punches, Cell felt his fury escalating. Yet, the more enraged he became, the less he succeeded in landing a hit on Yeyu, trapping him in a vicious cycle. At that moment, Cell's anger reached a critical threshold. In a fit of extreme rage, he abruptly unfurled his wings and shot upwards into the sky. After a brief moment of hesitation, Yeyu pursued him. Upon reaching a certain altitude above the ground, Cell suddenly adopted a fighting stance with his hands. What was that? Upon witnessing the imposing stance of Cell, the expressions of Sun Wukong and Krillin transformed dramatically. Nightwing's brow also furrowed slightly, for they recognized that Cell's posture was indicative of the Kamehameha wave. As anticipated, at that very moment, a wave of energy began to coalesce in the palms of Cell. With the passage of time, the energy wave expanded at a visibly rapid rate. Nightwing, you must act swiftly to thwart him. He intends to unleash the Kamehameha wave, and should it strike Earth from this distance, it would spell doom for our planet. Upon hearing Sun Wukong's urgent plea from below, Nightwing hastened his pace, propelling himself towards Cell with urgency. However, just as Nightwing approached within 10 feet of Cell, the latter forcefully thrust his hands forward. In the next instant, a colossal energy wave surged forth, resembling a beam of light, hurtling directly towards Nightwing. If you wish to block it, then do so. If you do not, Earth will be annihilated, and all of you shall perish. Cell bellowed frantically after releasing the massive Kamehameha wave. The hearts of Sun Wukong, Piccolo, and the others sank to the depths of despair upon hearing Cell's words. Simultaneously, as the Kamehameha wave was about to collide with Nightwing, he too conjured a wave of energy in his palms, directing it to counter Cell's attack. Is that a Kamehameha wave? Krillin and Yamcha's faces changed suddenly upon witnessing Nightwing's own energy wave. When did Nightwing acquire the ability to perform the Kamehameha? Sun Wukong's face lit up with joy upon seeing Nightwing execute the Kamehameha, and Krillin exclaimed with delight, so that's it. Nightwing intends to use the Kamehameha to neutralize Cell's attack. However, in the following moment, the expression on Krillin's face gradually faded, replaced by a look of terror. In the sky, Nightwing's Kamehameha wave was swiftly suppressed by Cell's full-powered version. Nightwing's form was propelled downward with alarming speed, following the trajectory of the overpowering wave. Indeed, it was futile. Nightwing's execution of the Kamehameha had been too hasty, utterly incapable of withstanding the full force of Cell's onslaught. As Bick gazed up at the sky, he observed two Turtle School Kamehameha waves, one thick and one slender, and he uttered a solemn remark. Indeed, as he watched Yeyu's figure being suppressed and descending below, Sun Wukong suddenly transformed into a Super Saiyan. However, just as he was about to lend Yeyu a hand, Yeyu's form unexpectedly stabilized. With a hum, a tremendous energy surged from Yeyu's palm, infusing the Kamehameha wave, causing it to swell and expand instantaneously. Something feels amiss. In that fleeting moment, the previously suppressed Kamehameha wave was suddenly reversed. In the sky, Yeyu's Kamehameha surged forth with an unstoppable force, hurtling towards the direction of Cell. How is this possible? Upon witnessing the Kamehameha being pushed back, Cell's expression shifted to one of sheer horror. Chapter 86, Cell's Extinction. As Yeyu distanced himself from Cell and unleashed his full power, the Kamehameha in his hands experienced an explosive surge. In the blink of an eye, it crushed Cell's Kamehameha back with overwhelming might. At this moment, the entire deserted island was engulfed in a tempest. The rocks on the ground appeared to be drawn by some mysterious force, slowly ascending towards the sky. How could this be possible? In the heavens above, upon witnessing the Kamehameha wave being repelled by Yeyu, the handsome visage of Shara revealed a look of terror. Without a moment's hesitation, the energy within Shara surged violently, channeling into the Kamehameha wave that rested in his palms. Yet, despite Sharu's relentless efforts, Yeyu's Kamehameha wave remained unstoppable. After all, the disparity in strength between Yeyu and Sharu at this moment was quite significant. This difference in power was vividly manifested in the Kamehameha wave. Buzzing, Shara gazed at the Kamehameha wave, which loomed larger in his sight, and a profound fear of death surged within him, driven by the instinct to survive. Shara cried out in dread, "Stop!" However, it seemed that Yu did not heed Sherry's pleas for mercy. The Kamehameha wave in his hand showed no signs of pausing and struck Sherry's body directly. At that moment, Cell's form was utterly engulfed by the resplendent radiance of the Kamehameha wave. Within that beam of light, Cell's silhouette appeared as though it were being elongated and stretched. Ultimately, its limbs began to dissolve, and in the end, even the core of its being vanished within the luminous embrace of the Kamehameha wave. Half a minute later, both the Kamehameha wave and Cell's form had completely disappeared from the sky. At this moment, tranquility has once again enveloped the island. At this moment, the gazes of Sun Wukong, Vegeta, Trunks, and others were fixated upon the night sky above, where Yu resided. Was Cell's energy truly extinguished? Upon sensing the disappearance of Cell's presence, Trunks and Krillin transitioned from disbelief to sheer elation. After all, if Cell was vanquished, then they, along with the entire Earth, were saved. What splendid news! Cell has been defeated. Krillin and Yamcha erupted in joyous celebration, their movements lively and animated. Meanwhile, high in the sky, Yu wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, glancing at the space where Cell had once been, exhaling a deep sigh of relief. At last, it is over. With that, Yu cast his gaze downward, noticing that Android 18 appeared to have lost something of great significance, staring vacantly at the heavens. I completely forgot about Android 17. Observing Android 18's expression, Yu suddenly recalled the fate of 17. In the heat of the moment, while fending off Cell's Kamehameha, he had inadvertently eliminated Cell. With Cell's demise, it was inevitable that the absorbed Android 17 had also perished. Realizing this, Yu hesitated only briefly before descending towards the ground. At that moment, Android 18 began to fall gently towards the earth. Just as she was about to touch the ground, a shadow darted past, catching her gracefully before she landed. That shadow, of course, was Yu. As Android 18 regained her composure, she looked into the familiar face before her. Before she could utter a word, Yu spoke. There is still hope for Android 17. Hearing this, a spark ignited in Android 18's eyes, and she leaned closer to Yu, her expression brimming with excitement. Is it true? Yu did not respond immediately to her inquiry. Instead, he merely cast a sidelong glance at her. At that moment, the tips of their noses were nearly touching, indicating the proximity of their faces, allowing them to distinctly perceive one another's breath. As Android 18 came to her senses, her cheeks flushed slightly, and she stepped back from Yu, creating some distance between them. Despite her usual icy demeanor, she was, after all, a woman. Observing Android 18's bashful demeanor, Yu remarked, "To be precise, he can be revived." As the conversation unfolded, Yu's gaze fell upon Sun Wukong and Piccolo. In the Dragon Ball saga, Android 17 was also vanquished by Son Gohan alongside Cell. However, later on, Sun Wukong and the others utilized the Dragon Balls on Earth to resurrect those who had perished during the Cell saga, including Android 17. It is worth noting that during the Cell saga, Piccolo fused with the old Kai. In a bid to revive the Eternal Dragon, Sun Wukong teleported to Namek in search of a new deity. At this juncture, Yu suddenly became aware of a grave concern. Sun Wukong's teleportation ability was acquired before the destruction of Namek, as he had desperately boarded the Jinyu Force's spaceship to reach Yardrat, where he learned the technique. However, in this timeline, Yu had defeated Frieza, and Namek had not been obliterated. Therefore, whether Sun Wukong ever traveled to Yardrat remained an open question. If he had not journeyed to Yardrat, he would not have mastered teleportation, rendering him unable to seek out a new deity on Namek or engage with the Eternal Dragon on Earth. Pondering this, Yu felt a slight headache. He then waved to Sun Wukong, who approached with a puzzled expression. "What's the matter, Yu?" he inquired. At this moment, Son Gohan, Krillin, and others gathered around. "Have you ever been to Yardrat?" Yu tentatively asked Sun Wukong. "Yardrat? What is that?" Sun Wukong replied, his eyes wandering as he gazed at the sky. Upon hearing Sun Wukong's response, Yu silently concluded. Indeed, Sun Wukong had never been to Yardrat. Just then, Vegeta flew over, reprimanding, "Kakarot, stop pretending. When you returned from Yardrat, did you not learn teleportation from the Yardratians?" Upon having his deception exposed by Vegeta, Sun Wukong scratched his head in embarrassment, squinting and chuckling. "I was just joking with you, Vegeta. Why so serious?" "Humph." Vegeta huffed, displeased that Sun Wukong had acquired teleportation while he had not. Chapter 87. Acquiring the Teleportation Ability. Chapter 87. A Joke. After overhearing the exchange between Sun Wukong and Vegeta, Yu felt an overwhelming surge of frustration. I am inquiring about serious matters, and you dare to jest with me? Nevertheless, Yu harbored a profound curiosity regarding how Sun Wukong managed to arrive at planet Adrat. After all, in this timeline, Frisia had been vanquished by Yu, and planet Namek had not met its explosive demise, allowing Sun Wukong the opportunity to return to Earth directly from Namek. It was only after inquiring that Yu learned that Vegeta had commandeered Sun Wukong's spacecraft, leaving Sun Wukong with no choice but to utilize the spaceship of the Jinyu Force. Thus, through a series of unforeseen circumstances, Sun Wukong ultimately journeyed to the planet Adratlat. By the way, have you mastered the Adratlation technique of instantaneous movement? Nightwing inquired, a glimmer of excitement flickering in his eyes. Instantaneous movement is a remarkable skill that allows one to traverse vast distances in the blink of an eye. In the Dragon Ball saga, Sun Wukong had previously employed this ability to teleport from King Kai's planet to the new Namek, a considerable distance apart. With the skill of instantaneous movement, traversing between two planets becomes effortless. However, the Adratlation version of this technique does possess certain limitations. One cannot teleport to an uninhabited area and must use one's energy as a coordinate. Nevertheless, this was more than sufficient for Nightwing. As for the boundless instantaneous movement utilized by the Supreme Kai, Jebbit, Nightwing decided to wait until he encountered Jebbit to see if the system would grant him that ability. To explore other universes, acquiring the skill of instantaneous movement is essential, as even neighboring universes would require a spacecraft, which would consume an inordinate amount of time. Initially, Nightwing contemplated visiting Adratlat himself if Sun Wukong had not acquired the skill. However, since Sun Wukong had indeed mastered instantaneous movement, such a journey was rendered unnecessary. What is the matter? Do you wish to learn? Sun Wukong deduced Nightwing's thoughts from the expression on his face. Nightwing neither confirmed nor denied Sun Wukong's assumption, instead suggesting, "Perform it for me first." All right. With Nightwing's encouragement, Sun Wukong positioned 2 fingers on his forehead. Concurrently, Trunks and Piccolo's gazes were fixed upon him, clearly eager to witness his demonstration of instantaneous movement. This technique cannot be executed in uninhabited areas. One must first sense a presence. As he spoke, Sun Wukong detected a familiar energy. In an instant, he transformed into a shadow and vanished from sight. He's gone. Where on earth did Wukong teleport to this time? Krillin and Yamcha exclaimed upon witnessing his disappearance. After a few breaths, Sun Wukong reappeared before them, sporting a pair of dark sunglasses. Wukong has certainly visited Master Roshi again, Krillin remarked, recognizing the scene. How about that? Impressive, right? Sun Wukong boasted, adjusting his sunglasses as he turned to Nightwing. TCH. Before Yu could utter a word, Vegeta, with his arms crossed, expressed his dissatisfaction with a light scoff. Krillin, hand this over to Master Roshi. As Sun Wukong passed his sunglasses to Krillin, Yu wore a perplexed expression. His confusion was not due to Wukong's instantaneous movement, but rather the fact that the system had not recorded the loss of the skill attribute after the teleportation. Nonetheless, Yu did not dwell on this matter too much. After all, the probability of losing a skill attribute was only 1 in 5, thus, it was entirely normal for the instantaneous movement skill to remain intact. Yu's luck had never been such that he would succeed every time. At most, he could ask Sun Wukong to demonstrate it once more. I didn't catch that. Could you perform it again? Yu said to Wukong, his expression devoid of emotion. After hearing Yu's request, Wukong hesitated momentarily but then, without much thought, replied, "All right, I shall perform it once more." With that, Wukong's figure vanished from before Yu and the others once again. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired the instantaneous movement attribute. At that moment, the mechanical voice of the system echoed in Yu's mind. Upon hearing the system's announcement, Yu felt an overwhelming joy, akin to hearing celestial music. Would you like to accept the instantaneous movement skill attribute? Yes, absolutely. Yu replied without hesitation. As soon as his words left his mouth, the skill attribute, which hovered in the sky like a golden tadpole, swiftly converged into Yu's body. Once the tadpole merged within him, the virtual screen before Yu displayed the words instantaneous movement. Gazing at the newly acquired skill, Yu felt a surge of excitement and could hardly wait to test it out. Just then, Sun Wukong reappeared before the crowd. But this time he did not return with anything from Master Roshi. Instead, he carried 7 orbs. Are those the Dragon Balls? Krillin and Trunks exclaimed in astonishment upon seeing the 7 orbs in Wukong's arms. I see. You went to the sacred temple? Realizing that Wukong had used his instantaneous movement to fetch the long-collected Dragon Balls from the temple, Piccolo also understood. Correct. Wukong grinned at Piccolo's words and continued, "Now, we simply need to summon the Eternal Dragon to revive those who were killed by Cell." As he spoke, Sun Wukong descended to the ground, gently placing the 7 Dragon Balls upon the earth. Yu gazed at the 7 orbs and a smile graced his lips as he pondered. It seems that Sun Wukong has indeed visited Namek and returned with a new deity. Chapter 88. I am Lazili. Please take care of me. Chapter 88. Arise, Shenron. After Sun Wukong set the 7 Dragon Balls down, he called out to them. A hum resonated, and the 7 Dragon Balls flickered in response to his summons. Moments later, dark clouds surged across the sky, transforming the bright day into a shrouded night. "What is happening?" exclaimed number 18, who had never witnessed the summoning of Shenron, as she marveled at the extraordinary change in the heavens. Simultaneously, a golden lightning bolt erupted from the 7 Dragon Balls. In the next instant, a colossal dragon materialized before the onlookers, coiling majestically in the space between heaven and earth. With an authoritative tone, the dragon proclaimed, "State your wishes. I can grant 2 of any desire you may have." 2. Upon hearing this, both Krillin and Piccolo were momentarily taken aback, for the previous Shenron could only fulfill a single wish. It seems that after resurrecting Shenron, we can now make 2 wishes. Sun Wukong explained to Krillin and Piccolo. Upon hearing this, Piccolo grinned and remarked, "Quite impressive. Shenron, please revive all the humans who died because of Cell." Sun Wukong requested of the dragon. "This wish is quite simple." Shenron replied, his enormous eyes suddenly glowing with a crimson light. In the next moment, all those who had perished at the hands of Cell around the world were resurrected. Simultaneously, a figure gradually appeared in the sky. The instant number 18 laid eyes on this silhouette, her face lit up with joy. The silhouette before them was none other than number 17. It seemed that this wish had indeed come to fruition. Upon witnessing the emergence of number 17, Piccolo and the others realized that the dragon had granted the first wish. Subsequently, the dragon in the sky proclaimed, "Now, hasten to articulate your second wish. As for the second wish, I find myself devoid of any desires. Do any of you possess wishes?" Goku first inquired of Yamcha and Piccolo, who merely shook their heads. It was then that Goku turned his gaze towards Yeyu, asking, "Yeyu, this is a rare opportunity. Do you have any wishes?" "Hey, Goku." Upon hearing Goku's inquiry directed at Yeyu, Piccolo felt a surge of urgency. "It's all right, Piccolo. After all, it was Yeyu who helped us vanquish Cell. Without Yeyu, our planet might have faced annihilation. Consider this a gesture of gratitude," Goku said with a cheerful countenance as he addressed Yeyu. "Are you not concerned that I might wish for something detrimental to you?" Yeyu remarked, casting a mild smile at Piccolo. "With your prowess, there is no need to seek a wish from the dragon," Goku replied to Yeyu's statement. Yeyu gazed contemplatively at the dragon above, and then his attention shifted to number 18 standing before him. "Surely you must have a wish?" Yeyu inquired of number 18. "Me?" Upon hearing Yeyu's question, number 18's delicate features shifted slightly as she pondered for a moment before responding, "I do not have." Before she could finish, number 17 swooped in, interrupting her. "No, we have a wish. Can we be transformed into humans?" Number 17 asked the dragon. At this proclamation, Trunks suddenly appeared taken aback. He had always loathed androids, as they had wrought devastation upon his world in the future. Yet, here was number 17, an android, expressing a desire to become human. After all, number 17 and number 18 were originally just a pair of ordinary human twins, altered into androids. This realization stirred a sense of sympathy within Trunks. That is not possible. Just as Trunks was lost in thought, the dragon in the sky denied number 17's wish. "This desire exceeds my capabilities." Upon hearing the dragon's words, both number 17 and number 18's expressions shifted slightly. It appeared that it was indeed unattainable. Number 17, with a resigned gesture, then continued. "Then can the bombs within us be removed? That can certainly be arranged." After the dragon spoke, its eyes once again radiated a crimson glow. Once the bombs within androids 17 and 18 were disarmed, the dragon vanished into the heavens. In the next moment, the 7 Dragon Balls transformed into 7 beams of light, scattering across the earth. Simultaneously, the dark clouds above completely dissipated. "Is it over?" As he observed the sky restoring to its former glory, Yu murmured softly and then called out to Sun Wukong and the others, "Farewell." With that, Yu slowly ascended into the sky. "Are you leaving already?" Sun Wukong exclaimed, gazing up at Yu with a tone of discontent. "You promised to treat us well." Perhaps next time, Yu replied, then swiftly made his way towards the location of the spaceship. Just as Yu departed, androids 17 and 18 exchanged glances and immediately pursued him into the sky. Wait a moment. Yu was not flying very fast, and soon, 17 and 18 caught up with him. Is there something you need from me? Yu asked, hovering in midair as he regarded the two androids. Thank you for your help with 17, 18 said, looking at Yu. And for the bombs, 17 added, expressing his gratitude as 18 finished speaking. I do not require any assistance from the dragon, Yu responded in a calm tone. There was one unspoken thought lingering in Yu's mind. If I needed help, I would have sought the dragon of Namek. Regardless, thank you once more. After 17 expressed his gratitude again, he began to descend, but then noticed that 18 was not following him, stopping midair. He observed the expression on 18's face and seemed to understand something. A smile crept across his features as he addressed Yu. I leave my sister in your care. Huh? What do you mean by that? Before Yu could respond, 17 flew away into the distance. In the end, only 18 and Yu remained in the sky. My name is Lazili. I look forward to your guidance in the future. Chapter 89. Methods to Rapidly Enhance Combat Power. Chapter 89. Yu was aware that there were 7 years remaining until the resurrection of Majin Buu. For the past 7 years, Yu could not simply wait idly. He resolved to traverse other universes in pursuit of combat prowess. Although his current fighting strength had reached an impressive 20 billion, allowing him to stride confidently within the 7th universe. This figure was merely trivial when compared to the might of other universes. For instance, even disregarding the extraordinary Jiren, one could assert that Hit would effortlessly obliterate Yu, whose power of 20 billion would be insufficient. After all, it is capable of easily defeating even Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta. Confronting the present Yu would be an exceedingly simple task for him. Thus, prior to venturing into other realms, Yu recognized the necessity of some preparation. This preparation, naturally, entailed enhancing his combat strength. While many might find it challenging to significantly augment their power within a short span, Yu was an exception. He possessed the unique attribute acquisition system, allowing him to absorb combat attributes from any adversary who fought before him. Particularly during battles between formidable warriors, the stronger the combatants, the greater the attributes dropped upon their defeat. Consequently, Yu set his sights on Goku and Vegeta, the two titans of the 7th universe. Their combat abilities stood at the pinnacle of power. If he could orchestrate a clash between Goku and Vegeta, his own strength would undoubtedly surge. It was possible that his gains would surpass those he experienced during Goku's battle with Cell. Although Cell possessed a higher combat power, the duration of their fight was relatively brief. In contrast, the disparity in strength between Vegeta and Goku was marginal, meaning that while the attributes dropped might be lesser than those from Cell, the extended duration of their battle would yield a substantial amount of combat attributes. First and foremost, he focused on Goku. Inside the spacecraft, Yu pinched his fingers together at his forehead and began to sense Goku's energy. What are you doing? Inquired Android 18, tilting her head in curiosity at Yu's peculiar pose. However, he did not respond immediately to her query. Just then, Yu abruptly opened his eyes and exclaimed, "Found it." As soon as the words left his lips, his figure vanished from 18's sight. The next moment, he reappeared thousands of kilometers away, at Goku's home in the tranquil Baozi Mountain. At that moment, a startled exclamation echoed through Sun Wukong's home on Baozi Mountain. "Yeyu, is that you?" Sun Wukong, taken aback by the sudden appearance of Yeyu, fell to the ground in shock. Upon hearing Wukong's cry, Sun Gohan rushed out from the room. After recognizing Yeyu, he greeted him briefly before retreating back inside. "How did you arrive here? That was instant transmission, wasn't it?" Sun Wukong inquired, rising from the floor, his face filled with awe. "Indeed, it was instant transmission," Yeyu confirmed, prompting Wukong's eyes to sparkle with admiration. "Yeyu, you truly are remarkable. You mastered instant transmission so effortlessly. While I spent a considerable time honing this technique back on the planet Yardrat, not to mention the Kaioken." Yeyu's face brightened at the praise from Wukong. "By the way, do you have some time to spare? I have something in mind." Sun Wukong glanced out the window, a hint of hesitation evident in his demeanor. "I wish to battle with you." Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong grasped Yeyu's shoulders with excitement, exclaiming, "Absolutely. I am completely free." "Excellent," Yeyu thought to himself. And in an instant, he utilized instant transmission to bring Sun Wukong aboard his spaceship. "Where are we?" Wukong surveyed the mechanical walls around him, curiosity evident in his expression as he addressed Yeyu. "This is my spaceship. I will be stepping out for a moment. You can have some fun with these guys. Yu indicated towards the training Rap and Carter. With that, Yu placed his finger to his forehead, searching for Vegeta's energy. Although Vegeta's aura was considerably restrained, it still stood out strikingly on Earth. Soon, Yu pinpointed Vegeta's energy and, in the next moment, vanished from the spaceship using instant transmission. Alright, you all seem quite formidable. Let me join in your training. After Yu departed, Sun Wukong clenched his fists and approached Rap and Carter. Meanwhile, Yu had already arrived at Vegeta's location, where the Saiyan Prince was training in a gravity chamber set to 350 G. Who goes there? The moment Yu materialized, Vegeta sensed the presence of an intruder and swiftly turned to investigate. Upon recognizing Yu, he expressed his astonishment. Yu, is it really you? Recalling how Yu had recently defeated Cell, a foe even he could not conquer, a wave of frustration washed over Vegeta. Resolutely, he clenched his fists and increased the gravity to 500 G. What do you want with me? With beads of sweat glistening on his forehead, Vegeta addressed Yu. Have you not always yearned to engage in combat with me? Upon hearing Yu's words, Vegeta's pupils widened slightly. However, in the next moment, considering Yu's formidable strength, he let out a cold snort. I now offer you an opportunity to engage in combat with me, even if you cannot defeat me. The act of battling against me will undoubtedly bring you numerous benefits. As Nightwing uttered the first half of his sentence, Vegeta let out a soft chuckle. However, upon the revelation of the latter half, the expression on Vegeta's face transformed instantaneously. Very well, then I shall accept your challenge. Vegeta spoke with a hint of pride. Upon hearing Vegeta's agreement, Yu's lips curled into a subtle smile as he spread his fingers and placed them on his forehead. Was that instant transmission? Upon witnessing Yu's action, Vegeta's expression shifted dramatically. Though he felt reluctant, he nonetheless approached Yu. As soon as Yu's palm made contact with Vegeta's body, both of them vanished from the gravity chamber. Chapter 90, Super Saiyan Vegeta vs. Son Goku. Chapter 90, Who is this person? Remarkable strength. Why is it that everyone brought back by Lord Yu possesses such remarkable strength? In the training chamber of the spacecraft, Rap and Carter, along with a multitude of cosmic warriors, lay sprawled upon the ground in disarray. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong, with a playful twinkle in his eye, rubbed his nose with his finger and cheerfully remarked, "Hee, in truth, you are all quite formidable. It is merely that I possess greater strength." Just then, a shadow darted across the room, and in the next moment, Nightwing and Vegeta appeared within the training chamber. Vegeta? As Sun Wukong turned around, he was taken aback upon seeing Vegeta brought over by Yu. With a look of astonishment, he uttered a remark. In response, Vegeta, upon spotting Sun Wukong, expressed his displeasure towards Yu, saying, "Hey, Yu, what is the meaning of this? Did you not claim that we were to engage in battle? Why is Kakarot here as well? Did Vegeta and Nightwing convey the same to you?" After listening to Vegeta's words, Goku first addressed Vegeta and then turned to Yu, inquiring, "Yu, what do you mean by this? Rest assured, I shall not go back on my word regarding our battle. However, before that, I require Vegeta. Goku, you shall engage in combat first. Between the two of you, who is stronger? With whom shall I engage in battle first?" Night Feather had already conceived a rationale for the impending battle between Sun Wukong and Vegeta. However, before he could articulate this reasoning, he noticed Vegeta gazing intently at Sun Wukong, his face brimming with fighting spirit. "Kakarot, today I shall finally fulfill my long-standing ambition." Upon witnessing the fierce determination etched upon Vegeta's visage, Goku, albeit with a tinge of reluctance, acquiesced, saying, "Very well, Vegeta." After hearing the words of Vegeta and Son Goku, Yu silently remarked to himself, "It appears that the battle between Son Goku and Vegeta requires no justification whatsoever." Subsequently, under Yu's guidance, Son Goku and Vegeta arrived at a desolate island not far from the spaceship. Meanwhile, Rap, Carter, and the other cosmic warriors, driven by curiosity, flew over in their direction. Are they about to duel? Those two. However, the one known as Kakarot is quite formidable. He effortlessly defeated all of us just moments ago. Can that fellow named Vegeta hold his own against him? It is difficult to say, for Vegeta was summoned by Lord Yu, and his strength should not be underestimated. Suspended in the sky, Rap and the other cosmic warriors watched as Son Goku and Vegeta faced each other on the barren island, engaging in animated discussions. "Rap, those two seem to be the Saiyans from Namek, don't they?" TOS suddenly inquired after observing Vegeta and Son Goku for a while. Upon hearing these words, Rap recalled that nearly 4 years ago, during the events on Namek, He had indeed encountered both Son Goku and Vegeta. At that time, Vegeta was swiftly defeated by Frieza, while Son Goku transformed into a Super Saiyan and subsequently triumphed over Frieza. Indeed, those were the very same individuals. Rap remarked as he gazed at Son Goku and Vegeta standing oppositely on the ground. Yet, the one named Kakarot, much like Lord Yu, possesses the ability to transform into a Super Saiyan. Just as Rap was concerned that Vegeta might not be able to achieve the transformation and thus would not be a match for Son Goku. Both warriors on the battlefield simultaneously transformed into Super Saiyans. Witnessing this spectacle, Rap and the other cosmic warriors widened their eyes in astonishment. Even that fellow can transform into a Super Saiyan? Rap stared at the golden aura enveloping Vegeta, utterly bewildered. Just how powerful is a Super Saiyan? Rap had some understanding of this, for he had personally witnessed Son Goku's struggle against Frieza, followed by his victory after transforming into a Super Saiyan. When did it become that everyone could transform into a Super Saiyan? Rap pondered as he looked at Vegeta. In the midst of Rap and the others' astonishment, Yu, observing from the sky, felt an overwhelming joy upon seeing both Son Goku and Vegeta transform into Super Saiyans. This development would undoubtedly elevate their combat power to an entirely new level. At that moment, a sinister wind swept through, causing the stones and sand on the ground to roll. Meanwhile, the air was thick with the pungent scent of gunpowder. Kakarot! Vegeta shouted loudly at Son Goku before launching his attack. With a swift movement of his feet, he created a deep indentation in the ground and, like an arrow released from its bowstring, surged directly towards Son Goku. With a resounding impact, Vegeta threw a powerful punch, and Son Goku met him with an equally formidable blow. Subsequently, the fists of both warriors collided with tremendous force. At that moment, a thunderous crash resonated from the heavens, shaking the atmosphere itself. Subsequently, Vegeta unleashed a barrage of punches akin to a machine gun, relentlessly attacking Son Goku. In response, Goku employed his fists, arms, and knees to parry Vegeta's strikes while simultaneously launching counterattacks. The intensity of their battle escalated rapidly. How remarkable are these two? Exclaimed Lap and Carter, who were momentarily entranced by the spectacle of Goku and Vegeta's combat, each move causing the very ground to tremble. However, as time elapsed and their speed increased, the figures of Goku and Vegeta gradually faded from their sight. How swift! Invisible to the naked eye? What caliber of battle is this? It is truly astounding that Lord Yu could find such powerful warriors. Lap and Carter marveled upon witnessing the disappearance of Goku and Vegeta. Meanwhile, within Yu's mind, a mechanical notification echoed incessantly. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have acquired a battle power attribute of 5 million. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired a battle power attribute of 6 million. Observing the continuous drop of battle power attributes from the battlefield of Goku and Vegeta, Yu's heart soared with joy. Chapter 91. The combat effect of instant transmission on a desolate island on Earth. A tremendous explosion abruptly reverberated. Following the sound, one could see a violent explosion erupting from the ground nearby, engulfing the area in a fiery blaze reminiscent of a vast inferno. At that moment, two dark figures shot forth from the flames with astonishing speed. Upon emerging from the firestorm, the two figures engaged in an incredibly fierce aerial battle. In the midst of the fierce battle, the two combatants were none other than the transformed Super Saiyans, Son Goku and Vegeta. These two warriors fought with unparalleled fervor, even resorting to energy blasts in their struggle. On the ground, Yu observed the intense confrontation between Goku and Vegeta, unable to refrain from exclaiming in astonishment. Initially, the two engaged in a brutal exchange of physical blows, but as time progressed, Vegeta began to unleash energy blasts against Goku. In response, Goku matched his opponent with his own energy waves. Consequently, the sky above the desolate island was filled with the resounding echoes of cataclysmic explosions. At that moment, Vegeta spread his palms, aiming directly at Goku. With a swift motion, a barrage of energy blasts, akin to the size of a fist, erupted between his hands. Observing this, Goku's expression suddenly shifted, prompting him to dart erratically through the skies. Although he managed to evade some of the energy blasts, Vegeta promptly unleashed a fresh volley in pursuit. In an instant, Goku was seen weaving frantically, while Vegeta's palms fired relentlessly, resembling a machine gun in its ferocity. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the explosive attribute. Concurrently, as Vegeta continued to barrage with energy blasts, a mechanical notification resonated within Nightwing's mind. However, Upon hearing this notification, Nightwing's visage did not reveal any semblance of joy. Although the clash between Goku and Vegeta intensified, with each move echoing cataclysmic power, this was not the outcome Nightwing desired. What he yearned for was a close-quarters brawl between Goku and Vegeta. After all, the contest of energy blasts would only yield more energy blasts from the system. Devoid of any combat power, Nightwing already possessed an abundance of energy blasts in his system inventory, rendering any addition unnecessary. Furthermore, engaging in a battle of energy blasts would only expedite the depletion of both Vegeta and Goku's stamina. This, in turn, would significantly shorten the duration of their combat, thereby diminishing the combat attributes dropped during their encounter. Considering that both Goku and Vegeta's fighting prowess currently surpassed billions, the combat power attributes they dropped during battle would be in the tens of millions. Even a mere second of reduced fighting time for Goku and Vegeta meant Nightwing would forfeit nearly 10 million in combat power. And that was 10 million indeed. As Nightfeather's heart simmered with silent anxiety, the system once again emitted its characteristic chime. Host, would you like to acquire the explosive attribute? Acquire. Although there may be explosive devices in the future, Yi would never resort to using them. Nevertheless, Yi was not one to refuse anything that came his way. Since the system had already dropped the item, he casually collected it. No sooner had Yi's words faded than the explosive attributes beneath Vegeta's feet converged towards Yi's body like golden tadpoles. As Yi gathered the explosive combat attributes, a multitude of energy blasts had already amassed before Sun Wukong on the battlefield. Vegeta unleashed another energy blast. In an instant, the clustered energy blast triggered a chain reaction. While the explosion of a single energy blast may not be particularly formidable, the simultaneous detonation of dozens of them would yield a force comparable to that of a massive energy blast. With a thunderous roar, the moment those numerous energy blasts erupted, an astonishing explosion reverberated through the sky. Accompanying the sound of the explosion was a powerful shockwave that spread outward like a tempest from the epicenter of the blast. The intensity of the battle between these two warriors was truly remarkable. At this moment, amidst the turbulent waves of energy, the cosmic warriors, including Lap and Carter, braced themselves against the onslaught as they gazed upon the distant inferno of explosions. Each of them felt a chill creep down their spines. Initially, when their numbers swelled to over 100,000, they believed themselves formidable, having surpassed even the mightiest of Frisia's elite, the Jinyu Force. However, to their astonishment, Nightwing returned with a woman who effortlessly subdued them. He then introduced Goku, who similarly triumphed over them all with ease. Now, the fierce intensity of the battle between Vegeta and Goku, brought forth by Nightwing, was enough to instill dread in Lap, Carter, and the others, even from a distance. The waves of energy persisted for nearly half a minute, and when they finally dissipated, the hills that had once been visible were now reduced to mere rubble. That cockroach, even as powerful as he is, has endured the blasts of dozens of explosive attacks, Vegeta murmured, casting his gaze upon the fiery landscape below. Yet, before he could finish his thought, he sensed a presence behind him through his key perception. Turning around, he found Goku hovering effortlessly just behind him. Had he evaded the attack? How was this possible? At this moment, Lap and Carter, along with a group of cosmic warriors, gazed in disbelief as they witnessed Sun Wukong evade Vegeta's barrage of explosive attacks. They were utterly bewildered, having not seen how Sun Wukong had emerged unscathed from the devastation. It wasn't just Lap and Carter who were oblivious. Even Yi, standing nearby, had not perceived the event. Could it be instantaneous movement? A realization dawned upon Yi, a subtle smirk gracing his lips. Clearly, Sun Wukong had utilized instantaneous movement at the very moment of the explosion, shifting to a position behind Vegeta, thereby evading the violent blast. Instantaneous movement, while useful for traversing vast distances, also held practical applications in combat, as demonstrated by Sun Wukong just moments ago. TCH. Vegeta seemed to have grasped that Sun Wukong had employed instantaneous movement to dodge his attack. With a frustrated exclamation, he unleashed a surge of golden energy and once more pursued Sun Wukong with fervor. Chapter 92. Battle power surpasses 1 billion ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a battle power attribute of 10 million. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a battle power attribute of 8 million. As Sun Wukong and Vegeta clashed once more in the skies above, the mechanical tones of the system echoed continuously in Yi's mind. Beneath their feet, battle power attributes cascaded relentlessly. Under Yi's command, These attributes resembled golden tadpole scriptures, coalescing into streams of sacred texts that flowed toward him. As these battle power attributes melded into Yiyu's being, the data on the virtual screen before him surged upward. Prior to the clash between Sun Wukong and Vegeta, Yiyu's base battle power stood at just over 400 million. However, after witnessing the two Super Saiyans transform and engage in battle, Yiyu's battle power soared to over 700 million, and it was far from over. As more battle power attributes poured into him, Yiyu's strength reached an astounding 800 million. This was double his previous power. Should he transform into a Super Saiyan, that figure would escalate to 40 billion. Truly, the conflict between Sun Wukong and Vegeta was extraordinary. At this rate, surpassing a battle power of 1 billion seemed entirely plausible. Yiyu's heart raced as he gazed at the continuously fluctuating battle power data on the screen. 820 million, 830 million, 900 million. In the brief span of mere breaths, as the combat attributes continuously assimilated into Yiyu's being, his fighting power ascended remarkably from 800 million to 900 million. However, just as Yiyu contemplated the prospect of surpassing the 1 billion mark, the battle between Vegeta and Sun Wukong began to wane in intensity. The once fervent notifications in Yiyu's mind from the system also lost their previous seal. Ding. Congratulations. Host, you have acquired combat attribute 8 million. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have acquired combat attribute 7 million. The already severely injured and exhausted Sun Wukong and Vegeta found their confrontation lacking the fervor it once possessed. The combat attributes they dropped during the battle steadily diminished over time, plummeting from a peak of over 10 million to merely 7 million, and the decline continued relentlessly. Hey, my 1 billion combat power, don't fail me now, Yiyu exclaimed anxiously, observing Sun Wukong and Vegeta nearing their limits. Soon, the two warriors, seemingly on the brink of collapse, temporarily ceased their battle, panting heavily. With their brief respite, the last remaining combat attribute converged into Yiyu's form. At that moment, Yiyu's combat power reached 970 million, leaving him just 30 million shy of the coveted 1 billion. Although the difference of 30 million in combat power did not significantly impact Yiyu's strength, the thought of not achieving the 1 billion threshold unsettled him deeply. Subsequently, he ascended slowly into the sky, arriving at the battleground of Sun Wukong and Vegeta. Vegeta, Sun Wukong, today's battle shall end in a draw. Yet before Yiyu could finish his sentence, Vegeta, as if provoked, erupted with a golden aura surrounding him. What nonsense! I will not relent until a victor emerges today. Sun Wukong, unwilling to be outdone, summoned all his strength and released his own energy. Thus, the once exhausted warriors clashed once more. Simultaneously, Yiyu heard the mechanical notification chime of the system in his mind again. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired combat attribute 8 million. Upon hearing the system's alert, a subtle smile graced Night Feather's lips. As Sun Wukong and Vegeta engaged in battle once more, the attributes of their combat power continually cascaded down. After Night Feather collected these attributes, within mere moments, his combat power surged from 970 million to an impressive 1 billion. At last, he had reached the milestone of 1 billion. The sight of the system screen displaying this achievement filled Night Feather with elation. With a foundational combat power of 1 billion, should he transform into a Super Saiyan, his power would catapult to an astounding 50 billion. While this might still fall short against formidable foes like Jiren and Hit, it would afford him a measure of self-preservation in other universes. Furthermore, Night Feather possessed techniques such as instant transmission, time pause, and King Kai's fist, ensuring that even should he encounter an overwhelming opponent, escaping would be a daunting task for them. With this newfound strength, Night Feather felt a burgeoning confidence unlike any he had experienced before. At this moment, if he were to face Cell again, he was certain he could defeat him in an instant. This was the confidence bestowed upon him by his combat power of 50 billion. As Night Feather contemplated these thoughts, he noticed that both Vegeta and Sun Wukong, exhausted from their fierce contest, were now collapsed on the ground. Immediately, Night Feather refocused his attention on the two fallen warriors. To his surprise, Vegeta had managed to hold his own against Sun Wukong. Observing the pair, he murmured to himself. It was noteworthy that during the Cell games, Vegeta had been significantly outmatched by Sun Wukong. However, after sustaining severe injuries from Cell and subsequently recovering with a Senzu Bean, Vegeta's combat power had dramatically increased. No, it seemed that Sun Wukong had proven to be the superior fighter. Soon, Night Feather discerned that Sun Wukong, although down, still retained a modicum of strength, while Vegeta was entirely spent. This indicated that Sun Wukong had emerged victorious, albeit without exerting his full force. Night Feather understood that if Vegeta posed a threat to Earth, Sun Wukong would unleash his remaining strength to subdue him. However, it appeared there was no immediate need for such measures, and Sun Wukong seemed content with the outcome. Gazing at the two warriors for a prolonged moment, Night Feather smiled faintly. Bring them both aboard the spaceship for treatment. At the command of Yu, the cosmic warriors, including Lap and Carter, swiftly approached. Chapter 93. The Clash of the Three Super Saiyans. Chapter 93. Rock, Paper, Scissors. On a desolate island, the fully recovered Sun Wukong and Vegeta were engaged in a game of rock, paper, scissors. Their purpose was to determine who would face Yu first. As both simultaneously extended their hands, they each revealed the same gesture, rock. Undeterred by the stalemate, they proceeded to another round. After 3 consecutive identical throws, the 4th round finally settled the outcome. Sun Wukong displayed scissors, while Vegeta triumphantly revealed rock. Kakarot, it seems I shall go first. Vegeta gazed at Goku's gesture of scissors, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth as he spoke with a sense of self-satisfaction. Vegeta, how cunning of you to rely solely on your fists. Defeat left Sun Wukong rather disgruntled. Humph, your own foolishness is to blame. Vegeta let out a cold snort. In the midst of his words, he took a step forward, positioning himself directly before Yu. With a hum, after transforming into a Super Saiyan, Vegeta urged Yu, all right, let us commence swiftly. Do you intend to come at me one by one? I strongly advise you to attack me all together for your own benefit. With arms crossed, Yu observed Vegeta and offered a well-intentioned reminder. Had it been in the past, Vegeta would have erupted in fury upon hearing such words from Yu. What do you mean by that? Are you looking down on me, Vegeta? However, after the Cell Games, Vegeta came to realize the immense disparity in strength between himself and Yu. Though hearing Yu's words filled him with profound frustration and resentment, the undeniable truth stood before him. Even the perfect form of Cell had been vanquished by Yu. His unwillingness changed nothing. Moreover, Vegeta understood that Yu's statement carried no mockery of his inferior power, but rather represented a genuine suggestion offered from the perspective of a superior warrior. I support Yu's proposal. Vegeta, why don't we? Before Vegeta could respond, Goku, having lost the rock-paper-scissors match, immediately accepted Yu's suggestion. After all, facing Yu together would be preferable to merely watching Vegeta battle alone. I refuse. However, before Sun Wukong could finish his words, Vegeta coldly rejected him. I have no desire to join forces with you. Vegeta let out a cold snort, expressing his disdain towards Goku with a haughty remark. In the next instant, he moved his feet, propelling himself forward like an arrow released from its bow, charging directly at Yu. If that is the case, then there is no other choice. Upon witnessing Vegeta's advance, Yu let out a resigned sigh. Subsequently, he lowered his arms, which had been crossed over his chest, and with a surge of will, transformed into a Super Saiyan, ready to confront Vegeta. In a fleeting moment, Yu and Vegeta stood poised for battle. Vegeta, I am here to lend you my strength. Despite Vegeta's previous rejection of Goku, the latter was not the sort to remain passive after being turned away. Soon after Yu and Vegeta commenced their clash, Goku too transformed into a Super Saiyan, launching an assault on Yu. Kakarot. Vegeta's ire flared at Goku's unexpected involvement. Vegeta, if we join forces, we might just be able to defeat Yu. After explaining his intentions, Goku unleashed a powerful punch toward Yu. With a swift motion, Yu crossed his arms, successfully deflecting Goku's blow. Initially, Vegeta had been reluctant to ally with Goku, but the prospect of potentially overcoming Yu stirred something within him. As Goku and Yu exchanged blows, the two battled fiercely for 2 or 3 rounds. Kakarot. Vegeta seethed as he observed Goku gaining the upper hand. His pride ignited. He refused to be outdone and immediately launched his own offensive against Yu. Thus, the heavens bore witness to an epic confrontation among 3 Super Saiyans. To the onlookers such as Rap and Cat, it seemed as though Yu was valiantly holding his ground against 2 opponents. Yet, Yu understood that while he contended with Goku and Vegeta, the two were also secretly vying for supremacy against each other. For instance, when Goku landed a blow on Yu, Vegeta felt compelled to strike Yu twice, seeking to restore his own sense of balance. In essence, Vegeta was determined to outdo Goku in landing attacks on Yu. Unfortunately for Yu, he bore the brunt of their rivalry. Had it not been for his combat prowess soaring to an astounding 50 billion, far exceeding that of Goku and Vegeta, he would have found himself in quite a predicament. After all, both Goku and Vegeta were formidable adversaries. Incredible! Lord Yu can withstand the combined onslaught of both of them single-handedly. At this moment, Lap and Carter, along with a group of cosmic warriors, watched the intense battle unfold before them, each unable to suppress their astonishment. Although they were unaware of the true extent of Sun Wukong and Vegeta's powers, they recognized that both possessed the strength capable of vanquishing Frieza. In the eyes of Lap and Carter, if Yu could withstand the combined assault of Vegeta and Sun Wukong, then his fighting prowess must be twice that of Frieza. However, what they did not realize was that the combat abilities of Sun Wukong and Vegeta far exceeded those of Frieza. Furthermore, Yu's strength was not merely double that of Frieza, but rather several hundred times greater. After all, Frieza's battle power stood at a mere 120 million, while Yu soared to an astounding 50 billion. Just as Lap and Carter were marveling at the spectacle, Android 18 emerged from the spaceship. Upon witnessing the ongoing conflict, a look of surprise crossed her delicate features. Lord Yu is engaged in combat with those two Saiyans, she muttered to herself. Upon hearing her words, Lap immediately responded. With a resounding crash, it seemed the battle in the skies had reached its conclusion. Yu first sent Vegeta flying with a powerful punch, followed effortlessly by Sun Wukong. Are you still going to fight? Yu inquired, hovering near the two Saiyans. For now, I think not. Your strength appears to surpass what it was during the battle with Cell, Sun Wukong exclaimed with excitement. In response to Sun Wukong's remark, Yu raised an eyebrow, refraining from contradiction. It was true. He was indeed stronger than he had been during the confrontation with Cell. Nevertheless, Yu remained humble. Although a battle power of 50 billion allowed him to dominate in the 7th universe, it would not hold the same weight in others. Which universe should I venture to next? He pondered inwardly. Chapter 94. Journey to the 6th universe, Chapter 94 this time. Aside from Yu's combat power soaring from 20 billion to 50 billion, both Sun Wukong and Vegeta experienced a significant increase in their own prowess. After all, they had previously endured a severe injury and recovered, following Yu's victory over them. Sun Wukong and Vegeta boldly declared that they would undoubtedly defeat him next time before departing together. Now, it is time for me to embark on a new journey. After watching Sun Wukong and Vegeta leave, Yu let out a sigh of relief. A new journey? What new journey? At that moment, Android 18 flew over and curiously inquired about Yu's words. To other universes. Although Yu's voice was not particularly loud, it was perfectly audible to Lap and Carter, along with other warriors from the universe. Other universes? Upon hearing Yu mention these words, Lap and Carter displayed expressions of confusion. After all, in their understanding, there was only this one universe. How could there possibly be others? This sensation is akin to the reaction of ordinary individuals upon hearing of the existence of other dimensional realms in this world. If it were a typical person who claimed that other universes exist, figures like Lap and Carter would undoubtedly scoff at such a notion, remarking, "Have you been watching too much television?" However, the one uttering these words is none other than Lord Yu, a figure of considerable power and wisdom. Their hearts cannot help but weigh the veracity of such a statement. In the minds of Lap and his companions, Yu is a person of formidable strength and broader knowledge than themselves. If Yu asserts that other universes exist within this world, then it indeed becomes plausible that such realms may truly exist. This is the trust they have in Nightwing. My Lord Nightwing, are you implying that aside from the universe we inhabit, there exist other universes? Lap approached, his face a picture of curiosity as he inquired of Nightwing. Meanwhile, Toph, Carter, and the others also gathered around, their gazes fixed intently upon Nightwing, seemingly awaiting his response. Initially, Nightwing had no intention of divulging such information. However, upon noticing the same curiosity reflected in the countenance of number 18, he promptly stated, "Indeed, to my knowledge, there are a total of 12 universes in this world." 12. The revelation of additional universes had already left Lap and his companions in a state of astonishment. Now, with the knowledge that there are 12 universes in total, their bewilderment deepened. There was one fact Nightwing refrained from voicing. The world originally comprised 18 universes, of which 6 have been obliterated, leaving 12 remaining. Had he disclosed this, the expressions on Lap and Carter's faces would have been even more remarkable. Of course, all of this may seem distant and irrelevant to you. You need not concern yourselves with such matters. Observing the astonished expressions of Lap and Carter, Nightwing interjected. My Lord Nightwing, to which universe do you intend to venture next? After a moment to process the shock, Lap posed the question to Nightwing. Which universe? Nightwing had contemplated this previously, but had yet to reach a definitive conclusion. After all, aside from the 7th universe, there were still 11 others to consider. He stroked his chin, pondering for a moment before declaring, the 6th universe. The 6th and 7th universes are mirror universes and are also the closest to one another. Moreover, the 6th universe is home to a cadre of formidable warriors, including Super Saiyan and Hit. It is only fitting that we commence our journey there. As soon as Nightwing finished speaking, Lap immediately asked, My Lord Nightwing, might you take me along to witness this other universe? And me? I wish to go as well. Following Lap's enthusiastic plea, Carter and the other warriors from various universes echoed their agreement. What are you all doing? Do you think this is a vacation? Nightwing reprimanded sharply upon hearing their clamorous voices. Once they fell silent, he continued, You shall remain at the base, continuing your training. Should my return find your combat prowess below my expectations? Noticing the benevolent gaze of Nightwing, Lap anxiously inquired, My Lord Nightwing, what are your expectations? 500,000. Originally, Yu intended to propose a figure of 1 million. However, contemplating Frisia's initial form, which could dominate the universe, he deemed 1 million too formidable a challenge for them. After all, not everyone possesses the innate talent akin to that of Vegeta and Goku. Although Yu had already made concessions, when he mentioned the figure of 500,000, the expressions on the faces of Lap and Carter remained troubled. Nevertheless, considering their previous battle power of merely over 10,000, which had now surged to 100,000, they could only grit their teeth and acquiesce. Then I shall accompany you. Following Yu's reassurance to Carter, Lap, and the others, the android 18, who stood beside him, interjected. You? Yu scrutinized 18 with a discerning gaze. She stood there elegantly poised. Is that a question of my capability? 18 flicked her golden locks and addressed Yu with a hint of defiance. Upon hearing her words, Yu hesitated to respond immediately, his mind drifting back to the formidable 17. During the Tournament of Power, 17 showcased immense strength, being the sole survivor who aided Universe 7 to triumph. Yu speculated that the mechanisms of 18 and 17 were analogous. Just as 17 could cultivate and grow stronger, so too could 18 enhance her prowess through training. Should 18 choose to train, her potential could be unfathomable. Of course, this was contingent upon her interest in becoming stronger. Moreover, 18 was significantly more powerful than Lap and Tors. If she were to engage in battle in Universe 6, Yu could amass considerable battle power along the way. Very well, you shall accompany me. Upon uttering these words, envy and resentment flickered across the faces of Lap and Carter. They were acutely aware that Yu's willingness to take 18 along was largely due to her striking beauty. Chapter 95. A familiar face like Frisia's Chapter 95, The Fringes of Universe 6, Planet Burs. At this moment, Planet Burs was engulfed in turmoil, with countless extraterrestrials launching a ferocious assault on the planet. So weak, so feeble. You inhabitants of Burs are so lacking in strength, yet occupy such a bountiful planet. Is this not a waste of resources? Perhaps you should relinquish Planet Burs to us. An extraterrestrial being was relentlessly pursuing a group of Bolzarians. Observing the frantic flight of the Bolzarians, a mad glimmer danced upon his visage. As he spoke, his finger pointed downwards at the fleeing Bolzarians, and with a swift motion, a beam of purple light shot forth like a laser, aimed directly at them. With a thunderous roar, a tremendous explosion engulfed the fleeing dozen Bolzarians completely. Meanwhile, within the control room of the Central Hub 100 on Bolzer, a technician's expression shifted dramatically upon witnessing the sudden disappearance of all the red dots on the screen. Captain Gabra, Squad B has been entirely obliterated. The technician promptly reported the situation to a robust middle-aged Bolzarian clad in battle armor. How infuriating, even Team B. Upon hearing the report, the Bolzarian named Gabra slammed his fist upon the table, his expression seething with rage. Has the peacekeeping force not yet arrived? Captain Gabra. We contacted the peacekeeping force several hours ago. They should be on their way. A team member immediately responded. Relay the message. We must defend our planet until the peacekeeping force arrives. With that, Gabra seized a weapon from the table and strode purposefully out of the control room. As he and his entourage emerged, they beheld the city below, engulfed in flames and heavy smoke. Witnessing his planet in such devastation, Gabra's fists clenched tightly, his face reflecting a tumult of emotions, the fury of destruction and the sorrow for his slain compatriots. Before the peacekeeping force arrives, we shall protect this planet, Gabra declared to his guards, and with determination, they charged out of the central hub, plunging into battle against the extraterrestrial invaders. Meanwhile, above Bulzari, a colossal spaceship hovered ominously, adorned with a prominent emblem. Had Gabra been present, he would have recognized it instantly as the insignia of the Sixth Universe Peacekeeping Force. Curiously, this spacecraft remained suspended in the cosmos, showing no intention of descending upon Bulzari. As the focus shifted inside the vast control room of the spaceship, numerous warriors clad in uniform battle armor could be seen, members of the peacekeeping force. At the forefront stood a diminutive alien, adorned in armor, with two horns atop its head and a tail trailing behind. If Vegeta were here, he would undoubtedly be taken aback by the alien's striking resemblance to Frieza. However, this being was not Frieza. His name was Frost, a native of the Sixth Universe, merely bearing an uncanny likeness. Lord Frost, we have received further communication from the Bulzarians. They report they are on the brink of collapse. Shall we proceed to assist them? An alien approached Frost, delivering the news. On the brink of collapse, you say? Frost replied, arms crossed, a smile gracing his features. Of course, we must provide assistance, for we are the peacekeeping force. Upon reaching this point, Frost promptly turned and made his way towards the control room, continuing his discourse as he walked. Although the demise of the Bulzarians may not be lamentable, their complete eradication would tarnish my reputation. Subsequently, Frost led a contingent of peacekeeping forces directly to the surface of Bulzaria. The peacekeeping forces have arrived. Salvation has come to Bulzaria. Shortly after Frost descended with his team, the Bulzarians appeared to behold their savior, their excitement palpable. How infuriating! It is indeed the peacekeepers, exclaimed an alien pursuing the Bulzarians, his expression one of bitter reluctance upon witnessing the arrival of the peacekeeping forces. What now? What can we do? We must retreat. Provoking the peacekeepers over a mere Bulzaria would be unwise. After uttering this, a smirk crept across his lips as he muttered under his breath. Now that Lord Frost has arrived, our mission is complete. With that, these aliens withdrew like a receding tide. No one could have anticipated that the assailants of Bulzaria were, in fact, the agents of the peacekeeper Frost. Ostensibly, Frost was a champion of cosmic tranquility. Yet, behind the scenes, he instigated conflicts only to quell them himself, acquiring desolate lands at a bargain due to war and profiting handsomely from their redevelopment. At present, Bulzaria was his target. However, the Bulzarians remained unaware of these machinations, viewing Frost as their deliverer. This planet holds great promise. It should fetch a handsome price. Frost mused to himself as he gazed upon a city below Bulzaria, narrowing his eyes in contemplation. Suddenly, without warning, two figures appeared a short distance behind him. Sensing this development, Frost swiftly turned to investigate. Before him stood a man and a woman. The man was tall and muscular, with sharply defined features, while the woman possessed shoulder-length golden hair, fair skin, and an exquisite countenance. Not Bulzarians? Who are you? Frost inquired, regarding the unexpected duo with a calm demeanor. Frieza? No, not Frieza. It seems we are indeed in the Sixth Universe, without a doubt. The man did not respond to Frost's inquiry. Instead, after gazing upon Frost's visage, a look of surprise emerged on his face, soon followed by great joy. The pair who appeared before Frost were none other than Yu and number 18. Upon recognizing Frost's identity, Yu immediately discerned that this location was indeed the Sixth Universe, for Frost hailed from that realm. Initially, Yu had assumed that possessing the instantaneous movement attribute akin to Sun Wukong would enable him to traverse effortlessly from the Seventh Universe to the Sixth. After all, instantaneous movement defies distance, allowing for swift relocation. However, the reality of journeying from the Seventh Universe to the Sixth turned out to be far more arduous than Yu had anticipated. The chasm between the Seventh and Sixth Universes was considerable, even when Yu reached the fringes of the Seventh Universe. He could not sense the energy emanating from the distant Sixth Universe. Although Yu possessed the ability of instantaneous movement, without energy to provide him with coordinates, he could not activate it. 5 years elapsed, yet Yu still failed to perceive the energy from the Sixth Universe. Just as he was on the verge of relinquishing hope, he finally sensed a faint energy. Utilizing this tenuous signal, he activated his instantaneous movement and arrived at the periphery of the Sixth Universe. It was only upon encountering Frost that Yu realized the energy he had detected at the edge of the Seventh Universe belonged to Frost himself. Despite the proximity of the borders between the 6th and 7th universes, a significant distance separated them. The energy of an ordinary individual could not traverse such a vast expanse. However, Frost was exceptional, far more potent than an average being. Thus, when Frost arrived at the outskirts of the 6th universe, specifically on planet Bulls, Yi was fortuitously able to sense his energy. "Where's this?" Number 18 inquired, her brow furrowed in curiosity after surveying her surroundings. At this moment, Number 18 appeared to have matured from the youthful radiance she exhibited 5 years prior, now embodying a more alluring sophistication. This transformation marked a metamorphosis from girlhood to womanhood. A change known only to Number 18 and Yi, for they had spent the past 5 years in each other's company. What transpired between them remained solely known to the two of them. Although some time was consumed, we have now arrived at Universe 6. In response to the inquiry from Android 18, Yi spoke up. As Yi and Android 18 conversed, the previously courteous Frost displayed a flicker of anger upon his forehead. "Are you deaf? Our esteemed Lord Frost is inquiring about your identities." A member of the peacekeeping force positioned behind Frost brandished his weapon and sternly admonished Yi and Android 18. Upon hearing this rebuke, Android 18's brows slightly furrowed, and she cast a cold, piercing gaze directly at the member of the peacekeeping force. Under the intensity of her gaze, the member was momentarily startled. However, emboldened by Frost's presence, he gathered his courage and declared, "This planet has been attacked by lawless villains today. If you do not reveal your identities, we shall treat you as the very criminals we seek." Lawless villains? Upon hearing the words of the peacekeeping member, Yi raised an eyebrow. He then directed his gaze towards Frost and, with a hint of significance, remarked, "You are the true lawless villain seeking to seize this planet, are you not?" Though others may remain oblivious to Frost's true nature, Yi was well aware. Externally, he appeared to be an embodiment of justice, yet he was no different from Frisia, perhaps even more insidious. At least Frisia did not resort to cowardly tactics such as poison needles. Moreover, Frisia's endeavors to conquer other planets were executed openly through direct assaults. As soon as Yi's words fell, Frost clenched his hands behind his back tightly. Nonetheless, his face maintained a gentlemanly smile, refraining from immediate retaliation. Conversely, the peacekeeping member seemed to be struck at his core by Yi's words, and he erupted in fury. "What nonsense are you spouting? We are the peacekeeping force safeguarding harmony in this universe. How dare you defame us as lawless villains? I shall deliver justice upon you right now." With that, the peacekeeping member unleashed his palm towards Yi. Buzz whoosh. In the next instant, a violet energy beam shot forth from his palm, aimed directly at Yi. As he released this energy beam, a smirk of derision curled at the corner of his mouth. Yet, just as he believed Yi was about to be vanquished, Android 18 suddenly darted in front of him, her fair hand elegantly swiping to deflect the energy beam effortlessly. "Nanny?" Upon witnessing this scene, the expressions of the peacekeeping troops shifted from mockery to one of incredulity. Simultaneously, the ever-smiling Frost behind them also exhibited an unexpected look of astonishment. In a thunderous roar, as the members of the peacekeeping force stood in shock, the energy beam, effortlessly propelled by Number 18, struck a building in the city below. In the next moment, amidst a cataclysmic explosion, the building was utterly obliterated. At this moment, the jubilant Gabra and the other inhabitants of Bull Star were suddenly startled by a deafening explosion from a distance, drawing their gazes towards the source of the commotion. Upon witnessing the immense blast, their expressions abruptly shifted. What was happening? Hadn't those extraterrestrials retreated? Why was there yet another battle? Let us investigate. Under Gabra's command, a group of Bull Star warriors soared towards the site of the explosion. Concurrently, members of the peacekeeping forces dispatched across Bull Star to expel the intruder 060. Upon hearing the violent detonation, utilized their communicators to reach out. What on earth was that explosion? Could there be individuals still unaware of our true identities? As the words echoed in the communicator, the peacekeeping member's expression shifted as he fixated on Number 18, hesitating to respond immediately. After a brief silence in the air above, the previously indifferent Frost stepped forward and declared, "You may step aside. I shall handle these two myself." "Yes." Upon hearing Frost's words, the peacekeeping member promptly retreated. "It seems you are not acquainted with me. Allow me to introduce myself. I am a member of the peacekeeping forces named Frost," he said politely to Yi and Number 18. Yet, before Frost could finish his introduction, Yi interjected, "I know you, Frost." Frost's countenance suddenly changed upon hearing Yi's words, and he replied, It appears your previous statement was not made lightly. This statement referred to Yi Yu's accusation that they were lawless marauders intent on seizing this planet. Of course, otherwise, I would not have uttered such words. Chapter 97. The Arrogant Frost. Upon hearing Yi Yu's response, Frost let out a sudden laugh. Ah, so you truly are aware of my true identity. Since you know, I cannot allow you to leave alive. Frost abruptly raised his head, and in the next moment, a powerful energy aura erupted around him. At the instant this aura manifested, a shockwave radiated outward from Frost, rippling like waves in all directions. Truly, Frost was formidable, showcasing immense power. At that moment, a member of the peacekeeping force, feeling the formidable wave of energy emanating from Frost, gazed at him with reverence and remarked, I recall that you were the one who thwarted my subordinate's attack. Am I correct? After unleashing his power, Frost fixed his confident gaze on number 18 and remarked, although I have said little, my expression seems to convey to Yi Yu and number 18, behold, this is my strength. However, in response to Frost's display of bravado, number 18 merely furrowed her brow and turned to Yi Yu, asking, Yi Yu, do you think I can eliminate this guy? Ah, certainly, but do exercise caution. Yi Yu replied with a smile directed at Frost. Though their exchange was not particularly loud, it was perfectly audible to both Frost and the peacekeeping member. Upon hearing their conversation, both Frost and the peacekeeping member's expression shifted dramatically. You truly are arrogant, seeking to defeat Lord Frost? Do you have any idea of his strength? Before Frost could express his ire, the peacekeeping member immediately admonished number 18 in a loud voice. Never mind, they are merely two inexperienced fools. Now, I shall show you just how powerful Frost really is. Frost's arrogance surpassed even that of Frisia. As his words fell, he extended his fingers towards number 18 and unleashed a strike in midair. A crimson energy sphere coalesced at his fingertips. Moments later, the sphere was released, transforming into a scarlet energy beam. Humph! Lord Frost's death beam can effortlessly obliterate a mountain. It would be an honor for you to perish by this attack. At the instant Frost fired the death beam, the peacekeeping member remarked with a gleeful expression, convinced that both number 18 and Yi Yu were already doomed. However, in the next moment, the anticipated scene of number 18 being pierced by the death beam did not materialize. Instead, as the crimson beam approached her, number 18 swatted it away as if swatting a fly, sending the beam flying. How is this possible? She actually deflected Lord Frost's death beam? The peacekeeping member stared in disbelief at the unfolding scene. He was all too aware of the power of Frost's energy beam, having witnessed him effortlessly reduce a mountain to rubble with it. Yet now, this incredibly potent death beam had been so easily repelled by this woman. His complexion changed dramatically, and his heart was filled with profound shock. Simultaneously, Frost also displayed a hint of surprise. However, unlike the members of the peacekeeping forces, his expression merely revealed a slight shift, devoid of overwhelming astonishment. Just as Frost and the peacekeeping personnel were taken aback, the death beam, casually unleashed by number 18, had already descended upon the city below. With a thunderous roar, the instant the crimson beam made contact with the ground, a hemispherical wave of scarlet energy erupted from the earth. After a brief moment of silence, a cataclysmic explosion reverberated through the air, accompanied by a tremendous shockwave that swept through the city like a tempest. At that moment, the group of Bolzarians, led by Gabra and heading towards the location of Nightwing and number 18, found themselves engulfed by an enormous wave of energy. Their figures resembled fragile boats tossed about upon a tempestuous sea, precariously close to being swept away. What could this possibly be? Who is engaged in this fierce battle? The fluctuations of this conflict are truly overwhelming, they pondered, their voices laden with gravity. Moments later, as the energy dissipated, the warriors lowered their arms that had shielded them. In that instant, the inexperienced Gabra and his companions were struck with awe at the sight before them. The city below had vanished without a trace, replaced by a colossal chasm. This pit appeared as though it had been struck by a massive meteor, unfathomably deep and continuously emitting plumes of steam. What on earth is this? Even Gabra, the commander of the Bolzarians, felt a tempest of emotions surge within him as he beheld the devastation. One explosion, and an entire city has been erased from existence? What power is this? Look, there are 4 individuals. Just as Gabra was struck with awe at the scene before him, a Burz warrior pointed at the 4 figures suspended in the air and exclaimed loudly. Upon hearing the warning, Gabra and the other warriors turned their gazes forward, and indeed, 4 silhouettes loomed in the sky above the city. Those garments belonged to the peacekeeping forces, They are members of the peacekeeping unit. One Bur's warrior recognized the insignia and spoke up immediately. This means that the members of the peacekeeping forces are engaging the invaders. Captain Gabra, should we advance? A Bur's warrior inquired of Gabra. There's no need. That place is beyond our reach. We shall remain here and observe, Gabra replied solemnly, while they began to silently pray, hoping that Frost would triumph over the two invaders. Nightwing and number 18, of course, were oblivious to the fact that they had been labeled as invaders by the Bursians. However, even if they were aware, Nightwing and number 18 would not have given such matters a second thought. Chapter 98. The Battle Power of the Super Saiyan Second Level. Chapter 98. It appears there is some merit after all. Upon witnessing number 18 effortlessly deflect his death beam, a flicker of astonishment crossed Frost's face. Yet, that was the extent of his surprise. In the next moment, a barrage of crimson beams was unleashed, relentlessly targeting number 18. Humph. Observing the crimson beams descending upon her, number 18 let out a dissatisfied huff. Instead of retreating, she casually deflected several of the beams before charging directly through the rain of deadly light towards Frost. However, number 18 was not entirely reckless. She was not yet at the level where she could disregard the harm inflicted by the death beams. The term braving the beams of death refers to the actions of the 18th as she advances toward Frost, continuously using her palms to deflect all the lethal beams that are being launched at her. How could this be possible? At this moment, a member of the peacekeeping forces, witnessing the figure of Android 18, observed as 007 approached Frost without a hint of hesitation amidst the barrage of lethal beams. His face bore an expression of utter shock. Just as the member of the peacekeeping forces began to speak, Android 18 had already closed the distance to Frost. By the time Frost realized what was happening, 18 had already delivered a powerful kick toward him. What? The once imperturbable countenance of Frost finally displayed astonishment upon witnessing the astonishing speed of Android 18. Before Frost could react further, 18's kick connected with him directly. The impact echoed through the air. Although Android 18's combat prowess paled in comparison to that of the fully realized Super Saiyan Broly, she had previously bested the formidable Super Saiyan Trunks. Even the final form of Frost would likely be no match for 18, let alone the current first form of Frost. Upon being struck by 18's kick, Frost's body plummeted toward the ground like a cannonball. In the blink of an eye, he crashed down onto the surface. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired 3 million in combat power attributes. At the very moment Android 18 made contact with Frost, a mechanical notification echoed in Nightfeather's mind. Does the host wish to collect the combat power attributes? Though 3 million in combat power attributes seemed trivial to Nightfeather at this juncture, it was certainly better than nothing. He responded to the system collect. With Nightfeather's command, the combat power attribute beneath Android 18's foot transformed into a golden tadpole, swiftly converging toward Nightfeather. Once the attribute integrated into his being, the combat power data displayed on the virtual screen before him underwent a transformation. Nightfeather's combat power surged from 2.068 billion to 2.071 billion. Indeed, he had now reached the milestone of 2 billion. 5 years prior, after collecting the combat power attributes dropped by Goku and Vegeta during their battles, Nightfeather's strength had skyrocketed to 1 billion. Since then, he had embarked on a journey alongside Android 18 from Earth to Universe 6. Although they had yet to locate Universe 6 in these 5 years, it was not to say that Nightfeather and Android 18 had been idle. Over the past 5 years, aside from the formidable S-cells of Broly, which have bestowed upon Yu an astounding increase of nearly 300 million in combat power, the battles he engaged in with Android 18 and others have contributed an additional 700 million to his might. Consequently, Yu's combat prowess has surged from a mere 1 billion 5 years ago to an impressive 2 billion today. Moreover, this figure of over 2 billion represents only his base combat power. Should he transform into a Super Saiyan, his strength could soar to an astonishing 100 billion. This is merely the first stage of the Super Saiyan transformation. Remarkably, 3 years ago, Yu experienced an unexpected transformation into a Super Saiyan of the second stage. It is noteworthy that the combat power of a Super Saiyan in this form is double that of the first stage. Thus, should Yu ascend to the second stage, his power would temporarily elevate to 200 billion, with a combat power of 71 billion if he were to gather additional strength from Universe 6. It is conceivable that he could defeat Majin Buu when the time comes. Yu contemplated the combat power data displayed on the system S screen. Following the events of the Cell games, Majin Buu is predicted to arrive on Earth within 7 years, and with over 5 years already elapsed, there remain less than 2 years until his emergence. Some may argue that 2 years is a tight time frame. However, Universe 6 is home to formidable Saiyans such as Kaba, Kale, and Caulifla. Should these Saiyans transform into Super Saiyans and engage in battle, it is likely that Yi Yu's combat power could multiply manifold in a short span. As Yi pondered these thoughts, a member of the peacekeeping force, witnessing Android 18 effortlessly send Frost flying, urgently shouted out. Yet, at that moment, he suddenly sensed a chilling aura approaching from behind him. The instant he felt this presence, he was engulfed in a freezing dread. Although he did not dare turn around, there was no doubt that this terrifying energy emanated from Android 18. In that moment, the member of the peacekeeping forces was consumed by a singular thought. Even Frost had been effortlessly vanquished by number 18. He was evidently insufficient to the task. Yet, before this peacekeeper could make his escape, no. 18 had already darted behind him, delivering a swift strike with the edge of her hand. Subsequently, the peacekeeper's body plummeted to the ground like a meteorite, his fate uncertain. Had the peacekeeping forces truly been defeated? Surely, this was a jest. At this moment, the group of Bolzarians led by Gabra turned pale upon witnessing the defeat of Frost and a member of the peacekeeping force by number 18. They had just endured the despair of invasion and had finally welcomed the peacekeepers to repel the aggressors. Yet now, an adversary had emerged, one that left the peacekeeping forces utterly confounded. Despair is not the most terrifying emotion. The most dreadful is to glimpse hope amidst despair, only to realize that such hope is but a mere straw to cling to. Chapter 99. The Ultimate Form of Frost. Chapter 99. How could this be? Lord Frost has been defeated? A member of the peacekeeping force, upon witnessing Frost being struck down by number 18, promptly reported the situation to the control room aboard the spaceship above. Within the control room, an extraterrestrial resembling a salamander exhibited an expression of disbelief upon receiving this news. He was all too familiar with Frost's formidable strength. He had effortlessly vanquished all manner of villains in the past. Yet now, hearing of Frost's defeat was a first for him. Immediately send a distress signal to the defense team, commanded the salamander-like alien after a moment of shock. Understood. Following the alien's directive, a technician swiftly initiated a distress signal to the 6th Universe's defense team. This is WZ-370 coordinates. Upon establishing the connection, the technician first reported their location and then continued. Our peacekeeping force is under attack by nefarious villains at Bolza Star, WZ-370. We request assistance from the defense team. We need support. After receiving a response from the defense team, the technician promptly relayed the information to the salamander alien, Captain. The defense team has dispatched Gabra and his crew to assist. If at that moment, Yi Yu had heard the name Gabra, he would certainly recognize it. This figure is none other than Kaba, the scion from Universe 6 who participated in the Tournament of Power. At this moment, Yi Yu remains oblivious to Kaba's approach. Currently, Yi Yu is suspended in the sky above planet Bulma, his gaze fixed on the spot where Frost has descended. It is about to emerge. After an indeterminate period, Yi Yu's expression shifts slightly. Suddenly, the area below, where Frost has fallen, erupts in a dazzling burst of violet light. In the next instant, under the impact of this purple radiance, rocks scatter in all directions, and a shadow surges forth from the ground, accompanied by the debris of stone. The shadow before them was none other than Frost. Indeed, he was still alive. Nightwing gazed at Frost soaring into the sky, a smile illuminating his face. Although Frost had not succumbed to the strike from number 18, he now appeared rather disheveled, devoid of his previous lofty demeanor. Ah, he still lives. The member of the peacekeeping force is still alive. In the distance, Gabra and the other warriors from the Buzzstar system, upon witnessing Frost erupting from the ground, were instantly filled with joy. As long as he was alive, there remained a glimmer of hope. TCH. What a nuisance. Number 18, upon seeing Frost ascend into the heavens, displayed a hint of impatience on her delicate features. Just as she intended to rush forth to eliminate Frost, Nightwing intervened. Hold on, number 18. However, Nightwing's intention was not to save Frost. He merely sought to seize the opportunity to gather combat power attributes. While Frost may not possess the strength of Cell, even in his ultimate form, he still wielded combat power in the millions. This fighting prowess, when matched against Android 18, is bound to bestow Night Feather with considerable combat attributes. Transform Frost. After thwarting Android 18, Night Feather shifted his gaze to Frost, speaking in a tone devoid of emotion. "Oh, you are aware that I can transform?" Upon hearing Night Feather's words, Frost wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and glanced at the glaring crimson on the back of his hand. A fleeting glimmer of concealed malice crossed his eyes before he addressed Night Feather and Android 18. Night Feather, however, offered no response to Frost's inquiry. After all, he could hardly divulge to Frost that he was a traveler from another realm, privy to such knowledge. Forget it. Frost maintained his stare at Night Feather for a considerable duration, and upon realizing that Night Feather had no intention of speaking, he grew disinterested in pursuing the matter further. With a casual remark, he assumed a fighting stance, confidence radiating from him as he declared, "Once I transform, my combat power will multiply. You should brace yourselves." With that, Frost clenched his fists, his muscles tensing as he let out a series of roars. Striking crimson patterns began to emerge across his body. A resplendent glow soon enveloped Frost, illuminating the previously dim planet of Bulls, rendering it remarkably bright in an instant. At this moment, the ground of Bulls trembled, and the air above was rife with agitation. Waves of energy rippled outward from Frost, akin to ripples in water, emanating in all directions. What is happening? What is going on? The nearby Gabra and the other Bulls warriors were taken aback by this series of extraordinary changes, each one a picture of bewilderment. For the generally weak warriors of Bulls, this occurrence was utterly unprecedented. "The energy is swelling," Night Feather murmured, fixated on Frost, who radiated blinding light. As time elapsed, the energy within Frost continued to grow. Nearly a minute later, the surge of power ceased, and the dazzling glow surrounding Frost began to fade. Once the brilliance had completely dissipated, Frost's transformed visage emerged before Night Feather and Android 18. The final form, perhaps? Indeed, Frost had now assumed his ultimate shape. Aside from a slight variation in color compared to Frisia's final form, every other aspect mirrored Frisia with uncanny precision. Moreover, his energy appeared to surpass that of Frisia's. Nightwing gazed intently at Frost's ultimate form, his eyes narrowing slightly as he began to analyze surreptitiously. "Thank you for your patience. This is my final form. Let us commence." Frost slowly opened his eyes, a look of renewed confidence returning to his visage. Just as a smirk began to form on Frost's lips, before he could articulate his thoughts, Number 18 had already charged towards him, launching an attack with a swift kick. Upon witnessing the sudden onslaught from Number 18, Frost's expression shifted dramatically. Before he could adequately respond, the force of Number 18's kick propelled him downward, sending him hurtling away, yet this time he did not plummet directly to the ground. "Ah, Number 18, at the very least, you should allow him to finish his bravado before you strike." Upon witnessing the scene before him, you could only place his hand on his forehead, a look of helplessness etched upon his face. However, such was the nature of Number 18. Chapter 100. Frost poisoned needle. With a resounding thud, Frost was sent flying by Number 18's kick. Yet this time, unlike the previous encounter, he did not plummet from the sky to the ground. Instead, he was merely pushed back several feet before coming to a halt. After all, the final form of Frost possessed significantly greater combat prowess than his initial state. His capacity to endure damage had likewise been considerably enhanced. Once he regained his footing, Frost addressed Number 18. However, as before, she had no intention of listening to his words. Before he could finish speaking, she launched yet another assault. "Number 18, do not eliminate him too soon." Upon hearing Yiyu's words, Number 18 cast a sidelong glance at him, but offered no reply. Nevertheless, her actions conveyed her response. The ferocity of her attacks diminished considerably. Although she was unaware of Yiyu's reasoning behind his request to delay Frost's demise over the past 5 years, he had consistently urged her not to unleash her full power against formidable foes. Thus, she had grown accustomed to this approach. Excellent. A smile crept across Yiyu's face as he observed the reduction in Number 18's offensive vigor. His intent in advising her against swiftly vanquishing Frost was, of course, to amass a greater collection of combat attributes. Should she dispatch Frost with a single blow, Yi would only be able to gather a solitary combat attribute. The more battles they engaged in, the more attributes he could accumulate, thereby enhancing his strength. As Yi spoke, the mechanical notifications of the system echoed in his mind, triggered by the continuous clash between Number 18 and Frost. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have acquired 3 million combat attributes. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have acquired 5 million combat attributes. As the skirmish between Number 18 and Frost persisted, A steady stream of combat attributes began to fall beneath their feet. Although the attributes yielded during their battle paled in comparison to those generated during the conflict between Vegeta and Goku. The prolonged duration of their engagement still promised to significantly bolster Yiyu's power. Collect the combat attributes. With a command from Yiyu, the combat power attributes of No. 18 and Frost converged towards him like golden tadpole scriptures. As these attributes continuously merged into Yiyu's body, the combat power data displayed on the virtual screen before him surged upward. 2.071 billion. 2.075 billion. 2.080 billion. Within mere moments, Yiyu's combat power escalated from 2.071 billion to an astounding 2.1 billion, and this increase showed no signs of abating. As the battle between No. 18 and Frost raged on, the attributes continued to cascade down, fueling Yiyu's ever-growing strength. What an impressive display of combat! Such swift movements rendered their actions nearly invisible to the observers. As number 18 and Frost clashed, Gabra and the other Bull's warriors watched in awe. The speed of their confrontation was so remarkable that all they could discern were the resounding booms echoing through the sky, accompanied by a palpable disturbance in the air. At that moment, number 18 landed a powerful punch on Frost, sending him hurtling backward. As Gabra and his comrades regained sight of the two combatants, a sense of dread enveloped them. This villain has subdued a member of the peacekeeping force. One Bull's warrior behind Gabra exclaimed gravely upon witnessing Frost being struck. Gabra, the leader, wore a grim expression. Though his own strength was lacking, he was not blind to the reality of the situation. He understood that he had no place in this level of combat. In essence, Gabra and his companions had placed all their hopes on Frost. In their eyes, if Frost were to be defeated by number 18, the fate of Bull's star would be sealed. As Gabra and his allies silently prayed, Frost and No. 18 engaged in battle once more. Who is that woman, and what grants her such formidable power? If this continues, Bull's star is doomed. The Bull's warriors exchanged anxious glances, their eyes falling heavily on Yiyu. They felt a sense of relief that Yiyu remained uninvolved. Had he intervened, the peacekeeper would have surely been defeated even more swiftly. Curse it! Who is this woman? As Gabra and the others silently prayed for Frost, he felt an overwhelming sense of frustration within. From the moment the battle commenced until now, he had been relentlessly pressured by number 18. No matter how he unleashed his attacks, they were effortlessly countered by her. What vexed Frost even more was his inability to deflect her assaults. With no other options left, he resolved to resort to that particular move. In the depths of his thoughts, a glimmer of lethal intent flickered in his eyes. Although this spark was fleeting, it did not escape the keen observation of Yiyu, who noticed the venomous gaze Frost cast. Upon witnessing the malicious glint in Frost's eyes, Yiyu's brow furrowed slightly. In the next instant, he saw Frost intentionally create distance from number 18 amidst their clash, then subtly move his hand, revealing a slender silver needle on his arm. What is that? The moment Yiyu laid eyes on the needle, a heavy feeling settled in his heart. This is not a mere silver needle, but a venomous dart laden with lethal poison. Even an individual possessing a combat prowess exceeding 100 million would encounter considerable trouble upon succumbing to its venom. Upon unleashing the poison needle, Frost immediately launched a fierce palm strike towards number 18. However, number 18 remained oblivious to the threat and instinctively retaliated with a punch aimed at Frost's hand. Just as Frost's venomous needle was about to strike number 18, Yiyu inexplicably materialized before Frost and executed a swift hand chop, severing Frost's entire arm with a single motion. Chapter 101. The misfortune of Frost. At the precise moment Frost attacked number 18 with his poisoned hand, Yiyu employed instant teleportation, vanishing from his original position. When he reappeared, it was at the site of the confrontation between number 18 and Frost. With a decisive hand chop, he cleaved through Frost's arm that was aimed at number 18. The entire sequence of events, from Yiyu's teleportation to his appearance before No. 18 and the severing of Frost's arm, transpired in the blink of an eye. Due to the abruptness of these occurrences, neither Gabra and the other Bolzonians, nor No. 18 and Frost, comprehended what had unfolded. By the time number 18 regained her senses, she merely perceived Yiyu's sudden appearance, while Frost's arm soared through the air. In the midst of number 18's astonishment at Yiyu's unexpected arrival, Frost's expression was one of sheer terror. So swift, I completely failed to see his movements. When did he? At that moment, Frost disregarded the fact that his arm had been severed, staring at Yiyu in shock. Instinctively, he retreated, creating distance between himself and Yiyu. In Frost's mind, the realization that Yu could sever his arm without his awareness led to a chilling dread settling within him, accompanied by a cold sweat upon his back. He felt fortunate that Yu had only severed his arm. Had Yu intended to kill him, he would have already met his demise. What are you doing? Wasn't it agreed that I would handle this guy? Number 18 exclaimed, crossing her arms in displeasure as she glared at Yu, who had unexpectedly intervened. Regarding the temper of the child known as Number 18, Yu naturally did not take it to heart. He subsequently grasped the arm of Frost that hung in the sky. Upon hearing Yu's words, no, 18 initially cast a discontented glance, but soon her attention was drawn to a gleaming metal object on Frost's arm. What could it be? The moment she beheld that metal, Number 18's brows furrowed slightly, and she leaned closer to Yu, inquiring softly. Yu did not respond immediately to Number 18's question. Instead, under Frost's astonished expression, he directly removed the poisoned needle from the severed arm. After extracting the needle, Yu made an incision on Frost's mutilated limb. Soon, the blood flowing from the wound began to change color. Is it poisonous? Witnessing this scene, Number 18's delicate features darkened. Indeed, a poisoned needle. Having completed his experiment, Yu casually discarded Frost's severed arm and the needle from his hand. At this moment, Number 18 realized that if it weren't for Yu's sudden appearance and the severing of Frost's arm, she would likely have succumbed to poison. It became evident that Yu did not intend to intervene in her battle with Frost, but was, in fact, rescuing her. Contemplating this revelation, Number 18 cast a fleeting glance at Yu. Her heart stirred, and she shyly murmured, "Thank you. Did you say something?" Yu feigned ignorance, deliberately prompting her for a response. "Thank you," Number 18 replied, brushing a strand of her golden hair from her forehead, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. "Speak up. I can't hear you. Go to hell." With that, Number 18 launched a fierce assault towards Frost, leaving Yu standing in place, utterly speechless. This woman. Observing Number 18's retreating figure, Yu felt a twitch of incredulity on her face. Little did she know, for someone with its sundry disposition, uttering words of gratitude was an arduous task. The fact that Number 18 managed to say thank you is indeed remarkable. After Yu's playful teasing, Number 18 had become visibly irate, and the unfortunate consequence of her fury was directed squarely at Frost. Upon reaching Frost, Number 18 unleashed a tempest of relentless attacks, her speed and intensity far surpassing anything prior. Frost, already outmatched, found himself utterly defenseless after losing an arm. Under the onslaught of Number 18's furious barrage, his condition was nothing short of tragic. He was simply being beaten. Witnessing this scene, Yu's expression darkened. How terrifying this woman is. She changes her demeanor in an instant. It seems wise to avoid provoking her in the future. As these thoughts raced through Yu's mind, the mechanical alerts of the system echoed incessantly in her head. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have gained 6 million combat power attributes. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have gained 1 million combat power attributes. Meanwhile, Gabra and the other Bolzonians watched in dismay as Frost was utterly overwhelmed by Number 18. Their hearts sank, for they had pinned their hopes on Frost. In their eyes, if this righteous peacekeeper were to fall, the lawless intruders, Yu and Number 18, would undoubtedly come for their lives. What to do? That woman is far too strong. The peacekeeper stands no chance against her. As time progresses, a group of Bull's warriors observes the battle before them, engaging in fervent discussions. Gabra, too, wears an exceedingly grim expression, his fist clenched tightly, veins bulging on his forehead. Suddenly, under the watchful gaze of Gabra and the others, Number 18 sends Frost into the air with a powerful kick. Instantly, she appears above his body, akin to a player striking a ball, and delivers a fierce blow directly to Frost. At the moment Number 18's foot connects, Frost erupts with a spurt of blood, and his body is sent hurtling downwards like a projectile. In the blink of an eye, he crashes to the ground with the force of a meteor, creating a vast crater in the barren earth. Chapter 102, The Science of the Sixth Universe. Does the host wish to collect combat power attributes? Following Number 18's decisive kick that sent Frost flying, the battle between them reached a temporary conclusion. At this moment, a mechanical prompt echoed in Nightfeather's mind. Collect. Upon Nightfeather's command, the combat power attributes from the battlefield of Number 18 and Frost began to converge towards his being in an unceasing flow. After absorbing all the combat power attributes, the data displayed before Nightfeather's screen surged to 237 billion. This indicates that since arriving on the Bull's planet in the Sixth Universe, Night Feather's combat power has increased by nearly 200 million. Although the pace of the ascent was not particularly swift, it was nonetheless steady, and Yu found himself relatively satisfied. After withdrawing his consciousness from the system, his gaze fell upon Frost, who had just landed below. The fierce aura emanating from Frost was gradually diminishing. Observing Frost's severe injuries stirred a slight emotion within Yu, prompting him to mutter to himself. Although he had been somewhat harsh towards Frost, he felt no sympathy for him. After all, had he not intervened in time to prevent Frost from using the poison needle, it would have been 18 who was injured. What shall we do? 913. That peacekeeping soldier has been eliminated. Alone, we are no match for them. As Yu contemplated Frost, Gabra and the other Burzons regarded 18 and Yu with expressions akin to that of demons. Gabra, witnessing the fear-stricken faces of the nearby Burzon warriors, who trembled in fright, clenched his teeth and glared at Yu and 18 with palpable resentment. Do not falter. We are warriors. Even if the peacekeeping forces have failed, we must not surrender easily. It is our own planet that we should protect, Gabra declared passionately, stepping forward with fervor. Upon hearing Gabra's words, the Burzon warriors behind him began to rekindle their fighting spirit, their eyes igniting with determination. Indeed, it is our duty to safeguard the Burz planet. Just as these warriors proclaimed their resolve, 18 suddenly turned her gaze towards them. In that instant, the Burzon warriors were struck with terror, as if they had seen a ghost. The flicker of courage that had just ignited within them was extinguished in an instant. What a joke. This woman is terrifyingly powerful. To face her would be akin to courting death. Before Gabra could utter a word, the warriors scattered in disarray. Watching his comrades flee, Gabra was consumed by a mix of anger and frustration. As he pondered his next move, Yu and 18 had no intention of acknowledging him. Gabra was left bewildered by the scene. What is happening? Are they not invaders? Or have they simply overlooked me? Yu and 18 remained oblivious to Gabra's thoughts. At that moment, Yu was focused on departing from this planet to seek out stronger warriors in the 6th universe. After all, the combat prowess of the Burzon warriors was far too feeble. Remaining here was nothing short of a waste of time. Let us go. Nightwing called out to number 18 over there. After a moment's hesitation, number 18 slowly flew to Nightwing's side, still fuming about the earlier incident. Observing the expression on number 18's face, Nightwing's brow furrowed slightly. However, he did not dwell on it for long. He placed his left hand on number 18's shoulder and his right hand on his forehead, preparing to sense a powerful energy for instant teleportation. At that moment, Nightwing detected a surge of energy. The instant he sensed it, his brow lifted in surprise, and he continued to focus. There was no mistaking it. It was the energy of a Saiyan, and it was approaching this planet. Upon confirming the source of the energy, a smile crept onto Nightwing's lips, and he lowered his fingers from his forehead. What's wrong? Number 18 inquired, noticing that Nightwing had not executed his teleportation. Someone is coming. Let us wait for them here on this planet, Nightwing replied to number 18. His original purpose for coming to the 6th universe was to help the Saiyans there transform into Super Saiyans, enabling them to battle and thus collect their combat attributes that would drop during the fights. The 6th universe differs somewhat from the 7th. In the 7th universe, where Goku resides, the Saiyans nearly faced extinction due to Frieza's destruction of planet Vegeta. However, such devastation did not occur in the 6th universe. As far as Nightwing knew, the 6th universe had a number of Saiyans, including Kaba, Caulifla, and Kale, among many others. If these Saiyans could transform into Super Saiyans and fight, Nightwing's own combat power would surge significantly in a short time. Now that the Saiyans of the 6th universe were essentially presenting themselves, Nightwing saw no need to search for them on Planet Salad. Let us go down, Nightwing said, looking up at the sky with a smile before descending toward the ground. Although number 18 was unaware of who was approaching, she followed Nightwing downwards. What are those two up to? A Bull's warrior questioned as he watched Nightwing and number 18 descend. Who knows? They certainly aren't up to anything good. Should I ambush them when they let their guard down? Another Bull's warrior suggested, raising his energy weapon and speaking in hushed tones. I advise against such a course of action. At this moment, Gabra leaned closer and spoke in a low voice, Captain. Upon seeing Gabra, several Bull's warriors saluted him. These individuals possessed formidable strength. Even if energy beams were to strike them, it might not necessarily inflict harm. If we fail to vanquish them, we would only incite their wrath, and then our Bull's star would truly be doomed. Gabra furrowed his brow as he gazed at the already grounded figures of number 18 and Yu, stating solemnly, What shall we do now? Asked one of the Bull's warriors. Let us observe the situation. After an indeterminate time, Yu, who had remained with closed eyes in a feigned slumber, suddenly opened his eyes and looked up at the sky, exclaiming, "They're coming." Chapter 103, The Super Saiyan of the Sixth Universe in the Sixth Universe. Not far from Bull's star, several white orbs of light, akin to meteors, soared swiftly towards this direction. As the view drew nearer, it became evident that these orbs were spherical spacecraft. When these vessels approached Bull's star, they plummeted to the ground like meteors. With a thunderous roar, 5 spacecraft landed successively upon Bull's star, creating deep craters upon impact. Once the hatches of these spacecraft opened, 5 Scions of varying physiques, clad in battle armor, slowly emerged from the craters produced by their descent. We have finally arrived. The first to descend was a tall and robust Scion, who stretched and surveyed his surroundings, inquiring, "Is this Bull's star?" "Bardo, we did not come here for leisure. Our purpose is to support the peacekeeping forces." As the muscular man spoke, a petite Scion landed beside him, addressing the former. Were Yu present, he would undoubtedly recognize this petite Scion as Gabe, the representative of the Sixth Universe at the Power Tournament. "My apologies, Captain Gabe." Upon hearing Gabe's admonition, the burly figure known as Bardo scratched his head, displaying an expression of regret. Gabe and Bardo, at first glance, resembled the past duo of Vegeta and Nappa. However, the Scions of the Sixth Universe were notably gentle and favored peace. It is astonishing indeed. Who would have thought that the peacekeeping forces would one day call for help? Isn't Captain Frost of the peacekeeping forces incredibly strong? Just as Gabe and Bardo were conversing, a tall female Scion stepped forward and remarked in a rather languid tone, "Do not say that, Fies. Indeed, Frost's strength is formidable, but perhaps there are adversaries on this planet that even he finds challenging." As Gabe's words resonated in the air, a Scion with a full beard, his lips curling into an intrigued smile, remarked, "Is this adversary truly one that even Frost finds formidable? How fascinating. I am eager to witness this for myself." With that, Gabe, accompanied by 4 members of the defense team, soared into the sky. The Scions of Universe 6 may lack the ability to sense energy, yet they did not appear to utilize any detection devices. One wonders how they accomplish their missions. Let us assume they possess such devices. Detected. Energy response. The burly figure named Bardo announced during their flight, having identified an energy signature through his device. What is its strength and location? Gabe, flying at the forefront, immediately inquired upon hearing Bardo's statement. "It is considerable, with a battle power exceeding 100,000, located 30,000 kilometers from here." A hint of astonishment crossed Bardo's face before he continued. "Indeed, over 100,000 is quite rare. However, such a level of power should not trouble Frost, should it?" Fisk queried. "It is possible the opponent is concealing their true strength, much like Frost, who possesses transformation abilities." Gabe replied. Following his words, a powerful aura erupted around them, and they swiftly surged toward the source of the energy detection with remarkable speed. The energy signature they had detected belonged to Yu, just as Gabe had surmised. Yu was indeed concealing his strength and possessed the ability to transform into a Super Saiyan. Unbeknownst to Gabe, his own battle power of over 100,000 was merely the result of suppressing his energy to its lowest level. Moments later, Gabe and his 4 companions from Universe 6 finally emerged within Yu's line of sight. "Is that Gabe?" Upon seeing Gabe, Yu instantly recognized him. As Yu appraised Gabe and his companions, they too were evaluating Yu in return. "That is him." Bardo pointed at Yu, speaking to Gabe and the others. "Is this the individual who poses a challenge to Frost?" Yet, it seems Frost is nowhere to be seen. The 2 Scions behind Gabe voiced their confusion. Hearing this, a look of puzzlement crossed Gabe's face as he began to scan the vicinity in search of Frost's presence. However, after an extensive search, he found no trace of Frost. "Captain Gabe, something feels amiss," the bearded Scion remarked after surveying the surroundings, addressing Gabe. "What seems to be the issue?" Gabe inquired. "Firstly, Frost is missing, and secondly, those individuals appear to be from Planet Bulls, do they not?" The burly man pointed towards Yu and number 18, who were not far from Gabra and his group. "This is Planet Bulls, so what is peculiar about the appearance of the Bullsians here?" After hearing the burly man's words, a female Scion named Fisk rolled her eyes and remarked, "What I find strange is that these 2 are not intruders. Why are the Bullsians operating right under their noses without any reaction?" With the burly man's reminder, Gabra and the others began to sense the oddity. Indeed, it was somewhat suspicious. "You all go down and inquire with those Bullsians. I shall greet the intruders first. With that, Gabra split from the other 4 Scions and headed directly towards the location of Yeyu in number 18. Meanwhile, Fis and her companions descended towards Gabra and the group of Bolzians. Are you the intruders? Gabra inquired as he landed, his gaze lowered, his demeanor indifferent as he addressed Yeyu in number 18. Compared to his usual self, Gabra appeared much colder. After all, in his eyes, Yeyu and No. 18 were indeed intruders. Hold on before you act. Upon hearing Gabra's questioning tone, number 18's expression shifted slightly. Just as she was about to retaliate, Yeyu stepped in front of her. He scrutinized Gabra before taking a step forward, ready to speak, when Fis and the others rushed over in a state of alarm, exclaiming, "Captain, Frost was killed by these two." At Fis's revelation, Gabra's expression changed dramatically. While Yeyu might perceive Frost as a treacherous and cunning individual, Gabra regarded him as a peace-loving hero and his most respected comrade. Hearing that Frost had been slain by Yeyu and number 18 ignited Gabra's fury. "You dare to kill Frost-san? I will never forgive you." With shock evident on Fis and the others' faces, Gabra transformed into a Super Saiyan. Observing this, Yeyu chuckled lightly. "Is that transformation already? How casual." Chapter 104. 2 Super Saiyans. Chapter 104. Is that how one becomes a Super Saiyan? How casual indeed. Although Yeyu spoke lightly, he was acutely aware of the truth. The Saiyans of the 6th universe differed significantly from those of the 7th. In the 7th universe, transforming into a Super Saiyan is a challenging endeavor, much like the experiences of Sun Wukong and Vegeta. Conversely, the Saiyans of the 6th universe possess a naturally gentle disposition and a love for peace. For them to achieve the Super Saiyan transformation, it merely requires a slight provocation. In the original narrative, it was merely a small stimulus from Vegeta that enabled Kaba to transform into a Super Saiyan. Now, upon learning that Android 18 and Yeyu had defeated Frost, Kaba was directly provoked, leading him to transform into a Super Saiyan. It seemed that even the effort to stimulate him had been spared, as Yeyu beheld Kaba, who radiated a golden aura and whose hair had turned golden. He whispered in a voice only he could hear. Just then, FaZe, Bardock, and a throng of other Scions rushed over, their expressions filled with astonishment upon witnessing Kaba's transformation. What on earth was happening? What had transpired with the captain that caused such a change? It felt as if he had undergone a metamorphosis. FaZe gazed at Kaba in disbelief, exclaiming in astonishment. At that moment, Bardo's detector erupted in a sudden explosion. Not only had its appearance transformed, but its energy had also significantly intensified, causing the device to detonate. Bardo gazed incredulously at Gabe and then at the remnants of the detector in his hand. Vegeta was aware of the legend of the Super Saiyan, yet Gabe and his companions from Universe 6 had never heard of it. Consequently, they remained oblivious to the changes occurring within Gabe, unaware of the essence of a Super Saiyan. "I will never forgive you." Just as FaZe and Bardo were exchanging words, the newly transformed Super Saiyan Gabe charged directly at Yeyu and Android 18. Upon seeing Gabe's advance, 18 furrowed her brows slightly and swiftly positioned herself in front of Gabe, shielding Yeyu. 18, let me handle this guy. Before 18 could make her move, Yeyu called out to her and surged forward to confront the approaching Gabe. As Yeyu soared through the air, he suddenly radiated a golden aura, his hair transforming to a brilliant gold. This guy is just like the captain. Has he transformed too? What on earth is happening? FaZe, Bardo, and the others exchanged bewildered and astonished glances upon witnessing Yeyu assume the same form as Gabe. Simultaneously, in the skies above, the fists of the 2 Super Saiyans collided with a thunderous impact. The atmosphere resonated with a deafening sound as a violent shockwave rippled outward from the epicenter of Yeyu and Gabe. What terrifying power! Such a dreadful force arises from mere collision. What has happened to the captain? And that individual can withstand the captain's attack. Amidst the turbulent energy, FaZe and Bardo struggled to maintain their footing, their expressions filled with astonishment. With a series of explosive impacts, the fist of Yeyu and Gabe clashed fiercely. And in an instant, both figures vanished from sight. When they reappeared, they were engaged in an intense battle high in the sky. Their fists, elbows, and knees collided relentlessly, each impact producing a cacophony that reverberated through the air. Incredible. These two are immensely powerful. Bardo marveled at the fierce combat unfolding above. This isn't the time for admiration. Let us not forget, we still have another intruder before us. As Bardo and his companions were captivated by the battle unfolding in the sky, a female scion named Fis expressed her dissatisfaction with a complaint. With Fis's reminder, The trio's attention swiftly shifted from the spectacle of Yu and Jiabe above to the figure of Android 18 before them. Momentarily distracted by the changes in Yu and Jiabe, they had almost forgotten about Android 18's presence. Allow me to handle this, after all. She is also a woman, Fist declared confidently, tossing her explosive black hair with a flourish. But do not underestimate her. That Bolzian mentioned that Frost was defeated by this woman. Upon hearing Bardo's remark, Fist retorted impatiently, "You are bothersome. Did I need your reminder?" With that, she propelled herself forward, leaving a deep indentation in the ground as she shot towards Android 18 like an arrow released from a bow. Fist's speed increased significantly, and it seemed that before long, she would surpass their captain. Witnessing Fist's astonishing velocity, the burly Scion remarked. Just as he spoke, Fist had already reached Android 18. Her face alight with a smile as she launched a powerful punch towards her. However, before Fist's fist could make contact, Android 18 effortlessly swatted it aside, striking Fist instead. With a resounding thud, Fist's body was propelled backward like a struck baseball, skidding across the ground and leaving a long trail before finally coming to a halt. In that moment, the expressions of several Scions, including Bado, changed dramatically. Could it be a jest? Was it truly possible that a single strike had vanquished Fist? Moreover, they had failed to perceive her movements at all. With great difficulty, the three of them shifted their gazes from the prostrate form of Fist to that of Android 18. At this juncture, the calm composure they once possessed was completely obliterated, replaced instead by overwhelming astonishment. They were acutely aware of Fist's formidable combat prowess, which had surpassed 2 million. How could it be that this woman before them had effortlessly defeated Fist, whose battle power exceeded 2 million? With a mere flick of her hand? What is the strength of this woman? Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a battle power attribute of 3 million. Amidst the astonishment of Bardo and others, Night Feather, who was engaged in combat with Gabe above, heard the alert from the system echoing in his mind. So, they have commenced battle as well? Night Feather pondered upon seeing Phys lying on the ground. Chapter 105. Another transformation into a Super Saiyan Phys. How are you? Once Bardo and the other Scions regained their composure from the shock, they rushed to the spot where Phys had fallen. After wiping the blood from the corner of her mouth, Phys gazed at Android 18, her face filled with resentment. Damn it, this woman. She struck the ground forcefully, propelling herself into the air, and in the next moment, a powerful white aura erupted around her. She transformed into a streak of light, charging furiously towards Android 18, who was not far away. Phys, you are no match for her. Do not act recklessly. Bardo called out, trying to dissuade her from confronting Android 18. However, at that moment, Phys was beyond heeding Bardo's warning. She surged forward without hesitation towards Android 18. The outcome was, as expected, dire. Although Phys possessed a battle power exceeding 2 million, Android 18 was capable of effortlessly defeating even Super Saiyan Trunks. To deal with someone with merely over 2 million battle power like Phys was akin to a complete rout. Just like the previous encounter, before Phys could near Android 18. She was swatted away with a casual wave of Android 18's hand, akin to swatting a fly. Yet, Phys remained undeterred. After sustaining severe injuries, she once again rose from the ground, preparing to launch another attack against Android 18. Bardo and his companions could no longer stand idly by. At Bardo's command, the three Scions simultaneously launched their assault against Android 18. Though not one to relish killing, she was far from merciful. As their numbers increased, an expression of irritation flickered across her porcelain features. TCH. With a disdainful click of her tongue, Android 18 met the charging trio head-on. She effortlessly deflected Bardo's punch with a casual sweep of her arm before delivering a devastating kick that sent him flying, blood spraying from his mouth. Within moments, the bearded brute and the other Scion warrior were similarly dispatched with contemptuous ease. From the first movement to their final collapse, mere breaths had passed. Damn it. At that moment, as Fist rose from the ground and beheld the severely injured Bado and his companions sprawled on the earth, a surge of indignation and fury welled up within her. Suddenly, the energy emanating from Fist began to ascend relentlessly. The dust and gravel beneath her feet seemed to be drawn by an unseen force, gradually soaring towards the heavens. In that moment, the air surrounding Fist was imbued with a sense of distortion. At this juncture, Yu, who was engaged in battle with Gabe, sensed the sudden surge of energy emanating from Fist below. With a swift motion, he sent Gabe flying and turned his gaze toward Fist. Upon noticing the extraordinary transformation occurring within her, a smile of realization illuminated Yu's face. There could be no mistake. This woman was about to ascend to a Super Saiyan form. As if on cue, not long after Yeyu's words left his lips, fists. Her countenance twisted in a fierce grimace, erupted in a blaze of golden energy. Simultaneously, her ebony locks transformed into a magnificent golden mane. Just like the captain, Fist had also undergone a transformation. What could possibly be the explanation for this? Witnessing Fist's metamorphosis, the three Saiyans, Bardo and his companions, who had just risen from the ground, displayed an even greater look of bewilderment than before. This power is astonishing, far surpassing anything I have encountered. It was evident that Fist herself was equally astonished by her sudden transformation, as she felt the overwhelming energy coursing through her veins. She clenched her fist and gazed at Android 18 with a visage brimming with confidence. With this newfound strength, victory was within her grasp. Fist resolutely tightened her fist and addressed Bardo and his companions. "You three should stay back. I alone am sufficient." With that declaration, Fist vanished from her position, and in the blink of an eye, she reappeared right in front of Android 18. How swift! At that moment, upon witnessing Fize's speed surpassing its previous limits, Bardo and his companions were taken aback. While they were utterly perplexed by Gabe's transformation, Fize's metamorphosis seemed to provide them with some insight. Although they remained unaware that this transformation was termed Super Saiyan, they recognized that with the golden hair came a substantial increase in power. As Bardo and his companions marveled at Fize's newfound strength, Fize approached Android 18, raising a leg to deliver a fierce kick. In Bardo's eyes, Fize moved with such incredible speed that he was nearly invisible. However, to Android 18, it was inconsequential. Even with Fize's transformation into a Super Saiyan, his combat power had risen from over 2 million to merely over 100 million. A combat power exceeding 100 million still did not pose a challenge to Android 18. As Fize's kick barreled toward her, she merely lifted her arm to easily deflect the attack. Surprised by how effortlessly Android 18 blocked Fize's assault, Bardo and his companions gasped in astonishment. However, before they could fully process the situation, Android 18 deftly moved her palm, grasping Fize's slender ankle and seizing hold of her lower leg. Fize's expression shifted dramatically. Yet, before she could react further, Android 18 pulled her upward. In a display of agility, the two women seemed to rotate like a human compass, completing a full 180 degrees before Android 18 released her grip, sending Fize hurtling through the air. Simultaneously, in the skies above, Yeyu struck Gabe with a powerful punch, causing both Gabe and Fize, the Super Saiyans of the 6th universe, to plummet to the ground almost in unison. Captain. Upon witnessing Gabe's descent, Bardo and his companions' expressions changed drastically, their faces filled with dread as they gazed up at the slowly descending Yeyu. Who were these individuals? What granted them such formidable power? Even Captain Gabe was no match for them. As they observed Yeyu touch down, Bardo and his companions felt a sense of impending doom. Gabe was the strongest among their 5, and if he could not contend with Yeyu, then the 3 of them stood even less of a chance. Chapter 106. Do you wish to grow stronger? As Bardo and his fellow Saiyans regarded Yeyu, their faces tightened, anxiety palpable in the air. Just as they contemplated how to survive Yeyu's onslaught, Yeyu spoke, inquiring, "Do you wish to transform into Super Saiyans?" What? Upon hearing Nightfeather's words, Bardo and his companions were instantly taken aback. Were they not meant to be killed? And what exactly was a Super Saiyan? Noticing the 3 Saiyans before him remained silent, Nightfeather stepped forward. However, this single step intensified the pressure on Bardo and his companions, who regarded Nightfeather with heightened vigilance, as if facing a formidable adversary. Do not harm them. At that moment, Gabe, who had just fallen to the ground, suddenly charged at Nightfeather, launching an attack. As Gabe approached, before his fist could make contact, Nightfeather delivered a powerful punch to Gabe's abdomen. "Could you please be a tad quieter?" The impact caused Gabe to expel an unknown liquid with a loud gasp, and simultaneously, his Super Saiyan form was involuntarily dispelled, reverting his golden hair to its natural state. "Captain, how dare you treat us like this?" Upon witnessing Gabe's pitiful state, Bardo and the others erupted in fury. However, just as they prepared to confront Nightfeather, he effortlessly tossed Gabe towards them as if he were a mere child. Reacting instinctively, Bardo and his companions caught Gabe's body as he flew towards them. Once they had him secured, they expressed their concern, asking, "Captain Gabe, how do you feel?" "Rest assured, I did not use my full strength. He will be fine for now." Before Gabe could respond, Nightfeather interjected. Hearing this, Bardo and his companions clenched their teeth in frustration. Although they longed to challenge Nightfeather, The thought of his terrifying power held them back. Unfazed by their anger and resentment, Night Feather inquired, "Allow me to ask you once more, do you wish to transform into Super Saiyans?" Huh? Once again, they were left bewildered. What, precisely, was a Super Saiyan? The burly man-eyed Night Feather warily and tentatively asked, "What do you mean?" Just like her. Night Feather pointed at Fize, who was getting back on her feet. Then gestured to himself, continuing, "Or like me. This is what a Super Saiyan looks like?" After hearing Night Feather's explanation, Bardo and the others followed his gaze. First observing the golden-haired Fize, then Night Feather himself, and they began to understand. Indeed, this form is the Super Saiyan. I believe you have already realized that transforming into a Super Saiyan greatly enhances one's strength. Upon Nightwing's utterance, Bardo turned his gaze toward Fize and promptly declared, "Indeed. I have sensed a significant surge in energy since Fize's transformation." As soon as Bardo finished speaking, the elder bearded man bellowed sternly, "Do not be swayed by his words. Do not forget he is an intruder, and it was he who brought about Frost's demise." Upon hearing the bearded man's words, Bardo felt as if he had been enlightened, suddenly awakening to the reality before him. His gaze toward Nightwing regained its earlier wariness. "Why do you wish to assist us in augmenting our strength? What benefit do you derive from this? And why did you slay Frost?" As Bardo and his companions scrutinized Nightwing with caution, Gabe, who had been momentarily dazed by Nightwing's earlier actions, seemed to regain his composure. He rose to his feet, visibly distressed, and fixed his gaze upon Nightwing, demanding answers. It was evident that Gabe had also emerged from the grief and indignation of Frost's passing. Otherwise, he would not have been so composed in addressing Nightwing. "Captain." Gabe's inquiry drew a prompt reminder from the bearded man, who interjected before Nightwing could respond. Although he said little, Gabe understood that the bearded man was cautioning him against engaging in further dialogue with such a villain. "It matters not. This individual is unlike previous intruders. He could have easily taken my life, yet he refrained from doing so. Furthermore, the Bolzarians over there are still alive, are they not?" Upon hearing Gabe's words, Bardo and his companions were taken aback. Initially, they had found it peculiar that Gabra and the other Bolzarians were standing beside Nightwing and number 18 without being harmed. In their past encounters with intruders, any discovery of native inhabitants had invariably resulted in no survivors. With Gabe's reminder, Bardo fell silent, observing Nightwing intently, seemingly awaiting a response to Gabe's questions. "It appears you harbor a modicum of interest in me. If I were to assert that Frost is not the righteous figure you envision, you would likely dismiss it." Nightwing stroked his chin, gazing at Gabe and the others thoughtfully. After a moment's contemplation, he appeared to have an epiphany and instantly vanished from sight. Vanished? The sudden disappearance of Nightwing left Gabe and his companions startled. What did that man mean when he said Frost is not a righteous individual? Bardo inquired. "Do not be deceived by his fabrications. We have witnessed Frost's contributions to the universe over the years. He must be attempting to concoct an excuse for his own actions in slaying Frost. Yet such an excuse is rather tenuous." The burly man spoke with the tone of an experienced individual, imparting wisdom to Badu. As they conversed, Yi Yu suddenly reappeared before Zhao Nuo and the others. However, accompanying Yi Yu was another extraterrestrial being. "Do you know this individual?" Yi Yu inquired, holding the alien's body as he addressed the distant group of Bolzonians led by Gabura. Upon seeing the extraterrestrial in Yi Yu's grasp, Gabura and his companions were initially taken aback, followed swiftly by a surge of indignation. "Of course we recognize him. He is one of the villains who conspired with you to invade our planet, Bulls." Gabura exclaimed, his voice laced with fury. "Conspired with us?" Yi Yu raised an eyebrow at Gabura's assertion. "When have I ever been allied with them?" However, he did not dwell on the matter for long. Instead, he pressed the alien in his grasp, demanding, "Reveal how you conspired with Frost." At these words, the faces of Gabai and the other Scions shifted dramatically. Chapter 107. The Collapse of the Frost Demon's Persona. Chapter 107. Frost's conspiracy with the invaders? How could this be possible? After Nightfeather uttered these words, Gaby and Bardo, among others, were naturally incredulous, believing that Nightfeather was fabricating tales. Frost had dedicated himself to the peace of the Sixth Universe for many years, a fact recognized by all. Moreover, Frost had been awarded the Peace Prize. To conspire with invaders was a blatant slander against Frost. "Explain yourself. If you dare to defame Frost, I shall end your life immediately." The burly man first cast a glance at Nightfeather, then, in a threatening tone, addressed the alien that Nightfeather had seized. "I was originally under the command of Lord Frost, but later he instructed me to invade other planets and incite war." Before the alien could finish his sentence, The burly man abruptly interrupted him. This is impossible. How could Frost possibly collude with you invaders? Indeed, Lord Frost is honorable. A hero of our universe. How could he commit such acts? Bardo chimed in to defend Frost. As they spoke, the gazes of Gaby and his companions fell upon Night Feather's face. Although they remained silent, Night Feather could discern their doubt. They suspected that Night Feather had employed force to coerce this alien into slandering and framing Frost. Huh. It seems you would rather believe in Frost's innocence than accept my words. Night Feather remarked with a faint smile, observing Gaby and his companions. Isn't that to be expected? We have only just met you. To us, you are merely a stranger and a rogue. As for Frost, he is a hero of our universe. At that moment, Fizz approached, glaring fiercely at Night Feather. Fizz had reverted from his Super Saiyan state back to normal. His complexion pale, clearly having sustained significant injuries during his battle with Android 18. Since you assert that Frost is an upstanding individual, are you aware that he harbors a hidden poison needle? Poison needle? Upon hearing this, Gaby and Bardo furrowed their brows, clearly unaware of this matter. If you do not believe it, you may examine Frost's body. Upon hearing EU's words, Gabe and Bardo naturally found it hard to believe. However, in order to prove Frost's innocence, they proceeded towards the location of Frost's lifeless body. Before long, Frost's corpse came into view. Observing the severed arm and the myriad of wounds that marred Frost's body, a pained expression crossed Gabe's face, accompanied by a sense of reluctance within his heart. He lamented that he was not a match for EU. Had he been, he could have apprehended EU and avenged Frost. How could Frost possibly resort to using poison needles, such despicable means? Fizz cast a furtive glance at EU from a distance, then disdainfully remarked that even someone as formidable as Frost would never need to resort to poison needles. Bardo echoed this sentiment, asserting that there was no point in further discussion. As long as they found no poison needles on Frost's body, that individual would have no grounds to speak. The older, bearded man then crouched down to search Frost's body for the alleged poison needles. What is this? Shortly thereafter, Bardo's gaze fell upon the tip of Frost's tail, where he spotted a glimmering object. Intrigued, he leaned in for a closer look. Upon nearing the tail, Bardo's expression dramatically changed, and he exclaimed in disbelief. Hearing Bardo's words, Gabe and the bearded man quickly gathered around. Indeed, at the end of Frost's tail lay a reflective object. What else could it be if not a poison needle? Could it truly be a poison needle? How is this possible? Even with the evidence before them, Gabe and the others struggled to accept it, as the image of Frost as a good person had been etched in their minds. On another note, there was the notion of no witnesses to the crime. Could it be that the perpetrator placed it on Frost after killing him? Fizz glanced at EU and speculated. No, the older bearded man, after examining the poison needle embedded in Frost's body, promptly dismissed Fizz's conjecture and continued. This needle has been lodged in Frost's body for some time. It does not appear to have been placed there just today. If that is the case in this moment, a tempest surged within the hearts of Gabe, Bardo, and the others. The faade of Frost had crumbled, revealing him as a despicable and treacherous individual who secretly colluded with invaders to trade planets, despite his supposed contributions to universal peace. Just then, EU and number 18 approached Gabe and Bardo, inquiring about their thoughts. Upon hearing EU's words, Gabe and the others gradually emerged from the shock of Frost's shattered image. Without needing a response, EU perceived their expressions and understood that Gabe and the others had come to believe in Frost's true nature. Indeed, Frost harbored a venomous needle. After acknowledging EU, Gabe rose, standing upright with his legs together, bowing respectfully and saying, I apologize. We have misunderstood you in the past. If it weren't for you, we would likely still be deceived by Frost. As Gabe bowed in apology, he signaled to Fizz and Bardo. Subsequently, Bardo and Fizz, feeling somewhat embarrassed, also offered their apologies to EU. With that matter settled, it was time to discuss the Super Saiyans. After all, EU's efforts were aimed at enabling Gabe and the others to transform into Super Saiyans, thereby harnessing their combat prowess through their battles. Although we trust you and no longer see you as an invader, Gabe cautiously inquired of EU, why are you willing to assist us? What benefit does it bring you once we grow stronger? Gabe's words echoed the adage that there is no such thing as a free lunch. If someone suddenly treats you exceptionally well, one must ponder their ulterior motives. For example, if a girl unexpectedly confesses her feelings, one might wonder if she is merely jesting or engaging in a game of truth or dare with friends. Chapter 108, Journey to the Saiyan Homeland. Upon hearing Gabe's question, EU stroked his chin, contemplating. His desire to help Gabe and the others become Super Saiyans was intrinsically linked to his ambition to harness their formidable combat attributes through their prior battles. However, given the involvement of the system, Yu was reluctant to disclose this rationale. I wish to see you grow stronger, and I seek to engage in battle alongside you. Would you accept such a reason? As Yu gazed at Gabe and his companions before him, he tentatively expressed a rationale. After all, these Saiyans standing before him were not of the 7th universe. Had they belonged to the 7th universe, his reasoning would have been met with unwavering belief. For the Saiyans of that universe are inherently combative, obsessed with the prospect of battling formidable foes. In the original narrative, Son Goku devoted time to nurture the reincarnation of Majin Buu, solely for the sake of engaging with powerful adversaries. However, they were in the 6th universe, where the Saiyans differ significantly from their 7th universe counterparts. So they wish to engage in combat with us. This sentiment resonates deeply. On our planet, Salad, many Saiyans share a penchant for battle. Upon hearing Gabe's words, Yu felt a wave of relief wash over him. Since they accepted this explanation, he need not concoct further justifications to obfuscate the truth. Then came the final question. Who exactly are you? How do you possess knowledge of Super Saiyans? And why can you transform into one just like me? Are you, perchance, a Saiyan as well? Yet, I have not heard of you on our Salad planet. The series of inquiries from Gabe left Fizz and Badu, who were nearby, feeling somewhat awkward. Wasn't that supposed to be the final question? Why the barrage of queries? I hail from another universe. Upon uttering these words, Yu was met with astonishment on the faces of Gabe and the other Saiyans. You come from another universe? Do other universes truly exist in this world? Although Gabe later participated in the power tournament and witnessed the might of various universes, he and his companions, much like Lap, were oblivious to the existence of 12 universes. When Yu revealed his origins, their expressions reflected profound surprise. So, you are a Saiyan from another universe? Fizz approached Yu, his eyes sparkling with intrigue as if he had stumbled upon something extraordinary. Indeed, before Yu could respond, Android 18 stepped in front of him, blocking Fizz's path, her tone icy as she interjected, I did not ask you. Faced with Android 18's stern demeanor, Fizz's smile vanished, and he crossed his arms, displaying an unmistakable disdain, recalling how he had previously been bested by her. I came here with him. After overhearing the charged exchange between Fizz and number 18, Yu felt an unsettling sensation stir within him. Gaby and Bardo, witnessing the confrontation between the two formidable women, were expressions of exasperation. No wonder you possess knowledge of the Super Saiyans. Might we implore you to be our mentor? Teach us to grow stronger, Gaby exclaimed, his face alight with enthusiasm as he turned to Yu. Bardo and the other Saiyans gazed at Yu with eager anticipation. Another request for mentorship? The term mentor immediately conjured images of Tosi in Yu's mind, who had persistently sought him out to be his teacher. However, Yu had never acquiesced to such a request. As for mentorship, let us set that aside. I can certainly assist you in transforming into Super Saiyans. Yu's response elicited elation among Gaby and the other Saiyans. A powerful individual commands respect wherever they go. They had all witnessed Yu's prowess, and even Gaby was an adversary he could easily vanquish. With Yu's guidance, they believed they could enhance their strength beyond their current limits. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Gaby, this is Bardo, and this is Fizz. We are all Saiyans hailing from planet Salad. Gaby informed Yu. I am Yu, and this is my companion, number 18. Yu introduced himself before gesturing towards number 18. Who is your companion? Upon hearing Yu's words, number 18's face flushed slightly, and she shot him a disapproving glance. Number 18? What a peculiar name. At that moment, Faye spoke up. Upon hearing his words, number 18 immediately clashed with him again. When did Night Feather teach us to become stronger? Gabe glanced at the two of them, then scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed as he asked Night Feather. You Saiyans from planet Salad. There must be other Saiyans, right? Night Feather did not directly answer Gabe's question, but instead countered, naturally. Planet Salad is the homeland of our Saiyan race. Subsequently, many Saiyans migrated to other planets, yet a significant number still resided on planet Salad. Night Feather felt a surge of joy upon hearing Gabe's response. If he could ensure that all eligible Saiyans on planet Salad transformed into Super Saiyans, and then let them fight amongst themselves, the combat power attributes dropped by the system would be unimaginable. After all, even the weakest Super Saiyan possesses a battle power in the hundreds of millions, and the attributes lost during their battles would essentially be at the million level. With this thought, Night Feather's heart burned with excitement. He could hardly contain his desire to rush to Planet Salad. However, outwardly, he maintained his composure and remarked, "Since I have come to your universe, I might as well teach all the qualifying Saiyans how to transform into Super Saiyans." Upon hearing this, Gabe and FaZe exchanged glances filled with delight. "We are truly grateful to you. If you don't mind, could you accompany us to Planet Salad?" Gabe asked, his face brimming with gratitude towards Night Feather. "Of course, I don't mind," Night Feather replied. Soon after, Gabe and the other Saiyans departed from Planet Bulls, heading toward Planet Salad. As for Night Feather and number 18, they too used instant transmission to follow after Gabe's group once they had left Bulls. Chapter 109, The Transmission of the Sixth Universe. Chapter 109, Planet Salad, the homeland of the Saiyans in the Sixth Universe. When Night Feather arrived on this planet with number 18, using instant transmission, he sensed the presence of numerous Saiyan auras, many of which were quite formidable. Of course, by formidable, it was in comparison to ordinary warriors. In fact, in Night Feather and number 18's eyes, even the Super Saiyan Gabe did not seem particularly strong. It appeared that a significant number of Super Saiyans could emerge this time, which meant that his combat power could be greatly enhanced in a short period. Upon sensing these presences, Yu tightened his fist slightly and then spoke in a tone audible only to himself. His current combat power stood at an impressive 2 billion, which could escalate to 110 billion should he transform into a Super Saiyan. Even in the second stage of Super Saiyan 3, his power would only reach 22 billion, a level that might struggle against even Majin Buu. Moreover, following Buu, the god of destruction, Beerus, would soon descend upon Earth. Yu certainly did not wish to tremble before Beerus like Vegeta had. Hence, he aimed to rapidly enhance his combat strength during the next 2 years. The method of such enhancement lay in harnessing the power of Super Saiyans from Universe 6. According to Yu's plan, he needed to cultivate 10 Super Saiyans on Planet Salad. By facilitating battles among them, he hoped to trigger the system to yield combat power attributes. Thus, within 2 years, Yu's strength would undoubtedly soar. At that point, equipped with various strategies, even Beerus might not be beyond his reach. Unexpectedly, it seemed that the two of you arrived even before us. Shortly after Yu and Android 18 arrived on Planet Salad, the spacecraft carrying Gabe and the others also landed smoothly. This is not surprising, as Yu employs instantaneous movement. However, Yu refrained from elaborating further and directly inquired of Gabe, have you summoned all the Saiyans on this planet with a combat power exceeding 2 million? Initially, Yu intended to specify a threshold of 3 million, considering that when Son Goku transformed into a Super Saiyan, his combat power was precisely 3 million. Yet, not wishing to overlook any potential candidates, he opted to relax his criteria slightly, lowering the standard to 2 million. After all, a combat power of 2 million would equate to an astonishing 100 million upon transformation into a Super Saiyan. This is indeed a valuable resource that should not be squandered. A combat power of 1 million, is it? Very well. After addressing Yu, Gabe turned to both Yu and Android 18, saying, "This planet, Salada, is our homeland. We shall first ensure your comfort before venturing out to seek others." "No need for that. I shall accompany you." Yu promptly declined Gabe's kind offer. This does not imply that Yu lacks trust in Jiabe. Rather, Yu believes that his ability to perceive energy allows him to distinctly sense the magnitude and location of energy, thus facilitating the search for individuals. After hearing Yu's words, Jiabe hesitated briefly before responding, "Very well, Badu, please procure a new detector." "There's no need for such trouble. I shall guide you." Upon hearing Yu's statement, Jiabe and his companions were left utterly bewildered. Here lies the planet Salada, our homeland. You, a visitor from another universe, are to take us along? Upon noticing the bewilderment of Gabe and Fis, Yu promptly elucidated, "I possess a skill known as instantaneous movement, which allows me to effortlessly reach any destination." Hearing this, Gabe gazed at Yu with admiration. Is there truly such an ability? Can one really arrive at a destination in an instant? Please, demonstrate it for us. As Gabe spoke, the female Scion Fis eagerly approached. Her curiosity piqued as she inquired of Yu. "Demonstrate?" At Fis's words, Yu raised an eyebrow. "I am not a juggler," he muttered. "Fis, what are you saying? Do not speak so recklessly in front of Senior Yu." Gabe reproached Fis upon seeing the frown on Yu's face. "My apologies. I am just used to it." Fis scratched her head, smiling apologetically at Yu. "It's quite all right." Yu waved his hand dismissively, then turned to Gabe and Fis, saying, "Then it will be the two of you together." Although Yiyu's instantaneous movement could accommodate many individuals at once, the more people he transported, the greater the energy expenditure. It was best to conserve strength whenever possible. With that, Yiyu placed his hands on the shoulders of Gabe and Fizz. He then glanced at Android 18, who, with a disdainful huff, approached slowly, placing her palm gently on Yiyu's back. Yiyu was momentarily taken aback by Android 18's cold demeanor, utterly baffled by her sudden irritation. Whoosh. However, he soon brushed it off and activated his instantaneous movement. Had they vanished? In an instant, Yiyu and Android 18, along with the others, disappeared right before the eyes of the three Saiyans. The onlookers gaped in astonishment, their hearts filled with awe. The next moment, when Yiyu and Android 18 reappeared, they found themselves in another location on the Salada planet. Is this Pata's Mountain? Gabe surveyed the surroundings and immediately recognized it as a well-known landmark on Salada. How impressive! We were just thousands of kilometers away from this Pata's Mountain, and we arrived here in the blink of an eye. This must be the technique of instantaneous movement. It is truly remarkable, Fizz exclaimed, her hands clasped to her chest, gazing at Yiyu with sparkling eyes. Who are you? As Gaby and Fizz engaged in conversation, a delicate voice suddenly echoed from the depths of the canyon. Shortly after the voice resonated, Yiyu and his companions, including number 18, beheld a female Saiyan erupting with a formidable energy sphere, soaring upwards from the canyon. Upon witnessing the unexpected Saiyan, Yiyu's brow arched slightly, for he recognized her. She was none other than Caulifla, who had participated in the power tournament alongside Gaby in Dragon Ball. However, Yiyu had not intentionally sought out Caulifla. Rather, he had sensed two potent energy signatures in the vicinity, prompting him to teleport here. The moment he laid eyes on Caulifla, he realized that one of the strong energies he had detected belonged to her, while the other was likely that of. Chapter 110, the legendary Super Saiyan Kale. Kale, the junior of Caulifla, had unleashed a power reminiscent of Broly's, akin to that of the legendary Super Saiyan in the tournament. Yiyu retained a vivid impression of Kale. In his mind, the emergence of Caulifla indicated that the other formidable energy he had sensed must indeed belong to Kale. As Yiyu contemplated this while gazing at Caulifla, a spherical energy wave surged forth from the cliff below, akin to a bullet, hurtling directly toward Yiyu and number 18's group. Be careful, Yiyu, Gaby exclaimed, his expression suddenly shifting as he urgently warned Yiyu upon witnessing the incoming energy wave. In truth, Yiyu had already detected the energy wave long before Gaby's warning. Moreover, he sensed another energy rapidly ascending from the canyon below. With a swift motion of his arm, he deflected the energy wave, and indeed, a figure emerged from the depths of the canyon. It was Kale. As Yiyu observed Kale's ascent, Caulifla, on the other hand, regarded Yiyu with surprise. He effortlessly deflected Kale's energy wave. How intriguing! Caulifla mused inwardly, her dark eyes fixed on Yiyu, a subtle smile playing at the corners of her mouth. You shall not harm my sister, Kale declared as she surged forward, unleashing an energy sphere aimed at Yiyu and number 18. Wait, we're not here to fight, Gaby interjected, waving his hands frantically in an attempt to clarify the situation. Yet, it seemed Kale had not heard Gaby's plea, her advance unimpeded. Stop, Kale. Just as Gabe was compelled to counterattack, Caulifla suddenly spoke up. The moment her words left her lips, Kale appeared to transform entirely. The fury that once consumed him vanished, replaced by an obedient demeanor reminiscent of a dutiful girl. Yes, sister, Kale responded with a gentle smile, immediately ceasing his assault and retreating behind Caulifla, resembling a timid girl, shyly casting glances at Yiyu and the group of 18. How I long to express my thoughts. At this moment, Nightwing and Gaby, after witnessing Kale's starkly contrasting reactions, were left utterly perplexed. Who exactly are you? Caulifla approached Nightwing and his companions, hands on her hips, questioning them in a tone reminiscent of a commanding sister. Although Gaby felt somewhat uncomfortable under Caulifla's assertive inquiry, he managed to smile and replied, I am Gaby, a Scion from this planet, and we are here to help you become stronger. With this declaration, Caulifla erupted into laughter. Ha! You must be joking. You wish to teach me to grow stronger? Do you even know who I am? She retorted, her laughter ringing in the air. Gaby, taken aback by her reaction, glanced at Nightwing with confusion. Caulifla, much like Vegeta, belonged to the elite class of Scions known for their exceptional talent. Such geniuses often possess a blend of confidence and arrogance, and naturally, she found it laughable that an unknown Scion would claim the ability to enhance her strength, especially considering that she had rarely encountered anyone stronger than herself. I am not jesting. Gaby insisted earnestly, his seriousness catching Carlifra's attention and momentarily silencing her laughter. It appears you are sincere. But do you even know who I am? Carlifra's gaze shifted to Nightwing, her tone becoming more neutral. Her interest in Nightwing stemmed from his effortless deflection of Kale's energy wave, leading her to view him as her primary rival. I do not know, but we recognize your strength and wish to help you become even stronger, Gaby proclaimed. Immediately. Carlifra scoffed. You mean to imply that you are stronger than me, Carlifra? No, that is not my intention. Gaby hastily clarified, sensing her rising anger. Captain, it is futile to argue. Let us settle this in battle, said Fize, the female scion who had remained silent until now, stepping forward to address Carlifra. Such audacity. To challenge me. However, dealing with someone of your caliber does not require my direct involvement. Kale, you take over, Carlifra declared, casting a condescending glance at Fize before calling for Kale. Wait, you want me to go? Kale nervously tugged at Carlifra's clothing. Do not worry, with your strength. You can handle this, she reassured him. As Carlifra conversed with Kale, she couldn't help but cast a fleeting glance at Yu. Her implication was clear. Fize need not intervene. She would engage with Yu once he made his move. Very well, if it is your command, dear sister. Kale mustered her courage and stepped forward. Fize, do take care. It would be unfortunate if he were to be harmed. At that moment, Gabe also offered a cautionary word to Fize. Had it been before today, Gabe would have certainly warned Fize to exercise caution in battle. However, now that Fize had transformed into a Super Saiyan, Gabe merely cautioned him not to inflict harm upon Kale, fully aware of the terrifying power a Super Saiyan possesses. I understand. Fize replied lazily to Gabe, and in an instant, he launched himself like an arrow towards Kale. Initially, Fize did not transform into a Super Saiyan. As Kale saw Fize charging towards her, she trembled in fear. Kale, do not be nervous. Just go for it. Encouraged by Carlifra's words, Kale seemed to find her courage, clenching her fists and charging forward to confront Fize. Bang! In an instant, the fists of the two female scions collided with great force, producing a resounding impact that echoed through the sky. Chapter 111, The Battle Between Two Female Scions. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a combat power attribute of 34,000. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a combat power attribute of 57,000. While Kale and Fize engaged in their fierce battle, the mechanical sounds of the system's notifications flooded Yu's mind. Beneath them, the combat power attributes continuously fell from Kale and Fize. Since they were not transformed into Super Saiyan during their fight, the combat power values dropped were relatively modest, just over 30,000. Yet, even the smallest of gains are worthwhile, and Yu certainly would not disdain the opportunity to collect combat power attributes. Collect the combat power attributes. Before the system could issue its prompt, Yu proactively commanded it. No sooner had he spoken than the combat power attributes falling beneath Kale and Fize coalesced around Yu's body like golden tadpole scriptures. At that moment, however, Yu's base combat power was measured in the hundreds of millions. Upon absorbing the combat power attributes of 34,000 and 57,000, Night Feather's battle power statistics remained unchanged, still exceeding 2 billion. As Night Feather collected these attributes, the battlefield erupted with the fierce clash between Fiz and Kale. At the onset of their confrontation, Fiz, in her usual state, managed to hold her ground against Kale. However, as time progressed, Kale began to dominate the encounter. Truly. As the legendary Super Saiyan, Kale exhibited immense strength even without transforming. Observing the battle, Night Feather murmured softly, a sound only he could perceive. Moments after Night Feather spoke, Kale delivered a powerful punch that struck Fiz squarely, sending her plummeting downward. Well done, Kale, exclaimed Khalifa, who, witnessing Kale's triumph over Fiz, first praised him before shifting her gaze towards Night Feather and Gabe in the distance. Although Khalifa said little, her expression seemed to convey a message. See? Now you know who is stronger. Meanwhile, buoyed by Khalifa's commendation, Kale was filled with exuberance. Do you still wish to fight? Khalifa inquired with a confident smile, addressing the recovering Fiz. Of course, replied Fiz, wiping the blood from her lips and grinning. In the next instant, she assumed a fighting stance. With a fierce roar, a powerful wave of energy erupted around Fiz, radiating outward in all directions. Simultaneously, golden flames flickered around her, and her hair transformed to a golden hue. Witnessing this transformation, Khalifa's smile vanished, replaced by astonishment. Although she lacked the ability to sense energy, The sudden surge emanating from Fist made her acutely aware of a looming danger. Like Gabe, Khalifa was equally oblivious to the concept of Super Saiyan. After witnessing Fist's dramatic change, she solemnly remarked. Just as Khalifa finished speaking, the transformed Fist launched another assault towards Kale in the sky. So swift. After transforming into a Super Saiyan, Fist exhibited a velocity that surpassed her previous capabilities by several magnitudes. Upon witnessing Fist's astonishing speed, Kale's countenance shifted dramatically. Meanwhile, in the skies above, Caulifla also displayed a look of alarm. Nevertheless, Kale did not relent in her defense. Rather, she instinctively charged towards the oncoming Fist. In an instant, Fist's fist collided with Kale's in a fierce exchange. However, the outcome was immediately evident. Kale, having endured the force of Fist's blow, staggered back and was propelled several meters away before regaining her balance. Clearly, Fist had no intention of halting her assault. After repelling Kale, she immediately pursued her once more. Stop. We concede. Caulifla discerned that, after Fist's transformation, Kale was no longer a match for her. As Fist launched another attack on Kale, Caulifla shouted urgently. Yet, just as she voiced her concern, Fist had already maneuvered behind Kale, delivering a powerful strike that sent Kale hurtling downward like a cannonball, crashing to the ground. Kale. Upon witnessing Kale's descent, concern etched itself across Caulifla's delicate features. Without hesitation, she leaped to the spot where Kale had landed. Kale, are you all right? Seeing the blood at the corner of Kale's mouth, Caulifla swiftly lifted her, her expression filled with worry. I'm fine. The moment she was cradled by Caulifla, a flush of embarrassment colored Kale's cheeks, and she managed a smile. Stay here, I'll handle the rest. After gently placing Kale on a nearby rock, Caulifla erupted with a potent aura, charging towards Fist in the sky. What is this? Are you ready to fight me now? The Super Saiyan Fist inquired with a smile as she regarded the furious approach of Caulifla. And what if I am? Caulifla retorted sharply before launching a powerful punch at Fist. However, Fist merely sidestepped, evading the attack with ease. Futile, without transforming into a Super Saiyan. You cannot hope to contend with me, Fist remarked with an air of indifference. Super Saiyan? Caulifla momentarily pondered Fist's words, yet her offensive did not waver. Who cares about that nonsense? With that, she grit her teeth and unleashed another punch towards Fist. This time, Fist chose not to evade, but instead, he met Caulifla's punch with a powerful strike of his own. In that fleeting moment when Fist's fist connected, Caulifla felt a surge of energy coursing through her veins, prompting her to involuntarily retreat several steps. I have already stated that without transforming into a Super Saiyan, you stand no chance against me. Surrender. Chapter 112. The Mass Production of Super Saiyans. Although Caulifla was filled with a sense of unwillingness, her brief encounter with Fist made her acutely aware of the considerable gap that existed between them. Observing Caulifla's clenched teeth and her fierce determination, Fist offered a calm smile, subsequently reverting to his normal state and remarked, in truth, you are already quite formidable. If you could transform into a Super Saiyan, you would undoubtedly surpass me. Initially hesitant, Caulifla's spirits soared upon hearing Fist's words. Really? She exclaimed. Of course. The strength of a Super Saiyan is something you have just experienced firsthand, Fist confirmed, prompting Caulifla to eagerly request, please, tell me how to transform into a Super Saiyan. Upon hearing her request, Fist exchanged a knowing smile with Yahoo and Gabe, indicating that matters had been settled on their end. Once Caulifla, Kale, and Fist returned to the canyon where Yahoo was located, Gabe formally introduced himself. First, let me introduce myself. I am Gabe. The one you just fought is Fist, and these two are my esteemed seniors, Yahoo and Android 18. Gabe refrained from mentioning that Yahoo hailed from another universe. Upon hearing Yahoo's name, Caulifla silently repeated it in her mind before her gaze fell upon Yahoo, and she spoke. I can sense your strength. Can you also transform into a Super Saiyan? Before Yahoo could respond, Gabe interjected, of course. It is Yahoo-senpai who enlightens us on matters concerning Super Saiyans. Ah, this is indeed intriguing. Would you be willing to grant me a request? Caulifla inquired with keen interest. What is it you wish to hear? Yahoo raised an eyebrow, intrigued by her question. Once I transform into a Super Saiyan, would you engage in a battle with me? As Yahoo's face reflected a moment of hesitation, Caulifla quickly added, just one match will suffice. Very well, but can you promise me a request in return? As Night Feather spoke, his gaze fell upon Kale, who stood timidly behind Caulifla. Under the weight of Night Feather's stare, the frightened Kale instinctively retreated further behind Caulifla, too fearful to emerge. Noticing Night Feather's attention on Kale, Carlifer resolutely declared, "No, Kale is far too young, and she fears strangers. She cannot fulfill your needs." Night Feather was left utterly bewildered by this assertion. How had the conversation shifted to matters of need? Moreover, his confusion deepened when number 18 cast a disdainful glance in his direction upon hearing Carlifer's words. Although number 18 refrained from further comment, the expression on his face seemed to convey a silent reproach, as if to suggest that Night Feather would not even spare such a young girl. At this moment, witnessing the reactions of number 18 and Kale, the muscles on Nightwing's face twitched involuntarily. "I merely wish to engage in battle with Kale after her transformation into a Super Saiyan, yet somehow it has evolved into a desire for her. After all, Kale is a legendary Super Saiyan. Furthermore, once she transforms, her combat prowess becomes extraordinarily formidable. Faced with such an opponent, Nightwing naturally yearns for a confrontation. However, it seems prudent to wait until Kale truly transforms before addressing this matter." Realizing that he could not elucidate the situation in a timely manner, Nightwing deemed it unnecessary to offer an explanation. Following the recruitment of the sister duo, Kale and Caulifla, Nightwing, along with number 18, utilized instant transmission to persuade other Scions on planet Saladera who met the requirements to participate in his Super Saiyan mass production initiative. After a considerable amount of time, on a desolate island in a certain area of planet Saladera, a group of 18 individuals had gathered. The 18 individuals, including the previously mentioned Kale and Caulifla, are all Scions with combat power exceeding 2 million. Here, under the guidance of Senior Yu, are nearly all the Scions on planet Salad who possess such formidable strength. Of course, there are a few others who chose not to join. Gaby remarked to Yu, observing the assembled Scions before him. This is more than sufficient. Originally, Yu's plan was to have 10 Scions transform into Super Saiyan, but now the number has reached 18. Surpassing his expectations. When can we transform into Super Saiyans?" During the conversation between Yu and Gaby, the eager Caulifla inquired with palpable impatience. Immediately, Yu responded with a calm smile, signaling to Gaby. Understanding the cue, Gaby assumed a stance, and amidst the envious and astonished expressions of the assembled Scions, transformed into a Super Saiyan. After all, their purpose for being here was akin to that of Caulifla's. They yearned for strength and the ability to become Super Saiyans. "This is what it means to be a Super Saiyan," Gaby declared after his transformation, addressing the crowd. "I am not entirely certain of the mechanics behind the transformation, but I know that upon becoming a Super Saiyan, one's combat power can be significantly enhanced. May I ask a question?" As soon as Gaby finished speaking, Caulifla raised her hand. "What are the conditions for transforming into a Super Saiyan?" Upon hearing her query, Gaby exchanged a wry smile with Yu behind him and replied, "Rest assured, everyone present has already met the conditions for transformation. Now, there is just one thing you need to do to become a Super Saiyan." "What is it?" one Scion asked. "Anger." Gaby immediately relayed Yu's words. "Anger?" Upon hearing this term, Caulifla and the others looked perplexed. "I am not entirely clear on the reasons behind this, but what matters is that everyone needs to experience anger. The more intense, the better. Both Fizz and I transformed into Super Saiyans due to our rage." As Gabe elucidated, Phase nearby transformed into a Super Saiyan with remarkable synergy. Witnessing the spectacle of Gabe and Phase, both radiating with golden auras, the assembly of Scions led by Kale was utterly exhilarated. If they could ascend to the status of Super Saiyans, then surely they too could achieve the same. In Chapter 113, concerning the transformation into a Super Saiyan, Gabe had already conveyed to Kale and her companions that the catalyst for this metamorphosis was anger. Currently, Yu awaited their transformation into Super Saiyans. The Scions of Universe 6 exhibited a temperament far more placid compared to their counterparts in Universe 7. There was no need to worry about extraneous issues. As long as their combat prowess met the requirements and they were suitably provoked into anger, they could metamorphose into Super Saiyans. Gabe and Phase were prime examples of this principle. Nonetheless, one Scion feigned anger, sporting a furious expression while remaining emotionally unperturbed within, ultimately culminating in failure. Senior Yu. It appears that without external provocation, it is challenging for them to ignite genuine anger. Gabe remarked with a hint of exasperation after surveying the other Scions and noting their similar plight. "Then let us provoke them." Yu responded. Gabe, perplexed by this suggestion, inquired, "How shall we provoke them?" Before Gabe could finish his sentence, Yu vanished from sight, only to reappear in front of a nearby Scion. Without allowing the Saiyan a moment to react, Yu delivered a swift kick, sending the unfortunate warrior hurtling through the air. "Senior Yu, what are you doing?" Gabe exclaimed in confusion and discontent upon witnessing the sudden assault. However, Yu offered no response. Instead, he landed before the Saiyan he had just struck. A mocking smile gracing his face as he taunted, "What's the matter? Are the Saiyans from planet Salad so feeble? What are you saying all of a sudden? Aren't you here to teach us how to transform into Super Saiyans?" The Saiyan, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, managed a strained smile and questioned Yu. "Teach you to become Super Saiyans? Don't be foolish. What benefit would that bring me?" Yu retorted candidly. "To be frank, I intentionally gathered all the elite warriors from your planet Salad here so that I could annihilate you in one fell swoop. With that, this planet shall be mine." At this revelation, the expression of the Saiyan shifted dramatically. "What did you say? Huh. After I dispose of you, your brother will be next," Yu declared ominously. As soon as the words of Yu fell, the Saiyan was instantly consumed by rage. "Silence. By the way, your brother seems to be only 7 years old, doesn't he? Did you not hear my command for you to be quiet?" With a thunderous roar, a formidable wave of energy erupted from his being, while golden flames flickered around him, transforming his hair into a brilliant golden hue. At that moment, Gabe, Fis, and the other Saiyans, upon witnessing the remarkable transformation of this Saiyan, turned their gazes towards him, their eyes filled with astonishment. They could hardly believe that someone had achieved their transformation so swiftly. It seemed that I too must strive harder. After witnessing the first Saiyan's successful transformation, the spirits of Kale and her companions soared even higher. "Ah, ha, ha, we have succeeded. We have succeeded, Senior Yu." Meanwhile, Gabe stood in awe, gazing at the Saiyan who had transformed into a Super Saiyan, joy radiating from him. In that moment, Gabe realized that Nightwing's earlier words were merely intended to provoke the Saiyan, deliberately inciting his anger. "Ah, Senior Nightwing, you should have warned me before taking action. Your previous remarks startled me. I genuinely believed you were here to invade our planet," Gabe said, patting his chest with a face still marked by trepidation. Nightwing's tone had been so convincing that not only the Saiyan, but even Gabe himself had taken it to heart. Wait, were those words just a ruse? Upon hearing Gabe's comments, the Saiyan who had successfully transformed into a Super Saiyan looked bewildered at both Nightwing and Gabe. "Of course, Senior Nightwing merely sought to incite you. Look, you've successfully transformed into a Super Saiyan now, haven't you?" Gabe replied with a broad smile directed at the Saiyan, who was now enveloped in a shimmering golden aura. "Wonderful." At this moment, the Saiyan finally grasped the situation. Overjoyed, he immediately apologized to Nightwing, saying, "I sincerely apologize for the misunderstanding. I thought you truly meant to, don't dwell on it." Before the Saiyan could finish, Nightwing waved his hand to interrupt and continued. "Now that you have successfully transformed into a Super Saiyan, you can attempt to assist others following my method." Following the senior's method? Upon hearing Nightwing's words, the Saiyan and Gabe exchanged glances, both looking somewhat troubled. "We like your theatrical prowess. It's as if your words were indistinguishable from reality. Moreover, is it truly appropriate to utter such provocative statements?" What Gabe remained unaware of was that Nightwing had been rather restrained. In the world of Dragon Ball, Goku had employed various tactics to provoke Ub, the reincarnation of Majin Buu. "What? Are you facing difficulties?" Noticing the look of concern on Gabe's face, Nightwing inquired. And no. Gabe quickly shook his head. He then led Fis and the newly transformed Saiyan towards the location where the other Saiyans were gathered. Once Gabe departed, Nightwing turned to face Android 18. There she sat upon a rock, her elbows resting on her knees, her hands cradling her chin, her bright eyes fixed intently on Nightwing. "How did you find my performance?" Nightwing approached Android 18 and asked. "You fool." Android 18 softly chastised him, although she appeared to scold Nightwing. Her tone bore a hint of playful affection. With the first transformation successfully initiated, the following period saw the emergence of the second and third Super Saiyans. Approximately half a day passed, and with the exception of Kale, everyone else had successfully transformed into Super Saiyans. Such an outcome was indeed far beyond Yu's expectations. As for Caulifla, Yu paid her no mind. After all, she was akin to Broly, a legendary Super Saiyan, and it was only a matter of time before she transformed. With 17 Super Saiyans, along with Kaba, Fizz, and the legendary Super Saiyan Caulifla, a total of 20 individuals would elevate Yu's combat prowess to unprecedented heights. Chapter 114, The Terrifying Power of Number 18. Initially, The Scions from Universe 6 harbored a certain resistance towards Yu, as they were all elite warriors of Planet Salad. However, once they all transformed into Super Saiyans and experienced a surge in power, their reluctance vanished, replaced by profound respect for Yu. Although Yu did not take on disciples, in their hearts, they had already regarded him as their master, the one who guided them to become Super Saiyans. The following morning, Yu commenced special training with the 19 Super Saiyans from Universe 6. Although labeled as special training, it essentially consisted of battles between Super Saiyans of comparable strength. Had Yu suggested this the previous day, they would have undoubtedly refused, questioning why they should heed his command. Yet today, as soon as Yu's words fell, the Scions eagerly rolled up their sleeves, brimming with anticipation to showcase their Super Saiyan forms. Yu, why is it that I have no opponent? Once the matchups were finalized, Caulifla and Kale approached, hands on their hips, leaning forward with a tone of dissatisfaction. Originally, there were 20 Scions, but since Kale had yet to successfully transform into a Super Saiyan, only 19 could participate in the transformation. This meant that one person would have no opponent, and that individual happened to be Caulifla. Upon hearing Caulifla's complaints, Yu cast a glance at Kale behind her. In her normal state, Kale was certainly no match for Caulifla. Yu then turned his gaze towards number 18. Number 18, you will be her opponent. As soon as Yu's declaration was made, Caulifla directed a skeptical look at number 18, scrutinizing her from head to toe. Are you joking? She is to be my opponent? Let me tell you, I am not like these others. Caulifla pointed at the other Scions behind her, then continued. You should face me yourself. Upon hearing Caulifla's disparaging remarks, before Yu could speak, number 18 interjected with a fierce expression. Yu, leave this one to me. You are not to intervene. I remarked that you seem to be unaware. Carly Fura was about to assert that Android 18 was not her opponent. But before she could finish her statement, 18's figure abruptly vanished from sight. In the next instant, she reappeared behind Carly Fura and executed a sweeping kick aimed directly at her body. Taken aback by 18's sudden aggression, Carly instinctively raised her arms to shield herself. The impact of 18's kick struck forcefully against Carly's forearms. At that moment, a resounding crash echoed through the air. The woman, Caulifla, felt as if she were struck by a mighty force when hit by number 18, her arms aching as though her bones might shatter. Simultaneously with the deafening impact, her body was propelled backward with tremendous force, akin to a cannonball. Sister, Kale exclaimed with a worried expression upon witnessing Caulifla being sent flying by number 18. Meanwhile, Caulifla landed heavily on the ground, her feet leaving long marks as she skidded to a halt. Kale, I'm fine. After regaining her composure, Caulifla responded to Kale, then straightened up and smiled at number 18, saying, I take back my previous words. I underestimated you. Following their brief exchange, Caulifla realized that number 18 was no ordinary woman but an exceptionally powerful and strikingly beautiful one. Well then, I shall not hold back. With that declaration, a formidable aura erupted around Caulifla, her hair transforming into a brilliant gold. Let us begin. Having successfully transformed into a Super Saiyan, Caulifla surged forward like a released arrow, charging directly at number 18. Distinct from other Scions, the energy emanating from Caulifla post-transformation was vastly superior, even surpassing that of Gabby. As Nightwing sensed the overwhelming power radiating from Caulifla, he mused internally. Based on his estimation, Caulifla's energy was at least as formidable as that which Goku displayed 5 years ago during his battle with Cell, precisely when Goku emerged from the hyperbolic time chamber. However, even with such might, she remained no match for number 18. 5 years prior, number 18's strength had far exceeded that of Goku upon his exit from the chamber. Yet over these 5 years, while Nightwing had been gathering combat attributes, number 18 had been continuously evolving, her growth rate capturing Nightwing's attention. Were it not for Nightwing's advantageous circumstances, number 18's potential might have eclipsed his own. After 5 years of development, it could be asserted that even the fully formed Cell of that time would have been outmatched by number 18. As Nightwing contemplated number 18's prowess, Caulifla had already closed the distance, launching a powerful punch toward her. In response, number 18 slightly raised her arm and effortlessly blocked Caulifla's strike. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired a combat power attribute of 8 million. As the fist of Android 18 and Kale collided on the 18th, a mechanical notification echoed in Yu's mind. With a resounding thud, Kale's punch was effortlessly blocked by Android 18, prompting a grin from Kale as she unleashed a tempest of attacks against her opponent. Yet, Regardless of the ferocity of Kale's strikes, Android 18 effortlessly parried every one of them. Amidst their fierce combat, the system's notifications continuously resonated in Yiyu's mind. Beneath them, combat power attributes fell like rain, each exceeding 8 million, with some surpassing 10 million. The intensity of the battle between Android 18 and Kale rivaled that of the fierce encounter between Perfect Cell and Son Goku 5 years prior. How remarkable these two are! At the same time, Gabe, Fist, and the other Saiyans paused, gazing in awe at the clash unfolding in the sky between Kale and Android 18. What are you all doing? Shouldn't you be training? Don't you wish to become as strong as they are? Yiyu called out loudly to Gabe, Fist, and the other Saiyans. Chapter 115. Surge in combat power, yes. As soon as Yiyu's voice fell, Gabe, Fist, and the others shifted their gazes from the battle above, transforming into Super Saiyans. Before them stood a dazzling array of golden warriors, their golden auras flickering vibrantly, a truly spectacular sight. If it were night, the brilliance emanating from these Super Saiyans would illuminate the desolate island as brightly as day. Indeed, in the original saga, Son Goku had once utilized the Super Saiyan form for illumination during his battle with the beast, Yakon. Once all these Super Saiyans had transformed, they stood resolutely alongside their opponents. In an instant, the air was filled with the sounds of intense clashes. Meanwhile, Yiyu's mind was inundated with the system's mechanical notifications. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired a combat power attribute of 1 million. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired a combat power attribute of 10 million. As the system's sound echoed, Night Feather's gaze was drawn to the sky, where combat power attributes cascaded like a waterfall, continuously and abundantly falling, ranging from 1 million to 10 million. After all, even among Super Saiyans, there exists a disparity in strength. For instance, one with a combat power of merely 2 million would only reach 100 million upon transforming into a Super Saiyan. In contrast, someone like Caulifla, with a naturally high combat power, would see her strength soar into the billions upon transformation. Collect the combat power attributes, Night Feather commanded, filled with elation at the sight of the incessantly falling attributes from above. With his command, the descending combat power attributes converged towards him like golden tadpoles forming a river of scripture. As these attributes melded into his body, the combat power displayed on the virtual screen before him surged rapidly. 2 billion, 3 billion, 5 billion, 4 billion. It is noteworthy that Night Feather's combat power was measured in billions. Remarkably, the data oscillated nearly twice every second. Within mere breaths, his combat power had skyrocketed to 4 billion, nearly doubling his previous strength. And this was only the beginning. As the battles among Android 18, Caulifla, and other Saiyans continued overhead, the combat power attributes kept descending without pause. How cunning of you to employ such a method to augment your combat power attributes. Just as Night Feather's eyes gleamed with excitement at the rapid increase of his strength, a voice suddenly resonated within his mind. The voice belonged to none other than the system itself. I have devoted 5 years to arriving in the 6th universe. I believe I deserve some compensation. Upon hearing the system's disdainful tone, Yi remained unfazed and promptly responded. After all, he had previously informed the system that he was merely exploiting its advantages, without transgressing any rules. Suddenly, amidst their exchange, a violent explosion reverberated from the heavens. If you wish to grow stronger, refrain from using energy waves. Yi admonished one of the Super Saiyans, pointing assertively. Yes, the Super Saiyan, upon hearing Yiyu's voice, immediately responded with a look of remorse. The other Super Saiyans, who had initially intended to engage in battle utilizing energy waves, also abandoned that thought. They recognized the validity of Yiyu's assertion. Only through direct confrontation could one achieve true strength. What they were unaware of, however, was that Yiyu prohibited them from using energy waves because such tactics would yield no drops in combat power attributes. Only energy wave attributes would be relinquished. Yiyu already possessed an ample supply of energy wave attributes and had no need to augment them further. What he truly required were combat power attributes. Had Gabe and the other Saiyans been privy to Yiyu's rationale, they might have banded together to confront him furiously. You dare to treat our potential as mere tools for enhancing your own combat power? Just as Yiyu was reveling in the continuous drops of combat power attributes, a somewhat bashful female voice suddenly interjected. Upon hearing the voice, Yiyu turned to see Caulifla approaching, a hint of shyness evident in her demeanor. What is it? Although Caulifla appeared timid, Yiyu did not underestimate her. After all, She was a legendary Super Saiyan, akin to Broly, and her transformation would bestow her with formidable strength. Could you please tell me how I might grow stronger? Caulifla inquired, her heart heavy as she observed both herself and the other Saiyans becoming increasingly powerful, leaving her feeling left behind. She yearned to strengthen herself and keep pace with Caulifla. Upon hearing her question, Yu stroked his chin thoughtfully. To facilitate Caulifla's transformation, much like the other Saiyans, he merely needed to incite her anger. However, as a shy girl, provoking her ire would not be an easy task. At that moment, following Caulifla's gaze, Yu noticed her wearing a look of concern as she watched Caulifla engage in battle with Android 18. Almost forgetting, he realized that Caulifla was the person who mattered most to her. Understanding this, Yu called out loudly to Android 18. Android 18. Upon hearing the voice of Yu, number 18, who was engaged in combat with Caulifla, forcefully repelled her and then, stabilizing her stance, expressed her dissatisfaction towards Yu, saying, "What is it? You can unleash your full power now." The moment these words escaped Yu's lips, Caulifla, enveloped in a golden aura, furrowed her brows in displeasure. Number 18 then remarked, "Are you certain? I'm not particularly adept at controlling my strength. If I happen to kill this woman, don't hold it against me." As soon as number 18 finished speaking, Caulifla was instantly incensed. "How dare you underestimate me?" she gritted out, immediately charging towards number 18. It's fine. After hearing Yu's words, number 18 no longer held back and engaged Caulifla with all her might. Now, they awaited Kale's transformation into the legendary Super Saiyan. Yu glanced at the worried Kale before shifting his gaze back to the fierce battle unfolding in the sky between number 18 and Caulifla. In Yu's view, once Caulifla sustained an injury, Kale would undoubtedly unleash her full potential. Moreover, Yu was eager to witness the power Kale would exhibit as she transformed into the legendary Super Saiyan. Chapter 116. Successful Transformation. The legendary Super Saiyan Chapter 116. Once number 18 revealed her true strength, her speed was incomparably superior to before. Initially, Caulifla could hold her own against number 18. But now, she was being thoroughly dominated. Her speed has increased. After barely blocking a swift kick from number 18, Caulifla's expression shifted slightly. However, number 18 appeared determined to deny Caulifla any respite. After one attack was thwarted, number 18 vanished from sight, reappearing directly behind Caulifla. How fast? Upon sensing number 18's presence, Caulifla was taken aback and instinctively sought to distance herself from her opponent. Yet, before Caulifla could make her next move, number 18 delivered a precise strike that landed squarely on Caulifla. With a resounding impact, Caulifla was sent hurtling downward like a cannonball, plummeting towards the earth. In the blink of an eye, her body crashed into the ground, creating a crater as if it had been struck by a meteor. "Sister!" Kale cried out, spewing blood at the sight of Caulifla hitting the ground, her expression shifting dramatically. However, just as Kale was about to rush to her sister's side, Caulifla struggled to rise from the ground, robustly declaring, "Stay back. This is my battle." With that, Caulifla erupted in a powerful golden aura, her form transforming into a radiant golden sphere as she ascended towards the towering figure of number 18 in the sky. The clash that ensued was marked by a cacophony of explosive sounds, each strike and collision causing the surrounding air to quiver with intensity. Invisible shockwaves radiated outward, obliterating any rocks and debris that dared to stand in their path. The ferocity of their battle was truly unparalleled. At this moment, Gab, who was engaged in a fierce battle with fists, caught a glimpse of the intense skirmish between Android 18 and Kale from the corner of his eye. He couldn't help but express his envy, exclaiming, "Ah, while the intensity is undeniable, there remains an unsettling feeling." Fist responded promptly before launching another punch towards Gab. In the midst of their conversation, the skies above, where Android 18 and Kale were embroiled in a fierce clash, witnessed a sudden turn of events. With a powerful kick, Android 18 struck Kale, who immediately spewed forth a torrent of blood, her body contorting into a V-shape, plummeting towards the ground like a meteor. The moment Kale's form made contact with the earth, the ground beneath her instantly caved in, fissures radiating outwards like a spider's web from the point of impact. "Sister, please, stop." Upon witnessing Caulifla endure a grievous blow, Kale's voice trembled as she murmured softly, her countenance etched with a complex tapestry of emotions, anger, frustration, and concern. She fretted over Caulifla's safety, felt a pang of helplessness for not being able to assist her in battle, and seethed at the sight of Caulifla's injury. Yet, Her voice was but a whisper, failing to reach Caulifla's ears. Despite her injuries, Caulifla rose once more from the ground, charging valiantly towards number 18. Stop fighting. At that moment, as Caulifla erupted from the earth, Kale's pupils widened in shock, her heart racing wildly as her body trembled in response. In the next instant, she let out a soul-stirring scream. As her voice echoed, a formidable wave of energy surged forth, emanating from her being. Under the onslaught of this terrifying force, the ground beneath her crumbled instantaneously. The other Super Saiyans, including Gabe and Fist, were taken aback by this overwhelming aura. They halted their combat, their gazes fixated on Kale. Surrounding her was an aura of azure flames, and her once ebony tresses transformed into a striking golden hue. Most significantly, the petite and demure Kale had vanished, replaced by a formidable figure, her body now sculpted with rippling muscles. What transformation is this? Could this be another form of Super Saiyan? Such a fearsome presence. The Super Saiyans regarded Kale's astonishing transformation with wide eyes, their expressions a mix of awe and trepidation. Kale, Caulifla, who had been poised to attack number 18, felt the palpable shift in Kale's energy and halted her advance. Suspended in the air, she gazed down at Kale, now radiating an aura of dread and significantly larger in size. In utter astonishment, she uttered, "Has she finally transformed?" The legendary Super Saiyan. As Yu beheld Kale transform into the legendary Super Saiyan, a fierce determination ignited within him. He could sense that the Kale before him, having assumed the form of the fabled Super Saiyan, was immensely more powerful than Broly from 9 years prior. Even Yu felt a twinge of trepidation. After all, during the power tournament, the transformed Kale had briefly subdued both Golden Frieza and Super Saiyan Blue Goku. Of course, Kale was somewhat weaker now compared to her prowess at the tournament, as there were still 3 years remaining until that event. The fighting prowess of a legendary Super Saiyan is said to strengthen with age. Once Kale transformed, she entered a state of berserk fury. Her face contorted in a fierce snarl as she stomped the ground, creating a deep crater beneath her. In a flash, she became a streak of azure light, hurtling towards Android 18 with astonishing speed. Although Android 18 lacked the ability to sense energy, she felt an undeniable, lethal threat emanating from the approaching Kale. As she witnessed the rampaging Kale charging at her, 18 instinctively took a defensive stance, her hands raised before her, her fair visage etched with a grave expression. At that moment, Yu executed a sudden instant transmission, placing himself protectively in front of Android 18. "You've done well. Now allow me to handle this," Yu declared, his gaze fixed on the charging Kale. Perhaps Yu's words were merely a casual remark to 18, yet they carried significant weight in her ears. Instantly, a blush crept across 18's delicate features. However, in her moment of girlish vulnerability, Yu remained oblivious, his focus entirely on the oncoming Kale. Without a moment's hesitation, Yu transformed into a Super Saiyan, specifically into the second form of the Super Saiyan. After all, the Kale who had transformed into a legendary Super Saiyan possessed formidable power, and Yu dared not underestimate her. Upon becoming a Super Saiyan, he immediately charged towards Kale. "What's happening? Why does Senpai's Super Saiyan form seem different from ours?" Gaby remarked, astonishment evident on his face as he witnessed Yu's transformation. "Indeed. Look closely at Senpai. There are currents of electricity coursing around him, and his aura appears to be in a state of eruption." After hearing Gaby's observation, Fist also scrutinized Yu, now a Super Saiyan. Indeed. The Super Saiyan 2 form not only boasts double the power of a Super Saiyan, but also exhibits distinct changes in appearance. The most striking transformation lies in the golden aura and the flashes of lightning. Just as Gabe and Fist were engaged in conversation, Night Feather had already clashed with Kyle. The moment Night Feather's fist met Kyle's in a fierce confrontation, a resounding impact reverberated through the air. At this moment, it seemed as though the very heavens and earth had shifted in hue. A tempestuous wave of energy emanated from the duo of Yu and Kair, radiating outward like ripples in water, instantly expanding in all directions. Soon, the distant figures of Fist, Gabe, and other Saiyans were all affected by this violent surge. Although Gabe and Fist had already transformed into Super Saiyans, boasting combat powers exceeding 100 million. The ferocity of this energy wave caused the less powerful among them to feel their vitality churn violently, their bodies hurled several meters away. Even the formidable Android 18 and Caulifla exhibited signs of retreat under the onslaught of this force. What a terrifying clash. Is this the true power of Senior Yu? As Gabe and Fish struggled to maintain their footing amidst the tumultuous energy, they gazed down at Yu, their eyes alight with admiration and their faces awash with reverence. Meanwhile, the other Saiyans, overwhelmed by the spectacle before them, broke into a cold sweat, rendered momentarily speechless. Though the confrontation was between Yu and Kair, they understood well that either of these two could effortlessly annihilate them. Kair, as Gabe and Fish were preoccupied with their concern for Yu, Caulifla stood in stunned silence. Fixated on the unfamiliar Kair, she could scarcely fathom that the girl who usually blushed and flitted around her would transform into such a formidable being. She had never anticipated that within Kair resided such an awe-inspiring power. Truly, the legendary Super Saiyan is a force to be reckoned with. At this moment, Yu, who was locked in a fierce confrontation with Kale, was profoundly astonished. His amazement stemmed solely from Kale's sheer physical strength, brute force. It is noteworthy that after absorbing the combat attributes from the battles involving number 18 and Caulifla, Yu's combat power surged from an initial 2 billion to an astonishing 3 billion. Furthermore, upon transforming into a Super Saiyan 2, his combat power reached a staggering 83 billion. Despite this, Yu still felt somewhat strained in receiving Kale's ferocious punch. He understood that had he faced Kale's blow prior to this day, he would have undoubtedly been sent flying. In a state of uncontrolled rage, upon witnessing Yu block her punch, Kale emitted a primal roar. With her other hand clenched into a fist, she launched another powerful strike toward Yu. Although the force of Kale's punch was formidable, its speed was not as overwhelming. Yu merely sidestepped slightly, effortlessly evading her attack. Even in her frenzied state, Kale's frustration grew as she observed Yu dodge her assault, prompting her to unleash 2 more punches in rapid succession. Yu crouched low, successfully avoiding Kale's strike, while simultaneously absorbing the impact of her other blow with his arm. After withstanding Kale's attack, he seized her robust arm, executing a shoulder throw that sent her massive form crashing toward the ground. Kale! Caulifla instinctively called out in concern as she witnessed Kale being hurled by Yu. In the next moment, Kale's colossal body descended like a meteor, striking the ground. Yet, Yu could discern that she had sustained no injuries, merely gathering a bit of dust upon her form. It appeared that not only was her physical strength impressive, but her defensive capabilities were equally formidable. After silently analyzing this, Yu transformed into a golden flash, charging directly toward the grounded Kale. At that moment, a sphere of yellow-green energy suddenly coalesced in Kale's palm. Before Yu could approach, Kale hurled the energy sphere directly towards him. Shortly after leaving his hand, the sphere split into several smaller energy orbs. Noticing this, Yu furrowed his brow slightly, and as the small orbs surged toward him, he swung his arm and deftly deflected them with his palm. Despite their diminutive size, the explosive force of the orbs was terrifying. The instant one of the orbs struck the mountainside, a violent explosion resonated through the air. In the blink of an eye, the mountain vanished from view, followed by a powerful shockwave that sent rock fragments scattering in all directions. What a fearsome energy orb! I never imagined something so small could possess such might. If we were struck by one of those, it would be impossible to emerge unscathed, right? Several nearby Super Saiyans, who were close to the vanished mountain, wore solemn expressions as they spoke. Simultaneously, their perception of Kale's terrifying prowess escalated significantly. Chapter 118. A forceful confrontation. After Yu deflected all of Kale's energy blasts, she seemed to act out of spite, relentlessly unleashing a barrage of energy orbs. In an instant, a deluge of energy orbs rained down upon Yu like a storm of bullets. Looking up at the sky, Yu's expression suddenly shifted. However, he was not afraid of the energy orbs. Rather, he was concerned for the safety of Android 18 and the other Super Saiyans behind him. Should Yu choose, he could easily deflect all of the incoming energy orbs. Yet, it was uncertain whether Android 18 and the other Super Saiyans could withstand the onslaught. There was no need to elaborate on Android 18. Yu certainly did not wish for her to be harmed. As for the other Super Saiyans, they were his carefully nurtured allies who bolstered his combat prowess. If they were to fall so easily, all of Yu's efforts would be in vain. This is untenable. The sheer number is overwhelming. Just as Yu managed to deflect several energy orbs nearby, Gaby and the other Super Saiyans were struggling to fend off and evade the incoming blasts. With a grave expression, Yu let out a quiet exclamation before a golden aura erupted around him. His form transformed into a streak of golden light as he charged directly towards Kale amidst the relentless barrage of energy orbs. Senior Yu, it's dangerous. Upon witnessing Night Feather charge forward with unbridled determination, Gabe was seized by panic and exclaimed a warning. However, it seemed as though Night Feather was oblivious to Gabe's admonition, his form unwavering as he soared towards the location of Kale. Initially, Night Feather effortlessly deflected the barrage of energy orbs that came hurtling towards him with a single hand. Yet, as he drew nearer to Kale, the quantity and velocity of the orbs escalated dramatically. Left with no alternative, Night Feather resorted to using both hands to fend off the relentless onslaught of energy spheres. Concurrently, as Night Feather advanced towards Kale, the energy orbs that struck the ground erupted in a cacophony of violent explosions. At that moment, the entire massive island trembled in unison. As Night Feather approached Kale, the beast-like Kale unexpectedly broke into a grin. Subsequently, she ceased launching energy orbs and swung her muscular arm, her fist, as large as a cauldron, hurtled directly towards Night Feather. Taken aback by Kale's sudden assault, Night Feather's expression shifted dramatically. He then witnessed Kale's fist enlarging rapidly in his view. Just as Kale's fist was about to strike Night Feather, he instantaneously vanished from his original position. Meanwhile, Kale's colossal fist crashed down onto the ground below. At that moment, the ground, as solid as rock, appeared to have been struck by a meteor, instantly caving in. How could it have evaded such a force? How did Senior Yu manage to accomplish this? At that moment, Gaby, Fists, and the others, witnessing Yu's astonishing ability to evade Kale's strike under such circumstances, wore expressions of disbelief. For an ordinary person, it would be exceedingly difficult to dodge Kale's punch. However, Yu was no ordinary individual. He possessed the extraordinary ability of instantaneous movement. Utilizing this power to evade was, for him, a trivial matter. How perilous it was. Appearing just above Kale's head, Yu gazed at the terrifying destructive force of the punch, his face betraying a lingering sense of trepidation. He understood that even he would not emerge unscathed if struck by Kale's blow. Of course, with the regenerative attributes of the Mikian cells he possessed, death was not a concern for him. Just as Yu was reflecting on this, Kale finally registered that her previous punch had not connected with Yu. A frenzied and sinister expression crossed her face, and in the next instant, she sprang into action once more, launching another attack towards the sky where Yu hovered. This time, Yu did not prepare to evade Kai's assault. He intended to confront Kai head-on with sheer strength. "Come on," Yu declared, clenching his fists and adopting a combative stance as Kai charged toward him. Bang! As Kai approached, Yu and the transformed Kai unleashed their punches almost simultaneously. The two fists collided with a resounding thud. Bang, bang, bang. After Yu withstood one of Kai's powerful blows, Kai launched a relentless series of attacks. However, Kai's fighting style was remarkably straightforward, punch after punch. While Kai's strikes possessed considerable weight, their speed left much to be desired. In Yu's eyes, Kai's attacks were riddled with openings. After enduring 3 of Kai's heavy punches, Yu retaliated with a powerful blow directly to Kai's chest. Bang! The impact sent Kai stumbling backwards several meters before coming to a halt. Such physical strength is astonishing, Yu exclaimed, noticing that Kai seemed unaffected by his punch. The Yu strike appeared casual, its force was formidable. Even the fully realized cell would have been obliterated by it. After all, Yu had transformed into a Super Saiyan 2, with a combat power reaching an astounding 83 billion. Eliminating a mere cell was hardly a challenge. Yet, Kai had managed to endure it with her sheer physical fortitude, a testament to her remarkable strength. It seemed almost time to conclude this battle. Yu had grasped the extent of his immense power. Continuing to fight with Kai held little significance, given that she relied solely on punches. After muttering to himself, Yu charged at Kai once more. Upon seeing Yu rush forward, Kai reacted instinctively, throwing a punch without a moment's hesitation. Whoosh! Just as Kai's fist was about to connect with Yu, he vanished from sight. When he reappeared, it was already behind Kai. At that moment, Carlafla observed Nightwing attacking Kale and, with a look of concern, shouted loudly. However, Nightwing's movements remained uninterrupted as a swift chop struck the neck of the transformed Kale. Following the impact of Nightwing's blow, Kale's eyes fluttered shut, and she collapsed to the ground. During her descent, Kale's body visibly shrank at an astonishing rate, rapidly reverting from her robust form back to the black-haired Kale. Just as Kale was about to hit the ground, a shadow darted in and caught her effortlessly. The shadow before him was not Nightwing, but rather Caulifla. Chapter 119. A year later, battle power 100 billion. Time has flown swiftly, and in the blink of an eye. A year has passed since Nightwing and Android 18 arrived on the planet Salad. 1 year ago, After aiding Caulifla and a group of Saiyans in their transformation into Super Saiyans, Nightwing enhanced his own power by allowing these Super Saiyans to battle one another, thereby collecting the battle power attributes they dropped in the process. Over the course of the year, by persistently gathering the battle power attributes from the 19 Super Saiyans, Nightwing's combat strength surged from an initial 2 billion to an astonishing 7 billion. Indeed, his base battle power has now reached nearly 100 billion. Should he transform into a Super Saiyan, his combat strength would ascend to an astounding 4,935 billion. Furthermore, if he were to achieve the second stage of Super Saiyan, Nightwing's power could temporarily escalate to an incredible 9,870 billion. While such figures may seem exaggerated, Nightwing speculated that the battle power of Super Saiyan Blue Goku or Vegeta far exceeds 9,870 billion. It is even conceivable that he may not be able to overcome Goku in his Super Saiyan God form. However, against opponents like Gohan or Buu, Nightwing would still prevail with ease. Thus, at this moment, Nightwing's strength stands above Gohan and Buu, yet below Super Saiyan God Goku. Please disregard the numerical data. Focus on this statement, as the numerical values are merely the author's conjecture. Moreover, had Nightwing continued to engage those 19 Super Saiyans in battle over the past year, his battle power would undoubtedly surpass the current 7 billion. Initially, those Saiyans embraced their newfound Super Saiyan forms with enthusiasm and willingly followed Nightwing's lead. However, as time progressed, approximately a month later, many Super Saiyans departed, each seeking their own path to cultivation. Now, a year later, only Gabe, Fist, Caulifla, and Caulifla remained by Nightwing's side. Nevertheless, he paid little heed to this, for his time in the 6th universe had already yielded a remarkable increase in his battle power, nearing 100 billion, leaving him quite satisfied. Perhaps it was time to return to Earth, as less than a year remained until the resurrection of Majin Buu. Night Feather gazed at the battle unfolding in the sky between Caulifla and Gabe, and he couldn't help but murmur to himself. Just as Night Feather contemplated, the transformed Super Saiyan Caulifla delivered a powerful kick to Gabe, sending him plummeting to the ground like a meteor. Simultaneously, a mechanical prompt echoed in Night Feather's mind. Shall the host collect the combat power attributes? Upon hearing this, Night Feather's gaze shifted towards Caulifla's feet, where a plethora of combat power attributes had accumulated as a result of the recent clash between Caulifla and Gabe. Collect. With Night Feather's command, the combat power attributes surged towards him like golden tadpoles. Once all the combat data converged within him, Night Feather's power skyrocketed from 7 billion to a staggering 100 billion. Had he finally surpassed the threshold of 100 billion? As he beheld the system screen reflecting this achievement, a newfound confidence gripped his fist, and a glimmer of unprecedented assurance shone in his eyes. If he were to face the legendary Super Saiyan Kale in battle now, he believed that his sheer physical strength could subdue the altered Kale. Caulifla, you've grown increasingly powerful. I can hardly keep up with you. While Night Feather mused, Gabe, having landed, stood up and reverted from his Super Saiyan form, awkwardly smiling at Caulifla above. Hey, Gabe, with some effort, you could become as strong as I am. Caulifla beamed at Gabe's compliment, placing her hands on her hips, brimming with confidence and pride. Now, Night Feather, you are my next challenge. After defeating Gabe, Caulifla pointed assertively at Night Feather below, her spirit ablaze with determination. I have no interest in fighting you. It would be dull. In response to Caulifla's declaration, Night Feather languidly waved his hand and addressed Android 18 beside him. 18, go entertain her. Understood. Android 18 replied coolly, lowering her crossed arms before rising gracefully into the air. Once she reached the same altitude as Caulifla, she paused. Android 18, well, that works. Caulifla grinned at the golden-haired android before turning back to Night Feather. But after I defeat 18, you must battle me. We'll discuss it once you conquer 18. As soon as Yi Yu's voice fell, a golden aura erupted around Caulifla in the sky above. If the opponent is Android 18, Caulifla gazed confidently at 18 and uttered a bold statement before assuming a combat stance. Upon witnessing Caulifla's posture, both Fist and Gabe below exchanged delighted glances and remarked, is she finally going to unleash her full power? In the midst of their conversation, Caulifla's golden aura expanded instantly, doubling in size and transforming into a jet-like form, interspersed with numerous silver lightning bolts. Behold, my sister has transformed into Super Saiyan 2, exclaimed Kale, nearby, his fists clenched in admiration. Indeed, through a year of rigorous training, Caulifla had recently succeeded in achieving the Super Saiyan 2 transformation. However, Yu was not overly astonished by Caulifla's transformation. After all, she was a prodigy. Furthermore, in the original series, Caulifla had only needed a few pointers from Goku to attain Super Saiyan 2 during the power tournament. Super Saiyan 2, huh? I doubt 18 will be easily defeated. Yu remarked with a smile as he glanced at Caulifla, crackling with silver lightning. Before shifting his gaze to the poised android 18. Chapter 120. The Battle Between Two Beauties. Chapter 120. On a desolate island in Universe 6, on the planet Salad, two figures hovered in the sky, standing opposed to one another. As the perspective zoomed in, one could see that one of them radiated a golden aura, shimmering with silver lightning within. The figure radiating with silver lightning was none other than Kale, who had transformed into a Super Saiyan second grade. This time, I shall surely defeat you, Kale declared confidently as she fixed her gaze on Android 18, before launching herself forward like an arrow released from its bow. Android 18, sensing Kale's formidable strength had undergone a significant transformation, did not hesitate in the slightest. As Kale charged towards her, 18 swiftly moved to meet her head-on. And so it began. Below, Gabe's eyes widened in astonishment upon witnessing Kale's attack. No sooner had Gabe spoken than the fierce battle between Kale and Android 18 erupted in the skies above. With a resounding crash, their fists collided, producing an earth-shattering sound. Accompanying this tremendous noise was an invisible shockwave that rippled outward from their point of impact, expanding in all directions. As this unseen force reached the ground below, the vast island trembled under its might. How astonishing! Nearly the clash of fists was enough to shake the very earth. Android 18 and Kale were indeed remarkable. At this moment, beside Gabe, Fisk gazed at the two women, Android 18 and Caulifla, soaring in the sky, each exhibiting an astonishing combat prowess that filled her with a sense of pride. It was as though the battle above did not involve Android 18 and Caulifla, but rather herself, Fisk. The chasm between her and Caulifla seemed to widen, suggesting that catching up to her would not be an easy endeavor. Observing the conflict above, Gabe voiced his thoughts. Catch up to her? Although his words were uttered softly, they fell distinctly upon Kale's ears. Upon hearing Gabe's remark, Kale fixed him with a hostile glare. Under the weight of her gaze, Gabe felt as though he were the prey under scrutiny, his heart racing with trepidation. Turning to meet her gaze, upon realizing it was Kale who was staring at him, Gabe's heart plummeted into despair. Memories of a year prior, when Kale unleashed the legendary power of a Super Saiyan, haunted him still. He understood that if Kale were to unleash such terrifying strength again, his demise would be inevitable. After all, he lacked the formidable power of Yu to withstand her altered form. With these thoughts racing through his mind, Gabe hesitated not. Swiftly raising his hands in a gesture of explanation to Kale, "Please, do not misunderstand. When I spoke of catching up, I only meant in terms of power. Do not misconstrue my words." Observing the exchange between Gabe and Kale, Yu let out a slight sigh before redirecting his attention back to the fierce clash between Android 18 and Caulifla. At that moment, their battle had reached a fever pitch, with their fists, elbows, arms, and knees colliding with relentless intensity. Boom, boom, boom. Amidst the chaos of their struggle, Yu's mind was inundated with the rhythmic alerts from the system. Beneath them, combat power attributes continually fell from their fierce engagement. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired 15 million combat power attributes. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired 47 million combat power attributes. At this juncture, both Android 18 and Caulifla possessed strength far surpassing that of Perfect Cell. Thus, the combat power attributes generated during their battle consistently exceeded 15 million. Collect combat power attributes. Upon a sufficient quantity of attributes accumulating, Yu commanded the system. With his directive, the combat power attributes cascading from beneath Android 18 and Caulifla converged towards Yu, merging seamlessly into his being. Impressive indeed, to be able to endure such a prolonged battle against my current form. After Caulifla and Android 18 found themselves in a stalemate, their fists locked together, Carly, with a smile playing on her lips, addressed 18. A soft huff escaped 18's lips as she responded with a smile, then executed a sweeping kick aimed directly at Carly's lower body. Observing the approaching leg, Carly reacted swiftly, raising her right leg in defense. In the following moment, 18's long, graceful leg made contact with Carly's, resulting in a sharp sound of impact reverberating through the air. Simultaneously, the force of their collision propelled both fighters backwards. 18 was sent retreating nearly 10 feet, while Carly was thrust back over 20 feet. Despite the intense backlash, neither sustained injuries. Nevertheless, from the distance each had been pushed. Both Fis and Gabe discerned that 18 possessed a slight advantage in strength over Carly. Carly, too, recognized the greater distance of her retreat compared to 18's but chose to disregard it. With a broad grin, she spread her palms wide. A humming sound filled the air as, under the watchful eyes of Gabe and Fis, a crimson energy sphere began to coalesce in front of Carly's hands. "Hey, Carly. You needn't go this far," Gabe exclaimed, his expression shifting in alarm as he observed the energy sphere rapidly expanding before his eyes. He realized the potential danger. Such an energy sphere could threaten the very existence of the entire Salada planet. Yet, Carly appeared oblivious to Gabe's concerns, continuously channeling energy into the sphere, which only grew larger. Senior Yiyu. Gabe, seeing his attempts at persuasion fail, turned to Yiyu for assistance. However, Yiyu merely smiled, seemingly uninterested in intervening. Gabe felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. "Ding. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the Shatter Cannon attribute. Would you like to collect it?" At that moment, the mechanical voice of the system echoed in Yiyu's mind. He did not respond immediately, waiting until Carly unleashed the energy sphere before finally declaring, "Collect." Chapter 121. The emergence of the mighty key of hit. Chapter 121. Collect. With a command from Yiyu, the attributes of the shattering cannon at Carlifer's feet converged towards him, merging seamlessly into his very being. At the same moment Yiyu absorbed the attributes of the shattering cannon, the massive crimson energy sphere launched by Carlifer tore through the air and surged towards the sky, aiming directly at Android 18. What utter chaos! On the ground, Gabe gazed up at the gigantic, fiery red energy sphere propelled by Carlifer, left speechless by the spectacle. In contrast, Carlifer herself remained unfazed. She squinted her eyes in delight at the sight of the enormous energy sphere she had unleashed. However, at that moment, a shadow flickered. Out of nowhere, Android 18 suddenly dashed in front of Carlifer. The appearance of Android 18 caught Carlifer off guard, her expression shifting dramatically. Concurrently, 18 delivered a swift kick aimed at Carlifer. Yet, Carlifer reacted promptly, crossing her arms protectively above her head to block 18's leg. "You are truly cunning, 18. To evade my energy sphere attack so effortlessly," Carlifer exclaimed, casting a sidelong glance at the crimson energy sphere still ascending into the sky, her tone laced with annoyance. Clearly, 18 had circumvented the energy sphere, opting instead to strike at Carlifer directly. "Why should I waste my effort blocking that thing?" Android 18 replied coolly, her gaze then shifting to Yiyu below as she continued. "I'm not some fool who would catch every projectile that comes my way." Although her voice was not particularly loud, it reached Yiyu's ears below. Upon hearing her words, Yiyu felt a twitch in his facial muscles. Her reasoning was undeniably sound. He found himself unable to refute it. The energy sphere was clearly avoidable. Why did he always choose to intercept it? Shortly thereafter, not far away, the gazes of Gaby and Fis instinctively turned toward Yiyu. In response, Yiyu could not help but inwardly chastise Android 18, that woman. Suddenly, as Android 18 conversed with Califra, a colossal crimson energy sphere soared through the sky, departing from the Sharada planet and venturing into the cosmos, culminating in a tremendous explosion. Even though the site of the detonation was a considerable distance from Sharada, Gaby and Fis clearly heard the resounding blast. At that moment, Califra and Android 18 clashed once more in the heavens. Initially, Android 18 held the upper hand. However, as time progressed, Califer's breathing became increasingly erratic, causing her to struggle to keep pace with Android 18's relentless assault. In a moment of vulnerability, Califra exposed a flaw, which Android 18 swiftly capitalized upon, delivering a powerful punch directed at Califra. Alarmed by the rapid approach of Android 18's fist, Califra's expression shifted to one of desperation. Although she yearned to pivot and defend herself, her body could not muster the necessary speed. Before Califra could react, Android 18's fist connected forcefully with her, sending her hurtling downward like a cannonball, ultimately crashing to the ground. "Sister." Upon witnessing this, Kyer leaped toward the spot where Califra had landed. "Sister, are you all right?" Kyer inquired anxiously as she reached Califer's side. I still cannot overcome this woman," Califra lamented, lying in the deep crater, her gaze fixed on the imposing figure of Android 18 above. "It's all right, sister. With your talent, surpassing her is merely a matter of time." Seeing Califra still able to speak, Kair felt a sense of relief and offered her comfort. Well then, today's training concludes here. As Caulifla rose from the ground with the assistance of Kair, Nightwing announced loudly. At that moment, the combat power attributes that had fallen during the battle between No. 18 and Caulifla were entirely absorbed by Nightwing. Although each combat power value was substantial, exceeding 15 million, Nightwing's own combat power had reached an astounding 100 billion. Thus, collecting these attributes only marginally increased his power from slightly over 100 billion to 100 for billion, which seemed rather insignificant. Thank you for your efforts, Senior Nightwing. For training us every day. Shortly after Nightwing's declaration, Gabe and Fist flew over, their faces filled with gratitude. Training assistants? Upon hearing Gabe's words, Nightwing's brow arched in surprise. In truth, he had not assisted them at all. While Gabe and Fist fought, Nightwing merely observed. His purpose for watching was not to supervise their training, but solely to collect the combat power attributes that dropped during their battles. Unbeknownst to Gabe and Fist, they perceived Nightwing as their training mentor. Not too bad. Nightwing naturally refrained from disclosing that he was merely absorbing combat power. He cleared his throat and addressed Gabe and Fist. At that moment, Caulifla, Kair, and number 18 also flew over, landing not far from Nightwing. Let us depart. As Nightwing spoke, he led Caulifla and number 18 away from the desolate island. Suddenly, a flash of insight struck Nightwing's mind. To be precise, it was not a flash of lightning, but an overwhelming aura that he had just sensed. Whose formidable presence could that be? Upon detecting this energy, Nightwing felt an immense pressure, for he realized that this aura surpassed his own. It is worth noting that Nightwing's combat power had reached 105 billion, and that was merely his base power. Should he transform into a Super Saiyan of the second tier, his power would soar above 100 trillion. With unwavering confidence in his own strength, Yu believed himself invincible below the Super Blue tier. However, the presence he sensed now was undeniably superior to him. This indicated that the owner of this formidable aura possessed power that rivaled the Super Blue. In the 6th universe, only a few individuals surpassed the Super Blue. Angels like Beerus, the Destroyer God, and assassins like Hit. Yet, Beerus and Kappa had already ascended to the divine realm and would not emit such an aura. Therefore, the source of this overwhelmingly vast energy that Yu sensed must be Hit. Chapter 122. First encounter with Hit Senior Yu. What is the matter? Gaby and Fist, who were flying alongside him, halted abruptly upon noticing Yu's sudden stop, inquiring about his condition. Yu did not respond to Gaby's question. His mind was preoccupied with thoughts of Hit. Number 18, please return with Fist and the others. I shall return shortly. After addressing number 18, Yu transformed into a shadow and vanished from their sight. He's gone. Gaby and Fist exchanged glances in surprise upon witnessing Yu's sudden disappearance. Hey, where did you go? At that moment, the distant figures of Caulifla and Kair caught up, and upon noticing Nightwing's sudden disappearance, she inquired aloud. I don't know. Fist responded with a shake of his head. Amidst their conversation, Nightwing, having utilized his instantaneous movement, had already materialized on a distant planet, far from the Shalata planet. The landscape before him was predominantly gray, shrouded in a dim atmosphere, as if the sun had forsaken this celestial body. As he surveyed the scene, Nightwing found himself standing atop a towering building. In his line of sight, a cold, violet-clad warrior donned in a gray coat was pursuing an alien being. To be precise, it was not a pursuit in the traditional sense. One party ambled forward with an eerie calm, while the other, seemingly encountering the specter of death, fled in a frantic, staggering manner. Indeed, it was Hit. Recognizing the formidable warrior from Universe 6, Nightwing immediately identified him as Hit, the ace of the tournament of power. Just then, as Nightwing made his entrance, Hit, who was relentlessly pursuing his target, sensed Nightwing's presence. Pausing momentarily, he turned his gaze towards the rooftop where Nightwing stood. However, after a brief glance, Hit dismissed him and continued his advance towards the alien, now cornered in a dead end. Ah, as expected of Hit, still so unyielding. Nightwing mused with a faint smile, observing Hit's apparent indifference towards him. While Hit showed no interest in Nightwing, the latter was immensely intrigued by Hit. The overwhelming aura emanating from Hit ignited the Saiyan blood within Nightwing, causing it to surge with excitement. Moreover, Nightwing was particularly fascinated by Hit's time-skipping prowess. Although he had already acquired the ability to pause time from Goku, the prospect of mastering Hit's unique skill was undeniably enticing. After all, in the original series, Hit had effortlessly defeated the Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta with his remarkable time-skip technique. Which ability was superior, time skip or time pause? Nightwing pondered with keen interest before leaping off the rooftop, descending toward Hit. As Nightwing approached, Hit was closing in on the alien, poised to deliver the final blow with his hand poised like a blade. With Nightwing's gaze fixed upon him, Hit cast a fleeting, cold glance in his direction, momentarily halting his actions. "What do you want?" he inquired. "If you seek my assistance, please present the payment up front." Hit looked at Yu before him and spoke in a tone devoid of emotion. Upon hearing Hit's words, Yu raised an eyebrow. "Do you consider me a heartless killer? I did not come here for a commission." Before Yu could finish, Hit replied indifferently. "If you are not here to commission me, then keep your distance." Meanwhile, as the two conversed, the alien, cornered and desperate, suddenly lashed out. "Do not underestimate me, Hit." With a fierce shout, the alien pointed a finger, unleashing a crimson beam of energy directly at Hit. However, such a feeble ambush could hardly affect a killer of Hit's caliber. In the instant the crimson beam approached, Hit slightly shifted his body, effortlessly evading the attack. Yet, the beam did not cease its advance. It continued onward, heading straight for Yu. With his gaze fixed on Hit, Yu paid little heed to the oncoming beam. Just as the beam was about to strike him, Yu casually waved his hand, deflecting the energy with ease. The beam collided with the ground, resulting in a violent explosion, and the immense structure behind Yu was obliterated in the blast. Witnessing Yu's effortless dismissal of the energy beam, a faint flicker of surprise crossed Hit's otherwise impassive face, but it was merely a fleeting moment. In Hit's eyes, this was hardly noteworthy. At that moment, seeing his ambush fail, the alien showed no hesitation. A white aura erupted around him, transforming his form into a streak of light as he fled skyward. Observing the alien's escape, Hit's expression remained unyielding. He calmly turned and looked up at the alien, now hundreds of feet away in the sky. Just then, Hit raised his right arm, balling his fist into a stance. Upon witnessing this, Yu's expression shifted. Time flash. Recognizing Hit's intent to execute the time flash technique, Yu felt a surge of excitement. Simultaneously, he prepared to initiate his own time pause, eager to compare the outcomes of his 1-3 pause against Hit's time flash. Of course, Yu held little expectation that the system would yield Hit's time flash attributes. This does not imply that Yu looks down upon Hitter's time flash ability. Rather, it is merely the case that the system's drop rate for skill attributes stands at a mere 1/5. Nevertheless, Yu is acutely aware that even if he were to fail to acquire the time flash attribute from Hitter this time, he would undoubtedly attain it in the future. Although the probability of the system dropping skill attributes is only 1/5, should Hitter perform the time flash 5 times, Yu would possess a 100% expectation of obtaining the time flash attribute. Unless, of course, his luck were to be exceedingly poor, resulting in none of the 5 performances yielding the desired attribute. Chapter 123. Acquiring the time flash attribute time slowed down exponentially. After Hitter activated the time flash, the world in his eyes appeared as if it had been encased in ice. A profound silence enveloped everything, and all was rendered still. Above in the sky, the extraterrestrial being that had erupted with powerful energy and was fleeing into the distance also seemed to be frozen in place, motionless against the backdrop of the heavens. At that moment, Hitter's form radiated a violet luminescence, propelling him towards the stationary extraterrestrial with astonishing speed. However, just as Hitter prepared to strike down the alien, he suddenly noticed that Yu had inexplicably appeared beside the extraterrestrial and had seized hold of it. In that fleeting instant, a rare expression of astonishment surfaced on Hitter's typically impassive visage. It is worth noting that prior to activating the time flash, he had seen Yu not far from him on the ground. Yet, after Hitter invoked the time flash, the time of others was frozen in space for the next 0.1 seconds. There exist various interpretations of the time flash. This particular one is deemed by the author to be quite plausible and is accompanied by illustrative imagery. Thus, during those 0.1 seconds when Hitter executed the time flash, the time of everyone else was suspended, allowing only him the freedom to navigate through the frozen expanse. Yet, astonishingly, this unknown human was able to move during the activation of his time flash. This was an occurrence that Hitler had never encountered before. Moreover, what astonished him even further was that this individual had arrived at the location of the extraterrestrials before him. This left Hit utterly astonished. A mere 0.1 seconds later, Hit's time skip ability dissipated, and the world returned to its normal state. Steadying himself, Hit gazed at the figure of the cosmic being, Yu, wearing an expression of disbelief. Just as Yu was about to speak to Hit, The mechanical voice of the system echoed in his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the time skip attribute. Upon hearing this notification, Yu was filled with immense joy. To be honest, he had never anticipated that the system would grant him the time skip attribute after Hit had executed it. After all, the chance of the system dropping a skill attribute was a mere 1 in 5. However, to Yeyu's surprise, this time it was a direct hit. Hit had only performed the time skip once, yet the system had already bestowed upon him the attribute. Would the host like to accept the time skip attribute? As Yeyu reveled in his elation, the system chimed in once more. Accept. Without the slightest hesitation, Yeyu promptly replied to the system. Subsequently, the golden time skip attribute, resembling a tadpole, surged towards Yeyu and ultimately merged into his being. At that moment, the words time skip appeared on the virtual screen before him. After obtaining the skill attribute, Yeyu was eager to utilize it immediately. However, he restrained his excitement, for Hit was right in front of him. Although Yeyu had transformed into a Super Saiyan of the second tier, achieving a combat power exceeding 10 trillion, he was acutely aware that he was still no match for Hit. His purpose for coming here was merely to greet Hit, with no intention of provoking him. Of course, if Hit sought to eliminate him, it would not be so simple. After all, Yeyu possessed trump cards such as Time Suspension, King Kai's Fist, and Instant Transmission. Even if he could not defeat Hit, escaping would be entirely within his capability. How did you do that? Just as Yeyu contemplated the time skip, Hit suddenly spoke, addressing him. What do you mean by how? Yeyu snapped back to reality and responded to Hit. Just now, I activated an ability that can freeze time. Why were you able to move freely while time was frozen? Hit's cold gaze bore into Yeyu, as if attempting to see through him. That's a secret. Night Feather responded softly. Upon hearing Night Feather's reply, Hit did not feel anger. However, he surmised that Night Feather possessed a form of time manipulation ability, one that surpassed his own time flash technique, allowing for a more effortless control over time. After all, in this world, the extraordinary was commonplace, and Hit was no stranger to the bizarre. Noticing Night Feather's reluctance to elaborate, Hit refrained from pressing further and simply raised his arm, pointing at the extraterrestrial being held by Night Feather, asking, "Could you hand this individual over to me? He is my target." Night Feather lifted the extraterrestrial slightly before tossing it to Hit. "Until we meet again." With that, Night Feather executed a teleportation and vanished from Hit's sight, his presence completely erased. After Night Feather's disappearance, Hit scanned his surroundings and muttered to himself. However, he paid little heed to Night Feather's parting words, as he did not believe they would cross paths again. With a swift motion, Hit eliminated the extraterrestrial in his grasp. Task accomplished. On to the next target. Following the swift execution of the extraterrestrial, he descended toward the ground below. Meanwhile, Night Feather, who had vanished before Hit, had already teleported to another planet. This planet is not the Scion's home, the planet Salad. The purpose of his arrival here is merely to test the capabilities of his flash time technique before returning to Salad. Just as Yeyu appeared, a colossal unicorn dinosaur let out a roar and charged directly at him. What perfect timing! Observing the approaching dinosaur, Yeyu muttered to himself, "Flash time." In the blink of an eye, he activated the technique. Instantly, the surrounding time appeared to freeze, as if he were enveloped in a world of ice. Simultaneously, the charging unicorn dinosaur seemed to be immobilized, standing still in place. Is this what it looks like when flash time is activated? Yeyu pondered, admiring the transformation of his surroundings. However, before he could revel in the moment, the world abruptly returned to normal, and the dinosaur lunged toward him. Indeed, my activation of flash time lasted less than 0.1 seconds. Once the world resumed, Yeyu felt a shift within him. The duration of flash time is not fixed. It can be extended. While Hit's activation lasted 0.1 seconds, Yeyu's was less than that. Nonetheless, he understood that this was due to his insufficient strength. He knew that once his power surpassed Hit's, durations of 0.2 seconds or even 0.5 seconds would be well within his grasp. Chapter 124. The Hot Spring Bathhouse. After testing the might of flash time, Yeyu waved at the oncoming unicorn dinosaur. In the next moment, his form transformed into a shadow, disappearing right before the dinosaur's eyes. Upon witnessing its target vanish suddenly, the dinosaur came to an abrupt halt, leaving a long skid mark on the ground before regaining its balance. Once steady, the unicorn dinosaur gazed at the spot where Yeyu had stood, its enormous head adorned with question marks. Returning our focus to the Salad Planet, one finds a vast hot spring bathhouse. The misty steam wafts through the air like smoke, enveloping the entire bathing area. Through the haze, one can faintly discern the silhouettes of 4 graceful figures within the hot spring. These 4 enchanting figures are none other than the illustrious quartet, number 18, Khalifa, Fis, and Kair. After the fierce battle, indulging in a soothing hot spring is indeed a sublime experience. Within the warm waters, Fis languidly stretched her body and, with a contented expression, remarked, "Is that so?" I failed to perceive it. At this moment, Caulifla, who was being attentively scrubbed by Kale, responded to Fis's words with an expressionless remark. "It is because you are a battle maniac and have no understanding of what it means to enjoy life. After all, we are girls," she said, turning her gaze towards number 18. Number 18's delicate form was curled up, half of her head submerged beneath the surface of the water, lost in contemplation. Observing number 18 in this state, Fis felt a twitch in her facial muscles, wondering if she had perhaps posed her question to the wrong person. "By the way, Caulifla, why do you transform into a Super Saiyan while soaking in the hot spring?" Faced with number 18's frosty demeanor, Fis hesitated to speak further to her and redirected her attention back to Caulifla. Training, Caulifla mused. "I've discovered that if I maintain my Super Saiyan form regularly, it becomes second nature, significantly alleviating the burden during battles. Moreover, I sense that my strength is continually increasing." As she spoke, Caulifla rose from the hot spring, showcasing her power to Fis. At that moment, as Kaya was assisting Caulifla with her back, she found herself confronted with the full exposure of Caulifla's form within her line of sight. Instantly, a rush of heat flared atop her head, and her face flushed crimson. "Sister's body," Kaya exclaimed, overwhelmed by an inexplicable thrill. However, her excitement seemed to have reached its zenith, causing her to plunge directly into the bath, where the water began to bubble vigorously. Just then, Night Feather, who had been on an unknown planet, suddenly materialized within the bath. At this moment, a fleeting silence enveloped the bath. Yu stared in bewilderment at Caulifla, who stood with hands on her hips above the tub. At that instant, everything about Caulifla was laid bare before Yu's eyes. Simultaneously, the gazes of Caulifla, Fis, and number 18 converged upon Yu, who had unexpectedly appeared. After a few seconds, the bath remained shrouded in an eerie stillness. No woman uttered a shrill cry of embarrassment, nor were there any curses or objects hurled in indignation. Only number 18, her face flushed with shame, softly uttered, "Idiot." After locking eyes with Caulifla for several seconds, Yu noticed that she had no intention of crouching down to shield herself. Feeling a tinge of embarrassment, Yu cleared his throat and said, "I apologize. I was unaware that you were bathing." With that, he feigned ignorance and strode confidently toward the exit of the bath. However, just as Yu breathed a sigh of relief, a chilling and ominous voice echoed behind him. Although he did not turn around, he recognized the voice belonged to Kair. Emerging from the water, Kair appeared like a demon, radiating an unusual aura, her hair swirling in the air. "Hey, Kair," Caulifla exclaimed, immediately attempting to intervene upon seeing Kair's furious expression. Yet, consumed by rage, Kair was deaf to Caulifla's words. Oh no, Kair is about to lose control. Caulifla's countenance shifted dramatically as she observed the greenish-yellow aura emanating around Kair. The memory of Kair transforming into the legendary Super Saiyan a year prior lingered vividly in her mind. The thought of Kair succumbing to madness weighed heavily on Caulifla's heart. Without a moment's hesitation, she rushed from behind and embraced Kair tightly. At the instant Caulifla's arms encircled her, Kair's body stiffened, as if struck by an electric shock. Concurrently, the wrathful energy surrounding Kair dissipated without a trace. "Sister." Kair then slumped into the bath like a deflated balloon. "Hey, Kair. Are you all right?" Caulifla called out anxiously upon witnessing Kair's condition. Seizing the opportunity, Yu swiftly exited the bathroom. "Phew, I finally made it out. It seems I must be more cautious with my teleportation in the future." Yu murmured to himself as he emerged from the tub, while chaos ensued in the bathroom. "Kair, pull yourself together." After Carly lifted Kale from the bath, she began to shake his body incessantly. At that moment, Fis seemed to recall that the person who had just exited was a man, causing her delicate face to flush with embarrassment as she instinctively covered her form. Observing all of this, number 18 silently emerged from the bath. After donning her attire, she sought out Yu. "I just used instant transmission. I had no idea you were bathing." Yu quickly clarified upon noticing number 18's apparent intent to confront him. "I wish to inquire where you disappeared to just now." Number 18 shot Yu an exasperated glance and retorted. Relieved by her words, Yu responded, "I met a remarkably powerful individual, We shall encounter each other again soon. Chapter 125. The arrival of the super warrior Vegeta on Earth, beneath the azure sky, lay an unceasing expanse of mountains. Boom, boom, roar. Amidst this vast mountainous region, intermittent explosions resounded. As the view zoomed in on the mountains, three figures could be seen engaged in a fierce battle in the sky. The conflict was extraordinarily intense, with each move sending tremors through the earth and waves of energy cascading. If you were present at that moment, you would undoubtedly recognize these three individuals. The three individuals in question are none other than Sun Wukong, Vegeta, and Majin Buu. At this moment, Majin Buu is clad in an orange combat suit, a manifestation of his form as Gohan Buu, which emerged after he absorbed Piccolo, Gotenks, and the enigmatic Gohan. Originally, Majin Buu possessed overwhelming power, and after devouring Piccolo, Gotenks, and the mysterious Gohan, his strength attained a truly terrifying level. Even with the combined might of Vegeta and Sun Wukong, they stand no chance against Gohan Buu. Gohan Buu stands atop a towering hill, arms crossed, looking down with a mocking expression at the battered and bruised Vegeta and Sun Wukong below. It seems it is time to send you to hell. As he speaks, Gohan Buu raises his right arm, and a formidable energy gathers in his palm. In the blink of an eye, a sphere of energy, roughly the size of a basketball, materializes in his hand. Although the sphere's size is relatively modest, both Sun Wukong and Vegeta can sense an immensely terrifying energy emanating from it. At this moment, both Sun Wukong and Vegeta were acutely aware that the energy sphere conjured by Gohan Buu possessed the potential to cast them into the depths of hell. With that thought, Gohan Buu surged forward, propelled by the energy sphere in his grasp, charging directly at Sun Wukong and Vegeta. Upon witnessing Gohan Buu's fierce approach, Vegeta's expression shifted dramatically, and he immediately extended his palm towards Sun Wukong, demanding, "Do not hesitate. Hand it over swiftly." Upon hearing Vegeta's words, Sun Wukong's heart leaped with joy, for he understood that Vegeta sought the Patera earrings, the divine artifacts that would allow their fusion. Although the proud Vegeta had initially resisted the idea of merging with Sun Wukong, the news that Goku's loved ones, Bulma and Trunks, had fallen victim to Gohan Buu ignited a furious resolve within him. Noticing Sun Wukong's momentary daze, Vegeta grew anxious and urged, "Hurry up and give it to me. Vegeta, catch!" Sun Wukong exclaimed with delight as he tossed the other Patera earring to Vegeta. The game was afoot. At that moment, Gohan Buu, with the energy sphere still in hand, was closing the distance between himself and the two warriors. In a state of panic, Vegeta hastily adorned his right ear with the Patera earring. "Vegeta, let me clarify. Once we fuse, there is no turning back to our original forms. Do you understand?" Sun Wukong solemnly cautioned as Vegeta hurriedly donned the earring. Upon hearing this, Vegeta's frustration soared. "Why tell me this now?" he growled. Yet his actions betrayed no sign of hesitation. With the arrow drawn, there was no retreat. After Vegeta affixed the earring to his ear, a resonant hum erupted, and a gentle radiance enveloped both Vegeta and Sun Wukong. Suddenly, the earrings generated an immense gravitational force, drawing the two warriors together. "Off to hell with you." Gohan Buu cackled as he neared Sun Wukong and Vegeta, preparing to obliterate them with the energy sphere. However, at that moment, an extraordinarily brilliant light erupted from the center of Sun Wukong and Vegeta, outshining even the sun in the sky, flashing incessantly. Upon discovering this anomalous situation, the playful expression on Gohan Buu's face vanished in an instant, replaced by a profound seriousness. Subsequently, beneath Gohan Buu's astonished demeanor, the dazzling radiance gradually dissipated. At last, a man, his body adorned with bulging muscles, emerged within Gohan Buu's line of sight. This man possessed a mane of wild black hair, a face chiseled like a sculptor's masterpiece, yet undeniably handsome. At first glance, he bore the hairstyle of Vegeta, yet his countenance echoed that of Son Goku. However, he was neither Son Goku nor Vegeta. This individual was none other than Vegito, the warrior formed from the fusion of Son Goku and Vegeta through the Patera earrings. At this moment, Gohan Buu, descending from the heavens, gazed at the unfamiliar man before him, his face marked by an expression of sheer terror. From this man, he sensed an unprecedentedly powerful aura, one that instilled within him a palpable sense of danger. Gradually, Gohan Buu lowered his raised arm, and the energy sphere that had been coalescing in his palm flickered and vanished without a trace. With a series of swift punches and kicks, Vegeta, a fusion of Goku and Vegeta, allowed a confident smile to curve his lips as he remarked, "I was initially concerned about potential complications, yet it has turned out to be beyond my wildest expectations." Meanwhile, on the distant planet of Bulma in the 6th universe, Yu wore a troubled expression. Although he had anticipated that Majin Buu would be revived during this time on Earth, he faced a dilemma. He could not sense the energy emanating from the 7th universe. Without this energy, he was unable to utilize instant transmission to return to the 7th universe. When Yu first arrived in the 6th universe, it was after spending 5 years on the fringes of the 7th universe, where he fortuitously encountered the formidable Frost. He had leveraged Frost's energy to traverse to the 6th universe. Now, Yu pondered whether he would have to wait another 5 years on Bulma. Hoping to encounter a being of Frost's caliber at the boundary between the 7th and 6th universes again. Waiting 5 more years was simply unacceptable to him. Just as despair settled in his heart, a flash of insight struck him. This was not a mere flash of lightning. Rather, he had suddenly sensed a powerful energy. What could this energy be? Upon detecting it, Yu concentrated intently. There was no mistaking it. This energy was indeed emanating from the 7th universe. To his astonishment, despite the considerable distance, the clarity of the energy was remarkable, indicating that its owner possessed extraordinary strength. For the moment, Yu did not dwell on the identity of this powerful energy's master. After calling out to Android 18, he immediately executed instant transmission, disappearing from Bulma. Chapter 126. My name is Vegeta. As Yu and Android 18 vanished from the 6th universe's Bulma, they reappeared by the seaside in an instant. Where's this? Android 18 murmured as she surveyed their surroundings. Meanwhile, as soon as they arrived, Yu detected 2 exceptionally powerful auras manifesting within his perception. One of these 2 energies is precisely the one that Yu had sensed earlier on the planet Buzz in the 6th universe. At that time, Yu, eager to return to the 7th universe, did not take the time to carefully perceive this energy. However, at this moment, Yu suddenly realized that this extraordinarily immense energy was, in fact, that of Sun Wukong and Vegeta. Indeed, within this vast energy that Yu sensed, the essences of both Sun Wukong and Vegeta were present. Boom. Just as Yu pondered over the nature of this phenomenon, a resounding noise erupted from nearby. Let us go. Upon hearing the sound, Yu called out to Android 18, and together they soared towards the source of the noise. After rounding a mountain peak, 2 figures came into view. Who are they? Upon catching sight of the 2 figures, Yu was momentarily taken aback, but then a smile graced his lips. Perhaps Android 18 did not recognize them, but Yu instantly identified them. These 2 individuals are none other than Vegeta and Gohan Buu. It becomes clear that Vegeta is the warrior formed by the fusion of Son Goku and Vegeta. And I finally understand the dual essence of Goku and Vegeta emanating from him. Nightwing first cast a glance towards Gohan Buu, then shifted his gaze to Vegeta. Simultaneously, as Nightwing observed Vegeta and Gohan Buu, the latter 2 engaged in battle also noticed the sudden arrival of Nightwing. Nightwing? After delivering a powerful punch that sent Gohan Buu flying, Vegeta stabilized his stance, gazing at Nightwing with a look of astonishment. Though Vegeta is neither Son Goku nor Vegeta, he possesses the memories of both. It is evident that both Son Goku and Vegeta are acquainted with Nightwing, hence Vegeta is naturally familiar with him as well. Who is this fellow? Before Nightwing could speak, Android 18 furrowed her brows, eyeing Vegeta and Gohan Buu with a vigilant demeanor. While Android May 18th not possessed the ability to directly sense the overwhelming power within Vegeta and Gohan Buu as Nightwing does, she could certainly perceive that either of them was far more formidable than herself. Particularly, Vegeta exuded an exceptionally perilous aura that unsettled Android 18. This individual? His name is Majin Buu. After hearing Android 18's inquiry, Vegeta pointed at Gohan Buu, introducing him to Nightwing and Android 18. After all, Majin Buu had emerged during the time Nightwing and Android 18 were absent from Earth. Vegeta assumed that they were unfamiliar with Majin Buu and thus provided a brief introduction. However, in truth, only Android 18 did not recognize Majin Buu. Nightwing recognized him at first glance. I was inquiring about you. Just as Vegeta finished speaking, Android 18 continued to scrutinize him with a wary expression. Upon hearing her words, Vegeta struck a pose, one hand resting on his forehead, wearing an expression of pride. Are you asking me? I am neither Son Goku nor Vegeta. If you must assign a name, call me Vegeta. What do you think? Isn't that a splendid name? As Vegeta basked in his self-important introduction, Gohan Buu seized the opportunity and charged directly at him. However, before Gohan Buu could truly close the distance, Vegeta delivered an elbow strike that landed squarely on Gohan Buu's face. At this moment, Gohan Buu's face was deeply contorted. Vegito seized the opportunity and delivered a powerful kick, sending Gohan Buu flying. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a battle power attribute of 50 million. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a battle power attribute of 51 million. As Vegito's elbow and foot struck Gohan Buu in succession, a series of mechanical notifications resonated in Yu's mind. Simultaneously, 2 battle power attributes fell beneath Vegito's feet. Could it be that a mere strike grants such an immense attribute value of 50 million? Truly, Vegito is formidable. Upon hearing the system's notifications, Yu gazed at Vegito and pondered within. Host, do you wish to collect the battle power attributes? Collect. With Yu's command. The 2 battle power attributes beneath Vegito converged towards him, ultimately merging into his body. Before his eyes, the virtual screen displaying his battle power attributes transformed from 154. 6 billion to 154. 7 billion. A year ago, Yu's battle power was merely 100. 5 billion. Through the relentless accumulation of battle power attributes dropped by the 5 fighters, Kefla, Kale, Fis, Goku, and Android 18, alongside the legendary Super Saiyan cells within him, Yu's battle power soared to 154. 7 billion. As Yu collected the battle power, Vegito, who had just sent Gohan Buu flying, addressed him. Apologies. But I must first deal with this fellow. Once I am done with him, it will be your turn, Yu. In this form, I am absolutely confident that I can defeat you. As he spoke, a confident smirk graced Vegito's lips. Though he was neither Goku nor Vegeta, he embodied the essence of both, including their unyielding desire for combat. For 7 years, both Goku and Vegeta aspired to overcome Yu. Now, Vegito, born from their fusion, shared the same ambition to triumph over Yu. Very well. Upon hearing Vegito's challenge, Yu smiled lightly and immediately accepted. Confronted by such a powerful adversary, the Saiyan blood within Yu began to surge with excitement. How infuriating! Gohan Buu, witnessing Vegito engage in battle while still having the composure to converse with others, was filled with frustration. This is evidently an underestimation of him. At this moment, the dignity of Gohan Buu seemed to be trampled upon. With a furious roar, Gohan Buu unleashed a torrent of hot air from the vents atop his head, akin to a jet engine. How dare mere humans belittle me? In a fit of rage, Gohan Buu swiftly charged towards Vegeta. Chapter 127. A single punch sends Gohan Buu flying. Boom, boom, boom. The heavens echoed as Vegeta and Gohan Buu engaged in a fierce battle. Gohan Buu, in a state of utter frustration, relentlessly attacked Vegeta. Yet, no matter how swift or powerful his strikes, Vegeta effortlessly blocked them with a mere arm. Damn it, I refuse to believe I cannot prevail. Once more, Gohan Buu expelled a surge of energy and charged at Vegeta. However, before he could utter another word, Vegeta vanished from sight, evading Gohan Buu's blow. When he reappeared, it was behind Gohan Buu, delivering a powerful kick straight to his chest. With a resounding impact, Gohan Buu was sent reeling, spewing forth an unknown liquid. He then hurtled downward like a cannonball, ultimately crashing into a mountainside with a deafening roar, obliterating it upon impact. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have gained a combat power attribute of 47 million. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have gained a combat power attribute of 56 million. As Vegeta and Gohan Buu clashed, the mechanical notifications of the system echoed continuously in Yu's mind. Beneath their feet, combat power attributes fell like rain, each valued at approximately 50 million. In the past, witnessing the system drop a combat power value of 50 million would have filled Yu with elation. However, now that his combat power had soared beyond 150 billion, the addition of several billion felt inconsequential. Would the host like to collect the combat power attributes? Just as Vegeta sent Gohan Buu flying, the system's prompt resonated once more in Yu's mind. Collect. With a command from Yu, the battle power attributes beneath Vegeta lined up and swiftly converged towards him, ultimately merging into Yu's being. As these attributes continuously flowed into him, Yu's combat strength surged relentlessly. Once all the battle power attributes had integrated within him, Yu's combat prowess escalated from 154. 7 billion to 155. 6 billion. In essence, following the brief skirmish between Vegeta and Gohan Buu, Yu's power had increased by nearly 1 billion. Just as Yu was absorbing this energy, a dazzling violet light suddenly erupted from the chaotic rubble where Gohan Buu had fallen. Instantly, a powerful wave of energy surged forth, blowing away the debris scattered about. Soon after, Gohan Buu's form was once again revealed to the sights of Yu and Android 18. Damn it. Although such an attack had not inflicted any physical harm on Gohan Bu, the true blow lay in the damage to his pride. Who was Majin Bu? He has always been the one to mercilessly vanquish others. To find himself in a position where he could not retaliate, having encountered not one but two opponents, was intolerable. The last mysterious Gohan had already been absorbed, and the power of that enigmatic Gohan now belonged to him, Majin Bu. Damn, unforgivable. Clenching his fists tightly, Gohan Buu's face twisted in rage as steam erupted from above his head. Meanwhile, Yu and Vegeta both sensed the energy within Gohan Bu escalating exponentially. In that moment, the entire earth began to tremble. The restless sea surged, unleashing towering waves, while the sky above roiled with dark clouds, flashing with lightning and rumbling thunder. As if the apocalypse had arrived. What is happening? Upon witnessing this extraordinary scene, Yu's eyes narrowed slightly. Soon after, he beheld the furious Gohan Bu, from whom violet lightning erupted incessantly. When this violet lightning struck the fabric of space, it shattered like glass. Subsequently, a pitch-black void emerged from the fractured space. This is dire. If this continues, the world will be consumed by the dimensions. Just as Yu grasped the gravity of the situation, Vegeta also became aware of the impending crisis. As Yu prepared to intervene, a powerful wave of energy erupted from Vegeta's body. His form enveloped in a golden aura, crackling with silver lightning amidst the colossal flames. Super Saiyan Second Stage. Witnessing Vegeta transform into Super Saiyan Second Stage with such ease brought a smile to Yu's face. With Vegeta unleashing his full power, he charged directly at Gohan Bu without a moment's hesitation. Just as Vegeta's fist was about to collide with Gohan Bu, a purple electric ring formed around Gohan Bu, acting as a spherical shield that encased him. Vegeta's fist was met with this protective barrier. In that instant, Vegeta and Gohan Bu were locked in a stalemate within the barrier. Although Vegeta exerted tremendous force, his fist inched toward Gohan Bu with excruciating slowness, resembling a tortoise's crawl. Zzz. While Vegeta endeavored to breach Gohan Buu's shield, the violet lightning surrounding Gohan Bu continued to bombard the spatial barriers around them. A powerful gravitational force emanated from the rift in the void, drawing in vast amounts of seawater, air, and rocks. Seeing this, Yu hesitated for a moment before unleashing a golden aura around himself. Whoosh! After transforming into Super Saiyan, he charged directly in front of Gohan Bu, delivering a punch. The once formidable barrier before Vegeta crumbled like paper under Yu's blow. Gohan Buu's body was sent flying like a cannonball from the impact of Yu's strike. Yu has indeed grown even stronger. At that moment, Vegeta observed Nightwing effortlessly shatter the protective shield of Majin Bu. Initially taken aback, a fervent battle spirit ignited within his eyes. Chapter 128. Frieza in Hell. Originally, Nightwing had no intention of intervening in the conflict between Vegeta and Gohan Bu. He merely wished to quietly collect the combat attributes that would fall during their battle. However, witnessing the Void Fissure relentlessly consuming the atmosphere and ocean, he found himself compelled to act. Certainly, with Vegeta's strength, he could also breach Gohan Buu's shield. Yet, Vegeta was straining himself immensely. By the time he might shatter Gohan Buu's defenses and halt him, who could say whether the earth would be devoured by the void? Thus, with no other choice, Nightwing decided to intervene. With a resounding bang, Nightwing sent Gohan Bu flying, causing the void fissures in the sky to visibly heal at an astonishing rate. Soon, as the fissures vanished entirely, the earth returned to its usual state. Relieved, Nightwing exhaled deeply and reverted from Super Saiyan form. When Nightwing regained his composure, he noticed Vegeta regarding him with an extraordinary gaze. Nightwing, I never expected you to become this powerful after 7 years. Vegeta exclaimed, his face alight with battle intent. 7 years prior, neither Goku nor Vegeta together could overcome Nightwing. For the past 7 years, both Sun Wukong and Vegeta have relentlessly pursued the path of cultivation, their sole aim being to enhance their strength in order to vanquish Yu. As the years have passed, both warriors have indeed grown more powerful. In their estimation, even if they could not defeat Yu individually with their current might, they believed that by joining forces, they could surely overcome him. However, what Sun Wukong and Vegeta did not anticipate was that Yu had also evolved, attaining a level of strength that surpassed their wildest imaginings. Vegeta had personally experienced the formidable nature of Gohan Buu's protective barrier. Even in his Super Saiyan transformation, it proved exceedingly difficult to breach that shield. Yet, astonishingly, Yi Yu shattered Gohan Buu's barrier with a mere punch. The comparison of strength between the two is evident to any discerning observer. Nightwing undoubtedly possesses greater power. Naturally, Vegeta is not oblivious to this fact. However, it is precisely because of Nightwing's formidable prowess that Vegeta is even more eager to engage him in battle. Yet, it is not only Vegeta who is astonished by Nightwing's immense strength. After all, the clash between Vegeta and Buu has drawn the attention of countless spectators. In the realm of the Supreme Kai, disbelief prevails. How could this be possible? Who is this individual capable of effortlessly sending Majin Buu flying with a single punch? As Jebbet, the Supreme Kai, observes this confrontation on Earth through the crystal ball, his expression is one of sheer incredulity upon witnessing Nightwing's effortless dismissal of Gohan Buu. Jebbet is acutely aware of the terrifying might of Majin Buu, having witnessed the demise of several Supreme Kais at his hands. Moreover, the current iteration of Majin Buu has absorbed Gohan, Trunks, and Goten, transforming into Gohan Buu, thereby elevating his power to unprecedented heights. Even the combined efforts of Goku and Vegeta fall short against Gohan Buu. Only the fusion of Goku and Vegeta into the formidable warrior Vegeta can hope to subdue him. Yet, here stands this enigmatic Saiyan, who seemingly emerged from nowhere, effortlessly sending Gohan Buu hurtling through the air, leaving Jebbet in utter shock. Observing Jebbet's astonishment, the Elder Kai cannot help but cast a sidelong glance at him. Though he does not articulate his thoughts, his expression conveys a silent rebuke, a lack of worldly experience. After briefly regarding Jebbet, his gaze returns to the crystal ball, where Nightwing's image appears, prompting him to speak slowly. Why are you so flustered? Although I know not who this individual is, I am certain he is not an enemy, and it seems he shares a familiarity with Goku and the others. It is entirely reasonable that Jebbet and Old Kai do not recognize Yi Yu. After all, when Jebbet and the Supreme Kai of the East visited Earth, they encountered only Goku, Vegeta, and Gohan, without any sight of Yi Yu. Additionally, Yi Yu had just returned to Earth from the 6th universe using instant transmission. Therefore, Jebbet and Old Kai remain oblivious to Yi Yu's identity and the source of his formidable power. However, they are aware that Yi Yu is not an adversary. Upon hearing Old Kai's words, Jebbet breathed a sigh of relief. It is a comfort that he is not an enemy, had he been one. The consequences would have been dire. Jebbet could discern that Yi Yu's strength is on par with that of Vegeta. Should Yi Yu have been an enemy, this universe would face a peril greater than that posed by Majin Buu. While Jebbet and Old Kai may be unaware of Yi Yu's identity, Frieza and Cell, confined within the depths of hell, are well acquainted with him, and their memories of him are vivid. After all, it was Yi Yu who had vanquished both Frieza and Cell in the past. In the deepest recesses of hell, Frieza, Cell, and other tormented souls gather before a colossal crystal. The image displayed within the crystal reveals the battlefield where Vegeta and Gohan confront Buu. As the souls witness Yi Yu delivering a powerful blow that sends Gohan Buu flying, astonishment washes over their faces. Who is this person? Remarkably strong. How could he send that fiend flying with a single punch? As the spirits engage in hushed discussions, Cell, arms crossed, speaks in a calm tone. It is truly astonishing. I never anticipated that Yi Yu has grown this formidable over the years, even surpassing my own strength during my battles. Upon hearing Cell mention Yi Yu's name, Frieza's expression darkens with resentment and fury. Once the Emperor of the Universe, he could eliminate anyone at will. Yet, he never expected to be defeated by Yi Yu on planet Namek. Even now, trapped in hell as a specter, he cannot forget the wounds inflicted by Yi Yu. And the hatred he harbors remains unresolved. Clenching his fists tightly, Frieza silently roars within, grappling with his unwillingness to accept his fate. Despite his bitterness, he is powerless against Yi Yu. After all, Frieza is now but a dead man. The only hope for him lies in resurrection. Chapter 129. Acquiring the regenerative attributes of Majin Buu in regards to Frieza's wrath in the depths of hell, Yi Yu was blissfully unaware. Even if he had been informed, it would have mattered little to him. After all, Frieza was deceased. Moreover, even if years hence someone were to resurrect Frieza and transform him into Golden Frieza, Yi Yu would remain utterly unperturbed. For by that time, he could effortlessly harness the powers of Super Saiyan Blue from the fallen Super Saiyan God forms of Goku and Vegeta, ascending to Super Saiyan Blue himself. Yi Yu's foundational combat prowess was already astonishingly formidable. Should he transform into Super Saiyan Blue, dealing with Golden Frieza would be but a trivial endeavor. The next steps lie in your hands. After greeting Vegeta before him, Yi Yu soared directly towards the location of number 18. At the same time, Gohan Buu, who had been sent flying by Yi Yu, had begun to recover from his furious rage. He hovered in the air, breathing heavily, with an unknown liquid still lingering at the corner of his mouth. It was evident that this mysterious substance was a result of Yiyu's powerful punch. That blow had inflicted significant damage upon Gohan Bu. Any ordinary individual struck by such a force would either die or be gravely injured. However, Majin Bu possessed extraordinary regenerative abilities, capable of instantaneous recovery as long as a single cell remained intact. At that moment, Gohan Bu's formidable healing power allowed him to swiftly mend the injuries inflicted by Yiyu. Regrettably, as Gohan Bu healed, the system did not grant him the ability to regenerate. Nevertheless, Yiyu remained unfazed. After all, there would be ample opportunities ahead. As long as Vegeta continued to inflict wounds upon Gohan Bu, the system would probabilistically drop the regeneration ability of Majin Bu. Yiyu was confident that after 10 attempts, at least one would yield the coveted recovery attribute, unless, of course, fortune favored the unluckiest of souls. While Gohan Bu regained his composure, he cast his gaze back and forth between Yiyu and Vegeta. Initially, when Yiyu first appeared, Gohan Bu had dismissed him as inconsequential, merely viewing him as an ordinary passerby. After all, the energy emanating from Yiyu had been suppressed, failing to register as a threat to Gohan Bu. However, when Yiyu transformed into a Super Saiyan, a portion of his energy was unleashed. Although Gohan Bu was engulfed in rage at that moment, he could not ignore the immense power radiating from Yiyu. In Gohan Bu's eyes, Yiyu was now an entity as formidable as Vegeta himself. Thus, both Yiyu and Vegeta posed a significant threat. As for the possibility of Yiyu and Vegeta defeating him, Gohan Bu had not contemplated that. His confidence in his ability to regenerate with just a single cell was unwavering. In his mind, no one in this world could ever truly vanquish him. These two beings are undeniably powerful. To conquer them, it seems my only option is to absorb one of them. Majin Bu is not foolish, on the contrary. He possesses remarkable intelligence. After regaining his composure, he refrained from recklessly charging at Yiyu or Vegeta. Instead, he observed both of them carefully, pondering his strategy. Soon, Gohan Bu devised a plan to absorb either Yiyu or Vegeta. By absorbing one of them, his power would vastly surpass that of the other. Having made his decision, he settled on Yiyu. He had already experienced Vegeta's strength firsthand, and absorbing him would prove too challenging. Consequently, he targeted Yiyu, with whom he had yet to engage in battle. With resolve, Gohan Bu surged towards Yiyu. However, before Gohan Bu could close the distance, Vegeta swiftly appeared before him, blocking his path. "Your opponent is me," Vegeta declared, his tone calm, yet authoritative. Frustrated, Gohan Bu let out a low growl before launching an attack at Vegeta. Even in his normal state, Gohan Bu was no match for Vegeta, and now that Vegeta had transformed into a Super Saiyan, Gohan Bu stood even less of a chance. In the instant Gohan Bu charged, Vegeta extended his palm, and a golden light flickered to life. Witnessing this, Gohan Bu's expression changed dramatically. Before he could react further, an energy wave erupted from Vegeta's hand, colliding forcefully with Gohan Bu. With a resounding explosion, Gohan Bu's entire head was obliterated. Yet he did not perish. The flesh around his neck writhed incessantly. In the next moment, Gohan Bu sprouted a brand new head. This was the first encounter for Android 18 with Majin Bu. Upon witnessing his head explode only to regenerate, her face displayed an expression of utter astonishment. Majin Bu possessed the ability to regenerate. As long as he retained a single cell, he could endlessly revive. Noticing the look of confusion on Android 18's face, Yiyu explained, "He can regenerate." After clarifying the situation for her, Yeyu's gaze returned to Gohan Bu, and he murmured in a voice only he could hear, "Still hasn't lost his regenerative properties, has he?" 7 years ago, upon acquiring the regeneration attribute of Cell, Yiyu had already devised a plan to obtain the regeneration attribute of Majin Bu in the future. After all, Majin Bu's regeneration ability far surpasses that of Cell's. The urgency with which Yiyu returned to Earth from the 6th universe was also to acquire the regeneration attribute of Majin Bu. "No matter what, I can regenerate." While Yiyu muttered to himself, Gohan Bu, who had regenerated a head, was initially taken aback, then with a mocking expression said, "Is that so?" A smirk appeared at the corner of Vegeta's mouth as he half-smiled and, without delay, pointed his finger into the air. A golden beam of light shot forth directly from Vegeta's fingertip. Before Gohan Bu could react, the golden beam pierced through his body like a glowing sword. However, Gohan Bu merely extended a finger and shook it. "It's futile." As he spoke, Gohan Bu's form separated from the golden sword, and his wounds healed instantaneously. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have acquired the Super Regeneration attribute. Upon hearing the system's notification, before you could revel in his joy, another notification chimed in. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the Soul Sword attribute. Chapter 130. Yu's Ambition, the Kaioshin's Instant Transmission. The sounds of the two system notifications resonated continuously in Yu's mind, filling his heart with delight. When the notifications arrived, Yu realized that the system had indeed dropped the regeneration attribute of Majin Buu. After all, in the previous two instances, the system had not yielded Majin Buu's regeneration attribute. What surprised Yu was that the system had dropped two attributes at once. In addition to Majin Buu's regeneration attribute, there was also the Soul Sword skill attribute that Vegeta had used against Gohan Buu. Although the Soul Sword skill attribute may not be as extraordinary as Majin Buu's super regeneration, it is still a formidable skill. Overall, acquiring the Soul Sword skill attribute was an unexpected delight. Would the host like to accept the super regeneration attribute? Before the system could finish its query, Yu hurriedly replied, Yes, I accept it all. With a command from Yu, the Soul Sword attributes beneath the feet of Vegeta and Gohan, along with the regenerative properties of Majin Buu, converged towards Yu like two golden tadpole runes. Once these attributes merged into Yu's body, the virtual screen before him displayed the properties of the Soul Sword and Hyper Regeneration. Upon seeing the four characters 897 Hyper Regeneration on the screen, a fervent light ignited in Yu's eyes. He was almost tempted to sever his own arm to test whether it could indeed regenerate instantaneously like Majin Buu. Of course, this was merely a fleeting thought, as one would hardly go about dismembering themselves for such an experiment. However, with the appearance of the Hyper Regeneration attribute on the system screen, it was evident that Yu possessed a recovery capability as extraordinary as that of Majin Buu. Now that he had acquired the Hyper Regeneration property, all that remained was the instantaneous movement attribute of Gebet God. Taking a deep breath, Yu suppressed his excitement and shifted his gaze away from the system screen. This time, upon returning to Earth from the 6th universe, Yu sought not only the extraordinary regenerative abilities of Majin Buu, but also the instantaneous movement capabilities of God Gebet. Although Yu had already acquired the instantaneous movement of Sun Wukong, it paled in comparison to that of God Gebet. After all, Sun Wukong's instantaneous movement relies on Ki as a coordinate, allowing him to only teleport to locations where others reside. In contrast, God Gebet's instantaneous movement is devoid of such cumbersome requirements. It does not necessitate Ki as a reference point. This is undoubtedly far more convenient than the instantaneous movement of Sun Wukong. Although at present, the God Gebet is not in Night Feather's presence. Night Feather surmises that once Majin Buu is vanquished, the God Gebet will surely descend upon Earth. At that juncture, should the God Gebet employ his instantaneous movement, there exists a probability that the system will bestow upon him the attribute of instantaneous movement. While Night Feather contemplated the notion of instantaneous movement, Gohan Buu was once again engaged in combat with Vegeta. To be precise, it cannot be termed a battle, for Gohan Buu was merely subjected to a relentless onslaught. Both Night Feather and Android 18 discerned that if Vegeta wished to eliminate Gohan Buu, he could effortlessly do so. Yet, Vegeta remained hesitant to strike. What on earth is he doing? Why does he not simply eradicate Majin Buu? At this moment, the god of destruction, Gebet, observed the fierce battle between Vegeta and Gohan Buu through a crystal ball, his expression filled with disappointment as he remarked on their lack of progress. Perhaps he had his own thoughts on the matter. Upon hearing Gebet's inquiry, the Elder Kai narrowed his eyes and responded in a calm tone. It seemed that both Gebet and the Elder Kai were unaware of Vegeta's reluctance to eliminate Gohan Buu directly. However, Yu understood Vegeta's intentions. He aimed to save Gohan, Goten, and Trunks, who had been absorbed by Gohan Buu. In Yu's perspective, Vegeta need not have hesitated. Simply obliterating Gohan Buu would suffice. After all, once Gohan Buu was vanquished, he could utilize the Dragon Balls of Earth to resurrect Gohan and Trunks. Notably, Gohan, Goten, and Trunks had never been revived before, thus escaping the constraints imposed by the Earth-S Dragon. Admittedly, Piccolo had been killed previously, but he had been revived by the Namekian Dragon, which also did not impose such limitations. Yet, it appeared that Yu had no intention of advising Vegeta on the possibility of using the dragon to resurrect Gohan and Trunks. At this moment, he was quite satisfied, observing the continuous influx of battle power attributes as Vegeta and Gohan Buu clashed. Should he alert Vegeta, the latter would undoubtedly eliminate Gohan Buu. thereby depriving Yu of significant battle power. It was important to note that warriors of such caliber as Vegeta and Gohan Buu were rare within the vast expanse of the seventh universe. Thus, accumulating additional battle power was crucial. When the god of destruction, Beerus, descended upon Earth, Yu's chances of triumphing over him would increase substantially. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired 60 million battle power attributes. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired 61 million battle power attributes. As the system notifications echoed within Yu's mind, the battle power attributes cascading from the confrontation of Vegeta and Gohan Buu flowed incessantly into his being. The virtual screen before him reflected a steady rise in battle power: 155, 7 billion, 155, 8 billion, 158, 1 billion. In just half a minute, Yu's battle power surged from 155, 6 billion to an impressive 158, 1 billion. Naturally, he recognized that the remarkable strength of Vegeta and Gohan Buu was the catalyst for such rapid growth. At this rate, breaking through the 160 billion mark appeared to be an effortlessly attainable goal. Night Feather observed his continuously rising battle power, contemplating within himself. It is worth noting that this 160 billion represents Night Feather's foundational combat strength. Should he transform into a Super Saiyan of the second tier, it would escalate to a staggering 16 trillion. I shall claim your power. Just as Night Feather was lost in thought, Gohan Buu, who was engaged in battle with Vegeta, suddenly veered away from Vegeta and charged directly toward Night Feather. The intent was clear. He seemed intent on devouring Night Feather. Witnessing this, Android 18 immediately called out, "Night Feather, be careful." In truth, there was no need for Android 18's warning. Night Feather had already sensed the oncoming Gohan Buu. Ah, yet another who perceives me as an easy target? Night Feather mused as he gazed at Gohan Buu's approach, his eyelids lowered, his tone unperturbed. Initially, Night Feather had no desire for Gohan Buu to meet his end so swiftly, as he wished to collect the battle power attributes that would drop during the confrontation between Vegeta and Gohan Buu. However, should Gohan Buu seek his own demise, that would be an entirely different matter. Chapter 131. Annihilating Gohan Buu. Upon witnessing Gohan Buu charge toward Night Feather's direction, Vegeta's expression shifted subtly. Yet, just as he prepared to pursue, a powerful wave of energy erupted from within Night Feather's body. The intensity of this energy was astonishing. Even beings as formidable as Vegeta and Gohan Buu showed signs of retreat in the face of such a fierce wave. To withstand this immense force, Gohan Buu halted his advance a mere 10 feet from Night Feather, crossing his arms defensively before him. Vegeta, too, turned his head aside in response to the overwhelming energy surge. As both Vegeta and Gohan Buu regained their composure, they beheld Night Feather enveloped in a shimmering golden aura. Within that vast, radiant energy, silver lightning flickered and danced. This posture unmistakably embodies the second transformation of a Super Saiyan. Vegeta could naturally sense that the energy within Yu's body was far more immense than when Yu had previously attacked Gohan and Buu. Is this the true extent of Yu's power? A hint of battle fervor curved the corners of Vegeta's mouth as he spoke. Gohan Buu also possessed the ability to sense energy, and upon detecting the exceptionally terrifying aura emanating from Yu, his eyes flickered with alarm, his expression shifting, and beads of cold sweat formed on his forehead. At that moment, within Gohan Buu's perception, Yu's energy appeared as boundless as the cosmos, vastly surpassing his own in magnitude. "Vegeta, shall I take care of this fellow?" Yu addressed Vegeta without acknowledging Gohan Buu's terrified demeanor. Under normal circumstances, Vegeta, inheriting the personalities of both Goku and himself, would never relinquish his opponent to Yu. However, since Yu had already agreed to confront him, Vegeta simply smiled and remarked, "It's up to you." Yet before Vegeta could finish his sentence, Yu had already extended his palms toward Gohan Buu. "Hey, what are you planning to do?" Vegeta's expression suddenly changed as he observed the energy wave coalescing in Yu's hands. For an ordinary individual, the notion of defeating Gohan Buu would be sheer folly. However, Vegeta understood that with Yu's current prowess, vanquishing Gohan Buu would be remarkably straightforward. Nevertheless, Vegeta did not wish to destroy Gohan Buu. He sought to rescue Gohan, Goten, and Trunks, who had been consumed by Majin Buu. "Do not kill him. Gohan and Trunks are still inside him." As Vegeta spoke, the energy wave in Yu's palms had already taken form. Without a moment's hesitation, he unleashed it toward Gohan Buu. Gohan Buu gazed in horror as the energy wave grew larger in his vision, a deep dread of death stirring within him for the first time. Previously, he had absolute confidence in his regenerative abilities, believing he could recover instantly from any injury. Thus, he had never truly known what death felt like, nor had he ever contemplated his own demise. Yet now, from the energy wave Yeyu had unleashed, he sensed a lethal threat. He realized that should this energy wave strike him, not a single cell would remain. Flee. In the mind of Gohan Bu, there existed but a singular thought. Majin Bu was not devoid of the fear of death. Rather, he simply believed himself to be invulnerable to it. When confronted with the genuine specter of mortality, a sense of dread indeed welled up within him, driven by an instinctual will to survive. Gohan Bu did not hesitate for a moment and turned to flee. Yet, due to the proximity between him and Yi Yu, he scarcely had the chance to escape when a colossal wave of energy struck him directly. In an instant, that immense beam of energy annihilated Majin Bu's form. Through the luminous column, one could faintly discern Gohan Bu, appearing as if he were smoke drawn taut by the wind. First, his limbs began to disintegrate and dissipate, until ultimately, his entire being vanished from sight. The entire process lasted nearly 3 seconds. Once the energy beam in Yi Yu's palm dissipated, the form of Gohan Bu vanished as well. After resolving the matter with Gohan Bu, Yi Yu exhaled in relief and then turned to Vegeta, inquiring, "What were you saying just now?" In truth, Yi Yu had heard Vegeta imploring him not to kill Gohan Bu, but chose to feign ignorance. Vegeta, inheriting the volatile temperament of his father, felt a surge of displeasure upon witnessing Yi Yu eliminate both Trunks and Gohan. Angered, he shouted at Yi Yu, "Why did you kill Majin Bu? Did you not say I could handle it as I wished?" Upon hearing this, Vegeta felt a sudden heaviness in his head. Recalling that he had indeed urged Yi Yu not to slay Majin Bu, "You indeed heard that quite clearly. Rest assured, I understand your desire to rescue Sun Wukong and the others. Using the Dragon Balls to revive them should suffice." After Night Feather's reminder, Vegeta experienced a moment of enlightenment. Recalling that Sun Wukong, Trunks, and the others could be brought back to life with the Dragon Balls. While Vegeta and Night Feather were conversing, the underworld, the Supreme Kai's planet, and the Kaioshin realm erupted in exhilaration. What splendid news! Majin Bu has been vanquished. It is worth noting that in recent days, Majin Bu had taken countless lives, with an overwhelming number of souls arriving in the underworld daily. King Enma, who oversees the underworld, was overwhelmed with anxiety, and the multitude of Grim Reapers under him were grumbling in discontent. Now that Majin Bu has been defeated, King Enma and his spirit enforcers could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Otherwise, they would never find respite. As the underworld celebrated Night Feather's triumph over Majin Bu, in the Kaioshin realm, the Supreme Kai and the Old Kai were equally elated, dancing with joy. "This is wonderful news. Ancestor, Majin Bu has been eliminated. We can finally feel at ease," exclaimed the Supreme Kai with a beaming smile. "Ah, I never anticipated that it would be this individual who ultimately defeated Majin Bu," the Old Kai remarked, his expression stoic as he gazed into the crystal ball, revealing Night Feather. "In any case, he is a benefactor to the entire universe. I must express my gratitude." With that, the Supreme Kai executed an instantaneous movement, disappearing from the Kaioshin realm. When he reappeared, it was before Night Feather and Vegeta on Earth. "He has arrived." Upon witnessing the Supreme Kai's sudden appearance, Night Feather felt a surge of joy. Of course, his interest did not lie in the Supreme Kai as a person, but rather in the instantaneous movement he possessed. Chapter 132. Acquiring the Supreme Kai's instantaneous movement ability in that very moment. As the Supreme Kai materialized, the gazes of Night Feather, Vegeta, and Android 18 converged upon him. The Supreme Kai first directed his attention toward Night Feather. However, unfamiliar with him, he ultimately turned to Vegeta. "Is that Goku?" "Vegeta-san." Although the Supreme Kai recognized that Vegeta was the fusion of Son Goku and Vegeta, he was unaware of his name and therefore asked tentatively, "Just call me Vegeta." Vegeta replied, having reverted from Super Saiyan upon seeing the suddenly appearing Supreme Kai. "Vegeta, who is this?" The Supreme Kai had come to express his gratitude for Night Feather's defeat of Majin Bu. "This is Night Feather, a remarkably powerful Saiyan." After listening to the introduction of Beiji 057, Jebetchin swiftly moved in front of Yi Yu, grasping his hands tightly with a look of profound gratitude. "I sincerely thank you for vanquishing the Demon Bu and safeguarding this universe." Upon witnessing Jebetchin's demeanor, Yi Yu felt a sense of embarrassment and gently withdrew his hand from Jebetchin's grasp. "Even without my intervention, I could have defeated the Demon Bu." At that moment, Witnessing the divine praise bestowed upon Yu by Jebit God, Vegeta felt a twinge of irritation and spoke up. After all, Majin Buu was originally his adversary, only to be snatched away by Yu. As soon as Vegeta's words fell, Jebit God turned to him with a tone of exasperation, as if lamenting his lack of resolve, and said, "Then why don't you eliminate Majin Buu yourself?" With Jebit God's remark, Vegeta found himself momentarily speechless, unsure of how to retort. What about Earth now? Although Majin Buu had been vanquished by Yu, nearly all of humanity had already been annihilated by him. There is no need for concern. Earth possesses the Dragon Balls. With the power of the Eternal Dragon, everyone can be resurrected. After acknowledging Jebit God's statement, Vegeta's gaze shifted back to Yu, his expression brimming with combat fervor. Yu, with Majin Buu defeated, "It's our turn now, I assenti it?" Yu responded, equally filled with the spirit of battle. Jebit God observed the fierce determination radiating from both Vegeta and Yu, his gaze flitting between them, utterly perplexed. "Kaishin, this matter pertains solely to Yu and me. I kindly ask you to refrain from interference." Vegeta interjected, sensing Jebit God's inclination to speak further. In the past, Jebit God would have struggled to comprehend the nature of Vegeta and Yu's conduct, as he believed only foes would engage in such fierce combat. However, having come to Earth and witnessed the Saiyans, Vegeta and Goku, he had gained insight. Saiyans were born to fight. Jebit God realized he could neither dissuade Yu and Vegeta nor prevent their confrontation. After all, either of them possessed the capability to obliterate him in an instant. "Very well, I understand. However, given your current strengths, a battle on Earth would likely devastate it once more. It would be prudent for you to engage in combat in the Kaishin realm." Upon hearing Jebit God's suggestion, Yu was the first to express his agreement. Indeed, Yu's support for this proposal was primarily to acquire Jebit God's instant transmission ability. If they were to journey to the Kaishin realm, Jebit God would undoubtedly utilize instant transmission once again. In this scenario, it is conceivable that the system may forfeit the instantaneous teleportation ability of the deity Jebit. After Night Feather acquiesced to Jebit's proposal, Vegeta naturally agreed without reservation, as he was the challenger and sought to fulfill Night Feather's requests to the utmost extent. Thus, let us proceed to the King Kai's realm. Just as Jebit was about to grasp the hands of Night Feather and Vegeta to execute the teleportation, Night Feather called out to Android 18. "Will you wait here for my return, or shall we venture to the King Kai's realm together?" Upon hearing this inquiry, a faint blush crept onto Android 18's lovely visage. After all, Night Feather's question in the presence of both Vegeta and Jebit carried a hint of affection towards her. Android 18, without uttering a word, swiftly flew to Night Feather's side, her action clearly indicating her desire to accompany him to the King Kai's realm. "Then let us be off," Night Feather said, taking her hand with a smile. With those words, Jebit activated the teleportation. In an instant, Night Feather, Android 18, Vegeta, and Jebit vanished from Earth. The next moment, they reappeared in the distant King Kai's realm, far removed from Earth. "Fool, why did you bring them here?" The Elder Kai reprimanded Jebit with irritation upon their arrival. "They wish to engage in battle. The King Kai's realm is more resilient," Jebit replied, looking quite aggrieved at the Elder Kai's scolding. "Humph, this is a place reserved solely for the King Kai, not a battleground," the Elder Kai scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at Vegeta and Night Feather. "However, considering you have vanquished Majin Buu and saved this universe, I shall indulge you this once." Upon hearing the Elder Kai's concession, Jebit breathed a sigh of relief. Throughout this exchange, Night Feather remained unfazed by the Elder Kai's complaints, instead preoccupied with the implications of Jebit's teleportation ability. It seems the teleportation ability of Jebit has not been forfeited after all. Yet, I am not overly disheartened. Even if it does not occur this time, I can always request Jebit to demonstrate his teleportation after my battle with Vegeta until the system relinquishes the teleportation ability. Now, Night Feather, shall we commence? At this moment, Vegeta, unable to contain his eagerness, uttered a phrase before instantly transforming into a Super Saiyan. A formidable wave of energy surged forth from his being, nearly sweeping the old Kai away. "Ancestor, I believe we cannot remain here any longer." With a sense of urgency, Jebit swiftly assisted the old Kai and executed a technique of instantaneous movement, whisking him away. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have acquired the attribute of instantaneous movement. Chapter 133, Nightwing vs. Vegeta. Just as Jebit utilized instantaneous movement to carry the old Kai away, A mechanical notification echoed in Nightwing's mind. At last, it has arrived. A smile of delight spread across Nightwing's face upon hearing the system's announcement. Previously, Jebbet had demonstrated instantaneous movement before Nightwing twice, yet the system had not granted the attribute. However, on this third occasion, it finally dropped. Would the host like to claim the attribute of instantaneous movement? Claim it. With Nightwing's command. A golden attribute resembling a tadpole coalesced from the spot where Jebbet had stood, directly merging into Nightwing's form. As the attribute assimilated, the words instantaneous movement, no energy required, appeared on the virtual screen before him. Having successfully acquired Jebbet's instantaneous movement attribute, Nightwing felt a sense of fulfillment regarding one of his aspirations. He then redirected his focus to the formidable Vegeta before him. At this point, Vegeta had already transformed into a Super Saiyan. Are you using your full strength right from the start? Nightwing inquired, observing the golden aura crackling with electricity enveloping Vegeta. Of course, after all, my opponent is you. Vegeta replied, his eyes ablaze with combat fervor. Then let us commence. As Nightwing spoke, he slightly spread his arms. A powerful wave of energy erupted from his body, sending sand and debris scattering in all directions. Even the nearby android 18 felt the force, leaning backward from the impact. Simultaneously, an immense golden aura, crackling with lightning, enveloped Nightwing. From a high vantage point, one could observe two Super Saiyans radiating immense energy upon the surface of the Kaishin realm, with rippling circular waves expanding outward beneath their feet. Let the battle begin. With a confident smile playing on his lips, Vegeta made a bold statement before springing forward like an arrow released from its bow, charging directly at Yu. Unfazed and unyielding, Yu met him head-on as Vegeta approached. In the next instant, their fists collided with a resounding crash. The force of their impact unleashed a powerful shockwave, radiating outward from the two combatants in all directions. Not far away, Android 18 was caught in the tumult, her form propelled through the air by the sheer force. Reluctantly, she ascended into the sky to evade the chaos. Meanwhile, the ground beneath Vegeta and Yu seemed to suffer the impact of a meteor strike, sinking abruptly in a series of jolting depressions. At this moment, Vegeta, who was fiercely clashing fists with Nightwing, wore a look of pure delight on his face. After a brief chuckle, he vanished from his original position in an instant. Shortly thereafter, Nightwing also disappeared from the ground. When their forms reappeared, they found themselves soaring high in the sky, several dozen meters above the ground, already engaged in combat. Boom. Bang. The two warriors, Nightwing and Vegeta, relentlessly collided with fists, elbows, arms, and knees. With each fierce impact, the sound resonated through the air, sending tremors across the earth beneath them. With a forceful punch, Nightwing struck, and Vegeta instinctively raised his arm to block. Although Vegeta managed to deflect Nightwing's blow, the punch carried an overwhelming force that seemed to transcend distance. A nearby mountain crumbled under the shockwave, collapsing in an instant. Is the Kaishin realm's solidity unable to withstand their battle? At that moment, Jebbet, observing from a distant planet through a crystal ball, marveled at the devastation inflicted upon the Kaishin realm in merely a few breaths. Isn't it your fault? Why did you permit them to fight and bring them to the Kaishin realm? Hearing Jebbet's astonishment, the old Kaishin grumbled in irritation. Faced with the old Kaishin's complaints, Jebbet dared not respond, silently lamenting. Didn't you agree just moments ago? As the old Kaishin and Jebbet exchanged their grievances, the battle between Nightwing and Vegeta escalated into a fervent clash. Their combat prowess surged relentlessly, with their speed and attack power advancing to new heights. Swish. Bang. Nightwing and Vegeta continued their relentless back and forth, engaged in a fierce contest of offense and defense. At that moment, Vegeta unleashed a powerful strike towards Yu, simultaneously conjuring a golden energy sphere the size of a basketball within his palm. Just as the golden orb was about to collide with Yu, he swung his arm with great force, sending the energy ball soaring away. Whoosh. Boom. Upon crashing onto the ground, the golden energy sphere erupted in a violent explosion. The radiant light from this fierce detonation rapidly illuminated 1/10 of the King of All's realm. Concurrently, the entire planet of the King of All trembled in response. Young man, do you intend to obliterate the realm of the King of All? At that moment, the old Supreme Kai, situated in the lower realm, observed the violent explosion that altered the very landscape of the Kai realm. Enraged, he felt an overwhelming urge to leap through the crystal ball and teach both Yu and Vegeta a lesson. Master, please remain calm, even if you speak here. They cannot hear you. Gibbet, witnessing the old Supreme Kai's fury, could only manage an awkward smile in response. Ultimately, this is all your fault. What? You are blaming me now? Gibbet retorted, I acted for the sake of Earth. Had these two battled there, the planet would have surely been obliterated. Indeed. Given the extraordinary power of Yu and Vegeta, even the indestructible Kai realm could hardly withstand their confrontation. Earth would undoubtedly be unable to endure the ferocity of their clash. Chapter 134. The Fusion's Expiration. Son Goku and Vegeta appear. The battle between Yu and Vegeta grew increasingly intense. Initially, Vegeta managed to hold his ground against Yu, but as time passed, he began to struggle to keep up with Yu's movements. After all, Yu's power naturally surpassed Vegeta's, and with the recent acquisition of Majin Buu's regenerative abilities, Yu quickly recovered from Vegeta's assaults. In contrast, Vegeta's injuries accumulated steadily, and he soon found himself fatigued. As the fight continued, Vegeta's breathing became erratic, and he appeared to be barely managing to withstand Yu's onslaught. After an unknown period, Yu effortlessly deflected one of Vegeta's strikes and retaliated with a powerful punch aimed directly at him. This is bad. Vegeta's expression shifted dramatically as he perceived the acceleration of Yu's fist. In truth, it was not that Yu had increased his speed. Rather, Vegeta was simply unable to keep pace. In a moment of desperation, Vegeta crossed his arms in a futile attempt to shield himself from the impending blow. With a thunderous crash, Yu's fist collided with Vegeta's crossed arms. The impact sent Vegeta plummeting towards the ground like a meteor. Fortunately, Vegeta's reflexes were sharp. Upon landing, he managed to plant both hands and feet firmly on the ground. With a resounding thud, the earth beneath him buckled as though struck by a meteorite. The entire process lasted several seconds. It was only after a massive pit appeared on the ground that Vegeta managed to absorb the force of Nightwing's violent attack, which had struck against his arms. Truly, Nightwing is formidable. As Vegeta rose to his feet and gazed up at Nightwing in the sky, he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and then turned to fix an excited gaze upon Nightwing, exclaiming with fervor. Indeed, the expression on Vegeta's face was one of exhilaration, even though he bore considerable injuries at that moment. The thrill of battling such a powerful opponent as Nightwing filled him with an indescribable pleasure. This sensation, surpassing even the thrill of battling Majin Buu, is truly exhilarating. You are quite impressive, Nightwing remarked while gazing down at Vegeta. Indeed, Nightwing shared a similar sentiment, albeit to a lesser degree than Vegeta. After all, Vegeta's strength surpassed his own. Come now, I know you haven't exerted your full power. Upon hearing Nightwing's praise, Vegeta felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. He had believed that with his current physical prowess, he could easily defeat Nightwing. However, he had not anticipated that Nightwing, during his 7-year absence, had grown even stronger than he had imagined. Though resentment brewed within him, the disparity in their abilities was undeniable. By the way, I recently acquired a rather intriguing skill. Would you care to test it? Nightwing suddenly recalled an important matter and addressed Vegeta. Oh, do you wish to use me as a test subject? Vegeta replied, clenching his fists and assuming a stance, evidently preparing to counter Nightwing's impending technique. Observing Vegeta's readiness, Nightwing gracefully descended to the ground. Once his feet touched the earth, he clenched his fist and adopted a fighting stance. Had Hit from Universe 6 been present, he would have undoubtedly recognized Nightwing's movement. This action is nothing but the instant transmission technique of Hit. What manner of stance is this? Upon witnessing the peculiar posture of Nightwing, Vegeta's expression subtly shifted. Just as Vegeta began to speak, Nightwing promptly activated his instant transmission. Although Nightwing had previously executed this technique on an unknown planet in the 6th universe, it was merely an experiment at that time. This instance, however, marked the true application of instant transmission in a combat scenario. Once the technique was initiated, Nightwing's fist barely trembled, yet Vegeta felt an immense force strike him. The impact was so tremendous that it caused Vegeta to stagger backward. What is happening? Vegeta gazed at Nightwing in disbelief, questioning the situation. He had not even witnessed the moment Nightwing launched his attack. Yet the pain he felt was undeniably the result of an assault. Meanwhile, Android 18, observing from a third-party perspective, mirrored Vegeta's confusion. From her vantage point, she only saw Nightwing adopt a stance, followed by Vegeta appearing as though he had been struck, subsequently retreating. Strangely, Nightwing remained stationary throughout, not moving an inch. If Den were to witness this scene, he might assume that Vegeta was merely performing an act of being hit, as no one had actually struck him. Did you not see clearly? Let me show you again, Nightwing declared before activating his instant transmission once more. At this moment, Time seemed to stretch infinitely. In Yuyu's perspective, the world appeared to be encased in ice. Everything around him, including Vegeta and Android 18, fell into a state of stillness. Without hesitation, Yuyu launched an attack on Vegeta. In the realm of reality, Vegeta would undoubtedly block or evade such an assault. However, during the fleeting moment when Yuyu activated his time flash technique, Vegeta's time was frozen. For Yuyu, the immobile Vegeta was akin to a stationary target, inviting his strike. Upon landing his blow upon Vegeta, Yuyu instantaneously returned to his original position. As the time flash dissipated, the world resumed its normal flow. To Vegeta's astonishment, Yuyu appeared to be standing idly, having seemingly done nothing as he felt the sudden impact of a punch. Did he not see it coming? Noticing the confusion etched on Vegeta's face, Yuyu's fist twitched slightly. At that moment, Vegeta seemed to harbor a newfound apprehension towards Yuyu's punch. Being struck was not the terrifying part. The true fear lay in being hit without understanding when the opponent had made their move. Before Yuyu could fully unleash his time flash again, Vegeta immediately raised his hands, attempting to halt him. Just as Vegeta was about to speak, a radiant light enveloped him, and in an instant, Goku and Vegeta appeared before Yuyu. Had the time for their fusion already come? Observing Vegeta's sudden transformation into Goku and Vegeta, Yuyu remarked coolly. Chapter 135. A genius-like learning ability? Chapter 135, huh? What is happening? Wasn't it said that after fusion, they wouldn't separate? Following Vegeta's disassembly into Goku and Vegeta, Goku wore a perplexed expression. Although Vegeta was equally baffled, he promptly removed the Patera earrings from his ears. This was fortuitous, as it spared him the burden of remaining with this fellow. As he spoke, Vegeta clenched his fist and shattered the Patera earring. Hey, Vegeta, that was unnecessary. Goku, about to explain that the Patera earrings were sacred artifacts, decided against it, knowing Vegeta would likely disregard any explanation. Meanwhile, in the lower realm, the Supreme Kai and the Old Kai were equally astonished. What on earth is happening, Ancestor? Why have Goku and Vegeta separated? As they gazed into the crystal ball, the fusion of Vegeta and Goku unraveled, leaving Jebet God and the Old Kai in a state of bewilderment. The Old Kai, who had once merged with an ancient witch through the Patera earrings and had remained in that form for many years, was equally perplexed. While Goku and Vegeta had indeed separated after their fusion, the Old Kai pondered aloud, suggesting that perhaps humans, upon using the Patera earrings, might naturally separate after a certain duration. Although Jebet God was skeptical of this half-baked explanation, it was the only rationale that seemed plausible at the moment. The Kaioshin of the Shin realm had not separated from Jebet after their fusion, nor had the Old Kai from the witch. Yet, Goku and Vegeta's union had ended in separation. Nonetheless, these concerns were trivial, as the formidable Majin Buu had already been vanquished. Without dwelling too much on the Patera earrings, Jebet God swiftly employed instant transmission, whisking the Old Kai away from the planet. Hey, Yuyu, that was unsatisfactory. Let us engage in another bout. Goku exclaimed, his visage lit with mirth. Fighting you is rather dull, Yuyu retorted, causing Goku's facial muscles to twitch in response. Yet, Yuyu's words held truth. Even the fused warrior Vegeta, a combination of Goku and Vegeta, was no match for Yuyu, rendering Goku even less competitive. Suddenly, amidst their conversation, a shadow darted forth. Vegeta, arms crossed, turned to observe as Jebet God and the Old Kai materialized into view. Honestly, you have turned this sacred realm of the Kaioshin into utter chaos, the Old Kai lamented, surveying the disheveled surroundings before casting a pointed glance at Goku, Yuyu, and Vegeta, his expression rife with displeasure. In response to the Old Kai's ire, Yuyu and Vegeta remained unfazed, while Goku scratched his head, offering an awkward smile. It couldn't be helped. Here, take this, he said, extending a Patera earring to Jebet God. The other earring was destroyed by Vegeta. Upon hearing Goku's words, the Old Kai's dissatisfaction deepened. Humans these days are becoming increasingly outrageous. Jebet God, hearing the Old Kai's lament, could only manage a wry smile. Goku-san, Yuyu-san, allow me to escort you back to Earth. If we allow Yuyu and Sun Wukong to remain here any longer, the Old Kaioshin will likely start complaining again. Thus, Jebet must swiftly escort Yuyu and Sun Wukong away from this place. I want to be returning to Earth for now. Upon hearing these words from Yuyu, Jebet was filled with confusion. Then, under Jebet's bewildered gaze, Yuyu disappeared along with Android 18 from the Kaioshin realm. What a remarkable instant transmission, akin to my own. At the moment Yu and Android 18 vanished, Jebet immediately recognized that Yu had executed an instant transmission identical to his own. Truly impressive. Yu has even mastered your instant transmission, Kaishin, Sun Wukong exclaimed, gazing at the spot where Yu had just been. What does this mean? Jebet inquired. Looking at Sun Wukong. That fellow is a genius. I performed the Kaioken only once before him, and he learned it instantly. Then, I demonstrated instant transmission. And he mastered that as well. After hearing Sun Wukong's explanation, Jebet was astonished. I never expected there to be a talent in this world akin to Majin Buu. Indeed, Majin Buu, when battling others, could swiftly learn any technique employed against him. Techniques such as Vegeta's energy wave and Sun Wukong's Kamehameha were all learned by Majin Buu through observation. However, Yu differs from Majin Buu. He does not merely steal knowledge, but acquires it through inherent attributes. While Jebet and Sun Wukong marveled at Yu, he and Android 18 had already materialized on a planet in the lower realm. Where's this? Android 18 asked, standing suspended in midair, surveying the vast mechanized metropolis below. This is a base I established previously, Yu explained succinctly before descending towards the ground. Currently, Earth lies in ruins due to Majin Buu's devastation, and its restoration likely hinges on the use of the Dragon Balls by Sun Wukong and his companions. Therefore, Yu planned to refrain from visiting Earth for the time being, intending to return only once it had been restored. However, when he eventually returns, he may encounter the god of destruction, Beerus. Intruder detected. Intruder detected. Shortly after Yu and Android 18 landed in the mechanized city, alarms blared from above. Didn't you say this was your base? Android 18 asked Yu, her tone laden with implication. Though she spoke little, her expression seemed to convey, is this base of yours still under alarm when you return? After all, for the past 7 years, we have been in the 6th universe. And there may have been some changes. Yu coughed awkwardly and explained. While Yu was conversing with number 18, a group of armed cosmic warriors gathered around them. Chapter 136, Imposter Yu? Chapter 136, Who are you? What brings you to our Yu Legion? If you do not honestly disclose your intentions, we shall take action. As the armed warriors emerged in full force, they immediately surrounded Yu and number 18, each pointing their weapons at them. The Yu Legion? Upon hearing this name, number 18 cast a meaningful glance at Yu and continued. So, you are all subordinates of that fellow named Yu? Upon hearing number 18's words, Yu felt an uncomfortable sensation. It is Lord Yu. The leader of the cosmic warriors first sternly reprimanded number 18, then stood with his feet together, expressing admiration as he said, we are all subordinates of the great Lord Yu. Lord Yu is so magnificent, even the cosmic Emperor Frisia was defeated by him. As the cosmic warrior passionately recounted Yu's achievements, number 18 glanced at Yu, a teasing smile gracing her exquisite features. Have you ever seen Yu? In response to number 18's question, the cosmic warrior, without a hint of embarrassment, declared, of course I have. He then turned to number 18 and Yu, aggressively questioning. So who exactly are you? If you do not answer, we will attack. At that moment, the surrounding cosmic warriors readied their weapons, poised to unleash their fury at the command of their leader. Yu surveyed the weapons aimed at him and then focused his gaze on the leader, raising an eyebrow and calmly stating, if I say I am Yu, would you believe me? Ha ha ha, you are Yu? The cosmic captain initially laughed heartily, but his laughter abruptly ceased as he reprimanded Yu in an angry tone. What nonsense are you spouting? Seize him. At the captain's command, four cosmic warriors lunged at Yu and number 18. However, before they could close the distance, number 18 casually waved her hand, sending the 4 cosmic warriors flying. Imposter Yu, it seems your subordinates are rather weak. After dispatching the 4 cosmic warriors, number 18 remarked playfully to Yu, dare to resist? Attack. Upon witnessing the 18th warrior launch the 4 cosmic soldiers into the air, the captain of the cosmic warriors immediately commanded, cease. Just as the soldiers were poised to unleash their energy wave attack, a stern voice resounded. In that fleeting moment, the cosmic warriors halted their assault, their expressions transforming into reverence as they directed their gazes forward. Before them, a towering figure clad in battle attire was hurtling towards them with great urgency. Lord Lap, we have detected intruders and are in the process of expulsion. The captain promptly reported to the approaching figure. However, to his astonishment, upon landing, Lord Lap bowed respectfully to Nightwing and inquired, when did you return, my lord? Lord Nightwing. The captain was momentarily taken aback upon hearing the title from Lap's lips. his eyes widening in disbelief as he regarded Nightwing as if he were a specter. Neither Nightwing nor the 18th warrior paid heed to the captain's astonished expression. Instead, they proceeded towards the base hub, guided by Lap's welcoming demeanor, leaving the captain in a state of bewilderment. Is that truly Lord Nightwing himself? The captain muttered to himself, casting a glance around at his fellow warriors. He then posed a question. Do you think if I were to apologize to Lord Nightwing now, he would forgive me? The cosmic soldiers exchanged glances, their faces reflecting a shared sense of dread. We're in trouble. In that moment, the captain of the warriors seemed akin to a deflated balloon, collapsing onto the ground. Simultaneously, under the guidance of Lap, Yu and number 18 ascended to the highest level of the base. Everyone, look who has returned. Upon entering a mechanized chamber, Lap addressed the gathered cosmic warriors and then stepped aside, clearing a path. Lord Yu? The cosmic warriors erupted with joy upon recognizing the newcomers, Yu and number 18. When did you return, Lord Yu? Have you found the sixth universe? We have diligently trained over the years. These warriors were the very ones Yu had once empowered to enhance their combat abilities. Although 7 years had passed, their appearances had remained largely unchanged. However, Yu could sense that their strength had significantly increased compared to 7 years ago, especially that of Lap. A brief assessment revealed that Lap's combat power now exceeded 5 million. Before Yu's departure, he had set a target of 500,000 combat power for them. Nevertheless, sensing the robust aura emanating from within them, Yu felt a sense of satisfaction. Where has Toth gone? After scanning the surroundings and failing to spot Toth, he inquired aloud. Toth, of course, referred to the young boy who had persistently sought to apprentice himself to Yu. Upon hearing Yu's question, the smiles of Lap and the other cosmic warriors faded. Noticing this, Yu's brow furrowed slightly, and he spoke in a grave tone. Could it be that? Before Yu could finish, Lap hastily interjected, No, Toth is still alive. However, during your absence, his character has undergone a significant transformation, and he is no longer part of your legion. Lap's words stirred something within Yu, conjuring memories of Toth, who had once followed him like a shadow. Back on Planet Meat, Toth had preferred self-detonation over becoming a burden to Yu. Lord Yu, please go find Toth. He has been thinking about you all these years. If you were to seek him out, he would surely return. As Yu pondered, Lap and the others spoke up. Hearing this, Yu replied solemnly, I understand. Chapter 137. The method to transform into a Super Saiyan Force. Several days later, Yu utilized instantaneous movement to transport himself, along with Android 18 and Lap, to an unknown planet. Gazing down, they beheld a robust humanoid creature engaged in a fierce battle against a multitude of lizard men. Although the lizard men were numerous, the destructive power of the humanoid was astonishing. In mere moments, several lizard men were effortlessly torn apart by his bare hands. Could that be Toth? Yu inquired, his expression impassive as he looked down at the imposing figure. If it weren't for the resemblance and energy he sensed, akin to that of Toth, he would not have recognized this colossal creature as the very Toth who once aspired to be his disciple. 11 years had elapsed since their time on planet Namek. Toth had transformed from a small boy of 4 into a 15-year-old youth. However, during the 7 years since Yu's departure, Toth seemed to have awakened a power reminiscent of the legendary Super Saiyan, becoming exceedingly ferocious and bloodthirsty, losing his grip on reason. Indeed, Lap remarked, his eyes flickering as he observed the humanoid. After all, witnessing Toth's transformation into such a state stirred a pang of sympathy within him. Toth had been someone he watched grow up. Toth, it's me, Lap. Lap soared above the frenzied Toth and shouted. Upon hearing Lap's voice, the enraged Toth immediately looked up, his beast-like crimson eyes narrowing slightly. Seeing this expression, Lap's face lit up with hope. Yet, in the very next moment, Toth surged forward like a shadow, launching an attack against Lap. As Toth advanced, Lap's expression shifted abruptly. Instantly, a powerful aura erupted around him, and he retaliated with a punch aimed at the charging Toth. My apologies, Lap exclaimed as his fist collided directly with Toth's. With a resounding crash, Lap was propelled backward like a cannonball. Witnessing this scene, Yu disregarded the prompt from the system echoing in his mind and spoke solemnly. To think he could overpower Lap? One must consider that Lap's battle power is estimated to be well over 5 million. Yet, in this moment, Toth has sent Lap flying with a single punch. This indicates that the strength of the Berserk Tors far surpasses that of Lap. As Yu quietly analyzed the situation, the Berserk Tors, after sending Lap flying, directed its gaze squarely upon Yu and the android number 18. Clearly, they were now regarded as prey. With a snort, the Berserktors exhaled a plume of heated air, erupting into a violet energy sphere, transforming into a streak of purple light that charged directly toward Yu and No. 18. Before the Berserktors could close the distance, number 18 advanced to meet it head-on. Do not kill him. After number 18 took flight, Yu offered a cautionary reminder. Out of the corner of her eye, number 18 glanced at Yu but did not respond. Subsequently, she engaged in combat with the Berserktors. Simultaneously, as the battle unfolded between number 18 and the Berserktors, a notification sound resonated within Yu's mind. Ding. Congratulations. Host, you have acquired a combat power attribute of 1 million. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have acquired a combat power attribute of 3 million. As these notifications echoed, a look of astonishment crossed Yu's face. It was known that when Sun Wukong first transformed into a Super Saiyan to combat Frieza, the combat power attributes that dropped were merely over 1 million. Yet now, in the ongoing clash between number 18 and the Berserktors, the combat power values had soared beyond 2 million. This meant that the current Berserktors possessed combat power that eclipsed that of Frieza from years ago. I apologize. Lord Yu, I was unable to stop Tors. As Yu pondered this, Lap flew over, glancing at the battle between No. 18 and the Berserktors with a complex expression. Leave it to number 18. In response to Lap's words, Yu replied calmly. Indeed, the Berserktors was formidable. Yet it remained no match for number 18. After all, number 18 was capable of defeating even the second stage Super Saiyan Caulifla. After a brief exchange with the Berserktors, number 18 exerted a fraction of her strength, suddenly accelerating to evade a strike from the Berserktors. In the next moment, she reappeared above its head. Before the Berserktors could react, number 18 delivered a powerful kick to its body. With the impact, the Berserktors spewed forth a mouthful of blood and was propelled backward like a cannonball, ultimately crashing into the ground below. Who was that woman? How could she so effortlessly defeat that monster? Upon witnessing the 18th's fierce assault that sent the enraged Tors soaring, the lizardmen below were left in a state of astonished uncertainty. As they murmured among themselves, Nightwing and Lap swiftly descended towards Tors' location. Upon landing, the once mighty Tors, now deflated like a punctured balloon, rapidly diminished in size before their eyes. In mere moments, the once muscled giant had transformed into a figure resembling an ordinary cosmic warrior. Teacher Nightwing. The newly rational Tors exclaimed with unbridled joy upon spotting Nightwing. Do not move. Nightwing commanded as Tors attempted to rise. Complying with Nightwing's words, Tors settled back down. Tors, come with us. Master Nightwing has come to escort you home, Lap said, descending to assist Tors. However, he was met with Tors' resistance. My apologies, Teacher Nightwing, Lap, but I cannot return with you until I discover the divine summoning technique, Tors stated firmly. Divine summoning technique? Lap queried, perplexed. According to the tales of my ancestors, it is a skill that can restore my sanity after my rage, Tors explained. The ability to regain one's sanity? Nightwing's heart leaped with excitement upon hearing Tors' words. It is worth noting that Nightwing possesses the legendary S-cells of the Super Saiyan Rage from Broly's saga. For many years, Yu refrained from activating the ferocious S-cells, primarily due to the fear that transforming into the legendary Super Saiyan would result in a loss of reason, much like Broly. However, should there truly exist a capability to retain one's sanity, Yu could subsequently transform into the legendary Super Saiyan at will. On another note, achieving the transformation into Super Saiyan 4 necessitates reaching a certain level of power to transform into a great ape while still maintaining one's intellect. Yu cannot guarantee that he would retain his sanity post-transformation into a great ape, as not every Saiyan possesses the ability to maintain composure like Vegeta. Many, like Goku, succumb to madness. Yet, if Yu were to acquire the ability to regain his reason, he might well be able to directly transform into Super Saiyan 4 in the future. Chapter 138. 4 years later, the creation of the Super Saiyan God. Chapter 138. Earth. 4 years have elapsed since the incident with Majin Buu. Over the past 4 years, Sun Wukong and Vegeta, through the Dragon Balls, successfully resurrected all the virtuous souls who had fallen to the hands of Majin Buu. Moreover, Earth has regained its vitality. However, after enduring 4 years of tranquility, a new crisis has befallen Earth, instigated by none other than Beerus, the god of destruction of the 7th universe. Although Sun Wukong and Vegeta have surpassed Frieza in prowess, They are mere trifles in the presence of the god of destruction. After being effortlessly defeated by Beerus, Sun Wukong and Vegeta, along with their companions, gathered the 7 Dragon Balls of Earth to summon Shenron and fulfill Beerus's demand to locate the Super Saiyan God. Shenron, do you know of the Super Saiyan God? Sun Wukong inquired, gazing up at the colossal dragon that loomed above. Upon hearing Sun Wukong's question, Shenron nervously cast a glance at the god of destruction below, fully aware that Beerus, as a higher deity, possessed both status and strength far beyond his own. I do, replied Shenron, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow, his voice betraying a hint of unease. Hearing this, Sun Wukong's spirit soared, and even the previously stoic Beerus revealed a flicker of interest. Where can the Super Saiyan God be found? Sun Wukong pressed on. I do not know, but I am aware that it was born in the universe a long time ago. Just as disappointment began to wash over Sun Wukong, Shenron continued, however, I know how to create a Super Saiyan God. How is that achieved? Sun Wukong asked, eyes wide with astonishment. 5 Saiyans with noble hearts must infuse their righteousness into another Saiyan, and thus, the Super Saiyan God shall be born. Upon hearing Shenron's words, Sun Wukong was elated. Thank you, Shenron, he exclaimed. Then, I shall take my leave, Shenron said with a tone of reverence towards Beerus, before radiating a brilliant light. The 7 Dragon Balls then scattered across the lands of Earth, and the once ominous clouds that obscured the sky instantaneously vanished, revealing a clear blue expanse. Let us hasten to create the Super Saiyan God. After Shenron's departure, Beerus yawned impatiently and remarked, Gohan, Goten, Trunks, Vegeta, come here quickly. Sun Wukong called out to Gohan and the others nearby. Why should I heed your commands? And why are you the one to transform into the Super Saiyan God? Upon hearing the words of Sun Wukong, Vegeta expressed his dissatisfaction. Although Vegeta's words suggested reluctance, his actions betrayed a sense of urgency. As Sun Gohan and Sun Goten proceeded towards the location of Sun Wukong, Vegeta followed closely behind. The dragon had just proclaimed the necessity of infusing the righteous hearts of 5 Saiyans into another Saiyan, implying that 6 Saiyans were required, yet they currently numbered only 5. Once Sun Wukong and Vegeta's group had convened, Whis, wielding his staff, suddenly interjected. Upon hearing Whis's revelation, Sun Wukong and Vegeta, along with their companions, experienced a moment of enlightenment. Thus, it became clear that Earth required a total of 6 Saiyans, while they only had 5. Sun Wukong surveyed the faces of Sun Gohan, Sun Goten, Trunks, and Vegeta, expressing his dilemma. At that moment, from within the crowd, a young girl gently caressed her abdomen. The young lady in question is none other than Sun Wukong's daughter-in-law, Bidier, also translated as Bidier. At present, Bidier is with child, and within her womb resides the bloodline of Sun Wukong, thus marking her offspring as a Saiyan. Just as Bidier was about to voice this revelation, Sun Wukong suddenly recalled something. Ah, Nightwing. Is he not also a Saiyan? Upon uttering the name Nightwing, Vegeta's expression shifted dramatically. Indeed, Nightwing is also a Saiyan, and one even stronger than they are. Nightwing? Why does that name sound so familiar? Upon hearing the name, Beerus also interjected. Lord Beerus, do you not remember? I previously mentioned that the Saiyan who defeated Frieza is none other than Nightwing. Whis explained to Beerus, placing the crystal orb from his staff before him. In the next moment, the image of Nightwing materialized within the orb. Found him. He is located on planet WZ-574. Whis announced as he detected Nightwing's position. Planet WZ-574? Sun Wukong murmured to himself before placing his finger on his brow. In an instant, he vanished from his location. When Sun Wukong reappeared, it was within the very base where Nightwing resided. Who goes there? The vigilant warriors, Rapp and Carter, exclaimed upon witnessing Sun Wukong's sudden arrival amidst their fierce battle. Upon recognizing him, they collectively breathed a sigh of relief. Ah, it's you. Having encountered Sun Wukong previously, during the occasion when Nightwing had summoned both him and Vegeta, they had even clashed with him, albeit to their dismay, they were all swiftly defeated. Hey, Sun Wukong greeted Rapp and the others. Just as he was about to inquire, where's Nightwing? A mechanical door swung open, and Nightwing along with Android 18 stepped forth. Sun Wukong, what brings you here? Nightwing asked, eyeing him curiously. Sun Wukong cast a glance at Android 18 before leaning in to whisper to Nightwing, there's a very powerful individual currently on Earth. Would you care to test your mettle against them? A powerful individual? Nightwing paused momentarily, then a realization struck him. Could this formidable being be the god of destruction, Beerus? Hey, Nightwing, Are you acquainted with Lord Beerus? With an expression of surprise, Sun Wukong inquired. Initially, he intended to present a delightful surprise to Yu. However, unbeknownst to Sun Wukong, Yu had been meticulously calculating the moment when Beerus would awaken from his slumber. Chapter 139, Yu's plan to acquire Super Saiyan God attributes. On Earth, Beerus, who had been resting with his arms crossed and eyes closed, suddenly sensed something and promptly opened his eyes. As he did so, a shadow flickered before him. Gradually, the shadow materialized, revealing Sun Wukong's form to the gathered onlookers. Kakarot, did Yu not accompany you? Upon seeing Sun Wukong return alone, Vegeta approached with a question. Before Sun Wukong could respond, two more shadows darted into view. The two sudden shadows that appeared were, of course, the Nightwing and Android 18, who had closely followed Sun Wukong. Humph. Observing the duo as they alternated their instant teleportation, Vegeta couldn't help but utter a reluctant sigh. Once Nightwing and Android 18 materialized, the gazes of all present converged upon them. Even the god of destruction, Beerus, and Whis turned their attention towards the pair. Is that the Saiyan who defeated Frieza? Beerus inquired of Whis beside him. It appears so, indeed. Whis responded after appraising Nightwing. Concurrently, Nightwing's gaze was fixed upon Beerus and Whis. The god of destruction, Beerus? With my current strength, I wonder how vast the gap truly is. Nightwing pondered silently, before his eyes fell upon the virtual screen before him. Displayed upon the screen was Nightwing's battle power, 276 per billion. Indeed, at this moment, Nightwing's battle power stood at 276 per billion. For years prior, it had merely been over 160 billion. However, during these 4 years, Nightwing had continuously amassed battle power attributes through skirmishes with Rap, Cat, and Android 18, coupled with the legendary Super Saiyan cells within him. This allowed his battle power to surge from a mere 160 billion to an impressive 276 per billion. Moreover, this figure represented only Nightwing's base battle power. Should he transform into a Super Saiyan of the second grade, his battle power would escalate 100-fold. Of course, this only accounted for his panel battle power. When factoring in techniques such as instant transmission, time stop, and King Kai Fist, his battle power would exceed 27 trillion. Nevertheless, Nightwing understood that with such a level of power, he likely would not be a match for Beerus. While lost in thought, Sun Wukong briefly introduced Nightwing to Beerus. That is Lord Beerus, the god of destruction. He then continued, Lord Beerus has come to Earth in search of the Super Saiyan God. We have learned from Shenron that to create a Super Saiyan God, 6 Saiyans with righteous hearts are required. Just moments ago, we lamented having only 5 Saiyans, but now, with your arrival, Nightwing, we have precisely 6. Upon hearing Sun Wukong's words, Nightwing raised an eyebrow. At this moment, Yu finally comprehended that Sun Wukong had urgently summoned him with the intention of gathering 6 Saiyans to forge a Super Saiyan God. How amusing it was to realize that his presence was merely to fill the last vacancy in their ranks. What were your plans? Upon hearing Yu's inquiry, Sun Wukong discreetly cast a glance at Vegeta before whispering into Yu's ear. We shall first allow you to transform into a Super Saiyan God and engage in battle with Lord Beerus, and then I will transform into Kakarot. What are you all conspiring behind my back? Before Sun Wukong could finish his sentence, Vegeta, visibly irritated, rebuked him. Upon hearing Vegeta's reprimand, Sun Wukong immediately raised his hands in a gesture of innocence, explaining with a hint of nervousness, and no, it's nothing. Weren't you just opposed to my transformation into a Super Saiyan God? Now that Yu has arrived, we should let him transform. Surely you have no objections to that. Humph. Vegeta merely huffed in response, choosing silence over further discourse. The prospect of Sun Wukong transforming into a Super Saiyan God left Vegeta feeling quite disgruntled. He did not believe that Sun Wukong was stronger than himself. However, in the case of Yu, despite his reluctance, he acknowledged Yu's formidable strength. If Yu were to transform into a Super Saiyan God and battle Beerus, the odds of victory would undoubtedly increase, thereby enhancing the chances of Earth's survival. After overhearing the conversation between Sun Wukong and Vegeta, Yu smiled faintly and suggested, Sun Wukong, perhaps you should transform into a Super Saiyan God instead. Me? Sun Wukong was taken aback by Yu's words, but his expression quickly shifted to one of delight. Really? Conversely, Vegeta's face stiffened, and with some irritation, he retorted, Yu, are you jesting? Why would you grant this opportunity to Kakarot? Moreover, if it were you, the chances of triumphing against Beerus would surely be greater. Yu, of course, refrained from disclosing to Vegeta that his rationale for allowing Sun Wukong to transform into a Super Saiyan God was to seize the attributes that would drop during the battle between Sun Wukong and Beerus. Should Sun Wukong transform into a Super Saiyan God, his combat prowess would undoubtedly surge, compounded by Beerus's inherently terrifying power. The clash between Super Saiyan God Sun Wukong and the God of Destruction Beerus would yield a substantial amount of combat power attributes. Additionally, based on Yi's conjecture, the system might drop not only an abundance of combat power attributes but also other intriguing items. For instance, consider the divine attributes of a Super Saiyan God. If Yi were to acquire the Super Saiyan God traits that Son Goku, in his Super Saiyan God form, has shed, he too could transform into a Super Saiyan God. However, Yi is acutely aware that, given Beerus's formidable strength, even if he were to attain the Super Saiyan God form now, victory over Beerus would remain a daunting challenge. Yet, should Yi first absorb the combat power attributes that manifest during the battle between Beerus and Super Saiyan God Son Goku, his own combat prowess would undoubtedly soar. At that point, upon utilizing the acquired Super Saiyan God attributes to transform, Yi's combat power would reach an astonishingly terrifying level. Furthermore, endowed with the regeneration abilities akin to Majin Buu and the Saiyan physique that grows stronger with each battle, Yi would gain confidence to confront Beerus. Chapter 140. The Birth of the Super Saiyan God. Have you decided who will transform into a Super Saiyan God? As Vegeta engaged in discourse with Yi, Beerus interjected, his tone laced with impatience. Look, Lord Beerus is growing restless. I suggest we proceed with Yi's decision. Allow me to become the Super Saiyan God. Son Goku, unfazed, did not ponder why Yi would bestow this opportunity upon him. To Son Goku, the mere prospect of battling Beerus once more was the ultimate joy. Humph. Vegeta, feeling somewhat begrudged, let out a scoff before declaring, in that case, let us commence without delay. Wait. As Vegeta's words hung in the air, Yi spoke up. At this, the gazes of Son Goku, Vegeta, and Gohan turned towards Yi. What is it? Son Goku inquired. You mentioned that to transform into a Super Saiyan God, 5 Saiyans with hearts of justice must impart their righteous essence into another Saiyan, correct? Yi asked, fixing his gaze upon Son Goku. Indeed. Since it concerns a heart of justice, I believe there is someone who may be more suitable than I. Upon hearing this, both Son Goku and Vegeta exchanged puzzled looks. What jest is this? Apart from you, how could there be another Saiyan present? As Vegeta's words faded, a voice emerged from the crowd. There is. Upon hearing this unexpected declaration, Son Goku and Vegeta turned towards the source. Emerging from the throng was Bidier. Bidier? Gohan, perplexed, questioned the identity of the speaker. Although he is yet to be born, I suppose he could still be considered a Saiyan. Bidier gently caressed her abdomen, gazing at Sun Wukong with a smile as she spoke. Upon hearing her words, Sun Wukong was momentarily taken aback, only to be overtaken by joy as he rushed towards Bidier. You mean to say, indeed, that you are to become a father? He exclaimed. In the midst of the elation shared between Sun Wukong and his son, Sun Wufan, the creation of the Super Saiyan God commenced. Before long, Vegeta, Trunks, Sun Wufan, Bidier, and Sun Wutian joined hands, encircling Sun Wutian. As they did so, Vegeta and the others continuously infused Sun Wukong with the essence of righteousness. At that moment, everyone beheld the transformation of Sun Wukong's body, which was gradually undergoing a remarkable change. The very essence of Wukong was shifting. No sooner had Krillin spoken than a crimson radiance enveloped Wukong, resembling a blazing inferno. Moreover, his hair transitioned from black to a vibrant red. It has succeeded, the god of Super Saiyan. Upon witnessing the metamorphosis surrounding Wukong, Yi immediately whispered in a tone audible only to himself. Is this truly the god of Super Saiyan? It appears that Wukong has slimmed down considerably. Beside him, Piccolo and Krillin expressed their astonishment at Wukong's transformation. Hearing their conversation, Wukong himself twisted his body slightly, surveying his form. Indeed, he had lost a bit of weight. Just as Wukong was speaking, the impatient Beerus approached with purpose. It seems to have been a success. The god of Super Saiyan, do not disappoint me. Upon nearing the Super Saiyan god Wukong, Beerus remarked with keen interest. Certainly. After hearing Beerus's words, Wukong clenched his fists, feeling the boundless power within him, and a confident smile graced his lips. Then, let us begin. With one hand behind his back and the other raised, Beerus assumed a stance and casually stated, Then I shall humbly obey. No sooner had Wukong spoken than he sprang into action, dashing towards Beerus like an arrow released from a bow. Bang! In this very moment, the fist of Super Saiyan Godson Goku collided with that of Beerus, accompanied by a resounding crash echoing through the air. A formidable wave of energy radiated outward from the two combatants, swiftly expanding in all directions. Those of lesser strength in the vicinity were instantly toppled to the ground by the sheer force of the blast. Moreover, the ground beneath Super Saiyan Godson Goku and Beerus appeared to buckle under the immense pressure, sinking dramatically as if struck by a colossal force. Is this the terrifying might that embodies the power of a Super Saiyan God? At this moment, as Piccolo strained to maintain his form, he was taken aback by the sheer might of the clash between Super Saiyan God Goku and Beerus. While the onlookers marveled at the power exhibited by Beerus and the Super Saiyan God, Yi was filled with delight. Just as Goku and Beerus's fists collided, a notification echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, you have acquired a combat power attribute of 200 million. Indeed, with a single strike, the combined force of Goku and Beerus had yielded a staggering 200 million in combat power attributes. It was undeniably the right decision to have Goku transform into a Super Saiyan God first. Observing the 200 million combat power attribute that fell from beneath Goku's feet, Yi rejoiced internally. In the very next instant, as Yi pondered, the forms of Super Saiyan God Goku and Beerus, who had just exchanged blows, vanished from sight, only to reappear in the sky, engaging in an intense battle. The air was filled with the thunderous sounds of their fierce exchanges, accompanied by shockwaves that swept outward, reducing the surrounding trees to mere dust. The mountains, too, could not withstand the terrifying onslaught of energy. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired a combat power attribute of 240 million. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired a combat power attribute of 270 million. As the battle between Super Saiyan God Goku and Beerus raged on, a relentless stream of system notifications filled Yu's mind, while beneath their feet, combat power attributes continued to cascade down, each exceeding 200 million. With such an influx, Yu realized that his own combat power could potentially double. Watching the abundant combat power attributes fall, a fervor ignited within him. He had always known that the attributes dropped during the clash between Beerus and Super Saiyan God Goku would be formidable. Yet he had not anticipated the extent of their ferocity, 200 million in a single strike. Chapter 141, Super Saiyan God vs. God of Destruction. After Son Goku transformed into a Super Saiyan God, Yu and Vegeta found themselves unable to gauge Goku's strength through their usual ki sensing abilities. However, by observing the fierce battle between Super Saiyan God Goku and Beerus with their naked eyes, they could ascertain their relative powers. Vegeta, in particular, was acutely aware of Beerus' formidable prowess, having faced him in battle before. Even when Vegeta unleashed his full strength, he was effortlessly defeated by Beerus, which made him fully comprehend the terrifying extent of Beerus' combat abilities. Yet now, Super Saiyan God Goku was able to exchange blows with Beerus on equal footing. Was this the might of a Super Saiyan God? As he watched Goku battling fiercely in the sky, Vegeta clenched his fists, his eyes filled with frustration. In stark contrast to Vegeta's discontent, Yu was visibly exhilarated. To an outsider, it might appear that Yu was thrilled by the intensity of the fight between Goku and Beerus. However, the truth was quite different. Yu's excitement stemmed from the continuous mechanical notifications echoing in his mind from the system. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired a combat power attribute of 400 million. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired a combat power attribute of 600 million. As the battle between Super Saiyan God Goku and Beerus intensified, the combat power attributes dropped by the system grew exponentially, escalating from over 200 million to the current 600 million. It is noteworthy that these figures were measured in hundreds of millions. Moreover, as time progressed, the value of these combat power attributes continued to surge. Simultaneously, in Yu's line of sight, the battlefield in the sky where Super Saiyan God Goku and Beerus clashed was now brimming with a plethora of combat power attributes. These attributes resembled glimmering gold coins, awaiting collection. Collect the combat power attributes. Typically, the system's prompt sounds to collect combat power attributes only after the battle has ceased. However, upon observing the vast array of combat power attributes in the sky, Yu proactively commanded the system. With Yu's declaration, the combat power attributes beneath the feet of Super Saiyan God Son Goku and Beerus began to converge towards him in an unceasing stream. Once these attributes melded into Yu's being, his combat power surged at an astonishing rate. From an initial 276 per billion, it escalated to 277 billion, then 278 billion, and ultimately reached 297.8 billion. In merely a few breaths, his combat power had soared from the original 276 per billion to an impressive 297.8 billion. Yet, this was merely the beginning. At this moment, the combat power data displayed on the screen before Yu resembled a stopwatch utilized by judges in athletics, with the figures fluctuating in milliseconds. Each fluctuation resulted in an elevation of several billion in Yu's combat power, although his strength had already surpassed 270 billion. The increase of several billion did not evoke much sensation. However, the sensation of gaining several billion every millisecond was profoundly impactful. Yu could distinctly feel the power within him continuously escalating. Despite his earnest efforts to suppress the surging force inside, the rapid enhancement of his combat power was overwhelming. Soon, the energy within Yu erupted forth, akin to a river breaching its dam, surging forth in a torrent. In that moment, a powerful wave of energy surged forth from Yu's very being. Under the impact of this force, Piccolo, Vegeta, and Krillin were all taken aback. What had transpired? Initially, their attention was entirely captivated by the fierce battle unfolding in the sky between Super Saiyan God Goku and Beerus, leaving Yu unnoticed. However, upon sensing the unusual fluctuations emanating from Yu, Piccolo and Krillin were struck with astonishment. At this moment, their gaze fell upon Yu. What a terrifying aura! Is this the true power of Yu? Even without transforming into a Super Saiyan, such an immense presence emanates from him. Moreover, this aura continues to intensify. What has transpired within Yu? As Piccolo and Krillin struggled against the ever-growing pressure surrounding him, their expressions turned grave. Vegeta, too, upon sensing the horrifying energy radiating from Yu, wore a similarly disturbed countenance. Just as Piccolo had stated, this was merely Yu's base state. To possess such a fearsome aura in his normal form, one could only imagine the dreadfulness if he were to become a Super Saiyan. Yu, however, paid no heed to the astonished gazes of Vegeta, Piccolo, and the others. At that moment, he was focused on suppressing the overwhelming surge of energy within him. Yet, it felt as though his battle power attributes were incessantly converging into his being, rendering him momentarily unable to exert control. The rapid escalation of his power was simply too overwhelming. "System, can you halt this?" he inquired, seeking to restrain the tumultuous energy swelling within him. To be honest, it was the first time Yu had actively requested the system to cease its acquisition of battle power attributes. "Impossible," the system replied, almost with a hint of glee. Hearing this, Yu could only feel a sense of resignation. Nevertheless, an increase in power was not inherently negative. It was merely the magnitude of the disturbance that was excessive. Since the system could not stop the accumulation of battle power attributes, Yu decided to disregard it, allowing the energy within him to continue its relentless surge. As his aura expanded to a certain threshold, Vegeta was forcibly pushed back by the violent energy. Even Whis, who was indulging in ice cream nearby, revealed a look of intrigue upon sensing the movement emanating from Yu. What on earth had transpired with this Saiyan? Though Whis yearned to discern the mysteries enveloping Nightwing, his abilities proved insufficient to penetrate the veil. Amidst the cacophony of clashes and explosions, the battle between the Super Saiyan God Goku and Beerus soared to its zenith. As their confrontation escalated, their forms ascended ever higher into the heavens. Observing this, Nightwing, surrounded by a formidable white aura, leaped forth, pursuing the titanic duel between Beerus and the Super Saiyan God Goku. Despite the fleeting passage of time, Nightwing's foundational combat power surged from an initial 276 billion to 543.7 billion. However, the coveted Super Saiyan God attributes remained elusive. Unquestionably, Nightwing would seize this opportunity, pondering whether the power of Beerus, the god of destruction, might be within his grasp. As Nightfeather chased after Sun Wukong and Beerus, he pondered within his heart. Chapter 142. Acquiring the Attributes of Super Saiyan God. From a high vantage point above Earth, one could observe two streaks of light, a crimson and a violet, seemingly engaged in a fierce competition, weaving through the skies. Upon closer inspection, these radiant orbs revealed themselves to be two individuals locked in a fierce battle. The speed of their confrontation was so remarkable that to an onlooker, it appeared as though only the two streaks of light were racing through the heavens. These combatants were none other than the Super Saiyan God, Sun Wukong, and the god of destruction, Beerus. Initially, Their battleground was confined to the vicinity of the cruise ship where Vegeta and the others were present. However, as the intensity of their conflict escalated, the location of their battle continuously shifted from the urban landscape to desolate islands and arid deserts, ultimately breaking through the atmosphere to reach the stratosphere at an altitude of 10,000 meters above Earth. In order to absorb as much battle power as possible, Night Feather pursued their clash, ascending to this lofty height. Suspended in midair, he fixed his gaze upon the ongoing combat between Super Saiyan Godson Wukong and Beerus. Meanwhile, his mind resonated with the mechanical prompt of the system. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have acquired battle power attribute of 2 billion. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired battle power attribute of 1 billion. Indeed, with each physical collision between Sun Wukong and Beerus, the system would drop a battle power attribute exceeding 1 billion. Furthermore, the current value of 2 billion was not the pinnacle. Previously, the drop battle power attribute had surged to an astonishing 8 billion. However, after reaching 8 billion, as Sun Wukong's stamina gradually waned, the battle power attributes dropped by the system began to subside as well. These attributes flowed towards Night Feather's body in a continuous stream, resembling golden tadpoles weaving through the air. As these battle power attributes merged into Night Feather, his own battle power soared rapidly, for 195. 6 billion. For 96. 8 billion. For 198. 9 billion. Was his battle power on the verge of surpassing 500 billion? Gazing at the virtual screen before him, the soaring battle power ignited a surge of excitement within Yu. Upon arriving on Earth, his battle prowess was a mere 700. Yet, in the blink of an eye, it was on the verge of surpassing 500 billion. It is noteworthy that this 500 billion merely represents Yu's base power. Should he ascend to Super Saiyan's second stage, his strength would dramatically escalate to 50 trillion. Just as Yu was poised to witness his battle power breach the 500 billion mark, an unexpected notification echoed in his mind, disrupting his plans. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the attributes of Super Saiyan God. Upon hearing this announcement from the system, Yu's heart swelled with joy at last. The attributes of Super Saiyan God had arrived. May the host accept the attributes of Super Saiyan God? Without a moment's hesitation, Yu commanded the system, yes, accept it. With his command, the Super Saiyan God attributes beneath Son Goku converged towards Yu, merging seamlessly into his being amidst his eager anticipation. At this moment, before Yu, the virtual screen displayed the words Super Saiyan God. The attributes of the Super Saiyan God had finally been revealed. Gazing at the attributes on the system screen, a fervent glimmer ignited in Yu's eyes, and his fists clenched tightly. Although he could not witness his combat power surpassing 5 trillion firsthand, the sudden acquisition of the Super Saiyan God attributes filled his heart with exhilaration. Just as Yu reveled in his newfound power, a fierce clash erupted between Super Saiyan God Goku and Beerus, their fists colliding with tremendous force. The immense backlash caused Beerus to stagger back a half-step, while Super Saiyan God Goku was propelled several yards away before coming to a halt. This is the end. Your strength has begun to wane. Gasping for breath, Super Saiyan God Goku prepared to launch another attack on Beerus, but the latter immediately opened his palm, signaling for the battle to cease. Damn it! Even transforming into a Super Saiyan God cannot defeat Lord Beerus? Goku, panting heavily, gazed at Beerus with a look of palpable frustration. What is the matter? Are you feeling unsatisfied? Beerus inquired, a playful smile gracing his face as he observed Goku's expression. Yes, very much so, Goku replied, still catching his breath. You have performed admirably. It has been a long time since I encountered someone who could push me to this extent. After uttering these words with a grin, Beerus raised his arms and continued. However, according to our prior agreement, your defeat means I must destroy the Earth. As he spoke, a pitch-black energy sphere, approximately the size of a fist, rapidly coalesced above Beerus's head. With the god of destruction's power surging into the energy sphere, it expanded exponentially. Witnessing the ominous energy sphere brimming with terrifying destructive potential hovering above Beerus, Piccolo and Krillin steadied themselves, their expressions shifting dramatically. What an overwhelming energy. If that strikes the Earth, it will be catastrophic. As Piccolo and Krillin exchanged words, they noticed Beerus's lips curl into a smirk as he remarked, "Then you shall be obliterated along with the Earth." Having spoken, Beerus prepared to unleash the destructive energy sphere in his grasp, intending to obliterate both Son Goku and the Earth. However, at that moment, A wave of energy, intriguing to Beerus, suddenly emanated from another direction. Upon sensing this energy fluctuation, Beerus paused momentarily, his expression shifting, before turning to investigate. There, he beheld Yiyu, enveloped in flickering crimson flames, reminiscent of Son Goku's transformation into a Super Saiyan god. Observing the transformation surrounding Yiyu, Beerus narrowed his eyes slightly. Meanwhile, the approaching Piccolo and Krillin were equally astonished, exclaiming in disbelief. How is this possible? A Super Saiyan god? Why can Yiyu transform into a Super Saiyan god as well? Wasn't it necessary to possess the righteous hearts of 5 Saiyans? Chapter 143. Super Saiyan God Yiyu vs. Beerus. As Piccolo and Krillin were taken aback by Yiyu's sudden transformation into a Super Saiyan god. The Super Saiyan god Son Goku in the sky also gazed at Yiyu with astonishment. A Super Saiyan god? Could it be that you can achieve such a feat? Yiyu? The matter Goku referred to was, of course, the act of clandestinely learning the Super Saiyan god transformation. Previously, Yiyu had covertly acquired the techniques of the Kaioken and instant transmission in front of Son Goku. However, to attain the Super Saiyan god form, Goku himself had been infused with the righteous hearts of Vegeta, Gohan, and 3 others. Yet, Yiyu had seemingly appropriated the transformation directly. This led Sun Wukong to momentarily ponder whether Yiyu had the ability to transform into a Super Saiyan god from the very beginning. So, you too can assume the form of a Super Saiyan god? Upon witnessing Yiyu's transformation, Beerus displayed a hint of intrigue upon his countenance. And the destructive energy sphere above his head began to visibly diminish at an alarming rate, ultimately vanishing into nothingness. Excellent. Allow me to experience the might of this Super Saiyan god before I obliterate the earth. Beerus lowered his arms, which he had raised above his head, and extended one hand towards Yiyu, beckoning him, "Come. Do you wish to fight me? This suits me well, as I am eager to test the strength of a Super Saiyan god." Upon hearing Beerus's words, Yiyu clenched his fists tightly, sensing the surge of power within him, and then suddenly raised his head, fixing an intense gaze upon Beerus as he proclaimed with fervor, a commendable expression, "I hope your strength is worthy of your confidence." No sooner had Beerus finished speaking than Yiyu transformed into a streak of crimson light, vanishing from sight in an instant. The following moment, when Yiyu reappeared, he had already collided his fists squarely against Beerus's in a fierce confrontation. Bang! At this moment, a resounding crash echoed from the heavens. A powerful shockwave radiated outward from the epicenter formed by Beerus and the Super Saiyan god Yiyu, instantaneously dispersing in all directions. Oh, quite impressive power. Significantly surpassing that of Son Goku. Beerus remarked, a smile gracing his lips as he sensed the might of Yiyu's punch. This is only natural. Yiyu's strength has always eclipsed mine, and now that he is transformed into a Super Saiyan god, his power undoubtedly exceeds my own. Before Yiyu could respond, Son Goku, not far away, interjected with an explanation to Beerus, then turned to Yiyu, saying, "Yiyu, the next phase is in your hands." Upon finishing his words, it seemed that the energy within Son Goku had been entirely depleted. The crimson flames enveloping him vanished in an instant, and his hair reverted to its natural black hue. After hearing Son Goku's words, Yiyu cast a fleeting glance at him. Once he noticed Goku stepping back, Yiyu's figure abruptly vanished from sight. Simultaneously, Beerus's form also dissipated from the location. When the two reappeared, they were seen in the sky, where a crimson beam and a purple beam continuously intertwined and collided. Each clash produced a thunderous impact. What a fearsome display of power. It is fortunate that this battle is taking place here. Had it occurred on the ground, the earth would likely have crumbled under the strain. Piccolo and Krillin hovered in the skies, observing the fierce confrontation between Yiyu and Beerus, their expressions shifting and eyes glimmering with concern. Suddenly, Vegeta, Whis, and Android 18 soared into the scene. "Kakarot?" Vegeta exclaimed upon spotting Son Goku. Then, looking towards the fierce battle in the sky, he questioned in confusion, "Who is the one fighting Lord Beerus?" With his battered body dragging, Son Goku glanced up at the sky and, with a cheerful demeanor, replied to Vegeta, "That's Yiyu. He has transformed into a Super Saiyan god." "What did you say?" Upon hearing Son Goku's words, Vegeta was taken aback and immediately looked skyward. Upon confirming that it was indeed Yiyu, in his Super Saiyan god form, engaging Beerus, Vegeta's face contorted with disbelief. How could this be? Yiyu has also transformed into a Super Saiyan god. Isn't the transformation supposed to require the righteous hearts of 5 Saiyans? Why is Yiyu able to achieve this form? Vegeta approached Son Goku, questioning him with a demanding tone. Vegeta. Son Goku distanced himself slightly from Vegeta, then, with a look of innocence, replied, I don't know either. Perhaps Yeiyu has been able to transform into a Super Saiyan God for quite some time. Upon hearing Son Wukong's explanation, Vegeta's expression softened somewhat. After all, it was this very explanation that clarified why Yeiyu suddenly possessed the ability to transform into a Super Saiyan God. However, nearby, Android 18 was engulfed in a whirlwind of confusion. Since the Cell incident, she had been in constant company with Yeiyu, yet during this time, she had never witnessed him transform into a Super Saiyan God. Despite her bewilderment, 18 did not dwell on it. As she gazed upon the sky, where the Super Saiyan God Yeiyu radiated with crimson energy, her eyes sparkled with intrigue, while Son Wukong and Vegeta marveled at Yeiyu's newfound power. The battle between Super Saiyan God Yeiyu and Beerus escalated into a fervent clash. The air was filled with the sounds of explosive impacts as their fists, arms, elbows, and knees collided incessantly. Each strike produced a resounding crack, reverberating through the atmosphere. Though they were thousands of meters above the ground, the sea below roiled violently, akin to a colossal earthquake. Indeed, Yeiyu has become significantly stronger after transforming into a Super Saiyan God. Son Wukong exclaimed in astonishment as he observed Yeiyu's movements. He had personally experienced Beerus's might and knew all too well that even in his Super Saiyan God form, he struggled to keep pace with Beerus's attacks, depleting his stamina rapidly. Yet, in the ongoing battle, Yeiyu appeared unfazed, breathing steadily while simultaneously countering Beerus's assaults. Nevertheless, Son Wukong recognized that even with Yeiyu's exceptional strength, defeating Beerus would prove to be an arduous challenge unless Yeiyu had some hidden strategy. Chapter 144. Super Saiyan God Super Saiyan. Truly, Beerus the Destroyer possesses immense power. To an outsider, it may have seemed that Super Saiyan God Yeiyu and Beerus were evenly matched, yet Yeiyu was acutely aware that Beerus's strength surpassed his own. The more he fought Beerus, the more he sensed the unfathomable depth of Beerus's power. With a resounding clash, the fists of Super Saiyan God Yeiyu and Beerus met, sending both combatants reeling backward. Just as Beerus sought to launch another attack, Yeiyu suddenly interjected, Wait a moment. What's the rush? Aren't we having fun? I've only just begun to find my rhythm. Upon hearing Yeiyu's words, Beerus ceased his assault and, with a hint of dissatisfaction, remarked, I believe it is time for me to unleash my full power. At this proclamation, the expressions of Vegeta, Goku, Piccolo, and Krillin instantly froze. Is it time to exert their utmost strength? Could it be that Yeiyu and Beerus had not fought with their full might until now? Surely, Yeiyu was jesting. Having already transformed into a Super Saiyan God, how could he possibly not have exerted his full power? Krillin waved his hand dismissively, speaking in an awkward tone. Are you suggesting that Yeiyu can surpass a Super Saiyan God? Piccolo, with a serious demeanor, interjected, Indeed. As Krillin and Piccolo engaged in their conversation, Beerus, hands on his hips, erupted into laughter. Are you implying that you did not fight me with all your strength just now? Correct, Yeiyu replied, his gaze fixed on Beerus with a calm smile. Very well, then show me your true power. Beerus's tone shifted, laden with menace as he continued. If you dare deceive me, I shall obliterate both you and the earth. Upon hearing this, the expressions of Vegeta, Krillin, and the others shifted dramatically. Yeiyu was speaking such grandiose claims. Surpassing a Super Saiyan God. How could that be feasible? Krillin exclaimed, his anxiety palpable. Yet, as Krillin spoke, an unusual energy began to rise around the Super Saiyan God Yeiyu. Upon sensing this peculiar energy, Krillin's forced smile vanished in an instant, while Vegeta and Goku stared at Yeiyu in astonishment. The crimson flames enveloping Yeiyu suddenly transformed into azure flames, and his hair shifted from red to blue. Has he transformed again? Krillin uttered, his voice stiff with incredulity. Goku, initially taken aback, soon expressed his awe. Yeiyu truly is a genius. He transformed into a Super Saiyan after becoming a Super Saiyan God. Super Saiyan God Super Saiyan. Upon hearing Goku's words, Piccolo, Krillin, and the others fixed their gazes upon him with curiosity. What does Super Saiyan God Super Saiyan mean? Krillin was the first to inquire. It means maintaining the form of a Super Saiyan God as the baseline, and then transforming into a Super Saiyan from that state. Vegeta, you must have sensed it too. As he elucidated, Son Wukong addressed Vegeta, who stood nearby, his fists clenched tightly, and his expression tumultuous with dissatisfaction. Indeed, The moment the crimson flames enveloping Yu transformed into azure energy, Vegeta discerned the alteration within Yu, reminiscent of the transformation into a Super Saiyan. Initially, Vegeta had believed that the Super Saiyan God represented the pinnacle of power. However, he was taken aback to discover that after assuming the form of a Super Saiyan God, one could still evolve into a Super Saiyan. This is a matter that Vegeta has never contemplated, yet Nightwing has considered it. At this moment, Vegeta felt as though his intellect was being overshadowed by Nightwing. While he could somewhat reconcile the suppression of his strength, the notion of his intelligence being eclipsed was particularly unbearable. Meanwhile, as Goku, Krillin, and others stood astonished by Nightwing's transformation, Beerus observed the changes in Nightwing with narrowed pupils, a rare flicker of emotion gracing his otherwise impassive face. It appeared you were not deceiving me. I never anticipated that after transforming into a Super Saiyan God, you could evolve once more. Once Beerus concealed his unusual expression, he addressed Nightwing in a dispassionate tone. Although the astonishment on Beerus's face was fleeting, Nightwing keenly perceived it. The sight of Beerus's surprise brought a sense of satisfaction to Nightwing. My assumptions were indeed correct. After transforming into a Super Saiyan God, one could directly activate the Super Saiyan attributes to become Super Saiyan Blue. Indeed, Nightwing's transformation was that of the Super Saiyan God Super Saiyan, commonly known as Super Saiyan Blue. In the original narrative, Goku and Vegeta underwent arduous training to transition from the Super Saiyan God state to Super Saiyan Blue. However, Nightwing found this process unnecessary. He merely needed to activate the Super Saiyan S cells within him. In essence, to achieve Super Saiyan Blue, Nightwing simply had to first activate the Super Saiyan God attributes, followed by the Super Saiyan attributes, allowing him to seamlessly transform into the Super Saiyan God Super Saiyan, or Super Saiyan Blue. It is as effortless as Night Feather transforming into a Super Saiyan, save for the additional step of becoming a Super Saiyan God. It appears you hold considerable confidence in your current strength. If that is the case, I shall exert a modicum of my own power. With that, Beerus surged forward like an arrow released from its bow, launching an assault on Super Blue Night Feather. How astonishingly swift! Below, Son Goku's expression shifted slightly upon witnessing Beerus's terrifying velocity. He discerned that Beerus was now even faster than before. With a resounding clash, the fists of Super Blue Night Feather and Beerus collided. Immediately, a formidable shockwave radiated outward like ripples on water. Under the impact of this overwhelming force, both Son Goku and Vegeta staggered, while Piccolo and Krillin felt the tumult within their own vital energies. Such terrifying power. It seems we cannot remain here. After uttering these words, Krillin swiftly ascended, retreating from the battlefield. Following a brief moment of hesitation, Piccolo also took flight. Though reluctant, he understood that remaining in this perilous arena with his current strength would lead to dire consequences should he be caught in the fray. As Piccolo and Krillin vacated the scene, the battle in the skies between Super Blue Night Feather and Beerus reignited, fiercer than ever before. In Chapter 145, the legendary attributes of the Super Saiyan were summoned. After Night Feather transformed into Super Blue, his combat prowess surged dramatically. However, it seemed that Beerus had not previously exerted his full strength. This time, he amplified both his speed and power. With a powerful punch, Beerus struck Super Blue Night Feather across the cheek, who retaliated with a swift counterpunch. For a moment, both warriors leaned back from the force of their exchange. But soon they were embroiled in combat once more. The air was filled with the sound of intense clashes as their fists, elbows, arms, and knees engaged in relentless confrontation. As the battle unfolded, Beerus grew increasingly astonished. Typically, most opponents would emerge battered and fatigued after enduring such a relentless barrage, much like the Super Saiyan God Goku had previously. Yet, Night Feather seemed to thrive amid the conflict, not only unscathed but also growing stronger with each passing moment. Remarkably, Night Feather was gradually keeping pace with Lord Beerus's speed. Below, the observing Son Wukong and Vegeta also discerned this issue. Initially, the battle between Beerus and Super Blue Yu saw Beerus holding a slight advantage. However, as time progressed, Super Blue Yu began to match Beerus's pace of attack. Just as Son Wukong finished speaking, Whis, holding his staff, narrowed his eyes slightly, as if he had perceived something. "What is the matter, Whis?" Son Wukong inquired. Noticing Whis's unusual reaction, Lord Beerus's inflicted injuries on that Saiyan have healed instantly. Whis's statement prompted Son Wukong and Vegeta to observe that after Beerus struck Yu with a punch, the wounds on Yeyu's body began to vanish at a visible rate. Indeed, Sun Wukong exclaimed in astonishment upon witnessing this phenomenon. Could it be that the Super Saiyan god possesses self-healing abilities? Whis gazed intently at Super Blue Yeyu, seemingly attempting to see through him. Upon hearing Whis's words, Sun Wukong stretched his limbs and remarked, "So, when I transformed into a Super Saiyan god, my injuries indeed healed. But not nearly as quickly as Yeyu's." Whis's confusion eased slightly at Sun Wukong's observation. However, unbeknownst to Sun Wukong and Whis, the extraordinary regenerative ability exhibited by Yeyu was not a gift from the Super Saiyan god, but rather a trait derived from the healing properties of Majin Buu. As Sun Wukong noted, transforming into a Super Saiyan god does indeed bestow a certain degree of self-healing capabilities. However, in comparison to the regenerative abilities of Majin Buu, the effects were vastly inferior. After enduring the attacks from Beerus, Yeyu's injuries were swiftly mended by Majin Buu's healing prowess. Additionally, the Saiyan physiology dictates that upon recovery from injuries, their combat strength is augmented. Hence, in the midst of battle against Beerus, Yeyu exhibited a remarkable cycle of healing and increasing strength, manifesting as a relentless escalation of power. To Beerus and Goku, it appeared that Yeyu grew more formidable with each engagement. After what felt like an eternity of combat between the Super Saiyan Blue Yeyu and Beerus, Yeyu managed to block one of Beerus's punches and retaliated with a powerful strike to Beerus's face, distorting the very shape of it. Although Beerus withstood the blow without suffering significant harm, his fury surged within him. "You blocked my attack, yet I could not evade yours," he thought, feeling his dignity as the god of destruction was being challenged. In the next moment, following Yeyu's punch, a terrifying dark aura radiated from Beerus, accompanied by a look of anger. Do not let success cloud your judgment. On witnessing the flame-like dark energy enveloping Beerus, Goku and Vegeta felt an unsettling chill. Whis interjected, "Lord Beerus, that is the power of a god of destruction." "Silence, Whis." Beerus retorted angrily before launching a punch directly at Yeyu. Realizing the gravity of Beerus's power, Yeyu's expression shifted dramatically. He quickly raised his right arm to intercept the incoming blow. With a resounding crash, Yeyu was propelled several paces backward, ultimately coming to a halt. Although he had endured Beerus's furious strike, he noticed a grotesque wound forming on his arm. Is this the power of a god of destruction? Despite the wound healing rapidly, a chill ran down Yeyu's spine. The force Beerus unleashed was indeed that of a god of destruction. In the original narrative, Beerus had utilized this very technique against the trainee Supreme Kai Zamasu of Universe 10, causing Zamasu to vanish instantaneously. Yeyu was fortunate. Lord Beerus. Upon witnessing Beerus's wrath escalate, Whis promptly cautioned him. Yet, in his fury, Beerus paid no heed to Whis's advice, solemnly addressing Yeyu, "Come again." With that, the formidable Beerus, enveloped in dark flames, charged directly at the Super Blue Night Feather. His demeanor suggested he was determined to force Night Feather into submission. Observing Beerus's relentless intent, a heavy weight settled in Night Feather's heart. On the sidelines stood Whis, Beerus's attendant, and as a mere human, he would certainly not intervene against the wrathful Beerus to assist Night Feather. There was no alternative. As Night Feather gazed at the rapidly approaching Beerus, he steeled himself. Without a moment's hesitation, he summoned the legendary Super Saiyan attributes that had lain dormant within him for over a decade. Since acquiring these attributes from the legend of Broly, he had refrained from utilizing them due to the system's warnings. Activating the legendary Super Saiyan attributes would grant him overwhelming power but would also plunge him into a state of uncontrollable rage. Yet, faced with the furious Beerus, he felt compelled to take the risk. As Night Feather awakened the legendary Super Saiyan attributes, a vibrant azure aura erupted around him. The ensuing tempest of energy radiated outward in all directions, causing Son Goku and Vegeta to be swept away by the ferocious force. Simultaneously, a beam of azure flame shot into the heavens, resembling a waterfall cascading from the skies, illuminating Night Feather beneath its radiant glow. Within that azure pillar, Night Feather's muscles expanded dramatically. In that moment, the fabric of his battle attire ripped apart, revealing his robust physique. The steadfast Son Goku and Vegeta, upon witnessing the transformation of Night Feather, experienced a tumultuous shift in their expressions, their eyes wide with astonishment. What an overwhelming aura! It was far greater than anything Night Feather had emitted before. What on earth had transpired? What had Night Feather done? At this moment, Yeyu possessed a wild mane of yellow-green hair, his entire physique brimming with sinewy muscles. An azure flame flickered around him, exuding an aura of immense terror. This was the legendary transformation of a Super Saiyan. The transition from Yu activating the legendary Super Saiyan attributes within him to his complete metamorphosis took but the briefest of moments. Meanwhile, Beerus, engulfed in pitch-black flames, charged directly at the legendary Super Yu, delivering a powerful punch aimed straight at him. To the eyes of Goku and Vegeta, Beerus's attack appeared almost imperceptibly swift. Yet, to the legendary Super Yu, it was hardly a concern. With a resounding thud, he raised his muscular arm and effortlessly blocked Beerus's strike. After fending off Beerus's punch, a terrifying grin spread across the face of the legendary Super Yu. In the next instant, he retaliated with a fierce punch aimed at Beerus. Upon seeing Yu's fist hurtling towards him, Beerus's expression shifted dramatically, and he instinctively raised his arm to block the impending blow. However, the sheer power behind Yu's punch was utterly overwhelming. As his fist connected with Beerus's arm, a deafening crash reverberated through the air, causing Beerus to stumble backward. Momentarily thrown off balance. How could this be possible? The god of destruction, Beerus, was being suppressed? Witnessing Beerus being forced back by the legendary Super Yu left Vegeta's face etched with disbelief. The might of Beerus was evident to all. Even the Super Blue Yu could not rival him. Yet now, something inexplicable had transpired within Yu, dramatically boosting his strength to the point where he could momentarily overpower Beerus. Incredible. While Vegeta was in a state of shock, Goku gazed on in awe. Though he did not comprehend the nature of Yu's transformation, he sensed that this version of Yu was immensely powerful. Concurrently, Whis, holding his staff, revealed a hint of astonishment on his otherwise impassive face. Just as Goku and Vegeta marveled at the unfolding events, the legendary Super Yu showed no intention of relenting. After sending Beerus staggering back, he erupted in another surge of azure energy, launching yet another attack against the god of destruction. Merely a human, Beerus seethed, quickly conjuring a sphere of destructive energy in his palm. At that moment, a mechanical notification echoed in Yu's mind. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired the attributes of the god of destruction. Would you like to accept? Regrettably, after Yu unleashed the attributes of the legendary Super Saiyan, he succumbed to a state of frenzy, utterly disregarding the system's notifications. As the destruction energy sphere coalesced within Beerus's palm, he propelled it directly towards Yu. Observing the ominous sphere of destruction rushing towards him, Transcendent Yu swiftly evaded it with a flicker of movement. Witnessing this, Beerus's expression shifted slightly. After dodging Beerus's destructive orb, Transcendent Yu advanced aggressively towards him. However, Beerus reacted with remarkable speed as Yu closed in. He deftly sidestepped a powerful punch from him and retaliated with a forceful strike to Yu's muscular chest. Following the impact of Beerus's blow, Yu countered with a punch aimed at Beerus's torso. Both combatants staggered back a couple of steps, their expressions fierce, Beerus seething with anger and Yu displaying a menacing demeanor. They soon clashed once more, the air filled with the sounds of their fierce exchange. Yet, due to Yu's regeneration attribute inherited from Majin Buu, his injuries healed almost instantaneously, while Beerus grew increasingly alarmed with each strike. Just then, Whis, who had been observing the battle with detached interest, transformed into a streak of light, positioning himself between Beerus and Yu, effortlessly blocking their attacks. When Yu attempted to launch an assault on Whis, the staff in Whis's hand radiated a brilliant light, casting its glow upon Yu, which caused his fury to dissipate entirely. In that moment, his rationality began to resurface. Having reverted from the transcendent mode, Yu was oblivious to the events that had transpired, yet he sensed an unusual gaze from Beerus, as if he were regarding a formidable madman. Additionally, Yu noted the emergence of a new attribute in the system, Destruction God Power. Chapter 147. The plan of Frisia's remnants. The confrontation between Yu and Beerus ultimately concluded with Whis's intervention. At this juncture, Yu returned from the legendary Super Saiyan state to his normal form, while Beerus also regained his composure. You truly are impressive, he remarked. At that moment, Sun Wukong flew over, his face alight with astonishment as he addressed Yu. Upon hearing Sun Wukong's words, Beerus immediately grew displeased, casting a knowing glance at him. Sun Wukong, slightly puzzled by Beerus's expression, soon recollected something and, scratching his head with a grin, exclaimed, "Ah, Lord Beerus is quite formidable as well." Humph. As soon as Sun Wukong's words fell, Beerus crossed his arms and turned his head with a cold snort. Observing Beerus's demeanor, Sun Wukong exchanged glances with Whis, who merely chuckled softly. "By the way, Yu, during your battle with Lord Beerus, What kind of power did you unleash to suddenly become so strong? Sun Wukong inquired, gazing at Yu. Before Yu could respond, Whis' smile abruptly vanished, and he turned to Yu, saying, that must be the legendary power of the Super Saiyan. Having existed in this universe for countless years, Whis was certainly aware of the legendary Super Saiyan, which appeared only once every millennium. Upon hearing Whis' remark, Beerus's gaze fixed on Yu, as he recalled their previous confrontation and felt a twinge of fear. The legendary Super Saiyan? Sun Wukong murmured, confusion etched across his face. At that moment, Vegeta flew over, his voice solemn as he declared, it is the Super Saiyan, a legend that appears only once every 1,000 years among the Saiyans. After explaining to Sun Wukong, Vegeta regarded Yu with a complex expression, continuing, Yu, no wonder your strength is so immense. You are indeed the legendary Super Saiyan. Yu did not contest Vegeta's conclusion, as it would be implausible to disclose that his strength stemmed from accumulating attributes. Nevertheless, the legendary Super Saiyan's physique had undeniably augmented Yu's combat prowess over the past decade. It is nearly time to depart, Whis. While Sun Wukong and Vegeta conversed, Beerus called out to Whis. Responding to Beerus's command, Whis swiftly moved to his side. Legendary Super Saiyan, I shall spare you and the Earth this time, but next time, I will personally obliterate you. Beerus declared, placing his hands on Whis' shoulders and narrowing his eyes at Yu. Lord Beerus, do you truly believe you can accomplish that? Whis jested in response to Beerus' statement. Hey, Beerus retorted angrily at Whis' interruption. My apologies. I inadvertently spoke the truth. Farewell, Saiyans. After greeting Nightwing, Sun Wukong, and Vegeta was transformed into a streak of light, soaring into the cosmos alongside Beerus at speed surpassing that of light itself. It is indeed a rarity that there exists a human in this universe whom even Lord Beerus cannot defeat. Once Whis and Beerus had distanced themselves from Earth, Whis finally addressed Beerus, who, upon hearing Whis' words, did not exhibit excessive resistance. Instead, with a grave tone, he remarked, it is indeed uncommon to find a human who surpasses a god of destruction. However, they are not entirely absent. After a brief pause, Beerus suddenly recalled something and angrily exclaimed, Hey, Whis, you aren't considering that individual as a potential replacement for me, are you? To become the next god of destruction? Whis chuckled at Beerus's words and replied, that remains uncertain. Whis, I shall eliminate you. Of course, Beerus merely uttered this threat. He had no intention of acting upon it, as Whis' strength is indeed superior to his own. Meanwhile, Nightwing was oblivious to the exchange between Beerus and Whis. At that moment, he was descending towards Earth with Android 18, accompanied by Sun Wukong and Vegeta. Upon landing, Krillin and Piccolo swiftly approached, their expressions filled with urgency. What is the situation? They inquired. It's all over. Lord Beerus has departed, Sun Wukong announced, prompting Krillin to exhale a huge sigh of relief. We are saved. He then turned to Nightwing. Expressing profound gratitude, Nightwing, I cannot thank you enough for once again rescuing us and saving the Earth. To this, Nightwing merely smiled lightly. No need for such concern. I merely wish to engage in combat with Lord Beerus. In truth, Nightwing understood that even if he had not intervened, Beerus would ultimately refrain from destroying the Earth. As Nightwing and Krillin conversed, Sun Wukong's stomach suddenly growled audibly, causing him to chuckle awkwardly. Then, as if recalling something, he looked at Nightwing and said, by the way, Nightwing, I remember promising to treat you to a meal. During the encounter with androids 19 and 20, Sun Wukong had indeed vowed to extend the hospitality of a meal to Nightwing. However, Nightwing had departed shortly after defeating Cell. This meal has been postponed for over a decade. It is quite remarkable that you still remember such a long-standing affair, Nightwing said to Sun Wukong, his expression one of astonishment. Of course I do, Sun Wukong replied, rubbing his nose with a pleased demeanor. Then, leaning closer to Nightwing's ear and casting a furtive glance at Vegeta, he whispered, for Bulma's birthday this time. We shall feast at her place later. Consider it my treat. Kakarot. Although Sun Wukong endeavored to lower his voice, Vegeta still caught wind of his words and instantly erupted in fury. Amidst the banter between Sun Wukong and Vegeta, Nightwing and Android 18 accompanied Sun Wukong as they soared towards the cruise ship where Gohan and the others were located. Meanwhile, in the far reaches of the universe, a disc-shaped spaceship was hurtling through space. Should Nightwing be present, he would undoubtedly recognize this vessel, for it bore an uncanny resemblance to the spaceship once used by Frieza on the planet Namek. As the perspective shifted to the interior of the spaceship, a technician reported, Lord Sorb, we sincerely apologize, but we have searched everywhere and have been unable to locate the new Namek. Upon hearing this, the extraterrestrial named Sorb swiftly turned and said, "No matter, we shall head directly to Earth. If we utilize the Dragon Balls there, we can similarly resurrect Lord Frieza." With that, a conspiratorial smile crept across Sorb's face. Chapter 148. An invitation from Beerus. After Nightwing and Android 18 partook in a sumptuous feast at Bulma's birthday celebration, he utilized instant transmission to return to the base with 18. My Lord Nightwing. Not long after Nightwing's arrival at the base, Lap greeted him eagerly. "Do you have any news about Taurus?" Upon entering the mechanical room with Android 18, Nightwing inquired of Lap. For years ago, Taurus mentioned he would embark on a quest to discover the God-calling technique, and he has yet to return. For the past 4 years, Yu has been awaiting news from Toth. After all, the divine summoning technique would be immensely beneficial to him. Once Yu acquires the ability of this technique, he could harness the power of the legendary Super Saiyan, and perhaps even transform into a Super Saiyan 4. Regrettably, however, there has been no word from Toth during these 4 years. For now, there is still no news from Toth. Rap responded to Yu briefly, and then continued, "However, we have received another piece of information. Recently, the remnants of the Frieza Force have been exceedingly active in the shadows. According to the intelligence we've gathered, they seem to be searching for a new Namek. If I am not mistaken, they, like Frieza in the past, intend to exploit the Dragon of Namek for some clandestine scheme. Although Namek was not subjected to the catastrophic explosion depicted in the original narrative over a decade ago. To prevent individuals like Frieza from seeking the Dragon Balls, the Namekians utilized the dragon's power to relocate to a new, concealed planet. The remnants of the Frieza Force?" Upon hearing Frieza's name once more, an intrigued expression crossed Yu's face. Perhaps Rap was unaware of the Frieza remnants' intentions concerning the Dragon Balls, but Yu certainly was. The remnants of Frieza undoubtedly aspire to resurrect him. In the original narrative, upon his revival, Frieza significantly augmented his combat prowess through training, transforming into Golden Frieza. "My Lord Yu, should we mobilize and eradicate Frieza's faction?" proposed Lap. However, Yu promptly rejected Lap's suggestion, stating, "Pay them no mind." Given Lap's current battle strength, while he may not be able to defeat Frieza at full power, eliminating a mere remnant of Frieza would be more than sufficient. Should Lap intervene now, the remnants would surely be vanquished. Yet, Yu preferred that Lap refrain from such actions. Presently, Yu had mastered the power of Super Blue. Not even the god of destruction, Beerus, instilled any fear in him, let alone a Golden Frieza. Even if Frieza were to be resurrected, he posed no threat to Yu. Moreover, Yu harbored a certain curiosity regarding Golden Frieza. "Golden Frieza, you say?" mused Yu, a subtle smile playing on his lips as he spoke to himself in a tone only he could hear. Days later, while Yu was collecting the battle attributes dropped by Lap, Carter, and the other warriors, a virtual screen suddenly materialized in the sky before him, resembling a projection yet devoid of any background. Yu. The screen displayed none other than Son Goku. Yu's expression shifted to one of astonishment upon seeing Goku. But recognition dawned when he noticed Whis beside him. It was evident that this high-tech virtual screen was Whis's handiwork. "I'm currently training with Vegeta under Lord Beerus. Would you like to join us?" Upon hearing Goku's invitation, Yu glanced at Lap and Carter, who were engaged in fierce combat. Training? Yu had no need for training. All he required was to collect the battle attributes that dropped during the skirmishes with Carter and the other cosmic warriors. "Hey, Kakarot. Cease these unnecessary endeavors. Yu has already mastered the power of Super Saiyan God Super Saiyan. If he continues training, when shall we ever catch up to him?" Just as Yu contemplated whether to accompany them to Beerus's planet, Vegeta, on the other side of the screen, scolded Goku with evident displeasure. "What does it matter, Vegeta? If Yu joins us, we can engage him in battle. Besides, training with just the two of us would be rather dull, wouldn't it?" Upon hearing the conversation between Sun Wukong and Vegeta, Yu was suddenly reminded that the two had cultivated their Super Saiyan Blue powers on Beerus's planet. Furthermore, both Super Saiyan Blue Sun Wukong and Vegeta were continuously engaged in battle with Beerus. With this thought, Yu's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Then let us join forces." Upon hearing Yu's response, Sun Wukong was instantly elated, while Vegeta wore an expression of displeasure. "Very well, we shall await you on Beerus's planet." With that, the virtual screen before him flickered and vanished. Indeed, Yu could enhance his strength by collecting the battle power attributes dropped during the fights of beings like Lap and Carter. However, The battle power of Lap and Carter paled in comparison to that of Sun Wukong and Vegeta. If Yu could gather the battle power attributes dropped by Sun Wukong, Vegeta, Beerus, or even Whis during their battles, his strength would undoubtedly increase significantly. Knowing that such an opportunity to elevate his combat prowess lay before him, Yu was determined not to let it slip away. All right, you all can take a break for a while. After confirming his intent to head to Beerus's planet, Yu addressed the Cosmos warriors who were engaged in battle. Upon hearing Yu's words, Lap, Carter, and the others immediately ceased their fighting. Yu then commanded the system, collect battle power. At his command, the battle power attributes that Lap, Carter, and the others had dropped during their previous skirmishes converged towards Yu's body like golden tadpoles. Though the total amount of battle power attributes dropped by Lap and Carter was only in the hundreds of millions, even the smallest mosquito is still flesh. After gathering all these attributes, Yu utilized Jebediah's instantaneous movement to vanish from the base. Chapter 149, Training on Beerus's Planet. Looking out over Beerus's planet, it resembled a grand pyramid. This was the residence of the god of destruction, Beerus. In the past, only Beerus and the angel Whis inhabited this realm. However, at present, 4 individuals graced Beerus's planet. In addition to the god of destruction Beerus and Whis, Sun Wukong and Vegeta were also present. Sun Wukong, I allowed you to remain here for the sake of these delectable dishes, yet you had the audacity to bring that Saiyan here without my consent. How bold of you. After Beerus consumed a small orb in his hand, he immediately turned to Goku with a menacing expression. Unfazed by Beerus's threat, Goku chuckled and replied, what does it matter? Next time you visit, I'll bring along a variety of delectable earth delicacies, just as a treat for Yu. Upon hearing Goku's words, Beerus's expression softened slightly, and he continued to take a bite of the orb. Goku then added, moreover, Lord Beerus, you enjoy battle, do you not? If Yu grows stronger, your next confrontation with him will surely bring you even greater joy. At Goku's remark, Beerus, who had just placed the orb in his mouth, was caught off guard and choked, swallowing the orb whole. His face turned a deep shade of crimson, as if he had been completely choked. Lord Beerus, are you all right? Goku inquired anxiously upon witnessing Beerus's intense reaction. It's nothing, you needn't concern yourself with him. At that moment, Whis, who had been quietly consuming his meal, turned to remind Sun Wukong. Perhaps Sun Wukong was unaware of the reasons behind Beerus's intense reaction. However, Whis was fully aware. The reason was simple. Beerus had no desire to engage in battle with Yu any longer. In Beerus's eyes, Yu was nothing short of a madman, even more unhinged than the god of destruction himself. The last encounter with Yu had left him shaken, and the thought of facing an even stronger Yu was hardly a comforting prospect. Suddenly, as Sun Wukong and Whis conversed, a figure flickered into view. Has he arrived? Whis remarked nonchalantly upon spotting the silhouette. Soon after, both Sun Wukong and Vegeta beheld Yu's form materializing before them. Yu, you have finally arrived. Sun Wukong exclaimed with joy at the unexpected appearance of Yu, while Vegeta, arms crossed and wearing a sullen expression, brooded nearby. The only reason Sun Wukong and Vegeta found themselves training under Beerus was that Bulma had sweetened Whis and Beerus with culinary delights. Vegeta had initially thought that training with Beerus would allow his power to surge and perhaps even surpass Yu. However, upon arriving at Beerus's planet, Sun Wukong had directly invited Yu to join them. To Vegeta, this meant that surpassing Yu would now be an even more arduous task. Yu. He greeted Sun Wukong before turning towards Beerus. It is good to see you again. Although Beerus had been feeling quite uncomfortable due to the food lodged in his throat, he straightened his posture upon Yu's arrival, feigning indifference. I would prefer not to see you again. As soon as these words escaped Beerus's lips, Whis approached, carrying a bowl of food, with a cheerful expression. No need to concern yourself. No need to concern yourself. Yu, let us engage in battle. At this moment, Sun Wukong over there stretched his legs and limbered up, his face brimming with eagerness as he addressed Yu. You are not my match yet. There is no point in fighting you. After uttering these words, Yu's gaze shifted toward Beerus. Although Yu refrained from elaborating, it was evident to the astute that he implied fighting Beerus would be far more engaging. Upon sensing Yu's gaze, Beerus cleared his throat and remarked, I suddenly recall a matter that requires my attention. Whis, I shall leave the training to you. With that, Beerus departed without delay. Hey, Vegeta. Why do I have the impression that Lord Beerus is avoiding Yu? Sun Wukong's voice was barely a whisper, yet as soon as he spoke, Beerus's ears perked up, and his steps faltered. Realizing he had inadvertently revealed their awareness, Sun Wukong felt a pang of alarm. Oh no, I've exposed it. Nevertheless, he continued. What a pity it is. How I wish to receive Lord Beerus's personal guidance, but alas, he is preoccupied. Upon hearing this, Beerus feigned ignorance and continued on his way. Meanwhile, Whis, indulging in delicacies, cast a glance at Beerus's retreating figure before focusing his attention on Yu. Very well, let us commence our training. For the initial phase, Vegeta and Sun Wukong, your strengths are comparatively weak, so you two shall engage in battle. Although Vegeta felt a deep sense of reluctance at Whis' words, he recognized that among the 5 individuals on Beerus's planet, he and Sun Wukong were indeed the weakest. Come on, Kakarot. Vegeta, visibly displeased, prepared to unleash his fury upon Sun Wukong. However, just as he was about to transform into a Super Saiyan, Whis raised the fork in his hand and added, by the way, it would be best if you refrain from transforming into Super Saiyans during this phase of training. Not transforming into Super Saiyans? If we are not to transform, that might actually work in my favor. As Vegeta spoke, he inadvertently glanced at Yu. In Vegeta's estimation, without transformation, he had a considerable chance of defeating Yu, especially since Yu's strength stemmed from his ability to transform into a Super Saiyan god. What Vegeta remained unaware of was that Yu's current base combat power far surpassed his own. With that said, Vegeta and Sun Wukong clashed in battle. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have gained a combat power attribute of 5 million. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have gained a combat power attribute of 6 million. After the fierce confrontation between Sun Wukong and Vegeta, a mechanical notification resonated in Yu's mind. Although the current combat power attributes that had dropped amounted to only 5 or 6 million. Yu understood that once both Sun Wukong and Vegeta transformed into their Super Saiyan Blue forms, he would acquire a substantial increase in combat power attributes. As the saying goes, sharpening one's axe does not delay the cutting of firewood. Thus, he remained unhurried in the moment. Chapter 150, Super Saiyan Blue Sun Wukong and Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta. Chapter 150, Planet Beerus. In the sky above, 3 individuals were engaged in an intense battle. The 3 combatants in this fierce battle are none other than Sun Wukong and Vegeta, pitted against Whis. In the face of their ferocious onslaught, Whis merely opens his palm, effortlessly deflecting the attacks of both Sun Wukong and Vegeta with a grace akin to that of drifting willow catkins. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired a combat power attribute of 8 million. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired a combat power attribute of 8 million. As the intense clash unfolds in the skies above, Night Feather's mind is inundated with the mechanical notifications of the system below. However, upon hearing these alerts, Night Feather's countenance reveals little excitement. After all, several months prior on Earth, the battle between Super Saiyan God Sun Wukong and the God of Destruction Beerus had resulted in a staggering drop of over 1 billion in combat power attributes. The millions of combat attributes were, in truth, beneath Nightwing's notice. At present, Nightwing's keen interest in this match stemmed from his anticipation that Whis would display the Ultra Instinct technique. Although Whis had not showcased this ability in Dragon Ball, Nightwing surmised that he might indeed possess it. Should Whis reveal the Ultra Instinct technique, there existed a possibility that the system would yield attributes related to it. Upon acquiring these attributes, Nightwing would significantly enhance his own combat prowess. However, it appears that Nightwing's hopes are destined to be dashed. Given Whis' capabilities, he would require no such technique to contend with Goku and Vegeta. Whis, may we now utilize our transform powers? After Goku and Vegeta had sparred with Whis for a while, Vegeta suddenly halted, posing the question to Whis. Certainly, Whis replied, effortlessly deflecting one of Goku's strikes before addressing Vegeta. In that case, with a fierce shout, Vegeta unleashed a tremendous wave of energy from his being. Simultaneously, a blue aura enveloped him, and his hair transitioned from black to blue. Indeed, at this moment, Vegeta had transformed into Super Saiyan God Super Saiyan, commonly referred to as Super Blue Vegeta. Ah, Vegeta, how dare you transform? You truly are cunning. Goku, engaged in battle with Whis, exclaimed in response to Vegeta's transformation into Super Blue, before also coming to a standstill. Huh, Goku shouted, and likewise, a blue aura began to radiate around him. At this moment, high above in the sky, both Vegeta and Son Goku were enveloped in shimmering blue auras. Indeed, after months of rigorous training on Beerus's planet, both warriors had attained the form of Super Blue. Meanwhile, Yu had significantly augmented his own battle power. soaring from over 500 billion to more than 700 billion by absorbing the battle attributes dropped during the clashes between Son Goku, Vegeta, and Whis. Originally, Yi's battle power could have risen even more dramatically. However, Whis had imposed a restriction that forbade Son Goku and Vegeta from transforming into Super Blue during their routine training, which subsequently diminished the battle attributes dropped during their combat. Nonetheless, over these months, Yi had still managed to collect 200 billion in battle attributes. Moreover, this 200 billion represented only the foundational battle power. Should he transform into Super Blue, this foundational power could enhance Yi's overall strength tremendously. As Beerus lounged in his chair, sipping juice, he observed Son Goku and Vegeta ascend into their Super Blue forms and let out a slight hum of approval, before shifting his gaze to Yi. With this, we shall not be so easily defeated. After Son Goku transformed into Super Blue, he confidently declared this and became a streak of blue light, charging directly towards Whis. Simultaneously, Vegeta let out a fierce shout and followed suit. Oh, that remains to be seen. In response to the combined assault of Super Blue Son Goku and Super Blue Vegeta, Whis chuckled lightly and effortlessly deflected their attacks. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have acquired 3 billion in battle attributes. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have acquired 2 billion in battle attributes. The moment the fist of Super Blue Son Goku and Super Blue Vegeta struck against Whis' hands, 2 system notifications resonated in Yi's mind. Simultaneously, 2 battle attribute orbs fell beneath the feet of Super Blue Son Goku and Super Blue Vegeta. The combat power attributes of these 2 items each exceed 3 billion. Remarkably, a single strike has enabled Yi to attain a combat power of over 30 billion. 32 billion, you say? At this moment, Yi gazed at the combat power attributes beneath the feet of Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta and Super Saiyan Blue Goku, wearing a satisfied expression. Although the combat power attributes dropped during regular training sessions were modest, amounting only to a few million, once Goku and Vegeta transformed into Super Saiyan Blue, the dropped combat power attributes surged into the tens of billions. Yi's initial agreement with Goku to train under Beerus was precisely to witness this transformation. As Yi pondered, a series of ferocious attacks was unleashed by Super Saiyan Blue Goku and Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta upon Whis in the sky. Indeed, their power has notably increased. Whis effortlessly intercepted the assaults from Goku and Vegeta while simultaneously offering words of encouragement to both warriors. Meanwhile, as Goku and Vegeta continued their relentless onslaught, a steady stream of system notifications echoed in Yi's mind. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a combat power attribute of 5 billion. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a combat power attribute of 7 billion. As the combat power attributes accumulated to a significant level, Yi commanded the system to collect them. With a single utterance from Yi, the combat power attributes beneath Goku and Vegeta transformed into golden, tadpole-like script, converging toward him. As these attributes merged into Yi's being, the combat power displayed on the virtual screen before him escalated at an astonishing rate. After all, each combat power attribute was a staggering 30 billion. Within just half a minute, Yi's combat power soared to an astonishing 900 billion. Chapter 151, Frieza's Assault. Alright, today's training concludes here. After effortlessly fending off the combined assault of Super Blue Son Goku and Super Blue Vegeta, Whis spoke. As Whis' words echoed, both Super Blue Son Goku and Super Blue Vegeta ceased their attacks. Simultaneously, the notification sound from the system in Yi's mind also halted. Moments later, the combat power attributes dropped by Super Blue Son Goku and Super Blue Vegeta during their battle with Whis all flowed into Yi's body. When the final attribute entered Yi, the data on the virtual screen before him ceased its fluctuations. A terrifying figure of 1 trillion appeared on the screen, equivalent to 110 billion. Indeed, Yi's combat power had reached an astounding 1 trillion. Moreover, this was merely his base combat power. Should he transform into Super Blue, his combat prowess would undoubtedly escalate to even more formidable heights. Just months ago, Yi's combat power was a mere 500 billion, yet it had now skyrocketed to 1 trillion, signifying a twofold increase in such a brief span. Yi felt immensely gratified by this rapid growth. Clenching his fists tightly and sensing the abundant power coursing within him, his gaze shifted toward Beerus. A few months prior, even in his Super Blue form, Yi had still been somewhat inferior to Beerus. However, now, emboldened by his explosive combat power and the regenerative attributes of Majin Buu, Yi was confident that he could contend with Beerus, even without transforming into the legendary Super Saiyan. Does this fellow still wish to challenge me? As Beerus sipped his juice, he narrowed his eyes slightly upon noticing the fierce determination in Yi's gaze. Hey, Yi, let us fight. At that moment, as Yi and Beerus locked eyes, Son Goku's voice rang out from the sky, calling to Yi. You are still not my match. Upon hearing Son Goku's words, Yi shifted his focus from Beerus to Son Goku, responding in a calm tone. This is not a matter of arrogance on Yi's part. In truth, Sun Wukong is indeed no match for him. Although both Sun Wukong and Yi possess the ability to transform into Super Blue, there remains a considerable disparity in their fundamental combat prowess. Recently, after transforming into Super Blue, Sun Wukong immediately sought to challenge Yi to a duel, only to be effortlessly defeated. In the following days, Sun Wukong repeatedly challenged Yi, yet Yi declined each time. Today marks what is likely Sun Wukong's fourth challenge to Yi. However, this time, after days of training, I feel my strength has significantly increased. I shall not succumb so easily as I did previously. With clenched fists, Super Blue Sun Wukong confidently addressed Yi. Hearing Sun Wukong's declaration, Yi could only display a wry smile. It is not only you who has grown stronger, my own power has also surged. In fact, my current strength is twice what it was just months ago. Do you truly believe yours has increased more than mine? As Yi contemplated this, Vegeta soared over to Sun Wukong's side and interjected, what about if I join in? Upon hearing Vegeta's remark, Yi cast a glance at both Sun Wukong and Vegeta, who were now in their Super Blue forms. With two opponents, Yi felt a surge of energy envelop him, and his hair transformed from black to blue. The moment Sun Wukong witnessed Yi's transformation into Super Blue, his spirits soared, and a fierce determination flickered across Vegeta's face. After exchanging glances, Super Blue Sun Wukong and Super Blue Vegeta launched themselves towards Super Blue Yi in unison. As they descended towards the ground, the two engaged in a coordinated attack from either side. In the next instant, Super Blue Yi raised his arms to block the incoming strikes from Super Blue Sun Wukong and Super Blue Vegeta. At this moment, two waves of energy radiated outward like ripples, spreading in all directions. As these two ripples collided, the massive surface of Beerus's planet trembled as if an earthquake had occurred. The next instant, the Super Saiyan Blue Goku and Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta unleashed a relentless barrage of punches upon Super Saiyan Blue Yi, akin to a tempest. Meanwhile, Super Saiyan Blue Yi adeptly employed both hands and feet to parry the onslaught from Goku and Vegeta. Remarkably, it was astonishing to witness Yi's strength having escalated to such a level. He could withstand the combined might of Goku and Vegeta. Whis descended from the heavens to the ground, and upon witnessing the fierce battle among Yi, Goku, and Vegeta, he could not help but utter a remark. As he spoke, Whis cast a knowing glance at Beerus, who was sipping juice nearby. Although Whis did not elaborate further, his expression seemed to convey the sentiment. Before long, even Lord Beerus might find himself unable to rival Yi. Upon grasping this implication, Beerus let out a soft grunt. Just then, amidst their conversation, Whis's crystal staff began to shimmer. Hey, Whis, Beerus cautioned him. With a wave of his hand, Whis conjured a virtual screen in the void before him. On that screen appeared none other than Vegeta's wife, Bulma. Whis, we have a serious problem. Frieza has landed on Earth. Frieza? At the mention of this name, Whis's heart stirred, and he exchanged a glance with Beerus. Wasn't Frieza defeated? Beerus inquired, glancing at Yi in the sky. Previously, Whis had informed Beerus that it was Yi who had vanquished Frieza, which is why he looked in Yi's direction when asking this question. He may have been resurrected, perhaps through the Dragon Balls on Namek or Earth. Whis explained to Beerus, then called out to the trio battling in the sky. You three. Frieza has arrived on Earth. Nanny? Frieza? Vegeta's complexion shifted slightly upon hearing the name. Meanwhile, Yi contemplated within himself. So, Frieza has finally come. Chapter 152. The Great Battle Against Frieza's Army on a certain island on Earth. A vast multitude of extraterrestrial beings hovered in the sky, numbering in the tens of thousands. At the forefront of these aliens sat none other than Frieza himself, perched upon a throne. 6 months ago, with the assistance of his subordinate Sorb, Frieza resurrected himself using the Dragon Balls from Earth. Now, Frieza arrived on Earth with his legion of followers solely to exact vengeance upon Nightwing, Goku, and the other Saiyans. The loathsome Saiyans. Seated upon his throne, Frieza clenched his fists, the memories of the humiliations he endured in the depths of hell flooding back to him. Sorb, Eliminate all these Earthlings before Nightwing and Goku return. Frieza commanded, casting a disdainful gaze upon Gohan and Piccolo, who stood precariously on the cliff below. Upon hearing Frieza's orders, Gohan, Piccolo, and the other warriors tensed with apprehension. The cosmic being named Sorb bellowed, "Charge forth and annihilate them." At Sorb's command, the thousands of cosmic warriors behind Frieza surged forward, resembling a swarm of locusts as they descended upon Gohan and Piccolo. Damn it! Gohan and Piccolo exchanged grim glances before swiftly engaging the oncoming hordes. In truth, facing these minor adversaries posed little challenge, no matter how many there were. Gohan and Piccolo remained undaunted. However, their true concern lay with Frieza himself. Before Frieza's arrival, Gohan and the others had sensed his overwhelming energy through their heightened awareness. The current Frieza was a far cry from the one they had faced on Namek. The Frieza from Namek would have been easily defeated by Gohan, but the Frieza before them now instilled doubt. Quite impressive. Frieza mused as he observed Gohan and Piccolo effortlessly sending his minions flying with each strike, a glimmer of intrigue dancing across his features. He then turned to two of his cosmic warriors, commanding, "Tagoma, Shirsami, go entertain them." Understood. Upon receiving Frieza's command, two cosmic warriors named Tagma and Sismi charged forward, one towards Gohan and the other towards Piccolo. It was evident that Tagma and Sismi were unlike ordinary cosmic fighters. Their combat prowess was remarkably formidable. They engaged in several rounds of battle with Gohan and Piccolo without succumbing to disadvantage. Meanwhile, as Gohan and Piccolo, along with the other Z fighters, contended with Frieza's minions, three dark figures rapidly approached from above. As the view drew closer, it became clear that these three shadows were none other than Android 18, Lap, and Tors. For years prior, after bidding farewell to Yeyu, Tors had ventured into the cosmos in search of a divine summoning technique capable of restoring one's sanity. For the past 4 years, there had been no news. However, just a few months ago, Tors returned to the base with the divine summoning technique. Unfortunately, Yeyu was no longer at the base. In search of Yeyu, No. 18 brought Tors and Lap to Earth, hoping to locate him. Shortly after their arrival, instead of finding Yeyu, they encountered the invasion of Frieza's army. Indeed, it was Frieza. Lap recognized him at once, sitting arrogantly in his chair. "How do you know that guy?" Number 18 inquired, her tone devoid of emotion. "Indeed, that fellow was defeated by Master Yeyu over a decade ago. However, a few months back, his subordinates began searching for the Dragon Balls, and it seems Frieza was revived by them using the Dragon Balls. This time, Frieza has come to Earth, likely seeking revenge on Master Yeyu and the other two Saiyans." Lap responded promptly to number 18's question. "Huh? Seeking revenge on Master Yeyu?" Tors, overhearing Lap, seemed intrigued. In the next moment, a powerful aura erupted around him, and he transformed into a streak of light, charging directly towards Frieza. "Tors, do not act recklessly," Lap shouted in an attempt to stop him. However, Tors paid no heed to Lap's warning, his momentum unbroken. "Seeking revenge on Master Yeyu? You'll have to ask me if I agree," Tors declared, his face brimming with murderous intent as he raced towards Frieza. As Tors approached, the scouter worn by Sorb, standing beside Frieza, began to beep furiously. Noticing this, Sorb turned to look. Upon spotting the figure rushing towards them, he promptly alerted Frieza, "Lord Frieza, someone is coming this way." In truth, Frieza had already noticed Tors charging towards him. Nevertheless, he regarded Tors with utter disdain. "Just a mere insect," Frieza scoffed, pointing a finger at Tors and launching a purple beam of energy. How foolish to seek out Lord Frieza directly. Upon witnessing Frieza unleashing his deadly beam, Saul perceived the newcomer as already deceased. Yet, in the next moment, the anticipated scene of the newcomer being obliterated by Frieza's lethal attack did not unfold. Instead, Tors effortlessly swatted away Frieza's fatal ray. What? Upon seeing Tors deflect Frieza's assault, Saul's expression was one of sheer incredulity. Concurrently, the violet beam that had been repelled plummeted into the ocean below, causing a hemispherical wave of energy to surge forth from the water's surface. As the energy wave detonated, a thunderous explosion echoed through the skies, while the sea was stirred into towering waves. At that moment, Frieza was taken aback to see Tors effortlessly block his death beam. A flicker of surprise crossed his face. Anyone who opposes Master Yeyu must perish. Chapter 153. The Arrival of Golden Frieza. Chapter 153. Master Yeyu? Seated in his chair, Frieza's expression darkened slightly upon hearing Tors utter the name of Master Yeyu. Soon, A mocking smile graced his lips as he remarked, "I see. You are a disciple of Yu. In that case, before I locate Yu, I shall eliminate you first." However, before Frieza could finish his sentence, an enraged Tors suddenly vanished from sight. The next moment, he reappeared directly in front of Frieza. Before Frieza could react, Tors delivered a powerful kick to him. With a resounding crash, Frieza's chair was shattered beneath him, and his body was propelled backward like a cannonball. In an instant, Frieza flew backward, crashing into the cliffside by the sea. The cliff crumbled at once, producing a thunderous roar. The sequence of events, from Tors attacking Frieza to Frieza being sent flying, unfolded in the blink of an eye. So swiftly that Tien and Master Roshi had yet to comprehend what had transpired. By the time they registered the scene, they saw Frieza being launched away by Tors. Did that person just send Frieza flying? Tien and Master Roshi exclaimed in astonishment, followed by elation. Simultaneously, Piccolo and Gohan, who were engaged in battle, also noticed the commotion. What immense power! Who on earth is that? Piccolo inquired gravely, focusing intently on Tors. I don't know, but this energy feels oddly familiar. As if I have encountered it before, Goku said, having distanced himself from Zasami, as he gazed up at Tors with a furrowed brow. Tors and Gohan had crossed paths on Namek years ago. Yet, that was over a decade ago, when Gohan and Tors were merely 4 or 5 years old. Now, after the passage of time, Gohan naturally did not recognize Tors. However, just as Gohan pondered over Tors' identity, Android 18 and Lap flew over. Although Gohan did not recognize Tors, he was familiar with Android 18 and Lap. He knew they were allies of Master Yu. It's you too? Gohan's face lit up with joy upon seeing Android 18 and Lap approach. Reinforcements? How splendid. With this turn of events, we might not even need to await the return of Goku and Vegeta. Earth may be saved. Upon witnessing Android 18 and Lapis soaring towards them, Tien let out a profound sigh of relief. Tien, you're mistaken. At that moment, Krillin, having just dispatched one of Frieza's minions, continued. Although that individual managed to knock Frieza away, he is not a match for Frieza, who possesses 3 transformation stages. The Frieza before us is merely in his weakest form. As soon as Krillin's words fell, the expressions on Tien and Master Roshi's faces froze in disbelief. The weakest form? Tien gazed at the spot where Frieza had plummeted, his eyes flickering with trepidation. If such immense energy emanates from his weakest form, how formidable would he become after achieving his final transformation? As Tien pondered this, a sudden explosion of dazzling purple light erupted from the side of Frieza's descent. Subsequently, the debris that had buried Frieza seemed to be drawn upwards by an unseen force, soaring into the sky. In the next instant, Frieza reappeared before their eyes, but he was no longer in his initial form. He had transformed into his miniature final form. Frieza's energy surged dramatically. Tien, witnessing the final form of Frieza and feeling the overwhelming energy within him, displayed a look of shock. Had it not been for the immense energy he regularly sensed from Goku, Vegeta, and other Super Saiyans, the terror emanating from Frieza would have left Tien and his companions utterly astonished. This is Frieza's ultimate form, and it is far more powerful than when they faced him on Namek. Krillin observed Frieza ascending slowly into the sky, his expression grave. Just then, as Tien and Krillin conversed, Frieza, hovering in the sky, cast a mocking gaze at Tors and said, "Truly, you are Nightwing's disciple. You possess some skill. However, you pale in comparison to your master, Nightwing." With a visage contorted in rage, Toes surged towards Frieza upon hearing his words. Frieza, observing Tis advance, merely pointed a finger. The debris suspended in the air behind him surged forth like a barrage of bullets, hurtling towards the oncoming Toes. As the deluge of stones approached, Tis' expression shifted dramatically. He halted his advance, deftly evading the incoming projectiles with swift movements. However, after dodging several attacks, impatience consumed him. With a fierce roar, a violet aura erupted around him. Upon witnessing the peculiar energy emanating from Toes, Rap's expression changed abruptly. "Rap, do not invoke that power," he shouted, recalling how Toes would lose all rationality during his frenzy. "It's fine. I have mastered the god summoning technique," Tos declared, as a faint white light began to radiate from him. This luminescence was undoubtedly the manifestation of the technique. Subsequently, Tos transformed, much like the legendary Super Saiyan, his muscles swelling significantly and his stature increasing dramatically. To the eye, Tos appeared as a formidable beast. Unlike the previous encounter with Yeyu, Tos, under the influence of the god summoning technique, retained his intellect. In his frenzied state, he disregarded the flying stones, propelling himself at an astonishing speed towards Frieza. "Nanny?" Even in his final form, Frieza was taken aback by this terrifying velocity. Just as Frieza prepared to retaliate, TOS delivered a powerful punch that struck him squarely. Frieza was sent flying, yet unlike before, he managed to stabilize himself mid-air instead of crashing to the ground. How formidable! He has managed to overpower even Frieza in his final form. At that moment, Klin, who had initially worn a face of concern, was suddenly filled with joy upon witnessing Tors, in his berserk state, successfully suppressing the final form of Frieza. Nearby, Lap let out a significant sigh of relief. Was it the divine summoning technique? It appeared that Tors had mastered the power unleashed in his transformed state. Lap was not particularly astonished by Tors' ability to subdue Frieza, for he had encountered the terrifying might of the berserk Tors for years prior. However, just as Klin, Lap, and the others rejoiced at Tors' triumph over Frieza, the latter, with a hand gently brushing his wounded cheek, displayed a peculiar expression of delight rather than anger. "I see now. It seems I have underestimated you," Frieza remarked. "This power was originally intended for Nightwing and Goku, but it appears I must utilize it now." The moment these words escaped Frieza's lips, the faces of Piccolo, Klin, and the others changed dramatically. Could it be that Frieza had another transformation? How could this be possible? Wasn't he this his ultimate form? As Piccolo and Klin grappled with the implications of Frieza's statement, an extraordinarily brilliant light erupted from Frieza's body. Subsequently, a tremendous wave of energy radiated outward from him, sweeping in all directions. Under the force of this powerful wave, the weaker soldiers of Frieza's army were sent flying. Piccolo, Klin, and the others also found themselves pushed back by the overwhelming force. The situation was dire. Frieza's energy continued to swell, as Piccolo and Klin struggled to maintain their footing. Their hearts sank to the depths upon witnessing Frieza, now engulfed in dazzling brilliance. In that moment, they realized that Frieza was not jesting with them. Rather, he was indeed concealing formidable power. Subsequently, amidst the astonished expressions of Android 18, Goku, Piccolo, and others, the resplendent radiance enveloping Frieza gradually dissipated. Ultimately, what was revealed to their gaze was Frieza, now exuding a golden luminescence, his very form transformed into a resplendent gold. A golden Frieza? Moreover, the sheer intensity of his aura was staggering, surpassing even that of Goku and Vegeta. Piccolo and Gohan, gazing upon the golden Frieza before them, exchanged fleeting glances, their faces etched with terror. Previously, they had harbored hopes that Goku and Vegeta would return to Earth to confront Frieza. However, it now appeared that even if Goku and Vegeta were to return, they would likely not stand a chance against Frieza. In this moment, an overwhelming sense of despair surged within Sun Wukong and Piccolo. However, unbeknownst to them, during the past few months on Beerus's planet, Sun Wukong and Vegeta had mastered the Super Saiyan God's Super Saiyan form, also known as Super Blue. "Now let us continue the battle we just had," Golden Frieza remarked with satisfaction, observing the shock etched on the faces of those present. Chapter 154, Super Blue Vegeta vs. Golden Frieza. Bang. After blocking a powerful punch from the enraged Tors with his arm, Golden Frieza disdainfully remarked, "Is this all you can muster?" Without hesitation, he unleashed a punch aimed directly at Tors' chest. Despite Tors' muscular build, the moment Golden Frieza's fist connected, Tors coughed up a mouthful of blood. Simultaneously, Tors' body was sent hurtling backward like a cannonball. "Tors!" Lap shouted in alarm upon witnessing Tors suffer such a severe blow. Enraged, he erupted with a powerful aura and charged directly at Golden Frieza. "You! I remember you. You are a subordinate of Yu." Frieza recognized Lap as he approached. Although it had been over a decade since Lap last encountered Frieza on planet Namek, for the resurrected Frieza, those years felt like mere moments. And what of it? Lap, fueled by fury, closed the distance to Golden Frieza and shouted, launching a fierce punch at him. "If you are indeed one of Yu's subordinates," Golden Frieza, who had been smiling just a moment before, now bore a murderous expression, "then you shall perish." With that, Golden Frieza swiftly dodged Lap's punch and circled around him, delivering a swift knife hand strike to Lap's neck. Bang! The instant Frieza's blow landed on Lap's neck, the aura surrounding him dissipated, and he plummeted into the ocean below like a projectile. This is impossible. Frieza is far too powerful. Those two stand no chance against him. In this moment, as Gohan and Piccolo engage in combat against Frieza's minions, their expressions grow increasingly solemn upon witnessing the effortless defeat of Tors and Rap by the Golden Frieza. Just as Piccolo and Gohan converse, the formidable figure of the enraged Tors emerges once more from the depths of the ocean, charging fiercely towards the Golden Frieza. After intercepting a few of Golden Frieza's attacks, Tors is once again sent sprawling backward by the overwhelming power of Frieza. In this moment, as the formidable android 18 was engaged in combat with the minions, she deftly dispatched one with a powerful kick, preparing to confront the Golden Frieza. However, just as she was about to advance, a shadow flickered into her line of sight. The instant the shadow materialized, 18's expression shifted dramatically. It was then that she beheld the trio of Yu, Son Goku, and Vegeta entering her view. Yu? She uttered, her voice barely above a whisper. Yet it resonated in the ears of Son Gohan, Piccolo, and Master Roshi nearby. Their gazes swiftly converged upon the newly arrived figures. Upon recognizing the familiar faces of Yu, Son Goku, and Vegeta, a wave of elation surged within them. Is it really Goku and Vegeta? Have they finally returned? The appearance of Yu and his companions filled Krillin, Piccolo, and the others with a sense of hope, as though they had glimpsed their saviors. Meanwhile, 18, upon seeing Yu after months apart, felt a peculiar light glimmer in her eyes. Yu was the first to direct his gaze towards 18, a smile illuminating his face. Hearing his voice once more, 18 was struck by a blend of joy and irritation. Joyful because she had longed for his return during their time apart, and irritated because he had departed for Beerus planet without a proper farewell. With a huff, she cast Yu a reproachful glance and voiced her displeasure. Yu, noticing her reaction, wore an expression of helplessness. While the two exchanged their long-awaited reunion, Son Goku and Vegeta's attention remained fixed upon the Golden Frieza, who was engaged in a fierce battle with the rampaging Tors. Is that Frieza? He seems different from before. Upon hearing their conversation, Son Gohan interjected, Father, Frieza is not the same as he used to be. He has become incredibly powerful. You and Vegeta might not stand a chance against him, so please be cautious. Upon hearing Gohan's lack of confidence, Vegeta retorted with indignation, Gohan, do not compare me to you. With that, Vegeta transformed into a Super Saiyan and charged directly at the Golden Frieza. Hey, Vegeta, you're too cunning, Son Goku complained, observing Vegeta's eagerness to lead the charge. Vegeta? In the distance, the Golden Frieza, having just sent the rampaging Tors flying with a single punch, was momentarily taken aback when he noticed Vegeta charging toward him. However, his gaze soon shifted to the far-off figures of Goku and Yeyu. Upon recognizing Yeyu's familiar visage, a flicker of surprise crossed his face, yet he did not immediately react with hostility. Instead, a look of delight spread across his features as he declared, at long last, the foes of yesteryear are gathered. In that case, let us dispose of them all at once. First, you, Vegeta. With that, the Golden Frieza charged directly at the oncoming Vegeta. Frieza, I never imagined you would return. How fortuitous. This time, I shall personally send you to your demise. Vegeta retorted with a smirk as he closed in on Frieza. Vegeta, it appears you have forgotten the terror I embody. Frieza replied with a faint smile. And in the next instant, he vanished from in front of Vegeta. When he reappeared, it was above Vegeta's head, delivering a powerful kick downward. Nanny? Vegeta's expression shifted as he realized the astonishing speed of Golden Frieza. However, he reacted swiftly, crossing his arms in front of him just as Frieza's kick connected. Though Vegeta managed to block the strike, the overwhelming force of Frieza sent him staggering several paces back before he regained his composure. Vegeta-san. Upon witnessing Frieza's assault on Vegeta, Gohan's expression changed, and he thought to himself, indeed, Vegeta is no match for Frieza. Yu-san, I implore you to assist in dealing with Frieza. Vegeta is entirely outclassed. Gohan urgently turned to Yeyu for help. In Gohan's view, only Yeyu, who once fought to a standstill against the god of destruction, Beerus, stood a chance against Golden Frieza. Yet before Yeyu could respond, Goku interjected, it's all right. Vegeta can handle Frieza on his own. Just as Gohan was about to voice his concerns, he noticed a radiant blue aura enveloping Vegeta, who was now surrounded by a brilliant glow. His hair transformed into a striking blue hue. What is this? Gohan, Piccolo, Krillin, and the others were all taken aback by Vegeta's transformation. Only Goku and Yeyu wore expressions of amusement. Is that the Super Saiyan god Super Saiyan? In a previous battle against Beerus, Yeyu had transformed into Super Saiyan Blue. Thus, when Son Gohan and Piccolo witnessed Vegeta also adopting this form, they were taken aback, exclaiming, indeed, but we now refer to it as Super Saiyan Blue. Sun Wukong chuckled as he explained to Gohan and the others. Meanwhile, Vegeta, with a smirk curling at the corner of his mouth, turned to Golden Frieza and declared, Come, Frieza. You remain as impudent as ever. Upon hearing Vegeta's brazen demeanor, Golden Frieza let out a soft chuckle before launching an assault on Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta. Consequently, the two engaged in a fierce battle high above the skies. Lord Yu. Amidst the clash between Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta and Golden Frieza, Lap, emerging from the ocean, was overjoyed upon spotting Yu's return and immediately soared toward him. Lap, you have come to Earth as well, Yi remarked, raising an eyebrow at the sudden appearance of Lap. Not just me, but Tors too. Lap pointed skyward at the already wounded Tors. Has Tors returned? Yu's heart soared at the news, and he looked up to see Tors in a rampaging state, yet his eyes remained clear, devoid of any signs of losing control. This assured Yu that Tors must have discovered the divine summoning technique. Tors. As Yu pondered, Lap shouted Tors's name. Hearing this, the rampaging Tors immediately turned his head, and, upon spotting Yu beside Lap, his face lit up with joy as he flew over. Master Yu. Upon landing, Tors called out to him. Simultaneously, a mechanical voice echoed in Yu's mind, announcing, Ding. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the divine summoning attribute. Elated by this revelation, Yu realized that with the divine summoning technique, he could maintain his rationality while transforming into the legendary Super Saiyan. Furthermore, he could utilize this technique to achieve the transformation into Super Saiyan 4. Chapter 155, Perfect Transformation. The legendary Super Saiyan, does the host wish to accept the divine summoning attribute? Accept. At Yu's command, the divine summoning attribute beneath Tors began to converge toward Yu's body like golden tadpoles. Once the divine summoning attribute melded into Yu, the virtual screen before him displayed the words divine summoning. At last, I have obtained it, the divine summoning technique. Nightfeather gazed at the ethereal screen before him, captivated by the divine summoning technique, his eyes igniting with fervor. Teacher Nightfeather. Upon his descent, Tors made his way directly toward Nightfeather. Tors. After glancing at the battle-worn Tors, Nightfeather turned to Gohan and inquired, Do you have any Senzu beans? Before Gohan could respond, Krillin produced a cloth bag and tossed 2 Senzu beans to Nightfeather. Upon catching them, Nightfeather promptly handed them to Tors and Lap. Now, allow me to handle this. With that, he took several steps forward, arriving at a clear space. At this moment, I should be able to harness the legendary power of the Super Saiyan through divine summoning. Clenching his fists tightly, he contemplated before activating the divine summoning technique. As he invoked the technique, a faint aura emanated from his body, reminiscent of ordinary ki yet distinctly different. Once the divine summoning technique was initiated, Nightfeather felt an extraordinary clarity in his mind, devoid of any distractions. So, this is the efficacy of divine summoning? He mused. His gaze fixed on the radiant white aura surrounding him, satisfaction etched on his face. Although the divine summoning technique lacked significant combat prowess, it possessed the remarkable ability to restore rationality to those who had lost it. Tors, once consumed by bloodlust and fury, remained composed under the influence of divine summoning, avoiding the descent into madness. Based on Nightfeather's conjecture, after employing divine summoning, he too could transform into the legendary Super Saiyan while maintaining his rationality, much like Tors. Now, it was time to transform into the legendary Super Saiyan. Taking a deep breath, Nightfeather summoned the attributes of the legendary Super Saiyan within him. With a surge, a powerful wave of energy erupted from his being. The force of this energy gust swept away the corpses of Frieza's minions beneath his feet as if they were mere leaves. Gohan, Piccolo, and the others were also caught in the onslaught of this formidable energy wave. What was Nightfeather intending to achieve? As Sun Wukong, Gohan, and Piccolo braved the formidable onslaught of the powerful energy wave, their expressions grew increasingly grave. Suddenly, under their watchful gazes, a cerulean aura enveloped Yu, rising like a colossal beam of light that soared into the heavens. Within this azure column, Yu's physique began to expand at a visibly astonishing rate. In the span of a mere breath, his form had grown significantly, muscles coiling and bulging across his body. Has he transformed? Lap and Toph exchanged incredulous glances, taken aback by the extraordinary metamorphosis before them. They had never fathomed that Yu possessed such an ability. While Lap and Toph were oblivious to the specifics of Yu's transformation, both Number 18 and Sun Wukong were well aware. Months prior, during Yu's confrontation with the god of destruction, Beerus, he had assumed this very form, witnessed by both Sun Wukong and Number 18. Consequently, as Sun Wukong and Number 18 observed Yu's remarkable transformation, Sun Wukong swiftly uttered a name, the legendary Super Saiyan. Until that moment, he had been unaware of such a title, having only learned of it when Whis and Vegeta referred to Yu as such. What an overwhelming aura! Piccolo and Gohan felt the vast, terrifying energy emanating from Yu, akin to the cosmos itself, causing beads of sweat to form on their brows. Simultaneously, they felt a wave of relief wash over them, grateful that Yu was not their adversary. Had he been, the moment they sensed that fearsome energy, they would have surely succumbed to despair. Meanwhile, in the midst of his battle with Golden Frieza, Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta sensed the alarming energy and, with a decisive punch that sent Frieza reeling, turned his attention toward Yu. That is the legendary Super Saiyan. Recognizing the transformation in Yu, Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta quickly discerned that the aura he now radiated was even more immense than during his fight with Beerus. Upon sensing the exceptionally immense aura surrounding Quan Chao Yu, even the indomitable Super Blue Vegeta bore a grave expression on his face. As Vegeta fixed his solemn gaze on Quan Chao Yu, the Golden Frieza also turned his attention in that direction, lacking the ability to perceive ki. Frieza remained unaware of the terrifying magnitude of Quan Chao Yu's aura. All he knew was that Yu had transformed into a form unknown to him. Once again, it's that fellow Yu making a commotion. You Saiyans truly excel at transformations. Upon hearing Frieza's words, Super Blue Vegeta retorted with displeasure. That is hardly for you to say. You, Frieza, possess the ability to transform 3 times, and with this Golden Frieza, that makes it 4. How dare you criticize others for their transformation abilities? Meanwhile, the legendary Super Saiyan Yu, having transformed, slowly raised his palm. I still possess consciousness. It appears I have succeeded. Yu felt a surge of joy upon realizing he could freely control his body. Months prior, during his confrontation with Beerus, he had transformed into the legendary Super Saiyan. However, that transformation had rendered him dominated by bloodlust and rage until Whis intervened to restore him. Now, aided by the God Invocation technique, Yu could masterfully wield this form, commanding its power at will. This, perhaps, was the epitome of the legendary Super Saiyan transformation. With this newfound strength, should I face Beerus once more, I am certain I could defeat him. After meticulously sensing the colossal power within him, Yu clenched his fist tightly, confidence radiating from his expression. Just as Yu mentioned Beerus, a beam of white light descended from the heavens. Something is coming. Piccolo's countenance shifted abruptly upon noticing the light, prompting him to urgently warn the others. Subsequently, the white beam landed on the ground, revealing the figures of Beerus and Whis before the astonished crowd. Lord Beerus? Upon the appearance of Beerus and Whis, Piccolo was immediately taken aback. I did not mean to imply that you were worthless. I apologize for my previous remarks, he stammered, his nerves getting the better of him, resulting in a stream of incoherent words. Piccolo's awkward apology left Gohan, Krillin, and the others utterly bewildered. As Lord Beerus scowled at Piccolo's words, Whis casually pointed towards Yu, addressing Beerus. Upon hearing Whis's comment, Beerus glanced up nonchalantly, but his eyes widened in shock upon seeing Yu's legendary Super Saiyan form. Why has this fellow transformed into that state? Beerus thought, feeling a deep-seated dread. Months ago, Yu had used this very form to overpower him, and even now. The memory haunted Beerus, casting a shadow over his thoughts. He had no desire to confront such a lunatic again. Just as Beerus fixated on the Super Saiyan Yu suddenly turned, his face set in fierce determination as he locked eyes with Beerus. Observing the fierce intent in Yu's gaze, Beerus instinctively assumed a defensive posture, aware that Yu could easily lose control in his Super Saiyan state. However, to Beerus's surprise, Yu's eyes were clear, devoid of any signs of rage. This unexpected clarity prompted a shift in Beerus's expression as he pondered. Has he mastered that power? While Beerus contemplated, Yu redirected his focus towards the Golden Frieza in the distance. Ah, Golden Frieza, you shall be the perfect opponent to gauge my legendary Super Saiyan strength. With that declaration, Yu surged forward, transforming into a streak of azure light, racing towards Golden Frieza. Chapter 156, The Perfect Super Saiyan vs. Golden Frieza. Although Yu had previously transformed into a legendary Super Saiyan during his battle with Beerus, he had lost all rationality at that time, his body succumbing to sheer fury. Therefore, that encounter did not truly reflect Yu's ability to wield the power of the legendary Super Saiyan. This time, however, the circumstances were entirely different. This time, under the influence of the divine summoning technique, Yu maintained his composure, effortlessly wielding the immense power of the legendary Super Saiyan. Yu? Over there, the Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta was engaged in a fierce battle with Golden Frieza. Upon sensing Yiyu's approach through his key perception, he immediately distanced himself from Golden Frieza and turned to face Yiyu as he soared toward them. Yiyu, what are you planning? Frieza is my adversary. Vegeta discerned that Yiyu had come with the intention of confronting Golden Frieza, yet he was currently embroiled in a heated clash with him. At this moment, it was evident that Vegeta would not acquiesce to relinquish Frieza. Nightwing, I never anticipated you would deliver yourself right into my grasp. In that case, allow me to deal with you first. Before Nightwing could articulate his intentions to Vegeta, the Golden Frieza, upon spotting Nightwing approaching, immediately donned a mocking grin. With that, Golden Frieza circumvented Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta and surged forward to confront Nightwing head-on. With a resounding crash, Nightwing's fist collided forcefully with Golden Frieza's. As the heavens reverberated with the sounds of their fierce clash, a formidable shockwave emanated from the two combatants, rippling outward in all directions. This shockwave stirred the ocean beneath them, generating a colossal circular wave that surged forth into the distance. My apologies, Vegeta. It is Frieza who has chosen to battle me, not I who seek to usurp him, Nightwing remarked with a grin towards Vegeta after their fists met. Upon hearing Nightwing's words, Vegeta was immediately consumed with frustration. Were it Goku vying for Frieza, Vegeta would not hesitate to engage in combat. Yet now, the contender for Frieza was Nightwing. Though Vegeta was deeply unwilling, he recognized that he could not match Nightwing in strength. With a resentful huff, he relinquished his Super Saiyan Blue form. As Nightwing suddenly intervened in the clash between Golden Frieza and Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta, the system promptly declared the battle between the two concluded. Subsequently, a notification resounded in Nightwing's mind. Would the host like to collect battle power attributes? Upon hearing this, Nightwing's gaze fell upon the scattered battle power attributes beneath Vegeta. Although his previous focus had been entirely on Torza's divine summoning technique, the battle between Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta and Golden Frieza had not ceased to yield battle power attributes. Therefore, the attributes now at Vegeta's feet were the spoils from the earlier confrontation with Frieza. Collect. After Night Feather responded to the system, the combat power attributes began to converge towards his body in an orderly fashion. The strength of Golden Frieza is not significantly inferior to that of Super Blue Vegeta. Consequently, the combat power attributes dropped during the battle between Super Blue Vegeta and Golden Frieza were all above 2 billion. As these combat power attributes flowed into Night Feather's being, his combat power continuously surged. However, since Night Feather's base combat power had already reached 1 trillion, even if he were to gain several hundred billion more, the data displayed on the virtual screen would still reflect only 1 trillion. It was only after all the combat power attributes had fully merged with Night Feather that the data on the virtual screen finally changed from 1 trillion to 2 trillion. Although the difference between 1 and 2 is merely 0. It is essential to note that this 0 represents a trillion. Thus, 1 trillion equates to 100 billion. This implies that the battle between Golden Frieza and Super Blue Vegeta had bestowed upon Night Feather nearly 100 billion in combat power. 100 billion in combat power is quite impressive. Upon witnessing his combat power increase by 100 billion, a subtle smile graced Night Feather's lips, and he felt a surge of delight within. But what was so amusing? Although Night Feather's smile stemmed from the increase in his combat power to Golden Frieza, it appeared as nothing short of mockery. Several years ago on Namek, Night Feather had displayed such a smile towards him. Now, as Frieza beheld Night Feather's seemingly harmless expression once more, his fury surged uncontrollably. With a furious roar, Frieza launched a sweeping kick directly at Night Feather. The speed of the attack was astonishing, arriving in the blink of an eye. Nonetheless, to the transcendent Night Feather, this speed was inconsequential. Even so, he chose not to block the attack, allowing Golden Frieza's strike to land upon him. Bang! In the next moment, Golden Frieza's kick struck Night Feather's robust physique, causing him to sink downward, while a massive wave surged forth from the ocean behind him due to the force of the impact. Upon witnessing his attack connect with Night Feather, a smug grin appeared on Golden Frieza's face. However, in the very next instant, Night Feather lifted his head, wiped a trace of blood from the corner of his mouth, and smiled as he remarked, Golden Frieza, is this the extent of your power? Upon hearing the words of the transcendent Night Feather, the smile on Golden Frieza's face abruptly froze. The expressions of Vegeta, Son Goku, Piccolo, and the others who were observing the battle transformed in disbelief. How could this be? Golden Frieza's attacks proved utterly ineffective against Night Feather. Indeed, Frieza's onslaught of blows merely inflicted a trivial wound upon Night Feather. In other words, Night Feather's physical resilience had reached a level where he could stand idly by, allowing Golden Frieza to strike without consequence. Vegeta gazed at Night Feather, his countenance a complex tapestry of shock and reluctance. He was astonished that Night Feather's strength had ascended to such heights. Having personally experienced the ferocity of Golden Frieza's power moments earlier, Vegeta understood that had he not possessed the might of Super Saiyan Blue, he would have been no match for Frieza. Yet now, confronted with Frieza's ferocious assault, Night Feather did not even need to defend himself. He merely absorbed the blows with his body. Vegeta's reluctance stemmed from the widening chasm of power between himself and Night Feather. Chapter 157, Golden Frieza, Annihilation. Oh my! Night Feather's power surpasses even that displayed in his battle against Lord Beerus. At the same time that Vegeta was grappling with the magnitude of Night Feather's strength, Whis remarked, casting a deliberate glance at Beerus. Upon hearing Whis's words, Beerus's eyes momentarily flickered, though Whis did not articulate it directly. Beerus discerned that Whis implied Night Feather's power now eclipsed his own. Months prior, Night Feather had matched Beerus, thanks to the regenerative abilities of Majin Buu. Now, Night Feather's combat prowess had doubled since that time. After transforming into the legendary Super Saiyan, his strength had undoubtedly surpassed that of Beerus. Beerus, too, refrained from disputing Whis's assertion. After all, he was not blind. He recognized the formidable strength of Golden Frieza. Deep down, Beerus understood that even he might not emerge unscathed from a full-force strike by Frieza. Yet, Night Feather had achieved just that. Impressive. Night Feather has become remarkably powerful. Golden Frieza's attacks have no effect on him. While Whis spoke to Beerus, Krillin, recovering from his astonishment, clenched his fists in awe and exclaimed, "It seems Night Feather did not exert his full strength when battling me and Vegeta. If he were to unleash this kind of power, neither Vegeta nor I would stand a chance against him." As soon as Krillin's voice faded, Sun Wukong also spoke up. However, in contrast to the astonishment displayed by Krillin, Piccolo, and the others, Sun Wukong's face was consistently alight with excitement and a fervent fighting spirit. The stronger Nightwing's power became, the more elated he felt. Truly worthy of being Master Nightwing. It appears that I shall never attain the same level of strength as Master Nightwing in this lifetime. At this moment, Toph, with an expression of exhilaration, uttered a remark, his admiration for Yu deepening profoundly within his heart. "Toph, you are already formidable. Lord Yu has transcended the realm of humanity." Upon hearing Toph's words, Lap consoled him with a gentle response. However, unbeknownst to Lap, as he spoke, Whis cast him a fleeting glance. For, indeed, at that moment, Yu's power had surpassed human limitations, even exceeding that of Beerus, the god of destruction. While Bick, Krillin, and Sun Wukong were in awe of the legendary strength of Super Yu, Yu himself marveled at the might of the Super Saiyan as foretold in legend. Is this truly the power of the Super Saiyan? It surpasses even my imagination. Super Yu clenched his fists tightly, a glimmer of light dancing in his eyes, and a profound confidence graced his countenance. How infuriating! At this moment, the rigid-faced Golden Frieza, upon observing the expression on Nightwing's face, clenched his fists tightly, his countenance filled with fury. "Do not underestimate me." With a fierce roar, Golden Frieza erupted in a blaze of golden flames. In the next instant, he launched a sweeping kick towards Transcendent Nightwing. His leg transformed into a crescent-shaped beam of golden light, slicing through the air with astonishing speed. However, this time, Transcendent Nightwing did not hold back. At the moment Golden Frieza's kick approached, Nightwing slightly raised his right arm, and with effortless ease, he blocked the fierce strike with his muscular arm. Before Golden Frieza could react, Nightwing transitioned from a punch to an open palm, seizing Frieza's foot with a decisive grip. What? Golden Frieza's expression shifted dramatically. Simultaneously, Nightwing pulled, lifting Golden Frieza's entire body as if he were a mere straw doll. With a swift motion, Nightwing hurled Golden Frieza towards the vast ocean below. Upon release, Frieza plummeted like an arrow, crashing into the sea with a tremendous splash that sent waves surging across the surface. It was evident that Frieza was no match for Nightwing. It seems this battle has reached its conclusion. Upon witnessing the overwhelming defeat of Golden Frieza by the extraordinary Yu, Kellen and Bix swiftly declared the conclusion of the battle. However, Golden Frieza harbored a different sentiment. Having painstakingly resurrected himself and devoted several months to training in pursuit of vengeance against Yu and Son Goku, he had painstakingly transformed into Golden Frieza. In this moment, he could not bear the thought of succumbing once more to Yu's prowess. Soon after Golden Frieza plunged into the water, a brilliant golden light suddenly illuminated the depths of the ocean. In an instant, This resplendent glow manifested as a hemispherical bulge upon the surface of the sea. Subsequently, Golden Frieza emerged from this bulge, propelling himself directly towards the extraordinary Yeyu with fierce determination. Yet, before Golden Frieza could close the distance, Yeyu transformed into a dark shadow, vanishing from sight in an instant. When he reappeared, it was mere moments later, directly before Golden Frieza. The proximity of Yeyu took Frieza by surprise. Before he could react, Yeyu unleashed a powerful punch to Frieza's abdomen. With the force of Yeyu's devastating blow, Golden Frieza spewed forth a torrent of blood, his face contorting in agony. Following this, his body plummeted like a cannonball back into the depths of the ocean. Frieza, it is time for you to embark on your final journey. Night Feather gazed at the descending Golden Frieza, his expression hardening. In the original narrative, Son Goku had spared Golden Frieza, only for him to obliterate Earth. Ultimately, it was Whis who intervened, reversing time to before the planet's destruction, thus preventing Golden Frieza's malevolent act. However, Night Feather was not as merciful as Goku. As he spoke, his palm was aimed directly at the plummeting Golden Frieza. In the next instant, a cerulean energy wave erupted from Night Feather's palm, hurtling towards the location of Golden Frieza. Chapter 158. The Super Saiyan God of Super Saiyan 4. Once Night Feather resolved to eliminate Frieza, he hesitated not at all. A humming sound filled the air as a blue energy wave shot forth from his hand, racing toward the Golden Frieza, who was descending into the ocean below. As the energy wave magnified in Frieza's sight, a chill gripped his heart. He sensed a lethal threat emanating from the wave. He knew that being struck by it would spell his certain demise. "Curse it!" Frieza exclaimed, his expression filled with dread. In an explosive display, a massive golden aura enveloped him, and with a powerful rebound, his form stabilized above the ocean's surface. "I have only just been resurrected. How could you possibly kill me so easily?" Frieza roared in fury, releasing a golden energy sphere in an instant. As time progressed, the golden sphere expanded at a visible rate. Within mere moments, what had begun as a fist-sized orb had burgeoned into a colossal mass. Soon after, the golden energy sphere collided with the cerulean energy wave launched by Night Feather. As the two forces clashed, a cacophony of violent energy erupted, transforming into dark lightning that scattered in all directions. At this moment, the sea churned restlessly, as if stirred by a formidable earthquake, generating wave after wave of colossal surges. On the shore where Gohan, Piccolo, and the others stood, the ground trembled incessantly. Such terrifying energy. If the earth were to be struck, it would spell disaster. While striving to maintain his composure, Piccolo gazed towards the tumultuous waters, where two violent forces, one azure and the other golden, clashed in a fierce stalemate. His expression etched with gravitas. "Whis." At this moment, Beerus also lowered his crossed arms and addressed Whis with a phrase of understanding. Upon grasping Beerus's intent, Whis struck the ground with his crystalline staff. In the next instant, a transparent cubic barrier enveloped Son Gohan and the others. "What is this?" Bulma inquired, her expression one of confusion upon witnessing the transparent barrier. "A barrier, of course. Even if the earth were to explode, we would remain unscathed." Upon hearing Bulma's words, Whis winked at her, responding with a smile. "The earth exploding?" Bulma's countenance shifted dramatically at Whis's remark. Meanwhile, a standoff ensued between Golden Frieza and Chuan Chaoyu. Their energy waves locked in a fierce contest. "How could I, Frieza, possibly be killed by you twice?" roared Golden Frieza, relentlessly channeling energy into the sphere before him. In the blink of an eye, the golden energy sphere doubled in size. At that moment, the energy sphere of Golden Frieza momentarily suppressed the energy wave of Chuan Chaoyu. "I see now, so you harbor such immense power within you." Despite witnessing the energy wave being forced back, Chuan Chaoyu bore no sign of panic on his face. After all, Golden Frieza was exerting his full strength, while he had yet to unleash his own. With that, a colossal azure flame erupted around Chuan Chaoyu. At this moment, the energy wave emitted by Chuan Chaoyu once again suppressed the energy sphere of Golden Frieza. Simultaneously, the surrounding energy grew increasingly ferocious. In an instant, the heavens and the earth transformed, as if the apocalypse were upon them. "Cursed be these two." In the skies above, Vegeta observed Golden Frieza seemingly exerting every ounce of effort, and his expression suddenly shifted. Without a moment's hesitation, Vegeta unleashed a surge of energy and swiftly propelled himself toward the location of the Whis barrier. After Vegeta departed, the energy sphere of Golden Frieza was utterly shattered by the tumultuous energy wave from Chuan Chaoyu, as fragile as paper. Infuriated, Golden Frieza filled with indignation and despair, was subsequently engulfed by the azure energy wave. As the focus narrowed on the azure wave, it appeared as though Golden Frisia's form was being elongated and dissipated like smoke caught in the wind, with various parts of his body vanishing into thin air. Within mere moments, the entire form of Golden Frisia had vanished. Frisia's energy had dissipated. Deep within the barrier, Piccolo, sensing the complete absence of Frisia's energy, solemnly remarked, "Indeed, Frisia's energy has vanished. He has been eliminated. If that is the case, Earth shall be safe." Upon realizing Frisia's energy had disappeared, Krillin was instantly filled with elation. However, before he could finish his thought, an energy wave hurtled toward them. This wave was none other than the one that had previously annihilated Golden Frisia. As Krillin witnessed this terrifying energy wave approaching, the smile on his face instantly vanished, replaced by sheer horror. Not only Krillin, but the expressions of Piccolo, Gohan, and Goku also transformed dramatically. The might of this energy wave was witnessed by all. Even the formidable Golden Frisia could be effortlessly vanquished by it. Stop me at once. Meanwhile, the transcendent Yayu was equally striving to alter the trajectory of this energy wave. Yet, in his fervent desire to eliminate Golden Frisia, he had exerted himself too forcefully and found himself unable to halt his momentum. Just then, within the confines of the barrier, Whis suddenly vanished and appeared before the energy wave. With a casual flick of his wrist, he sent the energy wave soaring into the sky. At this moment, the expressions of Piccolo, Krillin, and Gohan were filled with astonishment. Their surprise was undoubtedly due to the immense power of Whis. The energy wave had effortlessly annihilated the Golden Frisia moments ago. However, Whis effortlessly deflected this formidable attack. How astonishing! After a prolonged state of shock, Krillin finally uttered these words. As the energy wave dissipated, Nightwing breathed a sigh of relief, yet his gaze remained fixed solely on Whis. From Whis's prior display of power, Nightwing realized that there remained a considerable gap between his own strength and that of Whis. Nevertheless, Nightwing was not anxious. After all, his combat prowess was capable of boundless enhancement. Additionally, having now acquired the divine calling technique, he merely awaited the growth of his tail to attempt transformation into Super Saiyan 4. At that juncture, combining Super Saiyan 4 with the might of Super Saiyan God would render him a formidable opponent, even against an angel like Whis. Chapter 159. The method of transforming into Super Saiyan 4. The invasion of Earth by Frisia's forces concluded with the demise of Golden Frisia. I was terrified. I truly thought we were going to be obliterated. Once Krillin regained his composure from the shock, he wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Speaking of which, Whis, you are indeed powerful. Nightwing's energy wave could slay even Golden Frisia, yet you dismissed it with such ease. Upon hearing Krillin's remark, Whis merely smiled, saying nothing further. However, Vegeta, having landed on the ground, declared with resounding confidence, "Of course. Whis is the master of Lord Beerus, the god of destruction." As soon as Vegeta uttered this, Gohan, Krillin, and Piccolo, along with others unaware of the situation, stared at Whis in utter astonishment. Whis is Lord Beerus's master. I thought he was merely a servant. While Krillin and Piccolo conversed, their gazes flickered between Beerus and Whis. If Beerus's strength is formidable, then it stands to reason that his master would be even more powerful. Consequently, if Whis is indeed Beerus's master, then his effortless dismissal of Nightwing's energy wave becomes comprehensible. Amidst the shock experienced by Piccolo and Krillin, Nightwing approached. However, he had now reverted from the legendary Super Saiyan form back to his normal black-haired state. "Nightwing, you nearly terrified us. Had it not been for Whis's timely intervention, we would have been obliterated," Goku remarked as Nightwing flew closer. Nevertheless, Goku's words bore no hint of complaint. They were simply a casual observation. "I apologize for being too forceful." Although Sun Wukong did not voice any complaints, Yu still offered an apology. In truth, even without Whis's intervention, Yu could have employed his time-stopping ability to negate that shockwave. "It's nothing," he reassured Sun Wukong, who chuckled and waved his hand dismissively before continuing. "By the way, you were remarkably decisive in eliminating Frisia." Before Yu could respond, Vegeta, arms crossed, cast a sidelong glance at Sun Wukong and said in a low voice, "Kakarot, you are exceedingly naive. Were I in your position, I would have done the same and disposed of Frisia without hesitation." Upon hearing Vegeta's reprimand, Sun Wukong managed an awkward smile. Indeed, Vegeta was not unjustly accusing him. In the original storyline, Sun Wukong's mercy towards Golden Frisia ultimately led to Earth's destruction. Amidst the quarrel between Sun Wukong and Vegeta, Bulma stepped forward and addressed everyone. All right, since we are all gathered here, let's host a party at my place. A party? Weiss and Beerus perked up at the mention of the word. Will there be delicacies at this party? Beerus promptly inquired. Of course, Bulma confirmed, prompting Beerus to turn to Weiss and declare, excellent. It is settled, we shall attend the party. But our training, before Weiss could interject, Sun Wukong interposed, after all. We returned from Beerus's planet solely because of Friesia's invasion of Earth. We are still in the midst of our training. Training can be done at any time. The most pressing matter right now is the party. Beerus asserted, his tone resolute. Faced with Beerus's unwavering stance, Sun Wukong had no choice but to acquiesce. EU, what is the matter? As Beerus, Weiss, Bulma, and Vegeta advanced toward Bulma's residence, EU and Android 18 remained rooted in place, hesitating to follow. Observing this, Sun Wukong could not help but inquire, is everything all right? It's nothing. EU cast a glance at number 18, hesitated momentarily, and then resolutely followed her. Initially, EU intended to return to the base immediately, instructing the technicians there to construct a Blutz wave generator. After all, EU had acquired the divine calling technique. Now, to transform into a Super Saiyan 4, he merely required a Blutz wave generator. In Dragon Ball GT, it was through the Blutz waves created by Bulma that Vegeta achieved the Super Saiyan 4 transformation. Of course, EU had an alternative means to attain Super Saiyan 4. He could wait for his tail to grow back naturally, then utilize instant transmission to find a planet with a full moon, subsequently transforming into a great ape under the influence of the Blutz waves emitted by the moon. However, waiting for the tail to regrow would take a year and a half, and EU was impatient to transform into Super Saiyan 4. He had no desire to wait that long. The method employed by Goku, using pliers to yank out his tail, was not even a consideration for EU. He believed the most expedient approach was to directly employ the Blutz wave device for exposure. This way, he could transform into a great ape, similar to Vegeta, without needing a tail. Nonetheless, the production of the Blutz wave generator was not an immediate concern. Even if he rushed back to the base now, the technicians would require time for research and data analysis before creating the device. Let us go, EU said, glancing at number 18, and then, accompanied by Lap and Tost, they headed straight towards Bulma's residence. Meanwhile, as Beerus and Whis hosted a party at Bulma's home, a tremendous explosion erupted on a distant planet, far from Earth. Following the explosion, two shadowy figures emerged from the site, hovering in the air. Had Beerus and Whis been present, they would undoubtedly have recognized these two individuals. The two individuals in question are none other than Kampa, the god of destruction of the sixth universe, and Vados, the angel of the same universe. It appears that this planet holds nothing of value. Kampa gazed at the recently obliterated planet and uttered a remark. Then let us seek elsewhere. As soon as Kampa finished speaking, Vados, standing beside him, chimed in. It seems we have no other option. Having said that, both Kampa and Vados transformed into beams of light and soared into the cosmos. What they were in search of course, were the Super Dragon Balls. Kampa, in his quest to gather all 7 Super Dragon Balls, was willing to disrupt the laws of the universe, instructing Vados to transport them from the 6th universe to this 7th universe. Chapter 160, the Power Tournament days later, at the base where Yi Yu resided. Is the Bulma ray emitter not yet complete? Upon entering a mechanized room, Yi Yu inquired of an alien seated before a computer. I sincerely apologize, Lord Yi Yu. We are almost there. The alien responded with trepidation upon hearing Yi Yu's question. However, before Yi Yu could reply, a shadow flickered not far from him. The moment Yi Yu spotted the shadow, his brow furrowed. Under his gaze, the figure of Sun Wukong suddenly materialized before him. Hello. After appearing, Sun Wukong raised his arm in greeting to Yi Yu. Aren't you training on Beerus' planet? What brings you here? Upon seeing the unexpected arrival of Sun Wukong, Yi Yu set aside his concerns about the Bulma ray emitter and addressed him. I have come to invite you to a competition. A competition? Yi Yu asked with keen interest upon hearing Sun Wukong's words. The situation is as follows. Sun Wukong then recounted how Kampa and Vados had unexpectedly descended upon Beerus' planet. He also informed Yi Yu that a competition would take place in 8 days, with the Earth as the stake, pitting the 6th universe against the 7th universe. In truth, Yi Yu was already aware of the impending 5 versus 5 power tournament between Kampa and Beerus. He had merely been preoccupied with thoughts of Super Saiyan 4, momentarily forgetting the arrival of Kampa and Vados in the 7th universe. A power tournament, indeed? Upon recalling this name, Yi Yu's fists tightened slightly. and a glimmer of battle intent flickered in his eyes. The forthcoming power tournament organized by the Omni King is indeed a continuation of the previous competition between the 6th and 7th universes. Yu had long harbored a desire to participate in this tournament. After all, those who compete are the pinnacle warriors from each universe. Should Yu take part in this power tournament, he would undoubtedly gather a wealth of combat prowess. Moreover, he possesses a keen interest in Jiren from Universe 11. After all, in the original series tournament, Jiren showcased an exceptionally formidable strength. Even the Super Saiyan Blue Goku and Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta were no match for him. Only Goku, who had mastered the Ultra Instinct, stood a chance against Jiren. The mere thought of Jiren's unparalleled power set Yu's Saiyan blood ablaze. With my current strength, I wonder how I would fare against Jiren. Yu clenched his fists, his eyes shimmering with fervent light. At this moment, he exuded absolute confidence after having defeated the god of destruction Beerus in his legendary Super Saiyan transformation. Yet, his confidence wavered when it came to Jiren. After all, Jiren, like him, possessed power that transcended that of a god of destruction. According to Lord Beerus, this upcoming tournament would feature exceptionally strong contenders from Universe 6. Goku, seemingly concerned that Yu might hesitate to join the tournament, leaned in and fanned the flames of excitement in his ear. Exceptionally strong contenders? Upon hearing Goku's words, Yu's brow arched in intrigue. Perhaps Goku was unaware of the participants from Universe 6. However, Yu was well informed. Previously, he had eliminated Frieza during his visit to Universe 6, thus excluding the originally anticipated contestant from the tournament. Additionally, due to Yu's presence, several Saiyans from Universe 6, including Caulifla and Kale, had transformed into Super Saiyans ahead of time. Consequently, Yu speculated that the participants from Universe 6 would likely consist of familiar faces such as Hit, Kaba, Caulifla, and Kale. After all, the combat prowess of Caulifla and Kale made them ideal candidates for securing victory for Universe 6. If Yu were in Kampa's position, he would undoubtedly select Caulifla and Kale. Very well, then. I shall participate in this power tournament. As Nightwing contemplated the forthcoming power conference, the prospect of encountering numerous familiar faces caused a slight smile to grace his lips, revealing a glimmer of anticipation on his countenance. Additionally, he recalled his previous encounter with Hit during his visit to the 6th universe. However, at that time, the disparity in their strengths was considerable, compelling Nightwing to merely exchange greetings with Hit before departing. This time, fortified by his own prowess, Nightwing felt confident in his ability to vanquish Hit. The image of Hit flashed through his mind, igniting a spark of combativeness within him. Splendid. Upon learning that Nightwing would also participate in this power conference, Sun Wukong was instantly elated. He continued, "If you, Nightwing, are willing to join, we shall have 3 candidates. Yet, we require 5 participants, so 2 more are needed." In the original saga, the representatives from the 7th universe for this power conference included Sun Wukong, Vegeta, Majin Buu, Piccolo, and 1 individual with a power level of merely 5. However, given Nightwing's decisive elimination of Majin Buu, this option was no longer viable for the 7th universe. Presently, the only contenders Sun Wukong could contemplate were Piccolo and Krillin, while the thought of Son Gohan was immediately dismissed from his mind. Just as Sun Wukong was about to suggest Krillin and Piccolo for the power conference, Nightwing interjected, "I have 2 candidates in mind." While Piccolo and Krillin were indeed formidable on Earth, they paled in comparison to the likes of Caulifla and Kale from the 6th universe. Thus, Nightwing hastily interrupted Sun Wukong before he could voice their names. "Really? How strong are they?" Sun Wukong inquired eagerly, his excitement palpable upon hearing Nightwing's statement. Just as Nightwing was about to respond, Lap and Tors entered the room. "Master Nightwing, Teacher Nightwing." Lap and Tors greeted him as they approached. "The 2 candidates I mentioned are right before us," Nightwing remarked, casting a glance at the approaching Lap and Tors. "Are these the 2? Sun Wukong scrutinized Lap and Tors, then asked. "Indeed," Nightwing replied with a smile. Upon hearing the exchange between Sun Wukong and Nightwing, Lap and Tors exchanged puzzled glances. "What is Master Nightwing talking about?" "I have no idea. I can't shake the feeling that Master Nightwing might be selling us out." Chapter 161. The strength of number 17 and number 18 in this chapter. Sun Wukong had encountered Tors and Lap on several occasions, yet he remained oblivious to their true capabilities at present. Previously, during the invasion of Earth by Golden Frieza, Tors and Lap had demonstrated their powers, but at that time, Sun Wukong was still on Beerus' planet and had not yet returned to Earth. Are they strong? After scrutinizing Tors and Lap, Sun Wukong inquired with a hint of skepticism directed at Yi Yu. You will find out if you give it a try. Yi Yu replied nonchalantly, casting a brief glance at Tors and Lap before continuing. While the strength of Tors and Lap may pale in comparison to that of Sun Wukong and Vegeta, they certainly surpassed Piccolo and Krillin by a considerable margin. Notably, Tors, upon entering a state of frenzy, exhibited power that rivaled that of an ordinary Super Saiyan. This power exceeds that of Krillin and Piccolo. In fact, aside from Lap and Tost, Yi Yu has two superior candidates, number 17 and number 18. The prowess of number 17 is well known. During the Tournament of Power, his performance was outstanding, to the extent that even Super Saiyan Blue Goku acknowledged that number 17's strength was on par with his own. As for number 18, she has fought alongside Yi Yu across the cosmos for over a decade. It is evident that number 17 has significantly increased in strength. Yi Yu is confident that, at this moment, number 18's power is not inferior to that of her brother, number 17. Should both number 17 and number 18 accompany Yi Yu, Goku, and Vegeta in this Tournament of Power, victory for Universe 7 would be unequivocal, and they would undoubtedly overpower their opponents. After all, from Universe 6, only Hit and Caulifla can rival Super Saiyan Blue. Although Caulifla is formidable, she still falls short when compared to Super Saiyan Blue. In Universe 7, the lineup consists entirely of Super Saiyan Blue fighters, and Yi Yu possesses the strength of a god of destruction. With such a formidable roster, there would be no need for a contest. Nonetheless, for various reasons, Yi Yu has chosen not to recommend number 17 and number 18 this time, instead opting for Tost and Lap to participate in the Tournament of Power. Subsequently, Goku, wishing to assess the true capabilities of Lap and Tost, led them to a deserted island. You must have sensed the fluctuations in energy from Lap and Tost. Why then, this unnecessary endeavor to test their strength? Before the battle commenced, Yi Yu lowered his gaze and inquired of Goku. With a chuckle, Goku merely rubbed his nose and refrained from answering. Observing Goku's expression, Yi Yu rolled his eyes in exasperation. This individual is undoubtedly intent on testing his mettle against both Lap and Toth. After all, in the original narrative, whenever a contender with even a modicum of strength appears, Sun Wukong cannot resist the urge to engage in combat. Presently, it seems that Sun Wukong harbors a similar mindset as he seeks to gauge the capabilities of Toth and Lap. Teacher Yi Yu, what brings us here? And what is this test you speak of? As Sun Wukong conversed with Yi Yu, Lap and Toth surveyed their surroundings before voicing their inquiries. To assess your strength, Yi Yu succinctly explained the Tournament of Power between the 6th and 7th universes to Toth and Lap. Master Yi Yu, are you suggesting that I join you in representing the 7th universe against the warriors of the 6th universe? Does this mean I will fight alongside you? Upon hearing Yi Yu's words, Lap was immediately elated, perceiving this as an immense honor. However, Yi Yu, noticing the excitement on Lap's face, could only express his exasperation. And you, Toth? After Lap agreed to participate in the tournament, Yi Yu turned his attention to Toth. I have no objections. Once both Toth and Lap consented, Yi Yu addressed Sun Wukong, stating, since they have both agreed, it is time for you to test their abilities. Hiki. With Yi Yu's endorsement, Sun Wukong's enthusiasm surged. And he turned to Toth and Lap, saying, let me clarify, I do not underestimate you. However, there remains a noticeable gap in our power levels. So I suggest you both challenge me together. Had it been an ordinary individual addressing Tors and Lap, they would have surely been filled with immediate ire. However, possessing some understanding of Sun Wukong's prowess, Tors and Lap exchanged knowing glances before unleashing a formidable surge of energy. In a swift motion, they charged towards Sun Wukong, one on the left and the other on the right. Such remarkable energy, Sun Wukong mused, as he too erupted with a powerful aura. Albeit not transforming into a Super Saiyan, he merely manifested a radiant white energy. Thus, the fierce battle among Sun Wukong, Tors, and Lap commenced. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have attained a battle power attribute of 200,000. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have attained a battle power attribute of 300,000. As the skirmish unfolded between Sun Wukong and the duo, a mechanical notification resonated in Yi Yu's mind. Concurrently, the ground beneath Sun Wukong, Tors, and Lap was littered with fallen battle power attributes, albeit these were somewhat trivial for Yi Yu at this stage, merely amounting to several 100,000. As the conflict escalated to a fever pitch, Tors abruptly ceased his assault. Just as Sun Wukong pondered Tors' intentions, he observed the muscles on Tors' body swelling at a visibly rapid pace. Within mere moments, Tors had grown considerably, his physique now brimming with bulging muscles. Moreover, Sun Wukong sensed a significant surge in Tors' energy. Has he transformed? Sun Wukong remarked with a smile, witnessing the transformation. With his newfound ferocity, Tors charged at Sun Wukong once more. The battle power of the enraged Tors had surged dramatically, rendering the typically formidable Sun Wukong no match for him in this state. Despite Sun Wukong's attempt to block Tors' punch, he was still sent flying back by the sheer force of the blow. Indeed, there lies some strength in him. In that case, it is time for me to transform as well. As he retreated, Sun Wukong swiftly transformed into a Super Saiyan, ready to confront the rampaging Tors and lap. Observing the joyous expression on Sun Wukong's face, Yu felt a sense of helplessness wash over him. This individual, indeed, engages in combat solely for the thrill of battle, as evidenced by his confrontations with Tors and lap. Chapter 162. Farewell, Hit, Gabe, Caulifla. Chapter 162. Time flies swiftly. And in the blink of an eye, the day of the power tournament between the 6th and 7th universes has arrived. Early that day, under the guidance of Whis and Beerus, Nightwing and Sun Wukong, along with their companions, hastily made their way to the arena of the power tournament. Naturally, in addition to Nightwing, Sun Wukong, Vegeta, and other participants, the likes of Android 18, Bulma, and Piccolo also accompanied them as spectators. At this moment, amidst the vastness of the universe, Nightwing and Sun Wukong's group found themselves within a cubic barrier. The barrier, under the manipulation of Whis, surged forth at a velocity surpassing that of light, making its way directly to the arena of the power tournament. After 2 hours, Nightwing and Sun Wukong, along with their companions, finally arrived at the planet where the tournament was to take place. With a whoosh, the cubic barrier transformed into a beam of white light and gently descended upon the planet's surface. Everyone, we have arrived, Whis proclaimed as the barrier touched down on the tournament's grounds. As he spoke, the barrier vanished without a trace, and Nightwing and Sun Wukong stepped forth from within it. Before them lay a colossal arena, far grander and more magnificent than the one created during the Cell Games. It was evident that Kampa had invested considerable effort into its construction. Moreover, hovering above this immense arena were 6 enormous Dragon Balls, each resembling a planet in size. So massive, is that the Super Dragon Ball? Sun Wukong and Bulma, accustomed to dealings with Dragon Balls, marveled in awe at the sight of the intimidating Super Dragon Balls above them. After all, even the Dragon Balls of Namek seemed trivial in comparison to these monumental orbs. At long last, Beerus, I thought you might chicken out. Just as the crowd was captivated by the Super Dragon Balls, a mocking voice echoed through the air. Following the sound, they beheld a man resembling Beerus, accompanied by a woman who bore a striking resemblance to Whis, as they approached. The man and woman in question are none other than the god of destruction, Kampa of Universe 6, and the angel, Vados. Hey Kampa, how dare you invade our 7th universe's destruction planet while I am not paying attention? Exclaimed Beerus, his voice hoarse from the intensity of his reprimand. However, Kampa remained unfazed by Beerus's tirade, merely chuckling as he replied, Regardless, you have no knowledge of those Super Dragon Balls. What does it matter if I take them? Humph. Seeing that Kampa was impervious to reason, Beerus crossed his arms and let out a resigned snort. As the two brothers bickered, Nightwing, Goku, and the other 3 contestants were directly escorted to the immense arena ahead. One couldn't help but wonder what formidable fighters the 6th universe would send to compete. Anticipation filled the air. As they made their way toward the arena, Goku remarked with eager enthusiasm, I can't wait to see who we will face. It matters not who they are, they shall prove no match for us, replied Vegeta, arms crossed, exuding confidence. After all, he had undergone training with Whis and had now attained the power of Super Saiyan Blue. While Goku and Vegeta conversed, Nightwing and his companions ascended the long staircase. Arriving at the grand arena, as they stepped onto the stage, 5 figures materialized before them. Oh ho! Nightwing's face lit up with a knowing expression as he gazed at the 5 individuals. This energy, are they Saiyans? At that moment, Sun Wukong and Vegeta cast a glance at the 5 individuals across from them, and to their astonishment, they discovered that 4 of them were Saiyans. Indeed, as Yu had anticipated, the 5 formidable warriors dispatched from Universe 6 were Hit, Gabe, Caulifla, Kale, and Fis. Are all 4 of them Saiyans? Sun Wukong exclaimed in surprise as he surveyed Gabe, Caulifla, Kale, and Fis simultaneously, while Yi Yu and Sun Wukong observed Hit and Caulifla, the 5 individuals, Hit and Caulifla included, also turned their gazes toward them. Who is that person? Hit's expression shifted the moment he laid eyes on Yi Yu. Although it had been 4 years since their last encounter, Hit still retained a vivid memory of Yi Yu. After all, Yi Yu was the first individual who could move freely while Hit activated his instant transmission technique. Thus, upon seeing Yi Yu again, a slight change was evident on Hit's face, though it was merely a subtle reaction without any overt display of emotion. In stark contrast to Hit's composure, Gabe, Caulifla, Kale, and Fizz, the 4 Saiyans from Universe 6, appeared elated to see Yi Yu, as though they were reuniting with a long-lost friend. Senior Yi Yu. Gabe was the first to call out, and with the company of Caulifla, Kale, and Fizz, he made his way directly toward Yi Yu. Upon hearing Gabe address him as Senior Yi Yu, Sun Wukong and Vegeta's gazes turned sharply toward Yi Yu. What? Do you know each other? Sun Wukong asked, bewildered. It was essential to note that Gabe and Caulifla were warriors from Universe 6, under normal circumstances. There should be no interaction between the inhabitants of Universe 6 and Universe 7. Yet here was Gabe, correctly calling Yi Yu by name, leaving Sun Wukong and Vegeta astonished. Oh, we met in Universe 6. Yi Yu's words elicited surprise from both Lap and Tors, while Sun Wukong and Vegeta reacted with incredulity. You have actually been to Universe 6? Sun Wukong asked, his expression a mixture of envy and jealousy. I have never been to Universe 6, yet you have. As Sun Wukong conversed with Yi Yu, the group comprising Yi Yu and Caulifla came to a halt just a meter away from the 5. I never expected to meet you here, Senior Yi Yu, Gabe exclaimed, and Fizz, brimming with excitement, turned to Yi Yu and inquired, so, does this mean you are from Universe 7? At the moment when Yi Yu descended upon the planet Salad of the 6th universe, he merely informed Gabe and Fizz, along with the other Saiyans, that he hailed from another universe, without specifying which one it was. Now, seeing Yi Yu's presence here, it is undeniable that he belongs to the 7th universe. Chapter 163, Reunion and the Duel Between 2 Women 6 years ago. Kale was merely a Saiyan woman in pursuit of immense power. At that time, she was unaware of what it meant to be a Super Saiyan, believing herself to be exceptionally strong. It wasn't until she encountered Yi Yu that she comprehended the essence of a Super Saiyan and the true nature of strength. After witnessing Yi Yu's formidable abilities, Kale set her heart on a singular goal, to personally defeat Yi Yu. Over the years, she has diligently trained in pursuit of this ambition. Although Kale harbored uncertainty about whether she would ever cross paths with Yi Yu again, she firmly resolved that if the day should come, she would seize the opportunity to fulfill her long-held desire and triumph over him. Today, Yi Yu stands vividly before Kale. Let us settle this once and for all. As Gabe and Fizz reminisced with Yi Yu, a powerful surge of energy erupted around Kale. The force of this wave affected those beneath the arena, including Whis, Beerus, Android 18s, and Piccolo, who were all caught in its wake. Their gazes swiftly turned toward the arena above. When they beheld Kale, radiating with a golden aura, astonishment swept over Piccolo, Krillin, Gohan, and the others. A Super Saiyan? What is happening? How could that woman transform into a Super Saiyan? Upon witnessing the shimmering golden aura enveloping Khalifa, Piccolo and Krillin exchanged astonished glances, exclaiming in disbelief. After all, their knowledge was limited to the transformations of Son Goku and Nightwing into Super Saiyans, and they had never encountered another Super Saiyan before. Thus, the sight of someone other than Nightwing and Son Goku transforming into a Super Saiyan left them utterly astonished. However, their surprise was solely directed at Khalifa's ability to transform. They were not particularly shaken by the magnitude of her power. This is not to say that Khalifa lacked strength, but rather that they had previously witnessed the terrifying energy of transcended Nightwing and Golden Frieza. Although Khalifa's energy was indeed formidable, surpassing that of Perfect Cell, it still paled in comparison to the aforementioned warriors. Haha, surprised, aren't you, Beerus? Our 6th universe boasts a Super Saiyan too, Kappa exclaimed with delight, reveling in the astonishment of Piccolo and Krillin as he addressed Beerus in a boastful tone. Oh, a Super Saiyan from the 6th universe? Quite astonishing indeed. Beerus replied with a nonchalant tone. He understood that Khalifa's strength could not possibly rival that of Nightwing, Son Goku, and Vegeta. Nevertheless, Kappa took great pleasure in Beerus's words, which fed his vanity. Casting a glance at Piccolo and Krillin, Kappa mused to himself, their reactions indicate they are intimidated by Khalifa's power. If that is the case, victory for our 6th universe is assured. With that, The Earth of the 7th universe will be mine, along with the Super Dragon Balls. Ha ha ha. As these thoughts danced in Kampa's mind, Son Goku and Vegeta on the arena were equally taken aback by Khalifa's transformation into a Super Saiyan. A Super Saiyan? And a Super Saiyan at the 2nd level, no less? You truly are impressive, Son Goku remarked, his eyes wide with admiration as he observed the silver lightning crackling around Khalifa. It's still too early to be surprised, Khalifa replied proudly, her gaze shifting to Nightwing. Raising her arm and pointing confidently at him, she declared, Nightwing, this time I will definitely defeat you. Just as her words echoed in the air, a shadow darted from below the arena. Who did you say you were going to defeat? Number 18 gracefully descended before Caulifla, shielding Nightwing behind her. Evidently, as she spoke, a hint of a smile graced her lips, indicating a friendly greeting towards Caulifla. After all, during their 2 years on Planet Salad, Number 18 had developed a bond with her. Number 18. Upon her sudden appearance, Gabe and Fiston rejoiced. Caulifla, however, fixated on Number 18, declared with a fierce determination. Very well, before I defeat Nightwing, I shall first vanquish you. No sooner had Caulifla uttered these words than she launched a powerful punch at Number 18. Taken aback by Caulifla's abrupt attack, Number 18's delicate features revealed a flicker of surprise. Subsequently, she retaliated with a punch of her own, resulting in a colossal shockwave emanating from the collision, radiating outward like ripples across the expanse. The weaker fighters, Rap and Toss, struggled to maintain their footing against the force of this overwhelming energy. Now is not the time for battle. I implore you both, a nervous host, microphone in hand, interjected, acutely aware of the prowess possessed by both Number 18 and Caulifla. He understood that provoking either of them could spell disaster for him. Yet, the host's pleas went unheard. As Number 18 and Caulifla vanished from sight, reappearing in the sky, where they engaged in an intensely fierce confrontation. Nightwing, will you not intervene? Sun Wukong inquired, casting a peculiar glance towards Nightwing as he observed the clash between the two women. Let them be, Nightwing replied nonchalantly. Having witnessed countless battles between Number 18 and Caulifla during their time in Universe 6, he felt no need to intervene now. Besides, their skirmish provided him with an opportunity to collect battle power attributes. Chapter 164. The Power Tournament commences. Beep. Congratulations, host, you have acquired 130 million battle power attributes. Beep. Congratulations, host, you have acquired 140 million battle power attributes. As the fierce battle between Number 18 and Caulifla raged on, the mechanical notifications from the system echoed continuously in Nightwing's mind, while battle power attributes consistently fell beneath the feet of the two combatants. Remarkable, those two. As Yu continuously absorbed combat attributes, Sun Wukong, observing the fierce battle above, couldn't help but exclaim in awe. At that moment, after witnessing the impressive moves of Android 18, he suddenly recalled something and hurriedly inquired of Yu. Yu, given how formidable Android 18 is, why did you not recommend her for this competition? The truth was, Yu simply did not wish for Android 18 to participate. Just as he contemplated fabricating a plausible excuse, a shadow darted towards the location of Android 18 and Kale with astonishing speed. Upon witnessing the shadow's terrifying velocity, Yu, Sun Wukong, and Vegeta were all taken aback, for even they could merely catch a fleeting glimpse of its trajectory. This indicated that the entity behind this shadow was indeed more powerful than any of them. Soon enough, Yu and his companions discerned the true identity of the shadow. It was none other than the Angel of Universe 6, Vados. The appearance of Vados also astonished Android 18 and Kale, who were in the midst of their combat. However, at that moment, their fists were already poised to collide. Just as the fists of Android 18 and Kale were about to clash, Vados effortlessly raised her hands, swiftly and casually capturing their fists with ease. This battle ends here, she declared in a remarkably calm tone. Yet, from Vados's words, Android 18 and Kale sensed an undeniable authority, a pressure that resonated deep within their souls. Consequently, they voluntarily ceased their confrontation. Truly impressive, just like Whis' sister. Sun Wukong exclaimed in admiration, having witnessed Vados's overwhelming power. Thank you. Vados replied politely in response to Sun Wukong's compliment. Subsequently, alongside Android 18, Kale descended gracefully from the heavens. With the intervention of Bardock, the farcical antics between Android 18 and Kale came to an abrupt halt. Following the exit of Android 18 and Bardock, The 10 competitors, including Yu and Hit, commenced a straightforward written examination. In the original narrative, Vegeta intended this test to filter out the monstrous contenders from Universe 6. However, he was taken aback when, ultimately, Majin Buu from Universe 7 was eliminated. This time, due to Yu's victory over Majin Buu, Yu took his place. Upon the release of the examination results, Vegeta cast a discerning glance at Yu's paper, seemingly intent on overshadowing him intellectually. I may not surpass you in strength, but surely I can outshine you in this test. Yet, when Vegeta beheld the perfect score of 100 on Yu's paper, his expression darkened. However, upon noticing Goku's score of 50, a sense of equilibrium returned to his mind. Ah, Yu, you truly are a genius. Not only are you immensely powerful, but you also aced the exam. Meanwhile, I barely scraped by with a mere 50, almost facing elimination. Upon seeing Yu's perfect score, Goku glanced sheepishly at his own paper and scratched his head, chuckling awkwardly. A genius? Certainly not, for Yu is not the sole genius here. The questions were simply too easy. Any individual who can recite the multiplication tables could achieve a perfect score. After all, the threshold for this written test was exceedingly low, merely intended to weed out certain formidable beings. After this brief written examination, all 10 participants ultimately passed. Well, the first written segment has concluded. Next, we shall transition into the highly anticipated arena battles between Universe 6 and Universe 7. At that moment, the octopus-like host returned to the center of the stage, raising his microphone and proclaiming in an impassioned tone. It must be said, the host possessed a certain flair. As his voice resonated, the audience, including Piccolo and Krillin, was stirred into a fervor. Subsequently, all eyes converged upon the arena. Is it finally about to begin? I wonder if Goku and the others can triumph over the warriors from Universe 6. Fear not, for we have Yu and Goku on our side. Victory is assured. While Bick and Klin were conversing, the announcer on the arena began to proclaim the rules of the competition. The regulations were largely akin to those of the World Martial Arts Tournament. A contestant who surrenders is deemed the loser. A competitor who falls from the platform is also considered defeated. Those who lose consciousness are likewise regarded as defeated. Furthermore, the use of weapons is strictly prohibited, alongside various other forms of cheating. The current competition is a tournament format. Initially, the 6th and 7th universes shall each select 2 contestants to engage in combat upon the arena. The defeated party will substitute a participant to continue the contest, and this process shall persist until one side is entirely depleted of competitors. The last remaining contestant on the stage shall represent their universe and secure victory in this confrontation. Upon concluding the announcement of the rules, the host lifted his head once more and proclaimed with a resonant voice, I now declare the contest between the 6th and 7th universes officially commenced. Following his declaration, a colossal gong situated on the arena was struck resoundingly. At this moment, the audience in the stands was enveloped in a profound sense of ritual. Now, let us welcome the 2 competitors from the 6th and 7th universes to the stage. As the host's words resonated, Rap from the 7th universe stepped forward without hesitation. Initially, Son Goku intended to be the first to engage in battle. However, Yu, seeking to maximize their combat prowess, opted for the weakest, Rap, to take the lead. Followed by Toph, then Vegeta, with Son Goku and Yu positioned last. After all, had Son Goku taken the stage first, it was conceivable that he could single-handedly face the opposing team, potentially concluding 5 matches in a swift manner. Chapter 165. Let us invite the next challenger. On the arena where the 6th and 7th universes clashed, 2 figures stood facing each other from a distance. The 2 individuals in question are none other than Rap from the 7th universe and Fizz from the 6th universe. Fizz, you say? Below the arena. Yu observed the stage and, upon recognizing Fizz as Rap's opponent, began to analyze the situation quietly. At that moment, through his keen sense of energy, Yu perceived that among the 5 contestants from the 6th universe, Fizz possessed the weakest aura. However, despite Fizz being the least formidable participant from his universe, Yu speculated that Rap would still not be a match for him. After all, like Goku and Caulifla, Fizz had the ability to transform into a Super Saiyan. In contrast, Rap's combat prowess lagged behind that of the ultimate form of Frieza. That individual seems to be one of Yu's subordinates. I recall him displaying commendable strength during the battle against Golden Frieza. Yet, I wonder if that female Saiyan will transform into a Super Saiyan. If so, it could spell trouble. On the stands, Piccolo and Krillin, along with their companions, were engaged in lively discussion as they watched Rap and Fist on the arena. Just as they were conversing, the host of the event soared into the sky. Thus, the first match is officially underway. As the host's voice echoed, a massive gong was struck, signaling the commencement of the battle. With the sound of the gong resonating through the arena, Rap and Fist sprang into action. Rap swiftly retreated, creating distance from Fist, while simultaneously gathering two energy spheres in his palms, launching them successively towards Fist. A commendable strategy indeed. At that moment, beneath the arena, Sun Wukong observed that Lap had not immediately launched an attack on Fist. Instead, he opted to probe from a distance using energy waves. Sun Wukong could not help but voice his admiration. Before ascertaining the strength of his opponent, employing energy waves for reconnaissance was indeed a sagacious strategy. After all, one could roughly gauge the opponent's capabilities by observing their evasive maneuvers against the energy waves. However, should the adversary conceal their true power, this method of engagement would render itself futile. Vegeta, possessing the ability to perceive all, let out a disdainful scoff, remarking, "Humph, what a tedious skirmish." In Vegeta's eyes, this battle resembled nothing more than a child's play fight, devoid of any significance. For him, the meager combat prowess exhibited by Lap and Fist was tantamount to that of children when juxtaposed with his formidable strength. Vegeta, do not be so dismissive. You too once traversed a similar path. Sun Wukong, somewhat exasperated by Vegeta's remarks, attempted to reason with him. Amidst their conversation, the arena witnessed Lap concluding his probing and engaging Fist in direct combat. Instantly, their fists, knees, and elbows collided in a flurry of exchanges. Concurrently, as Lap and Fist continued their battle, the mechanical prompts of the system echoed incessantly in Yiyu's mind. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired a combat power attribute of 100,000. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired a combat power attribute of 110,000. However, Yiyu held no interest in such trivial increments of combat power, for his own strength was measured in trillions, rendering even several 100 million inconsequential. With a combat power of several 100,000, Yiyu truly finds it unimpressive. At this moment, he adopts the perspective of an observer, watching this not-so-intense battle. After all, the Lap on the field is one of his subordinates, and Fize is someone he has personally trained. The battle between these two individuals piqued Yiyu's interest. As time progressed, the clash between Rap and Fist escalated into a fervent confrontation. Suddenly, the moment their fists collided, both combatants were propelled backward several steps by the sheer force of the impact. Indeed, Rap was somewhat lacking. Observing from the arena, as Rap staggered back a dozen steps while Fist retreated only 3 or 4, Yiyu realized that even without transforming into a Super Saiyan, Fist possessed slightly greater strength than Rap. If Fist were to continue fighting using his base form, it was evident that he would emerge victorious in the end. However, it seemed that Fist had no intention of relying solely on his base form for the battle. After delivering a powerful punch that sent Rap reeling, an aura of golden energy enveloped Fist in an instant. What is this? A Super Saiyan transformation? Upon witnessing Fist transform, both Son Goku and Vegeta exchanged glances, their expressions shifting. As they spoke, their gazes instinctively fell upon Caulifla. With her presence, the 6th universe now boasted 2 Super Saiyans. 2 Super Saiyans have suddenly emerged from the 6th universe. When did Super Saiyans become so commonplace? Vegeta remarked, arms crossed, casting a disgruntled look at the transformed Fist. Little did he know that not only Fist and Caulifla, but also Kale and Kaba standing before him, were capable of transforming into Super Saiyans. If Vegeta were to learn that Yiyu had cultivated nearly 20 Super Saiyans in the 6th universe, the expression on his face would surely be quite the spectacle. This does not bode well. Yiyu's subordinate might be in jeopardy. To think that the female Saiyan on the opposing side could also transform into a Super Saiyan. At that moment, on the stands, Piccolo and Krillin began to express their concerns for Lap upon witnessing Fist transform into a Super Saiyan. Their innate sense of energy revealed that Fist, in his Super Saiyan form, possessed an immense power far surpassing that of Lap. While Piccolo and Krillin were conversing, the Super Saiyan Fist launched an attack on Lap. With a swift motion, Lap's figure vanished from his original position, only to reappear moments later, not far from Lap's side. How swift! Lap was taken aback by Fist's sudden appearance. Yet, before Lap could react, Fist delivered a powerful kick, sending Lap hurtling like a cannonball beneath the arena. Ha ha! Beerus, it seems my fighter is indeed the stronger one. Kampa exclaimed, laughing heartily after witnessing Fiss's victory over Lap. It's merely one match won. What is there to be so proud of? Beerus retorted, resting his chin in displeasure. As Beerus and Kampa exchanged words, the announcer in the sky proclaimed loudly, outside the ring, Universe 6 secures the first victory. Please welcome the next challenger. Chapter 166, a one-hit knockout. The mighty Vegeta takes the stage. This match continued in the format of a tournament. Following Lap's defeat, Fiss from Universe 6 remained on the stage, while Universe 7 prepared to select another contender from the remaining 4 fighters to challenge him. This level of strength is not enough to win. This time, I shall take the lead. Vegeta's frustration peaked after witnessing Lap's loss, and before the announcer could speak, he strode determinedly towards the arena. Teacher Yeyu? Originally, Yeyu had planned for Tors to enter the ring after Lap's elimination. However, upon seeing Vegeta take the initiative, Tors turned to Yeyu with an inquiring gaze. Let Vegeta go first. Yeyu replied to Tors, conceding to Vegeta's determination. Meanwhile, on the stands, Beerus, Piccolo, and Krillin perked up upon seeing Vegeta ascend the arena. Is Vegeta going up this early? If it's him, he might just secure victory in this match. Krillin exclaimed excitedly at the sight of Vegeta. Not necessarily. Piccolo interjected solemnly as he focused intently on Hit, the fighter from Universe 6. That fellow named Hit is exceptionally strong. After listening to Bik's words, Klin turned his gaze towards Hit. Although Hit had not yet made a move, he emanated an aura of coldness, exuding an impenetrable presence. Furthermore, Klin and Bik, through their heightened senses, discerned that Hit's energy was significantly more formidable than that of others, rivaling even the legendary Golden Frieza. Were it not for their confidence in the ace, Yeyu, they might have been genuinely concerned about the potential defeat of the 7th universe upon sensing Hit's terrifying power. Indeed, this individual was exceptionally strong. However, with Yeyu in their ranks, there was no cause for alarm. After observing Hit for a considerable time, Klin finally spoke. Meanwhile, Kappa's attention shifted to Vegeta, the same individual they encountered on Beerus' planet. Kappa, with a curious glint in his eyes, remarked to Beerus, "It seems you hold this Saiyan in high regard, allowing him to visit your planet. And what of it?" Beerus replied in a rather indifferent tone. "If that's the case, once my warriors swiftly defeat him, I can only imagine the expression on your face." Kappa teased, his eyes sparkling with mischief. "Defeating Vegeta in just a few moves? Even for you, Kappa, that would prove quite a challenge," Beerus retorted, unfazed by the provocation. Had this been any other time, such mockery would have incited Beerus' wrath. However, contemplating Ultra Blue Vegeta's prowess tempered his anger. As the tension between Kampa and Beerus escalated, the announcer on the stage declared, "Let the second match officially commence." No sooner had the words left his lips than the resounding gong echoed through the arena. Upon the sound of the gong, a golden aura erupted around Vegeta, signaling his transformation into a Super Saiyan. Witnessing this, Fiss, Gabe, and Kale were visibly astounded. Until now, they had only known of Yeyu's ability to transform into a Super Saiyan and had never anticipated that others in the 7th universe could achieve the same. Can this individual also transform into a Super Saiyan? Fiss murmured, her gaze fixed on Vegeta, before her own body ignited with a golden flame. With a spirited cry, "Ha!" Fiss launched herself towards Vegeta, initiating the attack. At that moment, upon witnessing Fiss charging towards him, Vegeta's lips curled into a confident smirk. In the next instant, he extended his palm towards Fiss. Just as Fiss pondered Vegeta's intentions, Vegeta unleashed a thunderous roar. Before Fiss could close the distance, an overwhelming aura emanated from Vegeta's very being. The overwhelming force resembled a shockwave that struck Fiss directly. Upon being hit by this wave, Fiss emitted a muffled groan before being propelled backward off the stage. As he landed, the arena fell into a profound silence. It was an instantaneous defeat, an absolute annihilation. Throughout the encounter, Vegeta remained firmly planted on the ground, yet his sheer presence alone was sufficient to send Fiss flying. Vegeta's strength was indeed remarkable. He had eliminated that female Super Saiyan solely through his aura. Krillin, witnessing Vegeta's performance on the stage, exclaimed in astonishment. Meanwhile, not far away, Beerus erupted into hearty laughter. "Did you not just claim that your fighter would easily defeat Vegeta?" At the sound of Beerus's laughter, Kampa's expression contorted with fury. "Do not gloat. It is merely a tie at one apiece, and that female Saiyan was the weakest among us. The ultimate victory shall undoubtedly belong to me. Soon." The Super Dragon Balls and Earth will be mine. Despite his deep-seated resentment, Kampa stubbornly uttered these words. As Kampa suffered this humiliation, Beerus's grin widened. And with each chuckle from Beerus, Kampa's ire intensified. Meanwhile, among the participants of Universe 6, aside from Hit, Kaba, Kale, and Caulifla, all regarded Vegeta with wary eyes. Sister. This individual is incredibly strong. Kale, in her normal state, hid timidly behind Caulifla as she spoke. Indeed, he is exceedingly powerful. He managed to defeat Fist merely through his presence. Leave this one to me. Caulifla declared to Kaba before striding toward the arena without waiting for his agreement. Sister. Good luck. Kale summoned her courage to shout as Caulifla walked away. Do not worry, Kale. I shall not be defeated before facing off against Yayu. Caulifla turned, flashing a confident smile at Kale. Chapter 167, The Battle of Geniuses, Caulifla vs. Vegeta. Chapter 167, Caulifla? Upon witnessing the appearance of Kale, a subtle change flickered across the expression of Nightwing beneath the arena. Meanwhile, on the stage, the previously disinterested Vegeta revealed a hint of seriousness upon his visage. He had keenly observed Kale's prior encounter with Android 18. Although both were Super Saiyans, there existed an insurmountable chasm between Kale and Fist. Vegeta could sense the immense strength that Kale possessed, without transforming into either Super Saiyan God or Super Saiyan Blue. He harbored doubts about his ability to defeat her with absolute certainty. Nightwing, once I vanquish this Saiyan, it shall be your turn, Kale announced confidently. Standing at the edge of the stage with one hand resting on her hip, the other pointed at Nightwing below. She claims she will defeat you, Vegeta, Nightwing remarked, directing his words toward Vegeta without acknowledging Kale. In times past, such dual provocations from Kale and Nightwing would have incited Vegeta's wrath, as it was evident that Kale held him, Prince Vegeta, in contempt. However, over the years, Vegeta's disposition had undergone a notable transformation. While he still retained a considerable amount of pride, he no longer took such provocations to heart. With a nonchalant glance at Nightwing, he shifted his focus back to Kale. As the exchange between Nightwing and Kale unfolded, the announcer's voice resonated from above the arena, with the representative from Universe 6 now on stage. Let us commence the third round of our competition. As the host's command resonated through the air, the colossal gong was struck with a resounding clang. In that instant, with a sharp ding, Kale transformed into her Super Saiyan second-grade form. She had keenly observed Vegeta's earlier battle against Fist and recognized that Vegeta was not an adversary to be easily vanquished. Without a hint of restraint, Kale unleashed her full power from the outset. With a swift motion, after her transformation, she propelled herself forward like an arrow released from a bow, charging directly at Vegeta. In response, Vegeta erupted with a golden aura, his form shifting as he met her fierce advance. The arena was soon filled with the sounds of their fierce confrontation. The clash of fists, elbows, and arms echoing ominously. Above, the sky reverberated with the intensity of their strikes. While the two engaged in their fierce duel, the mechanical notifications from the system continuously rang in Yiyu's mind. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have gained a combat power attribute of 150 million. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have gained a combat power attribute of 160 million. Simultaneously, both Vegeta and Kale were shedding combat power attributes beneath them, indicating that Kale's strength had significantly advanced over the past 4 years. Yiyu, however, paid no heed to the incessant system notifications. His entire focus was captivated by the battle between Vegeta and Kale. Witnessing Kale's fierce offense against Vegeta, who showed no signs of faltering, a smile crept onto Yiyu's face. 6 years prior, Kale had been oblivious to the concept of Super Saiyan. Yet, with Yiyu's guidance, she had transformed into a Super Saiyan, and by the second year of her transformation, she had already attained the ability to become Super Saiyan second grade. Such a pace of cultivation, even the Nightwing finds it astounding. Undoubtedly, Kale is a prodigious warrior, much like Vegeta. At this moment, the clash between Kale and Vegeta represents a confrontation between the genius Saiyans of the 6th universe and the 7th universe. Ah, this girl is remarkable. She has managed to deflect all of Vegeta's attacks. As Nightwing contemplated Kale's prowess, Goku, standing nearby, clenched his fists, his face alight with fighting spirit. Observing Goku's fervor, Nightwing cast a sidelong glance at him, noticing his eager demeanor, practically itching for a fight. Were this not a formal competition? Nightwing knew that Goku might very well attempt to outsmart Vegeta, stepping into battle Kale himself. This fellow, witnessing the expression on Goku's face, could not help but chuckle and scold him playfully. However, Nightwing could understand Goku's perspective. After all, for many years, Goku had only sparred with Nightwing and Vegeta, never having faced another Super Saiyan. Now, seeing this unfamiliar Super Saiyan Kale exhibit such formidable skill, Goku's competitive spirit was ignited, yearning for a chance to challenge her. Meanwhile, atop the platform, Kappa observed the intense standoff between Vegeta and Kale with a mocking tone directed at Beerus. Is that Super Saiyan of yours really that impressive? It seems they've been fighting for quite some time. With a scoff, Beerus retorted, Humph. That's merely because Vegeta hasn't unleashed his true power. Otherwise, your Saiyan would have long since been defeated. Kappa's taunts appeared to provoke Beerus, who shouted towards the arena. Hey, Vegeta, unleash your true strength, or I shall return and obliterate the earth. Obliterate the earth? At Beerus's proclamation, Piccolo, Krillin, and others in the audience turned pale with fear. However, Vegeta himself remained unfazed. Had Beerus made such a threat before they became acquainted, Vegeta would have had no doubt about its seriousness. Yet now, the threat bore little weight. As for the reason, Beerus, the earth is mine, and the delicacies it offers belong to me as well. Dare you to destroy it? Upon hearing Beerus's intention to devastate the earth, Kappa was immediately enraged. When did the earth become yours? After I win this match, the earth will belong to me. Is the competition not yet concluded? It is merely a matter of time. Witnessing the fierce exchange between Beerus and Kappa, Whis and Vados exchanged a resigned smile. However, such occurrences had become commonplace, and they were disinclined to intervene. Meanwhile, on the arena, Vegeta, after creating some distance from Kale, assumed a formidable stance. In the next moment, a powerful wave of energy surged from Vegeta's body. Instantly, a crimson aura enveloped him, and his hair transformed into a vivid red. Chapter 168, The Terrifying Power of Super Saiyan God Vegeta. Chapter 168, The Nameless Star, Within the Arena. Observing from afar, one could see Vegeta radiating a crimson glow, reminiscent of flames fiercely ablaze. Additionally, his hair shifted from golden to a striking red. What else could this be but the Super Saiyan God transformation? Yet, not everyone present was familiar with this state. Upon witnessing Vegeta's transformation, Kale's expression shifted dramatically. What is happening? Although Kale was unaware of the Super Saiyan God state, she could sense the imminent danger posed by Vegeta. In that moment of shock, a confident smirk appeared on Super Saiyan God Vegeta's face, and in an instant, he lunged towards Kale like an arrow released from a bow. How swift! The speed of Super Saiyan God Vegeta was astonishing. Before Kale could fully comprehend the situation, Vegeta was already before her, delivering a powerful punch aimed directly at her. Yet, Kale's reflexes were equally sharp. As Vegeta closed in, she instinctively crossed her arms in defense. With a resounding impact, Vegeta's fist struck Kale's arms. Although she managed to block the blow, the sheer force behind Vegeta's punch sent her body hurtling backward. Sister. Below the arena, Caulifla's face was etched with concern upon witnessing Kale being sent flying. Meanwhile, atop the platform, Kappa's smile abruptly vanished. What is happening? Why has this guy's power suddenly surged so dramatically? Kappa exclaimed in astonishment as he observed Vegeta effortlessly overpowering Kale after merely transforming. Super Saiyan God. Kappa's words barely left his lips when Beerus uttered the name. Super Saiyan God? What is that? Listening to Beerus's words, Kappa's expression was filled with even greater bewilderment. Beerus did not directly answer Kappa's question. Instead, he countered, Surely you have sensed it as well, the aura emanating from Vegeta. Prompted by Beerus's reminder, Kappa suddenly realized that he could detect a hint of divine energy within Vegeta. Divine energy? Upon recognizing the presence of a godly essence within the Super Saiyan God Vegeta, Kappa's expression transformed into one of sheer astonishment. How could a mere human possess an aura akin to that of a deity? Meanwhile, amidst the dialogue between Beerus and Kappa, the battle on the arena appeared to have reached a conclusion. Although Caulifla's strength was indeed formidable, rivaling even Vegeta's Super Saiyan 2 form, it was regrettable that no matter how powerful she was, she could not withstand the might of Super Saiyan God Vegeta. After Caulifla barely managed to fend off a few attacks from Super Saiyan God Vegeta, she was ultimately sent flying off the stage. Outside the arena, the 7th universe emerged victorious. The moment Caulifla touched down, the announcer declared the result. True to form, Vegeta has won. However, the female Saiyan from the 6th universe was indeed very strong. Unfortunately, she had to face Vegeta. Following the announcer's verdict, Krillin and Piccolo, seated in the stands, engaged in animated discussions. Meanwhile, Hit, who had remained stoic, showed a flicker of interest upon witnessing the extraordinary strength of Super Saiyan God Vegeta. Yet, it was merely a fleeting reaction. In Hit's eyes, despite Vegeta's prowess, he was still not a match for him. At that moment, Caulifla, having landed beneath the arena, wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, her face reflecting deep dissatisfaction. How infuriating. Prior to the match, Caulifla had promised Yayu that she would defeat Vegeta. Yet now, she hadn't even managed to best Vegeta. How could she accept such a fate? Just then, a figure approached. Sensing the presence, Caulifla immediately looked up to see it was Yayu. I'm sorry, I lost. Upon seeing Yayu, Caulifla felt a surge of discontent. You didn't lose in vain. Vegeta unleashed the Super Saiyan God transformation. As Yayu extended a helping hand to Caulifla, who was seated on the ground, he spoke reassuringly. Super Saiyan God? Caulifla instinctively grasped Yayu's outstretched hand and rose to her feet, her face etched with confusion. It is a new realm of power that surpasses that of ordinary Super Saiyans. Nightwing fixed his gaze upon the Super Saiyan God Vegeta on the arena, and then proceeded to articulate an explanation to Kale. Upon hearing Nightwing's elucidation, Kale's attention also shifted to the formidable Super Saiyan God Vegeta. Sister, are you alright? At that moment, Caulifla approached, her expression laden with concern directed towards Kale. While speaking, Caulifla maintained a vigilant watch over Nightwing, her demeanor brimming with hostility, as if she were apprehensive that Nightwing might whisk Kale away. Witnessing Caulifla's antagonistic demeanor, Nightwing felt utterly bewildered. Soon after, he sensed an equally frigid gaze directed at him from the stands. Though he did not turn to face it, there was no doubt that the owner of this piercing look was Android 18. As Nightwing found himself under the scrutiny of both Kale and Android 18, the announcer on the arena declared in a resounding voice, "Please have the next challenger from Universe 6 step forward." As the announcer's words echoed, Caulifla glanced at Kale, who still bore a worried expression. Subsequently, her attention shifted to Hit and Kaba, who were not far away. Not knowing Hit, Caulifla called out to Kaba, "Kaba, Kale isn't in great shape. You should take this match." Understood, Kaba replied, promptly making his way to the arena. Soon, Kaba and Vegeta, the master and apprentice, stood facing each other on the stage. In the original narrative, Kaba regarded Vegeta as his mentor. However, this time, it was Nightwing who catalyzed Kaba's transformation into a Super Saiyan. Chapter 169. Hit takes the stage thus. The fourth match of the confrontation between Universe 6 and Universe 7 commenced. The announcer's words had barely faded when the colossal gong on the arena was struck. At this moment, Kaba let out a fierce roar and instantly transformed into a Super Saiyan. Golden flames flickered around Kaba, interspersed with arcs of silver lightning. Another Super Saiyan? Do all the Saiyans from Universe 6 possess the ability to transform into Super Saiyans? And furthermore, into Super Saiyan second grade? On the platform, Piccolo and Krillin were taken aback upon witnessing Gabe transform into a Super Saiyan. Previously, Fizz and Caulifla had both exhibited the ability to become Super Saiyans. With Gabe's transformation, he marked the emergence of the third Super Saiyan. The sudden appearance of 3 Super Saiyans from Universe 6 left Piccolo and Krillin astounded. It is worth noting that Goku and Vegeta had undergone extensive training to achieve their Super Saiyan forms. In stark contrast, Universe 6 seemed to produce Super Saiyans one after another. If Piccolo and Krillin were to learn that, aside from the 3 currently present, Universe 6 boasted over a dozen additional Super Saiyans, one could only imagine their expressions. After all, it was Nightwing who had orchestrated the mass production of Super Saiyans in Universe 6 to amass considerable battle power, with Kale included. Universe 6 had a total of 18 Super Saiyans. Amidst Piccolo and Krillin's conversation, Gabe, having transformed into a Super Saiyan, fixed a vigilant gaze upon the distant figure of Super Saiyan God Vegeta. He had witnessed the recent battle between Vegeta and Caulifla, and it was evident that Super Saiyan God Vegeta could easily defeat Caulifla, and by extension, he could easily overpower Gabe, who was comparatively weaker. This individual is formidable. I am certainly no match for him. However, should I face defeat, I must at least strive to deplete some of his energy, even if just a little. With a clear purpose in mind, Gabe's expression shifted to one of determination. In the next moment, he clenched his fists and prepared to launch an attack on Super Saiyan God Vegeta. Yet, before Gabe could close the distance, Super Saiyan God Vegeta appeared behind him with astonishing speed. Before Gabe could react, Vegeta struck him on the neck with a swift chop. As a result of the sudden blow, Gabe reverted back to his normal state, collapsing onto the arena floor. The speed of Super Saiyan God Vegeta's attack was such that most of the onlookers were momentarily bewildered, unable to comprehend what had transpired. By the time they processed the situation, they were met with the sight of Gabe, having returned to his normal form, lying on the ground. In that moment, silence enveloped the surroundings, the air thick with stillness. Only Nightwing's mind resonated with the mechanical prompt of the system. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired a battle power attribute of 1.2 billion. Would you like to collect the battle power attribute? Vegeta, that fellow, beneath the arena. Nightwing observed with a sense of resignation as Vegeta concluded the battle so swiftly. After all, if the combat extended a little longer, Nightwing would have been able to amass a greater quantity of combat attributes. Gather. With Nightwing's command, the combat attributes from the Super Saiyan God Vegeta converged directly towards him. Although these combat attributes reached a staggering 1.2 billion, Nightwing's foundational combat power stood at an impressive 1.2 trillion. After the 1.2 billion combat power attribute was absorbed into Yi's body, it seemed as if a drop of water had been cast into the ocean, resulting in no discernible reaction. Just as Yi was gathering this formidable power, the host descended onto the arena. After assessing Gabe's condition, he declared in a resounding voice, "Unconscious. The contestant from the 7th universe emerges victorious." Upon hearing the host's announcement, the spectators in the stands appeared to finally awaken from their astonishment. How splendid! Truly, Vegeta lives up to his reputation. With this, only 2 individuals remain from the 6th universe. If Vegeta can defeat those 2 as well, he will have triumphed against 5 opponents. Clinton exclaimed with exuberance. However, Piccolo gazed solemnly at Hit, disregarding Caulifla entirely due to her weak energy, which paled in comparison to that of Kale. To Piccolo, it was evident that Vegeta's true adversary was Hit. As long as Vegeta could conquer Hit, the confrontation between the 6th and 7th universes would reach its conclusion. Aha! Kampa, you have merely 2 left on your side. While Clinton and Piccolo were conversing, Beerus seized the opportunity to mock Kampa mercilessly, seeking to reclaim his earlier pride. Enough of this noise. What is there to boast about? Even if we are down to 2, victory will undoubtedly belong to the 6th universe. Kampa retorted angrily in response to Beerus' taunts. He had already been displeased witnessing Vegeta's triumph over 3 of their fighters, and Beerus' words only served to stoke the flames of his fury further. Hit, it's your turn, Kampa exclaimed, rising in anger and calling out to Hit. Initially, Kampa had intended for Hit to serve as their ultimate trump card, but now it seemed imperative for him to step in and salvage the situation. He dismissed Kale and Piccolo's thoughts entirely. After all, it was Gabe and Caulifla who had fervently recommended Kale for the competition, and Kampa had only agreed to let her participate on their insistence. However, with both of her endorsers having been easily defeated by Vegeta, Kampa believed that Kale would likely meet the same fate should she enter the fray. Consequently, he summoned Hit to take the stage. Upon hearing Kampa's command, Hit, who had been standing with his arms crossed, finally lowered them and slowly made his way to the arena. At last, this fellow has taken the stage. As Hit entered, the gazes of Vegeta, Son Goku, Piccolo, and the others converged upon him. Beerus, just wait. This Saiyan, whom you are so concerned about, will surely last less than a second in Hit's hands. At this moment, Kampa confidently addressed Beerus. Upon hearing Kampa's words, Beerus merely scoffed, for thus far, Vegeta had yet to unleash his true power. After all, Vegeta had not yet transformed into Super Saiyan Blue, had he? Chapter 170. The terrifying power of Hit. Chapter 170. Has this fellow, Hit, finally taken the stage? As Nightwing gazed upon Hit in the arena, a glimmer of battle intent flickered in his eyes. During the 6th Universe's tournament, Nightwing had longed for a confrontation with Hit. However, at that time, the disparity in their strengths was immense, preventing Nightwing from engaging Hit in battle. Yet this time, Nightwing felt an unwavering confidence in his ability to defeat Hit. While Nightwing was lost in his thoughts, Goku, standing nearby, was equally captivated by Hit, brimming with eagerness. Such an overwhelming aura emanates from this individual. He must be incredibly formidable. Goku, utilizing his sensing abilities, was overwhelmed by Hit's vast energy, which ignited a fervent spark in his eyes. I advise you to abandon that notion. Hit is no ordinary human. Just then, Gabi, who had just regained consciousness with the aid of Whis, approached. Do you know Hit? Goku inquired, curiosity evident on his face. Not exactly. We come from the same universe. And I've heard tales of him, Gabi replied. Hit is an assassin, and none who have faced him have lived to speak of it. It is said he possesses the ability to manipulate time. Gaby's gaze was fixed on the cold, unyielding figure of Hit in the arena as he spoke gravely. The ability to manipulate time? Upon overhearing Gaby's words, Piccolo in the audience broke into a cold sweat. In battles between the powerful, a single second can determine life or death. The fact that Hit could manipulate time was indeed a chilling prospect. Manipulating time sounds incredibly formidable. Gaby initially intended to convey Hit's terrifying reputation to Goku. However, to his astonishment, upon revealing Hit's abilities, Goku did not appear frightened. Instead, his battle fervor intensified. Seeing this expression on Goku's face left Gaby bewildered, and when he turned to Nightwing, he noticed a similar battle intent reflected on Nightwing's face. Even Senior Nightwing is not underestimating you. It's just that Hit's power is overwhelmingly strong. I fear you may not be his match. Gaby promptly voiced a reminder. Indeed, Yi was not a match for Hit. However, that was in the past. The current Yi was no longer the one Gaby once knew. His strength had multiplied beyond measure since his days in the 6th universe. Furthermore, while Hit's time-skip technique was undeniably formidable, Yi possessed not only the same ability, but also an even more extraordinary power, the ability to pause time. As Gaby elaborated on Hit's might to both Yi and Sun Wukong, the announcer atop the arena proclaimed loudly, "Now that both contestants have taken to the stage, I hereby declare the 5th match officially underway." With the resounding strike of the gong, the battle between Vegeta and Hit commenced. Yet, unlike the preceding matches, neither Super Saiyan God Vegeta nor Hit made a move. Hit stood still, seemingly motionless, while Super Saiyan God Vegeta remained on guard, his gaze fixed intently on Hit. What was happening? Why was Vegeta not attacking? Krillin, observing from the stands, voiced his confusion upon noticing Vegeta's inaction. It wasn't that Vegeta chose not to attack. He was simply unable to do so. Just as Krillin finished speaking, Piccolo, with a grave expression, interjected. Unable to act? Krillin's perplexity deepened upon hearing Piccolo's words. Look closely. That guy may appear to be standing idly, but he shows no openings whatsoever. He is truly a terrifying opponent. With Piccolo's insight, Krillin began to recognize the truth of the situation. Indeed, it was not that Super Saiyan God Vegeta refrained from attacking, but rather that he found himself incapable of doing so. Damn it! After several agonizing seconds, Vegeta could no longer contain himself. With a fierce roar, his crimson aura erupted into a fiery blaze. In an instant, Super Saiyan God Vegeta surged forward, his movement akin to an arrow released from a bow, charging directly at Hit. How swift! Upon witnessing the terrifying speed of Super Saiyan God Vegeta, the expressions of Kale and Caulifla beneath the arena shifted dramatically. Moments ago, both Kale and Caulifla had fallen victim to the astonishing velocity of Super Saiyan God Vegeta. During their encounter with him, they had already sensed his remarkable swiftness. Now, from their vantage point outside the ring, Vegeta's speed appeared even more formidable. With a swift motion, Super Saiyan God Vegeta closed the distance to Hit and launched a powerful punch aimed directly at him. However, to Vegeta's dismay, Hit merely sidestepped slightly, effortlessly evading the blow. In a fluid counter, Hit delivered a knee strike that landed squarely on Vegeta's chest. Even the mighty Super Saiyan God Vegeta, upon receiving this strike, was compelled to expel a mysterious liquid from his mouth, his face contorted in agony. Nevertheless, he did not pause for a moment. After being struck, his body swiftly retreated, creating distance between himself and Hit. How is this possible? Despite having transformed into a Super Saiyan God, Vegeta was utterly overwhelmed. From the stands, Krillin watched in astonishment as Super Saiyan God Vegeta was rendered defenseless against Hit's onslaught. The sheer strength of Super Saiyan God Vegeta was previously undeniable. Both the Super Saiyan 2 Kale and the Super Saiyan 2 Caulifla had been effortlessly dispatched by him. Yet now, he found himself unable to withstand Hit's relentless assault. Such sharp attacks, executed with impeccable precision and fluidity. Nightwing observed Hit's seamless movements, his own fighting spirit igniting further. As Nightwing spoke, Super Saiyan God Vegeta, visibly astonished, regarded Hit with narrowed eyes. What is he planning? Kale and Caulifla queried upon witnessing Vegeta's stance. While they were uncertain of Vegeta's intentions, Nightwing and Goku understood. Is he finally going to unleash that technique? As Nightwing's words faded, Super Saiyan God Vegeta unleashed a thunderous roar that echoed throughout the arena. In an instant, a powerful wave of energy surged forth, radiating from Vegeta in all directions. Soon, onlookers beheld the transformation of Super Saiyan God Vegeta, as the crimson aura enveloping him morphed into a brilliant blue. His hair, too, transitioned from red to blue. Has he transformed once more? Kale exclaimed in disbelief. Chapter 171. The activation of instant transmission, Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta vs. Hit. Under Vegeta's thunderous shout, he transformed directly from the Super Saiyan God state into the Super Saiyan Blue form. Piccolo, Krillin, and the others had previously witnessed Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta battle against Golden Frieza. Thus, upon seeing Vegeta transform once more into the Super Saiyan Blue, Piccolo and Krillin did not exhibit any signs of astonishment. However, Kale and the others, who had never before witnessed the Super Saiyan Blue form, were taken aback. Kale, in utter shock, remarked, "He transformed again?" On the arena, Hit gazed at Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta, and a flicker of emotion crossed his cold countenance. Subsequently, Hit assumed a stance, clearly acknowledging the formidable power of Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta. This gesture served a dual purpose. It recognized Vegeta's strength while simultaneously preparing for combat. Upon observing Hit's peculiar posture, Goku and Vegeta's expressions shifted dramatically. Nightwing's eyes also sparkled with excitement as he thought, could it be that Hit is finally about to employ instant transmission? Indeed, Hit's stance was indicative of the technique known as instant transmission. Although Goku and Vegeta were unaware that Hit possessed this ability, Nightwing had previously utilized instant transmission during his battle against Vegeta. Although Vegeta ultimately separated into Vegeta and Goku, the memories of that encounter remained vivid in their minds. They recalled how Nightwing's use of instant transmission had rendered Vegeta utterly defenseless, waiting to be struck. Therefore, when Goku and Vegeta witnessed Hit assuming the identical stance that Nightwing had used, their initial surprise quickly turned into a focused gaze upon Nightwing. Nightwing, Hit's movements mirror those of your ability. They must be the same technique, right? Goku inquired, his expression grave as he fixed his gaze on Hit. Indeed. That ability is known as instant transmission. It is the very technique that Gabe mentioned earlier, the power to manipulate time. Upon hearing Sun Wukong's inquiry, Yu did not offer a denial. However, he refrained from disclosing to Sun Wukong that his time-skip technique was derived from Hit. After receiving Yu's affirmation, Sun Wukong's expression grew increasingly grave, for Vegeta had previously encountered Yu's time-skip ability. In the recesses of Sun Wukong's memory, he was well aware of the formidable nature of the time-skip. If that were indeed the case, then Vegeta would be in dire straits. No sooner had Sun Wukong's words escaped his lips than Vegeta, transformed into Super Saiyan Blue, unleashed a tremendous surge of energy and became a streak of blue light, instantaneously darting towards Hit, who stood not far away. Time-skip. In that moment, Hit showed no mercy and immediately unleashed his time-skip technique. The next instant, Sun Wukong, Nightwing, and Piccolo beheld a scene where Hit had inexplicably appeared before the Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta, delivering a powerful punch to his chest. As Hit activated his time-skip, the flow of time around him was momentarily halted. It was during this fleeting 0.1 seconds that he traversed the distance from his previous location to stand before Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta. For Piccolo and Sun Wukong, this brief interval felt as if their memories had been severed. One moment they observed Hit a full 10 feet away from Vegeta, and the next, he had leapt forward, striking Vegeta with tremendous force. Struck by the blow, Vegeta was left bewildered, unable to comprehend the sudden turn of events. He promptly reverted from his Super Saiyan form back to his normal state, collapsing to the ground. In this moment, the arena fell into a profound silence. Piccolo, Krillin, and even Son Goku found themselves enveloped in shock. Could it be possible? Vegeta had been defeated? And in an instant, hadn't Vegeta already transformed into Super Saiyan Blue? How could this transpire? As Piccolo and Krillin grappled with their astonishment, Caulifla and Kale shared a similar sense of disbelief. Although they were unaware of the full extent of Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta's strength, they were acutely aware that Super Saiyan God Vegeta had previously vanquished them in mere moments. According to Yu, the Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta was even more formidable than the Super Saiyan God version. Yet, despite this, he had been effortlessly eliminated by Hit. Naturally, both Caulifla and Kale were astounded by Hit's terrifying prowess, while the crowd was still in shock over Hit's swift defeat of Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta. Kampa erupted into loud laughter from his elevated platform. What a splendid elimination by Hit! Kampa exclaimed, rising to commend Hit on the stage before turning to Beerus with a tone of boastfulness. You see, Beerus? I told you. Even if we are left with only one fighter, victory will surely belong to our sixth universe. Haha. The Earth and the Super Dragon Balls are now mine. Kampa's words undoubtedly ignited a fiery irritation within Beerus. However, he found himself at a loss for a counterargument. As the fact remained, Super Saiyan God Vegeta had indeed been dispatched by Hit in an instant. This was dire news, with Goku and Vegeta's strengths being closely matched. It seemed inevitable that only, although Whis ceased his thought at that point. Beerus understood that Whis implied it would be exceedingly difficult for Son Goku to triumph over Hit with his current abilities. Upon hearing Whis' statement, Beerus's gaze shifted to Yayu. Only Yayu remained as a potential ally. Beerus was reluctant to owe Yayu any favors, as he had initially intended to rely solely on Goku and Vegeta to navigate this contest. However, it appeared that to secure victory over the 6th universe, he would ultimately need to harness Yayu's strength. After all, the legendary power of the Super Saiyan that Yayu possessed even sent shivers down Beerus' spine. As the discussions unfolded, the announcer on the platform confirmed Vegeta's condition before declaring aloud, unconscious. The 6th universe emerges victorious. Upon hearing the host's words, an arrogant laughter akin to that of Panna reverberated throughout the arena. Meanwhile, the hearts of Piccolo, Krillin, and the others tightened with apprehension. To them, even the formidable Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta was effortlessly vanquished by Hit. It seemed that even Sun Wukong and Yayu might struggle to defeat him. Chapter 172. Sun Wukong takes the stage to confront Hit as Chapter 172 unfolds, witnessing Hit's single strike that felled Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta. Sun Wukong's hands began to tremble uncontrollably. I have always asserted that Hit possesses extraordinary strength. Observing Sun Wukong's quivering hands, Gabe mistakenly assumed he was filled with fear, prompting him to comment. However, in the next moment, Gabe realized that Sun Wukong's trembling was not born of fear, but rather an exhilarating excitement. Ah, he is incredibly strong. Extraordinarily strong, Sun Wukong exclaimed with fervor to Gabe. Witnessing the exhilaration etched on Sun Wukong's face left Gabe utterly bewildered. Is this person truly without fault? Knowing the formidable strength of Hit, one would expect a more composed demeanor. However, what Gabe is unaware of is that the Saiyans from Universe 7 thrive on the challenge presented by increasingly powerful adversaries. Allow me to take the first match, Nightwing urged. For if you go first, I may not have a chance to compete. After briefly responding to Gabe, Sun Wukong clenched his fists, his eyes burning with battle fervor as he fixed his gaze upon Hit, turning to Nightwing beside him. It is indeed powerful, so powerful that even Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta fell before him with ease. Yet, Sun Wukong sensed that Hit, in comparison to Nightwing, was still lacking. After all, he was acutely aware of Nightwing's terrifying strength, augmented by his mastery of time skip. Should Nightwing engage Hit first, it would likely lead to Hit's elimination, thereby denying Sun Wukong his chance to enter the fray. Without waiting for Nightwing's consent, Sun Wukong boldly stepped onto the arena. Observing Sun Wukong's audacity, Nightwing couldn't help but chuckle in mock disapproval, though he remained unfazed. On one hand, whether Sun Wukong could eliminate Hit was uncertain. On the other hand, Nightwing stood to gain significant combat power attributes from their clash. After all, both Sun Wukong and Hit possessed extraordinary strength, ensuring that the combat power attributes dropped during their battle would be substantial. As for the likelihood of Sun Wukong being swiftly defeated by Hit, Nightwing found it improbable. Vegeta's downfall had stemmed from underestimating the might of time skip, a moment of carelessness. With proper evasion, Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta could have engaged Hit in a formidable contest. Nightwing, what did he mean when he said that once you take the stage, he would have no chance? Gabe asked. His expression one of confusion as Sun Wukong ascended the arena. Nightwing merely smiled at Gabe without offering an explanation. However, upon seeing the confident smile on Nightwing's face, Caulifla seemed to grasp something significant. Meanwhile, in the stands, Piccolo and Krillin, along with their companions, felt their hearts race with tension as Sun Wukong stepped into the arena. Is it finally Wukong's turn? Will he be able to defeat Hit? In the past, Sun Wukong's entrance would have assured them of victory. Yet after witnessing Hit's effortless triumph over Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta, they understood that Hit was indeed a formidable opponent. The outcome of the duel between Sun Wukong and Hit remained uncertain. Hit, this time it is I who shall be your challenger. Upon ascending the arena, Sun Wukong engaged in a series of warm-up exercises before addressing Hit with a fierce resolve. Unmoved by Wukong's declaration of battle, Hit merely cast a cold glance in his direction. Shortly thereafter, the host of the arena, observing that both competitors were prepared, raised his microphone and proclaimed in a resonant voice, the confrontation between Universe 6 and Universe 7, the 6th match, is now officially underway. With the host's announcement echoing in the air, the colossal gong was struck, signaling the commencement of the bout. In an instant, Wukong transformed into a Super Saiyan, not a Super Saiyan god, but a Super Saiyan nonetheless. In a flash, he darted towards Hit with the speed of a released arrow. What is happening? Why doesn't Wukong transform into Super Saiyan Blue directly? On the stands, Krillin felt a sense of frustration as he witnessed Wukong in his Super Saiyan form, charging at Hit. After all, moments ago, even Vegeta in his Super Saiyan blue form had been effortlessly defeated by Hit. To Krillin, it seemed as if Wukong was courting disaster. Old Son is not a reckless individual. Perhaps he has his own strategy. Although Piccolo found Wukong's choice perplexing, he maintained a degree of faith in him. While Piccolo and Krillin were unaware of Wukong's reasoning for attacking Hit in his Super Saiyan form, Yu, however, understood his intent. Wukong aimed to engage Hit while conserving energy in his Super Saiyan state, observing Hit's movements to analyze his attack patterns and weaknesses. Had he transformed into Super Saiyan Blue from the outset, he would have likely depleted his energy by the time he discerned Hit's vulnerabilities. As Krillin and Piccolo exchanged thoughts, Wukong had already reached Hit and launched a flurry of strikes. Regrettably, Hit effortlessly evaded Wukong's attacks, perceiving his every move. Nevertheless, Wukong was undeterred and continued to assault Hit with renewed vigor. In an instant, Hit executed a maneuver, delivering a powerful blow to Wukong that was invisible to the spectators. Following this strike, Wukong was sent hurtling backward, letting out a pained cry. Yet, he did not succumb to unconsciousness. That Kakarot, using my defeat as a means to gain combat experience. At that moment, Vegeta approached, observing the clash between Son Goku and Hit, and immediately expressed his displeasure with a remark. Indeed, Son Goku had learned from the unfortunate defeat of Super Blue Vegeta at the hands of Hit, thereby mitigating a portion of the devastating power of Hit's time skip technique. Had it not been for this insight, Goku would have surely succumbed to Hit's earlier strike. Once more, after enduring a blow from Hit's time skip, it seemed that Goku had begun to grasp the nuances of Hit's technique. He promptly launched another offensive against Hit. Chapter 173. Unraveling the time skip for the ensuing duration, Piccolo, Krillin, and the others in the audience witnessed Hit repeatedly executing his time skip, while Goku found himself on the receiving end of relentless strikes. The reason behind Goku's predicament was not clear to Piccolo and Krillin. They could only feel a pang of sympathy for Goku's suffering. As Krillin fretted over Goku, the latter steadied himself after being sent flying by Hit's punch, and once again charged at Hit. Once more, Hit, too, found Goku's persistence baffling. Despite having struck Goku several times already, Goku continued to rise like an indomitable cockroach, charging forward time and again. Although Hit was not using his full strength, each of his punches was far from something that any ordinary individual could withstand. Typically, anyone who endured such an attack would end up, like Vegeta, sprawled on the ground. Yet, astonishingly, Goku had withstood 7 or 8 of Hit's assaults without faltering. Upon witnessing Son Wukong launch another assault, Hit gradually began to lose his patience. He prepared to exert a bit more force in his next strike, intending to bring Son Wukong down decisively. As Son Wukong charged towards him from a short distance, Hit immediately activated his time skip to launch an attack. However, to his astonishment, after delivering a powerful blow aimed at Son Wukong, he found his attack thwarted. With a resounding impact, Hit's fist collided with Son Wukong's arms. Although the immense force sent Son Wukong flying back once more, Hit was left utterly astonished. What? Upon realizing this unexpected turn of events, a flicker of emotion broke through Hit's otherwise stoic and cold demeanor. Meanwhile, on the stands, Piccolo, Krillin, and others looked on in disbelief. Son Wukong had successfully blocked his attack. It was worth noting that in their previous encounters, Hit's 7 or 8 time skip assaults had all directly struck Son Wukong's body. Yet this time, Son Wukong had managed to defend himself. Had Kakarot finally discovered the weakness in Hit's technique? At that moment, beneath the arena, Vegeta displayed a hint of satisfaction upon witnessing Goku intercept Hit's assault. Above on the platform, Beerus, observing Goku's brave act, allowed a smile to grace his features. Finally, this fellow has grasped the essence. It was worth noting that previously, Beerus, the god of destruction, had been seething with frustration at Goku's relentless defeats, yearning to leap into the fray in Goku's stead. Now, witnessing Goku block Hit's attack, the pent-up emotions within Beerus found a welcome release. It's merely a defense against one of Hit's strikes. What is so remarkable about that? Despite Beerus' grin, Kappa looked on with disdain. As the crowd buzzed with excitement over Goku's defensive maneuver, Yu too felt exhilarated, though not for the same reasons. His joy stemmed from the system's notification. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have acquired a combat power attribute of 2 billion. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired a combat power attribute of 1 billion. The clash between Goku and Hit not only yielded combat power attributes but also dropped an attribute of particular interest to Yayu, the critical strike attribute. As an assassin, Hit was capable of delivering fatal blows with precision, a skill intricately linked to his ability to target vital points. Just moments ago, when Hit executed his critical strike on Goku, the system recorded this attribute drop. Would the host like to collect the combat power attributes? Yes, collect them all. With Yayu's command. The combat power attributes and critical strike attributes beneath Goku and Hit coalesced into golden tadpole runes, converging directly towards Yayu. Once these critical strike attributes entered Yayu's body, the virtual screen before him illuminated with the words critical strike. Hit, I have discerned the weakness of your time skip technique. As Yayu gathered the combat attributes, Goku steadied himself on the arena, a confident smirk playing at his lips as he addressed it. Weakness? Upon hearing Sun Wukong's words, a flicker of emotion appeared on Hit's face. In the past, if someone had suggested to him that his time skip technique possessed vulnerabilities, he might not have believed it. After all, aside from the instance with Yayu, he had never faltered when employing the technique. However, just moments ago, Sun Wukong had successfully intercepted his time skip, which served as undeniable proof that what Sun Wukong claimed was indeed true. Hit was not the type of person to be arrogant or conceited. On the contrary, he was remarkably composed and adept at analysis. After hearing Sun Wukong's remarks, Hit's mind began to search for the weaknesses of the time skip technique. After all, he himself was still unaware of its potential shortcomings. Knowing oneself and the enemy ensures victory in 100 battles. Just as Hit was deep in thought, Sun Wukong returned to his normal state and, to the astonishment of Gabe and Califra, transformed once again into his Super Saiyan blue form. Is it possible for this individual to assume such a form as well? Upon witnessing Sun Wukong's ability to transform into the super blue form, much like Vegeta, Gabe gazed at Vegeta in astonishment. Vegeta, in turn, cast a fleeting glance at Gabe without uttering a word, redirecting his attention back to the arena where Super Blue Sun Wukong was preparing to launch an assault against Hit. As the formidable Super Blue Sun Wukong advanced, Hit promptly invoked his time skip technique, freezing the next 0.1 seconds in time. He swiftly countered with an attack directed at the nearby Super Blue Sun Wukong. As anticipated, when Hit's fist struck towards Super Blue Sun Wukong, it appeared as if Wukong had foreseen the impending attack, raising his fists to block at the precise moment of impact, awaiting Hit's onslaught. Through several observations, Sun Wukong had discerned Hit's attack pattern, allowing him to predict Hit's movements in advance. If Hit's time skip can be likened to a sudden appearance, then Sun Wukong's action was akin to predicting that appearance. Upon witnessing Sun Wukong successfully repel his time skip attack once more, Hit's mind stirred with realization. Once could be attributed to chance, but a second time surely could not be mere coincidence. Chapter 174. Acquiring the attribute of growing stronger in battle after withstanding Hit's time skip attack. Super Blue Sun Wukong did not hesitate to retaliate. However, even without employing his time skip, Hit's strength was formidable, rivaling that of the Super Blue form. As Sun Wukong's fist surged forward, Hit met it with a powerful strike of his own. In the next instant, the fists of Super Blue Sun Wukong and Hit collided with a resounding boom. The arena reverberated with the force of their clash, sending a powerful shockwave radiating outward from the two combatants like ripples in water. The first to feel the impact of this shockwave were the arena and the ground beneath Sun Wukong and Hit. The platform trembled under the immense energy unleashed, fortunately. The construction of the arena had been meticulously planned by Zampa, or else it might have been reduced to rubble. As the arena shook, Gabe, Kale, and others positioned beneath were also caught in the wake of this overwhelming force. The sheer magnitude of their battle's residual power left one to ponder just how formidable were these two warriors. As Gabe braced himself against the onslaught of energy, a grave expression crossed his face as he uttered a remark. Upon hearing Gabe's words, the ever-discontented 980 Vegeta scoffed in irritation. Witnessing the exhilarating battle between Goku and Hit, Vegeta could not help but feel a surge of displeasure. In times past, such a scenario would have undoubtedly ignited a fierce resentment within him, causing him to grit his teeth in frustration. Amidst Gabe's speech, the arena became a battleground where Super Saiyan Blue Goku clashed with Hit in a spectacular display of combat. Their fists, elbows, arms, and knees collided with fervor, each impact resonating through the arena with a thunderous sound. Meanwhile, within Nightwing's mind, the mechanical chimes of the system echoed incessantly. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired a combat power attribute of 2.5 billion. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have acquired a combat power attribute of 2.7 billion. Concurrently, on the stage, Super Saiyan Blue Goku and Hit were shedding combat power attributes like leaves in a storm, each fragment exceeding 2 billion. Truly formidable, even without employing the instant transmission technique. Such immense power is astonishing. In the heat of battle, as Super Saiyan Blue Goku recognized that Hit had withstood all of his strikes, his admiration for Hit only intensified. His excitement palpable. You are no weakling. After receiving Goku's punch, Hit retaliated with a swift counter. At this moment, the battle between the Super Blue Goku and Hit intensified dramatically. Incredible! Goku and that fellow named Hit are truly formidable, exclaimed Krillin, his face alight with astonishment as he witnessed the terrifying maneuvers of the two combatants from the stands. Meanwhile, Piccolo, Gohan, and the others were equally engrossed in the fierce confrontation taking place in the arena. Their expressions conveyed a palpable tension, as if they feared that a moment's distraction could determine the outcome of the match. Oh my! It is truly remarkable that the Saiyan from your 7th universe can stand toe-to-toe with Hit. At this moment, the elegant Bados, wielding her crystal staff, observed the fierce back-and-forth battle on the arena, a subtle expression of intrigue gracing her delicate features. Sister, this Saiyan named Sun Wukong is quite formidable. Perhaps he could defeat Hit, she remarked with a light-hearted chuckle. Hearing Whis' laughter, Kampa's fists clenched tightly, a flicker of anger crossing his face. He had placed all his hopes on Hit. Should Hit lose, not only would Earth be lost, but the 6 Dragon Balls he had painstakingly gathered would also fall into Beerus's possession. However, above all else, what mattered most to Kampa was his pride. A defeat for Universe 6 would signify his own failure against Beerus. This is the aspect that Zampa finds most intolerable. Frustrated, Zampa clenches his fists, his gaze fixated on the fierce battle taking place on the arena between Super Blue Son Goku and Hit. Although, thus far, the contest between Hit and Super Blue Son Goku shows no clear victor, what Zampa desires is nothing short of a crushing defeat for his opponent. For any semblance of parity carries with it the looming specter of failure. What is happening? Why is Hit's energy becoming increasingly formidable? As the battle between Super Blue Son Goku and Hit intensifies, Vegeta below perceives that Hit's energy shows no signs of waning. Rather, it continues to ascend gradually. Upon hearing Vegeta's observation, Yu also directs his attention towards Hit. Indeed, Yu notices that Hit's energy grows stronger as he faces Super Blue Son Goku. Moreover, Hit's movements have become increasingly adept. This ability, I believe, gazing at Hit, Yu's mind races to recall Hit's physical attributes. Just as Yu is on the verge of recollecting this ability, a notification chimes in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have acquired the attribute of pure growth. Upon hearing the system announce the attribute of pure growth, Yu feels as if enlightenment has struck him, suddenly recalling Hit's unique ability. As Yu understands, Hit has surpassed the age of 1,000 years. Although he lacks the Scion's talent for becoming stronger through recovery from injuries, nor does he possess Frisia's transformation abilities, he does possess the power of pure growth. In battle against stronger opponents, Hit can continuously grow stronger, gaining momentum as the fight progresses, much like his current encounter with Super Blue Son Goku. The strength Hit demonstrates is likely closely tied to his pure growth ability. Does the host wish to acquire the pure growth attribute? Accept. Without hesitation, Yu promptly responds to the system with Yu's command. The pure growth attribute beneath Hit's feet converges towards him like golden tadpoles. As the attribute merges into Yu's being, the words pure growth appear on the system screen. With this pure growth attribute, I too shall grow stronger with each battle in the future, will I not? Gazing at the words pure growth illuminated on the screen, Yu felt a surge of fervor within, perhaps due to the system's efforts to prevent him from engaging in deceitful combat. His own battles would not diminish his combat power attributes, but rather only affect his skill attributes. However, with the attribute of pure growth, he would be able to grow stronger in battle against opponents, much like Hit. This attribute perfectly compensated for the system's flaw of not allowing combat power attributes to drop in human battles. Additionally, Yu's Scion physique, combined with Majin Buu's regenerative capabilities, would enable him to recover and enhance his combat power even after sustaining injuries. Now, with the addition of pure growth, it could be said that he possessed a dual buff enhancement. Chapter 175. The emergence of the Super Blue Kaioken. Chapter 175. It is becoming untenable. Kakarot's stamina is waning, while Hit's power continues to rise. Vegeta observed the fierce clash between Super Blue Goku and Hit on the arena, his expression turning grave. Initially, After Goku deciphered Hit's time-skip technique, he was able to hold his own against Hit in his Super Blue form. Yet, the Super Blue transformation drained an immense amount of energy with every passing moment. As time progressed, Goku began to display signs of fatigue. In contrast, Hit, under the influence of pure growth, was growing increasingly formidable. It soon became evident to discerning eyes that Super Blue Goku had fallen into a disadvantageous position. Is that creature becoming stronger amidst the battle? Piccolo on the stands, witnessing Hit overpowering Super Blue Goku, gasped in shock. Meanwhile, on the high platform, Kampa, upon seeing Hit gain the upper hand, lost all traces of anger, replaced instead by sheer elation. Ahaha, did you see that, Beerus? Our side is truly superior. Hearing Kampa's words, Beerus merely scoffed lightly, while the nearby was covered his mouth in quiet amusement, remarking, Lord Kampa, weren't you just seething with anger a moment ago? Although Batos said little, both Whis and Beerus discerned his veiled insult towards Kampa, likening him to a dog. One moment he was filled with rage, and the next he was inexplicably cheerful. Suddenly, amidst the exchange between Kampa and Batos, the battle between Super Saiyan Blue Goku and Hit on the arena escalated into a fierce climax. Their fists collided once more, unleashing a torrent of chaotic energy akin to dark purple lightning, which surged forth from the point of impact, engulfing the entire stage. The rocky debris on the arena was instantly reduced to dust under the onslaught of this violent energy. The host in the sky, witnessing this spectacle, turned pale with fear and hastily retreated. In the next moment, both Super Saiyan Blue Goku and Hit simultaneously recoiled, creating distance between them. Indeed, it was astonishing how they continued to grow stronger in the midst of battle, reminiscent of the Nightwing. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Super Saiyan Blue Goku excitedly addressed Hit. Nightwing? Upon hearing Goku mention the name, a flicker of curiosity crossed Hit's cold visage. Though he had encountered Nightwing before, he was unaware of the name. The Saiyan behind me is Nightwing. He is even more formidable than I am, Super Saiyan Blue Goku declared, pointing with his thumb towards Nightwing below the arena. Following Goku's gesture, Hit's gaze fell upon Nightwing. Is he stronger than Goku? Hit's sharp eyes fixed on Nightwing, revealing a hint of intrigue on his face. At that moment, Hit had begun to acknowledge the power of Super Saiyan Blue Goku. And now Goku claimed that Nightwing's strength surpassed his own. Naturally, Hit felt a stir of emotion. However, it was merely a momentary reaction. In Hit's perspective, regardless of Nightwing's prowess, he believed he could find a way to overcome him, thanks to his unique ability to grow stronger through combat. Meanwhile, below, Kaba and Caulifla, having overheard the conversation between Goku and Hit, immediately turned their attention to Nightwing. Senior Nightwing, are you even stronger than Goku? Kaba asked, astonished. Caulifla also gazed at Nightwing with a look of awe, seemingly awaiting his response. Kaba and Caulifla had witnessed Super Saiyan Blue Goku's prowess firsthand, and even Hit found it challenging to best him. Yet now, Goku personally acknowledged that Nightwing's strength surpassed his own. This signifies that Yiyu's strength has now surpassed that of Super Saiyan Blue Goku. Ah, how formidable. Yiyu cast a glance at Gabe and Caulifla, then spoke in a nonchalant tone. Upon hearing Yiyu's words, before Gabe and Caulifla could fully comprehend the shock, Vegeta interjected with a displeased expression, saying, What do you mean by formidable? Your words are still exasperating. Clearly, neither I nor Kakarot can match your prowess. Wait, are Vegeta and Goku truly incapable of contending with Senior Yiyu? Has Senior Yiyu grown this powerful? Gabe was taken aback by Vegeta's assertion. The strength of Super Saiyan Blue Goku is beyond question, and though Vegeta had been defeated by Hit previously, Gabe understood that Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta's power was equally formidable. Indeed, Senior Yiyu, in just 4 years, you have become remarkably stronger. Gabe gazed at Yiyu, his admiration intensifying. How frustrating to be left so far behind despite my relentless training over the past 4 years. As Gabe finished speaking, Caulifla chimed in with a grin directed at Yiyu. Although she feigned dissatisfaction, her face betrayed her joy at Yiyu's newfound strength, filling her with even greater resolve. At that moment, she silently vowed to double her efforts upon returning. While Caulifla and Gabe conversed, on the arena, Super Saiyan Blue Goku declared with fierce determination, Hit. Let us engage in our final battle. If you can withstand my next attack, I shall willingly forfeit. Upon hearing Goku's proclamation, Vegeta's expression shifted dramatically. Could it be that Kakarot has devised a new technique? Meanwhile, Krillin, observing from the elevated platform, chuckled and scolded that fool Goku is talking about forfeiting again. This concerns the fate of our planet. Rest assured, old Sun has his own plans. As he spoke, Piccolo glanced toward Yu beneath the platform. Pondering, is Goku intending for Yu to confront Hit? As the crowd was stirred by Goku's declaration, on the arena, Goku assumed a stance, his fists clenched tightly. Upon witnessing Goku's posture, Yu's expression initially changed, only to be replaced by a smirk. Is he about to employ that technique? It has been over a decade since it was last used. Just as Yu finished his thoughts, Super Saiyan Blue Goku unleashed a mighty shout, Kaioken times 10. Suddenly, the Ultra Blue Sun Wukong, enveloped in a shimmering blue aura, was surrounded by a rising crimson radiance. Chapter 176, Tenfold Ultra Blue Sun Wukong vs. All-Powerful Hit. Chapter 176, King Kaifi's Tenfold. With a thunderous shout, the Ultra Blue Sun Wukong unleashed a formidable wave of energy that surged outward from his very being, radiating in all directions. The first to be impacted by this overwhelming force was Hit, who stood closest to the Ultra Blue Sun Wukong. Despite Hit's formidable strength, he was visibly pushed back by the sheer power of the wave, forcing him to bend his legs slightly to brace against the onslaught. Meanwhile, beneath the arena, Gabe, Caulifla, Kale, and others also felt the repercussions of this immense energy wave. What has transpired? Gabe, with his hands raised defensively before him, spoke gravely. The wave of energy surged swiftly, dissipating just as quickly. In the blink of an eye, once the energy had subsided, the onlookers were astonished to discover that the Ultra Blue Sun Goku was now enveloped not only in azure flames but also adorned with a layer of crimson aura. Upon witnessing this transformation, Vegeta's expression shifted dramatically. It was evident that he recognized Goku's utilization of the Kaioken technique. After all, during their battle on Earth, Goku had previously employed the Kaioken. Furthermore, when facing Jinyu, Goku had once again demonstrated this technique in front of Vegeta. What is this? Why has a red aura manifested around Goku's body? Exclaimed Bulma, who had never seen Goku wield the Kaioken before. Her astonishment was palpable as she observed the vivid crimson flames surrounding him. This is the Kaioken. Krillin responded to Bulma's bewilderment, his face lighting up with joy. It's truly astonishing. I never expected Goku could use the Kaioken after transforming into Ultra Blue. Krillin understood that the Kaioken was a technique that forcibly enhanced one's combat power. Although it significantly augmented strength, it also placed tremendous strain on the body. Since Goku had transformed into a Super Saiyan, he had seldom resorted to this technique. Yet now, in his Ultra Blue form, he was employing the Kaioken. As Krillin and Bulma conversed, Beerus observed with a hint of intrigue. Oh, I didn't realize Goku possessed such a technique. He never used it during our encounters. Beerus remarked with a smile as he gazed at the Ultra Blue Goku. While Beerus might not have been familiar with the Kaioken, he could sense that Goku's power had surged significantly after invoking the tenfold Kaioken. This is likely a newly mastered technique, was commented, his eyes fixed on the Ultra Blue Goku in his tenfold Kaioken state. Indeed, Whis was correct. The combination of Ultra Blue and tenfold Kaioken was a recent achievement for Goku. With a remarkably low success rate, the energy expenditure of Ultra Blue was immense, and coupled with the physical burdens of the Kaioken, the strain was beyond comprehension. However, the Kaioken was a technique Goku had mastered long ago. Overall, it could not be classified as entirely new. As the focus returned to the arena, Hitsu sensed a degree of danger emanating from Goku after he invoked the tenfold Kaioken. Is this your final resort? Hit inquired earnestly, his hands raised defensively in front of him as he addressed the Ultra Blue Goku. Indeed, this is the state of Ultra Blue combined with the tenfold Kaioken. Upon hearing Hit's inquiry, Sun Wukong did not hesitate, clenching his fists tightly with an expression of unwavering confidence. In that case, I shall unleash my full power. As soon as these words escaped Hit's lips, Night Feather's expression shifted, while Vegeta's countenance underwent a dramatic transformation. Could it be that this fellow has yet to exert his full strength? Vegeta remarked with astonishment, his gaze fixed intently on Hit. Then, under the watchful eyes of Vegeta and Night Feather, Hit spread his arms wide, assuming a formidable stance. Immediately, a colossal purple aura surged around him. Upon sensing the explosive rise in Hit's energy, Super Saiyan Blue Sun Wukong felt an invigorating surge of battle spirit. Excellent. With that, he propelled himself forward with astonishing speed, akin to an arrow released from a bow, launching an assault on Hit. In response, Hit, recognizing the imminent threat from Super Saiyan Blue Wukong, did not waver for a moment and promptly executed his timeskip technique. With an increase in energy, Hit's timeskip was significantly enhanced, escalating from a mere 0.1 seconds to an impressive 0.3 seconds. Despite the amplification of Hit's timeskip, it was still thwarted by the tenfold Kaioken state of Super Saiyan Blue Wukong. With a thunderous clash, the fists of Super Saiyan Blue Wukong and Hit collided once again. Instantly, a formidable shockwave, intermingled with violent energy, radiated outward from the two combatants, causing the arena beneath them to fracture like a spider's web. Oh dear, this arena was specifically reinforced, yet it has been so easily shattered. Upon witnessing the multitude of fissures appearing on the arena, Bato spoke aloud. As her words faded, a more intense and ferocious battle commenced between the Super Blue Sun Wukong and Hit atop the stage. Below, Yu gazed at the fierce combatants with fiery enthusiasm in his eyes. However, it was not the spectacle of their clash that captivated him, but rather the combat power attributes that fell from their conflict. With every collision of fists, elbows, and knees, the mechanical notifications of the system resonated continuously in Yu's mind. Ding, congratulations host, you have acquired a combat power attribute of 4 billion. Ding, congratulations host, you have acquired a combat power attribute of 1 billion. At that moment, beneath the feet of Super Blue Sun Wukong and Hit, combat power attributes cascaded downwards, converging towards Yu's body. The energy within him surged incessantly. The combat power data displayed on the virtual screen before Yu, however, did not exhibit significant fluctuations, merely rising from 1, 2 to 1, 4. Nevertheless, these figures represented trillions, indicating that the prior battle between Super Blue Sun Wukong and Hit, coupled with the tenfold King's fist, had augmented Yu's combat power by nearly 200 billion. And this was merely the beginning. As the battle between Super Blue Sun Wukong and Hit raged on, Yu's combat power continued to ascend. Chapter 177. Yu takes the stage with a resounding thud. Super Blue Sun Wukong delivered a powerful punch to Hit's cheek, causing him to stagger backward. In retaliation, Hit swiftly countered with a punch to Sun Wukong's chest, eliciting a grimace of pain from him. In an instant, under the tenfold King's fist state, Super Blue Sun Wukong vanished from sight, closely followed by Hit. The next moment, both combatants reappeared in the sky, engaged in an extraordinarily fierce confrontation. The sounds of their strikes echoed throughout the arena as fists, elbows, and knees collided relentlessly. Under the watchful eyes of Krillin and Piccolo among the audience, the battle escalated from the sky down to the arena floor. With a mighty roar, Super Blue Sun Wukong unleashed a full-force assault against Hit. Hit, equally determined, clenched his fists and retaliated with nearly all his might. The tremendous rebound from their clash propelled both fighters backward, creating a substantial distance between them. After regaining their footing several paces apart, Super Blue Sun Wukong assessed his injuries before focusing on Hit, who stood not far away. With admiration, he remarked, "Indeed formidable, even with the tenfold King's fist. I have yet to defeat you. You are indeed formidable. I have unleashed my full potential." After hearing the praises from Sun Wukong, Hit responded with a visibly moved expression. As he spoke, Hit assumed a stance once more, preparing to confront Sun Wukong's next onslaught. However, at that moment, Sun Wukong first released the Kaioken and then dispelled the Super Saiyan Blue transformation, his hair reverting from blue back to its natural black. Huh? Observing this, Hit's expression shifted slightly, revealing a look of confusion. "I have already stated that if I do not defeat you, I will forfeit." With that declaration, Sun Wukong called out to Krillin in the stands. "Krillin, the Senzu Bean." Upon hearing Sun Wukong's words, Krillin promptly retrieved a Senzu Bean and tossed it towards him. Initially, Krillin assumed Sun Wukong intended to consume the bean himself. To his surprise, Sun Wukong threw it directly to Hit. Witnessing this, Krillin was taken aback, while Nightwing raised an eyebrow. Although both Krillin and Piccolo were inclined to voice their discontent, they merely chuckled and remarked, "Wukong remains unchanged." This was his demeanor during the World Martial Arts Tournament against Piccolo, and it was similarly the case when he faced Cell. Now, seeing Sun Wukong behave in such a manner again, they had grown accustomed to it. "What is this?" Hit, unfamiliar with the Senzu Bean, inquired of Sun Wukong with a puzzled expression after receiving it. "The Senzu Bean restores stamina. You are in dire need of this, right now." Upon hearing Sun Wukong's words, Beerus on the high platform was instantly enraged. This fool, why engage in such unnecessary actions? Beerus was furious. If Hit were to enter the next battle in his current state, it would confer a significant advantage to Universe 7. Yet, Sun Wukong insisted on providing Hit with a bean to recover his injuries and stamina. This is evidently an aid of the 6th universe. Subsequently, upon witnessing Hit consume the Senzu Bean and completely recover from his injuries, Kappa burst into laughter, exclaiming, So this fellow named Son Goku is rather likable. Hearing Kampa's words, Beerus could only grit his teeth in frustration. Yeyu, you don't mind, do you? On the arena, Son Goku, having observed Hit's restored condition, descended from the platform and addressed Yeyu. After all, it would be Yeyu who would battle Hit next. Upon hearing Son Goku's remark, Yeyu couldn't help but roll his eyes. Seriously, after all this, you still ask if I mind? However, despite his sarcasm, Yeyu truly did not take offense at Son Goku's actions. After all, he was set to face Hit next. If Hit were to fight in his current weakened state, any victory Yeyu achieved would feel hollow and devoid of accomplishment. It seemed that Son Goku's intention was to ensure that Yeyu faced Hit in his prime condition. A fair battle is where the essence of combat lies. Well then, Yeyu said to Son Goku before, under the watchful gaze of the crowd, he slowly ascended the arena. At last, it was Yeyu's turn to take the stage. At this moment, the eyes of Beak, Klin, Gabe, Caulifla, and others were all fixed intently on Yeyu. After all, only Yeyu and Toph remained from the 7th universe. With Toph's strength, he was undoubtedly no match for it. Currently, Yeyu stood as the final hope. If even Yeyu were to lose, then the 7th universe would face utter defeat. As for Gabe and Caulifla, their concern for Yeyu stemmed from their desire to witness just how much he had grown over the past 4 years. Although they had heard from Goku and Vegeta that Yeyu had become quite formidable, the words of others could never compare to seeing it with their own eyes. Yeyu, let me see just how strong you have become. Caulifla clenched her fists, her dark eyes fixed intently on Yeyu. Meanwhile, on the high platform, Kampa laughed heartily, addressing Beerus. The 2 individuals you cared about most have already been eliminated, and now only these 2 comparatively weaker ones remain. I have always said that this time, the 6th universe is destined to win. Before Beerus could respond, Whis, standing behind him with a crystal staff, interjected, My Lord Beerus. Do not underestimate this Saiyan. His strength surpasses that of the previous Goku and Vegeta. Whis, when did you start boasting like Beerus? Kampa naturally did not believe Whis's words. Humph. After a begrudging scoff, Beerus's gaze shifted to Yeyu standing on the arena. As Yeyu stepped onto the stage, he greeted Hit first. It's nice to see you again, Hit. While Yeyu greeted Hit, Hit scrutinized him closely. To be frank, Hit had previously underestimated Yeyu, considering him merely someone with a skill superior to his time-skip ability. However, after hearing Goku's remark that Yeyu is even stronger than me, Hit began to regard Yeyu with seriousness. I never expected you to be from the 7th universe, Hit remarked coldly after examining Yeyu. Chapter 178, Time Pause Versus. Time skip. Under the restoration efforts of Bados, the once severely damaged arena was instantly revitalized. To prevent further destruction, Bados reinforced the arena once more. Once Bados departed, only Yeyu and Hit remained on the vast arena. The host in the sky, after confirming the readiness of both Yeyu and Hit, raised the microphone and announced loudly, the 6th universe versus the 7th universe. The 7th match now officially begins. With the host commanding voice, the colossal gong at the edge of the arena was struck. As the resonant sound echoed through the air, both Yeyu and Hit sprang into action. Hit clenched his fists tightly, adopting a combat stance, while Yeyu immediately activated his Super Saiyan God and Super Saiyan attributes. In a moment that left Gabe and Caulifla in awe, a radiant blue aura enveloped Yeyu's being. Indeed, Yeyu too could transform into this state. Caulifla's face illuminated with a knowing expression as she witnessed Yeyu's transformation into Super Saiyan Blue. Beside her, Gabe, with fist clenched and an expression of sheer excitement, marveled at Yeyu's prowess. He had witnessed the formidable strength of Super Saiyan Blue firsthand during the fiercely contested bout between Super Saiyan Blue Goku and Hit. Although Yeyu in his current form had yet to strike, to Gabe, Super Saiyan Blue epitomized power. As Gabe and Caulifla reveled in Yeyu's transformation, Kampa, from his elevated platform, scoffed dismissively, "Is it that form again?" He then turned to Beerus with a mocking grin. Had just defeated 2 individuals in that state. Upon hearing Kampa's words, Beerus quickly retorted, that was merely because Vegeta let his guard down, and Goku conceded. Kampa relished Beerus's irritation, smirking, a loss is a loss. There is no need for excuses. Just watch, this match will undoubtedly end in Hit's victory. By the way, after the match concludes, I must extend my gratitude to that fellow named Goku. Kampa momentarily faltered, prompting Whis to remind him. Yes, Goku. I must thank Goku. Had he not restored Hit's energy and injuries, our 6th universe would not have achieved such an effortless victory. Kampa's relentless taunts only served to infuriate Beerus further, his ire escalating. Meanwhile, The battle between Super Saiyan Blue Yu and Hit had commenced. With a swift motion, Yu propelled himself forward like an arrow released from a bow, charging directly at Hit. Unfazed by Yu's assault, Hit immediately assumed a defensive stance. Oh, he is about to employ his instant transmission technique. Beerus, do not blink. In the next moment, this fellow might be obliterated by Hit. Upon witnessing the stance adopted by Hit, Xiangpa immediately recognized it as the time skip technique. At that moment, in Xiangpa's eyes, Yu had already succumbed to defeat. After all, Hit's time skip is not a skill that can be easily countered by just anyone. The previous instance where Sun Wukong managed to break Hit's time skip was merely an anomaly. Moreover, at this juncture, Hit's time skip had escalated from 0.1 seconds to 0.5 seconds. This implies that Hit was now significantly stronger than he was prior to his confrontation with Sun Wukong. Dealing with someone like Yu would be a trivial matter. Just as Xiangpa was envisioning Yu being swiftly vanquished by Hit, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. To his astonishment, after executing the time skip, Hit found himself unexpectedly ambushed from behind by Yu, who delivered a powerful kick that sent Hit flying. Upon witnessing Hit being propelled away by Yu's strike, Beerus' earlier annoyance dissipated instantly, and he turned to Xiangpa with an expression of indifference, calmly remarking, "What was it you told me not to blink for?" At that moment, the expression on Kampa's face was exceptionally grim. Meanwhile, the spectators from Universe 7, including Piccolo and Krillin, erupted in joy upon witnessing Yu deliver a stunning blow to Hit right from the outset. Although Hit was not physically harmed by Yu's kick, the impact on morale was significant. Previously, it had consecutively eliminated formidable opponents such as Vegeta and Son Goku. Now, with Yu stepping onto the stage and countering Hit's time skip technique, the atmosphere was electrified. "Wonderful! Yu has struck Hit," Krillin exclaimed, his face beaming with delight as he observed Hit being sent flying by the Super Saiyan Blue Yu. Piccolo, initially elated, soon wore a puzzled expression. How did Yu manage to counter Hit's time skip and maneuver behind him? He pondered aloud. Krillin, Goku, and the others were at a loss for answers. Perhaps they were unaware of the intricacies behind Yu's counter, but Whis and Beerus were acutely aware of what had transpired. "Oh my, this is truly remarkable. Yu possesses such abilities," Whis remarked, astonished. Indeed, he just utilized the time-stopping capability of the Jinyu Force's Goldo. At the very moment Hit executed his time skip, Yu paused time, allowing him to evade to Hit's rear. "Time-stopping? Does Yu truly possess such power?" Beerus asked, his expression one of surprise upon hearing Whis and Bardoss converse. Moreover, it's a more advanced manipulation of time than Hit's time skip. It seems he paused it for a second. Whis noted. Kampa's demeanor changed profoundly at this revelation. To halt time for a second, was this individual truly human? Hit had spent years honing his time skip to manipulate a mere 0.1 seconds, which only increased to 0.5 seconds after battling Super Saiyan Blue Goku. Yet, Yu was capable of pausing time for a full second. While a second may appear fleeting in the realm of skilled fighters, it could spell the difference between life and death. After all, Hit's 0.1 second time skip could effortlessly eliminate a foe. To Kampa, this had transcended mortal capabilities. As Kampa and Whis conversed, Piccolo's ears perked up, and a tumultuous wave of realization surged within him. Although Krillin and Gohan might not have overheard the exchange between Kampa and Whis, Piccolo's unique auditory structure allowed him to discern Whis' revelation about Yu's time-stopping ability. Time-stopping? Is this individual truly human? Piccolo gazed at Yu, a mix of astonishment and trepidation on his face. Simultaneously, he felt a sense of relief, grateful that Yu was not an adversary. Otherwise, the combination of Super Saiyan Blue's power and time-stopping ability would be an insurmountable challenge. Chapter 179. Acquiring the property of temporal space as Hit executed his time skip technique, Ultra Blue Yajirobe simultaneously unleashed the ability to pause time. Maneuvering behind Hit and delivering a powerful kick to his back. With a resounding thud, Hit was propelled backward like an arrow released from a bow. However, Hit, not being an ordinary fighter, managed to perform a swift somersault mid-air, transitioning from a backward fall to landing on his feet. Subsequently, his feet skidded across the ground, leaving a long trail before he finally stabilized his stance. Indeed, his prowess surpassed that of my time skip technique. Once steady, Hit fixed his gaze upon the distant Ultra Blue Yajirobe, his expression shifting slightly. Long before, during the 6th Universe saga, Hit had recognized that Yajirobe possessed a time manipulation ability even more formidable than his own time skip. Previously, after battling Son Goku, Hit had enhanced his time skip from 1 seconds to 0. 5 seconds. Thus, he was eager to ascertain whether his amplified time skip would be effective against Yajirobe. However, the results of his probe were unequivocal. His time skip remained ineffective against Yajirobe. While Hit pondered this, Son Goku, Vegeta, Kaba, and Kale observed from below the arena, their faces reflecting a myriad of emotions. Could Yajirobe have directly countered Hit's time skip? How was it possible? Did Yajirobe's time skip suppress the system's version? Vegeta's eyes glinted with disbelief as he spoke. Indeed, Yajirobe is remarkable. Son Goku marveled at Yajirobe not only evading Hit's time skip but also striking Hit while he was executing it. He couldn't help but exclaim in awe. It was worth noting that he had previously risked experimenting 7 or 8 times to discern a weakness in Hit's time skip, employing anticipation to counter it. Yet here was Yajirobe, directly overpowering Hit's time skip. Son Goku was both astonished and exhilarated. In contrast to the excitement of Vegeta and Son Goku, Kaba and Kale experienced a far more complex array of feelings. Considering personal sentiments, they naturally wished for Yajirobe to triumph in the battle against Hit. As they were not acquainted with Hit, but were quite familiar with Yajirobe. Yet, representing the 6th universe in this competition, they faced a dilemma: should they root for Yajirobe, or refrain from doing so, knowing that his victory could lead to the defeat of their own universe? In a moment of uncertainty, neither Gable nor Caulifla knew how to navigate this situation. However, when they witnessed Nightwing delivering a powerful kick that sent Hit flying, a genuine sense of joy surged within them. Nightwing was truly formidable, having effortlessly unraveled Hit's time skip technique upon entering the arena. As Vegeta, Goku, and others contemplated this remarkable display, Ultra Blue Nightwing once more engaged in combat with Hit. With a resounding crash, the two warriors charged to the center of the arena, their fists colliding with tremendous force, echoing a thunderous sound that reverberated throughout the entire venue. At that moment, the earth trembled around, and violent sparks of energy erupted like lightning, enveloping the entire arena. It seems that Sun Wukong was not mistaken. Your strength is indeed formidable. After addressing the Super Blue Night Feather, it unleashed a sweeping kick, transforming it into a shadow that struck towards Night Feather. With a resounding thud, Night Feather slightly raised his right arm, successfully blocking Hit's kick. Did Sun Wukong say that? It appears your understanding of me is still confined to his words. Night Feather remarked with a hint of displeasure before retaliating with a swift kick aimed at Hit. How swift! Upon witnessing the terrifying speed of Night Feather's kick, a rare expression of astonishment flickered across Hit's usually stoic visage. He promptly mimicked Night Feather, raising his right arm to brace for the impending strike. In the next moment, Night Feather's kick arrived as anticipated, landing squarely on Hit's right arm. To Hit's astonishment, the force behind Night Feather's kick was astonishingly great. Under the impact of such ferocious power, Hit's arm bent, and he was propelled backward like a cannonball. In this instance, Hit was propelled backwards with a velocity more ferocious than before. In the blink of an eye, he was thrust several dozen feet away, nearing the edge of the arena. He was on the verge of being expelled from the ring. On the spectator stands, Krillin and Master Roshi's group were elated at the sight of Hit's form teetering on the brink of the stage. If Hit were to be thrown out, it would signify a victory for Yuru. After all, this was a contest. However, just as Hit was about to be eliminated, he abruptly slammed both palms against the arena floor, leaving a profound indentation behind. He executed a remarkable somersault due to the immense recoil. Soon after, both his hands and feet made contact with the ground, leaving a deep mark on the stage before he finally stabilized himself at the edge of the arena. Yet, before Hit could even catch his breath, the form of Super Blue Yuru reappeared before him, launching a powerful punch towards Hit. Witnessing this, Hit's expression shifted dramatically. He found himself precariously positioned at the edge of the stage. If struck by another formidable blow from Super Blue Yuru, he could very well be eliminated. Hit was about to be hit. Below the arena, Jade was visibly anxious, exclaiming in distress. But in the next moment, something astonishing occurred. Super Blue Yuru's fist passed right through Hit's body. Was it an afterimage? Both Goku and Vegeta exclaimed in unison upon witnessing this spectacle. No, it was not merely an afterimage, but rather some other ability. Yet, Goku soon realized that this was not an illusion. If it were an afterimage, Super Blue Yuru's punch would have struck Hit's phantom, which would have quickly dissipated. However, Hit's afterimage remained intact. It felt as though Super Blue Yuru's fist had genuinely penetrated Hit's very being. As Goku and Vegeta pondered the nature of Hit's extraordinary ability, a notification sound resonated in Yuru's mind. Ding! Congratulations, Host, you have acquired the attribute of temporal space. Temporal space? Upon hearing the system's prompt, Yiyu's brow instinctively arched slightly. Chapter 180, Ultra Blue Yiyu versus Hit. Chapter 180, as per Yiyu's understanding. This flash time space is a derivative skill of the flash time technique. Hit possesses the ability to store time, utilizing the accumulated time to conjure space, and can navigate freely within that created realm. Consequently, only Hit's phantom remains in the real world, allowing others to perceive Hit while rendering them incapable of inflicting harm. Just like the current Ultra Blue Yiyu, who seemingly landed a punch on Hit, yet his fist merely passed through Hit's form. What appeared to Ultra Blue Yiyu and Sun Wukong was merely Hit's illusion. Hit's true entity resided in another dimension, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. Would the host like to acquire the flash time space attribute? As Yiyu contemplated the flash time space, the mechanical voice of the system resonated once more in his mind. Acquire. Although Yiyu knew he might not frequently employ the flash time space once acquired, he would not discard it given that the system had bestowed it upon him. With a command from Yiyu, the flash time space attribute beneath the phantom Hit transformed into a golden tadpole, swiftly converging into Yiyu's body. Shortly after Yiyu assimilated the flash time space attribute, Hit's true form suddenly emerged as if leaping from the void, appearing abruptly behind Ultra Blue Yiyu, delivering a critical blow directly aimed at him. Danger! Krillin, seated in the stands, urgently exclaimed upon witnessing Hit's impending strike on Ultra Blue Yiyu. At this moment, Ultra Blue Yiyu was positioned at the edge of the arena, having engaged with Hit's illusion. Should Hit's attack connect, Ultra Blue Yiyu would likely be knocked out of the ring, resulting in his elimination. Whoosh! Just as Krillin spoke, Hit's assault struck Ultra Blue Yiyu. However, akin to the earlier encounter where Ultra Blue Yiyu attacked Hit, Hit's strike also traversed through Yiyu's form. Yet, unlike Hit, once Hit's attack penetrated Ultra Blue Yiyu's body, Yiyu's residual image vanished entirely. Vanished? Sun Wukong, observing the disappearance of Ultra Blue Yiyu's silhouette from below the arena, was taken aback. In the next moment, he discovered that Yiyu's figure had reappeared at the center of the arena. A teleportation, perhaps? Initially, Sun Wukong believed that the Ultra Blue Nightwing was employing a time-space ability akin to Hit's. However, upon witnessing Nightwing swiftly transition from the edge of the arena to its center in the blink of an eye, he realized that Nightwing had indeed utilized instantaneous movement to evade Hit's attack. That was a close call. He nearly faced elimination. On the spectator stands, Krillin, Piccolo, and the others exhaled in relief as they observed Nightwing narrowly dodge Hit's strike. It would have been a tremendous pity had Nightwing been eliminated by Hit. Furthermore, if Nightwing had been ousted, the confrontation between Universe 6 and Universe 7 would have concluded with Universe 6 as the victor. As long as Nightwing remained in the competition, there was still hope. While Piccolo and Krillin celebrated Nightwing's escape from Hit's onslaught, Kampa above clenched his fists in frustration, lamenting the near victory that had slipped through their fingers. What a shame, it was just so close. Hearing Kampa's words, Beerus could not help but revel in his rival's misfortune, retorting, "Oh, what's the big deal? Hit will surely emerge victorious in the end." He was tempted to assert that Nightwing's power was on par with his own, but acknowledging such a truth would mean conceding defeat to a mere human, something Beerus was unwilling to admit for fear of being ridiculed by Kampa. Thus, he hastily countered, "That individual is no ordinary human." "Is it just an ordinary human then?" Kampa countered defiantly. As Beerus and Kampa exchanged barbs, the fierce battle between Ultra Blue Nightwing and Hit reignited on the arena floor. The air crackled with energy as the two combatants, one azure and the other violet, clashed in a series of intense collisions, each impact resonating with a thunderous sound. "Truly impressive. Nightwing is holding his own against Hit," exclaimed Kaba, astonished by the fierce duel unfolding above. On par, Vegeta, arms crossed, turned to Kaba upon hearing his remark, his gaze piercing. Kaba looked back at Vegeta, his expression seemingly questioning what it meant to be anything less than equal. Vegeta cast a disdainful glance at Nightwing and remarked, "That fellow has not even begun to unleash his full potential. When he fought against me in Kakarot, his strength was far beyond this." "What? Not using his full power?" Gaby exclaimed in astonishment upon hearing Vegeta's words. Meanwhile, Goku scratched his head, offering an awkward smile. That's essentially the situation. Upon hearing the conversation between Goku and Vegeta, Kale's expression mirrored that of astonishment. To think that one could suppress Hit without exerting full strength. Has Nightwing's power grown to such formidable heights? Kale gazed at the ultra-blue Nightwing soaring in the sky, pondering this in her heart. As if on cue, Shortly after Goku's words, the ultra-blue Nightwing suddenly accelerated, delivering a powerful punch straight at Hit. How swift! At this moment, a sudden change swept across Hit's countenance. Although he had perceived the attack from ultra-blue Nightwing, his body could not keep pace with Nightwing's swift movements. In the next instant, Nightwing's fist struck Hit with resounding force. It plummeted to the ground like a meteor, crashing onto the arena below. The instant his body made contact with the ground, a deafening impact reverberated throughout the arena. Following this, the once impenetrable stage fractured, creating a spiderweb-like fissure radiating from the point of his landing. Oh dear, the stage has been destroyed once again. From her vantage point atop the platform, Bato seemed more concerned about the integrity of the arena than the fierce battle between Hit and ultra-blue Nightwing. Upon witnessing the stage crack, she voiced her thoughts aloud. Meanwhile, Kappa's expression soured as he observed Hit being launched into the air once more by ultra-blue Nightwing. Chapter 181. Hit's hidden card. As Hit's form descended onto the arena, a thunderous roar erupted within the venue. Immediately, a shower of rock fragments scattered in all directions, and beneath Hit, the ground formed a substantial indentation. From this depression, a network of cracks resembling a spiderweb spread across a significant portion of the stage. Remarkable. Nightwing has completely dominated Hit. From the stands, Krillin's face lit up with delight upon witnessing ultra-blue Nightwing send Hit flying once more. At this rate, Nightwing is bound to win. However, before Krillin's enthusiasm could fully take root, Piccolo swiftly countered, not necessarily. Hearing Piccolo's remark, Krillin and Gohan turned their gazes toward him. Piccolo continued, that fellow Hit grows stronger with each battle. If Nightwing doesn't dispatch him swiftly, the outcome of this contest could remain uncertain. Indeed, Hit possesses an innate ability for growth, allowing him to become increasingly formidable in the midst of battle. Initially, during his confrontation with Son Goku, he was subdued by the overwhelming power of Goku's Super Saiyan blue form enhanced by the Kaioken technique. However, as Hit continued to evolve, he swiftly caught up with Goku's prowess. Presently, Piccolo harbors concerns that Hit's relentless growth may enable him to surpass Yayu. Unbeknownst to Piccolo, Hit's capacity for pure growth manifests most effectively when the disparity between him and his opponent is minimal. In the face of a significant power gap, however, Hit's ability appears rather ineffectual. This is akin to Jiren during the Tournament of Power. Despite Hit's exceptional growth potential, it bears no weight against Jiren's overwhelming strength. As Piccolo conversed with Krillin, the Super Saiyan Blue Yayu launched yet another assault upon Hit, who lay on the arena. Watching Yayu descend rapidly, Hit's expression shifted dramatically. Yet, at the very moment Yayu's fist struck Hit, it inexplicably passed through him, crashing down onto the arena floor. The already fractured surface of the arena, resembling a spider's web, further splintered under the weight of Yayu's tremendous blow, causing a portion of the colossal platform to collapse. Was it another instance of dimensional manipulation? Yayu paid no heed to the crumbling arena. After witnessing his attack once again penetrate Hit's form, he murmured something to himself and rose to his feet. As Yayu stood tall, a multitude of Hits suddenly appeared upon the vast arena. What is this? Observing the myriad of Hits hovering in the air or standing on the platform, Yayu's expression flickered with intrigue. Below, Son Goku and Vegeta gazed at the dense cluster of Hits, their faces reflecting astonishment. Illusions? Vegeta furrowed his brow, contemplating the dozens of Hits surrounding Yayu. No, these are not mere phantoms. They are clones. Vegeta's speculation was promptly dismissed by Son Goku. If they were merely illusions, they would hold no significance for individuals like Goku and Vegeta, who possess the ability to sense energy. Yet, Son Goku could distinctly perceive energy emanating from the multitude of Hits. Thus, it became evident that these Hits were not simple phantoms, but rather energy-based clones, materialized through their own ki. How fascinating! The manifestation of energy clones. As soon as Sun Wukong discerned that these were mere manifestations of Hit's aura, the Ultra Blue Night Feather also became aware of it. Furthermore, Ultra Blue Night Feather understood that none of these aura manifestations represented Hit's true form. Its actual essence must be concealed within the realm of the flash space, patiently awaiting an opportunity for Night Feather to reveal a vulnerability. While Night Feather could certainly afford to wait for Hit's true form to emerge from the flash space, given that Hit's time there is exceedingly limited, Ultra Blue Night Feather resolved to take the initiative. With a mere flick of his finger, he unleashed a brilliant blue beam, stretching several yards in length, which shot forth with remarkable speed. In the next moment, several of Hit's aura manifestations before him were pierced by the azure beam, gradually dissipating into nothingness. Subsequently, with a sweeping motion of his arm, the blue beam transformed into a laser-like sword, sweeping across the sky. In an instant, a multitude of Hit's aura manifestations vanished from sight. This was the Soul Sword. At this moment, beneath the arena, both Sun Wukong and Vegeta were stirred upon witnessing the blue lightsaber wielded by Ultra Blue Yayu. They instantly recognized that the radiant blue sword in Ultra Blue Yayu's grasp was none other than the Soul Sword. The attributes of the Soul Sword skill were precisely those employed by Vegeta during his battle against Gohan Bu, utilized to combat the formidable Gohan Bu. Fortuitously, the system subsequently dropped the Soul Sword skill attribute. Over the years, Yayu had never once employed the Soul Sword skill. To his surprise, it found its purpose today. Just as the Super Blue Yayu had dispersed all of Hit's ethereal clones, Hit's true form suddenly emerged from the realm of flashing time. At a distance of several zhong, Hit unleashed a powerful punch. In the next instant, an invisible energy orb surged toward the Super Blue Yayu. Although this invisible energy orb was imperceptible to the naked eye, Yayu possessed a remarkable ability to sense energy. With this heightened perception, the orb was rendered utterly detectable. Just as the orb was about to strike the Super Blue Yayu, he swung his arm with grace, akin to hitting a baseball, and sent the invisible energy orb flying. At that moment, when Hit witnessed his invisible energy orb, crafted through the manipulation of his time-space abilities, so effortlessly dismantled by the Super Blue Night Feather, a flicker of astonishment crossed his typically cold visage. "I concede," he declared aloud, raising his hand just as the Super Blue Night Feather prepared to launch an offensive against him. Although Hit's voice was not particularly loud, it resonated clearly within the ears of all present in the arena. Upon hearing Hit's proclamation, Xiang Pa erupted in indignation, rising from his seat with an air of menace as he questioned Hit. "Do you comprehend the implications of your words? If you concede, do you understand the consequences?" "Of course, I am aware," Hit replied, unperturbed by Xiang Pa's threats, meeting his gaze with calm determination. "However, even if I were to continue battling the Night Feather, I fear I would not prevail." With that, Hit disregarded Xiang Pa's furious glare and descended from the arena. His time-space manipulation and invisible energy orb were rendered ineffective against the Night Feather, who could easily send him flying. The disparity in strength between them is quite apparent, and Hit is certainly aware of it. Moreover, it understands that had Ye wished to, he could have effortlessly sent him flying off the stage with a single punch, thereby concluding the match long ago. Chapter 182. The attribute of time reversal. As for Hit's explanation, Kampa was in no mood to listen. His anger was surging uncontrollably. For Kampa, the confrontation between the 6th and 7th universes represented not only a contest for Earth and the Super Dragon Balls, but also a matter of personal pride against Beerus. Losing the Earth and the Super Dragon Balls would be unfortunate, yet the greater concern was the loss of face, particularly to Beerus. With Hit's forfeiture, it signified that the 6th universe had lost this match, and that Kampa himself had been bested by Beerus. Kampa could hardly accept such a fate. Just as he was about to unleash his wrath upon Hit, Kaba, and the other 6th universe contestants, Vados interjected, saying, "Lord Kampa, do we not still have one contestant remaining?" Upon hearing Vados' words, both Whis and Kampa turned their gazes towards Caulifla, who stood timidly beside Kale. What use is someone of such a caliber, especially after Hit's defeat? Kampa cast a disdainful glance at Kale and retorted angrily, "Perhaps this female scion could turn the tide?" Vados suggested, her lips curling into a subtle smile, her tone soothing and encouraging. Kampa and Beerus exchanged incredulous looks at Vados' assertion. Could Kale truly defeat Ye, the one who even Hit could not overcome? "Vados, are you jesting with me?" At the same time, Kampa scrutinized Kale once more, noticing her power seemed inferior even to Caulifla, and he turned to Vados with a fuming expression. "Lord Kampa, how can we know unless we give it a try? Furthermore, according to the rules of the match, we in the 6th universe have not yet lost, correct?" "Indeed." The confrontation between the 6th and 7th universes was structured as a tournament. The match proceeds through a combination of defending and attacking the stage. Currently, Kale from the 6th universe has not been eliminated. Regardless of her strength, as long as there is one participant remaining, the match is not over. Very well, very well. Let us hasten and have that woman take the stage. After Hitler's surrender, Xiang Pa found no joy in the match. His only desire was to swiftly comprehend this vexing competition and subsequently deal with the 5 contestants, including Hitler. Upon receiving Xiang Pa's consent, Bardos let out a light chuckle and gracefully ascended into the sky like a wisp of willow fluff, arriving atop the arena in the next moment. With her crystal scepter, she struck the ground below, and an invisible radiance instantly enveloped the entire stage. Then, under the watchful gaze of Yu and Sun Wukong, the severely damaged arena was miraculously restored. What kind of ability is this? Yu pondered whether the system would grant him this attribute. As he witnessed Bardos effortlessly repair the broken stage, a mechanical notification echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have acquired the Material Restoration attribute. Material Restoration? Upon hearing this, Yu felt a twinge of disappointment. Initially, he had harbored a flicker of hope, wishing that the ability Bardos had just demonstrated was time reversal. Although Yu currently possessed the attribute of time pause, the two concepts were not of the same caliber. In the original narrative, after Golden Frisia obliterated Earth, Whis had once utilized time reversal to turn back time by 3 minutes, thereby restoring the planet to its former state. At this moment, the Earth remained unscathed, and its inhabitants were unharmed. In other words, Vis had reversed time, irrevocably altering the destinies of the planet and all its denizens. This is indeed an extraordinary ability. Even Weiss can only reverse time by a mere 3 minutes. Of course, if he were to acquire the power of time reversal, he might not be able to turn back time in the same manner as Weiss. However, even the ability to revert time by just a second is a profoundly formidable power. In the instant of a person's demise, if he could utilize the ability to reverse time to return to a moment just a second prior, that individual would not have died. This would essentially be akin to resurrection. Unfortunately, it appears that the ability used by Bardos was not the power of time reversal. It seems he can only seek opportunities in the future to acquire such a remarkable attribute. As Yu contemplated this, the system's notification resounded in his mind once again. Host, do you wish to accept the Material Restoration attribute? While the Material Restoration attribute pales in comparison to the Time Reversal attribute, it is still an exceptionally powerful ability, especially considering it is a gift from the Angel Bardos. Accept. With Yu's command, the Material Restoration attribute at Bardos' feet transformed into a golden tadpole, which swiftly converged towards him. Once the golden tadpole merged into Yu's body, the words Material Restoration appeared on the virtual screen before him. After Yu accepted the Material Restoration attribute, it seemed that Bardos had sensed his gaze upon her, as she turned to glance in his direction. With a playful tilt of her head, she winked at him, her exquisite face adorned with a radiant smile. Upon witnessing Bardos' inexplicable gesture, Yu was momentarily taken aback. Naturally, he did not presume that Bardos had taken a liking to him. Instead, he speculated that she had merely acknowledged his gaze as a sign of friendliness. Subsequently, Bardos leaped gracefully towards Xiangpa. Once Bardos departed, the host in the sky flew over and announced in a loud voice. Since the contestant hit from Universe 6 has chosen to forfeit, please welcome the next contestant from Universe 6. Initially, the host intended to say the last contestant. But upon observing Xiangpa's grim expression, the instinct for self-preservation compelled him to promptly rephrase, the next contestant to take the stage. Upon hearing this, both Yu and his companions, including Sun Wukong and Krillin, turned their gazes towards Caulifla, who stood beside Kale. The sixth universe was left with only that female scion. She seemed to be quite shy, which meant Yu might not even need to engage in a battle at all. Klin gazed at Kair and, with a teasing expression, remarked that he believed even Hitler was no match for Yu, let alone Kair. Furthermore, Kaio appeared to possess no remarkable strength. In Chapter 183, titled Transcendence versus Transcendence, it was not only Klin who perceived Kair's weakness. Others such as Baiku, Sun Wukong, and Vegeta shared this sentiment. After all, in the eyes of Sun Wukong and Vegeta, Kair's energy was somewhat inferior to that of Khalifa. Even if Kair could transform into a Super Saiyan, her power in that form still fell short of Khalifa's. However, to the astonishment of Vegeta and Sun Wukong, Yu regarded Kair with a fierce fighting spirit. What could this mean? Why did Yu's eyes blaze with determination when fixed upon this female scion? Sun Wukong and Vegeta were somewhat familiar with Yu's temperament. As a scion, he naturally harbored a combative nature. Yet, Yu had shown a penchant for avoiding battles with those he deemed significantly weaker than himself. For instance, Sun Wukong often challenged Yu, but more often than not, he was rebuffed with the reasoning that battling him held no interest. Nonetheless, in this moment, as Yu observed this relatively weaker female scion, his eyes radiated an unmistakable fervor for combat. What does this truly signify? Could it be that this female scion is not as feeble as she appears? As Son Goku and Vegeta contemplated this while observing Caulifla, the latter was somewhat reluctant to ascend the stage to battle Yu. She cowered behind Caulifla like a timid young girl, her face awash with fear. "Fear not," Caulifla reassured her. "With your strength, if you engage earnestly, even Yeyu may not emerge victorious." Witnessing Caulifla's attempts to encourage her, which might merely sound like childish consolation to Piccolo and Krillin, Yeyu, however, remained unconvinced. After all, for years prior, the legendary Super Saiyan Caulifla had already demonstrated an extraordinarily formidable power. According to legends, the strength of a Super Saiyan amplifies over time, and now, for years later, Caulifla's prowess must have surged to a staggering extent. Furthermore, during the tournament in the original narrative, she had subdued the Golden Frieza solely through sheer brute strength. Eventually, persuaded by Caulifla and Cabba, Caulifla stepped boldly onto the stage. Was that female Saiyan truly capable? She appeared completely like a little girl. Krillin hoped that when Yeyu engaged, he would not be overly harsh. Observing Caulifla's timid stance on the arena, he could not resist making another jest. Meanwhile, Kampa, witnessing Caulifla's demeanor, also wore a rather displeased expression. "Sister, could this female Saiyan be?" Whis seemed to ponder something and addressed Beerus with a question. However, before Whis could finish, Beerus interrupted with a smile. "Soon, you shall find out." As the siblings conversed, the announcer on the stage proclaimed, "I hereby declare the commencement of the 8th bout in the confrontation between Universe 6 and Universe 7. With the sound of the gong signaling the start of the match, Caulifla hesitated to launch an attack, leaving Yeyu somewhat exasperated. He glanced down at Caulifla, who promptly shouted at Caulifla on the stage, "Caulifla, give it your all. Do not falter. You must help your sister defeat Yeyu." Upon hearing Caulifla's words, it was as if a switch had been activated within Caulifla. Her previously lackluster demeanor transformed into one of unwavering resolve. "Defeating you is my sister's cherished aspiration, and I shall undoubtedly assist her in achieving it." Kale clenched his fists tightly, his expression earnest. The formidable demeanor was just as it should be. Upon witnessing the resolute look on Kale's face, Yeyu felt a surge of joy within his heart. In the next moment, a powerful wave of energy erupted from Kale, radiating outward in all directions. The surge of energy was astonishingly swift, sweeping across the entire arena in the blink of an eye. Beneath the stage, both Sun Wukong and Vegeta felt their expression shift dramatically upon sensing this wave of power. Simultaneously, on the stands, Krillin, who had been sporting a playful grin, suddenly found his smile frozen in place. In that instant, he sensed an immense energy emanating from Kale. The aura surrounding Caulifla had transformed dramatically, rendering her almost unrecognizable compared to before, and this astonishing energy continued to expand. Subsequently, under the astonished gazes of Sun Wukong, Vegeta, and Piccolo, Caulifla on the arena began to radiate a cerulean aura. Her body, too, was swelling amidst fierce roars. In just a few breaths, her physique had grown significantly, her form now defined by bulging muscles. Upon witnessing this transformation, the expressions of Vegeta, Sun Wukong, Piccolo, and Krillin were marked by profound shock. In unison, Vegeta and Sun Wukong exclaimed, "Is this the legendary Super Saiyan?" This female Saiyan had astonishingly transformed into the fabled Super Saiyan. Krillin, overwhelmed with disbelief, uttered a statement before shifting his gaze toward Yeyu. Previously, when Golden Frieza invaded Earth, Yeyu had also transformed into the perfect embodiment of the legendary Super Saiyan to combat him, an event witnessed by Piccolo and Krillin, who were informed by Sun Wukong of the significance of that transformation. Therefore, seeing this once frail Caulifla now becoming a legendary Super Saiyan left Piccolo and Krillin utterly astonished. After all, they had previously learned from Yeyu about the terrifying power of the legendary Super Saiyan. It became clear. No wonder Yeyu had exhibited such intense battle intent towards her. He must have known all along that she could transform into the legendary Super Saiyan. Meanwhile, amidst the astonishment, Vegeta's gaze also fell upon Yeyu. Only now did he comprehend why Yeyu had previously displayed such formidable battle intent towards Caulifla. If she could indeed transform into the legendary Super Saiyan, everything made sense. Had her pupils returned? Had Caulifla's Super Saiyan power truly been awakened? Observing Caulifla's transformation, Yeyu remarked with surprise at Kale, noting her clear pupils and lucid state, a stark contrast to the typical berserk loss of reason that accompanied such transformations. Yet, Yeyu was not overly astonished. After all, Caulifla had been awakened during the Tournament of Power by Kale. Thus, it was entirely reasonable for her Super Saiyan powers to have been preemptively awakened. What do you think? Quite surprising, isn't it? Beneath the arena, Kale, upon witnessing the astonished expression of Yeyu, proudly proclaimed her achievement. Although she uttered no further words, her countenance seemed to convey to Yeyu that it was she, Kale, who had awakened the legendary Super Saiyan power. Meanwhile, atop the platform, Whis, Beerus, and Kappa expressed a myriad of emotions upon seeing Kale transform into the fabled Super Saiyan. Can this woman also transform into the legendary Super Saiyan? Beerus, seemingly haunted by the tales of the legendary Super Saiyan, gasped in astonishment at Kale's robust physique and azure hair. Whis, wearing an expression of knowing anticipation, glanced at Bardock and remarked, "Indeed, she embodies the legendary Super Saiyan." The legendary Super Saiyan? What is that? Kampa inquired, his gaze shifting back to the arena where Kale stood, a look of confusion etched upon his face. It is said that a Super Saiyan of this caliber appears once every millennium among the Saiyans. In essence, their power surpasses that of an ordinary Super Saiyan. Bardock explained in a matter-of-fact tone. Then does this mean our sixth universe still harbors a glimmer of hope for victory? Kampa's spirits lifted at Bardock's words, and he eagerly turned to Bardock with a hopeful expression. However, before Bardock could respond, Beerus interjected coolly, "That is not necessarily the case. The legendary Super Saiyan is not exclusive to your sixth universe. Our seventh universe possesses one as well." "What do you mean by that?" Kampa questioned, his brow furrowed in confusion. Before Beerus could elaborate, an overwhelming surge of energy emanated from the arena once more. Yet this powerful energy did not originate from Kale, but from Yeyu. A striking azure pillar of light erupted from Yeyu, reaching skyward. Could this boy also be a legendary Super Saiyan? Upon witnessing the transformation enveloping Yeyu, Xiangpa finally comprehended the meaning behind Beerus's words. Indeed, Yeyu is the legendary Super Saiyan of the seventh universe, as spoken of by Beerus. Although Yeyu could vanquish Kale using only the power of Super Saiyan Blue, the fact that Kale had transformed into the legendary Super Saiyan compelled Yeyu to engage with her using the might of the legendary Super Saiyan as well. This would turn their confrontation into a true clash of legendary powers. As the azure light surrounding Yeyu dissipated, the astonished expressions of the onlookers revealed his hair had transformed to a striking blue, his physique now adorned with bulging muscles. Unlike Kale, whose transformation rendered her body somewhat bulky, Yeyu's well-proportioned build exuded strength and elegance. Chapter 184, Contest of Power. The battle of two legendary Super Saiyans on the unnamed planet, the arena where the sixth and seventh universes clashed, two legendary Super Saiyans, radiating immense azure energy, stood poised in opposition. The two legendary Super Saiyans in question are none other than Kale from Universe 6 and Yeyu from Universe 7. Upon witnessing Yeyu transform into the fabled Super Saiyan beneath the arena, Vegeta couldn't help but curse under his breath in frustration. It was abundantly clear to him that Yeyu had deliberately chosen to transform into the legendary Super Saiyan to confront Kale, who is also a legendary Super Saiyan. While Vegeta seethed in silent discontent, atop the high platform, Beerus covered his mouth with a hand, a smile gracing his features as he remarked, "Ah, I did not expect that Universe 7 also boasts a legendary Super Saiyan. A duel between two legendary Super Saiyans, how intriguing." Hearing Beerus's words, Whis cast a sidelong glance at him and replied, "The power of two legendary Super Saiyans may well exceed what this arena can withstand." No sooner had Whis finished speaking than the legendary Kale launched an offensive against the legendary Yeyu. With a swift motion, he created a deep indentation in the arena beneath him, transforming into a streak of azure light that darted towards the legendary Yeyu with astonishing speed. The battle had commenced. As they observed Kale's assault from the stands, the hearts of Krillin, Piccolo, and the others tightened with apprehension. This contest transcends mere physical prowess between two warriors. It serves as a pivotal moment determining the fate of both the sixth and seventh universes. Suddenly, under the watchful gaze of Krillin, Bick, and others, the formidable warrior Kale charged towards the valiant Yeyu. With his sinewy arms coiling with strength, he unleashed a powerful strike, his colossal fist descending with ferocity upon Yeyu. In the face of Kale's fierce assault, Yeyu displayed no inclination to evade. Instead, a subtle smile graced his lips as he retaliated with an extraordinary counterpunch aimed directly at his adversary above. In the next instant, the fists of Yeyu and Kale collided with a cataclysmic roar. To the astonishment of the onlookers, the ground beneath Yeyu gave way, forming a deep crater in an instant. The circular depression rippled outward like waves across a serene lake. In an instant, the colossal arena lay in ruins. Such terrifying power. Below the stage, Goku and Vegeta, witnessing the aftermath of the clash between Yeyu and Kale, were struck by awe as the once sturdy platform succumbed to the sheer force of their confrontation. Their expressions reflected a profound sense of admiration. Meanwhile, Hit, observing from a distance, revealed a glimmer of astonishment in his gaze. Is this truly the extent of Yu's formidable strength? The resilience of the arena is well understood by Sun Wukong, Vegeta, and Hit. Previously, the clash between Sun Wukong and his Super Saiyan blue form, utilizing the Kaioken tenfold, and the full-powered Hit merely resulted in cracks appearing on the platform. However, at this moment, the mere collision of fists between the transcendent Nightwing and the transcendent Kale has utterly obliterated the massive stage. Although Sun Wukong, Vegeta, and Hit remain unaware of the true magnitude of the power behind Nightwing and Kale's strike, they are acutely aware that they could not withstand such force with ease, not even in their Super Saiyan blue forms. Remarkable indeed. Both Nightwing and Kale display incredible prowess. Meanwhile, Gab, witnessing the astonishing might of Nightwing and Kale's punch, excitedly exclaims, "Kale, give it your all. Do not let Nightwing prevail." At that moment, upon witnessing the immense power of Chuan Chao Kaier, Califra, with a smile gracing her face, called out to him. Her words seemed to possess an enchanting quality. For as they reached Chuan Chao Kaier's ears, his legs, as sturdy as stone pillars, transformed into a shadow that swept toward Chuan Chao Yiyu with astonishing speed. Noticing the approaching strike of Chuan Chao Kaier's leg, Chuan Chao Yiyu's expression shifted slightly. Soon, the leg of Chuan Chao Kaier arrived as anticipated. With a resounding bang, his kick collided forcefully against Chuan Chao Yiyu's arm. Although the impact of Chuan Chao Kaier was formidable, all of that tremendous force was absorbed by Chuan Chao Yiyu's arm. However, while he managed to block the strike, the arena beneath him bore the brunt of the attack. The vast fan-shaped area behind Chuan Chao Yiyu was instantly reduced to nothingness under the sheer force. With shards of rock scattering wildly, the already fragmented arena crumbled entirely in that moment. Oh dear, it has truly been destroyed this time. What shall we do? Lord Kappa. Lord Beerus, should we halt the match? Batos, witnessing her meticulously prepared sturdy arena succumbing to Chuan Chao Kaier's mighty blows, was momentarily taken aback before turning to Kampa and Beerus for guidance. After all, this was a tournament, and without an arena, how could the competition continue? No need to halt, let it proceed as is, Beerus declared, fully aware of the legendary power of Super Saiyans, having previously battled Chuan Chao Yiyu himself. He understood that even if they paused to repair the arena, it would inevitably be shattered again. Upon hearing Beerus's response, Batos looked to Kampa, seemingly seeking his opinion. I'm indifferent. With a cold snort, Kampa spoke. After receiving the approval from the two organizers, Beerus and Kampa, the battle between Ultra Nightwing and Ultra Kale continued. This time without the constraints of a ring. Chapter 185, the conclusion of the match. Nightwing's opponent was Kampa. Boom. Bang. Amidst the ruins of the shattered arena, Ultra Nightwing and Ultra Kale were engaged in an extraordinarily fierce battle. For years prior, when Nightwing faced Ultra Kale, she had succumbed to madness, relying solely on monotonous punches. However, now that Ultra Kale's power had been awakened, her style of attack bore a striking resemblance to that of warriors like Goku and Vegeta. In the debris, Ultra Kale and Ultra Nightwing relentlessly collided, fists, arms, and elbows meeting with fierce intensity. Each impact resonated with a violent crash in the air. Nearby, the fragments of rock, caught in the shock waves of their clash, soared into the sky before disintegrating into dust, vanishing into the atmosphere. How astonishing! Is this truly the battle between legendary Super Saiyans? The physical prowess of these two individuals transcends that of mere mortals, possessing the terrifying strength to unleash such a devastating punch. At that moment, the spectators, including Piccolo and Krillin, were utterly astonished upon witnessing the astounding clash between the legendary Super Saiyans, Trunks and Goku. Although they had never engaged in combat with either Trunks or Goku, the sheer force generated from the collision of their fists was sufficient to reduce the rocky debris to mere dust. This allowed them to fathom the terrifying physical prowess possessed by these mythical Super Saiyans. While Piccolo and Krillin marveled at the might of the legendary Super Saiyans, Kampa, perched on the high platform, casually remarked, "The legendary Super Saiyans don't seem all that remarkable." Upon hearing this, Beerus was not pleased, for he had once been deeply unsettled by a ferocious encounter with the rampaging Trunks. His attention, which had been entirely focused on the match, was abruptly drawn back as he cast a sidelong glance at Kampa and coldly retorted, "That is because you have never faced them in battle. Had you done so, you would not speak so lightly." "What do you mean? I was merely referring to the legendary Super Saiyans, not you. Why are you so agitated?" Kampa asked, somewhat irked. Before Beerus could respond, Whis, standing behind him, chuckled and said, "Ah, because Lord Beerus wants." "Hey Whis." Beerus interrupted, raising his voice to cut off Whis before he could divulge any more. "Wants what?" Compa inquired, curiosity etched across his face. Clearing his throat, Beerus cast a fleeting glance at Trunks, now among the ruins of the arena, and replied, "Cough. It's nothing. It has nothing to do with you." "Oh." Compa noted Beerus's demeanor, sensing that he was concealing something significant, likely a vulnerability. He then turned to Whis with a mischievous grin, hoping for a revelation that would enable him to mock Beerus without restraint. "Whis, do not say a word, or I will eliminate you." As Beerus abruptly turned around, a terrifying gaze fixated upon Whis, threateningly uttering a sound of amusement. In response to Beerus's demeanor, Whis stifled a laugh behind his hand. Meanwhile, amidst their conversation atop the platform, the battle between the transcendent fighters, Nightwing and Kale, intensified in the ruins of the arena. Suddenly, Kale leapt into the air, executing a powerful slam dunk, his muscular fist aimed directly at Nightwing below. With a resounding crash, Kale's fist collided with Nightwing's arm, producing an earth-shattering noise that caused the ground beneath Nightwing to instantly concave. The surrounding rock fragments seemed to be drawn by an unseen force, momentarily soaring into the sky before disintegrating into dust, vanishing into the air. Impressive strength, far superior to 4 years ago. Nightwing praised Kale, who soared above. Then, transforming his fist into an open palm, Nightwing seized Kale's muscular wrist before Kale could react. In that instant, Kale's expression shifted dramatically. However, before he could execute his next move, Nightwing yanked downwards, sending Kale's robust body plummeting headfirst toward the ground. With a thunderous impact, Kale crashed onto the debris-laden surface, sending tremors through the earth. In moments, spiderweb-like fissures radiated outward from Kale's point of impact. Kale appeared momentarily stunned, remaining motionless, embedded in the ground. Nightwing approached, grasped Kale's leg, and pulled him from the earth, inquiring, "Shall we continue?" Indeed, Kale had grown significantly stronger over the past 4 years. Yet, Nightwing had evolved even more. Furthermore, although Kale, upon awakening and transforming into the legendary Super Saiyan, had regained his sanity and experienced a surge of energy, he had lost a crucial trait of the legendary Super Saiyan, the ability to continually amplify his energy during battle. In contrast, Nightwing retained this vital characteristic, along with the pure growth attributes of Hit. Should the fight persist, it would inevitably result in Nightwing growing increasingly formidable, overpowering Kale with each exchange. Such a battle had become utterly meaningless. Consequently, EU wished to bring this conflict to a swift conclusion. However, Kyra was solely focused on aiding Califura in defeating EU. After an indignant grunt, she manifested a cerulean energy sphere atop her clenched fist. Without a moment's hesitation, she propelled the energy sphere towards Transcendent EU with a powerful punch. "Must we continue fighting?" EU sighed resignedly, noting Kyra's unwavering determination. He then seized her ankle with a sudden force, transforming her from an inverted position to a horizontal one. A critical strike. In the next instant, Transcendent EU delivered a precise hand chop to Kyra's neck. Although this blow lacked significant force, Kyra immediately succumbed to unconsciousness upon impact. This critical strike was one of the attributes EU acquired from Hit, allowing him to effortlessly locate his opponent's vital points. As Kyra lay unconscious, she reverted from the legendary Super Saiyan form back to her regular black-haired state, collapsing to the ground. Observing Kyra's fall, the announcer promptly descended from the heavens. After confirming her condition, he raised his microphone and declared loudly, "Loss of combat ability. The 7th universe emerges victorious." Cheers erupted from the stands as Sun Wukong and Trunks celebrated, their joy stemming not solely from Yi's triumph over Kairu, but from the 7th universe's victory over the 6th. Kairu was the final contestant from the 6th universe, and her defeat by Yu ensured that the 7th universe would claim victory in this tournament. At last, it was over. Upon hearing the announcer's proclamation, Krillin remarked, "In truth, when Yu defeated Hit, Piccolo, Krillin, and the others realized the 7th universe had already secured victory." Although Kairu's sudden transformation into a legendary Super Saiyan was a considerable shock for Piccolo and Krillin, they could clearly see that from the outset of the match. A significant disparity in strength existed between Transcendent Yu and Transcendent Kairu. After all, despite both being legendary Super Saiyans, Yu's power in his base form far surpassed that of Kairu's. Ultimately, Yu's victory was anticipated. Such a pity. This time the victory belongs to me. exclaimed Kampa from his elevated seat, relishing the moment as he directed a smug glance at Kampa, who was clearly displeased. This competition was initiated by him. Yet he has now found himself defeated. At that moment, the fury within him surged uncontrollably. A group of worthless fools. After a sharp rebuke, Zampa charged directly towards the Nightwing below. However, his true targets were not the Nightwing, but rather Caulifla and Kale, who stood beside him. Since they were the cause of his defeat, their lives would serve as compensation. Zampa's wrath was unjustly directed at the representatives from Universe 6, including Hit and Caulifla. His first target was Caulifla, who was cradling Kale. With his fist imbued with destructive energy, Zampa unleashed a devastating blow aimed squarely at Caulifla. As Caulifla witnessed Zampa's fist rapidly approaching, despair etched itself across her delicate features. She sensed a lethal force emanating from his strike, understanding that should it connect, her demise would be inevitable. Die. Zampa's voice rang out as he closed the distance to Caulifla. Yet, just as his fist was about to make contact, a firm hand grasped his wrist, halting his strike completely. Zampa furrowed his brow, his gaze shifting to the side. To his surprise, the one restraining him was none other than the transcendent Nightwing. In the original narrative, Zampa sought to eliminate Hit and the other competitors from Universe 6 after his defeat. However, he was thwarted by the sudden intervention of the Omni King, which prevented him from executing his intent. At this moment, the Omni King had not descended. Were it not for Nightwing's timely intervention, Zampa would likely have slain Caulifla. Nightwing could not idly watch as Zampa attempted to take Caulifla's life, especially since he had shared 2 years of life with her. Caulifla, still holding Kale, felt a surge of mixed emotions upon witnessing Nightwing's intervention against Zampa. Meanwhile, Piccolo, Krillin, and the Kais from the 6th and 7th universes were taken aback by Nightwing's audacity. Human, what are you doing? That is Lord Zampa, the god of destruction. Release your grip immediately. The Kai of Universe 6 flew close to Nightwing, admonishing him loudly. Nightwing, do not act recklessly. The Kaiashins of the 7th universe, witnessing the scene, earnestly cautioned Yu. In the eyes of these two Kaiashins, the god of destruction, Kampa, was the most exalted deity within the 6th universe. Yu's grasp on Kampa's wrist was unmistakably an act of sacrilege against the god of destruction. Additionally, a sense of trepidation gripped their hearts. They feared that Yu's actions might provoke Kampa's wrath. Should the god of destruction become irate, the repercussions could be dire, resulting in countless planets and beings suffering the consequences. Yet, despite the entreaties from the Kaiashins of the 6th and 7th universes, Yu appeared impervious to their counsel. Resolutely holding onto Kampa's wrist as he calmly inquired, might we consider this matter settled, given that they are fighting on your behalf? Upon hearing Yu's words, Kampa was naturally incensed. Who was Kampa? The god of destruction of the 6th universe. In days past, he would obliterate any planet of his choosing and eliminate any foe at will. How dare a mere human presume to dictate terms? Just as the furious Kampa prepared to withdraw his hand to annihilate Yu, he was astonished to discover that Yu's grip was akin to an iron vice, firmly clamping down on his wrist. No matter how forcefully he struggled, he found himself utterly unable to extricate his wrist from Yu's unyielding grasp. How could this be possible? Upon discovering this situation, the heart of Zampa was filled with a mixture of astonishment and fury. This formidable destroyer, captured by a mere human by the wrist, found himself utterly powerless. Although this was not a battle in the traditional sense, it nonetheless indicated that the strength of this human surpassed even that of the destroyer, Zampa. Infuriating. In his rage, unable to free his wrist from the grip of Yu, Zampa's other hand stirred slightly, conjuring a dark sphere of destruction that materialized in his palm. Without a moment's hesitation, he unleashed a powerful strike toward Yu. Just as the sphere was about to collide with Yu, the latter loosened his grip on Zampa's wrist, slightly shifting his body to deftly evade the impending blow. Once Zampa freed himself from Yu's grasp, he propelled himself backward, his eyes ablaze with anger as he glared at Yu while rubbing his wrist, previously seized. Beerus, I am exceedingly furious right now. I intend to obliterate this fellow along with everything else. You have no objections, do you? Zampa bellowed towards Beerus. Do as you wish. Beerus responded indifferently to Zampa's declaration. In fact, before Beerus could finish his sentence, Zampa had already launched an assault against Yu. His inquiry to Beerus was merely a formality, whether Beerus consented or not. He was determined to eliminate this human who stood in his way. At that moment, upon witnessing the enraged Kampa launching an assault on Nightwing, Sun Wukong swiftly transformed into his super blue form and utilized instant transmission to position himself between Kampa and Nightwing. Lord Kampa, please calm down. The Super Blue Sun Wukong exclaimed, addressing the furious Kappa with urgency. However, at that moment, Kappa was in no mood to heed Sun Wukong's words. Get out of the way. The irate Kappa advanced menacingly towards the Super Blue Sun Wukong. How swift. Sun Wukong's expression shifted dramatically as he observed Kappa's terrifying speed. In the blink of an eye, Kappa's fist came crashing towards him. In a moment of desperation, the Super Blue Sun Wukong crossed his arms defensively in front of himself. Kappa's fist struck forcefully against his arms. Though the Super Blue Sun Wukong managed to block Kappa's attack, the sheer power behind the blow sent him hurtling backwards. At that moment, upon witnessing the astonishing ease with which Kappa had repelled Super Blue Goku, Vegeta's expression underwent a sudden and dramatic transformation. At this moment, Vegeta realized that Kappa's power was indeed formidable, truly the god of destruction. As Vegeta contemplated this, an enraged Kappa launched a powerful punch towards Transcendent Nightwing. Though Kappa was a god of destruction, Nightwing was not one to remain idle. Upon witnessing Kappa's assault, Transcendent Nightwing retaliated with a punch of his own. In the next instant, their fists collided, unleashing a tremendous shockwave that radiated outward from the two combatants. Kale, Caulifla, and the two nearby Kaishins were instantly sent flying by the force of the blast. How could this be? This individual actually managed to withstand Lord Kappa's attack? Observing Nightwing's defense, the Kaishin of Universe 6 wore an expression of disbelief. To him, the god of destruction was the ultimate being of the universe, and it seemed inconceivable that any mortal could resist such a force. Yet, here was Transcendent Nightwing, successfully blocking Kappa's strike. In contrast to the shock of the Universe 6 Kaishin, the Kaishin and Piccolo of Universe 7 remained considerably more composed. After all, they were aware of Nightwing's previous encounter with Beerus. Withstanding Kappa's attack was thus well within his capabilities. Oh dear, I never anticipated things would escalate to this extent. What should we do, Lord Beerus? Whis remarked, observing the fierce battle between Kappa and Nightwing. Do not worry, Nightwing will not perish. No, I am not concerned for Nightwing. My worry lies with Lord Kappa. Upon hearing Whis's words, Beerus fell momentarily silent. Subsequently, the nearby Bados interjected, rest assured, if necessary, I will intervene. It is beneficial for Lord Kappa to witness the might of humanity today. Chapter 187. A single punch sends Kappa flying. Chapter 187. The Nameless Star. The confrontation between the 6th and 7th universes culminated in the victory of the 7th universe. However, the defeated Kappa, consumed by rage, directed his fury towards Caulifla and the other contestants from the 6th universe. In an effort to prevent Kappa from annihilating Caulifla and Kale, Nightwing assumed the legendary form of a Super Saiyan to confront Kappa. Gazing upwards, one could see two beams of light, one purple and the other azure, clashing repeatedly in the sky. With each collision, the air reverberated with a resounding crash. As the focus narrowed, Kappa, enveloped in the purple light, engaged in an intense battle with the azure figure of Nightwing. How is this possible? A mere human can contend with Lord Kappa for so long? The Supreme Kai of the 6th universe exclaimed in disbelief as he witnessed the ferocious struggle unfolding above. In his understanding, a god of destruction represented the pinnacle of power within the cosmos. In the course of countless millennia, he has never encountered a single human capable of standing against the god of destruction. Yet, at this moment, Chuan Xiaoyu has achieved what was once deemed impossible. The battle between Chuan Xiaoyu and Xiang Pa has shattered his understanding. Indeed, as expected of Yu, he has managed to withstand all of Lord Xiang Pa's assaults. At this moment, the now restored Sun Wukong gazed at the figures of Chuan Xiaoyu and Xiang Pa soaring in the sky, and with a look of astonishment, he uttered, "Just how terrifying is Xiang Pa's strength?" Sun Wukong had just personally experienced it. Even in his super blue form, he still could not withstand Xiang Pa's onslaught. Is this truly the extent of Yu's power? As Sun Wukong spoke, he cast a sidelong glance at him before refocusing on the battle above. His eyes shimmering with insight as he remarked, With Sun Wukong's confirmation, he realized that Yu had not fully unleashed his true strength during their confrontation. Simultaneously, it was assured that his decision to forfeit at that time was indeed the correct one. Yu. As Sun Wukong and Hit engaged in conversation, Khalifa, cradling Kale, gazed anxiously at the sky where Yu soared. After all, Yu had intervened to thwart Kappa, which led to their confrontation. Although she was aware of Yu's formidable strength, surpassing all the competitors present, he remained merely a human, while Kappa was a god of destruction. Khalifa's heart was heavy with concern, fearing that the god of destruction, Kappa, might indeed annihilate Yu. With a sudden crash, just as Khalifa's worry for Yu intensified, the transcendent Yu, locked in battle with Kappa, first raised his arm to block one of Kampa's assaults before retaliating with a powerful punch to Kampa's cheek. The motion slowed, revealing Yiyu's fist connecting with Kampa's face, causing the latter's head to tilt backward. Kampa, in turn, expelled an unknown liquid from his mouth. Insignificant human. Know your limits. Kampa's fury flared, and with a thunderous roar, he clenched his fist and launched a counterattack at Yiyu. However, before Kampa's short punch could close the distance, Yiyu delivered another solid blow, this time to Kampa's ample midsection. It was evident that Yiyu showed no mercy with this strike. The impact twisted Kampa's face in agony, his eyes turning bloodshot from the force. With a deafening thud, Kampa's body plummeted from the heavens like a meteor. Ultimately, he crashed to the ground, and upon his landing, a towering cloud of dust erupted like a geyser into the sky. On the earth below, a circular shockwave rippled outward, akin to a pebble disturbing a still pond. From the moment Yiyu's punch connected to the instant Kampa hit the ground, the events transpired in a blur, leaving all but a few witnesses bewildered by the spectacle. Oh dear, that Saiyan truly shows no mercy. Kampa is, after all, a god of destruction, exclaimed Beerus's attendant, Vados, who had observed the entire exchange. Mercy? That fellow didn't show me any when we fought. Beerus silently scoffed at Vados's remark. Meanwhile, the powerful gust from Kampa's fall, mingled with plumes of dust, surged forth like a tsunami from the distance. A storm was brewing. As soon as those words were uttered, a colossal wave of dust and smoke engulfed the arena, submerging Sun Wukong, Vegeta, and Whis entirely. Fortunately, Whis had previously created a spatial barrier, ensuring that everyone remained unscathed by the tumultuous force. The wave of energy surged swiftly, only to dissipate just as quickly. In a matter of breaths, it vanished without a trace. What had transpired? Without a clear view of the battle above, Krillin, upon regaining his sight, inquired with a perplexed expression. Nightwing had just delivered a powerful punch to Lord Kampa, causing a tremendous uproar upon his descent. Sun Wukong's words stirred a tempest of astonishment. Nightwing had sent Lord Kampa flying? The gods of destruction from the 6th and 7th universes, upon hearing this astonishing news, turned pale with fear, exclaiming in terror. Meanwhile, Krillin, Piccolo, and the other warriors from Earth were equally astonished, yet they had long been aware of Nightwing's formidable strength. Thus, the act of sending the god of destruction Kampa soaring was not entirely unexpected. Wonderful. Senior Nightwing has triumphed. Gabe exclaimed joyfully upon hearing Sun Wukong's remark. Wonderful? You are utterly ignorant of the gravity of the situation. Lord Kampa is a god of destruction. Do you comprehend the peril of incurring his wrath? The god of destruction from the 6th universe rebuked Gabe loudly in response. Chapter 188. The Arrival of the Omni King. The Prelude to the Power Tournament. Chapter 188. Damn it. Mere mortals. Deep within the earth, Lord Kampa let out an enraged roar, unleashing a formidable surge of energy. Simultaneously, from the gaping chasm where Kampa had fallen, a brilliant dark purple light suddenly radiated. An immense hemispherical wave of energy surged forth from beneath the ground. In the sky, after a brief silence, an earth-shattering explosion resonated, followed by a powerful gust of energy that swept through the air. Moments later, Sun Wukong, Vegeta, and the transcendent Nightwing witnessed Lord Kampa's form rising slowly from the depths below. At that moment, Kampa was enveloped in a layer of dark purple light, resembling flames fiercely ablaze. Although the transformation was subtle, a mere addition of dark purple energy, the aura emanating from Kampa instilled a profound sense of danger in Sun Wukong and Vegeta. As they gazed gravely at Lord Kampa, Beerus squinted his eyes and remarked, "That guy Kampa is truly furious. He has unleashed his full power. I'll take you down." As soon as Beerus's voice faded, the figure of Xiangpa, radiating with dark purple energy, fixed his menacing gaze upon the transcendent lightning overhead. No sooner had he spoken than his form transformed into a streak of dark purple energy, surging forth at an astonishing velocity towards the transcendent Nightwing. The aura he emanated was entirely different from before. Perceiving the shift in Xiangpa's presence, Nightwing's expression tightened slightly. In light of this, Nightwing let out a powerful roar, conjuring a cerulean energy shield that encircled him. In the next moment, the very fabric of the heavens shifted as invisible shockwaves emanated from Nightwing, radiating outward in all directions. In that moment, the earth trembled, and the heavens above echoed with thunder and lightning, as if heralding the apocalypse. Enveloped within the azure aura, the transcendent Night Feather felt his sinewy muscles swell once more. His aura expanded yet again. On the ground, Piccolo sensed the surge of Night Feather's energy, and in that instant, his expression hardened. Son Goku, Vegeta, and the others gazed at Night Feather with astonishment. As Piccolo spoke, the enraged Kappa charged towards the transcendent Night Feather, delivering a powerful punch with astonishing speed. Nevertheless, it was not swift enough for Night Feather to evade. In that fleeting moment, he raised his explosively muscular arm, effortlessly blocking Kappa's punch. With a resounding crash, when Kappa's full-force strike connected with Night Feather's arm, the entire space trembled. As the echoes of the impact reverberated, Kappa seemed to regain his composure, his face cold and devoid of emotion, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. Upon witnessing Night Feather parry his full-force blow, he relentlessly launched another assault against him. This time, the speed and power of Kappa's assault were like a chasm compared to before. It seemed as though Kappa had undergone a transformation akin to that of Frieza. However, Kappa's appearance had not changed dramatically. He was merely enveloped in a layer of dark purple energy. Is this the full extent of the God of Destruction's power? As Chao Yiyu defended against Kappa's onslaught, he pondered silently. Destruction. At that moment, Kappa distanced himself from Chao Yiyu, and a dark purple energy sphere coalesced in the palm of his hand. Without a hint of hesitation, he launched the destructive sphere directly at Chao Yiyu. Witnessing Kappa's intent to eliminate Yiyu, Whis promptly called out. As Whis moved to intervene, a dark purple energy sphere also manifested in the palm of Chao Yiyu's hand. The moment Whis, Beerus, and Bardoss beheld the dark purple energy sphere in Chao Yiyu's grasp, their expressions shifted. A destructive sphere? Why would that individual wield such power? Beerus furrowed his brow in confusion. The destructive sphere is a technique reserved solely for the gods of destruction or their apprentices. Yet, Chao Yiyu was neither a god of destruction nor an apprentice. Why was he able to utilize a power exclusive to the gods of destruction? Contemplating this, Beerus suddenly turned to Whis with a piercing gaze. While Beerus said nothing further, Whis could sense the doubt in Beerus's demeanor, suspecting that he might have secretly instructed Chao Yiyu in the ways of the god of destruction. After all, Whis held a particular regard for Yiyu. Moreover, Beerus had previously speculated whether Whis intended to groom Yiyu as the next god of destruction. What neither Whis nor Beerus knew was that the power Chao Yiyu was manifesting was derived from the attributes that had dropped from Beerus during their last battle. This time, it simply happened that Yiyu was able to access that power. No, that's not it. Whis quickly raised his hands and shook his head upon seeing Beerus's expression filled with suspicion. Boom. Just as Beerus and Whis were conversing, the destructive spheres of Kappa and Chao Yiyu collided in the sky. Buzz. At this moment, two dark purple spheres of destruction collided, unleashing torrents of pitch-black energy that danced across the sky like lightning. One such bolt of darkness struck a towering mountain below, vanishing without a trace, without even a hint of an explosion. Alas, if this continues, the very planet itself shall be obliterated by the destructive forces wielded by these two individuals. At that moment, Bardoss, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke. It seemed the time had come to intervene. Having uttered these words, Bardoss prepared to take action, when suddenly, three figures materialized before Bardoss, Whis, and Beerus. Indeed, they appeared without any forewarning. There was neither teleportation nor descent from the heavens, but rather a spontaneous emergence from thin air. Upon witnessing these unexpected arrivals, Beerus looked as if he had seen a ghost, his face etched with sheer terror. Bardoss and Whis exchanged a meaningful glance, both visibly taken aback. Zampa, disregarding the dignity of a god of destruction, shouted towards the sky, where he was battling against Chao Yiyu. Enough. No one shall interrupt me until I have dealt with this brat. Following his irate proclamation, Zampa cast a discontented glance at Beerus below. However, when Zampa noticed the three figures not far from Beerus, his expression mirrored that of Beerus, perhaps even more exaggerated. Without paying any heed to Chao Yiyu, Zampa swiftly darted downwards towards the ground with remarkable speed. Meanwhile, Goku, Vegeta, Piccolo, and others also caught sight of the three figures that had appeared out of nowhere. Two adults and a child? Who on earth are they? This is indeed peculiar, Piccolo and Krillin remarked as they scrutinized the trio. Although Piccolo and Krillin were unaware of the identities of these individuals, Yiyu recognized them immediately. Upon seeing the three figures, his expression shifted dramatically, prompting him to use instant transmission to land on the ground. The three individuals were none other than the tardy Zeno, accompanied by his two attendants. Indeed, he has arrived, Zeno. Nightwing mused silently as he fixed his gaze upon the figure of Zeno. Undoubtedly, the childlike being that emerged into the collective sight of the crowd was the supreme deity presiding over the 12 universes. Who is this individual, Beerus? Goku inquired of Beerus while observing Zeno. Fool, do not point recklessly. That is the most esteemed deity in the entire universe, Zeno. Beerus reprimanded Goku. his expression a mix of astonishment and fear. The most esteemed deity in the universe? Goku and Vegeta were both taken aback. At that moment, Beerus, Kampa Whis, and the other several Supreme Kai from 2 universes all bowed before Zeno. Might I inquire what brings you here, Lord Zeno? Very well. Indeed, if you have any matters to discuss, you need only convey your wishes. Beerus and Kampa, once proud and haughty destroyers, now spoke with profound reverence before Zeno. Today, your unauthorized hosting of such a tournament has prompted my visit to remind you. Upon hearing these words, both Beerus and Kampa were instantly alarmed. Cold sweat beading on their foreheads. We are exceedingly sorry, they exclaimed in unison. However, I found it quite entertaining, so do host another one next time. On a universal scale, before Beerus and Kampa could even exhale in relief, Goku hastily rushed over, his face alight with excitement. Let us proceed with the tournament. Meanwhile, Nightwing felt a stirring within. The tournament of power, at last, is upon us. Chapter 189, Return to Earth. Preparing to transform into Super Saiyan 4 in the vast expanse of the universe, a brilliant white beam of light surged forth at an astonishing velocity. As the view magnified, it became evident that this radiant beam was a rapidly traversing cubic barrier. Within this cubic enclosure, a multitude of individuals had assembled, notably including Hit, Kaba, and fused Zamasu from Universe 6. However, at this moment, Caulifla and Kale were absent from this cubic barrier. Their absence was not due to any malevolent act by Kampa. Rather, Caulifla and Kale had chosen to explore Universe 7, accompanying Yajirobe and Android 18 on their journey. Initially, Kampa harbored intentions of eliminating Caulifla, Kale, and the other participants from Universe 6. Yet, upon learning of the Omni King's forthcoming Universal Power Tournament, he relinquished any thoughts of executing Hit and Caulifla. In deference to the Omni King's authority, he chose to spare them this time, but made it abundantly clear that they must perform admirably in the upcoming tournament. These are the exact words of Xiangpa. However, when he uttered this statement, his gaze subtly flickered towards Yeyu. Perhaps others remain oblivious to Xiangpa's true sentiments. But Bardos is well aware that Xiangpa, under the pretext of the Tournament of Power, is seeking to excuse himself from the fray. After all, even in the absence of the Omni King, it would be exceedingly challenging for Xiangpa to vanquish beings such as Hit and Caulifla, particularly with Yeyu in the mix. That detestable individual, Yeyu, is he even human? How can he possess such formidable strength? Within the confines of the cubic barrier, following his recent skirmish with Ultra Instinct Yeyu, Xiangpa remains enveloped in frustration. It is utterly humiliating for a god of destruction to be bested so effortlessly by a mere human. How could he possibly swallow this indignation? That insufferable Beerus must be mocking me from behind, sneering at the fact that I, a god, have been bested by a mere human. How infuriating. Upon hearing this, Bados interjected. Lord Beerus likely wouldn't ridicule you, as it seems he too has faced Nightwing in combat. Is that so? What was the outcome? Did Beerus lose? Upon Bados' revelation, Xiangpa's face lit up with eager anticipation. The specifics are unclear, but according to Whis, Lord Beerus did not emerge victorious. Did not win? At Bados' words, a weight seemed to lift from Xiangpa's heart. So, Beerus has also suffered a setback at Nightwing's hands. No wonder he was so agitated when mentioning Nightwing. The realization that Beerus, too, had not triumphed over Nightwing brought a sense of equilibrium to Xiangpa's thoughts. Achoo! Just as Xiangpa and Bados conversed, Beerus, within the 7th universe's dimensional cube, let out a thunderous sneeze. Damn it, it must be that Xiangpa fellow speaking ill of me. After rubbing his nose, Beerus remarked with evident displeasure. Lord Beerus, I truly thank you for allowing me and Kale to remain in your 7th universe. At this moment, Caulifla, accompanied by Kale, approached Beerus from behind and expressed her gratitude. If you wish to thank someone, direct your gratitude towards that fellow Yeyu. For it was he who aided me in winning this competition. I merely repaid a favor. Upon hearing Caulifla's words of thanks, Beerus responded with a hint of pride, however. I have come here to learn from Yeyu and Son Goku how to transform into Super Blue. Are you not concerned that once I grow stronger, it may adversely affect your 7th universe in the next power tournament? Before Beerus could respond to Caulifla's statement, Son Goku stepped forward to reassure her. Rest assured. Once you become stronger, Yeyu, Vegeta, and I will also elevate our power. With that, Goku turned to Yeyu and Vegeta, asking, right, Yeyu, Vegeta? Vegeta merely crossed his arms and scoffed, offering no reply, while Yeyu smiled. One must ponder. Do cauliflower and kale truly remain in the seventh universe solely with the intention of growing stronger? At this moment, number 18, propping her chin with one hand, gazed at cauliflower from a distance, then cast a sidelong glance at Yeyu, uttering a phrase laden with meaning. Upon hearing number 18's words, Yeyu's heart tightened, and he stiffly inquired, "Of course, I came to learn how to transform into Super Blue. What else could it possibly be?" After staring at Yeyu for a long moment, number 18 nonchalantly responded, "Oh, is that so?" 2 hours later, Yeyu and his companions boarded Beerus's transportation block, returning from the nameless star to Earth. "Is this the Earth that Lord Kampa wishes to seize?" Caulifla exclaimed, marveling as she surveyed her surroundings. "Indeed, this planet is replete with delectable cuisine. Isn't it, Bulma?" After Whis replied to Caulifla, he meaningfully addressed Bulma nearby. "Indeed, to celebrate our victory in the seventh universe, let us host a celebratory party." Understanding Whis' intent, Bulma immediately raised her hands, her face alight with excitement. Subsequently, Yeyu and number 18, along with their party, made their way directly to Bulma's residence for the festivities, which included cauliflower, kale, Beerus, and Whis among the attendees. Once the party concluded, Yeyu utilized instant transmission to return to the base with number 18, cauliflower, kale, lap, and Taurus. "Lord Yeyu, you have returned." Upon their appearance in the mechanized base, a cosmic being promptly approached to greet them. "Yes." Yeyu nodded and addressed his female guests. "Cauliflower and kale, saying, 'This is my residence. You may explore freely.'" "Ah?" Upon hearing this, Cauliflower, intrigued, glanced around. Meanwhile, the cosmic being turned to Yeyu, stating, "Lord Yeyu, as per your instructions, the Bull's Ray emitter has been completed." "Wonderful!" Yeyu exclaimed with delight at the cosmic being's announcement, then eagerly commanded, "Quickly, transport the Bull's Ray emitter to the testing ground." "Yeyu, you seem particularly joyous. Could it be that something good has transpired?" Cauliflower inquired, noticing the excitement on Yeyu's face. "Indeed, something good has occurred. Since both of you are here, let us witness it together." "Witness? Witness what?" "You shall find out shortly." After saying this to Cauliflower, Yeyu's heart raced with fervor as he thought, "Can I finally transform into Super Saiyan 4? Chapter 190, Super Saiyan 4 in the vast experimental ground of the Nightwing base. A magnificent testing arena unfolds. Though referred to as an experimental site, it is essentially a sprawling hilly terrain. Under the guidance of Nightwing, number 18, Kale, Cauliflower, and Toes have all arrived at a substantial clearing within this arena. Following closely behind Nightwing and the others is an alien, maneuvering a formidable four-wheeled off-road vehicle, advancing steadily. At the forefront of the rugged terrain vehicle, there existed a dish-shaped orb resembling a satellite receiver. This was none other than the Bull's Ray emitter. "Just stay there." Nightfeather commanded the extraterrestrial controlling the Bull's Ray emitter as he positioned himself in the center of the vast clearing. "What exactly do you intend to do by bringing me here?" "There is nothing of interest around," Carlyra remarked, surveying the surrounding mountains. "You will soon find out," Nightfeather replied, before turning to the alien and instructing, "Fire the Bull's Ray at me." "Eh? Understood." The alien hesitated momentarily at Nightfeather's peculiar request, but upon noticing the seriousness etched on his face, he promptly nodded in affirmation. Subsequently, with a flurry of movements, the Bull's Ray emitter was aimed directly at Nightfeather, who stood not far ahead. "Now, let us commence," the alien announced, pressing a red button before Nightfeather. With a hum, the moment the button was activated, the front of the Bull's Ray emitter began to coalesce an immense energy beam. Divine Invocation. Nightfeather inhaled deeply and immediately summoned the Divine Invocation. After all, being struck by the Bull's Ray would transform him into a gorilla. Not all Scions retain their rationality post-transformation. Many, like Sun Wukong and Sun Gohan, succumb to madness. However, Nightfeather possessed the Divine Invocation to maintain his composure. As he enacted the Divine Invocation, a thin veil of white light enveloped him. Soon enough, a colossal energy beam from the Bull's Ray emitter bore down upon Nightfeather's form, engulfing him entirely. Nightfeather, Carlyra, and Android 18, along with their companions, watched in astonishment, utterly bewildered by the unfolding events. Meanwhile, within the confines of the Bull's Ray, Nightfeather felt a sudden jolt in his heart, accompanied by a flash of insight. "It's here." Upon sensing the surge, Nightfeather relaxed his body, elated. Thump, 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 thump. His heartbeat quickened, as if it were about to burst forth. Then, to the shock of Carlyra and Android 18, Nightfeather's form began to expand at a visible rate. "What is happening? What is wrong with Nightfeather?" Carlyra inquired, her expression one of confusion as she witnessed his transformation. "Who knows?" On the 18th, a subtle response was offered. Meanwhile, Yiyu's form had transformed from that of a human into an extraordinarily large golden ape. This magnificent creature, draped in long golden fur, sported an impressively elongated tail. It was the golden great ape that Yiyu became after being illuminated by the bull's ray. With its emergence, the golden great ape instinctively let out a thunderous roar, its massive tail striking the ground with a powerful thud. The hard rocky surface fractured instantly, causing the earth to tremble violently. What an awe-inspiring force! Is Yiyu truly about to go berserk? Upon witnessing the unusual behavior of the golden great ape, Caulifla's expression turned grave as she inquired, "What exactly have you done to Master Yiyu?" Observing Yiyu's transformation, Tors, filled with fury, dashed towards the extraterrestrial, seizing him from the vehicle with an intense glare, demanding answers in a voice laced with anger. No, I had no idea it would turn out like this." The extraterrestrial stammered, his face paling in fear as he sensed Tors's murderous intent. Tors let him go. At that moment, a sound akin to rolling thunder resonated from the sky, emanating from the mouth of the golden great ape. "Master Yiyu?" Upon hearing this thunderous voice, Tors, Caulifla, and the others looked up at the towering figure of the golden great ape. "It was I who commanded him to act thus. Release him." Once they confirmed that it was indeed the golden great ape speaking, Tors promptly loosened his grip on the extraterrestrial. At that moment, they noticed a golden aura radiating from the golden great ape, exuding a gentle warmth rather than the fierce energy characteristic of a Super Saiyan. It shimmered like tiny golden flames, glowing brilliantly. Then, the immense form of the golden great ape began to shrink at a visible rate, and as it diminished, a dazzling golden light burst forth. In an instant, the entire hilly terrain was enveloped in this resplendent golden radiance. The radiance surpassed even the luminous sun above the heavens. Had it returned once more? After being engulfed by the brilliance, Caulifla shielded her eyes with her hands, peering through the gaps between her fingers towards the source of the light. Gradually, Caulifla discerned a colossal golden ape, now diminished to the stature of a human. Yet, the light was unbearably blinding, rendering the figure merely a vague silhouette, obscuring any clarity of its features. Nonetheless, Caulifla noted that behind the figure, there was a tail. The dazzling radiance persisted for a full 10 seconds. After this brief interlude, the light dissipated, and Caulifla along with number 18 slowly lowered their hands and opened their eyes. In that moment of awakening, they were astonished to discover a towering man standing before them. This man possessed a mane of explosive brown hair, his angular face radiating vitality and determination. His tall, well-proportioned physique was adorned with a striking red fur garment, complemented by a perfectly proportioned red tail. He exuded an air of extraordinary prowess and striking charm. How handsome! Caulifla thought as she gazed at the remarkable figure before her, her dark eyes shimmering with intrigue. Number 18's lovely visage also reflected a hint of unusual brilliance. "Are you Nightwing?" Caulifla inquired tentatively, for this man bore no resemblance to Nightwing, neither in demeanor nor appearance. The man did not respond to her question, merely curling his lips into a confident smirk. Chapter 191, The Battle Against the Three Women. The indomitable strength of Super Saiyan 4 Nightwing. Following Nightwing's confirmation, Caulifla, with a look of astonishment, asked, "What on earth have you done to transform into this?" Hearing her words, number 18, along with Tost and Kale, also fixed their gaze upon Nightwing, seemingly awaiting his response. "This is the form of Super Saiyan 4. Nightwing replied in a calm tone. Indeed, the figure standing before Caulifla and number 18 was none other than Nightwing after his transformation into Super Saiyan 4. Although there was no mirror in sight, Nightwing could discern from the expressions on Caulifla and number 18's faces that he had successfully achieved this transformation. Furthermore, he noticed that the attribute bar on the virtual screen before him now displayed the word Super Saiyan 4. Has the system recorded the attributes of Super Saiyan 4? Nightwing pondered silently as he observed the display. Given that Super Saiyan 4 was a transformation he had achieved on his own, the system would not drop the attributes of Super Saiyan 4. Rather, it would directly record the attributes possessed by Nightwing. Although it seemed that the system recording his Super Saiyan 4 attributes held little significance, it was nonetheless a notable development. However, it is important to note that in the original story, Sun Wukong first attained the Super Saiyan 4 transformation through rigorous training and perseverance. Likewise, Vegeta, upon initially utilizing Bulma's Blutz wave generator to transform into Super Saiyan 4, also required the device to change back within a short span of time. Night Feather, however, finds himself free from such complications. The system has automatically recorded Night Feather's Super Saiyan 4 attributes, allowing him to transform at will by merely activating the recorded attributes. Thus, the system's recording of Night Feather's Super Saiyan 4 abilities effectively eliminates the need for his arduous training. Super Saiyan 4? Night Feather pondered, as Kale, with a puzzled expression, inquired about his transformation. After all, Kale and others like Android 18 had never encountered the concept of Super Saiyan 4. Just as Kale finished her question, a radiant glow enveloped Night Feather, and in the next moment, he reverted to his regular black-haired form. Hey, why did you suddenly change back? Kale's face displayed visible disappointment upon witnessing Night Feather's unexpected transformation. Super Saiyan 4 Night Feather appeared so formidable and striking. Did you not wish to know what Super Saiyan 4 is? Night Feather replied, internally lamenting, is my regular form truly so disappointing? Undoubtedly, Night Feather's natural state. With his explosive black hair and chiseled features complemented by a well-built physique, was quite handsome. However, it paled in comparison to his Super Saiyan 4 form. This is the standard Saiyan. As Night Feather spoke, his hair transformed to a golden hue, surrounded by a shimmering golden aura. This is the Super Saiyan, also referred to as Super Saiyan 1. Upon transforming into Super Saiyan, Night Feather continued his explanation. Subsequently, a jet of golden energy erupted around him, interspersed with silver currents of electricity. This is Super Saiyan 2, I know. Kale interjected before Night Feather could elaborate further, as she herself was capable of transforming into Super Saiyan 2. Indeed, this is Super Saiyan 2. After uttering a phrase, Yu immediately activated the attributes of Super Saiyan 4 within him, and a dazzling radiance emanated from his being. In the next moment, as the brilliance dissipated, the Super Saiyan 4 Yu reappeared in the sights of Caulifla and Android 18. This was the form that transcended Super Saiyan 2, the Super Saiyan 4. With an immense golden aura flickering around him, Super Saiyan 4 Yu explained to Caulifla. Indeed, Super Saiyan 4 was the most impressive. Caulifla gazed at Super Saiyan 4 Yu, and, after a moment of contemplation, curiously inquired, what about Super Saiyan 3? You transformed into Super Saiyan 2 just now, and then into Super Saiyan 4. I've never transformed into Super Saiyan 3, I don't even know how to do it. Of course, Yu would not express this directly to Caulifla. Clearing his throat, he replied, well, transforming into Super Saiyan 3 requires compressing a vast amount of energy, and the transformation is quite troublesome. I shall refrain from demonstrating it. You only need to know that the power of Super Saiyan 4 far surpasses that of Super Saiyan 3. With a cough, Super Saiyan 4 Yu spoke earnestly to Caulifla, and remarkably, she believed his words. So that's how it is, Caulifla exclaimed, then suddenly raised her head with a fierce glint in her eyes, addressing Super Saiyan 4 Yu. So, does that mean your current strength is greater than when you fought Lord Kampa? Absolutely. Yu clenched his fists, feeling the extraordinary and formidable power surging within him, a confident smile gracing his lips. The author has established that the power of Super Saiyan 4 is immensely strong. In that case, let us settle this with a duel. Caulifla immediately transformed into Super Saiyan 2. Her battle spirit ignited as she faced Super Saiyan 4 Yu. Hearing Caulifla's words, Super Saiyan 4 Yu scrutinized her carefully. Though he said little, his expression seemed to convey, you couldn't even defeat my Super Blue form. How do you expect to contend with my Super Saiyan 4 form? Upon grasping Yu's implication, Caulifla turned to Android 18 beside her and declared, of course, I'm not alone, Caul. Let's include 18 as well. Me? Upon hearing that Caulifla had unexpectedly dragged her into the fray, the countenance of Android 18 was marked by surprise. If it were the three of you. Before Android 18 could even express her consent, Super Saiyan 4 Yu rested his chin on his hand and cast a glance at Android 18, Caulifla, and Kale. At that moment, Yu had just transformed into Super Saiyan 4, eager to test the extent of his newfound power. Although Android 18, Caulifla, and Kale were not the ideal opponents, it did not signify that they were incapable of putting up a fight. After all, the prowess of the three women was commendable. So let us engage in this battle. After some contemplation, Super Saiyan 4 Yu voiced his agreement. Upon receiving Yu's consent, Caulifla was instantly elated. Meanwhile, Android 18 shot a glance of exasperation at Super Saiyan 4 Yu. I haven't even agreed to this. You were already jumping into it? Kale timidly inquired, casting a wary look at Super Saiyan 4 Yu. Do not worry, Kale. We are merely going to spar a little, to ascertain just how formidable Super Saiyan 4 Yu truly is. Caulifla responded with a broad smile. Sister, Kale exclaimed, her heart warming at the sight of Caulifla's radiant expression. Since her sister had said as much, she felt a surge of resolve. In the next moment, a powerful wave of energy erupted from Kale. Her body enveloped in a green aura, her hair transforming to a vibrant hue. Simultaneously, her muscles expanded significantly. Had she transformed into the legendary Super Saiyan? Super Saiyan 4 Yeyu observed Kale's transformation with an intrigued smile. Let us all attack together. With that, Caulifla was the first to charge towards Super Saiyan 4 Yeyu. Her movement swift as an arrow released from a bowstring. As soon as Caulifla's voice fell, Chao Kaya responded and swiftly followed Caulifla, charging towards Super 4 Yeyu. Only number 18 stood still, casually brushing a lock of golden hair from her forehead before leisurely making her way towards Super 4 Yeyu. At that very moment, as number 18 set off, Caulifla had already lunged in front of Super 4 Yeyu, delivering a powerful punch directly to his well-defined muscular chest. Super 4 Yeyu neither evaded nor blocked Caulifla's strike. Instead, he allowed her fist to collide with him. With a resounding crash, Caulifla's punch struck Super 4 Yeyu's chest, but to her astonishment, he remained utterly unfazed. Sister, move aside. Amidst the stunning spectacle of Caulifla, Chuan Chaoqier surged forward, brandishing his muscular fist with fierce determination. Without a hint of mercy, he unleashed a powerful blow directly upon the cheek of Super Saiyan 4 Yeyu. As the force of his punch connected, Yeyu's head slightly tilted to the side. Yet, almost immediately, he turned his head back, wearing a cheerful smile as he gazed down at Chuan Chaoqier and Caulifla. As Carly Fura witnessed that even Kier's assault could not budge the full force of Super 4 Yeyu in the slightest, her face was etched with disbelief. At that moment, Android 18 finally arrived, launching an attack on Super 4 Yeyu. Chapter 192, Black Goku and Zamasu. Shortly after Yeyu transformed into Super 4. On Earth, at Bulma's residence, Beerus and Whis were savoring the exquisite cuisine that Bulma had meticulously prepared for them. This is a bun. Truly delectable. After savoring the dumplings, Beerus and Whis exchanged satisfied expressions. Just then, 3 dark figures flickered in the open space ahead. Upon noticing these 4 silhouettes, Beerus and Whis immediately turned their gaze towards the clearing, yet their indulgence in the dumplings remained uninterrupted. Subsequently, under the watchful eyes of Beerus and Whis, Yeyu, Caulifla, and Kale emerged in that open area. Lord Beerus, Whis, it has been a long time. Before Yeyu could utter a word, Caulifla stepped forward and greeted Beerus and Whis with a cheerful exclamation. Ah, it is you too. Beerus responded to Caulifla with a faint remark before returning to his delectable feast. Meanwhile, Whis approached with a smile, casually inquiring, have you decided to depart already? Oh, you have lingered in Universe 7 for quite some time. It is indeed time to return to Universe 6. Caulifla replied to Whis. Indeed. Nightwing had brought Caulifla and Kale here with the intention of having Whis utilize the dimensional cube to send them back to Universe 6. Once I finish this bun, I shall escort you back, Whis declared after taking a bite of his bun. By the way, Whis, where are Goku and Vegeta? Nightwing casually asked, having sensed the absence of their ki nearby. Oh, you are not aware? A significant event has transpired in the future world. Before Whis could respond, Bulma approached. Her expression a mix of astonishment and urgency as she addressed Nightwing. The future world? Nightwing's demeanor shifted upon hearing Bulma utter those words. During this period, significant events unfolded in the world of the future, and Nightwing immediately thought of the matters concerning Black Goku and Zamasu. Have Black Goku and Zamasu already made their appearance? Nightwing pondered to himself. During this period, Yeyu had wholly devoted his energy to the Super Saiyan 4 transformation, neglecting the matters concerning Zamasu and Black Goku. Upon the emergence of the future world, Bulma informed Yeyu about the findings related to Black Goku and Zamasu that Beerus and Whis had uncovered in the 10th universe. Although Yeyu was already aware of these developments, he did not interrupt Bulma as she spoke animatedly. However, from her discourse, he gleaned a crucial piece of information. Son Goku and Vegeta had previously ventured into the future world. Regrettably, they were defeated by Black Goku, who wielded the power of Super Saiyan Rose and returned from that realm. Presently, Son Goku and Vegeta were engaged in their respective training regimens, preparing to confront Black Goku and Zamasu once more. This was the essence of what Bulma conveyed to Yeyu about the events that transpired in the future. Yeyu, you seem rather intrigued by this matter, Whis remarked upon observing the expression on Yeyu's face. Indeed, I am, Yeyu replied, recalling his memories. He anticipated the imminent battle between Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta and the fused Zamasu in the future world. In Yeyu's perspective, The clash between Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta and the fused Zamasu would undoubtedly yield a significant accumulation of battle power attributes. Furthermore, Yu had now attained the strength of Super Saiyan 4. Although he had recently conducted a brief test of his Super Saiyan 4 power with Caulifla, Android 18, and Kale, their strengths were ultimately insufficient. The fused Zamasu would serve as an excellent practice opponent for Super Saiyan 4 Yu. However, regarding the collection of battle power attributes and the testing of Super Saiyan 4 strength, Yu chose not to disclose this to Whis. He merely responded, "I do have some interest." Upon hearing Yu's words, Whis smiled and remarked, "If you assist, it seems the matters of the future will be resolved swiftly." A few minutes later, after Whis had satiated his appetite, he summoned the travel cube and descended into the sky with Beerus, Caulifla, and Kale. "Yu, when we meet again, I shall be even stronger," Caulifla called out, waving to Yu from the edge of the travel cube. In the past, she would have boisterously declared, "Next time we meet, I will surely defeat you, Yu." However, after witnessing the formidable power of Super Saiyan 4 Nightwing, Kale became acutely aware of the vast disparity in strength between herself and Nightwing. Although theoretically she could transform into Super Saiyan 4 to confront him, the unfortunate reality was that the science of Universe 6 lacked tails, rendering her unable to achieve that transformation. Kale understood in her heart that without the ability to transform into Super Saiyan 4 like Nightwing, it would be exceedingly difficult for her to defeat him upon their next encounter. The might of Super Saiyan 4 was simply terrifying. Initially, Kale regarded Nightwing as a foe to be vanquished. However, she now viewed him as a benchmark for her own growth. As Nightwing and Kale bid farewell, the swirling cube transformed into a radiant pillar of white light, swiftly traversing into the cosmos. Their next meeting would likely be during the Tournament of Power. Gazing up at the sky, where a white streak reminiscent of a comet's tail shone, she smiled and uttered a remark. Shortly after Kale and Caulifla departed from Earth, Son Goku utilized instant transmission to appear.